Chapter 1. My family's vase has become enchanted. Grandfather died. Before he passed away, he handed a large black vase to Carlos. To his surprise, this vase could connect the past and present. But Carlos had no idea about this. Instead, he stood in the river near his house, cleaning the large black vase, thinking it was an antique. After washing it thoroughly, he believed it would fetch a good price. However, despite filling over 10 buckets of water into it, the vase never seemed to be full. Carlos looked at the vase in puzzlement, holding it upside down and examining it carefully before checking the dry ground. The vase wasn't leaking, but why wouldn't it fill up? While Carlos was puzzled, Empress Ava of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom sat on the throne of the Golden Hall with a sad expression. All her ministers were emaciated and their lips were chapped. Many elderly officials hadn't eaten for days, swaying weakly from hunger. Even the generals, clad in armor, appeared gaunt, their eye sockets sunken, reduced to skin and bones. Grand Tutor Thorn gazed at Empress Ava with sorrow, unable to speak due to the dire situation in the Western Liang Women's Kingdom caused by 5 years of drought. Outside the city walls, 20,000 barbarian troops had encircled the capital into a fortress of death. They had just engaged in a bloody battle. Out of the 50,000 Phoenix Feather Guards of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, only 10,000 remained after the battle. Therefore, Ava's only chance for survival was to humbly marry General Bo of the barbarians as a concubine. Otherwise, she would be devoured like livestock along with her people. Thinking this, Thorn's eyes clouded as he looked at Ava and said, "Your Majesty, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom cannot be saved. If you can humble yourself and marry General Bo as a concubine, you might still have a chance to live." Ava's eyes were bloodshot with unwillingness to endure such humiliation. The Northern Territory had been suffering from drought for 5 years, leaving the kingdom without food or supplies. 20,000 barbarian soldiers surrounded the imperial city. If she wanted to live, this was her only way. But Ava refused to marry General Bo as a concubine. She knew that if she did so, only she would live in humiliation while the million citizens of the city and all the ministers would be devoured like animals. First, the children, then the young women and men, and finally the elderly. So she did not want to marry. She wanted to save everyone. If she refused to marry, the 20,000 barbarian troops outside would attack the city. If the capital fell, the barbarians would not only devour all the people, but also open the gate to invade the northern border of the Central Plains, leading to scenes like the 5 barbarians uprising. In that case, Ava would be considered a historical sinner. But the barbarian envoy arrogantly pointed at the coarse grains mixed with pebbles and bran in front of him, saying, "Empress of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, this is our great general's betrothal gift. If you are willing to marry General Bo as a concubine, these grains will be yours. Otherwise, our army will surely break through the capital and annihilate you all. Your Majesty, please marry." 20,000 barbarian troops surround the city. Once they are thoroughly provoked, your death is inevitable. Looking at the chattering ministers below, Ava clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with determination, for she wanted everyone to survive, not just herself. Yet, with the vast barbarian army pressing forward and another 20,000 besieging the southern outskirts, could she refuse? "Your Majesty, shall I help you escape?" General Ajani of the Right Bard Army, dressed in blood-stained armor, knelt before Ava in the hall and shouted, "Escape to the divine dynasty of the Central Plains and ask them to send troops to assist us. If I abandon the people of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom and flee, not only will all the people die, but the northern gateway to the Central Plains will be wide open, leading to scenes like the 5 barbarians uprising once more. But Your Majesty, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom has suffered drought for 5 years. The rivers are dried up, and the land outside is covered in sand, desolate for miles." Ajani, with a grieving look, added, "Our 40 million citizens are now reduced to 10 million. If we don't surrender or escape, we will eventually become the food of the barbarians." As Ajani spoke, all the civil and military officials inside the palace wore looks of despair. They would die whether they stayed to defend the city or fled. After all, they had no water, no food, and the 20,000 barbarian troops were eyeing them hungrily. Ava gazed at her officials with burning eyes and asked, "How many warhorses do we have left in the army?" "Your Majesty, we can no longer kill the warhorses for food. If we slaughter the remaining dozen horses, it will cut off your last hope of breaking through. Kill them all." Ava rose, her expression unwavering. "We cannot starve to death in the city." Ajani and the others all wore expressions of despair, for those last dozen warhorses were Empress Ava's only hope for a breakout. If they were killed, it would mean waiting for death. Even divine intervention could not save them. But just as everyone fell into despair, suddenly there came a sound of water flowing from the huge bronze tripod standing outside the grand hall. "Water, it's water." Ava's pupils dilated with disbelief. The bronze tripod used for rituals to heaven was now gushing water continuously. Seeing the water gushing from the bronze tripod, Ajani was the first to run over, cupping her hands to drink some and shouting, "Your Majesty, it really is water, sweet spring water." The barbarian envoy was visibly shocked, considering the Northern Territory had suffered from drought for 5 years, making water more valuable than gold. Yet, here the water was gushing out of the bronze tripod. Coming to her senses, Ava rushed to the tripod, her face filled with excitement as she cupped the water in her hands. Tears welled up in her eyes as she took a small sip, and instantly the sweet and refreshing spring water slid down her throat. Thorn also drank some, immediately bursting into tears of joy. "Your Majesty, it really is water?" As Thorn spoke, another dozen ministers of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom rushed over in excitement. They cupped the water in their hands and drank heartily, and someone wiped away tears with their sleeve, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, now that we have water, we won't die of thirst. You don't have to humiliate yourself by marrying the barbarian General Bo as a concubine." Chapter 2. Damn, this jar has really become possessed. Yes, yes. Some of the civil and military officials in the hall, upon hearing this, became excited and began gesticulating wildly, saying, "With water, we won't die of thirst, and we can even grow grain. Damn, this bronze tripod. The barbarian envoy realized what was happening and shouted in shock as if he had seen a ghost. Water is actually spurting out? General Shangwan, this barbarian should be killed? Thorn glanced at Ajani before continuing. We must immediately inform the Phoenix Guards and the palace eunuchs to bring tools here to collect the water. Yes, Grand Tutor. Ajani pulled out his sword and stabbed the arrogant barbarian envoy. Davina said upon seeing this matter must remain strictly confidential. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed, for if the barbarians outside learn that there is water in the palace, they will certainly abandon their siege and attack forcefully. Katie agreed. Teacher, you are right. We will follow your instructions. No one shall leak the news of water in the palace. Violators will be exterminated. Ajani exchanged glances with Thorn, still filled with concern. Although they had solved the immediate problem, once the barbarians attacked, they would not be able to hold the city and would still die. Katie carried the bronze tripod back to Fengyang Hall, placed it on the spring viewing platform, letting its clear spring water flow into the pool, and then ordered it to be stored. On the other side, Carlos saw that the large black jar could absorb so much water, recklessly threw it into the river. He wanted to see if the river's water would fill up his large black jar. Then Carlos returned home, grabbed a broom, and started cleaning busily. Exhausted, he lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep, completely forgetting about the black jar he had thrown into the river. When awakened by a phone call the next morning, it was already past 10 o'clock. Carlos rubbed his temples and answered the phone, immediately hearing a terrified voice say, "Young Master Chin, wake up and look. Something strange has happened in our village." "Kermit, what strange thing?" Carlos held the phone, revealing an impatient expression. "Why did you call me early in the morning and disturb my sleep?" "Master Chun, let me tell you." Kermit's voice was full of terror. "The river in front of our house is dry. All the water is gone, as if it was swallowed by something." "Kermit, are you crazy?" Carlos retorted angrily at Kermit's words over the phone. "After all, it's a whole river." "I'm not crazy." Kermit, stunned and scared, said, "Because I'm by the riverbank now. Don't believe me until you get up and see for yourself." Hearing this, Carlos suddenly remembered the large black jar in the river. A sudden thought flashed in his mind. The river's water? Could it have been swallowed by it? Thinking of this, Carlos was startled awake, sat up quickly, rushed out of bed, and ran outside. There, he saw the large black jar like a stranded fish, still gulping water. Holy crap, this black jar has become possessed. Carlos's eyes widened in horror, for this was too terrifying. An entire river? All swallowed. Carlos swallowed hard and picked up the black jar. In his hands, he shook it upside down. Not a single drop of water came out. Even the ground was frighteningly dry, as if all moisture had been sucked away. Seeing this, Carlos took the black jar indoors and casually placed it on the coffee table. He found a magnifying glass and carefully examined the jar but saw nothing unusual. To test whether the black jar could swallow other things, Carlos took a pack of spicy sticks from the table and threw them into the black jar. He watched intently to see if the black jar would swallow, and it did. The spicy sticks vanished in the blink of an eye after being thrown into the black jar. Holy shit, it's haunted. Carlos's eyes bulged wide, his mouth agape in astonishment. This black jar can swallow spicy sticks? Driven by curiosity, Carlos took a basket of spicy sticks, chicken claws, cookies, and Wang's Eye snow cookies from the table and poured them all in. Next moment, Carlos saw the spicy sticks, chicken claws, cookies, and snow cookies vanish into thin air after being poured into the black jar. Meanwhile, Katie and the others assumed that the bronze tripod would continuously provide them with water. However, unexpectedly, by noon, the water stopped flowing. They had been thinking about the dozens of queues outside, countless people waiting to receive water. Ajani and the others couldn't help but sigh, their faces filled with disappointment. But, just at this moment, a package of spicy sticks bounced out from the bronze tripod, followed by a large basket of spicy sticks, chicken claws, cookies, and Wang's Eye snow cookies, which rained down on Katie and the others. "Your Majesty, it's a projectile attack?" Ajani immediately drew her sword and slashed through a flying package of spicy sticks, then fiercely guarded Katie in front. "All soldiers, protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor." After Ajani's shout, over a dozen Phoenix Guards clad in silver armor, holding long spears and shields, quickly formed a protective circle around Katie. The Shi Liang female national teacher took a bite of the spicy stick that was stuck to her face after being cut by Ajani. "Your Majesty, this is not a weapon, but exquisite food. It tastes incredibly delicious. It's also very fragrant. Your Majesty, try it." As the words fell from the Shi Liang female national teacher's mouth, Thorn and the others' eyes sparkled with golden light. They were already starving. However, there was no frenzy, but rather all eyes turned toward Katie. Katie instinctively swallowed, then pushed aside the Phoenix Guards protecting her, picking up a package of chicken claws from the ground. She bit into it after tearing open the package, instantly closing her eyes in bliss. It was an unparalleled delicacy she had never tasted before. It was simply too delicious. At this moment, Katie paid no attention to her Empress image, hungrily devouring the chicken claws in her hand. Oh, so good. After finishing one package of chicken claws, Katie held the empty bag, looking around for more. However, Ajani and the other military officers had already devoured all the spicy sticks, chicken claws, cookies, and Wang's Eye snow cookies on the ground, even licking the bags 3 times clean. Katie instinctively swallowed again, her mind filled with the aroma of the chicken claws. Ajani and the others gazed at the bronze tripod, still craving more. Katie licked the spicy residue from the corners of her lips with her soft tongue. If only the deity could grant us some more food to stave off hunger. Splash! Just as Katie finished her thought, a large bag of wuchang rice and several packages of baixiang instant noodles tumbled out of the bronze tripod. Katie's eyes welled up with tears, while Thorn and the others were even more emotional, crying with joy and hugging each other. They finally had water and food. They wouldn't starve to death and could survive. Please, deity, save our Xiliang female nation. Grant us more water and food. Grateful for the deity's blessings during her most desperate moments, Katie knelt down and devoutly prayed. I will build a temple for you, serve you personally, and ensure eternal veneration. Chapter 3. The Tripod. Can I go through? We all feel the same. Thorn and the others also knelt down, swearing to the heavens. We are willing to serve the furnace with our bodies, to offer incense through generations, and pay homage to the divine. Katie then looked at the emaciated civil and military officials kneeling around her, their sunken eyes reflecting hunger. She glanced at the food placed before the bronze tripod. Her eyes were filled with compassion as she said, My ministers, since we have sincerely thanked the divine. These offerings from the divine are meant for you to eat. After all, you have been starving for half a year. Without food, you will starve to death. Your Majesty, absolutely not. But Thorn and the others refused tearfully. These foods are bestowed upon you by the divine. How can we possibly be worthy to enjoy them? Without a word, Katie divided the food and insisted on giving some to Johnny and the others. After all, it had been years of severe drought in Western Liang. They hadn't eaten fine grain for months, not even coarse bran. Seeing this, the officials exchanged glances. Though they hesitated, thinking of their dying families made them feel the weight of the food in their hands unbearable. Especially General Norris of the Fengling Guard, who had an 80-year-old mother at home, was moved to tears as he took the food first. Thank you, Your Majesty. May I please send this food home first? My elderly mother is starving, he asked. Of course, go ahead. Katie did not stop him but instructed Norris to take the food home to save his starving mother. With half a pound of rice and a small packet of instant noodles in hand, Norris sprinted out of the palace. The remaining officials followed suit, no longer hesitant to carry food away. With this small amount of rice, they could survive for a couple of days, perhaps longer if combined with tree bark and kaolin. The Alyssa of Western Liang watched Katie with red-rimmed eyes. Your Majesty, you two haven't eaten for many days. Would you like me to prepare some congee for you? Katie nodded, her gaze falling on the bronze tripod. Meanwhile, the Alyssa left to prepare congee. A short while later, she returned with an exquisite food box. Your Majesty, the congee is ready. Please eat some. Preceptor, join me, Katie invited, knowing the preceptor had not eaten for days. No, thank you, Your Majesty. The preceptor wiped away her tears. I've already eaten clay, and my stomach is quite full. But preceptor, you should still eat some. We need your help to strategize against the enemy. Katie pulled the preceptor to sit down, opened the food box, and served her a bowl of congee. Wilfred to tears, the preceptor held the warm bowl in both hands and began eating gratefully. Though it wasn't enough to fill her stomach, she savored every bite, even licking the bowl several times before putting it down reluctantly. Thinking of the divine who knew of their dire situation, the lack of water and food, she wondered if more could be begged for. Could the divine grant more water and food to alleviate the suffering in Western Liang, where not only the 10,000 guards in the palace were starving but even city residents were resorting to cannibalism. Elderly people had resorted to suicide so their descendants could survive. Considering this, the Alyssa bowed before the bronze tripod and prayed earnestly for more food and water. However, nothing happened. After pleading for a long time without response, she turned to Katie. Your Majesty, I believe only you can pray to the divine for more food and water. She pleaded, please perform a ceremony to ask for more aid. Very well, let us burn incense and pray. Katie looked at the bronze tripod. Let's see if the divine can bestow more food and water upon us. Your Majesty, wait. The Alyssa of Western Liang said, we should write down our prayers and offer them to the divine, thus showing our respect more prominently. Preceptor, that makes sense? Katie nodded in agreement and then took out paper and ink to write. In the first year of Tianqi, the Western Liang female kingdom has been suffering from a 5-year drought. The yellow sand spreads for miles, thousands of miles are uninhabited, and corpses lie everywhere. Our Western Liang, which originally had 40 million citizens, now only has 10 million left. We beg the divine for compassion, granting us water and food to save these 10 million people. I, as the ruler, vow to build temples and statues for the divine, serving with my body in generations to come, offering incense and homage to the divine. After finishing the prayer, Katie ordered someone to light incense and burn the written prayer while she knelt and worshipped. Meanwhile, Carlos was staring with wide eyes. He held a magnifying glass under a lamp, carefully examining the large black jar again and again, even reaching into it to feel around carefully, but found nothing useful. Just as Carlos was puzzled, he gently touched the bottom of the jar, and suddenly smoke started coming out from there. What the hell? Carlos was immediately choked by the smoke and coughed fiercely, saying, everyone else gets water by touching it. Why does it emit smoke when you touch it? Carlos muttered and tried to wave away the smoke, but it became thicker instead. Unable to bear it, he hugged the big black jar and threw it into a reservoir several hundred meters from home, thinking that such a large reservoir couldn't be drained by this broken jar. Meanwhile, after burning the incense and the written prayer, Katie saw water gushing out of the bronze tripod again. Your Majesty, look, the divine is blessing us again. It seems only your sincere prayers can move the divine. The Alyssa excitedly added, only your genuine prayers can make the divine bless us with water and food. Katie agreed and felt that it was not the time to worry about details, but to order people to continue queuing up for water. After all, the imperial city desperately needed water, followed by food to stave off hunger. Katie then instructed the eunuchs to stockpile drinking water and notify everyone inside the palace to queue up for water again. The eunuchs quickly carried out the order, and soon people in the palace rushed back, each carrying pots and pans to queue up for water. Your Majesty, the commoners outside the palace also lack water. Now that the divine has granted us water again, we should share some with them so they don't die of thirst. The Alyssa bowed and suggested. Katie thought it was very reasonable. Since the divine blessed them with water, they shouldn't forget the people of Western Liang. They should share some water with them. Otherwise, the divine might be displeased, as no deity likes an unkind ruler. Katie's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and she immediately ordered the Fengling guards to fetch some large containers to store the water and distribute it outside the palace. However, as Katie walked out of the palace, she saw ruins and decay everywhere, with sand flying through the streets like the end of the world. And on the streets lay emaciated citizens, huddled together, their lifeless eyes reflecting despair, lying on the roadside waiting for death. Even seeing Katie did not rouse them. They were too weak to stand up and greet her. Those who still had strength knelt and begged Katie for any food. Seeing this scene, Katie felt unbearable pain. However, due to the 5-year drought, the Western Liang female kingdom had almost no harvests, and the citizens were already resorting to cannibalism. She had some water now, but still no grain to relieve the starving people. Then, just at that moment, a gaunt woman fell to her knees and pleaded through tears, "Your Majesty, please save my daughter. She is dying of hunger. Please give her something to eat." Faced with this scene, Katie clenched her fists, her eyes starting to bleed, but she was powerless. "Your Majesty, please save my family. 2 of my 3 children have already been eaten." As Katie looked gloomily at the city's desperate condition, another emaciated woman knelt before her, sobbing, "If we don't get food soon, the last one will also be eaten." Katie gritted her teeth and remained silent, despite daily tragedies happening in the city. But she was helpless. After all, putting aside the fact that they were besieged by 200,000 barbarians from the southern frontier and could not leave the city, even if they could leave, they wouldn't be able to buy grain. Because the 5-year drought in the northern territories had turned fertile land into a desert, and there was nowhere for her to buy grain to save the millions of people in this city. As Katie pondered this, she looked at the piteous people in the city, especially those who knelt down to beg her. The sight of elderly women pleading with her for food to avoid cannibalism tore at her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. "I must ask the divine to bless us with more food to save these distressed people." Katie inwardly roared, "Even if it means my life, I do not wish to see any more scenes of famine where people butcher each other for food." With this resolve, she spoke to comfort the citizens, assuring them so they could be at ease. Instantly, there was a clamor as everyone, old and young alike, queued up with their pots and pans to receive water. Some, too weak to walk, crawled over, their eyes fixed on the water being dispensed by the Fengling guards, filled with hope. But this was not the worst scene. The most tragic was witnessing mothers who clearly had cuts on their bodies, from which they had dug out pieces of flesh to feed their children just to keep them alive. Katie could no longer hold back, her face full of grief as she turned and ran toward the palace as fast as she could. She needed to pray for the divine to give her people some food so they could live without such suffering. However, at that moment, Carlos was stunned because the large black jar he had thrown into the reservoir had drained the entire body of water, leaving only fish and mud, not a drop left. "Damn, is this a ghost?" Seeing this scene, Carlos took a long time to regain his composure and said, "Has this large black jar become a demon?" Carlos stood dazed for a while before finally fishing out the jar, bringing it home, and washing it thoroughly under the tap. He then examined it again with a magnifying glass but still saw nothing unusual. It appeared to be an ordinary, albeit very dark, jar. Yet, this large black jar had stirred Carlos's intense curiosity. So, he returned inside and rummaged through his cabinets, finding over a dozen bags of wuchang rice and 6 or 7 boxes of chongqiming noodles, which he had stored during the recent pandemic. He also gathered over 100 packets of white elephant instant noodles and tossed them into the jar to witness its devouring power, watching as they vanished. Still curious, Carlos went further, throwing into the jar all the nearly expired seasonings from the kitchen. Monosodium glutamate, chicken bouillon, hot pot base, steamed fish oil, oyster sauce, sesame oil, 5-spice powder, cooking oil, along with soy sauce bottles, MSG, chicken essence, chili oil, and more. Still unsatisfied, he added a box of Lao Gan Ma bean paste, pickled vegetables, spiced chicken and pork, frozen pig intestines, frozen fish, cured meat, cured fish, eggs, dog meat, lamb, beef, and even a large piece of venison. There were also leftover dumplings, wontons, beer, jelly, fruits, beverages, Choco Lopez ice cream, Wang shaved ice and vegetables, all poured into the large black jar in one go. Chapter 4. Your Majesty, the deity has revealed itself again. Look. What made Carlos's mouth twitch involuntarily was that the large black jar had swallowed all of the contents, so he even began stuffing his pet black dog into it. However, this large black jar seemingly could not swallow living beings, so although the black dog at home yapped while being stuffed by Carlos, it was not swallowed by the black jar. Meanwhile, Ava had just run back to the palace in the Xiliang kingdom and knelt down, praying earnestly to the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod then gushed out wuchang rice, chongqiming noodles, more than 100 bags of white elephant instant noodles, as well as nearly expired seasoning bottles. These items cascaded out from the bronze tripod like a waterfall, as if the tripod were an endless pit, spitting out various items continuously. Wilfrednosodium glutamate, chicken essence, hot pot base, steamed fish oil, oyster sauce, Sichuan pepper oil, sesame oil, edible salt, 5-spice powder, cooking oil, all tumbled out of the bronze tripod. There were also Lao Gan Ma, spicy bean paste, pickled mustard stem, spicy chicken, frozen fish, frozen pork, dog meat, mutton, beef, and cured meat, cured fish, eggs, even a large piece of venison, dumplings, wontons, beer, jelly, chkalozi ice cream, Wang crushed ice, fruits, beverages, vegetables, all poured out of the bronze tripod, quickly piling up into a small mountain below. Facing this sudden scene, the imperial advisor of the Xiliang kingdom stared with round eyes, opening her mouth in surprise and delight. Your Majesty, the deity is manifesting. The deity is manifesting again. He didn't only grant us grains and noodles. There's also frozen chicken, fish, pork, dog meat, mutton, beef, and cured meat, cured fish, eggs, even a large chunk of venison. Your Majesty, your prayer has been received by the deity. He truly rewards us with food again. I kneel and thank the deity for the food. Hearing these words from the imperial advisor, Ava bowed deeply before the bronze tripod, filled with devoutness. Starting from today, will offer incense daily to thank the deity for the bestowed food. Your Majesty, the deity grants us food. The imperial advisor further suggested, we should sacrifice gold and silver ornaments, jade calligraphy, paintings, and beautiful women to the deity. After all, deities would not like believers who only seek favors without giving back. Imperial advisor, what you say makes sense. Ava agreed profoundly. Issue my decree to select 100 beautiful maidens of our kingdom, 10 carts loaded with gold and silver ornaments, jade calligraphy, and paintings to sacrifice to the deity, to express gratitude for the bestowed food. Your Majesty, that sounds perfect. Upon hearing this, the imperial advisor rejoiced because they had nothing but precious treasures and countless beautiful women left in poverty. If the deity enjoyed it, and thus provided them with water and food, there would be hope for survival. Just at this moment, Ajani and others, who were delivering grains home, heard the news that the deity had bestowed water again, rushed back to the palace hastily upon hearing the news. When they saw the mountain-like pile of food in front of the bronze tripod, they couldn't help trembling, their eyes showing abnormally excited expressions. Your Majesty, the deity has granted us food again. Norris looked agitated, swallowing saliva. This time there are even beef, mutton, pork, chicken, venison. But what is this? Ajani, dressed in silver armor and holding a long sword at her waist, walked to the bronze tripod. With a puzzled expression, she picked up a bottle of half-eaten lao gan ma, spicy bean paste, and looked around. This thing is contained in such a precious glass bottle, which indicates that its content must be extremely valuable. Ajani couldn't resist unscrewing the cap, extending her delicate fingers to scoop some lao gan ma. Then opened her attractive cherry lips, putting the finger into her mouth, tasting the spice gently on her soft tongue. It's indeed extremely precious. Not only delicious, it has salt, chili, chicken fat, broad beans. Just the taste has made me feel my taste buds awakened completely. As Ajani spoke, those in the hall barely paid attention to her because there was much more in front of the bronze tripod besides the lao gan ma. There were also spicy chicken, pickled mustard stem, dumplings, wontons, mantou, steamed buns, beer, jelly, fruit, beverages, ice cream, wong crushed ice, vegetables, plus pure white flour and delicately packaged noodles, and over a dozen bags of wuchang rice, hundreds of packets of white elephant instant noodles. Wilfred dressed significantly. Norris picked up a packet of salt and tasted it after opening it on the spot. Your Majesty, this is salt. Finely ground, edible salt. Salt, fine salt. Norris's words immediately caught everyone's attention because the Shiliang kingdom had lacked salt for a long time. Because of long-term lack of salt intake, they had started developing muscle weakness and hypotension. Your Majesty, this salt is so white. The female national advisor of the Shiliang kingdom couldn't help but sigh. There's not a single impurity. Every grain is pure and distinct, truly worthy of being a gift from the deity. The bottle of this divine household is also exquisitely crafted, presumably made by a master craftsman. It is indeed beautifully refined. As the female national advisor finished speaking, Norris and the others continued to examine the items in front of the bronze tripod, their expressions brimming with excitement. They marveled at each item they held in their hands. Yet, despite having all these items, Ava and the others knew it was still far from enough because the food provided was not sufficient for the palace servants and the Phoenix Feather Guard. After all, there were over 20,000 people. However, Ava also understood that they couldn't just take. They needed to offer sacrifices to the deity. The deity had already given them so much, and now was the time for them to show their respect. With this thought, Ava's gaze fell on the chief eunuch Bart Gong and said, Chief Bart, go see why the 100 beautiful maidens we prepared as offerings, along with 10 carts loaded with gold and silver ornaments, jade, calligraphy, and paintings haven't arrived yet? Understood. Bart Gong bowed and stepped out of the palace. Meanwhile, Norris and Ajani exchanged glances before kneeling down, saying, Your Majesty, our country has been lacking water and food for quite some time. Our soldiers are famished and weak, unable to fight. Now, the deity has bestowed upon us so much food. Your Majesty, may we distribute this food to the soldiers? To make porridge for them to fill their bellies. Of course, we can. Ava waved her sleeve and said, General Shangwan, I'll leave this matter to you. First, transport the food to the left and right camps of the Phoenix Feather Guard, and have the grains cooked into porridge for the soldiers. Understood. Ajani immediately accepted the task of transporting the food. The female national advisor of the Shiliang kingdom, however, looked gravely at Ajani and said, General Shangwan, remember to keep this a secret. Absolutely do not let the city guard or the patrol camp know about this. Or the civilians within the royal city, otherwise, it would cause great unrest. Do you understand, General Shangwan? I, of course, understand. Ajani understood very well. After all, there were still 100,000 city guards and 2,000 patrol troops outside the palace, none of whom shared their loyalty. If they found out about the food inside the palace, there might be a mutiny, and they could storm the palace to seize the food. Therefore, this matter must be kept secret. Wilfred Reaver, the Phoenix Feather Guard must be fed and revitalized quickly to stabilize the situation in the royal city, then use the remaining food to win over the city guards and the patrol troops. With this plan in mind, Ajani left behind 2 bags of wuchang rice and some meat, and took the rest of the food away with the Phoenix Feather Guard. Seeing this, Ava turned to Norris and said, General Wilfred, there is still some food here. Distribute it among everyone, so they can take it home for their families. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Norris, moved to tears, replied, this food comes from the deity's blessings. We've already taken once, and what we took back, with added tree bark and gunyan clay, boiled into thin porridge, should suffice for a few days. So, Your Majesty, please keep this food for yourself. General Wilfred, please distribute it to everyone. Ava, hearing Norris's words, said earnestly, because later, I can sacrifice to the deity again, asking for more food and water. Facing Ava's words, Norris and the others glanced at each other, their eyes filled with longing, for they were truly hungry. Ava understood that these trusted ministers had families to support, not just one or two people, but entire households. So the initial half bag of flour and half pound of rice, even mixed with clay and tree bark, wouldn't last more than half a day. Seeing their hunger-stricken faces, Ava realized that the little food they brought back was likely given entirely to the elderly and children in their families. They themselves hadn't eaten anything, so Ava generously redistributed the rice and meat without hesitation because she wanted them all to survive. If they starved to death, who would continue to support her as the Empress of the Xiliang Kingdom? With this thought, Ava firmly insisted, General Wilfred, please distribute it. Norris and the others, however, remained sorrowful, kneeling with their heads bowed. No one moved. They all had families, and so did Ava. These 2 bags of rice and meat weren't enough for her family either. How could they bear to take more? But at this moment, Chief Eunuch Bart Gongong led 100 emaciated, almost skeletal, beautiful maidens of the Xiliang Kingdom into the hall. 10 carts of gold and silver ornaments, jade, calligraphy, and paintings, all packed in large treasure chests, were also wheeled into the palace. Your Majesty, the 100 most beautiful maidens of the Xiliang Kingdom, along with 10 carts of gold and silver ornaments, jade, calligraphy, and paintings, have all been delivered. Eunuch Bart Gongong moved to stand before Ava and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, you can now burn incense and offer your sacrifices. Burn incense and sacrifice to the deity. Ava nodded, then lifted her head and declared to everyone with resolve, I will compose another prayer and place it in the tripod, offering it to the deity, beseeching for more food and water. Chapter 5. Need grain? 1 million gene given. Yes. Maggie and the others all sprang into action upon receiving the order. Aslan fetched ink and paper, burned incense for worship, and placed the written prayer into the bronze tripod. Meanwhile, Crane was adjusting the microscope angle with his eyes squinted while meticulously examining the large black jar. However, at this moment, a puff of thick smoke billowed out from the big black jar again, choking Crane as he coughed wildly. Damn it! This cursed jar doesn't dispense water, but emits smoke each time. What's wrong with it? Crane was swearing profusely, fuming with anger. Just as he was about to throw the black jar away in frustration, a sheet of rice paper covered in traditional Chinese characters floated gently into his hand. On the paper were powerful words written. In the first year of Tianqi, during the 5th year of great drought in the western Liang Women's Kingdom, the desert has spread for miles, corpses litter the vast lands, and no man is seen for thousands of miles. Our population of 40 million citizens is reduced to merely 10 million, and we are besieged by the 100,000-strong army of barbarian tribes. The people have resorted to exchanging children for food, an unbearable sight. We hope the gods will show mercy, granting us water and food to save the millions of lives in the western Liang Women's Kingdom. We, the Emperor, vow to build temples and statues for the gods, sacrifice myself to the furnace, offer prayers, and pay homage to the deities through generations. Holding the paper tightly, Crane read every word, the only thought echoing in his mind. What a tragedy! As this thought resonated in Crane's mind, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Shocked by what he just read, he wondered if the black jar could transcend time. To test this hypothesis, Crane quickly pinned a reply letter and tossed it inside the black jar. With bated breath, he hoped to verify whether his black jar truly connected past and present. Unfortunately, it turned out that information could only be received but not sent back. Disheartened, Crane examined the rice paper passed over by Aslan again carefully, comprehending their plight. They lacked water and grain, and they hoped Crane could bestow upon them aid to support millions of subjects. Crane was troubled now. How could he support so many civilians? Even giving one mouthful of water would put a huge burden on him, let alone both water and grain. Subconsciously, he shook his head, realizing there was nothing he could do except provide limited assistance since such a venture would be too costly. But at that moment, the big black jar clanked, spitting out a gold lump larger than a household bowl, followed by various exquisite silver items, jewelry, ornaments, carnelian jadeware, a dazzling pile of golden treasure. Very eye-catching. Despite being born into wealth and having siblings worth billions, Crane felt very moved, almost excitedly taking up several large gold chains, draping them around his neck, striding a few steps with an unrecognizable expression. A smile full of joy spread across his face. Yet, the big black jar did not stop, continuously ejecting more treasures, green stones, amber, TG beads, and various jade artworks, premium sandalwood, rosewood, ebony, lightning-struck wood. Additionally, bronze wares, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, ancient coins, all cascading out of the black jar like a waterfall, quickly occupying half his room. Crane estimated at least 3 carts would be needed to haul away all the loot. Otherwise, it'd take forever to move everything. Oh wow, these Western young people are too adorable. Looking at the shimmering heap of gold around him, Crane said with narrowed eyes, beaming with excitement, "It makes me love doing good deeds because helping people also brings fortune." Just after this thought, Crane suddenly realized something. He picked up the paper again and reread it closely. He understood that not only were they short on food and water, but they were also under siege by the hundreds of thousands strong army of barbarians, facing imminent peril of national extinction. Glancing between the paper in his hand and the glowing gold pile before the black jar, Crane felt compelled to help. Meanwhile, Maggie and her companions looked at each other in confusion. Your Majesty, what does this god mean? Receiving gold, silver, jade, paintings. Maggie scratched her head, watching as the tin carts of tributary treasures had all been absorbed into the giant bronze tripod. But the tribute of 100 beautiful maidens. The deity didn't accept them? Maggie showed a look of puzzlement. Why doesn't our Western Liang's beautiful maidens meet its approval? General Ma, I know. Javier broke into a wide grin, his eyes twinkling with intelligence. Perhaps the deity prefers treasures, jade artifacts, and paintings rather than beautiful maidens. Yes, that must be it. Nodding their heads, Norris and the others showed a determined expression. After all, if the deity liked something, how could it not accept it? Lord Bart, go select another 100 male consorts. Since the deity doesn't favor beautiful maidens, it might prefer male consorts. Yes. Lord Bart accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, the Shiliang female national teacher bowed and said, Your Majesty, we have already offered sacrifices to the deity and prayed. Why did the deity not immediately grant us food this time, but only accepted our offerings? Could it be that we asked for too much while offering too little, displeasing the deity? The Shiliang female national teacher frowned in speculation. However, Norris and the others remained resolute. National teacher, your reasoning makes sense. The items bestowed by the deity are all priceless treasures. Each one must be valuable. General Wilfred's words are reasonable. The civil and military officials of Shiliang agreed wholeheartedly. Perhaps if we wish to receive more from the deity, we need to offer more ourselves? Your Majesty, why don't we offer more gold, silver, jade, paintings, and other treasures? The deity seems to like them, Ajani suggested with a bow. Katie showed a bitter smile, while Norris and the others seemed to have thought of something and immediately bowed. Your Majesty, please do not worry about sacrificing gold and silver treasures to the deity. We will also contribute, as long as it can secure food and water for everyone. Gold and silver treasures mean nothing to us. General, your loyalty? Hearing Norris's words, Katie couldn't help but speak. Norris, however, politely replied, Your Majesty, I shall return now and fetch some gold and silver treasures. With that, Norris held her sword and turned to leave. The remaining ministers followed suit after bowing. After all, they knew clearly that obtaining food from the deity required collective sacrifice. The more treasures sacrificed, the more the deity would bestow upon them. After all, these things had to be bought with money, right? The more Norris thought, the more determined she became, her eyes shining with wisdom. Meanwhile, holding the rice paper, Carlos made a decision. Since the other side had given so much gold and silver, he should naturally provide what they needed, grain. Quickly taking out his phone, he dialed a number and asked, Herman, where are you now? Chen Xiao, I'm playing around in Laos right now. Upon hearing Carlos's voice, Herman chuckled. Do you need something? Herman, isn't the flower business in Jinghai mainly handled by you? Holding the phone, Carlos inquired, to which Herman proudly responded, Yes, the flower business in Jinghai is under my jurisdiction. All supermarkets, shops, and vendors get their supplies from me, both online and offline. Great, wonderful. Hearing this, Carlos was delighted. Herman, arrange for 10,000 jin of rice, 10,000 packs of noodles, 10,000 jin of flour, and 10,000 packs of want instant noodles. Also, 5,000 barrels of cooking oil, 5,000 bags of salt, and 100,000 eggs, preserved eggs, and salted duck eggs each. Additionally, 50,000 jin each of steamed buns, pork buns, shao mai, sausages, and ham sausage, ready to heat. And 5,000 bottles each of fish sauce, oyster sauce, sesame oil, hot pot base, lao gan ma, spicy chicken, and seasonings. Herman sounded a bit uneasy after hearing Carlos's requests. Chen Xiao, what do you need all this for? Supporting disaster-stricken areas? Yes, supporting disaster-stricken areas. Carlos firmly replied. Herman, thinking Carlos was joking, teased. Then send me a deposit of 1 million first? Sure, I'll send it now. Carlos confirmed via text transfer and sent 1 million as a deposit. Herman was almost speechless. Chen Xiao, are you serious? What do you think? Ship them quickly. Carlos continued. My brother has a large warehouse at Mingyue Town Dock, previously used for frozen fish. It's empty now. Send the goods there directly. Can you do it within half a day? Yes, it can be done. Receiving such a large order, Herman was overjoyed. My warehouse is nearby. I'll call and arrange it immediately. Carlos thanked him and hung up, rubbing his forehead, realizing that food alone wasn't enough. Should he also send some weapons to those little cuties? Carlos had this thought, and felt it necessary to go see Lincoln in Jinghai. He wanted to see if Lincoln could manage to get a batch of AK-47s, Gatling guns, and TNT explosives. After all, according to the information on the rice paper, those little cuties from the Shiliang female kingdom were currently besieged by millions of barbarian troops. Faced with such a situation, Carlos believed that AK-47s, Gatling guns, and TNT explosives were definitely indispensable. Chapter 6. This scroll and painting is worth 10 billion. It must have AK. Carlos rubbed his temples and muttered firmly. After all, with AK in hand, the world is mine. With these mutterings over, Carlos casually picked out a fine scroll and painting. There was also a beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain vase. He was about to ask Bryant to appraise them, and then find a wealthy buyer to sell these items for money. After all, there was a large sum of money owed to Herman, so exchanging a couple of these items for cash was absolutely necessary. So, Carlos took a fine scroll and painting, along with a blue and white porcelain vase and the large black jar from the room. He climbed into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked in the courtyard and drove straight to Mingyue Town's Texas Street. In that ancient and quaint street, a Chinese quadrangle courtyard stood. As Carlos pulled up, an old man with snow-white hair, slightly hunched back, wearing reading glasses and holding a watering can for flowers, walked out of the quadrangle like a scholarly scholar. Carlos quickly parked the car, pushed open the door, jumped out, and took 2 bottles of Maudai wine from the trunk, walking towards Bryant and saying, "Bryant, watering the flowers?" "Yeah, nothing else to do, so I just water these?" Bryant had already seen Carlos coming but didn't turn around as he continued watering the plants. "Bryant, I have something here." Hearing this, Carlos handed the bottles of Maudai to Bryant and said, "I need your help to take a look." "Oh, what's the good stuff?" At this, Bryant paused mid-action, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Show it to me." Bryant guaranteed good stuff. Carlos laughed, went back to the car, took out the scroll and painting along with the blue and white vase, and handed them to Bryant. "Give it a valuation for me?" At first, Bryant didn't take it seriously, but when he held the blue and white vase and examined it closely, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Brat, where did you get this bottle?" "This is quite an extraordinary item, worth at least 2 billion. "What? 2 billion? Carlos's mind buzzed hearing this because he had dozens more of such vases in his underground storage. If one vase was worth 2 billion, then selling dozens would mean 20 billion or more. Carlos was nearly speechless. Meanwhile, Bryant put down the vase and started examining the scroll and painting eagerly. Just a quick glance had his eyes almost popping out. "Brat, where did you get this scroll?" "It's simply miraculous," Bryant exclaimed, visibly agitated. Carlos responded with a surprised, "Ah," and immediately became excited himself. Given Bryant's reputation in the antiques world, if he said it was valuable, "Bryant, give it a valuation." Carlos gazed intently at Bryant. "I can't really tell." "Brat, after all these years, I won't shortchange you," Bryant said, examining the painting while raising a finger. "Sell this painting to me. I'll give you 10 billion. And I'll take the vase too. 12 billion total. How does that sound?" "Bryant, no problem." Carlos smiled. "My brother and I have always been grateful for your care over the years. You've always been like a father to us. Your offer is fair. Can you tell me why this ancient painting is so valuable?" Bryant's expression remained fervent. "Because it bears the treasure seal of the Western Liang Kingdom of Women, so once it comes to light, it will create a sensation in the antique world. Its value is incalculable." Western Liang Kingdom of Women?" Carlos asked, pretending not to know. Bryant replied passionately, "Yes, exactly. A controversial dynasty, though recorded in unofficial histories as one of the 16 kingdoms of Xiliang, founded by Han Chinese Andonis. At its peak, it governed parts of western Gansu, spanning 3 rulers over 22 years, until it fell after losing a war with the barbarians. Only unofficial histories record it, and now your painting provides evidence." Carlos's mind buzzed again, realizing his large black jar could trace back to that era. Brat. Bryant, of course, had no idea what was on Carlos's mind. Instead, he frowned and looked at Carlos, asking, "What are you thinking about? I called you several times, but you didn't respond." "Ah, sorry." Carlos came to his senses and replied, "Bryant, I got distracted. What do you need?" "All right then." Bryant stared at Carlos's face and said, "Take out your phone. I'll transfer 12 billion to you." "Sure thing, Bryant." Carlos hurriedly took out his phone. Then, Bryant scanned the QR code and transferred 12 billion, saying, "Brat, if you have any more artifacts from the Western Liang Kingdom of Women, bring them here, and I promise not to underpay you." "Got it, Bryant." Hearing the confirmation of 12 billion hitting his account, Carlos happily replied. Then Bryant added, "Brat, if you don't have anything else, you can leave now. I need to call some old friends to come over and admire this rare piece from the Western Liang Kingdom of Women. I won't keep you for dinner." What could Carlos say? He still had a lot to do, especially concerning that big black jar. No matter what, he needed to try again, hoping to transport himself to the other side. After all, it was a daughter's kingdom. Thinking about those beautiful women, they must be longing for men. He couldn't wait to go through. But when he got back to the car and tried placing the big black jar over his head several times, it still wouldn't work. In disappointment, Carlos gave up, realizing that the big black jar couldn't transport living beings. So, he put the jar in the passenger seat and drove straight to the port warehouse. His priority now was to send the food to the little darlings in the Western Liang Kingdom of Women. Within a short time, Carlos arrived at the port warehouse. Numerous large trucks unloaded their cargo: rice, noodles, flour, instant noodles, cooking oil, salt, eggs, century eggs, salted duck eggs, ready-to-steam buns, meat buns, steamed pork dumplings, sausages, all into the warehouse where his brother used to store frozen fish. With so many helpers, Carlos only waited less than 3 hours before everything was unloaded. Without much ado, Carlos called Herman to settle the final payment of 13 million and finalize the purchase. Looking at the 12 billion lying in his bank account, Carlos immediately felt ancient money was too easy to earn. However, he soon faced a new problem. How to move all these goods into the big black jar piece by piece? It would take forever. Just as he thought about this, he hugged the big black jar, wishing it could swallow the items itself. To his astonishment, in the blink of an eye, all the food in the warehouse, ready-to-steam buns, meat buns, dumplings, sausages, was instantly consumed by the big black jar. "Old Black, you're amazing." Stunned, Carlos muttered, "You're a real big eater." As Carlos marveled at the scene, the imperial advisor of the Western Liang Kingdom of Women spoke to Empress Ava. "Your Majesty, shall I prepare some porridge for you first? You should also rest a bit. After all, you've been tired these past days. Besides, the gods are surely busy and can't just focus on us." "No, I can't leave." Empress Ava shook her head and said, "I must continue praying here. Only through my devotion will the gods see my sincerity and bless us with water and food." "But Your Majesty," the imperial advisor looked dejected. "Maybe we've prayed too much and angered the gods, making them unwilling to grant us food." Chapter 7 Joanne, 2 meat buns, and subduing the patrol camp. No, it won't." Joanne's gaze was firm as she looked at the giant bronze tripod, her hands clasped together in even more devout prayer. The Xiliang female imperial scholar shook her head helplessly upon seeing this scene, because she was certain that they had asked for too much from the gods. She feared that they had angered the divine beings who now refused to provide them with food any longer. So she prepared to leave. But just then, the bronze tripod trembled. Following this, under her unbelievably shocked eyes, bags of wuchang rice, chungkiming noodles, pure white flour, Baixiang instant noodles gushed out of the tripod like a geyser. Your Majesty, rice? It's rice. So much rice. The Shilyang female imperial scholar watched this scene with bulging eyes, before her expression turned incredibly excited. And there's also noodles. There are noodles? So many noodles? Joanne's expression was also stunned as an abundance of food sprayed out from the bronze tripod. Not only were there rice and noodles, there were also cooking oil, table salt, eggs, century eggs, salted eggs, steamed buns ready to be heated and eaten, large meat buns, shumai, sausages, ham sausages, fish oil for steaming, oyster sauce, sesame oil, hot pot base, lao gan ma, spice chicken, 5-spice powder, star anise, scallions, ginger, garlic, all pouring out from the tripod. The grand hall could not contain it all. Really, it could not contain everything which squeezed out through the open palace gate. There were 50-pound bags of wuchang rice rolling everywhere. Your Majesty, the gods have not abandoned us. The gods have bestowed food upon us once again. The Shilyang female imperial scholar, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped tears from her eyes with both hands. There's much more than last time. An entire palace cannot contain it. It is simply too much. Joanne couldn't help but wipe away tears with her sleeve due to sheer excitement because she was genuinely afraid that her prayers had been too demanding, thereby angering the gods who might no longer grant them food. Thankfully, the gods were not angry and still willing to bestow food upon them. How could Joanne not cry tears of joy? But, at this moment, Ajani rushed over with an urgent look on his face. Seeing the scene in front of him besides being shocked, he immediately bowed down and said, Your Majesty, it's terrible. The patrol camp has rebelled. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Joanne asked while wiping away her tears, while Ajani replied with a bow. They got some information from somewhere that our Phoenix Feather Guard has food, and they are now surrounding us with their troops. The right camp of my Phoenix Feather Guard is facing off against them, threatening us to hand over the food. They have rebelled? Bart Gong's son, hearing these words from Ajani, shrieked in his falsetto voice. Your Majesty, we should urgently ask the gods to send down the 5 elements lightning to destroy these rebels. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The Shilyang female imperial scholar advised. This incident is about grain. Why not take this opportunity to win over the patrol camp controlled by the Su family using grain? Joanne shuddered upon hearing this, immediately catching on to what was implied. She possessed a vast amount of grain granted by the gods. Having this food put her in control, thus this truly was a great chance to reclaim the 10,000-strong patrol camp from the Su family. With this thought settled, Joanne did not hesitate further and immediately ordered Chief Eunuch Bart Gong's son. On one side, they organized the court eunuchs to move the grain stored in Fengying Palace. On the other side, she selected batches of grain to be transported to the right camp to assist her in subduing the 10,000-strong patrol camp, besieging the Phoenix Feather Guard right camp. Bart Gong's son accepted the order and left. Joanne brushed aside her sleeve, gripping the sword at her waist gallantly, leading Ajani and others towards the Phoenix Feather Guard right camp. She intended to curb the situation from worsening and reclaim the 10,000-strong patrol camp controlled by the Su family. Leaving Fengying Palace, they marched on with a majestic procession to reach the Phoenix Feather Guard right camp, which was in utter chaos at this moment. 20,000 patrol camp soldiers, armed with knives and spears, stood in opposition to the Phoenix Feather Guard right camp. His Majesty has arrived, wearing blood-stained silver armor and gripping the sword at her waist. Ajani's gaze contained a coldly murderous air. Will you all stop? Patrol Camp Commander Carissa, far from showing any intention to stop, grew unusually agitated instead. Why should we stop? Your Majesty has come. We must question why the food is given only to the Phoenix Feather Guard and not to our patrol camp. Carissa, what do you mean? Hearing these words from Carissa, Joanne's eyes narrowed as she tightened her grip on her sword hilt. Who needs your approval for whom I give food to? I didn't mean anything improper. Yet Carissa retorted undauntedly. I just think that if your Majesty has food, it should be shared among everyone, not kept privately. Carissa, you are being disrespectful. Hearing Carissa's words, Joanne's gaze darkened and she rebuked Carissa. But Carissa acted extremely arrogantly. What if I am? Your Majesty is hoarding food. If you don't share it with us today, we will rebel. As Carissa finished her sentence, the soldiers who followed her all started clamoring. General Su is right. Your Majesty has food but doesn't share it with us. This means you don't want us to live. Since we have no way out, we will follow General Su in rebellion today. Faced with such an aggressive challenge from Carissa and her troops, Joanne said nothing and drew her sword. She slashed at Carissa's neck, and in a flash, Carissa's head flew up into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Who else wants to rebel? With one stroke, Joanne killed Carissa. She gripped her blood-dripping long sword tightly like a warrior goddess, glaring at the soldiers of the patrol camp who had just joined in the clamor. Do you still want to rebel? Seeing this, Sierra and the others who had supported Carissa immediately stepped back, taken aback by how suddenly everything happened. They hadn't reacted fast enough, as Joanne had swiftly executed Carissa. Despite their surprise, they only retreated one step. After all, without food, they were doomed either way. Since death was inevitable, they wanted to die full rather than starve, so even though Joanne intimidated them, they didn't retreat, remaining firmly in front of Jo and like an impregnable wall. Joanne, holding the dripping blood-stained sword tightly, pointed it at Sierra and the others who refused to retreat. I can give you food, but from today on, you must submit to me. I, as your subordinate, am willing to submit to your Majesty. The left commander of the patrol camp, Eider, was the first to kneel down and said, As long as your Majesty gives me food, I swear to be loyal to you until death, never betraying you. So do we. As Eider knelt down, over 10 officers quickly came forward to bow and pledge allegiance to Joanne. Sierra and the others were completely stunned by this scene, as it was far beyond what they expected. It completely deviated from their control. Wilfred Reaver, Joanne's strong response today was in stark contrast to her previously gentle nature. However, at that moment, Sierra was the first to jump up in agitation, pointing at Iter and shouting, "Iter, are you all crazy? How could you submit to Joanne? Have you all lost your minds?" "We are not crazy." Facing Sierra's accusations, Iter angrily retorted, "You dared to join Carissa's rebellion, which is truly madness. Iter, you are courting death?" Sierra, incensed by Iter's words, unsheathed her knife without hesitation, intending to slash Iter. But at that moment, a sharp sword beam pierced through her chest from behind, and then came the icy voice of Ajani. "Sierra has been killed by me. Who else wants to rebel with her?" Ajani's words made the rest of Sierra's followers tremble in fear and kneel on the ground, declaring their willingness to submit. "Good, very good." Joanne was inwardly delighted. "Since you all are willing to submit, stay with the Phoenix Feather Guard and follow my orders."
"Yes."
Joanne's words left no room for dissent among those following Sierra. After all, anyone could see that Joanne had essentially put them under house arrest. There was also the possibility she might eliminate them all. However, Joanne swept her gaze across their faces, finally stopping at Iter's face and said, "Iter, you will now command the patrol camp. As for food, any number of people can receive half a pound per person, provided they genuinely submit to me." Half a pound of grain, really? Hearing this, the patrol camp soldiers who had been hesitant all knelt on the ground, shouting, "Long live Empress Joanne," like waves roaring in the sea. But there were still loyalists to the Sioux family in the patrol camp who muttered, "This bitch does indeed have more grain. We must tell General Hattie about this as soon as possible. Yes, we need to inform General Sioux so he can lead the city defense army of 100,000 and take all the grain from her." Just as these words left the lips of Guilherme, a loyalist to the Sioux family, Bart Gongsun, accompanied by Wilfred Han E and his Phoenix Feather Guard, pushed several hundred four-wheeled wooden carts covered in red cloth toward them. This scene instantly captured the attention of everyone in the patrol camp. They were all guessing what lay beneath the red cloths. Could it be grain? The thought of grain excited them. Their mouths began to water, as if they were a pack of hungry little wolves. They couldn't wait to taste the long-missed food. After all, they hadn't seen any grain for more than half a year. These days, they could only compete with the common people for tree bark and gunyan tu, guanine soil. And out of the original 50,000-strong patrol camp, only 20,000 had survived. "Your Majesty, the food is here. Not only do we have 1,000 bags of wuchang rice," Bart Gongsun deliberately shouted in a quacking voice. "There are also eggs, steamed buns, meat-filled buns, dumplings, sausages, and ham." When Bart Gongsun finished his sentence, everyone from the patrol camp and the Phoenix Feather Guard couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was too abundant. Not only rice, but also eggs, steamed buns, meat-filled buns, dumplings, sausages, and ham. But Joanne paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, she put away her blood-stained long sword and said, "Bart Gongsun, distribute the grain, without limit on numbers, in addition to half a pound of rice and 2 meat-filled buns per person. Give each person 2 eggs and 1 sausage, and each officer an extra 2 steamed buns, 2 meat-filled buns, 2 dumplings, and 2 sausages." "Understood." As soon as Bart Gongsun responded and lifted the red cloth covering the four-wheeled wooden carts, someone immediately looked up in amazement. "Those are really meat-filled buns. So white. So big." "Oh." Chapter 8, Eldest Sister-in-Law, a phone call. "She's back." Taking a bite of such a big meat bun, would it be dripping with oil? Iter and the others couldn't help but drool. Compared to earlier when they were willing to rebel alongside Carissa for food, seeing these white and plump meat buns, steaming old yeast mantou, eggs, shumai, ham sausages, and sausages made them both excited and teary-eyed. They hadn't seen such a scene in so long. Not having seen such an abundance of food in a long time, all the soldiers began to become more spirited. They felt hopeful about the future. On the other hand, Carlos rubbed his head, closed the gate of the port warehouse, and got into the car with the big black canister. Placing the big black canister on the passenger seat, he felt that he should also send some vegetables to the adorable girls of the Shiliang Women's Kingdom. Carrots, cabbages, lettuces, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, greens, onions, pork, chicken, duck, fish, and so on. After all, it wouldn't be good to have rice without vegetables. And there were many watermelons in the locals' fields, worrying about where to sell them. If he bought them from the farmers, he believed the people of Bright Wilfred in town would be very happy. Thinking of this, Carlos immediately took out his phone from his pocket, found Kermit's number, and called him, saying, "Kermit, where are you?" "I'm at the farmer's market selling fish. Working hard to become the next richest man of Jinghai City," replied Kermit, clearly quite excited. "Damn, don't you need an eldest sister-in-law?" Carlos complained. However, Kermit laughed and said, "How about introducing one to me, young Master Chun?" "Get lost." Carlos retorted angrily, "I haven't the time for this. Aren't you at the farmer's market now? I'm giving you a chance to make money." "Young Master Chun, what is it?" replied Kermit. Carlos then continued, "Kermit, I will transfer 2 million to you now. You take over the entire farmer's market and transport everything here to the port stock. I'll send you the location of my warehouse." "What? Take over everything?" Kermit was taken aback by Carlos's words, asking, "Young Master Chun, are you joking? Why do you need so many vegetables?" "That's none of your business." Carlos did not want to explain further and directly transferred 2 million to Kermit, saying, "Anyway, as long as it's not alive and can be eaten, I want it all." "Ah, young Master Chun, you're serious." Seeing the 2 million credited, Kermit was momentarily stunned. Carlos pursed his lips. "Do you think I'm joking? And I've sent you the address. Bring your father to guard the warehouse. I'll pay him 20,000 a month. Just ensure nothing goes missing from the warehouse." "Oh, young Master Chun." Kermit was so surprised he almost dropped his phone. "You're too generous. Guarding a warehouse earns 20,000. Why not take me in too? You give me 10,000 per month, and I'll follow you." "Enough chit-chat." Carlos scolded playfully. "Quickly start gathering vegetables at the market. Do well, and and I'll give you 200,000 per month. You can also gather a group of people to work with you, about 20 people. Each person will earn 10,000 per month. They mainly collect vegetables planted by villagers like peppers, eggplants, cucumbers, potatoes, carrots, greens, rice, loofahs, beans, watermelons, and so on. Just load them neatly into trucks and bring them to my warehouse. Also, chickens, ducks, fish, dog meat, beef, mutton, and so on. Anything killed and cleaned properly. I'll buy all these at market prices daily without limit. Young Master Chun, why do you need so much produce? Are you supporting disaster areas? Kermit asked his inner doubts. Carlos thought for a moment and replied, yes, support for disaster areas. Have an advertising company make a sign and hang banners on the warehouse gates. All right, young Master Chun. Hearing Carlos's instructions, Kermit promptly agreed. Mission accomplished. I'll start collecting vegetables for you. Okay, work well. Carlos rubbed his temples and teased Kermit. The future richest man of Straight City will definitely be you. Kermit responded, seemingly energized, and hung up his phone, shouting to the uncles and aunties at the farmer's market. Uncles and aunties, listen up. Today, I'm buying all the vegetables in the market. Kermit, are you delirious again? It's happening again. When the uncles and aunties at the farmer's market heard Kermit's words, they all started chattering. Don't see that we're all dozing off because there's no business. And you still find a chance to tease us? Gaspard, I'm not teasing you. What I'm saying is true. Kermit, however, held up his phone with unusually high spirits and said, because Chun Xiao just transferred 2 million to me. He asked me to buy all your vegetables. If you don't believe me, look at this. The 2 million Chun Xiao just transferred to me. Holy crap, it's true? Gaspard, who was selling vegetables at the farmer's market, immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. Kermit, come over here and buy our vegetables first. I'll give them to you at wholesale prices. After all, these veggies won't sell today. I'm definitely going to lose money again. Kermit, me too. All the uncles and aunties in the market crowded around Kermit. If you can take all our vegetables, I can give them to you at wholesale prices. All right. Kermit stood up straight and seriously said, load your vegetables onto the truck. I'll take you to deliver them, and once they're delivered, I'll settle the payment. The uncles and aunties in the farmer's market immediately sprang into action, packing up their stalls and loading their vegetables onto trucks, ready to follow Kermit for delivery. Hanging up the phone, Carlos rubbed his temples, feeling that giving only food and water to the Shilyang women's kingdom was not enough. He also needed to buy some powerful weapons on Taobao. After all, it was impossible to buy large quantities of firearms as the police or even national security would be alerted if he bought more than 10,000 units at once. So, he decided to get some cold weapons like Alf knives, Mo Dao, spring embroidery knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, compound bows, crossbows, and repeating crossbows. He also bought green dragon yin moon knives, square sky halberds, 18-foot spears, Yang family lances, hammers, Qin halberds, along with various types of armor, silk soft armor, shields, and stab-proof vests. Additionally, he ordered incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas grenades, gas cylinders, gasoline drums, diesel drums, kerosene drums, each amounting to 10,000 sets. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but the damn money ran out. Not only did he max out his Huabei credit service, but he also put in 20 billion of his own funds to finish placing all the orders according to his list. However, his phone was blowing up with messages from Taobao customer service, eagerly asking him to confirm the shipping address and offering free gifts. Carlos could only ignore them and check the delivery times. The fastest would still take 3 days, while some items, despite being bought from multiple stores, would take up to half a month to arrive. These included some of the compound bows, crossbows, repeating crossbows, armor, silk soft armor, stab-proof vests, and the aforementioned grenades and fuel drums. Seeing this, Carlos could only show a helpless expression. This was already the best option available. But right at this moment, Carlos's phone rang, and upon hearing the sound, he merely frowned slightly before answering it. On the other end, a gentle woman's voice spoke. Is this Carlos? I'm your sister-in-law, Adelaide. Sister-in-law, have you returned already? Hearing this, Carlos quickly asked. In response, Adelaide said, not yet, but I will definitely be there tonight. Prepare dinner for me when you're ready. And did you buy the mattress I asked you to? Bought it. Carlos hesitated for a moment and replied, I placed the order last night. I'll give them a call later to follow up. Do that. Adelaide responded and then instructed. And remember not to drink or smoke today because I need to talk to you tonight. Carlos couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Adelaide, with an unusually seductive tone, warned, what, huh? Remember, if you dare to disobey, sister-in-law will spank you when I get back. Carlos felt somewhat conflicted, as his sister-in-law Adelaide's implication was already quite clear. She was coming back, definitely to ask him for more seeds again. But he could only feel helpless because his sister-in-law wasn't just beautiful. She had single-handedly helped his elder brother rise from a small fish vendor to become the richest man in Haixia City, with the Tianqi Group under his name now worth hundreds of billions. However, the one regrettable thing was, they still didn't have any children. It wasn't her problem, but rather his brother's. Therefore, Adelaide had already come to him more than once to ask him for help in conceiving. Chapter 9 Sister-in-law, I've already laid out the mattress, just waiting for you to come back. Carlos, did you hear that? Adelaide, of course, had no idea what Carlos was thinking and asked in an unusually sweet voice. Carlos swallowed and said, I heard. I haven't smoked or drunk alcohol for half a month. Hee, that's good. Hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide's tone became very happy as she said, sister-in-law will add extra dishes for you tonight. What could Carlos say? With his sister-in-law speaking like this, it looked like he would have to work overtime tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Shilyang female kingdom, the Phoenix Guard's right camp, Eider was leading 2,000 troops from the patrol camp who had surrendered to Katie, forming 12 orderly lines. They watched as the four-wheeled wooden carts covered with red silk were unveiled, unable to suppress their excitement as they moved forward. They stretched out their emaciated hands, joyfully receiving half a pound of wuchang rice, then took 2 eggs and a sausage. Also, 2 large white meat buns. Holding them in their hands, they examined them closely, sniffed them, tears welling up in their clear eyes. Finally, there was food in the army, and delicious meat buns, along with 2 eggs and a sausage. They would never starve again. Seeing them crying and laughing, Katie, heartbroken, added another steamed bun to each of them, saying, "Soldiers, eat quickly. The deity will bless us with much more food." Eider and the others felt myriad emotions. Just days ago, they were eating grass and tree roots, yet today the deity gave them big steamed buns. Who says there are no deities in this world? Eider and her comrades silently chanted in their hearts, while they couldn't help but take a cautious bite of the meat buns in their hands. Delicious, even dripping with oil. After biting into the meat bun, Eider couldn't help but smile foolishly. Wilfred's importantly, it is fragrant meat inside. The soldiers in the patrol camp, long suffering from hunger, cautiously bit into the meat buns. Then they all widened their eyes. Their expressions showed disbelief, because the meat buns were not only delicious, but incredibly soft, not hurting their teeth, without any sand or soil mixed in. Instead, they contained meat mixed with green onions, ginger, and garlic, making them incredibly aromatic and oily. The soldiers in the patrol camp felt this meal was too luxurious. Even royalty in the past couldn't enjoy such fragrant meat buns, let alone this large chunk of meat inside. As they ate, they wiped away their tears, for they hadn't had such delicious meat buns in so long. "Your Majesty, thank you." Eider, still chewing on the meat bun, laughed foolishly, "for letting us eat such fragrant meat buns." Upon hearing Eider's words, all the soldiers knelt before Katie, shouting, "Long live." In unison, Katie broke into tears. "These foods are blessings from the deity. If you want to thank someone, sincerely thank the deity because it saved us. Thank the deity. To be able to eat such fragrant meat buns in this life is worth dying for." Eider and her comrades bowed their heads toward the sky. Such a good day with delicious meat buns was unimaginable both before and now. But the deity gave them this. Not only fragrant meat buns but also 2 eggs and a sausage. Half a pound of rice, which deeply moved them, especially with such a long sausage made entirely of meat. The eggs were big and delicious. Wilfred's importantly, the rice, almost perfectly full, had no yellowish discoloration or sand or soil mixed in. Take it home to cook porridge. Mix in some tree bark and grass roots, enough for their families to make do for several days. So Eider and her comrades genuinely thanked Carlos because Carlos gave them hope to live. But just then, several armored phoenix guards rushed over from the palace, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the deity is bestowing more food upon us. This time it's chicken, duck, fish, eggplant, string beans, chili peppers, cucumbers, potatoes, carrots, greens, rice. There are also radishes, lettuce, leeks, mushrooms, tofu, scallions, ginger, garlic, fruits, vegetables, and more food. The deity is really too kind to us." Katie wiped her tears, her face filled with emotion. "Thank you, deity. Thank you, deity." Ajani and Eider also bowed their heads towards the sky again, their faces showing devout gratitude for Carlos. On this side, Carlos watched as Kermit and his men rode off on a 3-wheeler, and stroked the large black jar in his embrace. "Old Black, we emptied 2 warehouses today. It should be enough for the little darlings of the Shiliang female kingdom to last for several days, right?" The large black jar, however, had no response. It was just as black as ever. Seeing this, Carlos pouted. Locking the warehouse door and holding the large black jar, he glanced at the sky and climbed into the Mercedes G-Class parked in front of the warehouse. There was a glint of anticipation in his eyes, because the delivery service for the mattress had already called to notify him. They would be delivering the soft and large mattress he ordered online to his home in about half an hour. Carlos rushed home to prepare, and thus, he left the warehouse in his Mercedes G-Class. It took only half an hour for him to return to the villa in Minuet Town. After waiting for a while, the delivery staff arrived. They delivered the soft and large mattress right to his home. Carlos asked them to place it on his sister-in-law's bed, and had them remove the old one. After tidying up the bedding, Carlos returned to the kitchen to start preparing. After all, his sister-in-law had already mentioned that she would come back for dinner. So, Carlos busied himself with the leftovers from the car in the kitchen. Soon, an opulent dinner spread out like a beautiful painting before him. There were steamed mandarin fish, dajipo pork, twice-cooked pork, roasted duck, soy sauce board duck, boiled egg stewed meatballs, sweet and sour spare ribs, preserved vegetable braised pork, braised pig's trotters, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried meat with chili peppers, shredded meat with okra, and a few dishes of greens. Carlos placed each dish on the table, even taking out a bottle of 1982 Lafite, arranging everything neatly, waiting for his sister-in-law Adelaide to return for a candlelit dinner. But after 10 minutes, Carlos still didn't see Adelaide driving back. Unable to wait any longer, he called her, only to be told that she met an old classmate on the road and was invited to their house for dinner. She told Carlos not to wait for her and to eat first, promising to return later. Frustrated, Carlos could only stare at the delicious spread on the table, feeling utterly deflated. Just then, a piece of Amirian paper floated out from the large black jar sitting in the living room. Carlos's eyes brightened instantly as he picked up the paper. It read in vigorous traditional Chinese characters, "Thank you, deity, for bestowing food upon us. We no longer have to worry about starving to death." But at the end, it requested more food and water because millions of civilians in the city lacked both. They hoped Carlos could grant them more provisions to set up soup kitchens and help the suffering citizens of the Shiliang female kingdom. They also pledged to offer sacrifices of valuable items. Understanding that he couldn't reply directly, Carlos embraced the large black jar and, using his mental focus, transported the entire meal to them. Back in the Shiliang female kingdom, Katie and her people were gathered around the bronze tripod with utmost reverence. Especially Eider, who had just joined, was filled with shock and awe. She had witnessed the bronze tripod spewing out chickens, ducks, fish, eggplants, green beans, peppers, cucumbers, potatoes, carrots, vegetables, rice, radishes, lettuce, leeks, mushrooms, tofu, spring onions, ginger, garlic, fruits, and more. Ida was speechless at this sight. It was too unbelievable. Katie, however, remained calm, having seen such miracles many times before. Suddenly, the bronze tripod trembled, and a pot of hot chicken stewed with mushrooms flew out. Instantly, the aroma filled the entire hall. Katie and the others gathered around, their eyes wide open, staring hungrily at the aromatic chicken stewed with mushrooms, swallowing hard. Your Majesty, what a big chicken! There are mushrooms in the soup? The national teacher was flushed with excitement. This is the kind of food only deities should enjoy, yet it has been bestowed upon us. Your Majesty, this means the deity sees us as family, remarked someone else. Tears welled up in Ajani and Norris's eyes as they felt deeply moved. They couldn't help but swallow saliva. The food smelled irresistible. Suddenly, Wilford dishes like steamed mandarin fish, dajipo pork, twice-cooked pork, roasted duck, soy sauce boiled duck, boiled egg stewed meatballs, sweet and sour spare ribs, preserved vegetable braised pork, braised pig's trotters, stir-fried meat with chili peppers, shredded meat with okra, and a few side dishes of greens, along with a bottle of 1982 Lafite, emerged from the bronze tripod. Landing steadily on the palace floor, a bowl of steamed rice was also thoughtfully provided. Rumble, rumble. Ajani and Norris's stomachs grumbled loudly as saliva involuntarily dripped from their mouths. Your Majesty, this should be the divine food worthy of the gods. Several civil ministers in the Great Hall approached Katie to suggest, we should enshrine it and worship it daily to show our respect for the deity. Yes, yes indeed. Ajani and others drooled as they echoed. Enshrining and worshipping it daily would best demonstrate our reverence for the deity. After all, this is divine food bestowed by the deity. How could we dare to enjoy it? Gentlemen, perhaps not. Thorn stepped forward and bowed, saying, since the deity has bestowed us with this food, it must wish for us to partake of it. If we only enshrine it, wouldn't we go against the deity's intention? With that, Thorn took the lead in picking up his chopsticks, placing a piece of braised pork in his mouth and savoring it carefully. Seeing this, Ajani and the others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Katie. Seeing she had no intention to stop them, they followed suit with their chopsticks. Soon, Ajani and her companions indulged heartily, exclaiming, Your Majesty, these truly live up to being divine food bestowed by the deity. So delicious. Your Majesty, please try this. Norris picked up a pig's trotter and brought it to Katie's lips, saying, this pig's trotter is really delicious. So flavorful. Katie intended to refuse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the fragrant pork fell right into her mouth. So delicious. Katie's soft and sensual lips wrapped around Norris's chopsticks, her tender tongue licking lightly. Instantly, the juicy flavor burst open on her taste buds. She quickly swallowed, unable to resist letting out a contented sigh. Thereafter, Katie paid no heed to her imperial dignity or poise, grabbing her chopsticks and indulging wholeheartedly. In no time, she devoured steamed mandarin fish, dajipo pork, twice-cooked pork, roasted duck, soy sauce boiled duck, boiled egg stewed meatballs, sweet and sour spare ribs, preserved vegetable braised pork, and braised pig's trotters. She even enjoyed stir-fried meat with chili peppers and shredded meat with okra, her seductive red lips smudged with oil. So delicious. Katie licked her lips, her face radiating satisfaction as she exclaimed, indeed, divine food enjoyed by the gods. Truly delectable. Chapter 10. This porridge is quite white. It's really delicious. The female national teacher of Shiliang was also eating with oil streaming from her mouth. Her two hands, as white and tender as mutton fat jade, effortlessly tore a duck leg off the soy sauce board duck. She gazed at the rosy, tempting large duck leg. Her soft tongue flicked out like a snake, opening her moist and seductive red lips. She licked around her lips with her tongue. Then she swallowed hard, carefully taking a bite of the duck leg meat in her hand. Despite its slightly dry texture, the unique flavor and rich aroma of the soy sauce board duck conquered her taste buds instantly. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Your Majesty, this dried duck meat is like a delicacy from immortals, not only firm. Wilford, it's extremely elastic. Although the texture is somewhat dry and less tender, the pure and thick aroma is unforgettable. Let me try too. Upon hearing this, Ava also tore off a duck wing and took a bite. She was immediately captivated by the rich soy aroma of the soy sauce board duck, especially its unique, lingering flavor. Ava was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. But at this moment, a small eunuch ran in breathlessly and unsteadily. He rushed in like a gust of wind and shouted in panic, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The famine-stricken people outside the palace know there's food inside. They are starting to break into the palace. They've grown leopard hearts and bear livers. General Ajani stood up abruptly, his face filled with anger. Daring to break into the palace, do they not know it's a capital offense? General Shangwan, the people are already at their wits' end. Cases of cannibalism have become common. Thorn stepped forward and said, now that they dare gather and break into the palace, it must be because the news of the palace's stored grain has spread. Thus, the people in the city are rushing in like hungry tigers for food. Minister Chun speaks the truth. The female national teacher of Shiliang added, the people must have learned of the grain inside the palace. That's why they're swarming like fish crossing a river, storming the palace for food. Their actions are merely for survival in these difficult times. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Our own supplies are barely enough, let alone for the millions of starving citizens. Some of the officials in the hall were in a panic. If they storm in like hungry wolves, they will swarm and fight for food like locusts, and may even kill all of us. Your Majesty, perhaps I should lead the Phoenix Feather Guard to suppress them. Anyone who dares to storm the palace shall be executed without mercy. General Ajani and Norris volunteered. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Thorne objected, bowing in respect. If this situation escalates, someone must be inciting unrest behind the scenes. If General Shangwan and Wilfred use force, it could spark a full-blown uprising. With millions of citizens storming the palace and only our 40,000 troops, we might struggle to maintain control. Therefore, I suggest setting up soup kitchens outside the palace and distributing grain to aid the suffering people. Your Majesty, Minister Chan is right. The female national teacher also advised, I hope Your Majesty will adopt this plan, or else a rebellion will erupt, and the people will surely storm the palace for food. The national teacher is correct. Ava, her eyes sharp, declared firmly, immediately issue my royal decree to set up soup kitchens outside the palace and distribute grain to aid the suffering people. Your Majesty, you should personally address the people so they can appreciate your royal grace, Thorne suggested with another bow. Ava understood the importance. Holding her long sword tightly, she ordered, General Fan, please lead your troops first. I will follow shortly with supplies. Yes, Your Majesty. General Fan released his chicken leg, saluted, while Ava instructed Norris and Ajani to reinforce the palace defenses. She watched as Fan led the patrol camp swiftly right out of the palace. Outside the palace gate, tensions were running high as the citizens surged toward the palace like waves. The Phoenix Feather Guard held firm like an impenetrable wall, blocking the entrance. But still, more citizens streamed in, shouting for the emperor to open the granaries. Some carried farming tools, madly surging toward the gates. Though they were just a disorganized mob, their shouts for food and frantic charges to the gates were relentless. Yet they couldn't break through the defenses of the Phoenix Feather Guard, which stood like an unbreakable fortress, holding back the crowd outside the gates. But the people kept coming. Showing no fear, they surged forward relentlessly, desperate to break into the palace because they had become so hungry that they had even resorted to eating their own children. For food, how could they still have any fear? After all, without food, death was inevitable. The Phoenix Feather Guard dared not retreat, or let the commoners storm the palace. If the civilians breached the palace walls, all the citizens of the city would be doomed. Because if the 200,000 southern barbarians outside the city walls learned that the imperial palace had been attacked by famine-stricken refugees, they would charge in like wolves pouncing on prey. Then, the million citizens of the city would surely become their prey, left at their mercy to slaughter. After all, the 5-year drought in the northern territories had left every country short of water and food, turning the entire north into barren wasteland. The southern barbarians had relied on brutal killings to not only seize the food supplies of the northern territories, but also treated the people there as livestock, slaughtering them for food. Therefore, every member of the Phoenix Feather Guard understood this. They must defend the palace and never let anyone inside. But the commoners did not back down. They continued to rush toward the palace like zombies, driven by the desperation for food, just to survive a little longer or give their starving families a fighting chance. But, at this moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps, like a galloping cavalry, echoed from within the palace. Soon, the 20,000-strong patrol camp, clad in armor, emerged like an unstoppable iron tide. Under Ider's command, they surged forward like waves, quickly drawing their swords and forming a fan-shaped formation to block the entrance for the commoners storming the palace. Ider shouted fiercely while drawing his sword, You rebellious commoners, are you trying to revolt? General Fan, we don't want to rebel. Outside the palace gate, emaciated hands reached out, dark and withered, belonging to hunched-over figures with faces gaunt from hunger like starving wolves. They cried out, We just want some grain. If His Majesty gives us a bit of grain to save our dying children, I'd die here happily. Blasphemy, even if you need food, you cannot storm the palace. Despite their pity, the Phoenix Feather Guard, unable to contain their anger, roared, Or else, do not blame us for being ruthless. General, even if you kill us, we will storm in. Several among the crowd cried out sorrowfully, Because you have food but refuse to share it. What kind of logic is that? I don't ask for much, just half a bun to save my dying child. Fellow villagers, don't waste words on these officials. If we want food today, we must force our way into the palace. Just as Ider was watching the countless miserable people cry out, a voice incited from the crowd. Otherwise, we can only watch our families starve to death. Right, we must raid it. Another voice echoed from the crowd. Since there's food in the palace, yet they won't give it to us. They just want to watch us starve. For our families, for our children. Fellow villagers, break into the palace, seize their hidden food. Only then can our families eat and our starving children live. Hearing these inciting words, the people outside became restless again, some waving their farm tools and charging towards the palace once more. Yet, the Phoenix Feather Guard steadfastly defended the gates, preventing anyone from breaking through. But the people who stormed the palace were emotionally charged, pushing forward despite everything, especially fueled by the inciting voices, surging forward like relentless waves. They clung tightly to their dying children, giving it their all to push forward, driven by one thought. Break into the palace, get the food, save their dying children. But, at this moment, Ava finally emerged with palace attendants, pushing carts loaded with grain, rushing like the wind towards the palace gates. Seeing the conflicts between soldiers and the people, and the crying children, her eyes welled up with tears, blazing like flames. She waved her hand and shouted loudly, Stop! I am Ava, the Emperor. At the sound of Ava's roar, the countless people storming the palace froze in place, immediately kneeling to the ground and pleading, Your Majesty, please understand, we did not intend to storm the palace. We only wanted food to save our dying children. We beg for Your Majesty's mercy and grant us some food. Seeing this, Ava felt her heart tear apart, closing her eyes in deep pain, for though Carlos had given her plenty of grain today. However, the civilians within the imperial city numbered in the millions. If all these supplies were distributed, they would be depleted within half a day. Then, they would return to the bleak days of 2 days ago, with both the civilians and the guards of the imperial city starving to death. But if the grain was not given out to set up soup kitchens for disaster relief, the refugees would erupt into chaos like a volcano, leading to inevitable death once more. Because once civil unrest erupted inside the city, the barbarians outside would certainly take advantage of the chaos and attack like hungry wolves. At that time, all the civilians and soldiers in the city would be doomed to become the prey of the barbarians. Thus, Ava felt an immense weight pressing down on her, as heavy as Wilfred on tie. Yet, despite everything, Ava gritted her teeth, unable to bear the suffering of the people. My citizens, I will grant you some food, but those who breach the palace will be conscripted into the army, and those who incite unrest, immediate execution. Ava's words stirred up a storm, and instantly all the people knelt down, shouting praises of "Long live the Emperor." As for the dozen or so barbarian spies mixed among the crowd, they fled like startled birds, only to be caught by Ava, who swiftly executed them. After handling this, Ava addressed the civilians gathered at the palace gates. I hereby order that from today onwards, all civilians in the imperial city may queue daily for a bowl of steaming white rice porridge at the palace gate. I will set up soup kitchens for the distribution of porridge and noodles. This decree goes into effect immediately. Before Ava had even finished speaking, thunderous cheers filled the sky, wave after wave, for the prospect of food brought hope into their lives shrouded in darkness. They no longer feared starvation. Ava took a deep breath and instructed eunuch Bart to lead the palace servants in bringing carts of sparkling wuchang rice, as well as delicate silver-like chian keming noodles. Under the heavy guard of the patrol camp, these supplies were pushed out of the palace gate, and thousands of soup kitchens were set up outside the city walls to cook porridge and noodles, distributing food to the orderly queues of civilians. The faces of the civilians outside the palace were filled with disbelief as though in a dream. Yet they could not help but weep tears of joy, for finally they would no longer have to struggle in the abyss of hunger. They had food, plump grains of wuchang rice, and delicate, silver-like chian keming noodles. They felt both elated and melancholic, and many wiped away their tears with their sleeves. For finally they had food. They could eat fragrant bowls of white rice porridge, and delicate, silver-like chian keming noodles. They no longer needed to worry about starving to death. Chapter 11. Sister-in-law, come back and have children. Quickly go and inform General Hattie. Seeing the scene, Guilherme, a trusted aide of the Sue family, exclaimed with excitement, the palace indeed has grain. Not only grain but also a large amount of flour. Yes. Immediately, someone in the crowd responded. Meanwhile, Guilherme gazed at the thousands of soup tins arranged in sequence below the imperial city. The firewood stoves boiling vigorously with rice porridge, and pots of instant noodles cooked to perfection. There were also chian keming noodles, which made him almost drool, even though he was a trusted aide of the Sue family. He hadn't eaten plump, fully cooked white rice porridge for a long time, let alone the fragrant noodles. And from the pot, bowls of curled white elephant instant noodles were ladled out, along with a small packet of pickled vegetables for each person. Guilherme felt that being a disaster victim wasn't so bad since he could drink such delicious white rice porridge. Katie paid no attention to Guilherme but watched the ragged commoners finish their rice porridge, licking their bowls again and again, her heart filled with pain. Yet, she was powerless. After all, she didn't have enough grain to feed them properly, so she could only watch as they licked their bowls repeatedly. No, I must beg the divine beings again to grant us more food and water. Observing the miserable scenes before her, Katie said, the people of Shiliang are suffering too much. I must beg the divine beings to provide us with food and water, so my people can survive. With this thought, Katie immediately instructed eunuch Bart to distribute the porridge well, and then ran towards the Fengyang Hall. She needed to pray for food and water for the people of Shiliang, to ensure there would be food to eat, and water to drink. If Katie could obtain water and food, she was willing to sacrifice her life. Her resolve only intensified as she hurried back from the palace gate to the Fengyang Hall. Thorn and Ajani were all waiting for her return. Your Majesty, how is the situation at the palace gate? Has the civilian unrest been quelled? Norris stepped forward first to ask. Ajani and the others also looked concerned. Katie replied with a heavy expression, the unrest has been calmed. We also captured over 10 spies from the barbarians inside the city. Therefore, the barbarians outside know we have grain in the city. Plus, the Sue family is watching us closely. Our situation is quite precarious. Your Majesty, what should we do? After all, the Sue family controls the 10,000 city defense troops. If they turn against us, the Grand Preceptor of Shiliang expressed deep concern. We might face tremendous turmoil, even threatening Your Majesty's rule. Your Majesty, we must take precautions. Ajani added anxiously, after all, everyone knows the Sue family's ambitions. If they lead the 10,000 city defense troops to rebel, it will be hard for us to handle. Your Majesty, I have a plan to break the Sue family's hold on the 10,000 city defense troops. Thorn stepped forward and spoke. Katie raised her gaze slightly and asked, Grand Preceptor, what is your plan? Your Majesty, if you give me 10,000 caddies of grain, I have a 70% chance of convincing the city defense troops to defect from the Sue family and pledge allegiance to you. Thorn bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Katie frowned. Grand Preceptor, I entrust this matter entirely to you. As long as you can convince the city defense troops to join us, we will be able to safeguard the foundation of Shiliang. If we can receive divine help in the future, we will surely hold onto Yingyang City and ensure Shiliang does not fall. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Thorn replied with another bow. I shall set off for the city defense camp immediately to persuade the troops with my persuasive tongue. I entrust this matter entirely to you, Grand Preceptor. Katie agreed and then instructed Ajani, General Shangwan. You lead 200 elite Fengling guards to escort Grand Preceptor to the city defense camp. Your Majesty, there's no need. Thorn bowed again. General Shangwan can stay in the palace. I don't need an escort. I can persuade the city defense troops by myself. Katie nodded without further comment. Then, Thorn turned to her. Your Majesty, persuading the city defense troops is a minor matter. Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to make another sacrifice to the divine beings. The Grand Preceptor of Shiliang said earnestly, pray for more food and water from the divine beings because only with sufficient food and water can we truly survive and prevent the people of Anyang City from starving. The Grand Preceptor speaks truthfully. Norris, upon hearing this, immediately took out an exquisite wooden box and handed the jade pendant inside it to Katie, saying, Your Majesty, I happen to bring some items from home. Please offer these on my behalf to the divine beings. Your Majesty, I also have a few paintings. The female national teacher of Shiliang also took out several scrolls of calligraphy and painting, holding them with both hands and presenting them to Katie. Please offer these on my behalf to the divine beings. Your Majesty, I also have some jade ornaments and bronze artifacts. Ajani also brought forward a box of jade ornaments and bronze artifacts, offering them to Katie. Please offer these on my behalf to the divine beings. Seeing this momentum, Thorn did not want to lag behind either. Everyone presented their treasured antiques, calligraphy and paintings, gold bricks, gold ingots, golden yuan bao, jade and bronze artifacts to Katie for her to offer on their behalf. Katie did not hesitate much. After writing a prayer letter, she immediately threw all the gold and treasures that Ajani and others had presented into the bronze tripod. Instantly, these treasures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Carlos was carefully examining a large black pot. Suddenly, there came a rustling sound from the mouth of the pot. Dozens of ancient paintings, a jade pendant in an exquisite wooden box, hundreds of delicate jade and bronze artifacts, over 1,000 gold bricks, gold ingots, and 10-tael heavy golden yuan bao gushed out like spring water, piling up into a small mountain in front of him within seconds. Carlos looked at the shimmering pile of gold and treasures, getting excited immediately, even though he was not greedy for wealth. Still, facing so much glittering treasure, he couldn't help but feel fondness. Subsequently, Carlos put down the big black pot and fetched several large boxes, packing the treasures one by one into the boxes. Gold bricks, gold ingots, and golden yuan bao. In no time, Carlos had packed 3 large boxes full. In the end, his home storage boxes were not enough, and he could only unplug the freezer's power supply and stuff the remaining gold into the large freezer until he was gasping for breath from exhaustion before managing to pack everything away. Soon, his gaze fell on a piece of rice paper lying on the ground. Carlos picked it up and saw it read strongly. These treasures are offered by ministers such as Ajani, Norris, the female national teacher of Shiliang, and Taibo Thorn. They thank the divine beings for granting grain and saving their families, offering these treasures to the divine beings, hoping they will not disdain the light gifts. Seeing this, Carlos naturally did not disdain them, since the value of these treasures must be in the billions. How could he possibly disdain them? He was not disdainful at all, and hoped they would send more in the future, which he would accept wholeheartedly. However, soon his attention shifted to the subsequent content. He realized they still wished for more grain and water. Scratching his head, Carlos put away the rice paper and then picked up his phone, calling Herman. When the call connected, the other side asked, Young Master Chen, why are you calling me again? Are you asking for more grain? Herman, you guessed right. Hearing Herman's voice, Carlos touched the large black pot beside him. I'm calling to buy more grain from you. How much do you need, Young Master Chen? Herman asked. After pondering, considering that he had another 1,000,000 people to feed with huge consumption, Carlos replied, Send me 1,000,000 pounds of rice, 1,000,000 pounds of noodles, and 1,000,000 pounds of flour. And send me 10,000 pounds each of steamed meat buns, pork buns, dumplings, wontons. Also, 10,000 cases each of lao gan ma, spicy chicken, pickled vegetables, eggs, and various spices. Wait a moment. Herman was startled by the numbers. What are you planning to do with all these supplies? Are you supporting Ukraine or something? Who else can consume so much? Herman, you don't need to worry about that. Carlos did not wish to explain further and instead asked, Do you have enough stock? Let me tell you frankly, Young Master Chun. Herman's voice turned bitter. I don't have enough stock right now because I only have 1/3 of what you're asking. If I give you all the stock, the price of grain and oil in Jinghai City will soar within 3 days. All supermarkets, grocery stores, and convenience stores will run out of grain and oil because you've bought them all. Carlos let out an exclamation, finally realizing the severity of the situation. After all, suddenly feeding another 1,000,000 people would cause enormous consumption. Naturally, what Herman mentioned would happen. Thinking about this, Carlos frowned deeply. He definitely needed grain and oil because the Shiliang nation had millions of civilians. The people were hungry and crying out for food. But how could he manage without buying any grain and oil? Just as Carlos was troubled, he suddenly heard Herman's voice coming through. Young Master Chun, I think you should talk to your elder sister-in-law. After all, she has incredible connections in this area. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to support your brother to become the richest man in Straight City. Chapter 12 Sister-in-law, I can help you. But, yes, how could I forget? I'll call my sister-in-law right now. When Herman said this, Carlos immediately came back to his senses and said, Herman, I'll hang up here? Without waiting for Herman's response, Carlos quickly ended the call. He then picked up his phone and prepared to call his sister-in-law, Adelaide. But at this moment, a beam of light shone through the window, followed by a red Ferrari driving straight into the courtyard of his villa. My sister-in-law is back. Carlos felt a jolt in his heart and immediately stood up. Then he saw the red Ferrari park and a pale, jade-like leg stretched out from the car door. On her feet were a pair of red high heels, firmly planted on the ground. Following this, a woman with an hourglass figure, dressed in black uniform and wearing bright red lipstick, brushed aside her slightly curled black hair, took off her sunglasses, and fully emerged from the car. Seeing this, Carlos instinctively swallowed. His sister-in-law always managed to surprise him. After all, she exuded an irresistible mature charm. Staring like an idiot, sensing Carlos's intense gaze, Adelaide bit her bright red lips and glanced at him. What are you standing there for? Haven't you come to get your sister-in-law's suitcase yet? Ah, coming. Carlos finally reacted and subconsciously swallowed again. Putting down his phone, he ran out of the living room. As he approached Adelaide, he caught a whiff of the unique allure that only mature women possessed. Fool, Staring so intently, Adelaide raised her eyebrows and stared straight at Carlos. Do I look good? Why yes, very good looking. Carlos instinctively replied. Adelaide pinched his cheek and asked, so where do I look best? Everywhere looks good. After Adelaide pinched his face, Carlos regained some composure and couldn't help but say, my brother really had good fortune to marry you. Adelaide pouted slightly and hummed, her eyes flashing with a hint of melancholy. However, she didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she pinched Carlos's big nose playfully and said teasingly, why is your nose so big? Almost twice as big as your brother's? Well, I'm taller than my brother, so my face is bigger too. Carlos gulped, not daring to meet Adelaide's gaze. Adelaide pouted again, spread her delicate hands, and examined Carlos's face. I don't think so. Just feel that your nose is particularly long and big, like a foreigner. Could you be mixed race? Big sister, don't joke around like that. If you do, my father might rise from the grave. And my mother too. Carlos joked. Adelaide chuckled. You little rascal, you have quite a mouth. I wonder. Pausing mid-sentence, Adelaide lightly pinched Carlos's nose. Carlos's face flushed as he said, sister-in-law, why don't we go inside? Seeing Carlos's flustered state, Adelaide giggled softly and leaned closer to his earlobe. Why are you so eager to go inside? I need to sleep. Take a shower. Carlos couldn't withstand the excitement, stuttering nervously. Hearing this, Adelaide pressed her fiery red lips against Carlos's earlobe, her voice filled with allure. Take a shower. Sleep? What else? And nothing else? Carlos's head buzzed as he instinctively replied. Adelaide blew warm breath into his ear. Don't you want to do something else with your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, Carlos's mind was spinning, trying to explain himself. Adelaide gently covered his lips with her slender fingers and whispered softly, shoo, no talking. I don't want to hear it. Let's go. Take a shower and sleep. Carlos's mind went blank, standing there unsure of what to do. Adelaide tugged at his hand. Come on, let's go inside. Take a shower. Sleep? Wait, sister-in-law. Just as Adelaide pulled him a few steps forward, Carlos regained some sanity. Your suitcase hasn't been taken out yet? Forget about it. Adelaide turned around with a seductive smile, charming like a blooming flower. Let it rest quietly in the car. It won't get lost here anyway. What could Carlos say? If he was going to fall, he might as well fall completely. After all, he wasn't alone in this situation. Wilfred Reaver, his sister-in-law and brother, didn't have any children. This was his elder brother's fault. There was nothing wrong with his sister-in-law. Since that was the case, he could lend a hand. In a certain sense, this should also be reasonable. After all, if his sister-in-law had a child, it would be their Chun family's offspring, wouldn't it? Yes, that's right. Thinking to this point, Carlos shouted inwardly. To hell with it. Let the storm rage even stronger. I can't hold back anymore. The moment this thought settled in Carlos's mind, another idea immediately rose up. Instantly, Carlos felt as if he were facing a battle between a demon and an angel, tormented beyond endurance. Carlos, what are you thinking? Adelaide of course had no idea what Carlos was pondering about. Instead, she furrowed her brows tightly, looking puzzled, and tugged at Carlos's hand, scolding him softly. Why won't you respond when I call you? Oh, I was thinking about how the southern region is currently experiencing floods. I want to send them some disaster relief supplies. Carlos let out a startled then, recalling that Xiliang women's country was lacking water and food, hurriedly told Adelaide, but I've already contacted Herman. After he gave me some supplies, he couldn't provide any more because I asked for too much. I was just thinking about asking you, sister-in-law, to help me. Just this matter? No problem. Upon hearing Carlos's request, Adelaide immediately bit her red lips and said, I fully support you. How much supplies do you need? I'll make a call and have them arranged for you. Elder sister, I need 1 million pounds of rice, 1 million pounds of noodles, 1 million pounds of flour, 1 million packs of instant noodles. Carlos looked straight into Adelaide's eyes, nervous, and continued. Also, 10,000 pounds each of steamed meat buns, mantou, xilong bao, shumai, dumplings, and wontons, ready to eat after steaming. And laogan ma, spicy chicken, pickled mustard greens, eggs, cooking oil, and various spices and condiments, 10,000 boxes each. So much. Adelaide was taken aback by the sheer volume. If all these supplies were gathered, it would be enough to feed 100,000 people for over half a month. Thus, Adelaide pouted her lips and said, Carlos, do you really need that much? But such a huge amount of supplies would cost at least a small fortune to buy. Elder sister, money isn't an issue? Hearing Adelaide's words, Carlos realized he still needed to sell antique paintings and calligraphy to Bryant, or else he wouldn't be able to afford supporting the little ones in Xiliang women's country. As long as you can arrange for the supplies, I promise not to skimp on payment, and I will continue to need them. What? You'll continue to need them? Adelaide frowned, her face full of confusion. Little rascal, what are you planning? Why do you need so many supplies continuously? Don't tell me you're planning something foolish. Elder sister, like me? Carlos pouted and said, what foolish thing could I possibly do? I just want to do charity, providing regular welfare to the elderly without families, rural left-behind children, and disaster victims. Carlos, tell me the truth. What exactly are you planning to do? If you don't explain clearly, I won't help you. Adelaide wasn't easily convinced and pouted her lips. Elder sister, I truly just want to do good deeds. Carlos grabbed Adelaide's hand, shaking her arm like a rattle drum. Let those who can't get food have food. Can you believe me once? Don't shake me like that, little rascal. Seeing Carlos act coquettishly towards her, Adelaide giggled. Okay, your sister-in-law will help you. I'll make the call now and have Callan arrange everything. Where do you want these supplies delivered? Just tell me now. I guarantee they will be there within a day. Elder sister, you're the best. Happy, Carlos hugged Adelaide's arm. Deliver the supplies to Minuet town and store them in the warehouse where my brother used to store frozen fish. Your brother's warehouse is so small, it might not be able to fit all these supplies. Elder sister, it's fine. Carlos smiled and said, If the warehouse isn't big enough, I'll call Kermit now and ask his father to rent more warehouses for me at the port. With the poor overseas trade, there are plenty of warehouses available. All right, then I will. Adelaide bit her red lips. Call Callan now and have him send the required supplies overnight, ensuring they arrive at the port warehouse by noon tomorrow. Carlos eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Adelaide laughed flirtatiously. Since elder sister has helped you with such a big favor, how will you thank her? Chapter 13. Jonathan, breaking into the palace, asking for food. Elder sister-in-law, how should I thank you? Carlos, seeing the situation, felt a tremor in his heart but tried hard to swallow and said, how can I thank you? Hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide turned around with her phone in her right hand and slightly hooked her white index finger with her left hand, gently sliding it down Carlos's nose. What if elder sister-in-law wants you to give me a child? Are you willing? In Carlos's mind, he was absolutely willing, not just one child. Even 2 or 3, he would be willing. But he couldn't shake off the feeling that it wasn't right. After all, he couldn't betray his brother, could he? Wilfred Reaver, anyone daring to do so would be fiercely criticized. Thinking this, Carlos quickly shook his head, trying hard to expel the wicked thoughts from his mind. Adelaide's white finger landed on Carlos's thin lips. Carlos, let's go. Inside? Elder sister-in-law, I've been driving all day. I'm exhausted. I just want to take a shower quickly, then you can help me with a massage later. What else could Carlos say? After all, elder sister-in-law had done him such a big favor. Merely massaging her couldn't be refused, could it? Thinking this, Carlos was led into the living room by Adelaide. Then, Adelaide put down what she was holding and looked at Carlos with eyes full of spring water. Carlos, elder sister-in-law wants to take a shower. Do you want to help me scrub my back? Well, despite wanting to go, Carlos still maintained a thread of rationality. There are still some things left undone here. Plus, I'm all dirty. Why don't you go first? Humph, little rascal. Adelaide pouted and looked at Carlos with resentment. Since that's the case, elder sister-in-law will go shower first, and you can help bring the box from the car over. Carlos was speechless by her words. After all, he had mentioned bringing the box before, but Adelaide said it didn't matter leaving it in the car. Now she wanted him to get it again. Women were indeed changeable. As Carlos thought this, Adelaide pinched his cheek flirtatiously and walked towards the bathroom, swaying her slim waist in red high heels. Listening to the clear sound of high heels hitting the floor, Carlos's gaze couldn't help but fall on Adelaide's plump and bouncing peach bottom as she walked, almost unable to blink. To be honest, Adelaide has long harbored feelings for Carlos. Coupled with Carlos's brother's inability to fulfill her desires, especially failing to give her a child after all these years, an audacious idea began to form in her mind. Tempting Carlos to conceive a child would still carry on the Chin family line. This, of course, was as per Carlos's brother's request. Otherwise, she wouldn't consider doing so. Thinking of this, Adelaide gradually felt a warmth spreading through her body, with her inner desire burning like wildfire. After all, she was only in her early 30s. Living alone had already grown tiring. Deep down, she hoped for a man who could fill the emptiness in her heart, and if it was Carlos, it would be even better. Meanwhile, Carlos swallowed, his gaze landing on a large black pot in the living room. He went over and picked up the pot. Earlier, he had noticed the river outside their home was flowing again. Taking advantage of helping elder sister-in-law with the box, he planned to put the large black pot into the river to absorb water. With this intention, Carlos carried the black pot out and, without hesitation, threw it into the river. He then opened the trunk of Adelaide's red Ferrari and took out a sky blue suitcase from the back. Pushing the suitcase back to the living room, Carlos suddenly heard Adelaide's flirtatious voice from the bathroom. Carlos, bring me a towel. There isn't any here. Putting down the suitcase, Carlos agreed and grabbed a freshly washed and dried new bath towel, walking towards the bathroom. As Carlos approached and pushed the door, he suddenly felt it was inappropriate and reached out to hang the towel on the door handle, intending to have Adelaide take it herself. However, the bathroom door opened, revealing Adelaide soaking wet, her white left hand covering her chest, looking at Carlos with flirtatious eyes and a seductive voice. Towel, please? Carlos was left speechless, feeling as though something tightened in his throat, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid and difficult. His eyes widened, gazing intently at Adelaide's graceful figure and smooth, tender skin, completely mesmerized. Fool, is it nice to look at? Adelaide bit her lip lightly, her eyes fixed on Carlos as she spoke. How could Carlos say she didn't look good? After all, she truly looked stunning. Now, using the most masculine and crude words, as a virile man, there was nothing to say except he just wanted to fall into temptation. He wanted to live in this moment of indulgence. But at this moment, Adelaide grabbed Carlos's hand and pulled him inside without giving him time to react. Brother-in-law, Carlos's face froze for a second, ready to speak. However, Adelaide pressed her entire body against his and pushed him against the wall. She tiptoed and tilted her head upward, opening her soft, sexy lips to kiss Carlos. Although Carlos had things he wanted to say, his hands tightly embraced Adelaide's waist, pulling her closer as if he wanted to merge her into himself. Adelaide gently pried open Carlos's lips, allowing the water from the shower to flow over their skin like a gentle stream caressing their bodies. Meanwhile, Katie in the Western Liang Women's Kingdom knelt before the bronze giant tripod, praying devoutly. Just as she lifted her head, water gushed out from the bronze jar inside the tripod. Your Majesty, the gods have granted us water again. Seeing the water streaming out of the tripod, the royal advisor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom immediately teared up with emotion and bowed down on her knees. Thank you, divine ones. Thank you. Katie was also visibly moved, as eunuch Bart had just reported that there wasn't enough water to cook porridge. But now, the divine water had arrived. The divine ones are truly wise and benevolent. Even without water here, they know. Thinking this, Katie immediately bowed to the bronze tripod, showing her sincere gratitude like a devout believer. Her voice trembled with excitement. The divine ones have been so kind to us. Thank you, divine ones. The other advisors and officials all knelt to worship the tripod, praising the divine ones. But at this moment, Eunuch Bart rushed back saying, "Your Majesty, it's not good. Jonathan has entered the palace." "What is he here for?" Ajani, upon hearing this, clenched her sword hilt tightly, eyes filled with cold murderous intent, like two sharp swords gleaming with frost, for she harbored no good feelings towards Jonathan. And not only Ajani, but even Norris and others detested him bitterly. Because Jonathan not only controlled the 30,000 troops of the 5 cities garrison, but, during the 5-year drought, he acted like a greedy demon, forcefully occupying the grain reserves of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom without releasing any to aid the famine victims. Instead, he plundered the people's resources, causing countless deaths. Even when the Empress Dowager fell ill and sought medicine from him, he refused and had the eunuch Katie sent beaten to death. Carrying his body back to the palace, he humiliated Katie, eventually leading to the Empress Dowager's death due to lack of medicine. Thus, when Jonathan entered the palace, Ajani and others reacted with intense hostility. Katie's eyes also revealed icy resolve. Where is he now? He has already entered the palace gates. Eunuch Bart bowed deeply. He is heading toward the Fengyang Hall. Humph, how timely. Katie brushed her sleeves aside and said coldly, I was looking for him anyway. Holding her sword, she added, General Shangwan, follow me. Let's go deal with that evil villain. Yes. Ajani saluted and followed Katie out of the Fengyang Hall. Meanwhile, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom officials collected the water granted by Carlos. As Ajani accompanied Katie, walking no more than 100 steps from the hall, they immediately saw a fat man with an oily face and protruding belly. Leading a troop of 5 cities garrison soldiers, he was marching aggressively towards Katie. Jonathan? Why have you come here unsummoned? Katie glared at Jonathan, who brought the troops. Are you planning a rebellion by bringing your troops into the palace? I have no intention of rebelling, Jonathan replied, staring coldly at Katie. I lead the 5 cities garrison and have not eaten a single grain of rice in days. I heard your majesty has grain here. Will you grant me some food for my soldiers? Katie was almost amused by his words. What do you mean, Jonathan? You are asking me for grain? Did you forget that you've been controlling the grain reserves of our kingdom all these years? You're asking me for grain? Katie's face was full of anger, and she grew more agitated as she spoke. Jonathan, have you taken the wrong medicine? And just a few days ago, my mother fell gravely ill. I, the Empress, sent palace eunuchs to ask you for medicine. But not only did you refuse, you also beat them to death and had their bodies delivered back into the palace to humiliate me, which ultimately led to my mother's untimely death due to lack of treatment. How dare you show your face here today to ask me for grain? Your Majesty, I am in dire straits too, because the grain stores under my control are all gone. With disaster victims everywhere now, if the soldiers of the 5 cities garrison do not have food, it might lead to a mutiny. I hope your Majesty can think of the greater good. As for the matter of seeking medicine, I admit my mistake and am willing to make compensation. Humph, compensation. Upon hearing Jonathan's words, Katie could not help but sneer coldly. My mother is already dead. How can you compensate for that? I am willing to hand over the military power of the 5 cities garrison. If your Majesty gives me 10,000 pounds of grain, or even 100,000 pounds of grain. Hearing this, Jonathan bowed, presenting the command seal of the 5 cities garrison to Katie, saying, I am willing to hand over the military power of the 5 cities garrison to your Majesty. Chapter 14, Bryant, bring people to buy paintings. Your Excellency Ming, you truly have a fine plan? When Ava heard these words from Benjamin, she suddenly sneered coldly and said, Do you think I do not know the soldiers of the 5 city troop? These past years they have colluded with you in oppressing the people and enriching themselves. They are all your loyal followers. Once I agree to your demands, after I've fattened up, they will once again fall under your control and continue their nefarious deeds in Xinjiang. Hearing this, Benjamin was immediately embarrassed because this had indeed been his plan. He had controlled the 5 city troop for more than 10 years. Many of the officers and soldiers were his close confidants, whom he had nurtured over many years to oppress and exploit the people. Furthermore, during the 5-year drought, they alone managed not to starve as they controlled the national grain reserves. The wealth they had extracted from the people allowed them to remain safe while others starved. As a result, when others lacked food, the 5 city troops still had grain to sell. However, surrounded by 200,000 barbarians, they stopped trading grain, depleting their supplies quickly, leading to their recent offer to surrender military power for grain. Unexpectedly, Ava saw through his plan at first glance, though she concealed her anger well. Instead, she looked at Ava hypocritically and said, Your Majesty, times have changed. If you accept my military authority, the generals of the 5 city troop will sincerely submit to you because I already know that you have received divine protection. I dare not trick you, as the divinity would not spare me either. So please believe me this time. Give me 100,000 pounds of grain, and I promise that once I hand over the military power, I won't interfere in 5 city troop affairs anymore. I'll just live peacefully in Xinjiang and not affect your governance of our nation. Then submit the military power. Ava scoffed coldly. However, instead of surrendering, Benjamin gripped his sword tighter and said, Your Majesty, you haven't given me the promised 100,000 pounds of grain yet. 100,000 pounds of grain? When did I ever agree to give it to you? Ava smirked dismissively, but Benjamin retorted angrily, What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? Isn't my meaning clear enough? I want the military power. Ava's beautiful face darkened, revealing fierce killing intent in her cold eyes as she continued, And today, I will also take your life. Ava, you dare? Benjamin's eyes widened in shock and horror. He never expected the usually weak and manipulated Ava to speak such words. It was completely unexpected. However, Ava did not give Benjamin much time to react. Instead, she abruptly drew her sword, pointing it at him angrily. Soldiers, who can kill this traitor? I shall reward 100 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of pork. Ajani and the others immediately brightened up upon hearing Ava's offer. They drew their weapons and rushed toward Benjamin. Benjamin was terrified. He never expected such an outcome, especially since Ava wanted to kill him without any prior warning. Ava, you're insane. Benjamin, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately shouted, I command 30,000 troops. Will you not fear a rebellion if you kill me? I don't fear, because they lack grain while I have over 1,000,000 pounds of grain blessed by the gods. With this grain, not only do I not fear a rebellion, but I can make all of them submit to me. Killing you is essential to fully controlling the 5-city troop. With determined eyes, Ava firmly grasped her sword and lunged towards Benjamin. Caught off guard, Benjamin was thrown into chaos, only now realizing he had underestimated Ava. He had thought he could deceive her and obtain 100,000 pounds of grain, but never anticipated her direct confrontation. However, Ava cared little about his thoughts. She tightly held her sword, leading the filing guards like wolves hunting prey towards Benjamin. Amidst flashing blades, all of the dozen generals Benjamin brought from the 5-city troop were killed by Ava and her forces. Even Benjamin was not spared. She thrust her sword straight into his chest, and Dajani decapitated him with one slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Ava looked at the fallen body of Benjamin, feeling a myriad of emotions. She knew this was just the beginning. The challenges ahead would be even more difficult. Whether it was the Sioux family's 10,000-strong city defense force or the 200,000 southern barbarian troops besieging the city, they would all covet the grain in their possession and spare no effort to take it. Wilfred's importantly, 2 days had already passed. The 1,000,000 iron cavalry from the northern frontier was sure to advance directly and reach the city walls. By then, the exhausted soldiers and citizens would find it hard to withstand the invasion of the northern barbarians. But Ava knew she could not retreat because behind her lay the Central Divine Dynasty, which was experiencing its darkest hour. Even spies reported that the Central Divine Dynasty had fragmented, with feudal lords dividing the land and ruling as kings. In this critical moment, Shiliang's female kingdom, guarding against the northern barbarians for years, served as the last line of defense. If this final gateway were breached, the barbarian cavalry would inevitably invade the Central Plains, causing catastrophic damage to all Han people and potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire Han race. Ava, thinking of this, felt that as a Han person, she must protect this last line of defense. Wilfred Reaver, she should report this matter to the deity, making them aware of the dire situation faced by the Shiliang female kingdom. At this critical time, Carlos gently pushed away Adelaide, who was in his arms, and said, Sister-in-law, it seems someone is coming outside. How annoying. Adelaide lightly bit Carlos's warm lips and said, So late. Who could still come? Why didn't you lock the door? I forgot. Despite not wanting to stop, Carlos heard car doors closing and voices outside the villa, so he told Adelaide, Shall I go check first? So late. Who could it be? Really? How annoying. Chun Shunting scolded lightly. Then you'd better go see? I'll go upstairs first wrapped in a bath towel. What else could Carlos say? He could only nod and, wearing wet clothes, open the bathroom door and walk out with Adelaide right after him. Outside the villa, Bryant, hunched over, was being supported by a tall, coldly beautiful woman in a professional suit. 2 old men similar to Bryant also got out of their luxury cars. Either a stunning lady or a suited man with sunglasses and a black earpiece accompanied each of them. They all walked towards Carlos. Bryant, Armando C. Recognizing the visitors, Carlos did not slack off. These 3 were absolute giants in the antiques world, whom he couldn't usually meet. Therefore, Carlos greeted them politely. Lord Daniel, why are you all here tonight? It's quite an honor. Brat, isn't this all because of your painting? Bryant walked into the villa, leaned on his dragon-headed cane, sat down on the sofa, and looked at Carlos. Otherwise, why would we seek you out? Bryant, what do you mean? Seeing the array of people, Carlos swallowed. Could there be something wrong with the painting I gave you? Brat, there's nothing wrong with the painting, Bryant replied, while Carlos scratched his head. Since the painting's fine, why are you all here so late? Not looking to buy more paintings? Brat, you guessed right. Lord Daniel took the cigar handed to him by a black-suited bodyguard, puffed it, and said, We're here to buy paintings. Bryant says you must have more. Stop hiding them. Show us everything. We'll take anything we like tonight. Of course, we will give you fair prices. Buy everything? Carlos exclaimed and asked, I'm afraid you didn't bring enough money. I don't just have 1 or 2 paintings. You don't need to worry about that. Lord Daniel clamped the cigar in his mouth, blew smoke at Carlos. With our resources, could we not pay you? Lord Daniel, you're certainly not short of money, but this attitude doesn't seem suitable when visiting our Chin family. Just as Carlos was feeling slightly annoyed by Daniel's actions, he immediately heard Adelaide's voice coming from behind. It seems like you're here to collect debts from our Chin family. Upon seeing Adelaide, Daniel's expression immediately turned flattering. Stephanie, I didn't mean that. I really am here to buy paintings. If you're here to buy paintings? Wearing a fiery red trench coat and walking gracefully with her fair and slender legs, Adelaide emerged from behind Carlos like a blazing flame. Then behave properly when buying paintings in our Chen family home. Otherwise, I'll have people throw you out. Daniel and his group were all domineering in front of Carlos earlier, but upon seeing Adelaide, they instantly became subdued, not daring to act rashly in front of her. Carlos could only sigh helplessly. His elder sister-in-law was truly formidable. If not for her, his brother wouldn't have risen from a small vendor to become the richest man in Strait City with assets worth hundreds of billions in just over 10 years. Daniel and the others wore bitter expressions because if they had known Adelaide was here, they wouldn't have put on such an act earlier. Adelaide pouted her bright red lips and glanced at the wet Carlos. Carlos, since Daniel and the others want to buy your calligraphy and paintings, why don't you go change into clean clothes and then show them your works? What could Carlos say? Since things were this way, he hurriedly agreed, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and brought out over a dozen ancient paintings. There were also some porcelain vases and a delicate wooden box containing a jade pendant, all laid out on the coffee table in front of Daniel and company for their inspection. Daniel and the others looked extremely excited as they opened one of the scrolls on the coffee table. Holding magnifying glasses, they examined it with devout attention. Bryant and Professor Joa, who were experts in archaeology, stood up and each picked up an item, examining them meticulously while exclaiming in admiration. Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. Chapter 15. A painting for 20 billion. Okay? This painting is actually a work by the painting Saint Zahir. Look at how delicate and refined the brushwork is, with an open composition and elegant colors. It's truly graceful. Armando's words fell like a stone into still water, immediately catching the attention of Bryant and Jonathan. They gathered around quickly, like hounds sensing blood, watching devoutly as if determining whether this painting was authentic. Carlos, where did you get these from? Seeing the mannerisms of Jonathan and company, Adelaide could not help but furrow her brow and pull on Carlos's hand, saying, "Don't tell me they are genuine? Sister-in-law, I don't know either." Carlos intentionally squeezed his palm and said, "I collected all these paintings from outside. Whether they are authentic or not, only Jonathan and the others can tell." Collected? From whom? Adelaide frowned tightly, her eyes revealing doubt as she looked at Carlos. "It wasn't from Lincoln and Jinghai, was it?" No. Carlos swallowed hard and said, "Just something I collected myself. I'm not sure if they are authentic yet. Let's wait and see what Jonathan and the others determine first." As long as it's not from Lincoln." Adelaide glared sharply at Carlos and warned, "Stay away from him in the future, or your sister-in-law will deal with you." Carlos hurriedly nodded a few times, while scholarly Armando held the painting in trembling fingers, pointing a finger at Carlos and said, "Carlos, I want this Zahir painting. Can I give you 10 billion? 10 billion? Armando, are you sure?" Carlos raised an eyebrow and grinned. "If it turns out to be a mistake, I won't take it back." "No problem." Armando adjusted his reading glasses and said, "We have our rules in this business. If a purchase turns out wrong, one has to bear the loss oneself. Otherwise, one shouldn't be in the antiques trade." "Okay, Armando." Thinking about his financial needs and the need to buy food and water for the cute girls of the Shiliang Kingdom, Carlos readily agreed. "All right, then this painting is sold to you. 10 billion via WeChat Pay or Alipay?" Alipay. Hearing Carlos's words, Armando was still exhilarated over the price of 10 billion. He had offered a somewhat low price, but he never expected Carlos to agree without hesitation. Overwhelmed, Armando immediately took out his phone and transferred 10 billion via Alipay. As soon as the 10 billion Alipay notification came in, Carlos realized he might have set the price too low. Otherwise, why would Armando, who was quite stingy, transfer the money so willingly? Carlos, though inwardly regretful, remembered the rules of the antique world. He couldn't backtrack now that the deal was done. However, his gaze shifted slyly towards Bryant and Jonathan, resolving that he wouldn't let them off so easily next time. "Carlos, I also have my eye on a painting. Like Armando." Jonathan, noticing Carlos's glance, held up a painting and smiled obsequiously. "Can you give me 10 billion for it?" "Jonathan, that won't do." Carlos held up 2 fingers and said, 10 billion is a big bargain for you. If you really want it, make it 20 billion. My price here is firm, based entirely on the first impression." "Fine, 20 billion it is." Despite gritting his teeth, Jonathan managed a flattering smile and said, "I'll take this painting, but there's another small item I'm interested in. You wouldn't mind, right?" "Not happening." Seeing Jonathan eyeing the jade pendant in the wooden box, Carlos refused. "I've seen plenty of such tactics in the antiques world on TV. Often, these side items are even more valuable than the paintings. So, I can't sell you this jade pendant. If you want it." Carlos tilted his head in thought, then held up 2 fingers. "Unless you pay me another 20 billion. Otherwise, I won't sell it to you." "Brat, I'll pay 20 billion for this jade pendant." Bryant quickly interjected, drawing ire from Jonathan. "Bryant, you're not playing fair. I saw this jade pendant first. But I made the first offer, and if we can't reach an agreement, I'll let it go to you. Why are you trying to cut in?" "I've always regarded this little rascal as my own son. His elder brother is my eldest son." Bryant interjected with a chuckling face. "This jade pendant is indeed a fine item, not to mention 20 billion. Even if it's worth 30 billion, I have to snatch it away. After all, family wealth should remain within the family." "Damn, these old geezers." Upon hearing Bryant's words, Carlos couldn't help but curse silently. They are one more cunning than the other. "Thankfully, I've watched enough antique appraisal shows, or else they would have swindled me." Adelaide was visibly shocked because this scene was extremely surprising to her. Although the figures of billions were just numbers to her now, yet, buying antiques like this? It was like haggling over vegetables in the market, throwing out tens of billions casually, which was quite stimulating for her. Uncle Fo's eyes were practically spitting fire, as if he wasn't going to let this go easily. If not for Bryant cutting in, even by adding another 20 billion, he could still make a 10 billion profit when reselling it. Unfortunately, Bryant disrupted his plan. Bryant didn't care much about the situation since he had no children of his own and often said that Carlos was like his son. Therefore, he wouldn't let Carlos be shortchanged while letting Uncle Fo get a bargain. Just then, scholarly Armando picked up the Shin paper beside Carlos, squinted his eyes and scrutinized it seriously before exclaiming excitedly, Uncle Fo, come take a look. There's something good here." "What? Let me see." Hearing scholarly Armando's words, Uncle Fo and the others were immediately drawn over, surrounding the Shin paper passed by Katie, marveling, "Look, the kingdom of Shiliang female country really existed. These sheets of paper are prayers made by them to the gods before their kingdom fell, hoping for water and food from the divine. They also document actual events during that time. Once these sheets of paper surface, our history books will include the kingdom of Shiliang female country." Yes. Scholarly Armando added enthusiastically, "These sheets carry significant historical value. Once confirmed to be from that era, the kingdom of Shiliang female country will be included as one of the vassal states guarding the borders of Huaxia. When this previously unknown history comes to light, most importantly, during this period, the great stick nation in the northern region invaded us. Later on, Through interactions with Huaxia, they became our vassals, inheriting a lot of our culture. However, they now try to claim ownership of our culture on the international stage. Mr. Zhong is right, Bryant said indignantly. We must use these relics to expose the shamelessness of those international parties. However, Carlos wasn't thinking about that. Instead, he thought about how the kingdom of Xiliang female country lasted only 3 generations and merely 22 years. It disappeared into the long river of history. It was truly regrettable. If he, Carlos, could lend them a hand and supply them with weapons, perhaps even a coastal map. Would there even be a great stick nation? Or those smaller nations like Little A3, Little Daisy? Maybe they could all become part of Huaxia territory. Carlos couldn't resist rubbing his chin, feeling that this might be feasible. Feeding them, supplying them with weapons, reviving the dying kingdom of Xiliang female country, sending them a world map, perhaps future generations wouldn't need to learn English because everyone would speak Mandarin. Carlos felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement at this thought, as it was his biggest regret in life not being able to give Emperor Qin Shi Huang a world map, which would have united Earth Village under Huaxia long ago. Carlos, why are you grinning foolishly? Seeing Carlos's silly smile, Adelaide couldn't help but frown and push him slightly. Brother-in-law, are you sure these ancient paintings, jade pendants, and porcelain bottles aren't stolen from tombs? Sushu, it's not like that. Before Carlos could respond, Uncle Fo quickly replied, we can assure you that none of these items came from tombs. They have been passed down through generations, otherwise, they wouldn't be preserved so well. Really? Not from tombs. Doubt crept onto Adelaide's face, while Carlos scratched his head and reassured her, brother-in-law, rest assured. These absolutely did not come from tombs. I bought them a few years ago from Tibetan villagers during my travels in Tibet. Is that so? Why don't I believe you? Adelaide, however, did not believe him. On the contrary, Carlos smiled and said, sister-in-law, everything I said is true. After all, I don't have the guts to rob tombs, right? These things really were collected from Tibetan villagers? Adelaide asked with suspicion, while Carlos raised his hand and said, sister-in-law, I can swear to the heavens. All these items were bought from Tibetan villagers. Otherwise, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts if I'm lying. Spit, spit, spit. Adelaide spat a few times, reached out to grab Carlos and said, no more of that. Spit, spit, spit. And are these things reliable? Don't you dare play any tricks on me. Sister-in-law, rest assured, these items all come from legitimate sources. Carlos patted his chest and promised, nothing will go wrong, trust me. And this jade pendant, I think it's really nice, so I'll give it to you. Give it to me? You would part with it? Adelaide pouted and revealed a seductive look, saying, this jade pendant is worth over 30 billion. You really want to give it to me? Chapter 16 Follow big sister-in-law to the room. I have something to say. Of course, if you're willing. Carlos smiled and handed the jade pendant to Adelaide, saying, as long as big sister-in-law likes it. Adelaide took the jade pendant and examined it carefully, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Armando C. and the others were still in a state of excitement. After all, the historical value of the artifacts before them was too high. The mere leakage of one item could cause a sensation in the archaeology and history worlds. After all, these artifacts were too valuable for research, but it was a pity that Xiliang's female kingdom, as an affiliate of the divine dynasty of central China resisting the northern barbarians, only existed for 22 years. It was completely destroyed. Since then, the northern border of the divine dynasty had been lost, and the wars lasted for a century, resulting in countless Han people being killed or eaten, almost leading to the extinction of the Han ethnicity. This was the darkest moment in history when cannibalism was a common occurrence. Therefore, while holding the antiques on the coffee table, Armando C. and the others studied them earnestly and talked about them freely. After hearing this, Carlos felt uneasy inside because he instinctively did not want to see such an outcome and did not want the Xiliang female kingdom to be wiped out. He had developed some feelings for the people there after living among them for so many days. He even thought of traversing back in time to hold power in the world and recline upon the knees of beautiful women. If they were all killed by the barbarians, to be honest, Carlos couldn't accept that. No, they can't die. Thinking here, Carlos clenched his teeth and said immediately, after all, this is my harem. Once I can go back, they will all belong to me, so I must provide them with continuous support. I'll give them food and weapons to ensure they won't starve, and can defend the northern gateway to prevent the barbarians from entering central China and slaughtering our ancestors. I'll also give them a world map to help them eliminate certain enemies thousands of years early and incorporate them into the Chinese territory. Yes, that's right. Thinking this, Carlos silently clenched his hand and thought, they can't be annihilated by the barbarians. They must survive and destroy those enemies thousands of years early. With this thought, Carlos immediately pinched the bridge of his nose because he knew achieving this would not be easy due to the situation of the Xiliang female kingdom. The vast desert, with no human trace for miles, was strewn with corpses. From the original 40 million citizens of the Xiliang female kingdom, only 10 million remained, surrounded by a million-strong barbarian army. Simply providing food and water would not be enough in such a dire situation. They would need a supply of firearms and ammunition. Without large quantities of AK-47s, Gatling guns, and explosives, reviving the kingdom would be nearly impossible. However, unlike the United States, where guns could be ordered online, China didn't have such ease of access to firearms. Thinking about this made Carlos's head hurt. Did he have to fly to the United States to buy a bunch of guns and send them over? While lost in thought, Carlos was interrupted by Adelaide, pulling him aside and heard her say, Carlos, Bryant and the others are asking if you're willing to sell them all the antiques on the coffee table for 100 billion yuan? 100 billion? No way. Looking at Sherman and the others, who were all eyeing him with shrewd expressions, Carlos responded without hesitation, at least 150 billion. Carlos, the highest we can go is 110 billion. Sherman gritted his teeth as if making the most difficult decision, saying, any more than that, and we're out. Carlos blinked, thinking about the millions of gold-devouring beasts he needed to support, and turned to look at Bryant. Bryant, Do you want all of them for 150 billion? Yes, yes, yes. Bryant excitedly replied, kid, I'll transfer the money immediately. 150 billion. All mine. Hey, hold on. Old scholar Armando C. adjusted his reading glasses and slowly raised a finger. I'll offer 160 billion. All of them. Carlos, 170 billion. Seeing the trend, Sherman quickly countered, all of them. I'll take. Sherman, didn't you say? Carlos's lips curled slightly in a half smile, teasing Sherman. You'd take no more than 110 billion? Sherman's mouth twitched in frustration. If Adelaide wasn't sitting next to him, he would have slapped Carlos right there. Armando C. Bryant. Ignoring their glares, Carlos looked at them slyly and asked, do you want a bid higher? Shall we push it up from 170 billion? Sherman angrily puffed on the cigar between his fingers, and seeing the situation, Armando C. hesitated and glanced at Bryant. Bryant understood Armando C.'s gesture and did not raise the bid further. After all, Sherman was the underworld king in the antique world, and raising the price might make things difficult for them. Seeing this, Adelaide didn't say much. She only held the jade pendant and carefully examined it. Carlos knew that 17 billion should be the final bid for the antiques on the coffee table, though he felt a bit reluctant. But, thinking of the 17 billion, he could support those gold-devouring beasts for at least half a year. So he took out his phone and handed it to Sherman, saying, Grandpa FO, everything is yours for 17 billion. Yeah, I'll transfer it. Though Sherman was somewhat displeased, he thought about how these items would still give him a few $100 million in profit when resold. Thus, he quickly took out his phone, transferred 17 billion to Carlos, and said, if you have any good stuff like this again, remember to inform me first. Grandpa FO, sure. Upon hearing the Alipay confirmation of 17 billion, Carlos immediately grinned and replied, if I have anything good, I'll definitely let Grandpa FO know first. Alright, Jace, pack up the stuff. Sherman glanced at the burly bodyguard, Jace, dressed in a suit with sunglasses and an earpiece, then ordered sternly, we're taking them with us. Of course, Jace did not dare object. He packed up the paintings, vases, and all the items on the coffee table and followed Sherman out of Carlos's villa, heading for the Bentley parked in the courtyard. Carlos and Bryant watched as he left. After a moment, they exchanged looks and Bryant said meaningfully, kid, you're now a billionaire. You should get a couple of bodyguards like Jace. Otherwise, you might run into some trouble with ill-intentioned people. Bryant, you're right. Joa adjusted his reading glasses, gently patted Carlos on the shoulder, and said, this is necessary. If something unexpected happens, it could be too late to regret. How about this? Holding the jade pendant tightly, Adelaide suggested, I'll call Bart Chuang to come drive for you. No need, sister-in-law. Pouting, Carlos replied, Bart Chuang's martial skills aren't even as good as mine. After all, I'm a special forces veteran and spent a few years on peacekeeping missions in Africa. Ordinary petty criminals, if they dare to mess with me, I can crush several of them with one hand. Kid, don't take this lightly. Concern spread across Bryant's face as he said, I don't want there to be no one to mourn me when I die. What about this? Adriana? Bryant glanced at the cold beauty beside him and continued, she can drive for you from now on. Her martial skills are far better than yours, and having her protect you will give me peace of mind. Oh, well, okay. Carlos initially wanted to refuse, but saw Adelaide's stern gaze. Swallowing hard, he finally agreed. After all, Adriana's skills were indeed excellent. Although Carlos was a special forces soldier, he couldn't last 10 moves against her. Adriana was a disciple of the immortal sect from Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton. With her protection, Carlos knew it was better than hiring a bunch of bodyguards. Okay, but it's not enough. Adelaide pouted and rolled her eyes at Carlos. After all, Adriana is Bryant's pride. Now that he's giving her to you, you should thank Bryant properly. Stephanie, it's unnecessary. Laughing, Bryant waved off the concern. I've always treated this kid like my own son. Isn't it normal for a father to do the best for his son? Adelaide could only put on a look of resignation. As for Carlos, he couldn't leave without reciprocating. Given what Bryant had done, proper etiquette required something in return. So, he fetched 2 bottles of Maudai and a painting from the basement, wrapped them up, and gave them to Bryant, who laughed heartily and patted Carlos's shoulder before leaving contentedly. Rubbing his temples, Carlos looked at the tall, striking figure of Adriana, dressed in a professional suit, and soon showed a troubled expression. He suddenly realized that Adriana would follow him every day, possibly exposing his secret. Thinking of this, Carlos believed he only had one solution, to make Adriana his woman. This way, he wouldn't worry about her leaking secrets. Carlos couldn't help but touch his chin, squint his eyes, and appraise Adriana. Though she was cold, she was undeniably beautiful, especially her long, white legs, which could keep him entertained for at least 3 years. Carlos, is she beautiful? Noticing Carlos's gaze fixed intently on the cold beauty, Pearl, Adelaide immediately became unhappy and reached out to pinch Carlos's ear, saying, you're staring so intently? Beautiful, very beautiful. Carlos, however, grinned and replied, just as beautiful as you, sister-in-law. Humph, all you know is to speak slickly. Pouting, Adelaide showed a displeased expression and said, come with me, to the bedroom. I have something to talk about with you. Chapter 17 Carolyn goes to the Sioux family to confront them. Brother-in-law, you have something to say. Carlos was being dragged by Adelaide who was holding his ear, yet he showed a wry smile and said, actually, we can talk here. Adelaide pouted her red lips and grunted heavily. In contrast, Carlos dared not say anything. She dragged him into the room without letting go of his ear. As for Adriana, she looked icy cold as if she hadn't seen anything from beginning to end. Carlos was brought back into the room by Adelaide, who looked alluringly beautiful, and he swallowed his saliva. Sister-in-law, wait, I want to say something. Humph, what's there to say? Adelaide rolled her eyes at Carlos. Stand still quickly. Otherwise, be careful about your ears. Sister-in-law, wait. Carlos twisted his face. Can you hold my ear more gently? Not possible. If I don't grip tightly, those sly eyes of yours will keep wandering around. After saying this, Adelaide pouted and rolled her eyes at Carlos again, while Carlos just smiled bitterly. However, at this moment, Adelaide's mobile phone rang. Carlos immediately seized it like a lifeline. Sister-in-law, you have a call? Annoying. Who is it? Upon hearing Carlos, Adelaide's expression darkened, showing dissatisfaction. Why do they call right now? Sister-in-law this? Carlos couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Whoever it is, we should answer it first. What if it's something important? After hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide glanced at him with resentment before reluctantly picking up the phone. Seeing this, Carlos let out a sigh of relief but also felt a bit downcast. After all, had things continued developing, something that all men liked might have happened? But as Adelaide took the call and her frown deepened, Carlos's face turned anxious. Sister-in-law, did something happen? Carlos could not help asking, while Adelaide's brows remained knitted and her voice carried worry. Yes, something has happened at the company. I need to go back tonight to handle it. Do you want to come with me back to Haisha City? Well. Carlos hesitated, especially thinking about the Shiliang Women's Kingdom. With a firm gaze, he said, Sister-in-law, I still have some unfinished business here. Why don't I finish up here, and then come find you in Haisha City? Okay, I'll go back first. Adelaide bit her red lips, showing an apologetic expression. As for visiting the tomb, please take care of it for me. Remember to burn plenty of paper money for our parents. Of course, no problem. Carlos nodded and assured her, don't worry about that. I'll burn extra for you too. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Adelaide pinched Carlos's nose and said, I'm heading back to Haisha City due to the urgency at the company. Carlos nodded and then rubbed his nose, helping Adelaide pack up their belongings. They quickly tidied everything up, and Carlos escorted Adelaide downstairs. Watching Adelaide drive away made Carlos feel lost. He even regretted hesitating earlier. If he hadn't hesitated, perhaps something would have happened? Thinking this, Carlos despised himself 100 times over. However, looking back at Adriana, sitting on the sofa in the living room trimming her nails with a short knife, he banished these thoughts from his mind. He decided it was necessary to research the history of the Shiliang Women's Kingdom and learn more about this dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Shiliang Women's Kingdom, Empress Carolyn frowned deeply, her expression heavy because after slaying Jonathan, she had immediately assigned Ajani to take control of the 5-city military command. But during his return to the palace, Ajani caught a spy named Guilherme. According to his confession, Amal was secretly colluding with the southern barbarians, planning to surrender the city tonight. Your Majesty, should we ask the gods for help? After reporting the matter, Ajani cupped his hands and suggested, we may find it hard to deal with this on our own? No, I will resolve this myself. Carolyn shook her head and refused. Because of my feud with the Su family, it's time to settle it once and for all. But, Ajani showed anxiety. The Su family has already colluded with the barbarians outside the city. They have already prepared to surrender the city tonight, letting the savages outside the city in to seize the food we have. General Shangguan, even so. Carolyn's gaze was firm as she declared with great resolve, I will resolve this issue on my own. I must personally kill Hattie and let him die by my sword. Ajani still had misgivings because there were 200,000 fierce and battle-hardened southern barbarians besieging the city. Furthermore, with the 100,000 city defenders aiding from within, they would be at a disadvantage even with their newly subdued 20,000 patrol soldiers. Plus, the ragtag 30,000 men of the 5-city military command and over 10,000 Phoenix Feather Guards. Ajani did not believe they could win. With such a disparity in strength, any fight would leave them utterly crushed and devoured by the city defenders and the 200,000 southern barbarians. After all, the latter had emerged victorious from countless battles, while they were merely pampered troops, including a bunch of ruffians and thugs rallied by Jonathan. In peacetime, the 5-city military command acted very powerful towards civilians, but on the battlefield, they would likely flee in panic before a real fight even began. Considering these points, Ajani thought it best to seek divine intervention to help turn the tide against the surrounding southern barbarian army. However, Carolyn disagreed. She wanted to handle the trouble herself, firmly believing that relying too much on the gods was unwise. Unable to persuade her, Ajani turned to Shiliang's imperial master for advice. They knew Carolyn listened most to the imperial master, who cleared his throat and said, I agree with your majesty's proposal. We cannot depend entirely on the gods. After all, dealing with the Su family and resisting the southern barbarian attack is not beyond our capabilities. Besides, Grand Tutor Thorn has already gone to the city defense camp to persuade the soldiers to support the emperor and defend Shiliang together. But, Imperial Master. Ajani was apprehensive. What if Grand Tutor Thorn fails, and the city defenders refuse to rally behind the emperor? Then the city defenders and the 200,000 barbarians will join forces. We won't just lose our food supply. We'll all be wiped out. Therefore, I think we should still ask for divine assistance to drive back the enemy. General Shangguan, stop. My mind is made up. Carolyn said resolutely, I must solve this problem myself, especially the feud with the Su family. I need to settle this once and for all. Though they still had concerns, facing such determined resolve, they kept silent. Over the years, no one knew better than they did what Carolyn had endured, especially the torment and humiliation inflicted by the Su family, which only she could truly address. Only the blood of the Su family could cleanse the disgrace they left on her. Thus, Ajani and the others ceased their persuasion, while Carolyn tightly gripped her sword. The downfall of Shiliang was largely due to the Su family monopolizing power and manipulating the court. If not for their treachery, even with the 5-year drought, Shiliang wouldn't have been reduced to this state, where man-made disasters surpassed natural calamities. What infuriated Carolyn most was the traitorous prime minister's disregard for the northern citizens' lives, leading to their surrender to the northern Wilfred barbarians. This resulted in the deaths of the Ming family's 58 patriotic generals and 300,000 northern soldiers, including General Ming himself. Now the northern territory was lost. 1 million barbarian horsemen surged like a storm, brutally slaughtering Shiliang's people along their path. Soon they would reach the city walls, ready to lay siege and massacre everyone in Qingyang City. Thinking of this, and knowing that Hattie intended to collaborate with the southern barbarians to raid Qingyang and seize her food supply, Carolyn could not contain her rage. She now yearned to lead the Phoenix Feather Guards to annihilate the treacherous Hattie and his ilk, showing them the fate of those who betrayed their country, death without mercy. Report, Your Majesty. Eunuch Bart rushed in holding a secret memorandum and announced, Grand Tutor Thorn has submitted an urgent report. Hurry, present it. Carolyn awaited this report. Otherwise, she would have led the guards to Su Mansion long ago. Eunuch Bart hurriedly handed her the document. Carolyn took the secret memorandum in her hands, opened it, and read through it carefully. Finally, a slight hint of relief appeared on her previously solemn face as she said, General Shangguan, immediately assemble 200 Phoenix Feather Guards, bring along that traitor from the Su family who conspired with the barbarian army outside the city, and come with me to visit the Su residence. Ah, to the Su residence? Ajani was taken aback, for to them, the Su residence was like a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Once they went there, it was very likely they wouldn't return. Yet Carolyn looked resolute as she declared, yes, precisely to the Su residence, to demand an account? Chapter 18. Katie, Bartji, and Carlos's Wilfred. Question the crime? Your Majesty. When Ajani and others heard Katie's words, they turned pale with fear. This is too dangerous. After all, the Su family members are all ambitious wolves. We won't just be questioning their crimes at the Su residence. We'll probably never return once we enter, for they may very well kill us and offer our heads to General Bo of the barbarian army. Yet, Katie remained resolute. She waved her sleeve and instructed Ajani to gather 200 Phoenix Feather Guards to accompany her to question the Su family. Ajani was uneasy but still gathered the 200 Phoenix Feather Guards, following Katie as she rode a white warhorse out of Fengyang Palace. Crossing Tianshui Bridge out of the palace gates, they arrived at a mansion with vermilion-painted doors towering before them. In front stood a stone pillar symbolizing the founding of the nation, with a plaque hanging that proclaimed the chancellor's residence. Arriving at the gate, Katie pulled back on the reins, remaining atop her white steed with a gaze as cold as ice, glaring fixedly at the chancellor's residence ahead. With a wave of her hand, the 200 Phoenix Feather Guards surged forward like ravenous wolves, swiftly encircling the Su residence. Then Katie spurred her horse forward and roared in a thunderous voice. The Su clan has conspired with the southern savages to surrender this city and massacre its people. Come out and accept your punishment. This shout instantly drew the attention of many, especially from the suffering citizens on the street who rushed over like waves upon hearing it. The guards at the entrance to the Su residence unsheathed their weapons, fully on guard, preparing for battle. Inside the Su residence, Hattie was discussing with his subordinates the plan to lead the city defense troops to surrender the city to the barbarians that night when he heard the commotion outside. He slammed the table, donned his golden armor, grasped his sword in anger, and strode out with over a dozen generals who planned to surrender to the barbarian forces alongside him, shouting, Your Majesty, what do you mean by these words? What do I mean? Hattie. High atop her horse, Katie's incomparably beautiful face suddenly turned frigid like ice, radiating overwhelming killing intent. You conspired with the savages and were ready to lead 10,000 city defense troops to surrender. Did you think you could hide this from me? Katie, what do you mean? Hattie's heart sank as he realized his plans to surrender had been exposed by Katie. However, seeing the 200 Phoenix Feather Guards surrounding the chancellery and the angry faces of the citizens glaring at him, he maintained his stern demeanor, unwilling to admit the truth. I have led 10,000 city defense troops day and night, swearing to defend the citizens of Qingyang City, to prevent the savages from taking even a step further. How dare you slander me so? Hattie, traitor scum. Katie was infuriated by his words. How cleverly you talk, just like your infamous father. Both of you are criminals who harmed the country. Katie, don't spout nonsense. Hattie tried to argue his case. My father was a traitor, but I am not him. I would never betray my country. Hattie, your father betrayed the country, causing the death of the 58 Ming family national heroes and 300,000 northern border troops. The old General Ming also died in battle. According to law, your entire family should be executed. Thinking about how she had always feared the 10,000 city defense troops under Hattie's control, Katie continued, but I did not kill you before. Yet today, I find you no different from your father, a villainous traitor who collaborates with the enemy. Your eloquent lies make your crimes even more unforgivable. Katie, do you have evidence? Hattie bellowed angrily, but Katie retorted fiercely. Of course I do. General Shangguan, bring up the prisoner to confront this traitor. Hearing this, Ajani brought forth Guilherme, bound in heavy chains. Seeing this, Hattie felt a shock. He hadn't expected Guilherme to be captured by Katie. Katie drew her sword and pointed it at Hattie, roaring, This man is your lackey, through whom you communicated secretly with the savages. What do you have to say for yourself now? Based solely on one person's testimony, how can you convict me? Clearly, Katie, you are framing me, Hattie argued desperately. Framing? Hattie, you are? Katie laughed coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent, refusing to confess to the end. What refusal? If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. Hattie's voice was full of defiance. Katie, you will never frame me successfully. General Shangguan. Hearing Hattie's words, Katie was suddenly filled with rage. Show the letters that prove his communication with the savages to all the citizens and soldiers. Let them see if I am framing this rebel. Your wish. Ajani immediately made public the letters from Hattie to the barbarian forces, which bore his official seal. Instantly, the crowd erupted into condemnation. Your Majesty, the Su family is a pair of wolves with ambitions to destroy our city. We beseech you to punish this traitor at once. Hattie's face turned ashen, trembling with fear. But just then, a steady sound of marching feet came from behind Katie. Immediately, a contingent of the city defense troops, armed with long spears, wearing armor, and carrying bows on their backs, surged forward. Seeing this scene, Hattie's ashen face became less pale, revealing a look of manic excitement because his city defense troops had arrived. He estimated there were at least 5,000 soldiers. With only 200 Phoenix Feather Guards under Katie's command, how could she possibly stand against 5,000 city defense troops? Thus, he started laughing wildly. He seemed to see 5,000 city defense troops cutting Katie into pieces. Your Majesty, it's bad. Ajani also panicked, saying, these are Hattie's city defense troops. There are 5,000 of them. We have only 200 Phoenix Feather Guards. We will certainly be slaughtered by him. The Phoenix Feather Guards were now in dire straits, looking like frightened birds, even pulling out weapons, faces full of panic. Citizens who had called for Katie to execute Hattie scattered immediately, hiding away like scared animals. Even the bravest hid in the distance to watch. Seeing this, Hattie grew even more manic, laughing wildly. Katie, get down here. Let me play with you. If I'm entertained, maybe I'll spare your dog life. Hattie, you're courting death? Katie held her sword tightly, glaring at Hattie angrily, while Hattie laughed madly like a demon. Katie, are you out of your mind? Still not realizing your predicament? Now I have 5,000 city defense troops surrounding you. You still dare to say I'm courting death? Do you really not know how many eyes my god has? Looking at the wildly laughing Hattie, Katie roared furiously, city defense troops, follow me to execute this villain. Hattie didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, instead laughing even more crazily. Katie, you're insane. The city defense troops only listen to my commands. How can they possibly obey you? After laughing crazily, Hattie's eyes were full of ridicule toward Katie. Even the dozen generals under Hattie were laughing wildly, believing the city defense troops were loyal to them. Thus, they trusted their soldiers would never obey Katie's orders. Just as Ajani gathered the 200 Phoenix Feather Guards to prepare for a breakthrough, to his surprise, the 5,000 city defense troops obeyed Katie's command and charged towards Hattie and his men. Burke, did you make a mistake? Facing the charging city defense troops, Hattie finally reacted, roaring with bloodshot eyes. You don't kill this tyrant, but lead 5,000 city defense troops to attack us. Are you crazy? I am not crazy. Burke, wielding a square heavenly spear, riding a black warhorse, charged ferociously at Hattie, shouting, I'm killing you, the traitor. Hattie was utterly terrified, but Burke's square heavenly spear slashed downward, striking Hattie through the forehead, splitting him open with blood and brains spattered everywhere. Burke, you. All of Hattie's generals were stunned, as they thought Burke was coming to save them, but instead saw this dramatic turn of events, which left them unprepared. Burke didn't bother with their protests and ordered his 5,000 city defense troops with a swing of his spear. Soldiers, these rebels planned to follow Hattie in treason, surrendering the city to the Nanzhao for his own fortune, completely disregarding the lives of the people in the city. If not now, when will we eliminate these rebels? Kill. As Burke roared, the 5,000 city defense troops behind him shouted in unison and surged forward, hacking down the Sioux family's generals with their swords. In a moment, blood flowed like rivers and corpses lay scattered in the Sioux residence, as over 1,000 souls within the Sioux family were butchered to extinction. Katie stood amidst the blood, sword in hand, looking at the bodies of the Sioux family. Though she felt a pang of pity, she knew all too well that this was the only choice. She could not afford any leniency, for there were enemies outside and traitors within. Any hint of mercy would lead to utter ruin. So, every last one of the Sioux family had to be eliminated. Your Majesty, all 1,008 members of the Sioux family have been exterminated. However, Ajani, covered in blood, knelt before Katie and said, there are still 200,000 Nanzhao troops threatening us outside the city. What should we do next? Do not worry about that. Katie's gaze fell on Ajani, who was drenched in blood and exuding a menacing aura, and said, the gods will help us. Ajani looked up at Katie, thinking of Carlos. At this moment, however, Carlos was frowning deeply, a look of deep concern on his face. According to certain historical records, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom would be destroyed by the barbarian tribes in 15 days, despite Katie leading the city soldiers in fierce resistance. But it was futile against the million-strong barbarian cavalry, leading to Katie's demise in Yingyang City. Following this, the northern gateway of China would be completely breached. Millions of barbarian cavalry would sweep through, turning everything into wasteland. This marked the darkest era for Central Plains, nearly wiping out the Han ethnicity. Looking at the information on his computer screen, Carlos couldn't help but take a deep breath. He then reached for a cigarette from the table, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted as he drew one out. Habitually, he tapped the cigarette on the box twice, holding it horizontally and smelling it. After a moment, he put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and took a puff, saying, 12,000 Western Liang soldiers versus 1,020,000 barbarian cavalry. The chances of winning are extremely slim. As Carlos slowly exhaled the smoke, he said gravely to himself, unless the city walls are reinforced, they won't withstand even one round of attack from the barbarian cavalry. Yes, the city walls must be fortified. At this thought, his eyes gleamed with intelligence. Only by fortifying the city walls can they possibly resist the attack of 1,000,000 barbarian cavalry. If they need to reinforce the city walls, I should provide them with steel bars, cement, and sand. With enough of these materials, they can build strong walls in a few days to defend against the attack. Yes, that's right. Carlos slapped his forehead and said, provide them with steel bars, cement, and sand to reinforce the walls. Paired with the compound bows, crossbows, repeating crossbows, and ballistae I bought online, they might just hold off the barbarians and survive. Chapter 19. Crisis in Xingyang City and how to resolve it. Yes. Carlos's gaze was firm as he fished out his phone like a steadfast rock. He found Kermit's number and dialed him. A few rings. Kermit picked up, and his voice came through, saying, Young Master Chun, what are your instructions? Kermit, where are you now? Carlos asked, and Kermit hesitated before replying, I'm at Old Woman Son's place. Old Woman Son, all right? Hearing this, Carlos's lips twitched as he said, are you free now? I need you to run some errands for me and handle a few things. Young Master Chun, Your instructions. Kermit chuckled in response. Carlos hesitated for a moment and then said, Kermit, go find your Uncle Owen and tell him I want to rent a few more warehouses at the dock. Have him take care of the paperwork. Money isn't an issue. Young Master Chen, I was just about to talk to you about this. My uncle says that overseas trade has been very difficult these past few years. Kermit paused for a moment before asking, so the warehouses at the port have been mostly empty. The Minuet town government is considering leasing the port out. My uncle wanted me to ask if you're interested in leasing it? Leasing? How much per year? Carlos couldn't help but frown as he asked. Then he heard Kermit say, my uncle says 1 million per year, with a minimum lease term of 30 years, totaling 30 million. Upon hearing this, Carlos almost cursed under his breath because this seemed like a massive pitfall. After all, the Minuet town port was very small, and thus the number of ships passing through annually was also minimal. The town's annual revenue from it would be negligible, probably not exceeding 1 million even during its peak times. It appeared that the mayor of Minuet town, Owen, had taken him for a fool, quoting 1 million a year with a 30-year lease. Carlos felt speechless, but soon furrowed his brows again. He realized that leasing the port could be beneficial. To sustain the group across from him, a constant supply of materials was necessary. However, large quantities of goods, mysteriously disappearing, would certainly draw attention from relevant government departments. By leasing the port, he could register a few shell companies in places like the Middle East, Singapore, Hong Kong, the United States, and Africa, conduct overseas trade, and thereby avoid drawing unwanted attention. He could even smuggle restricted items like AK-47s, Gatling guns, and TNT ammunition into international waters without raising suspicions. Right, exactly. Carlos's eyes shone with insight as he said, as long as I pay the required tariffs, it won't raise any flags. But we can't let large quantities of goods vanish without causing trouble. Even getting some restricted items wouldn't be possible otherwise. Carlos rubbed his temples, realizing how crucial this was, and he also needed many warehouses. Leasing the Minuet town port for 1 million a year would allow him to start overseas trading smoothly and gain ample storage space for cargo turnover. Thinking this over, Carlos discussed the matter with Kermit in detail, emphasizing that the 30 million covered 60 years, not 30, of port operating rights. If Owen agreed, he could sign the contract anytime. Kermit happily agreed to check on it. But Carlos didn't end the call there. He instructed Kermit to urgently arrange for 100 tons of cement, sand, and 30 tons of steel bars to be transported to the port's warehouse from Jinghai's rebar factory, cement plant, and sand quarry. Kermit gladly accepted the task. Due to the pandemic and effective government curbs on real estate development, many factories were near bankruptcy, especially with stockpiled goods. This deal would allow Kermit to make a tidy profit. Afterward, Carlos took a drag on his cigarette, feeling the weight of concern still heavy in his heart. The Western Liang Kingdom was proving to be an immense challenge. Meanwhile, Ava, stationed at Su Mansion, received reports from the city defense forces. The barbarian tribes had broken camp. Their army was advancing towards Xinjiang City and might attack under cover of night. Hearing this, Ava mounted her white warhorse, sword in hand, leading General Ajani and Burke with their troops. They hurried from Su Mansion all the way to the northern gate of Xinjiang City. Ava stood on the city wall, only to see flames raging outside the north gate, with dense masses of cavalry formations lined up by the nomadic tribes beyond the city wall. Your Majesty, these barbarians? Ajani, seeing the situation below the city, clasped his hands and said to Ava, they are likely waiting for Hattie to surrender the city, then they will ride in and slaughter everyone, using us as their food. Ava solemnly nodded because the situation was indeed so dire. Thanks to Ajani capturing Guilherme, a spy of the Su family, they had acted ahead of time. Not only did they persuade the city defense forces through Grand Tutor Thorn, but Burke's actions also led to the total massacre of Su Mansion. Of course, most gratitude went to the deity. Without the deity granting them food and water, it would have been impossible to control the situation so quickly. The 15,000 troops of the patrol camp, 35,000 soldiers of the 5-city military commission, and 100,000 city defense forces would never have been under her control so swiftly without the food and water granted by the deity. Thinking of this, Ava sincerely thanked Carlos once again in her heart. However, looking at the gathered 20,000 nomadic iron cavalry outside the city, her expression turned grave. These nomadic cavalry were notoriously fierce and skilled in battle, with their overall combat strength estimated to be 3 to 4 times that of her Western Liang troops. Their scimitars were made of fine steel. Ordinary swords and blades typically broke upon encountering their scimitars. Wilfred's importantly, the nomadic cavalry were invincible. Their previous attacks had severely damaged Xinjiang City's walls. If they attacked vigorously a few more times, it was very possible that the walls would collapse. Of course, the city walls already had several collapsed sections. Had she not led the Phoenix Feather Guards to block the breaches last time, risking nearly 8,000 Phoenix Feather Guards, Xinjiang City might have fallen long ago. Thinking of this, Ava's eyes filled with even greater concern, as the situation was incredibly challenging, especially considering that if the walls couldn't be reinforced and heightened, it would be extremely difficult to withstand the ferocious nomadic tribes. Once the million-strong northern cavalry arrived, Xinjiang City would definitely fall. To fortify the city walls, they needed rice slurry mixed with sand, stones, wood, and lime. But currently, she lacked these materials, especially the lime, a critical adhesive for reinforcing the walls. There wasn't any in the city. The breaches were only temporarily sealed with bricks from demolished houses by civilians. Against a full-scale assault by the nomadic army, it wouldn't hold. Ava furrowed her brow tightly, hoping the deity could grant them some strength. Otherwise, if the nomadic army breached the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would eat the children first, followed by women and men, and finally the elderly. They would continue north into central China, causing its total collapse. All Han people would become their food. As a Han person, Ava absolutely could not tolerate such an outcome. She must pray to the deity for divine artifacts to reinforce the city defenses, heighten the walls, and defend Xinjiang City, preventing the nomadic tribes from invading central China. While Ava's thoughts swirled, Carlos, lying in bed, was having a nightmare. In the dream, everything was ruins, broken and desolate, with yellow sand swirling in the streets like the end of the world. He saw Ava covered in blood, holding a war sword and riding a white horse, leading the female soldiers of the Western Liang Kingdom in desperate resistance against the nomadic cavalry. Although Carlos couldn't see Ava's face clearly in the dream, he felt her despair and sorrow deeply. Not just her, but the soldiers fighting alongside her, and the hopeless civilians being slaughtered mercilessly by the nomadic army. Carlos even saw toddlers, barely able to walk, being mercilessly killed by the nomadic curved sabers. A mother, drenched in blood, clutched her child as she was trampled into pulp by the nomadic cavalry. Watching these scenes, Carlos felt as if a dagger had stabbed into the softest part of his heart. A scimitar was raised high, striking down lightning fast towards Ava's neck. Blood splattered on Carlos's face as Ava's head, filled with defiance, hit the ground and rolled toward him. The pain was unbearable. No, no, no. Carlos clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, powerless to change anything. Yet, Ava's head still rolled to his feet, and the massacre by the nomadic army did not cease. Instead, it continued. Countless children, countless women, countless civilians all fell under their scimitars, in that thick, stinking blood. No, don't kill them. Carlos, with bloodshot eyes, screamed suddenly, then opened his eyes wide, panting heavily. Thankfully, it was just a dream. But if I cannot change this, it will surely become reality. No, I absolutely cannot let this become reality. I must change everything, keep Ava alive. Carlos wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute. Keep the Western Liang Kingdom from falling. Let those children in the midst of war survive. Chapter 20. Adriana, holding an iron hammer, is invincible. Yes, let them live. After uttering this with unwavering determination, Carlos took a deep breath and reached for the cigarette on the nightstand. His fingers slightly trembling, Carlos extracted a cigarette from the pack, tapping it lightly twice against the box to calm his agitated heart. Then, he placed the cigarette between his lips. He lit it and took a forceful drag, slowly exhaling the smoke. As the smoke swirled around him, Carlos's expression gradually improved. But when he finally came back to his senses and glanced out the window, he found that dawn had already broken. Taking a deep breath, Carlos threw off the covers and got up, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. He walked over to the windowsill. Outside, a giant golden sun was rising in the east like a blazing flame. Carlos knew that another day had brought the fall of the Western Liang Kingdom closer. If he didn't take action soon, the Western Liang Kingdom might not be able to hold on. But just then, Carlos's gaze froze as he noticed the river in front of his house had been drained again by the large black jar. What made him pause, however, wasn't the dried-up river, but the sight of Adriana struggling valiantly to lift the large black jar out of the riverbed, her face flushed red with effort. No matter how much strength she exerted, she couldn't move the large black jar an inch. Watching this, Carlos couldn't help but frown, muttering something under his breath before heading downstairs toward Adriana. Adriana, what are you doing? Carlos looked at Adriana teasingly, one corner of his mouth curling upward as he said, why are you having such a hard time with our kimchi jar? Adriana ignored Carlos, bending over with her backside protruding invitingly. Her feet sank into the mud as she gripped the large black jar with both hands, straining to lift it from the river. But she failed. Despite her greatest efforts, she couldn't move the jar even an inch. Carlos, eyes half closed with amusement, watched as Adriana's exertion caused her chest to sway provocatively, unable to look away. Not only was it distracting, it was also astonishingly impressive, causing Carlos's eyes to widen as he stared, swallowing repeatedly. Damn, do I have something on me? Feeling Carlos's intense gaze, Adriana glared fiercely at him, biting her lip. Carlos responded with a sly smile. Do you? Wilfredra than just that. It's quite perky. Hearing this, Adriana's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and growled. You bastard. Keep staring, and I'll poke out your dog eyes. Ignoring her threat, Carlos glanced at the large black jar in the river and deliberately changed the subject. Adriana, what are you doing? Why are you trying to move this big jar so early in the morning? Adriana didn't respond but shot Carlos a look of disdain before using all her strength to try lifting the jar again. Seeing this, Carlos took a step forward, still holding the cigarette in his mouth, and confidently said, Adriana, don't bother with the big jar. I can lift it with one hand. A flash of disdain crossed Adriana's cold, beautiful face, tinged with contempt. How could a mere mortal like Carlos possibly lift such a powerful artifact? But just then, Carlos had already approached her. To her shock, he effortlessly lifted the large black jar as if it were weightless, holding it upside down. How is this possible? Adriana's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Carlos, utterly stunned. This large black jar must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Yet he, a mere mortal, lifts it so easily? As she thought this, she gaped at Carlos in awe, finding the scene too bizarre to comprehend. Adriana, why are you looking at me like that? Do you fancy our kimchi jar? Carlos smirked playfully. Maybe I should give it to you? No need, no need. Adriana recoiled in fright, knowing she couldn't lift the jar herself. If Carlos gave it to her, she feared it would crush her. A cunning smile flickered across Carlos's lips. Just then, his phone rang. Frowning, Carlos pulled the phone from his pocket and saw it was Kermit calling. While holding the large black jar, he stepped back toward the house and answered, Kermit, what's up? Young Master Chun, I've already talked to my uncle about what we discussed last night. Kermit said with a chuckle. My uncle agreed. But he mentioned there's another piece of land next to the wharf. He wants you to buy it for an additional 60 million as part of the deal. Why does he want me to do that? Carlos couldn't help but frown. If I'm just renting the port, why should I also buy a piece of land? Kermit, what could this be for? Obviously, it's due to the Minuet town government having a budget deficit. Kermit spoke in a helpless tone, especially after the previous mayor left many financial issues for my uncle. My uncle is currently dealing with quite a mess. He said the government staff haven't been paid for 2 months now, so he plans to use the old method of selling land to solve the fiscal crisis and gain some political achievements. Carlos was speechless. After all, he wasn't a philanthropist. His money needed to be spent wisely. To serve the Western Liang Kingdom. Unwilling to get too deeply involved with Barth, he firmly rejected Kermit, stating that if they wouldn't rent him the Minuet Town port for $30 million over 60 years, then he would only rent a few warehouses. Despite Kermit's attempts to persuade, Carlos impatiently hung up his phone and began rinsing the large black jar under the tap. He called out to Adriana to drive. They headed towards the warehouse in Minuet Town because Carlos had to transport grain to the Western Liang Kingdom. For now, he had no time for other complications. Though Adriana had many things to say, she merely glanced at the large black jar Carlos carried in his hand with a complex look. She got into Carlos's Mercedes G-Class and drove towards the port as Carlos instructed. Carlos cradled the large black jar in his arms, realizing that it might not just connect past and present. As Adriana observed the jar in Carlos's arms while driving the Mercedes G-Class out of Carlos's villa, they suddenly encountered a construction truck veering sharply from a side road, heading straight for them. Despite Adriana's quick reaction, the construction truck still slammed heavily into their car's rear end with a deafening roar. Carlos's left side window shattered instantly, showering glass shards mixed with piercing sounds toward him. Closing his eyes, expecting death, Carlos was suddenly enveloped by a bright light from the large black jar. Though some shards cut his arm, he remained unharmed. However, the drops of blood were immediately absorbed by the large black jar. Adriana saw runes intertwine, forming a seal on Carlos's forehead before the jar completely merged into his body. A venerable voice resonated in Carlos's mind. I am a sage from your ancestors. From today onward, my companion treasure, the large black jar, will be passed down to you. Having this treasure, you can traverse time, convey intentions to others, gather incense offerings power, prolong life, strengthen your body, and attain immortality. As Carlos accepted the ancestral inheritance, Adriana saw several vans and the construction truck outside spew out 2 or 3 dozen armed men who started smashing their car, shouting, "Brothers, smash it hard." Lord Jean said this kid carries billions. If we capture him, we won't have to worry about the future. Outside, an extremely arrogant thug, wielding a large iron hammer, smashed against Carlos's Mercedes G-Class, yelling in excitement. The thugs followed suit, roaring wildly as if they had already kidnapped Carlos and his wealth. Adriana, facing this chaos, reacted swiftly after a brief moment of shock. She forcefully opened the car door and delivered an elbow strike. Instantly, the thug swinging the iron hammer was sent flying several meters away. She caught the falling hammer, held it tightly, and swung it at a charging man, sending him flying upon impact. The remaining thugs, though momentarily stunned by Adriana's prowess, lunged again, driven by thoughts of the billion-dollar captive inside. But Adriana stood firm like a wall, gripping the iron hammer tightly. She almost felled one thug with each swing. Soon, over a dozen thugs were knocked to the ground by her large iron hammer, and the remaining group finally realized they couldn't overpower Adriana. Knowing they couldn't defeat her, the thugs hastily carried their injured comrades and quickly fled into the vans. Adriana didn't chase after them. Instead, she walked coldly up to Carlos, extended 2 fingers, and pressed against his pulse point to ensure he was still alive. Once she confirmed Carlos was safe, Adriana threw aside the blood-stained iron hammer, pulled out her phone, and called Bryant. "Bryant, we were attacked." "What? Attacked?" Bryant flew into a rage upon hearing Adriana's words. "Who did this? What audacity, daring to move against my boy in Jinghai?" "I can't be sure for now." Adriana clutched the phone tightly, her gaze turning cold. "But I suspect it might have been Howell." "Howell has lost his mind?" Bryant instantly retorted upon hearing it was Howell. "He dared to move against Carlos in Jinghai?" "I don't know." Adriana didn't elaborate further, only responding coldly. "You might need to ask him." "Understood. I will handle it." Bryant's voice brimmed with anger, yet he quickly asked worriedly, "Is the boy all right?" "I just checked his pulse." Adriana glanced at the unconscious Carlos. "He's fine. Should wake up soon." "All right, protect him well," Bryant instructed. "As for Howell, leave this matter to me." "Yes, Bryant." After hanging up, Adriana looked back at Carlos. Suddenly, Carlos's tightly shut eyes snapped open. As he raised his hand, the large black jar that had merged into his forehead now floated in his palm. Adriana's eyes widened in surprise. The large black jar actually recognized him as its master. Carlos wore a look of shock. For him, this was utterly inconceivable. He remained bewildered, unable to recover from the shock. "Carlos, are you all right?" Seeing this scene, Adriana finally came back to her senses. "Can you get up and walk a bit?" Chapter 21. Your Majesty, look at the divine gift. We have fine steel. Can? Carlos, with a sudden thought, retracted the large black jar floating in his palm and responded. However, Augusta seemed oblivious and said, "All right, then get down. Let's take you to the hospital first." "No, not necessary." Upon hearing this from Augusta, Carlos quickly reacted, considering the precarious situation of the Western Liang women's kingdom across the border. Without hesitation, he said, "I'm fine. I just want to go to the port warehouse now." Augusta said nothing more, her cold demeanor unyielding. Despite the pain in his head, Carlos brushed it off. Although he felt uncomfortable and was seething with anger at the bandits who had attacked him earlier, he couldn't afford to dwell on these matters. All he wanted now was to reach the warehouse as quickly as possible and transfer the rice and 100 tons of cement and sand inside. He also needed to send the 30 tons of steel bars that had arrived at the warehouse to the Western Liang women's kingdom. After all, millions of people were waiting for his help across the border. As for who attacked him and what was going on with the large black jar, he could investigate those later. For now, they wouldn't cause any immediate issues. So, Carlos stood by the roadside and approached some onlookers. He borrowed a motorcycle, leaving the mess behind for Augusta, and rode towards the warehouse. When he arrived at the warehouse, Kermit greeted him immediately. Following Wong was a stout man with a beer belly and slicked back hair, holding a briefcase. Barth, the mayor of Bright Wilford in town. With a fawning smile, Jia said. Master Chin, hello. Barth's face was crinkled with exaggerated smiles as he extended his hand to Carlos. I'm Mayor Barth of Bright Wilford in town. Mayor Jia, why are you here personally? Isn't it just a matter of signing a contract? Carlos didn't want to engage much with Barth, walking toward the warehouse while saying, if you agree, I'll lease the port for 60 years at 30 million. We can sign the contract right now. Master Chun, that's no problem. Barth maintained his fawning tone. But we have a very good piece of land here. Master Chun, consider it as supporting hometown development. Buy it for 60 million, along with the contract. Mayor Jia, what would I do with it? Carlos pursed his lips, countering Barth. The latter's face froze momentarily, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Master Chun, listen to me. This land was originally going to be sold to Jinghai Changshan Group to develop a resort near the port. But you know the real estate policies have changed recently, making it harder to sell houses. Now Jinghai Changshan is in debt, so our cooperation has been suspended. Mayor Jia, you're rambling? Carlos looked impatient. I don't want to buy land because I don't plan on doing real estate. If you want developers, you should contact the real estate companies in Jinghai. There's no point pestering me. Besides, I'm really busy and can't chat. Master Chun, just let me add one more thing. Barth looked anxious, swallowing hard before asking, can I just say one more thing? All right, Mayor Zhengguai. Despite his urgency to transfer supplies to the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, Carlos managed to patiently ask, what do you want to say? Master Chun, aren't you planning to set up an overseas trading company? Since you've leased this port. With excitement, Barth pointed to the vast coastal area ahead. Why not establish a trading company here? It will facilitate your exports. And for just 60 million, you can get over 70 acres of prime coastal land. Imagine if this area develops. The value will skyrocket more than tenfold. Master Chun, this is a golden opportunity you can't miss. Carlos rolled his eyes at Barth. Though he knew Jia was exaggerating, there was a point to his suggestion. He could indeed buy a plot of land here and build a trading company. Compared to Jinghai City and Strait City, the land in Bright Wilford town was incredibly cheap. Being a small town within a district, Bright Wilford was quite remote. It took at least 30 minutes to drive into the heart of Jinghai City and 4 to 5 hours to reach the provincial capital, Strait City. Therefore, despite its potential advantages, Bright Wilford town remained undeveloped. If developed properly, Bright Wilford town could rival Florence Senlai town across the border, but compared to Jinghai City's 2 major ports, which had undergone decades of development, Bright Wilford was still far behind. Florence Senlai town was far more developed than Mingyue town because most of Jinghai City's export trade passed through Florence Senlai town. As a result, Mingyue town's economy lagged significantly behind. Being a member of Mingyue town, Carlos felt some buganshin reluctance. Carlos naturally felt somewhat unwilling, and even wanted to contribute to the development of Mingyue town. After hearing Barth's suggestion, Carlos thought that buying a plot of land might not be a bad idea, especially since he planned to establish a trading company. Otherwise, dealing with such large volumes of materials would eventually cause problems. Thinking this, Carlos couldn't help but touch his chin, his gaze ultimately settling on Barth's face. Barth hurriedly showed a flattering smile, while Carlos furrowed his brow and said, Town Mayor Jia, why don't you come to my house tonight for detailed discussion? Regarding the port issue, if you bring the contract, I can transfer 30 million right now. Let's settle this first. All right, young Master Chun. Barth immediately pulled out the contract, smiling at Carlos and said, I've already drafted the contract, and it's stamped with our town government seal. I've also expedited all the procedures from Jinghai City overnight. You just need to sign the contract, and after that, the 60-year lease of this port will belong to you. Carlos didn't say much more, took the contract and carefully reviewed it. Finding no issues, he signed it, then used his phone to transfer 30 million to Barth. Barth left with a happy expression, because Mingyue town was so poor that the town couldn't even pay salaries. Now, by leasing the town's port to Carlos, Barth had obtained 30 million effortlessly. He could literally laugh in his dreams, considering how quiet Mingyue town's port was compared to Florence Senlai town, where 99% of freight trade went. Mingyue town only got a small fraction due to its less favorable transportation and geographical location. This resulted in the port of Mingyue town always being in deficit, especially after the pandemic, which made overseas trade even harder. Barth managed to offload the port to Carlos easily and received 30 million in leasing fees. How could he not be delighted? Carlos didn't concern himself much with Barth because he needed this port as a cover. So these 30 million were essentially an insurance policy for him, considering the large volume of materials he would be handling. If relevant authorities noticed, the trouble wouldn't be small. So using this port as a cover, and opening several shell companies in Singapore, the Middle East, the United States, and Hong Kong under the guise of foreign trade, he could save a lot of trouble. As long as he paid all customs duties, he could even transport certain prohibited items into international waters and send them to the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Carlos thought it was a great value for the 30 million spent. Regarding Barth's suggestion to buy land here, Carlos initially resisted. But thinking further, he needed to establish a foreign trade company, and it was necessary to have a plot of land to build on, which could cut costs. Wilford Reaver, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom would eventually need infrastructure, and this would allow him to develop real estate locally while transporting steel bars, cement, sand, and other construction materials across the border to the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, avoiding suspicion. Transporting hundreds of tons of cement and sand frequently would eventually attract attention. Carlos took a deep breath and turned to Kermit. Kermit, which warehouse did you store the steel bars, cement, and sand I asked you to buy last night? Young Master Chun, I stored them in warehouse number 4 in the North District. Shall I take you there? No need, give me the key. I'll go check myself. Also, check the warehouse where the grains and oils are stored. Has Callan delivered everything? Yes, young Master Chun. Kermit handed over the keys to Carlos, who rode off on his motorcycle towards warehouse number 4 in the North District. Carlos arrived at the warehouse after nearly 10 minutes on the motorcycle. Upon entering, he saw 100 tons of cement, 100 tons of sand, and 30 tons of steel bars neatly arranged. Without hesitation, Carlos summoned the large black jar telepathically and began transferring the 100 tons of cement and 100 tons of sand from the warehouse. The 30 tons of steel bars were also swallowed into the large black jar, and following the method passed down by the sage ancestor, Carlos concentrated his mind to transmit the method of making concrete. He also transmitted how to make dragon bone structures using steel bars, combined with concrete casting techniques for fortifications, all through the large black jar. On the side of the Western Liang women's kingdom, Ava and the others suddenly saw bags of cement tumbling out from the bronze tripod, along with sand and thumb-thick steel bars, all spilling out. The sheer quantity was even more extravagant than the food they had received the previous day. Even the Fengyang Hall couldn't withstand it, completely bursting from the hundreds of tons of cement and sand. Bags of cement and sand, along with rolling steel bars, all fell to the ground, littering everywhere. Your Majesty, the gods this time? Ajani looked at the scene in shock, picking up a steel bar from the ground after a long while. It seems they have bestowed us with fine steel. Is it really fine steel? Your Majesty, is it really fine steel? Upon hearing Ajani's words, Ava and the others were utterly stunned. Mouths agape. Fine steel was an extremely rare material, especially with such an abundance now. If all this were forged into weapons, Ava and the others thought about this, their eyes immediately lit up. Because if they had weapons forged from fine steel, they would no longer fear the curved swords made of ordinary iron used by the barbarians. Ha ha ha. Holding the steel bar in his hand, Ajani burst out laughing uncontrollably. Your Majesty, if these gods have given us fine steel and we can forge it into weapons, they will be incredibly sharp, unmatched by the barbarians' curved swords. Your Majesty, let me take charge of this batch of fine steel. I will immediately gather all the blacksmiths in the city. Wilfred Han stepped forward, bowing deeply with an unusually excited expression. To forge a batch of weapons made from fine steel. If we have weapons forged from fine steel, we will absolutely be able to break through the barbarians' curved swords. Chapter 22. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not flour, but cement. Your Majesty, these fine steels. Minister of Works Simeon of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom stepped forward, waving his arms excitedly and said, let's hand them over to the Ministry of Works, shall we? If this batch of fine steel is entrusted to our ministry for forging, we can definitely forge the best weapons in the world. Katie did not respond but picked up a neatly cut piece of rebar, about as tall as a man, nearly the size of a child's wrist. She drew her sword, and slashed fiercely at the rebar. Clang! The gemstone-embedded long sword in Katie's hand struck the rebar, immediately sparking. Then the sword shattered. Katie was so shocked that her eyes were wide open. After all, this precious sword was granted by the divine dynasty of Zhongyuan. Even when facing the curved swords of the barbarians, it had never chipped. But against this divine steel, it couldn't even withstand one strike. This situation wasn't just shocking to Katie. Ajani and the others were also stunned. But soon they were elated. This fine steel was far stronger than refined iron. If it could be forged into weapons, it would undoubtedly create a batch of razor-sharp divine weapons. And this batch of fine steel wouldn't just be invaluable in the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Even in the divine dynasty of Zhongyuan, it would attract envy from other nations who would stop at nothing to seize it. Your Majesty, please let me beg again. Simeon knelt down excitedly and pleaded. Please allow me to forge weapons with this batch of fine steel. I will certainly create countless razor-sharp divine weapons. All right, if the Ministry of Works lacks manpower. Katie nodded in agreement. You can conscript civilians in the city. Anyone who participates in weapon casting will receive half a caddy of rice, 2 eggs, and 1 sausage per day. Yes. Upon hearing this, Simeon was overjoyed. In contrast, Norris frowned deeply, staring at a bag of cement in front of him, slashing it open with his sword. He saw what looked like flour, very fine gray cement. Your Majesty, the gods have bestowed upon us flour again, but this time it's gray and finer than the white flour we received last time. Norris's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Grand Tutor Thorn stepped forward as usual, bent down, and pinched some cement with his fingers. Thorn put it in his mouth and tasted it. This gray flour doesn't taste as good as the white flour. It's slightly dry. Upon hearing this, almost everyone, including Simeon, came forward curiously, pinched some cement with their fingers, and tasted it. They agreed, Your Majesty, indeed, as Grand Tutor says, this gray flour isn't as tasty as the white flour, and it tastes a bit dry. Katie became intrigued and approached, leading Ajani and the others to pinch some cement and prepare to taste it. But just then, a milky white stream of light flew out of the bronze tripod and entered Katie's forehead. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened. Then an excited expression appeared on her face as she exclaimed, Everyone, wait, this is not gray flour, but cement bestowed upon us by the gods. Katie continued, According to the gods, this material can be mixed with water, sand, and gravel. Then, using the divine iron bestowed by the gods, we can weave dragon skeletons within it and pour it to cast city walls. Once cast, the city wall will be as solid as rock, impervious to destruction. Thank you, gods, for bestowing such a divine object upon us. Simeon and the others were all incredibly excited. With this item, we can recast our city walls within the existing ones, and we will no longer fear the barbarians outside the city. Minister Pei, the divine items bestowed by the gods will all be handed over to your Ministry of Works. Katie waved her sleeve. Gather the citizens of the city to work day and night. Use this divine material to pour and construct city walls to defend against the barbarian tribes. Yes. Simeon took the order joyfully, while Katie placed her hands on her chest and devoutly thanked Carlos. Meanwhile, Carlos looked at the now empty warehouse, and with a thought, he put away the large black pot. After locking the door of the warehouse, he straddled his motorcycle and drove toward the vegetable storage warehouse. Kermit was waiting outside the warehouse with his father, Bond, both smiling. Seeing Carlos approach, they greeted him warmly. Young Master Chen, you've finally come. Come, have a cigarette. Bond fished out a cigarette and quickly handed one to Carlos, who accepted it. Then, Carlos asked, Uncle Wong, did Callan deliver all the grain and oil last night? Master Chen, yes, everything is here, all delivered. Bond, hearing Carlos's words, smiled flatteringly and asked, but why do you stockpile so much grain and oil? Wong uncle, hasn't there been a severe flood in the south? I plan to donate some supplies for charity. Carlos replied casually. Bond hurriedly praised, young Master Chen, you're truly a great philanthropist, donating so many supplies. Yes, I just did what I could. As for you, Uncle Wong, you've been busy all night. No need to stay here accompanying me. Carlos responded indifferently and instructed, go back and get some sleep. I can take care of this place. Sure thing, young Master Chen. Bond agreed hastily. Watching Carlos enter the warehouse, he glanced at his son, Kermit, and said, You Kai, do you think young Master Chen is really donating all these supplies? Why do you care so much? Kermit retorted, remember, your job is just to guard the warehouse. Get paid monthly for it. As for what young Master Chen does, don't breathe a word about it, whether inside or outside the house. I know. Bond quickly retracted, looking at Kermit cautiously. I was just asking casually. Dad, even casual questions are not allowed. You know very well who the Chins are. Kermit, upon hearing Bond's words, warned sternly, so, keep your mouth shut on everything you should or shouldn't ask, should or shouldn't say. Here, remember one thing. Guard the warehouse well, prevent theft, and pretend you didn't see anything else. That's how we keep our lives and fortunes safe, understand? Having lived for so long, Bond understood perfectly. Otherwise, Carlos wouldn't have chosen him to guard the warehouse. Meanwhile, Carlos was unaware of their conversation, focusing on the vast store of grain and oil before him. He closed the warehouse door, summoned the large black pot, which hovered over his palm, and concentrated as per the instructions from the sage elder. The message was sent to Katie. At that moment, Katie was organizing the Phoenix Guard and patrol camp soldiers to transport cement, sand, and rebar from Fengyang Palace to the city walls for casting. Suddenly, an idea flashed from the bronze tripod into Katie's mind, informing her of the incoming grain supply and requesting space for storage. Katie paused, her voice unusually excited. Ministers, let's redouble our efforts. The divine being has another decree. He's going to bless us with more grain. Quickly clear out the space so the divine being can deliver the grain. Her excited words spread like a stone dropped in a calm lake, stirring excitement among the people. This was too good to be true. Katie promptly sent a note to Carlos confirming receipt, but requesting some time, as they were still moving the remaining cement and sand. Carlos was speechless. Couldn't they move to another location since this one wasn't ready? However, Katie believed the bronze tripod was a sacred means of communication with Carlos and shouldn't be moved easily. Reluctantly, Carlos had her relocated. As Carlos started transferring the supplies, 1 million pounds of rice, 1 million pounds of noodles, 1 million pounds of flour, and tens of thousands of pre-cooked buns, steamed buns, dumplings, shumai, jiaozi, wontons. He also included leogama, spicy chicken, pickled vegetables, eggs, and various seasonings by the 10,000 boxes. The continuous stream of rice, noodles, flour, and delicious food items pouring from the tripod astonished Katie and her people. They felt immensely blessed by the divine beings. This supply would last them for half a year, each person receiving half a pound of rice and flour daily. Even with the entire city sharing, they'd last over half a month. Finally, they wouldn't lack food anymore. In the past, this was unthinkable, especially during a famine outside their walls. Only the royal family and nobility enjoyed such fine grains. Now, under divine grace, they no longer feared hunger. Thoughts of survival surged in Ajani and others. They wanted to break through and destroy the barbarians. Only Katie knew that this was still far from enough, because even if they managed to defend Xinjiang City, they would have to wait for the crops to be planted and mature. At the very least, it would take over 3 months, especially with the 5-year drought in the northern border, turning thousands of miles into barren desert. Thus, no crops could grow there. They could only truly hope to survive if they defeated the barbarians and seized their fertile lands. But, right at this moment, Carlos sent another message to Katie, informing her that he would soon provide them with water and asking them to prepare a place for an endless supply of water. Although Katie felt some worry, she was delighted by Carlos's message. After all, she had just been fretting over the lack of water, and now Carlos was going to supply them with more water so quickly. When Katie shared this news, Ajani and others were extremely excited as well. Their stored water wasn't even enough to drink. They also needed it for irrigation on the city walls. It was barely enough. Now, with the divine intervention, they were getting more water. Besides being thrilled, Ajani and the others were moved to wipe away tears. The gods were indeed too kind to them. Immediately, many people wiped their tears, kneeling down to thank Carlos. On his end, Carlos could feel bits of faith power accumulating inside the large black pot. When it reached its limit, it began to overflow from the pot, emitting a peculiar fragrance. This aroma flowed within Carlos's body, gradually seeping into his flesh, slowly improving his physical condition. It helped him extend his lifespan and enhance his physique. At the same time, a layer of black grime began to surround him, giving off a pungent odor. Seeing this, Carlos was overjoyed. He immediately left the warehouse, took off his clothes, and jumped into the harbor, vigorously rubbing off the black grime. At the same time, he could feel a strange force residing in his dantian, circulating through his entire body along his meridians, flowing continuously through every part of his body. He could also feel as though some unseen restraints within him had been broken, making him feel incredibly light. Is this what my Qin family's sage ancestor meant when he said the large black pot can gather the power of incense? Feeling these changes in his body, Carlos couldn't help but show a look of shock. Help me live longer, strengthen my body, and eventually become immortal? Yes, this should be it, because I've helped the Western Liang Kingdom, giving them hope to live. Carlos continued, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. So, they developed faith in me. thus generating the power of incense. The large black pot collects this power and feeds it back to me, improving my constitution, helping me live longer and become immortal. Chapter 23. The barbarian army attacks. Battle commences. This is really too good. Thinking of this, Carlos couldn't help but laugh happily. It has made me increasingly fond of helping others. Not for any other reason, just because by doing so I can achieve immortality. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Carlos instantly sent a mental message to Ava asking if she had prepared everything. They were about to supply water. Soon, Ava sent back a note telling Carlos that they were ready, but the bronze tripod was really too large. It was inconvenient to move, hence the delay. Upon hearing this, Carlos hesitated for a moment and then conveyed what his ancestral saint taught him: to receive the big black jar into the sea of souls and how to convey messages by concentrating thoughts, to Ava. He asked Ava to try if she could also receive the bronze tripod into her sea of souls like him. After a trial, Ava succeeded. Their communication swiftly transformed from passing notes to mental chatting, making things much more convenient. However, it was merely a change in their method of conversation. Nothing else changed. What saddened Carlos most was that he still couldn't cross over, and he didn't even know what Ava on the other side looked like. But it was already considered a significant progress. Believing that greater improvements would be made in the near future, including possibly crossing over, Carlos immediately told Ava he was going to start supplying water. Ava responded with an affirmative. Carlos then summoned the big black jar from the Sea of Souls and placed it in the water. Instantly, water started gushing into the bronze tripod Ava placed in the Imperial Garden Lake. Suddenly, outside the Imperial Garden, Eunuch Bart rushed over anxiously, reporting, "Your Majesty, the city defense forces have reported that the barbarian General Edge is challenging at the city gate." "Your Majesty, allow me to respond?" Burke picked up his heaven-painted halberd and stood up saying, "I promise to ensure they do not return. General Chun, your emperor will join you." Grasping her sword, Ava immediately turned to Ajani and the others, saying, "Soldiers, heed my command. Follow me to battle." "Yes." Ajani and the rest knelt down in agreement. Meanwhile, Ava flicked her sleeves and rode out of the Imperial Garden on her white warhorse. She appeared heroic and resplendent, like a goddess of war leading Ajani and the others towards the city tower. The common people on the streets also gathered to assist the city defense forces, carrying stones and logs up to the city tower. Even those who were previously involved in pouring the city walls stopped and took up shovels and poles to aid in the defense. Some, without weapons, picked up rebar from the ground, carrying it on their shoulders, responding like streams of steel. By the time Ava arrived on horseback, the city wall was already filled with fully prepared soldiers of the city defense force. Outside the city, however, stood a burly barbarian warrior with a scarred face and a shiny curved saber slung over his shoulder, shouting insults from below the city. "Listen up, dogs within the city. Open the gates and surrender immediately. General Edge still gives you a chance to live." Edge, brandishing the saber on his shoulder, glared cruelly and barked like a wild dog. "Otherwise, my saber will cut you all to pieces." "Himph, what a bold savage." Standing atop the city tower, Ava watched the barbarian Edge wield his saber arrogantly. "Any brave soul from our western Liang willing to meet this challenge?" "General Abdullah." Upon these words from Ava, Abdullah standing beside Burke held his spear and knelt, bowing respectfully. "I wish to accept this challenge." "General Abdullah, well done." Ava swung her sleeve, picked up drumsticks, and looking at Abdullah encouragingly, "If you are to fight, I will beat the drum from here to cheer you on." Abdullah's eyes widened in surprise. Then, clutching his spear tighter, he galloped down and charged out of the city toward Edge with a fierce cry, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Seeing this, Edge's expression turned sinister. Swinging his saber like a ravenous wolf, he rushed to meet Abdullah coming out of the city. In an instant, the two clashed, fighting ferociously like two savage beasts. Abdullah's spearwork was incredibly fierce, yet Edge's saber skills were formidable. Their clash was like two tigers battling. Above on the city tower, Ava waved her drumsticks, striking the war drum to inspire Abdullah's valor. Amidst the intense battle, Abdullah seized the opportunity, lifting his spear to strike at Edge's chest like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, Edge dodged by sidestepping, even countering with a swift slash aimed at Abdullah's mount, fast as a gust of wind. Seeing the situation, Abdullah swung his spear to block, but alas, his spear could not withstand the sharp curved saber of Edge. In one stroke, Edge split the spear and its shaft as if it were mere firewood. The saber then slashed toward Abdullah's warhorse. Despite Abdullah desperately turning his horse's head away, Edge's curved saber still fiercely chopped down onto the horse's head. Instantly, only a mournful neigh was heard as the horse crashed into the ground like a falling meteor. With no time to think, Abdullah hastily leaped off the saddle, rolling upon landing to evade the collapsing horse. But Edge did not intend to let him go. Wielding his curved saber, he charged at Abdullah like a flash of lightning. Edge swung his saber once more, aiming to chop at Abdullah who had fallen to the ground. With the remaining spear shaft in hand, Abdullah attempted to block. However, he failed. The steel spear shaft was severed by one strike from Edge, his chest armor torn open by the saber, leaving a long and ugly scar across his chest. Upon seeing this, Ava atop the city tower was almost frantic with urgency. Meanwhile, the morale of the barbarian soldiers soared, their cheers rising like surging waves. "Your Majesty, allow me to engage." Burke saw the battle below and immediately waved his heaven-painted halberd, roaring like a tiger descending from the mountain. "Go meet this villain, sever his head." "General Chun, hold on." Ajani stepped forward with a thick bar of rebar in hand, bowing and said, "That rogue's saber is formidable. I fear your heaven-painted halberd might not withstand it. Perhaps I should descend with this divine gift for the battle?" "General Chun, let General Shangwan give it a try." Wilfred Han E also spoke up, saying, "That rascal's saber is indeed fearsome. Perhaps only a divine gift can match it." Very well." Seeing Abdullah being forced into retreat by Edge, Burke reluctantly nodded and saluted. General Shangwan, it's up to you. Responding, Ajani tightly gripped the meter-80-long rebar, leaping off the city tower. Swinging the rebar, he dashed towards Edge, who was pursuing Abdullah, shouting, "Barbarian, taste my blow." Upon seeing this, Edge abandoned Abdullah, turning his horse with a disdainful smile, raising his saber to face Ajani. Clank, clank. As Edge's curved saber slashed down, it instantly clashed with Ajani's rebar, producing a loud clang. Then, observing the curved saber in Edge's hand break apart, while the rebar remained unharmed, not only was Edge stunned into silence, so were the barbarian soldiers. Conversely, the defending soldiers erupted into cheers. "What weapon do you wield, Ajani?" Edge, in shock, asked aloud. "It broke my crescent moon saber. This rebar is divine iron." Ajani, seeing the rebar resist Edge's saber, replied excitedly, "Specifically forged to counter your crescent moon saber. Divine iron." Muttering these words, Edge turned his horse, attempting to seize the rebar. Ajani naturally wouldn't give him that chance, gripping the rebar tightly and swinging it horizontally at Edge's horse with all his strength. Instantly, the horse emitted a mournful cry as its front legs snapped. Before Edge could even scream, he fell off the horse with it. Ajani rushed over, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Edge's head. However, just at this critical moment, as Ajani's rebar was about to crush Edge's skull, a black banner shot towards him like a bolt of lightning, striking him in the chest. Forced to abandon Edge, Ajani danced his rebar to collide with the black banner, staggering back several steps before regaining balance. "Ajani, your battle with Edge ends here." The barbarian General Bo, holding a black banner and riding a black horse, pointed at Ajani from afar, saying, "Now, let us, Bo and you, engage." Facing the incredibly muscular and formidable Bo, Ajani tightened his grip on the rebar, shouting, "Barbarian scum, let's fight." Chapter 24. War, Cruelty, and Ava's Sorrow. General Shangwan, wait a moment. Burke rode his warhorse at this time, carrying a halberd on his shoulder, dashing out of the city gate and said, "You've already fought with Edge. Let me, Burke, take over this battle." Ajani did not refuse, for Bo was not someone she could defeat easily. Despite holding divine iron, she was still far weaker than Bo in terms of strength. That was why she had been forced back over 10 steps by Bo earlier, sustaining considerable internal injuries. Bo glanced at Ajani, especially her ribbed steel, then shifted his gaze to Burke's face and said, "Burke, it's been decades since we last battled on the battlefield. Since we've met today, let's fight to our heart's content." Without waiting for any further words after his statement, Bo waved the black banner in his hand and spurred his black steed beneath it. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged toward Burke. Meanwhile, Burke glanced at Ajani being assisted by Abdullah and retreating into the city. He brandished the halberd on his shoulder and charged toward Bo. The two of them quickly clashed fiercely. Despite swinging the halberd mightily, Burke was not weak either. Both sides exchanged blows without yielding, sparks flying from their weapons as soldiers on both sides watched, roaring so loudly that it seemed to shake the heavens. This battle lasted for more than 4 hours before ending, with both sides exhausted and carried back to their camps. However, the major battle did not end there. Instead, the barbarian army launched an attack on the city. The soldiers on the Xinjiang city wall desperately shot arrows and hurled stones, trying to stop the barbarians' advance. Yet, the barbarian army attacked fiercely, continuously scaling the walls, directly clashing with Ava and others. Several sections of the wall even fell into their hands multiple times. Those damaged parts of the wall that had yet to be repaired were also breached by the barbarian army, who rushed into the city like locusts sweeping through. Burke and Abdullah endured their wounds, leading the city defense troops to repel the enemy time and again. Ajani led over 10,000 Phoenix feather guards like an impregnable steel fortress, blocking the barbarian army at the city gate. Every guard wielded a ribbed steel rod, firmly defending the city gate. Although the barbarian army, with their curved scimitars, was invincible, they found no way past the ribbed steel held by each Phoenix feather guard, ultimately only able to engage in brutal melee combat, but unable to break through the city gates. However, the battlefield was filled with blood and cries of battle, with countless soldiers falling in pools of blood, never to rise again. Burke fought bravely alongside Abdullah, driving back wave after wave of barbarian troops rushing through breaches, but they paid an enormous price, especially among the 5,000 city defense troops who almost all perished. Ava was covered in blood, her eyes filled with sorrow because too many soldiers had died. "Your Majesty, we have just tallied the number of casualties," Curtis, Minister of Household Affairs of the Western Liang Kingdom, said solemnly. "City defense troops, 27,483 deaths. Patrol camp, 8,629 deaths. Phoenix Feather Guards, 3,794 deaths. 5 City Cavalry Command, 2,542 deaths. Casualties among civilians have yet to be counted." Hearing these numbers from Curtis, Ava's face was etched with grief. The loss was too great. In a single battle, over 50,000 troops of the Western Liang Kingdom perished, along with countless civilians. If this continued, Ava believed that one day everyone in the city would be wiped out, including herself. They might very well perish in the city of Xinjiang, considering the vast barbarian army of millions soon to arrive. Gods, powerful gods. Seeing their former subordinates now dead in the blood-soaked ground, nearly all holding their weapons, kneeling and shouting in the blood, "Please help us. We will all die if you don't." Ava saw countless people in Xinjiang praying for help. She couldn't help but fold her hands in front of her chest and silently pray to Chengping, hoping Chengping could save them, helping them survive. However, due to the distance from the bronze tripod, Chengping could not feel their prayers. Instead, he retrieved the large black jar from the water below the harbor, sending a signal to Ava to wrap up, then sped home on his motorcycle. When he returned home, Augusta was already waiting for him at the entrance of the villa. When Carlos saw her, he pouted and asked, "Have you found out who attacked us today?" "Bryant, they've been to see Master Jasper, but it wasn't done by Master Jasper." Augusta then explained, It was carried out by his bodyguard Jin He from Jinghai City. Currently, Master Jasper has handed Jin He over to Bryant. You can decide how to deal with him. As for those people on Jin He's side, Bryant has already reported them to the police, and they have all been arrested. Also, Master Jasper has sent you a brand new Mercedes-Benz SUV and compensation of 200 million yuan. I see, tell Bryant. Carlos's eyes turned cold, losing his usual gentle demeanor as he said, injure Master Jasper's legs and make him leave Jinghai. As for what to do with Jin He, let Bryant handle it. Do you need to inform your eldest sister about this? She already knows about it. Looking at Augusta, Carlos furrowed his brows and replied, I'll speak to my eldest sister myself. You can take care of the rest. Augusta nodded and drove off in the newly arrived Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked in the courtyard. Rubbing his temples, Carlos returned to the living room. He took out his phone and called Adelaide, briefly explaining today's events before tossing the phone onto the sofa, planning to shower afterward. However, just then, a Santana slowly drove toward his villa like an old ox. Stopping mid-step, Carlos saw Owen and Kermit getting off the car with gifts in hand. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to shower anytime soon, Carlos decided to handle Owen first. Owen quickly entered Carlos's living room, carrying 2 bottles of Maodai and some local specialties. Tea oil from Minuet Town, glass bottle chopped peppers, mountain-raised chickens, and some dried sausages. Smiling, he approached Carlos and said, Young Master Chun, I thought long and hard about what to bring you. I just brought some local specialties from our village. I hope you won't mind and can accept them. I don't mind. Carlos responded, then instructed Kermit, You Kai, help your uncle carry these items into the kitchen. Sure. Kermit, being quick-witted, immediately took over the load and headed toward the kitchen with a smile. Mayor Jia, shall we? Watching Kermit leave, Carlos took a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Owen, suggesting, Let's talk in the study? Sure. Nodding eagerly, Owen followed Carlos up to the second-floor study. Seating himself, Carlos opened the teapot on the table and asked, Mayor Jia, what kind of tea do you usually drink? Let me brew you a cup. Just regular green tea will do. Smiling sycophantically, Owen added, I usually enjoy the green tea we grow ourselves. It tastes best. All right, let's have some hometown green tea. Smirking like a cunning fox, Carlos continued, About what you mentioned earlier, I've thought about it. It can be done, but I would need at least 1,000 acres near my port. If you can manage that, I'll give you 10 billion yuan. What, 10 billion? Hearing this, Owen nearly jumped up in excitement. Young Master Chun, are you serious? If you give me 10 billion, I'll get you the land. Yes, 1,000 acres for 10 billion. Carlos poured the boiling water into the cups while watching Owen and added, All procedures must be handled by you. I'll give you half a month. If everything is arranged within that time, we can sign the contract. Otherwise, I'll lose interest. Rest assured, young Master Chun. Puffing out his chest, Owen promised, I guarantee all the paperwork will be ready within half a month. Plus, I'll have the leaders of Jinghai City coordinate with you personally to ensure everything goes smoothly. All right, it's up to you. Carlos picked up a teacup, added some tea leaves, and followed the procedures of brewing gongfu tea. He then handed the teacup to Owen and said, After we finish this cup of tea, it means we have reached a preliminary agreement, and all subsequent matters will be handled by you. If you manage to do everything well, I'll invite you to Jinghai City for a celebratory banquet at the best hotel, Huadu Impression. Master Chun, rest assured. Owen puffed out his chest and promised, I guarantee there will be no mistakes. I will definitely handle everything perfectly without any issues. Carlos nodded, then focused his gaze, remaining silent as Ava was sending him telepathic messages about the battle they had just experienced. Instinctively, Carlos asked, Did you win? We won, but it was a hard-fought victory. Ava's thoughts were filled with bitterness. The barbarian cavalry is too formidable, especially their scimitars. If not for the divine iron you gave us, we wouldn't have been able to resist them at all. The scimitar is very powerful. Carlos frowned and asked, then thought for a moment. Later, send me a few scimitars. I'll see if I can help you break through this weapon. All right, divine one. Ava replied, I will immediately have someone bring a few over and send them to you to examine. Can you help us quickly find a way to counter their scimitars? Carlos affirmed, Leave this matter to me. The most important thing for you now is to reinforce the city walls and try to complete the construction within 7 days. This way, you can withstand the charge of the barbarian iron cavalry. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to hold Xiaoyang City. Qingqing understands. Ava firmly stated, I will do my utmost to build the walls, divine one. Don't worry. All right, if you need help. Carlos replied, You can tell me anytime. I will do my best to assist you. Divine one, can you bless us with some medicine? Many of our warriors are injured. Ava hesitantly said, But there's no medicine in the city, and we can only watch them die. If the divine one can grant us some medicine, it would save their lives. Chapter 25 Sister-in-law, there's a phone call. What should we do? Medicine? Is it medicine? Carlos asked with a slightly furrowed brow. In contrast, Ava anxiously replied, Yes, that's it. We are in urgent need. All right, I understand. Carlos responded, I'll arrange it for you immediately, and I should be able to provide you with a batch of medicine within half an hour. Thank the gods. Ava's voice was filled with gratitude. Then Carlos disconnected the call and came back to his senses. Thomas, however, stared at Carlos with wide eyes, looking at him urgently and asked, Young Master Chun, what's wrong? I've been talking to you for so long, but you didn't respond? Oh, nothing. Carlos scratched his head awkwardly, his voice tinged with apology. I just thought of something. I got a bit distracted. Oh, is that so? Thomas heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. You scared me there. I thought young Master Chun was unwilling to buy those 1,000 acres of land. Director Jia, there won't be any changes to this matter. Carlos reassured him, then remembering that Ava needed medicine, he added curtly, Director Jia, as long as you can handle it within half a month, that's fine. Let's stop here today. I still have some things to take care of. Sure. Thomas had no other choice but to smile obsequiously. After all, Carlos had agreed to spend 10 billion yuan to buy 1,000 acres of land in Minuet town. For him, this was indeed a tremendous boon because unlike Florencinli town where land was valuable and in demand, the land in Minuet town wasn't wanted even if given away for free. No one was willing to come, as he had tried before to attract investors. To lure a few large enterprises, he even offered several plots of land for free, inviting people to set up factories and hire workers in Minuet town, but all were rejected. Now Carlos was willing to buy 1,000 acres of land for 10 billion yuan. Naturally, Thomas would spare no effort to flatter this money god. After all, if he handled this well, he might be transferred to work in Jinghai City based on this achievement. Carlos exchanged only a few words with Thomas, then they went downstairs together, rode a motorcycle into town, and headed straight to the pharmacy. At the pharmacy, regardless of whether it was traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, as long as it could reduce inflammation, stop bleeding, or treat injuries, Carlos bought everything. After all, countless people from the Xiliang kingdom were waiting for these medicines to save their lives. So, he bought whatever he could find: gauze, band-aids, iodine tincture, disinfectant alcohol, tweezers, scissors, sutures, disposable syringes, intravenous drips, even wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches. Carlos swept all of them off the shelves and moved them to a deserted alleyway. Then he summoned the big black pot and sent everything to Ava. Ava was pacing nervously when Ajani reported with a bow, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician just informed us. General Burke, they may not hold out, because their wounds are too deep. Although the physicians have stopped the bleeding, the Imperial Medical Bureau lacks medicine." Ajani said sorrowfully, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ava. "It's very difficult to save their lives. General Shangwan, don't panic." Ava bit her lip tightly, pacing back and forth as she spoke. "The gods have promised me they will provide us with medicine. We must trust the gods." Ajani naturally believed in the gods, but Burke's injuries were too severe. If it were delayed any longer, they would surely die. Even if the gods provided medicine, it might not be enough to save them. But, right at that moment, boxes of medicine suddenly appeared from the bronze tripod: penicillin, cephalexin, amoxicillin, erythromycin, levofloxacin. There were also tetanus prevention medications, hemostatic drugs, Florencin Biao for wound healing, and a large pile of traditional Chinese herbs. Also gauze, band-aids, iodine tincture, disinfectant alcohol, tweezers, scissors, sutures, disposable syringes, intravenous drips, even wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches. Carlos had transmitted everything over. Seeing this, Ajani picked up a box of amoxicillin and asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of medicine is this? The packaging looks unusual. And this pair of scissors is so sharp, the material seems even harder than the divine iron we received from the gods last time. If we could melt it down and forge weapons, we could create the world's most powerful weapons. Your Majesty, what is this object?" Ajani looked around and suddenly stared at a wheelchair. "It even has 2 wheels and can be pushed around? The gods say this is called a wheelchair." Ava, receiving Carlos's telepathic message, immediately explained to Ajani and the others. "When people are injured and can't move easily, they can sit on this chair to move around." "Your Majesty, what is this?" Wilfred Hahn picked up an aluminum alloy crutch from the ground and said, "Could it be a secret weapon granted by the gods to deal with the barbarians?" "The gods say this is called a crutch." Ava continued, "When one's foot is injured and it's inconvenient to move, they can use the crutch to walk." Ajani and the others marveled, watching with devout eyes, treating the medicine Carlos provided as divine objects. Without further ado, Ava instructed Eunuch Bart to summon the imperial physicians. She wanted to tell them how to use these medicines and also ordered the medicines to be packed box by box onto 4-wheeled wooden carts. In no time, over a dozen imperial physicians carrying medicine boxes followed Eunuch Bart like a flood. They looked at the dandelion, honeysuckle, Isat his root already loaded onto the wooden carts, and also Solomon's seal, Andrographis paniculata, Coptis, Ligusticum, Salvia, peach kernel, safflower, Chinese angelica, red root sephora, all of which moved the elderly physicians to tears. Seeing wounded soldiers return from battle with no medicine and die in pain, they had been tormented for so long. Now, finally having medicine, how could they not be moved? Even some of the elderly physicians, previously frail, were suddenly full of vitality. Their backs didn't hurt anymore. Their shoulders didn't ache anymore. Their eyesight wasn't blurry anymore. Like children who had eaten candy, they danced and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are all these medicines given by the gods?" Yes, they were given by the gods. Seeing the elderly physician's excitement and sparkling eyes, Ava responded. Some old physicians picked up a disposable syringe and intravenous drip on the cart and asked, "What is the purpose of these things? And what are these packaged items?" "The gods say these are disposable syringes and intravenous drips." Ava patiently explained, "They can inject penicillin into the human body to help reduce inflammation from wounds. These really are divine objects." The elderly physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau marveled, as they had never seen such things before. As Ava explained further, the elderly physicians began shouting that the gods were truly powerful, able to create such miraculous objects. After Ava told them how to use all the medicines and medical devices as instructed by Carlos, she immediately ordered the physicians to take the medicines to treat the wounded. Naturally, the physicians hurriedly wheeled several 4-wheeled wooden carts back to the Imperial Medical Bureau to save lives. "Ava, classmate." Carlos was unaware of the situation on Ava's side but instead focused his mind to ask her, "Are the medicines I gave you enough?" "The gods, we may still need more, due to the scale of this battle. We lost over 50,000 soldiers." Ava's thoughts were filled with sorrow. Tens of thousands of wounded soldiers and civilians also need urgent treatment. Otherwise, many will die without medicine. "Okay, I understand." Hearing this, Carlos replied, "I'll think of another solution. I'll get back to you shortly." Thank you, God." Ava's thoughts were filled with gratitude, while Carlos's eyes flashed with tenderness. "Ava, you don't have to call me God. I'm just a mortal. I am merely doing my part. It's mutual help, not just my effort. So you don't need to be so formal. No, you are my god. Ava said excitedly. You will always be my god. I will believe in you for my entire life, building temples and statues to honor you, serving you faithfully, and offering sacrifices for generations. What could Carlos say? After all, he needed the power of incense offerings to strengthen his body and extend his life. Such a good thing he couldn't refuse. He wasn't a tango, licking dog. After doing so much, without expecting anything in return, while Carlos was thinking this, he heard his phone ring in his pocket. Upon hearing the sound, Carlos hastily ended his telepathic communication with Ava and pulled out his phone. Seeing it was a call from his elder sister-in-law Adelaide, he quickly answered, Sister-in-law, why are you calling me? What? Can't I call you? Adelaide's tone carried a hint of resentment as she said. Hearing this, Carlos could only explain, No, aren't you busy? I am indeed busy. But Adelaide continued, however, your staying in Minuet town now makes me very uneasy. Can you drive back to Straight City tonight? I feel more assured when you're by my side. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Carlos scratched his head and said, Hasn't everything with Jace been settled? Who else would dare to mess with us? Regardless, I want you by my side. Adelaide's voice was filled with concern. I feel safer that way, especially after what happened with Jace today. I'm afraid tomorrow, or the day after, something might happen again. So I can't feel at ease leaving you alone in Minuet town. Chapter 26. Can the deity give me a painting for Qingqing? Eldest sister, you don't have to worry too much. Carlos replied softly. Such an event happening in Jinghai once is already highly unlikely, and it definitely won't happen again. After all, Brian and others are here. And Adriana has been guarding me closely. I still can't be reassured, Adelaide said with concern. After all, your brother is abroad. If anything happens to you, your brother will surely blame me. For safety's sake, why don't you come over to my place? I'll arrange for Barchwang to pick you up, and only then will I feel reassured. Eldest sister, rest assured, something like today will never happen again. But Carlos changed the subject. Eldest sister, I won't continue discussing this with you. Could I ask for your help with something? What kind of help? Go ahead. Adelaide replied. Let's see if I can assist you. I want you to get some medicines for me. Carlos swallowed, then continued. Penicillin, cephalexin, amoxicillin, erythromycin, levofloxacin, and tetanus prevention medicine, as well as hemostatic medicine, Florencin and Baiyao. Also, traditional Chinese herbs like dandelion, honeysuckle, isatis root. Additionally, Solomon seal, Andrographis paniculata, coptis, Szechuan lovage, salvia, peach kernels, safflower, lignum sumu, nodo ginseng, and herbaceous thornapple, and gauze, band-aids, iodine, antiseptic alcohol, tweezers, scissors, surgical knives, sutures, disposable syringes, 4 bottles, wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches. Why do you need so many medicines? Hearing the list from Carlos, Adelaide couldn't help but say, and last time, you took a lot of living supplies. Now you need so many medicines. What exactly are you planning? Eldest sister, of course, it's to continue aiding the southern disaster area. Carlos hurriedly explained, but Adelaide retorted angrily, You're lying. The batch of living supplies in your warehouse has already completely disappeared. I've already contacted the Transportation Bureau of Jinghai City, whether by water or land. No supplies have been transported out of your warehouse. Now you're asking me for more medicine, and items like gauze, band-aids, iodine, antiseptic alcohol, tweezers, scissors, surgical knives, sutures, disposable syringes, 4 bottles, wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches. You must give me a reasonable explanation. If you're not on the right path, even I can't protect you. Eldest sister, just help me one more time, please. Carlos frowned, knowing Adelaide was starting to suspect him. He needed to convince her, Eldest sister, I know you're worried about me, but I'm really doing something good. The people in the southern disaster area need our help. They are suffering. We can't sit idly by. You always cause trouble, but I must remind you, no matter what you use these supplies for, Adelaide said earnestly, you must cover your tracks perfectly. Otherwise, you might end up in jail. Eldest sister, I understand. Carlos gave a bitter smile. I will be careful in the future and won't bring any trouble to you and brother. You can rest assured. All right, I won't say more, Adelaide replied. If there's nothing else on your end, tidy up early. I'll send Barchwang over to pick you up. Before Carlos could refuse, Adelaide had already hung up. Reacting quickly, he immediately picked up his phone to call back Adelaide, but soon received a number from her. She told him that calling this number would get him what he wanted. Overjoyed, Carlos dialed the number. A man answered, his voice gruff. Hello, why are you calling? Who asked you to call? Hi, my name is Carlos. Despite the rude tone, Carlos remained patient, getting straight to the point. This number was given to me by my eldest sister, Adelaide. I want a batch of herbs and medical equipment. Oh, it's young uncle from eldest brother's side? Upon hearing this, the other party's tone softened considerably. How much do you need? When and where should I deliver it? I need penicillin, cephalexin, amoxicillin, erythromycin, levofloxacin, and tetanus prevention medicine, as well as hemostatic medicine, Florencin and Baiyao for injuries, 3,000 boxes of each. Carlos paused, then gritted his teeth and continued. Also, traditional Chinese herbs like dandelion, honeysuckle, isatis root, Solomon seal, Andrographis paniculata, coptis, Szechuan lovage, salvia, peach kernels, safflower, lignum sumu, nodo ginseng, and herbaceous thornapple, totaling 30,000 tons. And gauze, band-aids, iodine, antiseptic alcohol, tweezers, scissors, surgical knives, sutures, disposable syringes, 4 bottles, wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches, 10,000 pieces of each. What? What did you say? Herbert was taken aback by Carlos's request, his voice trembling. Brother, you're not joking with me, Herbert, right? I'm not joking, Carlos said seriously, because I really need all these things. Calculate the total cost for me. I can give you a deposit up front. Just deliver everything to Minuet Town's port warehouse. I guarantee not a penny will be missing. Brother, this isn't about the money. It's about such a huge batch of medicines. Herbert's voice trembled even more. I dare not do it because if anything happens, I'd be held legally responsible. What kind of legal responsibility? Carlos showed some impatience. I promise I won't use this batch of medicines for any illegal activities. Just ship them to me. But I can't do that. Herbert refused firmly. Such a large quantity of anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and healing medicines could cause serious trouble if they ended up in Ukraine. That would be a death sentence for me. If such a massive batch of herbs moves without a reasonable explanation, it will immediately attract the attention of relevant authorities, and I'd end up in jail. Don't worry about that. To reassure the other party, Carlos gritted his teeth and spoke seriously. I definitely won't let this batch of medicines leave the country. This batch of herbs is mainly for donation to the southern disaster area. Isn't there flooding there now? You are really donating to the southern disaster area? Herbert asked anxiously. This isn't something to joke about. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be severe. Rest assured, Carlos replied with unwavering resolve. Our family has such a big business. I wouldn't risk doing something foolish. If you get in trouble, you'll go to jail. And so will I. So don't worry. I definitely won't use them for any illegal activities. After all, selling this batch of herbs won't bring back my brother's billion-dollar assets. If it doesn't, why would I take the risk? Fine, I'll trust you this time. After a moment of silence, Herbert finally said with determination, but it will cost more. How much more? You tell me, Carlos asked, and Herbert bit his lip. 3 times the price. If you agree, I'll notify the warehouse to ship out immediately. All right, triple the price, then let's arrange the shipment. Knowing he had no choice, Carlos reluctantly agreed. I'll transfer the deposit first. Remember, the medicines must be flawless. If anything goes wrong, you know what will happen. Rest assured, Herbert guaranteed. I promise the medicines sold in hospitals are exactly what you'll get, with no quality issues. Okay, how much deposit do you need? Carlos frowned, and Herbert replied, first, send me a small target. Once everything arrives, I'll send you the invoice. All right, add my WeChat. Without hesitation, Carlos added, I'll transfer the small target deposit shortly. All right, use this number? Herbert replied, confirm through this channel. Once I receive your deposit, I'll ship immediately. Carlos nodded and added Herbert's WeChat. After confirming, he transferred 100 million yuan and sent the detailed warehouse location. Despite feeling uneasy, Herbert thought of making a few small targets from this deal. He gritted his teeth and prepared to proceed. He would leave for abroad after shipping the medicines, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't return. Carlos didn't care about his thoughts, hanging up and sending a message to Ava. Ava, I've handled the herbs. They should arrive by tomorrow morning. Be ready to receive them at the warehouse. Thank God for helping us so much. Upon receiving Carlos's message, Ava immediately replied with excitement. Qingcheng will definitely build temples and statues for you, serve you wholeheartedly, and ensure generations of offerings and incense. Ava, then I entrust this to you. Carlos did not refuse, saying, it would be best to establish more temples in the city because your offerings are very useful to me. Well, then the deity. Hearing Carlos's words, Ava asked with a hint of shyness in her tone, can you grant Qingcheng a portrait of yourself? Chapter 27. This is the god. What a big nose. Portrait? It can be done? Carlos did not hesitate and directly agreed. I'll go find a wedding photo studio now and take a set of photos for you. Ava was very happy because she would finally know what her god looked like. Carlos quickly found a wedding photo studio in town, took a set of photos, and when no one was paying attention, used the big black jar to send them to Ava, saying, classmate Ava, I just took a set of photos and have sent them to you. Please check. All right, my god. The moment Ava finished speaking, about 10 exquisite photos were instantly spit out from the bronze tripod. Ava picked up one and immediately widened her eyes, opening her mouth as if stunned. My god, how handsome. Oh, your majesty, please let me see too. Ajani heard this and revealed an excited expression, saying, let's see how handsome our god is. I also want to see. Norris's interest was piqued, so he immediately approached with an excited expression. The female national advisor of Shiliang didn't fall behind either. Several female generals and other female ministers all surrounded over, each taking one of Carlos's photos, viewing it with devout faces. My god, so fair? And his chest muscles are so strong. Looking at the photo of Carlos, Norris couldn't help but admire. Wilfredsley, he has a big nose. His buttocks are firm. Yes, yes. Ajani also noticed this detail in surprise. God's nose is really big, and this portrait is so lifelike. It's as if a real person is carved on the paper. After Ajani's words, it immediately sparked discussion among the crowd, especially the female national advisor of Shiliang who had red-rimmed eyes and an excited look on her face. Your Majesty, I have an unreasonable request. I hope your Majesty will allow it. National advisor, speak? Hearing the female national advisor of Shiliang, Ava lightly bit her pink lips and opened her mouth. The female national advisor of Shiliang bowed and said, Your Majesty, I humbly request that you bestow this portrait of the god upon me. I wish to enshrine it and pay homage day and night. Your Majesty, I also, Ajani, not willing to be outdone, requested, I ask your Majesty to bestow the god's portrait upon me so I can enshrine it at home and lead my whole family in daily worship. Your Majesty, I am. Thorn also stepped forward. After returning, I will certainly make a longevity memorial tablet for the god and offer incense every day. Despite Ava's reluctance, even unwilling to give away a single photo, she was moved by their sincerity. Thus, she agreed to give them each one. The ones who received the photos were naturally overjoyed. Those who didn't obtain one hung their heads dejectedly and even begged to be allowed to copy one to hang at home and lead their families in daily worship. Ava naturally did not refuse, and even summoned the best painters in the palace to neatly arrange the photos for copying. After Carlos finished his business, seeing it was already evening, he rode his motorcycle back to his villa. By then, Adriana had already returned in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Adriana, you're back? Seeing Adriana sitting in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class trimming her nails with a short knife, Carlos said, Bryant, have things been settled here? Settled? Adriana jumped off the car and looked at Carlos with a cold expression. Old Buddha Jui has had his legs crippled, and Jean Hai was thrown into the sea. Good. Carlos responded and parked the motorcycle, preparing to enter the villa, but Adriana stopped him, saying, Wait, Carlos. There's something I need to tell you. My master will come down the mountain these next few days and hopes to meet you. No way. I'm busy. Carlos refused immediately, suspecting ulterior motives, possibly coveting his big black jar. Adriana's expression darkened. Whether you want to or not, you must meet him, otherwise, I'll tie you up and take you to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton. Carlos pursed his lips, not wanting to engage, but Adriana wouldn't let him off, suddenly attacking him with her short knife. Adriana, what are you doing? Facing Adriana's sudden attack, Carlos sidestepped, saying, Why do you resort to knives just because of a disagreement? Adriana relentlessly attacked Carlos with the short knife, saying, Because I'm called Adriana. If you don't submit to me, I'll make you. Carlos's lips twitched, looking speechless, but Adriana's knife moved swiftly towards his chest. Carlos dared not be careless, slightly shifting his left foot and performing a standard military catch move, but he failed to catch her. The short knife in Augusta's hand was aimed at Carlos from an extremely tricky angle, coming straight at him. Carlos was taken aback and immediately began to retreat. However, Augusta did not stop her attack. Instead, she pressed on relentlessly, with the short knife following him like a shadow. This put Carlos in a tough situation, because Augusta was already skilled, let alone that she came down from Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton. So in a one-on-one fight, Carlos was no match for her. Augusta, enough? Faced with Augusta's attacks, Carlos finally said, almost in a tight spot, Are you really going to do this? Do you think I would do it half-heartedly? Augusta insisted, I told you just now, I will beat you until you listen. Alright. While dodging Augusta's attacks, Carlos showed a pained expression and said, Won't I meet your master now? Fine, then I won't beat you anymore. Augusta moved forward, delivering a heavy blow to Carlos's chest and said, But remember, what I say is an order. If you don't follow it, I'll still beat you next time. Augusta, did you forget? Carlos's lips twitched, revealing a toothache-like pain as he said, Bryant left you to protect me, not to beat me. Humph, what difference does it make? Augusta rolled her eyes at Carlos, putting away the short knife in her hand, making Carlos stomp his feet in anger. There is a difference. Protecting me means preventing others from hurting me, not beating me up. For me, there's no difference. Augusta replied fiercely, If you don't listen to me, I will beat you, and keep doing it until you do. Damn, shall I call Bryant and ask him to take you away? Hearing Augusta's words, Carlos said with a puffed-up cheek, looking angry, I don't want you protecting me anymore because I don't want to get beaten by you. That won't work. Augusta pursed her lips and said, Because whether or not I stay is ultimately up to me. Even if Bryant asks me to leave, I won't go. Carlos felt frustrated but had no solution, as who could blame her superior skills? And she was a beautiful, cold woman. Carlos could only glare at Augusta angrily, his face showing displeasure as he walked inside. Augusta didn't care, even picking up the short knife again and followed Carlos inside. However, just then, Carlos's phone rang. He quickly took out his phone and saw that Herbert was calling. Furrowing his brows, Carlos answered, Brother Zhang, are you calling to tell me something went wrong with the goods? The goods are fine. Herbert's rough voice came through the phone. I've already sent the first batch from the warehouse. I'm calling to inform you. Tell your people here to be ready, so when my shipment arrives, they can store it properly. Brother Zhang, that won't happen. Carlos responded, because someone has been stationed in my warehouse all along. Just ship the goods to Mingyue Town Port. Okay, young Master Chun. Herbert replied, then I will start shipping now. All the goods should reach your warehouse by tomorrow morning. Alright, hurry up then. Carlos said, pouting, once it's done, let me know so I can transfer the remaining payment. Of course, Herbert had no problem with that and hung up after a few more words. Carlos sat down on the sofa but was still somewhat worried. He picked up his phone and called Kermit. A few rings later, Kermit answered, young Master Chun. What do you need? Yukai, a batch of goods will arrive at the port warehouse tonight. I have already communicated with the other side. Hearing Kermit's voice, Carlos swallowed. Have your father stay there to receive the goods and store them in the warehouse. Okay, young Master Chun, Kermit said obediently. I will call my father right away. I will also go there to supervise. Yukai, wait. Carlos shouted. There's one more thing. Get me some trucks. About 10-ton trucks, 4 or 5 of them would be good. But the drivers must be reliable. Okay, young Master Chun. Upon hearing this, Kermit immediately said, I will handle it right away and ensure everything goes smoothly. And as I mentioned last time, find about 20 people to start in Mingyue Town. But first, Carlos asked with a hum, collect vegetables grown by the villagers around here. Also, buy all the pigs they raise and store them in the warehouse. How's that going? Young Master Chun. I've already started recruiting, Kermit replied, but I might run out of money soon. You need to give me more. Wilfredne? No problem. Carlos frowned slightly. I'll transfer you a small target amount shortly, but keep all the accounts because I will definitely check them later. Understood, young Master Chun. Kermit hurriedly replied. Carlos then instructed, alright, go ahead with it. There will be a bonus if you do well. Hearing the word, bonus, Kermit became excited. After all, who doesn't like money? After hanging up with Kermit, Carlos couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling that he should call his elder sister-in-law Adelaide about the overseas trade company registration. He knew this was something he needed her help with. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy. So Carlos picked up his phone and called Adelaide. She answered quickly, Carlos, how's it going? Have things been handled? It's done, all done. Without hesitation, Carlos replied to Adelaide's question, Herbert has shipped the goods. Oh, so you're calling because… Adelaide responded with an oh, then began to inquire. In turn, Carlos said, I have another matter where I need your help, sister-in-law. Chapter 28 Ava, classmate, do you have a king husband? Carlos, wait a moment. When Adelaide heard this, her voice was filled with confusion as she said, You're not asking me to help you get daily necessities again, are you? It's not this time. Carlos replied hesitantly, This time I want you to help me register several companies overseas. I wish to do overseas trade. What? Overseas trade? Adelaide sounded astonished. It's not easy now. Many people are losing money. After all, the international situation is not good, and a lot of goods can't be sold. Sister-in-law, I have connections here, and am sure I can sell them well. After a brief thought, Carlos continued, And if I remember correctly, our Tianchi group should have several trading companies overseas, right? Yes, indeed we do, Adelaide said, but sales aren't good now, otherwise, your brother wouldn't have to go abroad to negotiate business at this time. Then how about this? Carlos swallowed hard. Let me take charge of these companies from now on. I'll mainly handle Tianchi Group's overseas trade. Of course, that would be fine. Your brother has always wanted you to help in the company. Since you're willing to manage these overseas trading companies, I'll call your brother and tell him about this. Thank you, sister-in-law. With a pleased face, Carlos added, Then could you please also help me register several more overseas trading companies for importing beef, mutton, pork, and various seafood, soybeans, flour, barley, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other daily necessities. Okay, no problem. Though Adelaide agreed verbally, she still had doubts. But it may be difficult to find buyers domestically. After all, China is not lacking in daily necessities, especially soybeans, flour, barley, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Sister-in-law, I understand. Carlos responded confidently, but I have ways to sell these items to countries like the Middle East, Africa, Ukraine, etc. Is that so? All right. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide seemed very pleased. If you have such connections, I can indeed help. After all, countries like Ukraine, Iraq, Pakistan, etc. urgently need daily necessities. Shipping over there will definitely yield a large profit. Sister-in-law, thanks a lot. Once things are done, Carlos said happily, I'll definitely thank you properly. Hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide couldn't help but giggle slightly, but then remembered something and said, Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Your elder brother has introduced a girlfriend for you. If you're free, why don't you meet her? No interest. I don't want to. On hearing this, Carlos looked quite resistant as he only wanted to remain single, because I'm still young. Let's talk about it in 2 years. You should tell this to your brother. See if he doesn't beat you up since you're already 27 this year. Adelaide pouted. Why don't you want a proper girlfriend yet? Got it, sister-in-law. Carlos responded helplessly, Give me her number, but let me say up front, if she's another type like last time, I'll just turn around and leave. This time it won't be like that. Slightly aggrieved, Adelaide replied, The girl is someone you know, your senior Alicia. Alicia, why her? Carlos frowned and immediately showed some reluctance, while Adelaide explained, Carlos, I think Alicia is good because we all know each other. But she's my senior, 3 years older than me. Going on a blind date with her would be awkward. Why be awkward? Women being 3 years older means holding golden bricks, and this golden brick is chosen by your brother. You'll have no choice but to embrace it. Adelaide giggled. Besides, you know your brother's temper, and her father is the party secretary. If you can finalize this match, it will greatly benefit our Tianchi group. All right, I got it. Carlos showed a troubled look while Adelaide sighed. You don't just know, you must go see her. Also, I've already made an appointment for you. It's the day after tomorrow at Ehai City's Yipingxuan Hotel. You must show up as your brother is watching closely. If you don't go, he'll definitely discipline you when he returns. All right, I got it. Carlos replied with a face full of hopelessness. I will definitely go to Yipingxuan Hotel in Jinghai City the day after tomorrow. But can you please talk to my brother and ask him not to focus on this all the time? Of course I can, as long as you give me a child. Once you do that, your brother won't be so focused on your issues. Why don't you come over tonight and give your sister-in-law a child? I'd rather go to Jinghai Yipingxuan to meet Alicia the day after tomorrow, Carlos instinctively responded. Humph, I knew you were unfeeling. After all the help your sister-in-law has given you, you still don't know how to care for her. Not talking anymore, hanging up now? Before Carlos could explain, Adelaide had already hung up. Helplessly, Carlos threw his phone aside and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. He took one out and put it between his lips, lit it and began smoking. Pearl glanced at Carlos and sat nearby, using a short knife to trim her nails. Pearl, let me ask you. Feeling Pearl's gaze, Carlos turned his head and stared straight at her. Do you have a boyfriend? No, why do you ask? Pearl frowned and asked, but Carlos swallowed hard. Pearl, can you pretend to be my girlfriend? What did you say? Pearl's eyes darkened as she placed the short knife against Carlos's neck. Do you believe I can slit your throat? Pearl, it's not like that. Carlos explained, I mean, just pretending, so my brother won't keep setting me up. No way, I can't pretend. Pearl glared at Carlos. Wilfred Reaver, your brother is so shrewd. If you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend, your brother would see through it immediately, and then you'll be in big trouble. Hearing Pearl's words, Carlos sighed helplessly. She was right, considering his brother's shrewdness. Finding Pearl indeed wasn't appropriate. However, Alicia might be a better option. It had been many years since they last met, but he wondered how she was doing now. And Carlos thought if he asked Alicia to pretend to be his girlfriend, she probably wouldn't agree, as she was already 30 and didn't have time to waste on such matters. Thinking about this issue made Carlos feel a headache, because his brother and sister-in-law couldn't have children and were always focusing on his marriage plans. Even a slight reluctance to marry would lead to scolding, or worse, physical punishment if his brother got angry. Carlos found this troublesome. Yet, he knew he had to handle this issue or his good days might end when his brother returned from abroad. While thinking about this, Ava's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Divine being, I have ordered the Ministry of Works to start carving your statue according to your portrait. In the coming days, I will build 10 temples in Xinjiang City for the citizens to worship you. Classmate Ava, okay. Despite being happy, Carlos couldn't muster much enthusiasm. Thank you for your efforts. I indeed need the power of incense smoke as it helps prolong my life. Divine being, you're too kind. Ava, touched by his words, said, if it weren't for you, I would have starved to death long ago. What could Carlos say? He only half-heartedly replied without continuing the conversation, as he felt depressed, especially thinking about his brother setting him up with girlfriends. Divine being, what's wrong? Ava sensed Carlos's low spirits and asked tentatively, did I upset you? No. Carlos explained, it's mainly because my brother keeps pushing me to get married and set me up with girlfriends, which makes me quite troubled. Divine being, how old are you? Ava, biting her lip with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, asked. Carlos replied, I will be 27 this year. 27? You should have consorts? Ava remarked, my royal brother had concubines at 13. By 27, he would have had more than a dozen. So, classmate Ava. Carlos asked with interest, do you have a king husband? Chapter 29, Divine Gift, Divine Oil, and the Burning of the Barbarian Army. Divine. Qingqing. When Ava heard Carlos's question, she responded with a hint of shyness in her tone. I have not yet been married. Not yet married? That's wonderful. Carlos subconsciously replied upon hearing this, while Ava's flawless face blushed intensely, the redness quickly spreading from her cheeks down to her neck, resembling a blooming peach blossom, delicate and vibrant. Unaware of these changes, Carlos could still sense the subtle shift between them. Just then, Grand Eunuch Bart rushed in anxiously, saying, Your Majesty. The barbarians used powerful bows to shoot a surrender letter into the city. Upon hearing Grand Eunuch Bart's words, Ava cut off her mental connection with Carlos and looked at Bart, saying, Grand Eunuch Bart, bring it to me for review. Yes. Without hesitation, Grand Eunuch Bart responded, holding out the letter with both hands and presenting it to Ava. After carefully reading it, Ava angrily threw it to the ground, her demeanor suddenly changing. These barbarians are incredibly arrogant. Not only do they shamelessly insult us, but they also dare to demand that we open the city gates and offer supplies. If we refuse, they threaten to trample our city and slaughter every last one of us. This is outrageous. They completely disregard the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. For the more than 40,000 soldiers who recently died in battle for the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, I, as your emperor, must strike back at them. Your Majesty, please calm down. Several ministers in the hall stepped forward, saying, in the last battle, we managed to repel the barbarians, but our losses were severe, especially among the city defense forces, where over 20,000 died. Generals Burke and Abdullah were critically injured. We really shouldn't engage the barbarians again. Instead, we should find ways to rebuild our city defenses to buy time. No, I will attack. Ava said firmly, we need to launch a preemptive strike against the barbarians because the northern barbarians' million-strong army will soon be encircling us. If we don't quickly eliminate the 200,000 southern barbarians besieging our city, we'll face a total of 1.2 million barbarian troops. How can we possibly resist? But, Your Majesty. Hearing Ava's words, Thorn and others showed disbelief, saying, our city has only a handful of horses, and we lack elite cavalry. How can we possibly attack the barbarians? Exactly because of this, we should attack? Ava said resolutely, the barbarians will think the same thing. Since we lack elite cavalry, they believe we wouldn't dare attack at night. Therefore, they won't be prepared. If I lead 3,000 Phoenix guards out of the city under cover of darkness to set fires throughout their camp, we can catch them unprepared. Your Majesty, that's too risky. Thorn hastily stepped forward, kneeling down and pleading, your subject disagrees. I also disagree. The Imperial Counselor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom also stood up, saying, this is far too dangerous. If something goes wrong, Your Majesty may not return. Minister Curtis from the Ministry of Revenue also opposed it, and soon most of the civil ministers knelt in protest. Even military generals like Ajani stepped forward to beg Ava to reconsider, as it was simply too risky. The barbarians were all cavalry, swift in movement, with sharp scimitars. If Ava left the city on a surprise attack, she might not return. However, Ava remained adamant. She ordered Wilfred Han E and Ajani to each lead 1,500 Phoenix guards, carrying a bottle of Luhua peanut oil with them to burn the barbarian camps. Despite their strong objections, they couldn't disobey imperial orders. They begged Ava to stay in the city, allowing them instead to carry 5-liter bottles of Luhua peanut oil to set fire to the barbarian encampments. But Ava refused. So Ava selected thousands of bottles of Luhua peanut oil from the warehouse, using Jinlongzhu cooking oil and Shaowang edible oil when there weren't enough. Each person carried a bottle, tied with ropes, lowering themselves down the city walls under the cover of darkness. Approaching the barbarian encampments. Since the barbarians were nomadic herders, they often moved with their livestock, living wherever they grazed. Over time, they developed a relaxed attitude. Even during the siege of Xinjiang City, their defenses were quite lax. Even the guards leaned against wooden posts, asleep. After all, they had been besieging Xinjiang for over half a month. They had never encountered a surprise attack from the soldiers of Xinjiang City, so they slept soundly against wooden posts without even basic defense measures. But, at that moment, in the darkness, Ava led 3,000 Phoenix guards, each carrying a bottle of Luhua peanut oil on their shoulders, like ghosts appearing outside the barbarian encampment. Ava glanced at the scattered tents in the barbarian camp and the sleeping sentries leaning against the wooden posts, then signaled Norris with a wave of her hand. Norris led several agile Phoenix guards, silently creeping up to the sleeping barbarian sentries, covering their mouths and noses before snapping their necks with ease. Seeing this, Ava led the remaining 3,000 Phoenix guards, each carrying a bottle of Luhua peanut oil on their shoulders, following Norris into the barbarian camp, splitting into hundreds of small teams. Each person carried a bottle of Luhua peanut oil and quickly poured it throughout the camp. Ava led a squad of 300 directly into the barbarian camp stables, swiftly eliminating the guards and spraying Luhua peanut oil everywhere. When they tried to lead the horses away, they failed because the horses recognized only their owners and wouldn't move. Instead, they neighed wildly, alerting the barbarian soldiers. Simultaneously, an alarm sounded in the camp. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Ajani panicked upon hearing the alarm. "We've been exposed. The barbarian army will soon surround us. Light the fire. Light the fire." Though Ava was also slightly anxious, she reacted quickly. "Then everyone retreat from the camp, back to the city." "Yes, yes." Instantly, all the Phoenix guards started setting fires. The Luhua peanut oil, Shaowang edible oil, and Jinlongju cooking oil were ignited, creating raging fires like gasoline explosions. The flames not only blazed intensely but some bottles exploded, splattering burning oil onto the barbarians' tents, instantly igniting them. Despite the barbarians' immediate efforts to extinguish the fires, even using the remaining water in the camp, the fires grew fiercer after dousing. The barbarian camp erupted in chaos as the blazing oils, like dragons of fire, raged through the camp, leaving everything in flames. Not only did the camp burn, when the barbarian soldiers caught fire, they could not put out the flames and were burned alive. Ava and her team managed to escape amid the chaos, but the scene left them shocked. "Your Majesty, isn't what the gods gave us just cooking oil?" Ajani, observing the hell-like camp, said nervously. "Why does this oil burn easier than alcohol, and once lit, cannot be extinguished?" "I don't know." Ava, watching the intense flames, gulped. "We'll ask the gods when we return. Regardless, we've burned at least tens of thousands of barbarians in this battle. Thank you for the divine oil." The Phoenix guards cheered. "The divine oil given by the gods is incredible. We can use it to defend Xinjiang City forever." With this cheer, Ava and the others felt reassured. They decided to store the cooking oil for defense, no longer eating it, because its effectiveness in burning was unmatched. Once ignited, the flames soared high and clung to anyone, impossible to extinguish. It was truly an essential weapon for defending the city. Encouraged by this thought, their eyes shone with hope. With such powerful oil, they felt more confident about defending Xinjiang City. However, they didn't linger long, as Bo had discovered them and knew they set the camp ablaze. He organized troops to chase them. Due to the burning stables and frightened horses running wild, the barbarians couldn't immediately mount and pursue. They could only watch as Ava and her team escaped back into the city. "Rebels of Xiliang, if you have the guts, come out of the city and fight me for 300 rounds. Bo had chased them all the way to the city walls and now stood below, raging. "What do you mean by launching a surprise attack at this hour of the night?" "Bo, warfare is based on deception." On the city wall, Iter looked down at the enraged Bo and sneered. "Don't you understand this?" Chapter 30. Can't afford warhorses? Let's send a Wilfreder cycle then. "Iter, you wicked woman, you infuriate me." When Balder heard Iter's words, his whole body was trembling with anger as he commanded. "Send the order. Attack the city. Attack for me. I want to trample this wicked woman." "General, don't." Edge, who looked disheveled, stepped forward to dissuade Balder, saying, "The people of Western Liang have that demon oil in their hands which is extremely powerful. If we attack, we are likely to face their oil attack again." General Yelu is right. Under no circumstances should we attack now." As soon as Edge finished speaking, many of the tribal generals immediately advised that evil oil from the people of Western Liang is incredibly strong. Once caught in it, there's no way to put out the fire, only to be burned alive. Although Balder desperately wanted to launch a furious assault on Xinjiang City, looking at the 3-meter-high walls and then glancing back at the camp blazing with flames, he roared, "Order to dismantle the camp immediately and retreat 15 miles behind Xinjiang City." "Yes, sir." Edge and the others accepted the order. Despite Balder's reluctance, he had no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, Ajani and company all heaved a sigh of relief. Although their surprise attack was very successful this time, if Balder attacked in anger, they would still be in grave danger, for the tribesmen were fierce. In the recent battle, they lost over 40,000 troops along with countless civilians just to hold Xinjiang City. Another battle tonight would undoubtedly claim tens of thousands more lives. Fortunately, Balder was deterred by Edge's advice, fearing to launch a full-scale attack because of their cooking oil. "Your Majesty, shall we pursue them?" Wilfred Hani knelt and suggested. "Now that the barbarian army is in chaos, retreating while attacking would give us an excellent opportunity to annihilate them." No. Thorn responded quickly. "Though the enemy is in chaos, both Balder and Edge are not fools. They will surely take precautions, so we must not attack them now." "Grand Tutor, your words are wise." The female advisor of Western Liang added, "Military strategy warns against pursuing a desperate enemy. The current barbarian army is like that. Pursuing them might trap us in an ambush." Katie agreed with the comments, though she wished they could pursue. However, her army lacked warhorses. To avoid potential disaster if Balder rallied and counterattacked after their retreat, Katie dared not rashly issue orders to chase without proper resources. After all, only the front camp and stables were burned. The central and rear camps remained untouched. Thus, Katie did not pursue unless they acquired fast-reacting warhorses. Otherwise, they could only watch. Balder retreated 15 miles. This night's blaze felt quite satisfying for Katie. After being besieged for half a month, finally fighting back, burning Balder's front camp, and seeing the flaming scene made her feel especially victorious. Wilfred Reaver, Xinjiang City's morale soared. Thinking about all this, Katie couldn't help but thank Carlos for turning the tide. "Qingcheng, classmate." While expressing gratitude to Carlos, she received a mental message from him. "Are you asleep?" "Deity, Qingcheng isn't asleep yet." Excitedly, she replied, "Because I just used the cooking oil you bestowed upon us, burning the front camp of the barbarian army." "Ah, cooking oil." Upon hearing Katie's response, Carlos's expression turned oddly amused. In contrast, Katie, still in excitement, said, "Yes, the oil you gave us. Once ignited, it spreads uncontrollably. Hearing Katie's words, Carlos's expression grew even more bizarre. Yet Katie sighed, sadly, we lack warhorses. If we had warhorses, we would definitely pursue victory, catching them off guard and possibly eliminating half their forces. Hearing this, Carlos felt regretful too, knowing he couldn't provide the warhorses she needed, especially not tens of thousands of them. A warhorse that could be used in battle would cost approximately 4.2 million each. If one were to buy 30,000 of them, it would amount to at least 126 billion. Carlos did not dare to be so extravagant. Wilfredra importantly, the large black pot could not transmit living creatures. So, he was powerless despite his willingness to help. However, an idea soon struck him. Since the large black pot could not transmit living creatures, what if he sent 30,000 motorcycles? Or those all-terrain four-wheeled off-road vehicles? Could they be transmitted through the black pot? This thought excited Carlos beyond words. He rushed out of the living room and looked at the motorcycle parked in the villa's courtyard. He informed Katie to prepare for his plan. He intended to send over a motorcycle. If Katie and her troops could learn to ride motorcycles, he would send them several thousand motorcycles later on to form a motorcycle army. They could surely launch swift attacks on the barbarian army. Hearing this, Katie's eyes were filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, Carlos summoned the large black pot and tried to send the motorcycle over. To his surprise, it worked. The motorcycle in the villa's courtyard was instantly swallowed by the black pot, and then with a thud, a motorcycle emerged from Katie's bronze tripod, coming to rest before everyone. Deity, is this a motorcycle? Upon seeing the motorcycle, Katie couldn't hide her astonishment. Not only is it exquisitely crafted, but it's entirely made of high-quality steel. It looks like something man-made can't compare to truly remarkable. Ajani and others were also stunned. None of them had ever seen such a peculiar vehicle. Not only was it entirely made of steel, but it looked extremely cool. Your Majesty, what is this? Since Thorn could not communicate with Carlos directly, he immediately adopted a scholarly demeanor, circling the motorcycle as he exclaimed, how bizarre does it look? Deity, he calls this a motorcycle? Katie softly said, just turn the key, use electronic ignition, and this motorcycle will start moving. Is that possible? Thorn widened his eyes in disbelief. How can this vehicle run without a horse pulling it? Yes, exactly, agreed Simeon, Minister of Works, nodding rapidly. Your Majesty, this vehicle is made entirely of steel and neither eats horse feed nor grass. How can it move? Minister Zhou, I don't believe it. Curtis, Minister of Revenue, shook his head vigorously. For this strange vehicle to move, given that it's just a lump of iron, it must be a miracle. Katie smiled slightly, stepped forward, turned the key gently, straddled the motorcycle, gripped the handlebars, started the engine, and accelerated. Instantly, it emitted a thunderous roar and moved forward unsteadily. Heaven, this thing can really move? Seeing this, Thorn and the others were astounded. It's truly a divine object. Amid their exclamations, they quickly gathered around Katie, who had stopped the motorcycle in shock. Your Majesty, the divine creation called a motorcycle is truly wondrous. Thorn remarked first. It can indeed move without needing feed or being pulled by horses. It's incredibly miraculous. Simeon, still in excitement, touched the motorcycle repeatedly, marveling. This object is truly masterfully crafted, truly masterful. Curtis and others also crowded around, marveling at the motorcycle. Such a finely crafted item. If we can mass produce it, we could resist the enemy cavalry and significantly improve our mobility. Deity, this is truly an excellent creation. Your Majesty, Minister Zhou speaks wisely. Ajani chimed in enthusiastically. This motorcycle is incredibly fast. If used in battle, it would give us a significant advantage against the barbarian cavalry. Katie finally regained her composure after the initial shock. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down, realizing the potential impact of this motorcycle. Perhaps it could indeed change the tide of battle and bring hope to the Western Liang Kingdom. But this divine object, it must be very expensive. For deity to grant one already showed great favor. Without further sacrifices, how could she dare ask for more? Thinking of this, Katie bit her soft lips and looked at Simeon and the others gathered around the motorcycle in admiration. Your Excellencies, this divine object must certainly be very costly. If our Western Liang Kingdom wishes to obtain a large number of these divine objects from the deity, we would definitely need to offer sacrifices. However, the national treasury is now empty. If we are to make these sacrifices, we may have to rely on all of you ministers. Your Majesty, I am willing to exhaust my entire fortune. Curtis stepped forward first and bowed, saying, to sacrifice an immense amount of wealth to the deity in exchange for these motorcycles, to assist our Western Liang Kingdom against the barbarian cavalry. I will do the same. Thorn also stood up without hesitation, adding, I still have several famous calligraphy works from the Central Plains Divine Dynasty, which I am willing to offer to the deity in exchange for these motorcycles. Chapter 31. Carlos orders 10,000 Wilfreder cycles in anger. I am willing to offer my sacrifice. Ajani removed the sword from his waist and presented it with both hands to Ava, saying, this sword has followed me through many battles. The people on the city wall started offering their treasures as sacrifices when they saw this gesture. These included jade pendants they carried with them, as well as swords, knives, gold and silver valuables, antiques, calligraphy paintings, jade ornaments, and precious objects like golden beans and golden gourds. They only wished that the deity would accept these offerings and grant them more motorcycles. They knew motorcycles were the sharp weapons against the barbarian cavalry. Ava was deeply moved. She saw everyone's determination to defend Xinjiang City and therefore accepted all the sacrifices intended for Carlos. Meanwhile, Carlos had already returned to his room when he received a mental message from Ava about some treasure being offered to him. Suddenly, a large pile of jade ornaments, golden beans, golden gourds, jade pendants, gold and silver treasures, swords, knives, antiques, and calligraphy paintings all emerged from the big black jar. Deity, this is a token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept it. Ava's mental message echoed in Carlos's mind. We earnestly request the deity to grant us more motorcycles. We need them to defeat the barbarian iron cavalry. Carlos replied affirmatively and then placed an order immediately. He tried his best to deliver 3,000 motorcycles by tomorrow, so they could form a motorcycle army to combat the barbarian iron cavalry. Ava was overjoyed and thanked Carlos repeatedly. Carlos was also pleased. After all, getting 3,000 motorcycles in exchange for 3 full suitcases filled with antiques, calligraphy paintings, jade pendants, swords, knives, gold and silver treasures, jade ornaments, golden beans, and golden gourds was a fantastic deal. Carlos especially admired a sword adorned with several gemstones, which shone with a chilling brilliance when drawn. Wilfred Reaver. The inscription on the blade indicated it was granted by the divine dynasty to the female General Shangwan of Shiliang. Seeing this, Carlos was thrilled. Despite being made of fine iron, the value of this sword was extraordinary, especially considering the inscribed text which invisibly enhanced its worth. Carlos happily collected these gifts and stored all 3 cases of jade pendants, swords, knives, gold and silver treasures, along with jade ornaments, golden beans, golden gourds, antiques, and calligraphy paintings in the underground storage before locking them away. He then took a shower and chatted briefly with Ava. Excited, he opened his phone and browsed local online stores, eventually placing an order for 10,000 motorcycles and 3,000 four-wheel off-road motorcycles, spending nearly a small fortune to finalize the transaction. But thinking about so many motorcycles, he realized he couldn't manage without gasoline. So, Carlos found Lincoln's number on his phone. Without hesitation, Carlos called Lincoln directly. Lincoln answered and asked, "Young Master Chen, why do you have time to call me today?" "Lincoln, I need your help." Hearing this, Lincoln couldn't resist responding, "Young Master Chen, what do you need? Just say the word, and I'll take care of it." "Lincoln, I know you have connections in Shanghai. I need 3,000 barrels of gasoline. Can you get them for me?" Lincoln's voice showed some fear as he responded, "Young Master Chen, what do you need so much gasoline for? It's rumored that the nationwide dismemberment case a few days ago used gasoline to destroy evidence. If you suddenly need 3,000 barrels, are you planning a massacre in Shanghai City?" "Lincoln, don't joke around." Carlos laughed and said, "I'm worth billions. Why would I do such foolish things? The main reason is that I've acquired a port in Mingyue Town in Shanghai City. I want to store some oil in the warehouse because I plan to engage in overseas trade, and I'll have many ships and cars passing through the port. If I set up an oil depot at the port, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" "No problem." Hearing this, Lincoln cheerfully responded, "I'll arrange it right now and ensure that 3,000 barrels of gasoline will be delivered to your designated warehouse tonight." "All right, hurry and take care of it. Let me know when it's done, and you won't lose out on payment." "No problem, young Master Chen." Lincoln hurriedly replied, "I'll handle it immediately and make sure 3,000 barrels of gasoline will be sent to your warehouse tomorrow morning." "Sure thing." After agreeing, Carlos couldn't help but ask, "Also, Lincoln, do you still handle firearms business?" "Why? Do you need guns?" Lincoln questioned, to which Carlos replied, "I want to get some. Also, I need explosives. Do you have any stock?" "No, none left." Knife Brother hurriedly replied, "Because your brother doesn't let me do this. Now I just buy alcohol online and engage in some private lending. As for the firearms business, I quit that a long time ago." Carlos couldn't help but frown when he heard Knife Brother's words and asked, "Then do you know who is doing this business in Shanghai now?" "I want to get some Desert Eagles, AK-47s, Gatlings, Barretts, rockets, and TNT-timed explosives. I'm not sure about this at the moment." Knife Brother replied, "But I can help you find out. Just what do you need these for? Your brother doesn't allow this kind of business now. If your brother finds out you're dealing with this stuff, he'll give you quite a beating. It won't happen. I'm getting these mainly to prepare for overseas trade." Carlos could only make an excuse. After all, Somali pirates and Houthis aren't joking around. I'll try to find out for you. If I have any news." Hearing Carlos's words, Knife Brother said seriously, "I'll call you then." "All right, thanks a lot, Knife Brother." Carlos added, "If I really can't get the guns, there's a great tool online that can launch gas cylinders. Get me 3,000 of these things too." "No problem." Knife Brother replied, "As long as you provide the money, Lincoln will surely get them for you." Carlos assured him that the money wasn't an issue, and then chatted a few more sentences before hanging up. Lying on the bed and pondering, Carlos fell into a light sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already bright outside. His phone buzzed. Reaching out, he picked it up and saw it was Herbert calling. Frowning slightly, Carlos swiped to answer the call. "Brother Zhang, how's it going? Are the items all stored yet?" "Master Chun, everything you ordered has been stored." Herbert bowed and said, 30,000 boxes of penicillin, cephalosporin, amoxicillin, erythromycin, levofloxacin, anti-tetanus medicine, hemostatic drugs, florencin and bayao, herbs like dandelion, honeysuckle, banlangen, smilax glabra, andropogon, coptis, ligusticum, salvia, peach blossom, red safflower, suwood, notopterygium, and cianxiao, totaling 30,000 tons. Also, 10,000 pieces each of bandages, adhesive plasters, iodine, disinfectant alcohol, tweezers, scissors, scalpels, sutures, disposable syringes, infusion sets, wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches. All these have been inventoried. Now, if you pay me 267,890,000 yuan, I can leave. "All right, I'll transfer the money right away." Carlos said, "Remember my number. If I need anything else, I'll call you." "Master Chun, no problem." Herbert excitedly responded, "As long as you don't export or misuse these medicines, I can provide whatever you need." "All right, I'll transfer the money." Without further ado, Carlos transferred the 267,890,000 yuan to Herbert and checked his phone. All the motorcycles he had ordered last night, along with Knife Brothers' 3,000 barrels of gasoline, were already in storage. He immediately got out of bed. He was preparing to wash up, then send the batch of medicine, the 10,000 motorcycles, the 3,000 four-wheel off-road motorcycles, and 3,000 barrels of gasoline over to Ava. Carlos washed up quickly and sent a telepathic message to Ava, telling her to prepare several large warehouses. Carlos informed her that he would be sending 1 million motorcycles, 3,000 four-wheel off-road motorcycles, 3,000 barrels of gasoline, and a vast amount of medicine over. Ava was delighted upon receiving the message and immediately arranged for phoning Bart to prepare the warehouses. Carlos finished washing up quickly and went downstairs, driving his new Mercedes G-Class with Adriana towards the port. The port was busier than usual, with trucks constantly entering and exiting. These were delivering orders for Carlos. Wilfreder cycles and four-wheel off-road motorcycles kept being unloaded from trailers into the port warehouse. Kermit greeted Carlos along with his newly recruited 20 employees and his father, Bond, as soon as they saw him arrive. Kermit smiled ingratiatingly and said first, "Young Master Chun, we were all here supervising the unloading of goods in the warehouse last night. Now there are only a bit more than 10,000 motorcycles left to unload. Lincoln sent people to deliver 3,000 barrels of gasoline and 3,000 four-wheel off-road motorcycles, which are almost finished unloading. We have already inventoried them." While looking at Carlos and wiping the sweat off his forehead, Kermit flattered like a lapdog. "By the way, there's also the medicine delivered by Boss Zhang. We've already put it in the warehouse. Would you like to go check it out?" Chapter 32 God Loves Us. Thank God. Sure, I'll go check. Carlos hummed in acknowledgement and then said to the people who followed Kermit, "The rest of you can go rest. Just leave a few people to supervise them as they inventory the motorcycles and put them in storage." "All right, young Master Chun." However, Carlos stopped Kermit, asking, "You Kai, these are the new employees you recruited, right?" "Yes, they are the brothers I brought in, all selected according to your requirements for capable hands in this field." Kermit replied with a smiling face, "Today, I'll assign them to help you buy vegetables from the villagers, and also transport the watermelons from the fields that can't be sold to the warehouse." "Excellent, excellent." Carlos couldn't help but puff out his chest and said, "All of you work hard. I believe in you. If you do well, besides the basic salary, I will give you extra bonuses." "Thank you, young Master Chun, thank you." Upon hearing this, Kermit and others were naturally overjoyed. Meanwhile, Carlos looked at Kermit and said, "You Kai, can you help me with a few more things?" "Young Master Chun, what do you need?" Carlos then said, "You Kai, recruit a few more accountants for me. And also recruit a batch of security guards, about 30 people or so." "Okay, I'll take care of it immediately." While agreeing, Kermit asked for instructions. "Young Master Chin, do you have any specific requirements for the accountants and security guards?" "I don't have many requirements, just one. They must be trustworthy." Carlos replied, "They should ensure that nothing about the port is disclosed." "Young Master Chun, I understand." Kermit smiled. "I promise each person I recruit will be reliable and won't leak any information about the docks. If anyone does, I'll deal with them severely." "All right, go ahead," Carlos added. "As long as the people you hire are reliable, their salaries can be twice as high as those outside." After saying good, Kermit left with Bond and others. Adriana originally wanted to follow Carlos, but he told her, "Adriana, you don't need to follow me all the time. There's no danger here anymore. You can go do what you need to do." Hearing this, Adriana didn't continue following him and let Carlos drive away in his G-Class Mercedes-Benz. Carlos first arrived at the warehouse where the medicines were stored, seeing neat stacks of medicine inside. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Katie and summoned the large black jar from the Sea of Souls, transferring all the medicine from the warehouse into it. Next came 3,000 barrels of gasoline and 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles. The motorcycles had not yet been fully unloaded, so Carlos could only wait in the warehouse. Meanwhile, Katie and the others were excited beyond words, especially when they saw the medicine pouring out of the bronze tripod one box after another. Neatly piled on the ground, the medicines quickly formed towering mountains. The sheer quantity left Katie and everyone else speechless, especially the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute who counted enthusiastically. 30,000 boxes of penicillin, 30,000 boxes of cephalosporin, 30,000 boxes of amoxicillin, 30,000 boxes of erythromycin, and 30,000 boxes of levofloxacin. There were also 30,000 boxes of tetanus-preventing medication, 30,000 boxes of hemostatic drugs, and 30,000 boxes of florencenin bayao, plus 30,000 tons of dandelion, honeysuckle, banlangen, smilax glabra, and other herbs such as Lophotherum, Coptis, Ligusticum chuanqiong, Salvia miltioriza, peach kernel, safflower, sumu, and nodo ginseng. In addition, there were gauze, band-aids, iodine, alcohol, tweezers, scissors, scalpels, sutures, disposable syringes, intravenous drip sets, wheelchairs, stretchers, crutches, each 10,000 units. Facing such an abundance of medicines, the physicians couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Because recently, they had no medicine and could only watch helplessly as lives that could have been saved died due to lack of treatment. Now, the gods had blessed them with so much medicine. They no longer feared that the soldiers of Xinjiang City would die from lack of medical care. Wilfred Reaver, these were divine medicines bestowed by the gods. The most powerful among them were penicillin, tetanus prevention medicine, hemostatic medicine, and florencenin bayao. These truly rivaled divine medicine. For instance, General Burke, who was gravely ill yesterday, woke up miraculously this morning after using these divine medicines. His wounds did not get infected again and began to heal. Now, the gods have bestowed even more divine medicine. Not only could it save countless lives of soldiers and civilians, but even in the past, this batch of medicine would have been invaluable in the Western Liang female kingdom due to its sheer volume. Gods, show your mercy on the people of our Western Liang female kingdom. Thinking of this, the imperial physicians all knelt down and worshipped with extreme devotion. We no longer have to worry about not having medicine to save lives. Seeing this, Katie and the others also clasped their hands together and worshipped sincerely, for it was the gods who had given them hope to live. Not only did they bestow upon them life-saving medicine, but also an abundance of food, enough for everyone to eat their fill, no longer facing the threat of starving to death. They all thanked Carlos from the bottom of their hearts. However, at this moment, Carlos's mental message came again. It told them that he would transmit 3,000 barrels of gasoline and 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles to them and warn them about the danger of gasoline. The gasoline must be stored far away from people because it is a hazardous material that cannot encounter even a spark or it will explode. Katie naturally dared not delay and immediately found an uninhabited palace where she placed the 3,000 barrels of gasoline delivered by Carlos. She dispatched a fully armed team of phoneling guards to guard it, and no one could approach without her orders. Then Carlos transmitted 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles to them. Ajani and Norris's eyes lit up as they saw each brand new four-wheeled off-road motorcycle. They were so moved they wept for joy because there were no horses in the army, and they had been suppressed by the barbarian forces, retreating into the city out of fear. Now, the gods had bestowed these off-road motorcycles on them, and they no longer feared the cavalry, because they could drive these motorcycles to engage in guerrilla warfare, retreat when the enemy advances, and advance when the enemy retreats, harassing the enemy at all times. The speed of these motorcycles had already amazed them. Warriors, we no longer need to fear the cavalry of the barbarians. Ajani and the other soldiers cried tears of joy, some even hugging each other in sorrow, as they had suffered too much lately. Finally, the gods gave them hope, letting them see the dawn of victory over the barbarian cavalry. Even Grand Tutor Thorn couldn't help but wipe his tears, for it had been incredibly difficult. Facing hundreds of thousands of barbarian cavalry, there was little chance of winning. But today, the gods had given them hope. This was wonderful, truly wonderful. Finally, they had a fighting chance. If only such divine gifts could come more often. Thorn and Katie silently prayed in their hearts. Then, brand new motorcycles started emerging from the bronze tripod. When it finally finished, Ajani immediately organized the phoneling guard to count them and discovered that Carlos had given them 10,000 motorcycles. 10,000. Facing this scene, not only Ajani, even Katie was moved to tears. With these 10,000 motorcycles, they now had an army equivalent to 10,000 cavalry. Your Majesty, the gods have blessed us with 10,000 motorcycles. We must select 20,000 soldiers who can ride motorcycles and intensify their training. Ajani said while kneeling and clenching her fists. We must train our first 10,000 strong motorcycle cavalry as soon as possible. Yes, I'll leave this matter to General Shangwan. Katie responded happily, sweeping her sleeve dramatically, and issue an edict immediately, granting each selected soldier 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of noodles per month, plus meat, eggs, and vegetables, with full provisions during training. Agreed. Ajani accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, Norris swallowed and looked at the 3,000 off-road motorcycles with passionate eyes. Your Majesty, what should we do with these 3,000 off-road motorcycles? Fanshu, these 3,000 off-road motorcycles will belong to your patrol camp, Katie said, looking at Fanshu. Make sure your troops learn to ride these motorcycles quickly and use them to transport cement and sand for the construction of the city. Fanshu exclaimed, then was overjoyed because this was fantastic. 3,000 off-road motorcycles all belong to the patrol camp. This significantly increased the combat capability and mobility of her unit. Fanshu was ecstatic. Norris and the others could only look on enviously as Ider's patrol camp rode away with the 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles. Thorn and the other civil officials, however, could not hold back their tears of renewed excitement because the million civilians in Ingyang City were finally saved. The gods were trustworthy. The gods loved them. The gods had not abandoned them. The gods were continuously creating miracles for them to survive. Thank the gods. Thorn and the others all knelt on the ground in utmost devotion, expressing their gratitude to Carlos. The imperial advisors of the Western Liang female kingdom also knelt down one by one, hands clasped together, bowing to the ground in worship. We give thanks to the gods for giving us hope to live. Chapter 33. Barbarian Army, Siege, and Battle. Gratitude to the divine. Norris and all others knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes, devoutly thanking Carlos. Ava was also full of gratitude because without Carlos, they would not have survived. Many would have starved to death long ago. It was Carlos who gave them hope to live. Meanwhile, on Carlos's side, he felt the power of countless incense offerings again converging within the large black jar. When the incense power in the large black jar reached its limit, it automatically entered his body and began to settle in his dantian, purifying his physical body, enhancing his strength, and extending his lifespan. Carlos felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. At the same time, he became more determined to ensure Ava and the others could survive. Regardless of the numerous days he had already invested and spent billions on this incense power, as well as guarding the northern border to repel barbarian invasions, he intended to support them until the end. He planned to present a map of the world to Ava, erasing smaller states like Shao Ribbon, Debangzi, and Shao Asin, incorporating them into Huaxia territory. Carlos vowed to support this cause thoroughly. However, at this moment, Ava and the others heard a flurry of drumbeats followed by a resounding horn, echoing throughout Xinjiang City. Your Majesty, something is wrong? Eunuch Bart's expression changed abruptly, trembling as he said, the barbarians are likely attacking the city again. Ava reacted instantly, retrieving the bronze tripod and shouted angrily, soldiers, the barbarians are once again invading our land. All brave warriors, follow me. We shall drive them back. With those words, Ava left the palace, mounted a white warhorse, and led the left and right phoenix feather guards to quickly appear atop the city walls. Seeing outside the city, the vast sea of barbarian troops filled her view. They held their siege weapons high and advanced toward Xinjiang City. Bo clutched a black war flag in his hand, pointing furiously at Ava with bloodshot eyes, shouting, bitch, come down. I want to battle you for 300 rounds. Ava gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, staring coldly at Bo without a word. Bo's heart burned with rage due to Ava's surprise attack last night, which killed over 30,000 of his vanguard soldiers and countless warhorses. Fueled by anger and anguish, Bo immediately rallied his troops and marched toward Xinjiang City early in the morning. He was determined to breach Xinjiang City today, slay everyone inside, and personally decapitate Ava, to teach her that provoking Bo came at a bloody price, or else his anger would never subside. General, order the siege. Edge, filled with fury, said, "These Xiliang people won't fight outside the city. Let me lead the right camp and directly attack Xinjiang City." Attack, attack? Failing to provoke a response, Bo immediately issued the command to besiege the city. In an instant, Edge led 5,000 of the right camp warriors, surging toward Xinjiang City like a tidal wave. Ava realized that last night's battle had thoroughly enraged Bo and Edge, leading to this immediate and brutal assault. On the city walls, Norris and others were fully prepared. Eider led over 10,000 patrol guards and 3,000 four-wheel mountain terrain motorcycles positioned at the city gate. Each patrol guard rode a motorcycle with another soldier seated behind, wielding sharp rebar forged by the Ministry of Works blacksmiths, ready to rush out and kill the enemy. Generals Burke and Abdullah were pushed up to the city walls in wheelchairs, directing the city defense troops. The 5 city military commission and Phoenix feather guards stood holding meter-long sharpened rebar, defending the damaged sections of the city wall that had yet to be repaired. They clutched their weapons tightly, eyes burning with resolve as they watched Edge's advancing army step by step. When Edge's forces were only 300 steps away from Xinjiang City, Ava ordered the stone-throwing machines to launch boulders. In an instant, huge rocks rained down, immediately crushing many of the frontline barbarian soldiers. Yet, the barbarian soldiers did not stop. Under Edge's lead, they continued to surge toward Xinjiang City's walls. As the distance closed to about 50 steps, Ava commanded the archers on the city tower to release their arrows. Instantly, the waiting defenders unleashed a torrent of arrows, igniting like flames. Arrows rained down like a torrent, targeting the barbarian soldiers below the city walls. Instantly, one after another, the barbarian soldiers were struck down. Yet their offensive pace did not stop. They continued pushing their siege ladders forward. They also raised their shields to deflect the arrows from Ava and her forces. At such close range, the barbarian army took advantage of their shields, starting to draw their bows and counterattack the defenders on the city walls. Immediately, several soldiers from the Western Liang female kingdom were hit by their arrows and fell off the city walls. The barbarian army rapidly approached the city walls, and finally, the first wave of their siege ladders reached the walls of Xinjiang City. Edge took the lead, waving his scimitar, charging up the siege ladder like a fierce cheetah, then swiftly climbing towards the walls of Xinjiang City. Barbarian soldiers followed closely behind, swarming like locusts over the siege ladders that reached the city walls, climbing fearlessly. Despite Ava and her forces' valiant resistance, hacking away at the assaulting barbarian soldiers, the number of barbarians who climbed up the walls was too great. Soon, parts of the city walls were breached. The collapsed gate below was stormed by the overwhelming assault of the barbarian army, despite the defenses of the Phoenix feather guards and the patrol troops. Soldiers from the 5 city military commission wielded rebars, fiercely fighting the barbarian soldiers pouring into the city, but there were simply too many. They couldn't kill them all. Some had just stabbed a barbarian soldier with the rebar, but didn't have time to pull it out before another soldier rushed in. Facing this dire situation, Ava finally unsheathed her sword, killed a barbarian soldier, and let out an exhausted roar. Pour cooking oil to set fire to the barbarian siege ladders. Hurry! Ava's roar echoed, and immediately, Ajani and others reacted. Then they hurled bucket after bucket of Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil prepared on the city walls towards the barbarian siege ladders. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the buckets being thrown at them, the barbarian soldiers instinctively slashed with their scimitars. The Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil exploded as they were cut open, splashing all over the barbarian soldiers. Some also landed on the siege ladders. Arrows, shoot. Seeing the opportunity, Ajani lit a fire arrow, drew his bow, and shot it towards the oil-soaked barbarian soldiers. Edge finally realized something was amiss, but the rain of flaming arrows flew like shooting stars. In the next moment, Edge saw the arrows hit the oil-covered soldiers, instantly igniting 3-meter-high flames. Then all he could see was fire. Barbarian soldiers burned alive, screaming in agony, while thousands of siege ladders attached to Xinjiang City burned like wildfire. Many soldiers rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames, but it was futile because the burning oil adhered tightly to their bodies like gasoline, burning uncontrollably, regardless of water or beating, until they became charred remains, still burning, and nearly half of Edge's 5,000 barbarian soldiers were engulfed in the inferno, watching helplessly as they burned to death. Ding ding ding. Bo's face turned pale at this sight. He never expected such a devastating tactic, so he immediately ordered a retreat. However, the fire was too intense. Edge's 5,000 barbarian soldiers were in chaos, unable to organize an effective retreat. Only amid cries of anguish did Bo lead his main force to withdraw. Ava, seeing this, immediately ordered Eider to lead the 3,000 four-wheel mountain terrain motorcycle cavalry for a counterattack. Eider complied and led the cavalry, each holding a rebar, out of the city, mercilessly killing the fleeing barbarian soldiers below Xinjiang City. Just as Edge managed to escape the city with a few trusted aides, he saw Eider's cavalry charge out. Suddenly, Edge watched helplessly as the fleeing barbarian soldiers were impaled by the patrol camp soldiers sitting behind the four-wheel motorcycles, leaving no chance of escape. General. Before Edge could speak, 6 or 7 officers beside him looked at him in terror and exclaimed, "What are these Western Liang people riding? This actually sounds like thunder and moves as fast as lightning. Even if our tribal soldiers ride war horses, they can't escape their ambush." To be honest, Edge was also stunned. Despite his extensive reading and being the foremost scholar of the tribal people, he had never seen the four-wheeled off-road motorcycles that Eider was riding. But what about the soldiers under his command? At this moment, they all snapped back to reality. Regardless of what Eider was riding, their priority now was to flee from here as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would surely be killed by Eider. General Yelu, no matter what that is. Edge was still in shock when he heard his trusted officers shouting in his ear. Right now, saving our lives is more important. Chapter 34. Begging the deity for Wilfredra cooking oil. Edge finally came to his senses and realized he could no longer delay. Otherwise, he would certainly die here today. Thus, he led his close generals, They seized over 20 warhorses from their soldiers and began fleeing in disarray. Although Eider saw this, there was no way to intercept Edge's escape route because more than 20,000 of the enemy troops were still retreating below the city walls, blocking their path to pursue and kill him. At that moment, the soldiers from the Qingyang city also charged out of the city, each gripping reinforced steel rods in their hands, stabbing fiercely at the fleeing tribal soldiers. The battlefield was filled with thunderous shouts of battle cries. In contrast, Edge desperately lashed at his horse, with only one thought on his mind: to flee this place, to flee this place. And just like that, the grand tribal siege ended completely in defeat for the tribes. Ava and her people managed to turn the tide of the battle with the peanut oil bestowed by Carlos, Luhua peanut oil, golden dragon fish cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. In addition, they had 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles and 30 tons of reinforced steel. They slaughtered a significant portion of the 10,000 strong attacking tribal army led by Edge, allowing only a few thousand to escape, including Edge himself. Your Majesty, we have won. Ajani looked at the remains scattered on the ground, countless tribal soldiers slain under the city walls, and could no longer contain his excitement, declaring, "We defeated the barbarian army." Upon hearing these words from Ajani, all the soldiers hugged each other in overwhelming joy, and cheers resounded throughout the sky. Standing on the city wall, Ava overlooked the scene of victory, feeling exhilarated and excited. She even turned to face the soldiers, raising both arms high and shouting passionately, "This victory belongs to every brave soldier who fought, and to the deity we believe in. It is you, it is the deity, that has granted us this great victory. The deity will forever be with us." Ajani and others all knelt down in response, shouting in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the deity!" A determined look flashed in Ava's eyes, as she knew that the war was far from over. It was becoming increasingly intense. Only by being with the deity could they continue winning. Otherwise, they would surely perish without any trace, for the tribes would not spare them. Seeing this scene, the old ministers like Thorn wiped away their tears. They had won. They finally defeated the tribal army, and at minimal cost. It was all thanks to the deity's assistance. Since the arrival of the deity, their lives had been improving day by day. They had defeated the tribal army. They now had hope, finally having a future free from the fear of being overrun by the tribes. All this was granted by the deity. Without the deity, they would not have come so far. Thank you, deity. While wiping away their tears, they all knelt on the ground, shouting to the sky, "Long live the deity! Long live the deity!" Almost everyone in Qingyang City, both civilians and soldiers, joined in chanting, "Long live the deity," while Carlos felt a sudden sharp resonance within his body. The faith energy gathered in the black jar abruptly condensed into a whirlwind inside his dantian. It emitted roars akin to dragons and tigers, followed by a powerful aura emanating from within him. Instantly, the vortex in his dantian started rapidly circulating through his 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 2 main channels, continuously flowing through his limbs and bones. Carlos suddenly felt as if an invisible restraint within his body had broken, making him feel incredibly light. What's happening? Surprise flickered in Carlos's eyes. I feel a force in my dantian, surging like a mighty river. This is because you've unknowingly established your foundation? Before Carlos could respond, Augusta jumped down from the roof of a warehouse over 10 meters high and said, "Just one step further, and you'll reach the core formation stage." Augusta, are you sure? Carlos stared dumbfounded, but Augusta replied firmly, "Of course I am. Everything I said is true. If you want to know more, follow me to Bryant because my master has come down from the mountain. She's now with Bryant." Though Carlos didn't want to go, he knew better than to resist given Augusta's character. "Don't even think about not following me." Seemingly reading his mind, Augusta raised her fist the size of a sandbag and warned, "If you dare say no, I'll beat you. Don't hit. I can meet your master, but not at Bryant's place." Carlos, seeing Augusta lifting her sandbag-sized fist as if to punch him, immediately raised his hands and said, "Instead, let's go to my home because I'm all dirty and want to take a shower before meeting your master." "Fine, I'll call my master right now." Augusta then put down her fist and said, "She'll come to your house to find you later." What could Carlos say? After all, he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to follow Augusta away from the warehouse and got into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to head home. When he arrived home, Ava sent him a mental message, informing him of their victory over the tribal army. Carlos was of course very happy. After all, Ava's victory meant that Qingyang City stood a chance of being defended. Unfortunately, the Alf swords, Moa swords, Ma, Xiuchun sabers, Tibetan knives, as well as Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, compound bows, crossbows, recurve crossbows, repeating crossbows, and the green dragon crescent blade, halberd, 18-foot spear, Yang family spear, iron mace, Qin halberd, along with various armors, golden thread soft armor, shields, stab-proof vests, as well as incendiary grenades, smoke grenades, tear gas grenades, grenade launchers, gas cylinders, gasoline drums, diesel tanks, kerosene drums he ordered online would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. If these items could have arrived earlier, they would have been able to eliminate the tribal army surrounding Qingyang City much sooner. Thinking about this, Carlos glanced at his Taobao app on his phone, confirming that 2,000 Alf swords, 2,000 Moa swords, 2,000 Xiuchun sabers, and Tibetan knives would arrive in stock tomorrow. Also, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, compound bows, crossbows, recurve crossbows, and repeating crossbows, plus the green dragon crescent blade, halberd, 18-foot spear, Yang family spear, iron mace, Qin halberd, and various armors, golden thread soft armor, shields, stab-proof vests, and incendiary grenades, smoke grenades, tear gas grenades, grenade launchers, gas cylinders, gasoline drums, diesel tanks, and kerosene drums would also be partially stocked. He informed Ava of this news. Upon hearing it, she was filled with joy. After all, they were in dire need of military equipment. Otherwise, they would have started recruiting new soldiers long ago. Especially bows and crossbows were in severe shortage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Edge and his men breach the city today. However, what Ava hoped for was Wilfredra Luhua peanut oil, golden dragon fish cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil from Carlos, because these oils were incredibly useful. Just like bottles of flammable liquid, when thrown with rockets, they became a divine weapon to burn the tribal army. Therefore, Ava pleaded with Carlos to give them more Luhua peanut oil, golden dragon fish cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. Despite looking somewhat strange, Carlos still granted Ava's wish, calling Herman to urgently order 20,000 bottles of Luhua peanut oil, golden dragon fish cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. Herman collected the money and promised Carlos that the goods would definitely be delivered to the warehouse by morning without a single bottle missing. Carlos naturally trusted Herman, so he paid a deposit and informed Ava. He told her that he had helped her order 20,000 bottles of Luhua peanut oil, golden dragon fish cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. Hearing this, Ava was almost overwhelmed with joy. In contrast, Carlos handed over some cherished 1982 Lafite wine from his home, as well as a few bottles of aged Maudai liquor, plus some beer, cola, Sprite, Wang Lo Cat from the refrigerator, and Assam milk tea, coconut milk, all passed over to Ava saying, "For celebrating your great victory, I have a few bottles of 1982 Lafite and some aged Maudai liquor. Also, beer, cola, Sprite, Wang Lo Cat, Assam milk tea, coconut milk, all for your celebration. Remember not to drink too much." Carlos summoned the large black jar from his soul sea and sent everything over to them. Seeing the beer, red wine, Maudai liquor, cola, Sprite, Wang Lo Cat, Assam milk tea, and coconut milk coming out of the bronze tripod, everyone, including Ava, was delighted, their eyes shining as if they saw priceless treasures. "Come, one bottle each." Ava, seeing everyone drooling, immediately called out to them, "A gift from the deity. Everyone, take it and drink." Everyone smiled and gathered around, distributing the drinks given by Carlos. Some generals opened the bottles directly with their swords and gulped down the contents with satisfying gulps, while others, unable to bear to drink, secretly hid the bottles, planning to take them home for their families to enjoy together. "Your Majesty, what is this gift from the deity? It tastes not only refreshing." Ajani, however, was holding a bottle of cola, drinking it greedily and said, "It's even ice cold. Really delicious. This is called cola." Seeing this, Ava responded. On the other hand, Thorn was holding a bottle of coconut milk, savoring a sip with his eyes squinted in pleasure. "Then what is this that I, Your Majesty, have? Not only is it ice cold and tasty, but it also has a hint of milk fragrance." Chapter 35 The Master of Pearl, the Beauty. This is called coconut milk. Seeing this, Ava's lips curved upward, revealing a faint smile. She looked at Thorn and said, "The deities grew up drinking this coconut milk. Ah, no wonder it's so delicious." Hearing these words from Ava, Thorn couldn't help but swallow hard. However, he no longer wanted to drink it. Instead, he put the lid back on, preparing to take it home for his little grandson who eagerly waited for him every day, hoping he would bring back something tasty. All the civil and military ministers on the city wall did the same, as they were unwilling to enjoy the good things all by themselves. After all, they had hungry children at home, so most of them took only a couple of sips before hiding the bottles under their sleeves, planning to take them home for their grandchildren. But, just then, Burke pried open a bottle of Maudai with his sword, instantly brightening up at the aroma wafting from the bottle. After all, he had a penchant for it. "Brother, is this alcohol?" Seated in a wheelchair, Abdullah, smelling the fragrance floating over, excitedly said, "Give me a sip. I haven't tasted alcohol for over half a year." "A sip? Ha ha ha." Seeing the eager look on Abdullah's face, Burke burst into hearty laughter, while Abdullah could not help but swallow again and again. After all, how could soldiers dislike alcohol? However, in the past, they usually drank turbid wine and yellow wine, never such fine liquor like Maudai. Wilfredrever, Shilyang has suffered 5 years of drought. There wasn't even enough grain for people to eat, let alone for brewing alcohol. Now, smelling this soy sauce-scented Maudai, Abdullah's old craving was roused like a tempest inside him. At this moment, Burke handed over the bottle of Maudai just in time. As soon as Abdullah took a sip, his eyes squinted in delight, his face showing a blissful expression because he had never tasted such good alcohol. This aromatic spirit spread in his mouth like blossoming flowers, making him feel relaxed and satisfied. The scent lingered around his nostrils, filling him with an immense sense of contentment. "Brother, this is truly excellent wine." Abdullah, holding the Maudai, spoke in a scholarly tone. "Indeed, a gift from the gods. It's rare to taste such delicacies in the mortal world." "Ha ha ha ha." Burke laughed heartily, snatched the bottle from Abdullah, and gulped down a big mouthful, exclaiming, "Excellent wine. Indeed, excellent wine." Another gulp, "Ha ha ha." Burke chugged down another large mouthful, which made Abdullah anxiously urge, "Brother, don't finish it all, save a sip for me." Seeing this, everyone around including Ava laughed. They all stood on the city wall and indulged in drinks, feeling hopeful about the future. They believed that with the deity's protection, their days ahead would be better. Meanwhile, the camp of the barbarian army was deathly silent since their offensive against the Shilyang kingdom began. They had advanced like a torrent until today's defeat, especially shocking to Edge, whose troops had faced significant losses. First, bottle after bottle of cooking oil burned more than half of his soldiers. Then, Eider led 3,000 four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles, each rider armed with a steel rod, killing more than 50,000 warriors, leaving only a few thousand survivors retreating back to the camp. Thinking back now, Edge still felt fear-stricken due to the swift occurrence of these events without any preparation leading to such defeat. Damn it, today is utterly frustrating. Edge couldn't help but curse, damn, utterly humiliating. Bo's expression turned grim upon hearing this. In just a few days, he lost nearly 100,000 troops. Even more infuriating was the fact that despite such heavy losses, the city of Inyang remained unbreached, ending in today's devastating defeat. Over 50,000 brave warriors were massacred in an instant. Bo felt both anger and internal tremors because this was the first major defeat in his long history of military campaigns. General Yelu, we have been besieging Yingyang for over half a month. Could it really be true that we cannot capture this city? With this thought, Bo stared at Edge. Edge, looking dejected, replied, with divine assistance for the Xiliang kingdom, what can we do? Upon hearing this, Bo slammed his fist on the table angrily. Why does the deity aid the Xiliang kingdom and not us? Why? Only the deity knows. Edge said bitterly, given our current state, unless we receive divine aid as well, we will not break through Yingyang. No, I must capture the city. I, Bo, have never failed to capture any city, even if they have divine assistance. Bo's eyes glinted ferociously as he slammed his hands down, shattering the table beside him into pieces. I, Bo, will make the gods know that no one can stand in my way, not even them. General, this matter still requires patience. The West Liang kingdom undoubtedly has divine assistance. Edge responded with a terrified look, but Bo spoke with unyielding authority. Even with divine help for the West Liang kingdom, we must capture Yingyang City tomorrow because the tribal king has ordered us to breach it before the Northern Iron Cavalry arrives. This is crucial for our swift invasion of the Central Plains through the northern frontier. General, we should send a letter to the tribal king to inform him of the situation here. After all, we only have over 90,000 troops left, Edge said solemnly, but opposite us are tens of thousands of West Liang soldiers and hundreds of thousands of civilians, plus they have divine aid. Capturing the city will be as difficult as climbing to heaven. No, capturing Yingyang City is imperative. According to reports from spies within the city, the West Liang kingdom has received something called cement from the gods. Bo replied anxiously. It's said that they're using this material to fortify the city walls. Once dry, it becomes as strong as solid rock, impervious even to our sharp sabers. Edge fell silent because he had heard similar stories. Initially, he did not believe them. After all, how could such a thing exist? But today, seeing Eider's 3,000 four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles, clearly made of refined iron yet roaring like thunder and dashing like lightning, causing their tribal soldiers to retreat continuously, even horses were scared and scattered everywhere. They were completely powerless to fight. Hearing Bo mention cement again, he dared not doubt it anymore. Since the gods had granted the West Liang kingdom these motorcycles, wasn't it normal for them to also give cement to reinforce the city? Thinking this, Edge immediately felt powerless again, because they were not fighting the West Liang kingdom but the powerful gods themselves. Bo looked anxious because he had already learned that the gods had not only given Ava cement, but also sand and that godly iron seen on the battlefield. With hundreds of thousands of civilians under the leadership of the Ministry of Works, they were working day and night to reinforce the city walls with this mixture. That was why Bo kept launching attacks. He wanted to capture Yingyang City before the construction was complete, because once finished, they would never have another chance. However, both battles ended in failure. Yet, even so, he must attack, as not attacking meant losing any opportunity forever. If the cement walls were built, capturing Yingyang would become an impossible dream. Considering this, Bo waved his sleeve and ordered, spread the word. Start cooking now. After a hearty meal, we'll attack Yingyang City again. General, you absolutely cannot. Edge stood up hastily to persuade Bo. We've already suffered a major defeat. How can we attack again? I don't care. We must attack. Bo insisted firmly. Even if the West Liang kingdom has divine protection, tonight I will defy the gods. Defy the gods? Defy the gods. Edge looked dazed, staring at Bo, trying to speak but unsure where to start. After all, the current situation left them with no choice but to defy the gods. Carlos couldn't help yawning, then rubbed his eyes, showing signs of fatigue. He felt exhausted and, after reminding Ava a few things, he stripped off his clothes, revealing his well-built physique, and walked into the bathroom. Standing under the shower, he turned on the tap, letting the water cascade over his body, trickling down his skin and flowing into the drain. Just then, Dagger's sister walked directly into Carlos's room. She pushed open the door effortlessly, opened the bathroom door, her cold eyes fixed on the naked Carlos who was taking a shower, momentarily stunned. Dagger's sister, what are you doing? Carlos had just pushed his hair back and slowly opened his eyes. But, in the next moment, he saw Dagger's sister and instantly covered himself with his hands. Why are you peeping at me while I'm showering? Who? Peeping you while you're showering? Realizing the situation, Dagger's sister's gaze, however, did not avert. She looked straight at Carlos and said, I just came to tell you that my master has arrived. I came to call you down. All right, I know. Carlos covered his body, showing an awkward look. Can you go out first? I'm still showering. What does it matter? Dagger's sister pouted indifferent. You just continue your shower. I haven't seen anything. You haven't seen anything? Carlos was flustered. Then why are your eyes staring at me? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't look at you. Dagger's sister's cold face inexplicably blushed. Just hurry up with your shower. Carlos was speechless, especially watching Dagger's sister turn away. Clearly, your eyes were all over me. I dare say I didn't see, humph. You just wait. Next time when you shower, I'll definitely take a look back. Upon hearing this, Dagger's sister paused, her perfect face turning red, spreading even to her neck. Carlos, of course, didn't know, but he closed and locked the door, then stood under the shower for a while before wrapping a towel around himself and opening the door to leave the bathroom. He changed into a loose bathrobe and walked out of the room. Soon he reached the living room where a beautiful figure stood before him, and there were a pair of long white legs, along with a pert buttocks as round as a millstone. Carlos couldn't help but swallow, because it was so perfectly rounded. Even his mind couldn't resist thinking, if he hugged from behind, it would be incredibly enjoyable. But just then, the woman in front of him slowly turned around. Carlos's eyes widened immediately, because the woman before him was incredibly beautiful, like a celestial being, unblemished by the mundane world. Too beautiful, too ethereal. Carlos's eyes were wide open, unable to look away, completely captivated. After all, He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Her beauty far surpassed any goddess on screen. Little guy, do you like what you see? Seeing his reaction, Tiara smiled. Staring at me like that? Chapter 36. Carlos is somewhat worried. Ava. Beautiful, beautiful. Carlos spoke rather awkwardly. You look just like a fairy, truly too beautiful. You've stolen my soul. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Tiara couldn't help but laugh. Yet Carlos was entranced, because her laughter was enchanting. Especially when she slightly raised her eyebrows and smiled with pursed lips. It was incredibly captivating, leaving any man breathless. Little rascal, don't be impolite. Bryant followed by Adriana entered and saw this scene, promptly saying, still haven't greeted sect leader Situ. Bryant, it's fine, it's fine. Tiara looked at Bryant and waved her hand. This kid is quite amusing and speaks sweetly. I quite like him. Sect leader Situ, you actually like him? Bryant came in smiling. That's a huge stroke of luck for this kid. If he can join under sect leader Situ's tutelage in the future, it will be his heavenly fate. Little one, speaking of which, Bryant mentioned my main business. I think you're not bad either. Tiara looked at Carlos and said with a slight upturn of her lips, would you be willing to join my discipleship and follow me to cultivate theorism and become an immortal? Cultivate theorism. Upon hearing Tiara's words, Carlos froze, then thought about the Western Liang female kingdom opposite, and without much consideration replied, no, sect leader Situ, I'll pass on cultivating theorism. I'm living pretty well now, and don't want to go to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton to cultivate. Little brat, what are you talking about? Sect leader Situ values you enough to personally invite you to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton to cultivate theorism. Hearing Carlos's words, Bryant became anxious. How can you refuse such an opportunity? Countless people would beg for such a heavenly fate. Bryant, it's fine, it's fine. Tiara waved her hand. This kid has unfinished secular ties. Since he doesn't wish to join my discipleship and go to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton, I'll take him as a nominal disciple and let him practice alongside little Thea. Nominal disciple. Hearing Tiara's words, Bryant was visibly agitated. No way. Little brat, quickly, kneel down. Bryant kicked Carlos. Kowtow to your master and ask her to accept you as her closing disciple and teach you the theist arts. Hurry. Before Carlos could say anything, facing Bryant's kick, he fell to his knees with a thud and gave Tiara a loud kowtow. Well then, since our teacher-student relationship is set, I'll accept you as my closing disciple. You don't have to return with me to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton for cultivation. You can stay here and practice alongside your senior sister. Seeing this scene, Tiara lifted her fair, white fingers and gently touched Carlos's forehead. I will pass you the Hun Tianju. Work hard in your cultivation, and on the day you achieve infancy formation, I will come back to Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton for further training. Carlos wore a blank expression because he didn't want to be a disciple but wanted to knock this woman down and shake her. But he was kicked over by Bryant. Then he was taken in as a closing disciple by Tiara. Seeing this, Bryant was exceptionally excited. Little brat, wonderful. In the future, you will be a disciple of Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton. Who would have thought you'd have such great fortune? This old man hasn't misjudged you. Carlos's face twitched because it felt like a dream, abruptly beginning and abruptly ending. He took a while to react. Bryant, what's going on? Why am I still so confused? Confused about what? You've gained heavenly favor. Bryant tapped Carlos's head. You're now a disciple of Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton, and Adriana will be your senior sister. On your path of cultivation, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. I, Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton's disciple. Carlos stared wide-eyed, showing a baffled expression. Adriana, does Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton accept disciples like this? Without even asking if I agree, I'm now a disciple of Dragon Tiger Wilford Dunton? Little brat, this is your great fortune. You got. Before Adriana could speak, Bryant immediately looked at Carlos. You'll be secretly rejoicing later? Carlos felt a headache because it was all too absurd. Even now, he hadn't fully recovered. Adriana pouted her lips and stared at Carlos with cold, beautiful eyes. Carlos, now you're my junior brother. In the future, I will supervise your training every day. All right? What else can I say? Carlos rolled his eyes at Adriana, then rubbed his slightly aching temples, finally accepting the fact. After all, everything had already happened. He didn't have time to refuse, as Bryant looked at Carlos with a chrysanthemum-like smile and said, Carlos, by the way, I have something to tell you. Carlos looked at Bryant, who chuckled and said, the antiques and paintings from the Western Liang female kingdom that you provided last time confirmed its existence. Now, in our history books, the Western Liang female kingdom has officially been added, no longer just folklore. That's great. Upon hearing this, Carlos was naturally delighted but couldn't help asking Bryant, may I ask you something? You, go ahead. Bryant replied, while Carlos hesitantly asked, the Western Liang female kingdom really only lasted 3 generations before being destroyed by the barbarians, and their empress was also killed? According to the relevant historical records, the Western Liang female kingdom indeed only existed for 3 generations before it was destroyed by the barbarians. Their empress Ava died when she was only 18. Pity her flower-like years were trampled into flesh by the iron cavalry of the barbarians. Bryant said. Hearing this, Carlos felt a pang of tension, and his expression darkened. Carlos, what's wrong with you? Seeing Carlos's unusual demeanor, Bryant couldn't help but ask, are you feeling regretful? But this is history, and once history is made, it cannot be changed. Cannot be changed? Cannot be changed. Carlos muttered these 4 words repeatedly, feeling like a mountain was pressing down on him. But he wanted to change it. He didn't want Ava to die because he still had a world map to give her, to help her destroy her enemies. After all, he had spent so much time nurturing her. How could he let her die? Carlos, come on. Bryant, unaware of Carlos's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and said, let's not talk about this anymore. How about we talk about something more interesting? Bryant, I'm a bit tired. Hearing Bryant's words, Carlos had no heart for idle chat and wanted to contact Ava. I won't chat with you today. Can I visit you another day? Little brat, wait. Seeing Carlos about to leave, Bryant called him back. I still have something to tell you. Bryant, what do you need to say? Tell me. Carlos frowned, while Bryant continued. Little brat, do you still have any artifacts from the Western Liang female kingdom? I want to buy some from you. Bryant, well? Carlos hesitated because he really wanted to contact Ava and tried to stall. Can I deliver them to your place tomorrow? No, I need them tonight. Bryant looked anxious, because I want to take more artifacts from the Western Liang female kingdom to Yinjing tomorrow. Okay, then please wait here for a moment. Carlos reluctantly agreed. I'll get you some paintings and porcelain bottles. Little brat, if you have coins or documents from the Western Liang female kingdom, Bryant smiled. You can bring those too because they're very useful to me. Alright, I'll check. Carlos's tone now revealed some impatience. If I have them, I'll bring them to you. Chapter 37. Adriana, can you be a little gentler? Sure, hurry up. Gaylord's face was filled with laughter, but his eyes betrayed an urgent anticipation. As for Carlos, he didn't say anything more but started walking towards the underground garage. While walking, he concentrated and sent a message to Ava, but Ava did not reply. Now Carlos was getting anxious, even slightly regretful, for giving them liquor. Because they were all ancient people, their enthusiasm for alcohol was far stronger than that of modern people. They had always been drinking unrefined wine and yellow wine, which, compared to the modern Maodai, had a much lower alcohol content. The difference wasn't just minor, it was significant. Thus, Carlos worried that Ava and the others might get drunk, making them unable to defend against any attacks from the nomadic tribes, possibly leading to the fall of the city and loss of home. Thinking of this, Carlos became even more anxious, sending another message to Ava, but there was still no response. Oh no, oh no. Faced with this outcome, Carlos couldn't help muttering to himself, this time I've probably done good deeds with bad results. 2 bottles of Maodai might have made Ava and the others completely drunk. Carlos wished he could slap himself for choosing to give them alcohol instead of something else. Recalling Gaylord's words that history cannot be changed, Carlos felt even more anxious inside. However, none of his messages received any replies, so he could be sure that Ava must be drunk. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, he could only wait since there was nothing he could do about it, nor could he wake Ava up. By now, Carlos wished he could hit himself 100 times. Watch out, kid. Seeing Carlos absent-mindedly collide into the door, Gaylord immediately shouted. Carlos snapped out of it, realizing he had been distracted. He then calmed his restlessness and headed towards the underground garage, as things were already like this. Since he couldn't change anything, he could only accept it passively. With this thought in mind, Carlos soon arrived at the underground storage. He opened the fingerprint lock and found the ground scattered with gleaming gold bars, turquoise, amber, Tianju beads, various jade ornaments, premium agarwood, rosewood, and ebony. There were also bronze artifacts, porcelain, ancient coins, and scrolls of ancient calligraphy which he kept in the safe originally used for cash storage. In the warehouse, Carlos picked out several pieces of ancient calligraphy, a bronze artifact, 2 fine pieces of porcelain, bent down to pick up a few ancient coins, and retrieved Johnny's sword. Feeling satisfied, he took these items and walked out of the underground storage, locking the door behind him before returning to the living room. Gaylord was standing by the dragon-headed cane, looking amused at Carlos's return. Looking over, Carlos saw Augusta sitting beside Gaylord, still holding a short knife and filing her fingernails. Noticing this, Carlos scratched his head without asking more and handed over everything he had fetched to Gaylord. Gaylord, here are the things you asked for. These are all I have right now. Kid, let me appraise them. Seeing what Carlos brought, Gaylord immediately got excited. I'll transfer the money to you once I determine the price. Gaylord, we don't need to worry about that. Carlos waved his hand. Wilfrene is too impersonal. Consider this as my way of thanking you for helping me with Jonathan Jia's matter the other day. Alright, then I'll take them. Gaylord didn't refuse. I'll take them to Beijing and bring them back when I return. Alright, Gaylord. What else could Carlos say? He simply agreed, packed up the items for Gaylord, and watched him leave in his Bentley Arnage. Turning around, Carlos glanced at Augusta, who was also looking at him. Their gazes met, causing both of them to momentarily freeze. Adriana, it's late? After a couple of seconds, Carlos swallowed hard and said, I'm going upstairs to sleep. You should get some rest too. You go ahead. But, Augusta looked coldly at Carlos, her moist, sensuous lips curving slightly. From now on, don't call me Adriana. Call me senior sister, understood? Yes, senior sister. Carlos glanced at Augusta, rubbed his temples, and started walking upstairs. You should get some rest. Good night. Yeah, get some rest. Augusta waved her short knife and said calmly, I'll wake you up at around 5 tomorrow morning for practice. 5. Hearing Augusta's words, Carlos, who was about to move, suddenly stopped and said, Adriana, isn't this too early? At 5, I would be having a good dream. Augusta merely made a hum, with her eyes coldly looking at Carlos. Seeing the look on Augusta's face, Carlos couldn't help but shrink his neck and climbed upstairs without a word, entering the room in his pajamas. Carlos sat by the bed and sent Ava another mental message. Yet again, Ava did not respond. Getting more anxious, Carlos took up a cigarette from the bedside table. He casually took one out, putting it between his lips and lit it. He continued sending Ava messages as he smoked, but still received no response. Carlos was getting frantic, yet helpless. In such a manner, he kept sending messages till around 1 or 2 in the morning when he eventually fell asleep. But, his sleep was far from peaceful. He started dreaming of that nightmare again, where countless citizens of Xinjiang were butchered by the nomadic tribes. Ava's head was cut off by the curved saber of a nomad, rolling down right beside him. Though he wanted to do anything to stop it, he just couldn't. History seemed to tell him nothing could be changed. But, Carlos refused to accept it. He really didn't want to, because he didn't want to see Ava die. After feeding her so many days, how could he bear to watch her die? However, when Carlos woke up in shock. It was already light outside. There was also a pair of white, slender legs before his eyes. Kid, wake up. Augusta was holding the short knife, looking straight at Carlos and said, it's time for you to sit with me and practice. Adriana, isn't this too early? Carlos, waking up from the nightmare, looked at Augusta while rubbing his temples and complained with a toothache. The sun hasn't risen yet, and you're already here, even earlier than the sun? Don't give me any excuses. Seeing this, Augusta tightened her grip on the knife, making a fierce gesture as if she would stab it down. I ask you one thing, are you going to practice with me or not? If not, I'll stick a knife in your butt. Adriana, don't stab. Let me get up, alright? Carlos had a look of hopelessness on his face, but he had to climb out of the blanket since he knew Augusta all too well. If Augusta said she would stab, she definitely would. Not just saying so. When Augusta saw Carlos exposing his muscles, she subconsciously bit her lip because Carlos's body was simply too good. Those explosive muscles, and the chest muscles moving with his walk, as well as the clearly defined 8-pack abs, left Augusta mesmerized. Adriana, do you like it? Noticing Augusta's gaze, Carlos purposely shook his pectoral muscles and asked with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Augusta, who didn't react immediately, stared at Carlos's chest muscles and replied, nice. So strong. Adriana, do you want to feel it? Upon hearing these words, Carlos stretched out his hand and hugged Augusta's waist. I'm not only good looking, actually in other aspects, I'm pretty strong too. You're courting death? Feeling her slim waist being held by Carlos, Augusta suddenly realized it, and almost instantly placed her short knife against Carlos's neck. Carlos wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he hugged Augusta tightly and kissed towards her moist, sensual lips, inch by inch, closer and closer. Just as it was about to land on Augusta's red lips, Augusta stared at Carlos with round eyes, completely losing her usual reaction. But, right at that moment, Carlos reached out his hand, snatched the short knife from Augusta, and said, Adriana, this knife is nice. Why don't you give it to me? Bastard, give it back to me. Realizing this, Augusta chased after Carlos in anger, but Carlos laughed and said, Adriana, aren't you too stingy? Aren't you my senior sister? Shouldn't you give me something as a junior brother? Bastard, anything except? Upon hearing this, Augusta caught up and shouted, this short knife won't work. Why can't I? Carlos asked Augusta, but Augusta dashed in front of Carlos, grabbed his right hand that held the knife, snatched it back and replied, no reason, just can't. Adriana, if you say no, then no, can you please? Carlos let out a pained cry. Still holding my hand like this? It hurts too much. No way. Augusta gave a cold snort, and then pressed down on Carlos's elbow, saying, see if you dare to be naughty with me again. Augusta, stop it. Faced with Augusta's move, Carlos screamed like a pig being butchered. Can you be a little gentler? This is really hurting too much. I feel like my hand is about to break. Relax. It won't break. Augusta pursed her lips. Even if it does break, I can fix it for you. Carlos's mouth twitched, and his forehead started buzzing. And at that moment, Ava's mental message finally came through the big black jar. Hearing from Ava, Carlos immediately exclaimed in pleasant surprise, classmate Ava, I'm so relieved that you're fine. It makes me really happy. I'm sorry, God. Ava's mental voice was filled with remorse. Chin-chung drank too much last night and ended up drunk. When I woke up, I received so many messages from you. God. I feel deeply apologetic, deeply apologetic. Chapter 38. Adriana, losing her temper, truly terrifying. It's fine, it's fine. Carlos, hearing Ava's telepathic message, reassured her with infinite tenderness. Classmate Ava, it's good that you're all right. I was mainly worried about you. Ava, feeling Carlos's concern in his telepathic message, felt a tingling sensation in her heart, as if electric currents were flowing through it, making her feel strangely. Classmate Ava, it's okay. Carlos sensed something unusual and immediately changed the subject. If you're all right, then rest a bit more. It's still early after all. I'll contact you later because a batch of weapons should arrive today, and I'll send them all to you then. All right, my lord. Ava felt a tingling sensation again and said, then I'll rest a bit more, as I can't really handle alcohol well. Carlos hummed in acknowledgement but then felt a sharp pain from his philtrum and snapped back to reality. Adriana, what are you doing? Why did you pinch my philtrum? I thought I had knocked you unconscious. Adriana replied coldly, so I pinched your philtrum to wake you up. How could that be? Even if you were on top of me messing around, there's no way I would faint. Carlos rolled his eyes at Adriana, looking at her fair hand still pinching his philtrum. And can you please stop pinching my philtrum? It really hurts. Humph, I'll pinch you to death. Adriana snorted coldly and not only didn't release him but pinched Carlos even harder. Annoyed, Carlos grabbed her firm buttocks and pinched hard. Adriana, an eye for an eye. Right here. Bastard, you're asking for it. Feeling her firm buttocks being pinched, Adriana got furious and was about to give Carlos a good beating when he raised his hand and said, Adriana, stop. If I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to teach me some kung fu. If we keep fooling around like this, we'll miss our practice. Hearing this, Adriana stopped and led Carlos to sit cross-legged on the balcony, teaching him how to cultivate the heaven-stirring technique. Carlos settled down and followed Adriana's guidance to start cultivating. Indeed, the heaven-stirring technique was quite powerful. After 2 hours of cultivation, Carlos not only didn't feel exhausted from waking up so early but felt very comfortable. The chaotic force in his body was guided by the heaven-stirring technique to the dantian, circulating throughout his body according to its principles. Adriana, this heaven-stirring technique is pretty powerful. After just 2 hours of practicing with you, the chaotic force in my body, Carlos slowly opened his eyes and looked at Adriana, is now obediently circling in my dantian instead of running rampant. This is excellent. Of course, if you hadn't cultivated the heaven-stirring technique, you would have run into serious trouble sooner or later. Adriana exhaled a breath and finished her cultivation. because the power in your body would accumulate and eventually become uncontrollable, leading to an explosion. Hearing Adriana's words, Carlos couldn't agree more. After all, he had read many such scenarios in novels. Fortunately, he had great fortune and received the inheritance from Dragon Tiger Wilfred Unton, cultivating the heaven-stirring technique. Adriana looked at Carlos. Since you have become a disciple of Dragon Tiger Wilfred Unton, I can start teaching you some skills today. Adriana, wait. Carlos hurriedly stopped her. I don't have time today. How about we reschedule for another day? I have many things to take care of today. If you're eager to teach me tonight, come to my room after I shower. I'll leave the door open for you, and we can sit on the bed while you teach me slowly. Okay, I'll find you tonight. Adriana gave Carlos a cold look, finding nothing inappropriate about it, while Carlos smiled lecherously, knowing that if they sat on the bed together, who would be teaching who? With this thought, Carlos completed his cultivation and went to the bathroom to shower, as he needed to freshen up and change clothes before heading to the port warehouse. After all, a batch of weapons would arrive today. Soon, Carlos finished his shower, went downstairs, and drove off in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class toward the port. Before leaving, he checked his phone and confirmed that a small batch of weapons had already arrived. Upon reaching the port, he saw only a large truck driving away from the port. Kermit stood waiting at the port, having recruited several drivers and over 20 security guards to wait for him. When Kermit saw Carlos driving over, he hurriedly came forward and said, "Young Master Chin, you're here?" "Yep, I'm here." Carlos, noticing Kermit coming towards him, quickly parked the car and asked, "Is it true that a batch of weapons has arrived at the warehouse today?" Yes. Kermit nodded obsequiously in response to Carlos's question. "A batch of weapons did arrive, and there's an owner waiting for you at the warehouse, insisting on meeting you." "Oh, noted." Carlos pursed his lips and replied, "I'll drive over there now. You guys can continue with your tasks." "Sure thing, young Master Chun." Kermit saluted promptly. Then, Carlos glanced at the drivers Kermit had recruited and suddenly asked, "Are these the drivers you recruited?" Right, young Master Chen." Kermit responded immediately, "They are the drivers I recruited. The leader is called Wu Laolu. We've known each other for many years. He's a reliable man." "Good. Then let them transport some goods. Gather vegetables and live pigs from the villagers, and send them to the disaster areas in the south under my brother Tianchi Group's name. Remember to hang banners on the trucks." "Got it, young Master Chun," Kermit answered promptly, "but we collected a lot of watermelons yesterday, all stored in warehouse number 7 to the north. What should we do with them? Watermelons can't be kept for long." "Oh, noted." Carlos nodded and started his Mercedes G-Class, heading towards the weapon storage warehouse. "You guys get busy." Kermit responded and took Wu Laolu to handle the task while Carlos quickly drove his Mercedes G-Class to the weapon storage warehouse. He saw a stout man with a beer belly pacing back and forth in front of the warehouse entrance from afar. Seeing this, Carlos drove straight up, stopped the car, got out, and looked at the pacing stout man. "You must be the weapon shop owner Kermit mentioned who wanted to see me." Yes. Tobias hurriedly reached out his hand with a smile. "I'm Tobias, the owner of Tabal War God Weapon Shop." "Really? How come?" Carlos couldn't help but tease Tobias, who managed a Tabas store yet personally delivered goods. Now opening a Tabas store even comes with the owner? Not exactly. Tobias hastily showed a fawning smile. "It's mainly because you bought a large quantity this time, so I want to establish a long-term business relationship. I came here myself just to meet you and discuss more profound cooperation." "Of course, no problem." Carlos couldn't help but admire such diligence. "But mainly, are your weapons really as good as described on the Tabas store?" "Boss, our quality is absolutely top-notch. Our forged weapons are the best." Tobias patted his chest confidently. "Each weapon goes through 108 procedures to ensure they are the industry benchmark, sharp enough to cut through metal effortlessly." "Is that so? If any of them show a notch?" Carlos smiled. "Or don't cut through metal like you claimed, I'll ask you to take them back." "What? Take them back?" Tobias was taken aback by Carlos's words but quickly regained his composure, smiling sycophantically. "Boss, rest assured, you won't have to take them back because our weapons are premium quality, just slightly pricier." "All right, let's go inside and see." Carlos didn't wish to argue further and walked into the warehouse. Tobias followed closely behind. Upon entering the warehouse, they saw rows of Alf knives, Modeo, Sichuan knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, compound bows, crossbows, repeating crossbows. Also, green dragon crescent blade, heaven-painted halberd, 8-foot snake spear, Yang family spear, war hammers, Qin halberds, various types of armor, silk mail armor, shields, stab-proof vests, neatly lined up on the shelves. Carlos picked up a Alf knife and handed it to Tobias, then grabbed a shield and passed it over. "Mr. Sun, these are all made by your company, right?" "Yes, all made by us," Tobias subconsciously replied. But Carlos curled his lips and said, "Then use this knife to chop this shield. See which one is harder." Use my own knife to cut my own shield." Faced with Carlos's words, Tobias looked at the knife in his hand and the shield Carlos handed over, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Boss, really want to do it this way?" Chapter 39 Ava, classmate get ready. Weapons are coming. Chop. The blade broke. Carlos, however, was slightly smiling with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "Take these weapons back. If the shield breaks, it's the same deal." Tobias's face froze instantly. He had just been boasting about the quality of his weapons. He didn't expect Carlos to be waiting for him here, practically staging a real-life version of using one's own sword to chop one's own shield. How could this be resolved? Tobias felt utterly hopeless, but, thinking about such a big order, he gritted his teeth and slashed down with the Alf knife in hand. Clang, clang. Tobias closed his eyes as he chopped down, immediately hearing an ear-splitting clash of weapons. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The knife was intact, and so was the shield. Tobias couldn't help but sigh in relief. However, in the next moment, Carlos handed the shield over to Tobias, picked up a Alf knife from the shelf, and chopped at the shield in Tobias's hands, then did it again. Clang, clang. Carlos, with his powerful grip on the Alf knife, struck hundreds of times lightning fast at the shield in Tobias's hands. The blade is good. No edge rolling, no breaking, not even a notch. After landing hundreds of strikes, Carlos immediately examined the Alf knife in his hand and said, "The shield is also excellent, holding up well. It seems you weren't lying. The knives your factory produces are much stronger than that garlic-smashing knife from next door." "Boss, this is definitely..." Tobias wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced out a smile, saying, "Our weapons are all genuine 100 refined pattern steel. Each weapon is forged through 108 procedures by master craftsmen. Although they're a bit expensive, they are absolutely top-notch." Carlos hummed in response and tossed the Alf knife onto the shelf, asking, "So, how many items do you have in total?" "Boss, there are 2,300 Alf knives, Wilfred Dao, Sichuan knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, and shields altogether." Upon hearing Carlos's words, Tobias immediately became animated and added, "Plus, we have 13,000 composite bows, crossbows, compound crossbows, and repeating crossbows, along with 10,000 arrows to match. And we also have 16,700 Qinglong Yinyue knives, Fangtian painting halberds, 18-foot spears, Yang family lances, iron hammers, Qin halberds, plus 20,000 sets of armor like the Yang family drama's golden armor and gold-threaded soft armor." "Alright, I'll take all these items first. In a week, if everything is fine." Carlos looked around and patted Tobias on the shoulder, saying, "I'll make the payment then, and give you a 5-star review." "Boss, I'm not here just for a 5-star review. I want to establish a long-term cooperation. From now on, I can exclusively supply you." Tobias looked at Carlos ingratiatingly, adding, "And I can provide customization services too, like the Fletcher armor set, Black Mythology Sun Wukong set, Zhu Qiao costume armor set worn by Orson Liang, Lioli costume armor set worn by Florentian Bingyan, etc. Whatever you can think of, I can provide." "Black Mythology Sun Wukong set." Carlos widened his eyes and stared at Tobias, saying, "You really have those?" Yes, I do." Tobias smiled broadly. "Each set costs a few 100,000 yuan. I have everything from the attire to the Rui Jingu Bang, the magic staff. And I have custom-made sets like Fletcher's armor, Orson Florencin's armor, the Zhu Qiao costume armor set worn by Orson Liang, and the Lioli costume armor set worn by Florentian Bingyan. Each costs only a few 100,000 yuan." "Boss, would you like to see them?" Tobias asked cheerfully. "They're on the truck outside. Shall I have someone bring them in? You'll see, absolutely premium 1:1 custom-made versions." "Alright, bring them in." Carlos showed a genuinely interested look, saying, "As long as the quality is good, money isn't an issue." "Boss, no problem." Tobias excitedly started making calls, instructing the forklift operators to bring in the Fletcher and Orson Florentin outfits. Also included were the Zhu Qiao outfit worn by Orson Liang and the Lioli outfit worn by Florentian Bingyan, all brought in by forklifts. 12 large wooden crates were laid out, each containing matching armor, weapons, boots, helmets, arm guards, and more. All perfectly customized 1:1 replicas. Carlos was very satisfied. He even tried out the meticulously crafted Fangtian painting halberd from Tobias, finding it not only sharp enough to cut through iron effortlessly, but also made entirely of fine steel, truly an exceptional piece. "Mr. Sun, the goods are impressive." Holding the Fangtian painting halberd tightly in his hand, Carlos slammed it onto the ground and said, "I'll take all 3 million. "Boss, sure." Tobias added with incomparable excitement, "I also have a meticulously crafted Alf knife here. I won't charge you for it. It's just my little gift to you, boss." Tobias was almost moved to tears when he said this, as these custom-made armors were all forged on a whim of his. But they turned out too exquisite. Each set cost around 20,000 yuan, yet he listed them at 1 million yuan per set online, thinking someone might fall for it. However, after 2 or 3 years without any takers, they were shelved in storage, untouched by anyone. His father even scolded him almost to the point of despair. But now, finally, a buyer appeared. How could Tobias not be deeply moved and teary-eyed? If it weren't for Carlos, this big buyer, these armors would likely never sell. Carlos, holding the Alf knife given to him by Tobias, felt quite satisfied. He had been looking for such high-quality armors for his generals like Ava, who couldn't possibly wear the same armor as common soldiers. With this thought, Carlos swiftly drew the Alf knife, revealing its razor-sharp blade, intricately etched with patterns from 100 refined steel. "Mr. Sun, this knife is excellent." Carlos gripped the knife tightly, unable to resist shaking it slightly. "How much does it cost to forge such a knife? I'd like to order more of this quality." "Boss, this knife," Tobias replied, "was listed at 12,000 yuan. Why so expensive?" Carlos couldn't help but ask in return. Tobias explained, "Because it's made from high-density alloy steel, sharper than paper-cutting knives and harder than white steel. After forging, it can cut through iron effortlessly and sever hair mid-air." "Alright, then please." Without hesitation, Carlos continued, "Forge 200 of them." "This cannot be done." Tobias showed a helpless expression. This particular master craftsman who created it passed away a few years ago due to heart disease. So the formula for this steel is lost. Hearing this, Carlos felt a bit regretful but didn't press further since this Alf knife was already an irreplaceable piece. He decided to keep it for now, finding it useful as a defensive weapon. Recalling the incident at Golden River, having a reliable weapon at hand would be advantageous. Afterward, Carlos focused and sent a message to Ava. "Classmate Ava, did you prepare the warehouse as we discussed this morning?" "Divine one. Xincheng has prepared everything." Ava responded excitedly, "You can send over the weapons." Carlos nodded, immediately summoning the large black jar from his soul sea. He then transmitted all the weapons from the warehouse to Ava. In an instant, 23,000 Alf knives, Wilfred Dao, Sichuan knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, and shields all spilled out from the bronze tripod. There were also 13,000 composite bows, crossbows, compound crossbows, and repeating crossbows that followed suit, along with 100,000 matching arrows. Additionally, 16,700 Qinglong Yinyue knives, Fangtian painting halberds, 18-foot spears, Yang family lances, iron hammers, Qin halberds, and 2,000 sets of armor like the gold-plated armor and golden thread soft armor worn by characters from Yang Family Generals television series all emerged from the bronze tripod. The generals, including Ava, watched with anticipation and unmasked joy as each weapon appeared before them. They desperately needed these weapons, especially arrows which were in short supply. For over half a month, the barbarians had besieged the city, engaging in numerous battles where vast amounts of arrows were expended. Even though arrows were recovered after each battle, many were taken by the barbarians outside the city walls. Recovery efforts were limited to the inner city and the city walls, making arrows increasingly scarce, leaving many archers and crossbowmen without ammunition. Wilford Reaver, their weapons had suffered significant damage. Although the soldiers' blades were made of fine steel, they were inferior to the curved sabers of the barbarians, resulting in many broken blades. But they still did not discard their weapons, continuing to wield them in battle. Thus, Ajani and the others watched with anticipation as the weapons emerged from the bronze tripod. Almost all of them rushed forward, gripping the weapons in excitement, caressing them while crying and laughing with joy. They finally had new weapons and no longer had to fear the curved sabers of the barbarians. They knew it was all because of the deity. Because of the deity, they could have such fine weapons, not only fine weapons but also food and water. They even rode motorcycles. How could they not be overjoyed? Even Ava stood before the bronze tripod, silently wiping away her tears, for they had endured so much hardship. If not for the deity, they would have had no hope of survival. After all, setting aside the million barbarians eyeing them like prey, even the lack of water and food could have starved them to death. But ever since the deity appeared, their lives had gradually improved. Not only did they have white rice every day, but they could also eat meat daily. Even in the mornings, they enjoyed large meat buns and sausages. This small life was better than before the disaster, when there were no famines. Meanwhile, Carlos was unaware of Ava's emotional state. Instead, he communicated telepathically to Ava, "Classmate Ava, I've already sent you the basic equipment. Next, I have 12 sets of armor for your generals. You can select some trusted generals and reward them with this equipment." Chapter 40. Your Majesty, the watermelon from the god's home is so sweet. All right, God. Just as Ava had focused her thoughts and conveyed them to Carlos, the bronze ding immediately spat out 12 large wooden chests with a gush. Ava hurriedly led Ajani and the others to gather around. Inside the 12 chests were sets of the Black Myth, Wukong attire, Fletcher's matching set, Orson Florence's matching set, Chu Chao's matching outfit from the TV series, and Florentian Bingyan's matching outfit from Lao Li. Spread out at once were 12 sets, complete with corresponding armor, weapons, boots, helmets, arm guards, innerwear, pants, bras, shorts, and socks. Ajani was the first to notice the silver armor similar to Florentian Bingyan's in the TV show Lao Li, while Abdullah fell for the Black Myth, Wukong set. Burke picked up the halberd from Fletcher's matching set and clenched it firmly, feeling instantly connected by bloodline. Your Majesty, I humbly request you bestow this set of armor bestowed by God upon me. Your Majesty, I also, Abdullah, fondling the Black Myth, Wukong set in the wooden chest, said excitedly, I truly love this set of armor. I humbly request your Majesty to grant it to me. Your Majesty, I also wish. Ajani touched the silver armor like Florentian Bingyan's in Lao Li, barely able to conceal his excitement. I respectfully ask your Majesty to grant me this set of silver armor, so I can wear it into battle. Seeing this, although Ava also fancied Orson Liang's armor from Chu Chaojuan, she still straightened up and fixed her gaze on their faces. Since you all like these, I hereby bestow all the armors upon you. Remember your oath today, fulfill my trust, and meet God's expectations. Upon hearing this, they all knelt down in gratitude and wanted to put on the armor. However, Ajani frowned and picked up a bra from the wooden box. Your Majesty, what is this? Get this. Ava blushed prettily seeing the bra in Ajani's hand. God says this is called a bra. Your Majesty, what does this bra do? Ajani, curious, held it and asked. Hearing this, Ava blushed even more. General Shangguan, come closer and I'll tell you. Puzzled but complying, Ajani leaned closer. Ava whispered in her ear, turning her face red instantly. General Shangguan, what happened? Abdullah, seeing Ajani blushing, couldn't help scratching his head curiously. What's its use? Can you tell us? Away with you. Ajani gave him a stern look. It's none of your business. Stop asking. Despite being curious, Abdullah had no choice but to give up. Looking at the armor and weapons scattered around, Ava picked up a long saber. Generals, according to God's instructions, these sabers and compound bows should go to the patrol camp. As for Alf Dao, spring knives and armor, leave them to the left and right Fongling guards as instructed by God. The remaining compound bows, crossbows, multi-shot bows, hidden knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, shields, 167,000 green dragon crescent blades, halberds, snake spear poles, Yang family spears, warhammers, Qin halberds will be given to the 5 city militia and the city defense camp. Pausing, Ava looked at them and continued. Notify Eider and Muhani next. Have them switch shifts and come here to move the weapons. Yes, your Majesty. They started dividing the weapons as Ava contacted Carlos telepathically. God, I have distributed the weapons among the soldiers. Good, very good. Carlos answered contentedly. Wilfordra weapons should arrive tomorrow. Consider recruiting more soldiers to expand your mercenary force. Ideally, mobilize all the citizens. You will face hundreds of thousands of barbarian cavalry. To defend Qingyang, fortifying the walls is not enough. You must arm all civilians, enabling everyone to fight. Incline Cheng, I will follow God's commands. Ava replied but showed a troubled expression. However, if we recruit a large number of soldiers, our food reserves might not be enough. I wonder if the god can bestow us more food. Food, no problem. Carlos patted his chest in assurance when he heard Ava's words. Just go ahead and recruit soldiers in the city. I guarantee that every soldier will have 3 meals a day, all following the standard of 4 dishes and a soup, with meat at each meal. Ava was astonished because the god had been too kind to her. Not only did it allow the recruited soldiers to have 3 meals a day, but it also ensured 4 dishes and a soup, with meat at each meal. Ava was so moved that she shed tears, considering this was a year of famine. Even she, as an empress, had not experienced such a divine life for a long time. If Carlos could let all soldiers live like this, with meat at every meal, it would probably cause a sensation. Such a good life was unimaginable to them before. Just days ago, they were eating tree roots and clay soil. Thinking of this, Ava couldn't help wiping her tears with her sleeve, because she finally didn't have to worry about her people having nothing to eat or starving to death. Carlos, unaware of Ava's thoughts, instead sent her a message. Classmate Ava, get prepared. There are many watermelons in my warehouse. Find a bigger one, and I'll send you the watermelons from my warehouse. Hearing Carlos's words, Ava was filled with anticipation, as they were currently in the heat of summer. If they could eat watermelon, it would be wonderful. With this thought, Ava immediately found a large warehouse in the palace that used to store grain and informed Carlos that the warehouse was ready. Receiving the notification, Carlos started sending watermelons over. Round, plump watermelons flowed out of the bronze ding like a waterfall. Thorn followed Ava over and watched as watermelons emerged from the bronze ding. Almost all of them with red eyes and couldn't hold back their tears. However, their gazes were no longer tinged with despair, but tears of joy and laughter. Their hard times were finally over. They no longer needed to dig for wild vegetables or fight over tree roots and clay soil with the common people. They could now rest assured that everyone would have food to eat. As long as they could win against the savages outside the city, they all had hope to survive. Therefore, almost everyone, including Thorn, couldn't help kneeling down in gratitude to Carlos, who gave them hope to live on. Carlos put away the big black jar suspended in his hand and smiled as he sent Ava a message. Classmate Ava, today's supplies have temporarily arrived. Prepare a place later, and I'll send some water over. All right, God. Ava hurriedly replied, and then heard no more messages from Carlos. At this moment, Thorn swallowed, looking at Ava with a hungry look. Your Majesty, may I have a watermelon? Grand Tutor, of course you can. Hearing Thorn's words and seeing his craving face, Ava couldn't help smiling and instructing Eunuch Bart, pick the biggest watermelon for Grand Tutor. Yes. Eunuch Bart obeyed and hurriedly carried a big watermelon to Thorn. After thanking Ava, Thorn eagerly cut open the watermelon and devoured it, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the watermelons from God's home are so sweet. Your Majesty, Simeon, hearing Thorn's words, couldn't help swallowing, his face showing a craving expression, also want to eat watermelon. The Emperor approves. Seeing Simeon's greedy look and his eagerness, Ava smiled and said, Minister Pei, please pick one yourself. Your Majesty, we also want to eat. Curtis and other ministers finally lost their restraint, stepping forward to speak. However, Ava smiled broadly, then each of you pick one. Your Majesty, you should also try one. Thorn, while eating the watermelon, looked excitedly at Ava. The watermelons from God's home are really sweet. I've never eaten such sweet watermelons. Chapter 41. The barbarians are back, challenging again. Your Majesty, this watermelon is as sweet as nectar. Simeon sliced open a watermelon like it was a treasure, eagerly devouring it while praising. Wilfred's importantly, the watermelons from the Shemming family have no seeds. Curtis and the others were also amazed. The watermelons from the Shemming family were not only incredibly sweet, but also seedless, truly unique. Seeing this, Ava picked up a watermelon, drew her sword to split it open, took a Your Majesty, I also request permission to go down. Abdullah, dressed in a black Sun Wukong mythological outfit, holding the golden hoop bar, fell to his knees and clasped his hands, saying, to face this villain. Ajani and others also came forward to request permission to fight, for they were all equipped with new gear and their desire for battle was insatiable. Bo had led his troops here. Everyone was eager, ready to fight Bo at any moment. However, Ava did not hastily agree. Instead, she dismounted, stepped onto the battlement, and looked down at Bo with piercing eyes, still gripping her sword at her waist. Ava saw Bo riding a majestic warhorse, waving a black battle flag like an enraged lion roaring and cursing below. Edge and other barbarian generals rode behind Bo on their horses, forming a formidable cavalry formation. Your Majesty, allow me to go down there. Burke, dressed in a Lubu costume and holding the fearsome halberd of heaven smiting, pointed angrily at Bo and begged, allow me to quell this villain's arrogance. General Chun, very well. Ava, gripping her sword tightly, turned her gaze sharply to Burke and said, I grant you permission to fight him. Yes. Burke, overjoyed, picked up the halberd of heaven smiting made entirely of fine steel and, riding his black warhorse, charged out of the city gate like an arrow. He glared fiercely at Bo and roared, Bo, you won't be allowed to rant any further. Watch as I sever your head from your shoulders. Burke, you're asking for death? Bo, seeing Burke wielding the halberd of heaven smiting rushing toward him, flew into a rage. He was furious. For days, the anger within him had been building like a volcano about to erupt. Even last night, he had wanted to charge and engage in a blood-soaked battle. But he was held back by Edge and others. This morning, however, he could no longer hold back, gathering his troops and charging forth once again. What shocked him was that the city walls of Xinjiang had been built higher, now reaching over 6 meters tall, nearly 2 meters higher than before. The previous breaches had been completely filled in. He had tested them earlier by riding his horse close. The newly repaired sections matched the reports from his scouts. The walls were solid, impervious to blades, and the arrows shot from the newly equipped soldiers on the walls were made of fine steel. Had it not been for his quick reflexes just now, he might have already been killed by the powerful crossbows on the battlements. Hence, he stood beneath the city walls venting his fury. But Burke and others stood atop the city walls, not coming down to engage. Now, facing Burke charging towards him with the halberd of heaven smiting like a god of war. Bo could no longer bear it, swinging the black battle flag in his hand like a caged tiger breaking loose, charging towards Burke. Fangtian halberd, kill for me? Facing Bo who attacked like a hungry tiger, Burke swept Fangtian halberd at him as if it were a dragon emerging from the sea. In an instant, Burke's halberd clashed with Bo's black battle flag like lightning. Clang! The intense collision was like a thunderclap, producing a deafening sound of weapons colliding. However, their attacks did not break apart immediately but clashed furiously for over 10 moves. Soon, a strained look appeared on Bo's face. He found that Burke's Fangtian halberd today was extraordinary. He knew that if not for his black battle flag made of meteoric iron, it would have been severed long ago by Burke's halberd. But just at this critical moment, Burke suddenly roared and swung his Fangtian halberd like a gust of wind toward Bo's side. Caught off guard, Bo fell off his horse like a broken kite. Ah, General, be careful. General Aguza of the barbarian army tried to come to Bo's aid. I, Aguza, will assist you. Aguza, your opponent is me, Abdullah. Don't dare harm my elder brother Burke. Just as Aguza galloped out, Abdullah rode forth, dressed in the Black Sun Wukong mythological outfit, holding the golden hoop bar, intercepting Aguza. Aguza had no choice but to swing his saber to meet the incoming Abdullah. Edge, seeing this, naturally refused to yield. He immediately charged out to rescue the fallen Bo, but Ajani wouldn't let him succeed. Dressed in the same armor as Florentian Bingyan from the TV drama Ruli, she held a razor-sharp elf knife and blocked Edge like an impassable mountain, engaging him in a heart-stopping battle. Seeing the dire situation, more barbarian generals rushed forward to rescue the beleaguered Bo, who was overwhelmed by Burke's Fangtian halberd. But they were ruthlessly intercepted by Eider and Norris, who had rushed out of the city. Instantly, these generals fought like ravenous wolves. Meanwhile, Ava stood on the city wall like a statue, quietly watching the chaos unfold below her. Her grip on her sword tightened. Bo was now in a pitiful state, like a flickering candle in the wind, because after being thrown off his horse, he was completely at a disadvantage. Burke wielded the Fangtian halberd with ferocity, each strike hammering down on Bo like a 1,000-pound weight. For Burke, there was only one resolve, to slay Bo at any cost. He knew that once Bo was dead, the remaining southern barbarian forces would collapse like weaklings. Bo, knowing this, desperately tried to evade Burke's relentless attacks while rapidly retreating, trying to escape. But Burke relentlessly pursued him, determined not to let him go. Soon, an odd scene unfolded on the battlefield. Burke, wielding the Fangtian halberd like a god of war, relentlessly chased Bo. Bo, formerly arrogant, now ran wildly like a stray dog. Though Edge and Aguza wanted to help, they were held back by Abdullah and Ajani. Suddenly, the charge horn of the southern barbarians rang out like thunder. In an instant, Edge's 9,000 cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, Ava drew her sword and ordered the 10,000-strong motorcycle cavalry of Xinjiang to charge out. They rode brand new motorcycles, each towing a soldier armed with compound bows, crossbows, repeating crossbows, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, shields, and also Qinglong Yingyue Dao, Fangtian halberds, Changba snake spears, Yang family spears, hammers, and Qin pikes. Forming a motorcycle formation, they rushed out of Xinjiang city with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the 9,000-strong barbarian cavalry. Behind them, 3,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles from the patrol camp flashed out of the city. Each rider was equipped with a broadsword and compound crossbow, moving with incredible speed, ambushing the barbarian generals like ghosts. Thus, a breathtaking melee erupted like a volcanic eruption beneath Xinjiang city. The Xiliang army, relying on the agility of their motorcycle formation, maneuvered like cunning hares, using speed to their advantage. They continuously launched arrows that rained down upon the barbarian troops. Ajani and Norris led from the front, swinging their weapons as if entering a no-man's land, cutting down the charging barbarian soldiers like slicing through melons. The barbarian cavalry surged forward like tidal waves, but in the face of the thunderous motorcycle formation, they immediately lost their composure. Chapter 42. Too difficult, 10,000 versus a million. Retreat, retreat. Bo and Isaac could only watch helplessly as their elite cavalry, faced with the motorcycle formation that roared like thunder and moved swiftly as lightning. Not only did they have no means of retaliation, but they were stunned by the deafening sound and incredible speed of the motorcycles. Wilfred Reaver, most soldiers had never seen such divine machines before. Both warhorses and tribal cavalry were nearly frightened out of their wits, turning tail and fleeing. The battlefield situation quickly turned into a one-sided rout. Seeing this, Bo and Isaac immediately mounted their horses and led the tribal warriors in a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Wilfred Han-E and his men pursued them like ravenous tigers, killing anyone in sight. Fire arrows, fire arrows. Ajani chased after the retreating tribal warriors, issuing commands to his soldiers. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down upon the tribal soldiers. Katie saw many tribal soldiers struck down like hedgehogs by the shower of arrows from Ajani's men before they could even react, with cries of agony echoing across the battlefield. Turning back, Bo and Isaac saw the pursuing forces gaining ground rapidly, which caused them great distress. They couldn't have imagined that the Xiliang people would possess such divine devices, not only fast as lightning but also producing sounds as loud as thunder, scaring their warhorses so much that they couldn't even charge, let alone fight. Instead, they were spooked by the roar of over 10,000 motorcycles, causing chaos among the cavalry ranks. Bo and Isaac realized that if they didn't retreat to the encampment, they might face total annihilation. On the other hand, Ajani and his men capitalized on the agility of their motorcycles and the Moachi Paihura, tacit coordination, of the four-wheeled off-road motorcycles of the patrol camp. Like a sharp sword, they cut through the tribal iron cavalry into several pieces, then destroyed them one by one in a siege-like manner. However, it was regrettable that Bo and Isaac managed to lead over 60,000 fierce cavalry back to their encampment, leaving Ajani and his men feeling extremely resentful. After annihilating the besieged tribal army without leaving a single soldier alive, they looked back and found that Bo and Isaac had already closed the camp gates tightly and hung up the no-combat flag. General Chun, should we storm the encampment? Ider took the lead, leading the army like tigers descending from the mountains, glaring at the tightly shut gates and the no-combat flag hanging high above the tribal military camp. Eliminate all of them. Charge, attack inside. Burke gripped his halberd tightly, his face contorted with ferocity as he roared, let the soldiers fight to their heart's content, not sparing a single soul until every last man is slain. Yes. Ider responded loudly, and was about to lead the 3,000 steel-like four-wheeled off-road motorcycles of the patrol camp into the camp. Inside the camp, Bo and Isaac prepared for a do-or-die battle. However, at that moment, suddenly, a few miles away, a deafening horn sounded, followed by the appearance of the Black Dragon King banner, symbolizing supreme authority of the tribe. Great General, it's the Black Dragon King banner, the banner of our tribal king. Isaac's face, which had frozen for a second upon seeing this, immediately lit up with ecstasy. The tribal king, 1,000,000 iron riders from the northern border are coming. Ha ha ha, these Shilyang people are doomed now. Bo's expression also brightened rapidly, as if clouds parted to reveal the sun. He even taunted Burke, saying, Burke, your end has come. Our reinforcements have arrived. Our tribal king's 1,000,000 iron riders are coming like a surging tide. Even if you are protected by divine favor, you will surely be crushed into dust. Retreat, retreat quickly. Facing this situation, Burke was merely stunned for a moment before decisively ordering a retreat. Within seconds, over 10,000 roaring motorcycles turned around like a tidal wave and quickly withdrew from in front of Bo's camp. Despite their efforts to intercept, Bo and his men knew all too well the power of the motorcycles. They understood that their warhorses were powerless against tens of thousands of roaring motorcycles. Therefore, despite their deep resentment, they could only watch helplessly as Burke's forces retreated. In contrast, Isaac finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground panting heavily. Great General, I told you long ago, we shouldn't attack Xinjiang City, but you wouldn't listen. Look, we lost over 30,000 troops for nothing and nearly suffered complete annihilation at the hands of the Shilyang forces. How could I have predicted this? Bo also sat down on the ground, gasping for breath as he said, which deity have these Shilyang people made a pact with, to be bestowed such divine motorcycles? We'll discuss this matter later. Isaac responded and then forced himself to stand up again, saying, let's hurry up and welcome our king. Yes, yes. Bo struggled to his feet as well, but then spoke grimly, we must report to the tribal king immediately, urging him to break through Xinjiang City, completely massacre the Shilyang kingdom and not even spare their deity. We must tear it into pieces. Hearing Bo's words, Isaac felt bitter. After all, how could they possibly fight against a deity? But he did not voice this thought, and instead looked towards Burke and his retreating troops. Burke, without turning back, led the motorcycle battalion like an incoming tide back to Xinjiang City. They ordered the gates shut immediately and rushed to the city walls. Your Majesty, it's not good. Burke knelt before Katie and reported. The tribal 1,000,000 iron riders from the northern border are coming like a flood. We will soon face another enormous crisis. Katie remained silent, standing on the wall, already having witnessed the surge of the tribal forces. Your Majesty, we must report this to the deity quickly. The high priestess of the Shilyang kingdom advised, only with the protection of the deity can we withstand the tribal iron riders. Otherwise, with only our remaining 10,000 soldiers, it will be difficult to hold off their assault. Ajani and others agreed. Katie tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, knowing in her heart that what Burke had said was true. Facing such dire circumstances, only by seeking help from the deity might they find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the fierce attack of the 1,000,000 iron riders. Thus, she did not hesitate. She concentrated her thoughts and transmitted them to Carlos. Deity, it's not good. The tribal 1,000,000 iron riders are outside the city walls. Please grant us a solution. Ah, so soon. Carlos, who was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class out of the warehouse, received Katie's message and replied, the northern tribe's 1,000,000 iron riders are already here? Indeed, it happened so quickly. Katie replied, they are already outside the city. Ching, I understand. Do not panic. Carlos said, I will seek advice from the omniscient netizens and see if they have any brilliant strategies to help you out. Understood, deity. Katie hurriedly ended the communication, while Carlos took out his phone and opened a popular military forum, posting a reward of 100,000. He hoped to use the wisdom of netizens to find a way to defeat the tribal 1,000,000 iron riders. After posting the reward, Carlos couldn't help but press his aching temples, because defending Xinjiang City with just 10,000 Shilyang soldiers against the tribal 1,000,000 iron riders seemed impossible. Unless they were given 10,000 AK-47s and Gatling guns, holding the city would be nothing short of a daydream, given the insurmountable disparity in strength. But where could he get so many weapons? As Carlos was pondering, his phone buzzed. He saw it was Adelaide calling. Without hesitation, he answered, Sister-in-law, why are you calling me? I have something to inform you. Adelaide replied with a hint of pique. Is it okay? Sister-in-law, go ahead. Carlos said flatteringly, of course, I'll follow your instructions. Pimph, you're always smooth talking. Adelaide scolded gently before saying, get ready quickly. Your brother just notified me. He asked me to tell you to meet Alicia tonight at Jinghai City's first-class pavilion. Ah, wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Carlos frowned, troubled by the ongoing crisis in the Shilyang kingdom. This sudden change in plans only added to his dissatisfaction. Why has it been moved up? I don't know. Adelaide's tone carried a mix of displeasure. If you want to know more, call your brother. That's all right, Carlos replied. Upon hearing Adelaide's words, Carlos replied with a bitter expression, I'll just take a shower and head over directly. I won't ask anymore. Okay. Adelaide, hearing Carlos's response, bit her cherry-like red lips gently and softly reminded him, Then make sure you dress well. Best of luck for your blind date. Carlos replied with an air of hopelessness. Sigh. Blind dates. How many people are like me, forced by their families every day to go on blind dates? And there's no way to refuse? Carlos continued with a look of melancholy. Even not going seems like a grave sin, leading to scolding from the entire family? Chapter 43. The Western Liang Women's Kingdom, trapped in desperation, how to break through. Ah, what a tragedy. Carlos muttered to himself, and couldn't help but rub his head. Since things had already come to this point, he could only grit his teeth and proceed. However, the situation for the Western Liang Women's Kingdom was also extremely urgent. Carlos found himself plunged into another bout of headaches. He soon picked up his phone and scanned through the replies on popular military websites. The responses were like sharp knives stabbing at his forehead. It felt as if his head would explode because most people believed that Yang City could not be defended. There were even various suggestions about surrendering or escaping. Some even thought it was mere fantasy. After all, during the era of cold weapons, facing a million-man cavalry of barbarians, for the Western Liang Women's Kingdom to resist would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Many listed classic battles to prove that there was no precedent. Of several tens of thousands of infantry defeating a million-man cavalry of barbarians. Unless Watsu being reincarnated, no one could reverse such a war situation, especially considering that even the emperor was captured during the Timu fortress battle in the Ming dynasty period. Seeing the chatter online, Carlos immediately withdrew his account because he understood that this matter still depended on him alone. After pondering back and forth, Carlos summarized that to defend Yang City, the first step should be to continue building the city walls higher, preferably reaching 10 meters. This way, it would become impregnable, fundamentally resisting the barbarian siege. Next, he needed to quickly recruit new soldiers, expanding the city's army to 20 to 30,000, equipped with fine weapons and crossbows. With these preparations, defending Yang City was not just a dream. Wilfred Reaver, equipping them with more motorcycles could enhance their guerrilla mobility. Pure defense would be insufficient. They also needed to launch occasional surprise attacks. Having these ideas, Carlos immediately opened a local website, gritting his teeth and ordering 10,000 four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles, followed by another 50,000 motorcycles. Then, he called Kermit, instructing him to mobilize everyone at the port to urgently purchase 5 million tons of cement, 5 million tons of sand, 1 million tons of steel bars, and large quantities of food. After arranging these matters, Carlos finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Soon, Glenn's figure flashed in his mind. He wondered if he could buy some firearms from him. After all, if he could obtain sufficient AK-47s and Gatling guns, defending Yang City wouldn't be just a dream. However, after dialing the number, Glenn did not answer, so Carlos rubbed his head in frustration. He then conveyed a telepathic message to Katie, instructing her to strengthen night patrols. As long as they could hold out until tomorrow, he would provide them with a large number of motorcycles, 5 million tons of cement, 5 million tons of sand, 1 million tons of steel bars, and enough food to meet their daily needs. After communicating with Katie, Carlos prepared to drive home, take a quick shower, and meet Alicia in the city. Then find Glenn to see if he could acquire large quantities of firearms through him. With his plan set, Carlos put away his phone and started his G-Class Mercedes, racing back home. At home, Augusta was watching TV leisurely. Upon seeing Carlos return, she didn't get up but instead continued to trim her nails while staring at the screen. Seeing this, Carlos said nothing more, hurried upstairs, took off his clothes, had a brief rinse, and put on a white shirt and black suit trousers. Tie, watch, shoes. Dressed neatly, Carlos combed his hair carefully and rushed downstairs. Seeing Carlos descend the stairs, so well dressed, Augusta stared at him and asked, Carlos, are you getting so dolled up today to go matchmaking in the city? Since you know, why ask? Carlos gave her a look and pouted. Do you want to come along? I'm not going with you. Augusta's eyes flickered, avoiding Carlos's gaze. Carlos didn't notice these details. Instead, he walked briskly towards the door and said, Then the house is in your hands. I'm going to Jinghai City for a meeting. The moment Augusta saw Carlos turn and walk out the door, she felt a sudden emptiness and a strange pain, making her heart heavy and gloomy. What's happening to me? Apart from feeling bewildered about this sudden emotion, she quickly forced herself to dispel it. Without the slightest hesitation, Carlos strode out of the villa, got into his Mercedes G-Class, and swiftly started the engine. Like a wild horse let loose, he sped towards Jinghai City. The distance was not too far, about 20 miles or so. However, the road from Mingyue Town to Jinghai City, despite being a national highway, was full of potholes and rough terrain. Even with a robust off-road vehicle like the Mercedes G-Class, Carlos could clearly hear the undercarriage scraping loudly. If it were an electric car, the battery pack would probably have been scrapped, as this road was truly in terrible condition. Those uneven potholes, varying in size, were like gaping traps. Each pit was 1 or 2 meters deep and large. Carlos couldn't understand why a national highway could be in such poor condition. He shook his head helplessly, but managed to drive successfully into Jinghai City after more than 40 minutes. Once inside Jinghai City, the roads became smooth and wide. An 8-lane road, like a giant dragon, spanned every corner of the city. The bustling scenes unfolded like a colorful painting. Towering skyscrapers, office buildings, government buildings, all stood majestically in the heart of Jinghai City, adding to its prosperity and vitality. Looking back, Mingyue Town seemed like a forgotten corner, standing out awkwardly against the backdrop of this vibrant metropolis. However, Carlos did not indulge in excessive sentimentality. After all, he was just a commoner. Urban planning and development were distant matters beyond his reach. But as a member of Mingyue Town, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Therefore, he sped towards Yupingshuan in Jinghai City. When he arrived at Yupingshuan with his Mercedes G-Class, Alicia, who was supposed to meet him, hadn't arrived yet. Carlos remained calm. After parking his car, he went upstairs and chose a quiet seat by the window. He ordered a pot of lemon water, took out a cigarette, and smoked leisurely while waiting for Alicia's arrival. Suddenly, Mateo, sitting not far from him at Yupingshuan, wearing a blue-checked suit and gold-rimmed glasses, spotted Carlos and instantly showed a look of surprise. He stood up immediately. "Oh, who's this?" Walking up to Carlos, Mateo smiled mockingly. "Isn't this our young Master Chin? Long time no see. Never thought I'd bump into you here today. Is this destiny?" Despite having no fondness for him, Carlos had to force a smile. Mateo was a genuine second-generation official. His father, Gustav, was the executive vice mayor of Jinghai City, a man of considerable influence. So, Carlos reluctantly replied, "Young Master Orson, are you dining here?" "Of course." Mateo spoke arrogantly. "I've invited some friends from the municipal committee to dine here tonight. Why don't you join us for a drink?" "I won't bother joining today." Carlos politely declined. "I'm waiting for someone. It wouldn't be good if she can't find me." "Who are you waiting for?" Mateo persisted, speaking imperiously. "Is it someone more important than us?" "It's equally important, so I won't join." Though Carlos was annoyed, he still politely said, "As for your drinks tonight, you can put them on my tab. I'll settle the bill." Hearing this, Mateo was overjoyed, for this was precisely what he wanted. Carlos looked at Mateo disdainfully, wishing he could pummel him to the ground. But he could only feel helpless, as their family, despite owning a vast fortune, still had to bow down before people like Mateo from the municipal committee. "Mateo, what are you doing?" Just as Mateo was smiling broadly and Carlos felt dejected, a voice as pleasant as a skylark came from behind Mateo. Mateo turned around hurriedly to see where the sound came from. It was Alicia, graceful and stunning in her professional attire, walking gracefully toward them. "Alicia, how is it you?" At the sight of Alicia, Mateo's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Why did you come over?" "How? Is this Yupingshuan owned by your family? Do I need your permission to come here?" Alicia glanced at Mateo with disdain, but Mateo immediately changed his expression and said, How could I stop you? If not, why are you asking such a question?" The look of disgust on Alicia's face deepened, while Mateo tried to flatter her like a sycophantic lapdog. "I was just surprised. You're always so busy with work. I've tried inviting you several times, but never succeeded." "Enough, don't say any more." Seeing Mateo's nauseating fawning, Alicia's expression became even more repulsed as she said, "You can leave now. Don't delay my meeting with Carlos." "What? You're going to meet him for a blind date?" Mateo's face froze at Alicia's words, and he stammered, "Why?" Chapter 44. Alicia's confession caught Carlos off guard. "Why? Do I need to explain to you?" But Alicia couldn't help but glare at Mateo, who was speechless and said, "But you're so excellent, with numerous admirers. Why did you choose to go on a blind date with him?" Mateo's face turned incredibly ugly as he realized that he was one of Alicia's admirers. Yet over the years, Alicia had never given him a second glance. Instead, she came here for a blind date with Carlos. Mateo found it utterly unacceptable. After all, whether in status or position, wasn't he better than Carlos? What right did Carlos have? Alicia preferred to go on a blind date with Carlos rather than look at him, Mateo. How could Mateo be inferior to Carlos? Apart from not being as tall and not being as handsome as him, Mateo felt he was definitely better than Carlos in every other aspect. Why did Alicia treat him like she was blind? "All right, you should leave now." Without even looking at Mateo, Alicia showed a look of disgust. "I barely managed to spare some time today. I have to rush to Haisha City for study tomorrow, so hurry up and leave. Don't delay me in having a blind date with Carlos." Although Mateo's heart was gnawed by countless ants, he didn't dare offend Alicia, instead venting his anger at Carlos. "Carlos, you're truly something else. I, Mateo, will remember this today and repay it tenfold in the future." Hearing this, Carlos's expression darkened. Though he had always pretended to be subservient before Mateo, that didn't mean he was really a pushover. Facing Carlos's dark and murderous look, Mateo shivered inwardly and threw a threat, then fled like a beaten dog. Carlos didn't say much. He just cast a fierce glance at Mateo. Alicia, however, focused on Carlos's face and said, "Carlos, ignore this guy. He merely leans on his father's power. Without his father's support, he would long have been in prison doing sewing work." Carlos felt quite helpless because if it weren't for Orson Lywinter, Mateo's father, even if given 10,000 reasons, Carlos wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly before him. After all, getting rid of Mateo would be easy for Carlos. "Carlos, Carlos." Calling out twice, Alicia sat down gracefully before Carlos and asked, "Why are you standing there like a statue? Were you scared by Mateo?" "Scared? Impossible." Hearing this, Carlos sneered, "If it weren't for Orson Lywinter, I could easily get rid of Mateo any number of times." "That's good. I don't like." Putting down her bag, Alicia continued, "A coward as my future husband." "Sister Exine, what you're saying?" Carlos looked oddly at Alicia, feeling uneasy. "Makes me feel quite anxious." "Don't call me sister." Pouting, Alicia said, "I specially came for this blind date with you. If you call me sister, we can't proceed." "Sister Exine, stop teasing me. How can we go on a blind date? It's too awkward." Looking embarrassed, Carlos suggested, "Shall we finish this farce tonight by having a drink together and then go our separate ways?" "Not possible. This time I'm very serious." Pouting again, Alicia insisted, "Since this year, I'll turn 30 soon. We both are unmarried. Why can't we try being together?" "Sister Exine, are you serious?" Stunned, Carlos watched Alicia, who retorted, "Do you think I'm joking?" Carlos's mouth twitched, showing a look more bitter than eating tune root. "But I've always regarded you as a sister, so we're not suitable." "How do you know we're not? You've never tried?" Feeling awkward, Carlos replied, "But I really don't have that kind of feeling towards you. Why don't we just go through the motions and go home?" "Feelings, Alicia looked earnestly, "are gradually cultivated over time. Naturally, feelings will develop over time. Besides, do you think I, Alicia, am not good enough for you?" Carlos's mind buzzed as he realized this blind date might not be arranged simply by his brother, but specifically aimed at him. Carlos couldn't help but feel a little uneasy because he had only intended to go through the motions and give everyone an explanation. However, he hadn't expected that Alicia would be coming straight for him. What could he do now? Carlos felt his mind buzzing. After all, not only did he intend to remain unscathed while passing through countless temptations, when it came to Alicia, he really didn't have any feelings for her. It wasn't that Alicia wasn't attractive enough. Rather, he simply had no intentions in that direction. Simply put, they shared just friendship, with no spark of romance between them. Alicia, however, was completely different because she had been harboring feelings for Carlos for many years. However, her strong-willed character made her hesitant to confess to Carlos, and there had never been a suitable opportunity. But this year her grandmother fell ill. Her grandmother had been hoping all along that she would get married before she passed away, leading Alicia to finally muster up the courage and ask her father to arrange this blind date for her. But she never imagined that after mustering up the courage to want to marry Carlos, he would say such things, making Alicia's eyes redden instantly, and tears rolled down silently like pearls cut off from a string. Sister Exine Alicia? Seeing Alicia crying, Carlos panicked immediately, saying, "Why are you crying? Can you please stop? Let's talk about this." But Alicia seemed not to hear, instead crying even more bitterly, with tears increasing. Carlos hurriedly grabbed several tissues and handed them to Alicia, but Alicia didn't reach out to take them, continuing to shed silent tears. Helpless, Carlos reached out, trying to wipe the tears from Alicia's face. But this touch caused trouble, because Alicia, who had been silently crying earlier, started to sob uncontrollably and even tightly held onto Carlos's hand, weeping loudly. Although Carlos knew that a hug at this moment could comfort Alicia quickly, but Carlos didn't dare to hug her, so he could only let Alicia hold his hand, watching her cry softly. "Brother Chuan, what's going on over there?" As Mateo returned to his table looking furious, Dimitri suddenly spoke up. "Alicia seems to be crying? What the hell, that bastard Carlos." Seeing this scene, Mateo stood up abruptly and said angrily, "Dared to make my Alicia cry. Watch me teach him a lesson. Brother Chuan, don't be impulsive." Dimitri quickly grabbed Mateo's hand and said, "At a time like this, you should stay calm and let their relationship deteriorate further. Only then will you have a chance." "Brother Chuan, Junwei is right." As Dimitri finished speaking, people around began chattering. "If you want Alicia, you can't act impulsively now or go over there. Let them fight it out. Only then will you have a chance." Though Mateo found it reasonable, he still glared at Carlos with hatred. On the other hand, Carlos was frowning, looking bitter. "Sister Exine, why did you start crying? That doesn't seem like your personality." Alicia didn't speak but showed a row of neat teeth and suddenly grabbed Carlos's hand, biting down hard. "Ah, Sister Exine." Feeling pain from the bite, Carlos exclaimed, "Why did you bite me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you biting me?" Alicia didn't respond but bit harder, as if using all her strength. Although Carlos felt intense pain, he didn't pull away, only tightening his brows and asked, "Sister Exine, what's wrong with you? Stop biting me. Speak. I want you to be my boyfriend." Wiping the tears from her face, Alicia suddenly looked up at Carlos and said seriously, "I want to marry you and have a child with you." "Sister Exine, then you can keep biting me?" Hearing this, Carlos gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't hurt at all." "Ah, Sister Exine." Hearing this, Alicia grabbed his hand again and bit down fiercely, causing Carlos to yell in pain. "You're really biting me? Ease up, it hurts so much." Alicia looked indignant. "Didn't you say it didn't hurt? Didn't you tell me to bite?" "It hurts." Carlos's face contorted in agony, then begged pitifully, "Can you please stop biting me?" "No way, unless you agree to be my boyfriend." Pouting, Alicia responded. But Carlos said, "Then, Sister Exine, keep biting?" Ouch. Without any hesitation, Alicia bit down, while Carlos grimaced in pain. "I'll agree, okay? But given your personality, you wouldn't have done this if there wasn't something pressing." "My grandmother is ill." Alicia's expression suddenly turned sad as she replied, "She may not have much time left, but she hopes that before she passes away, I can bring back a boyfriend for her." "But, why me?" Carlos asked casually, and Alicia looked up at him with a tender gaze. "Because I've liked you for many years." Chapter 45. The Barbarian King. A million-strong army surrounds the city. Xingyang City is in peril. Is it true or false? Carlos's expression was somewhat dazed, looking at Alicia and saying, "Sis Exine, don't play with me?" "What do you mean playing with you?" Alicia glared at Carlos and bit his hand, saying angrily, "What I said is all true. Sis Exine, even if it's true." Carlos looked at Alicia's small neat teeth, biting down on his hand painfully. "Why are you still biting me?" "I'm telling you." Alicia let go and pouted her red lips, looking aggrieved. "You're not dreaming? Everything I said is real." Carlos sighed deeply, pulling back his hand. "Then I'll agree to pretend to be your boyfriend for a while. Once Grandma gets better, we can go our separate ways." Alicia pursed her lips but nodded despite wanting to say more. Seeing this, Carlos was relieved and immediately offered her some tissues to wipe away her tears. But she didn't take them. Carlos, feeling helpless, reached over and gently wiped away her tears. But then, Alicia suddenly grabbed Carlos's hand, looked up, parted her cherry lips, and her eyes, already soul-piercing, now shone with affection that could melt anyone. "Sis Exine, it's fine." Carlos kept his composure, lowering his head to avoid Alicia's gaze. "Let's change places? This place isn't suitable for us." "Then, let's go to the beach." Alicia pouted slightly, and Carlos nodded. "All right, let's go to the beach." Carlos agreed and stood up. Alicia held his hand tightly, which made Mateo's face turn black from jealousy as he had been waiting for Carlos and Alicia to have a falling out. Not only did they not break up, but they were now holding hands. Mateo was furious. Alicia, unaware of Mateo's discomfort, clung to Carlos's arm, looking up at him like a bird clinging to its mother, filled with happiness. Carlos felt a bit troubled, but still went downstairs with Alicia and drove his Mercedes G-Class towards the seaside. When they arrived, they saw the blue sea with white waves, but on the other side, Ava was holding a sharp sword, gazing intently at the barbarian army outside the city. The camp stretched for several miles, filled with tents of various sizes. Barbarian King Amir had arrived, leading a million-strong iron cavalry from the northern border. Instantly, whether citizens or soldiers in Xinjiang City felt an immense pressure. Ava also felt extremely pressured, because this was a million-strong iron cavalry from the northern border. In contrast, after days of fighting with Bo, Xinjiang City had only about 80 to 90,000 soldiers left, who could barely withstand another battle. Many had either died or were seriously injured. But with the million-strong barbarian army encamped outside, they would definitely attack soon. Could they hold the city? Thinking of this, Ava involuntarily clenched her fists. At that moment, a cavalry detachment rushed toward Xinjiang City at high speed. Your Majesty, it's Barbarian King Amir. Ajani watched the rapidly approaching barbarian cavalry and exclaimed fearfully, including barbarian generals Bo, Edge, Carl, and Nate. Also Sima Bart, Malcolm, and Eli. And the traitorous Chancellor Colby, who surrendered to the barbarians. The barbarian Grandmaster Floyd. As Ajani spoke, there was an uproar on the city walls. These were all prominent figures in the barbarian world, some even hailed as war gods. With these big shots gathered at the foot of Xinjiang City, Norris and Ajani felt immense pressure. These people were too powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, do not panic. Seeing this scene, Ava waved her sleeve and shouted angrily, although the barbarians are powerful and outnumber us tenfold, we have the gods on our side. With the gods, we will never be defeated. Yes, yes, yes. Thorn responded first, emotionally exclaiming, with the gods by our side, the mere barbarians are nothing to fear. As Thorn spoke, everyone nodded, and the almost disintegrated morale was rekindled. They believed in their gods. Ava tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, believing that as long as she didn't give up, the gods would always be with them. Just as Ava expressed this resolve, below the city wall, barbarian King Amir, accompanied by Bo and others, quickly approached. Bo, is this what you were talking about? Below the city walls, barbarian King Amir almost disdainfully did not even look at Ava on the city wall, instead fixing his gaze on Bo's face and saying, the Xiliang people built this city with cement. Yes, this is what the Xiliang people. Bo, however, kept his head lowered, not daring to meet barbarian King Amir's eyes as he said, built using something called cement, a gift from their gods. They constructed this city in just a few days. Fetch my bow and arrow. Without replying to Bo, barbarian King Amir stretched out his hand, and immediately a barbarian attendant handed him a golden sculpted giant bow. Barbarian King Amir took the golden sculpted giant bow into his hands, focusing his eyes on the more than 6-meter-high city wall of Xinjiang City, drawing back the bow and aiming at the city wall. Your Majesty, be careful. Norris, observing the 50-something, rugged-looking Amir drawing his bow towards the wall, instantly drew his Shochuan saber and stood protectively in front of Ava. This rogue might try to harm you. General Wilfred, don't panic. Ava gripped her sword hilt tightly, her face calm as she remarked, this rogue likely isn't trying to harm me, but to test our city wall's strength as described by Bo, whether they are truly as solid as he claims. Only then did Norris breathe a sigh of relief, though he still clutched his Shochuan saber tightly, guarding Ava along with a squad of phoenix feather guards. However, at that moment, Amir released the taut string of his golden sculpted bow, an arrow flying swiftly towards the wall. Clank! The arrow launched by barbarian King Amir struck the city wall with force, scraping sparks against it before bouncing back and crashing heavily onto the ground. Bo and others looked up at the wall, seeing no damage done. Haha. Seeing this, barbarian King Amir couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, this thing called cement is indeed a fine divine artifact. Once the city falls, we must seize all of it. And these gods of the Xiliang people will belong to our barbarians. Bo and others, hearing Amir's words, first froze, then burst into laughter, as if they had already conquered Xinjiang City and claimed everything. Ava, witnessing this, reached out and commanded, Lord Bart, bring me the compound bow bestowed by the gods. Since these barbarians dared to shoot us, I shall return the favor with one arrow. Yes, your majesty. Lord Bart did not dare hesitate, and soon presented Ava with a compound bow. In response, Ava drew the bow, aimed a finely crafted steel arrow directly at barbarian King Amir. What device does that Ava hold? With small wheels on it. Barbarian King Amir, seeing Ava aim the compound bow at him, didn't show any fear. Instead, he waved and pointed at her, asking, Your Majesty, that is the compound bow bestowed upon the Xiliang people by the gods. Edge revealed a fearful expression. It can kill within 800 paces, unseen. Excellent. Barbarian King Amir commented, then pulled back the golden sculpted bow in his hand and fired at Ava atop the wall. I'll use this golden sculpted bow to see who is stronger. As Barbarian King Amir spoke, Ava also released her arrow, and for a moment, 2 arrows met midair with a flash. Clank! At the moment the arrows collided, a clear sound of metal striking was heard, followed by everyone's eyes widening as the arrow shot by Ava deflected Amir's arrow and shot towards him with irresistible force. Barbarian King, watch out! Bo, witnessing this, waved his black war flag and spurred his horse to block for Barbarian King Amir. But Amir reacted first, wielding the golden sculpted bow. He struck the incoming arrow fiercely. A clank sounded as the arrow, after being knocked by Amir, flew off in an unbelievable angle, and it hit Barbarian King Amir. One of the accompanying royal guards, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, for everything had happened too quickly. They did not even have time to react before one of the royal guards was shot dead. Chapter 46, Joanne, first clash with the Barbarian King. Bo, their compound bows are too powerful. After a few seconds of shock, Sima Bart was almost the first to leap up excitedly and pointed at Joanne, exclaiming in disbelief. They actually shot an arrow that collided with His Majesty's, and it even killed one of our royal guards. Bo's face was filled with bitterness, for the Xiliang soldiers were not only equipped with formidable compound bows, but also motorcycles and 4-wheeled off-road motorcycles. Those were truly terrifying weapons. Bo felt shivers run down his spine every time he thought about today's defeat. especially the thunderous roar of the motorcycles and their lightning-fast speed, along with their advanced weapons, which left them powerless to retaliate. Though the barbarian king Amir did not speak, shock was clearly etched on his face. The arrow from his golden eagle bow had a force of thousands of pounds. He never imagined that despite such power, his arrow could not deflect the one shot by Joanne, instead being deflected itself and killing one of his guards. Barbarian king, let me, your imperial advisor, see for myself? Seeing this scene, Floyd of the Barbarians shook the large necklace of skulls hanging around his neck and stepped forward holding a pair of Inyang wheels, saying, "What other powerful weapons do these Shiliang people have?" Without waiting for any orders from the Barbarian king, he swung his Inyang wheels and flew toward the city walls of Inyang City. Joan immediately raised his hand, and in an instant, all the soldiers on the wall became alert, lifting their compound bows and aiming at Floyd. Floyd ignored this, and with a powerful leap soared upward like a rocket along the city wall. "Archers ready, aim." Seeing this, Joan pointed at Floyd, and instantly the city defense forces armed with compound bows started shooting arrows at him. Despite this, the arrows from the city defense forces could not stop Floyd. Instead, they were deflected by his Inyang wheels. Seeing this, Burke's halberd trembled as he fixed his gaze on Floyd. Just as Floyd was about to leap onto the wall, suddenly beams of blinding headlights shot towards him. At the same time, Burke acted, swinging his halberd and roaring, "Go back to your barbarian land, you dog." Burke's halberd struck Floyd fiercely. With a roar, Floyd instinctively raised his Inyang wheels to block, resulting in a loud clang of weapon collision. Immediately after climbing the wall, Floyd was violently knocked down by Burke's halberd strike. Faced with this scene, both the barbarian King Amir and Sima Bart were utterly shocked, their eyes wide open, mouths agape. "Bo, what is this thing that can shoot out such blinding light?" The corner of the barbarian King Amir's mouth trembled, while Bo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "Your Majesty, this is my first time seeing this thing. I don't know what it is either." But Amir trembled and declared, "Whatever it is, these things must all belong to me." Bo looked complicated, while Sima Bart stepped forward, "Barbarian King, let us Black Tiger Army fight the first battle for you. Take over this Inyang city, and seize all these items. I will also serve my king." Eli added aggressively, "Slay all these Shiliang people and snatch their treasures. I am also willing." Malcolm rode forward, "Let me lead my troops to conquer this Inyang city and seize all these good things." "Barbarian King, you mustn't." Edge immediately stood up to dissuade. "You have traveled 1,000 miles and are already exhausted. You should rest before attacking Inyang city." "Barbarian King, Yelu General speaks the truth." Bo quickly added, "Do not use tired troops to attack Inyang city because we don't know how many more powerful weapons Shen Ming has given to Joanne." "Bo, it seems you've really been beaten senseless." Eli, hearing Bo's words, sneered contemptuously, "A mere small city like Inyang. You have besieged it for over half a month, yet failed to capture it. Instead, you were beaten back by a group of weak Shiliang people, disgracing our entire tribe." As soon as Eli finished speaking, Malcolm and the others could not help but ridicule Bo. Bo, unwilling to be humiliated, angrily retorted at them, turning the scene chaotic in an instant. "Enough? Stop arguing." Faced with this scene, Wilfredia Tion, the barbarian king, sternly commanded, "We will discuss the city attack back in camp. And as for breaking into Inyang city, Chancellor Su, can you offer us some good strategies?" Colby, seeing he was called upon by the barbarian king, hurriedly came forward with a fawning smile, whispering into Wilfredia Tion's ear, "Barbarian king, I can provide 10 secret passages to help you invade Inyang city." Hearing this, Wilfredia Tion's face lit up. He patted Colby's shoulder heartily and said, "Chancellor Su, you are indeed a valuable asset. It was worth sparing your life." Although Colby felt uncomfortable, he still grinned at Wilfredia Tion. Meanwhile, Wilfredia Tion looked at Eli and the others with authority. "Withdraw. Return to camp." Eli and the others did not dare argue since Wilfredia Tion held absolute authority in their tribe. They all followed him back to camp. "Your Majesty, the barbarians have retreated." Ajani stood on the city wall, using the motorcycle lights to see Wilfredia Tion riding away, and reported to Joanne, "They shouldn't come back tonight." "Don't be complacent." Joanne frowned deeply as she watched Wilfredia Tion retreat. "I saw the treacherous Chancellor Colby whisper something to Wilfredia Tion before he retreated. This situation seems suspicious. Should I send the Black Dragon Guards to investigate, Your Majesty?" The Shiliang Empress quickly approached and suggested. Joanne responded with furrowed brows, "General Shangguan, do you still have a spy from the Su family under your control?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Ajani knelt down. "His name is Guillermi. We learned about the plot between Traitor Hattie and Bo from him last time." Joanne looked at Ajani and ordered, "Hand this man over to the Empress for interrogation. See if we can obtain more useful information." "Yes." Ajani immediately responded. The Shiliang Empress then turned to Joanne, "Your Majesty, regarding what happened earlier. I believe it's necessary to report to the Divine." Hearing this, Joanne concentrated and transmitted her thoughts to Carlos. "Divine, are you busy now?" "Student Joanne, I am not busy now." Carlos, holding the steering wheel, waved goodbye to Alicia outside the car and replied telepathically, "Tell me what happened." "Divine, Wilfredia Tion." Joanne quickly replied, "He visited our city just now." "Oh, did they try to attack?" Carlos asked back in surprise. Joanne clarified, "Not to attack, but to probe us. However, we don't know if they will attack next." Hearing this, Carlos frowned deeply. "You must strengthen your patrols and defend the city well. They cannot breach the walls. Tomorrow, I will provide you with weapons, perhaps even firearms." "Firearms? What are they?" Instinctively, Joanne asked. Carlos explained seriously, "Firearms are highly lethal weapons that can take lives within a kilometer easily." "Ah, such a powerful weapon exists in this world." Joanne exclaimed excitedly, "Please bring them to us, Divine." "Yes, soon." Carlos replied very seriously to Joanne. "I just contacted Lincoln. and we can go see him shortly, regardless of how many he has. I will send them all over to you. Once you have firearms, defending Yang City will be no problem at all. Hearing this, Joanne could not hide her excitement. Seeing this, Ajani and the others gathered around her and asked, Your Majesty, what did the divine instruct? The divine said they would give us a divine tool called firearms. With these tools, standing proudly before Ajani and the others, Joanne declared, we will certainly hold in Yang City, and we can even kill the barbarian scoundrels from a kilometer away. Ah, that's wonderful. Upon hearing Joanne's words, Ajani and the others became incredibly excited, exclaiming, The divine always helps us in our darkest hours. Chapter 47. Prepare the warehouse. I have a divine artifact for you. God has been so kind to us. He is always with us. Thorn and his group of officials were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, exclaiming, Grateful to God. Grateful to God. The female national teacher of the Shiliang Kingdom also showed profound gratitude on her face, while Simeon and the others appeared like devout believers. With their hands clasped together, they bowed towards the sky in reverence. Instantly, bits and pieces of faith, like fireflies, gathered toward the bronze cauldron, and then into Carlos's large black pot. Carlos naturally felt this force, but now that he was cultivating the Hun Tianjia technique, all the incoming faith power flowed through his major meridians like a gentle stream as the technique operated. This power continuously altered his physique, helping him prolong his life. Naturally, Carlos allowed it to flow within his body since who wouldn't want to live longer? After chatting with Eldon for a few more sentences, Carlos sped off in his Mercedes G-Class like an arrow, leaving the bowstring towards Yangguang Street in Jinghai City. When he arrived at Yangguang Street in Jinghai City, he drove straight towards a nightclub named Buckingham Palace. The security guards at Buckingham Palace were all dressed in suits, wearing sunglasses and earpieces, standing still like sculptures. They did not overly focus on Carlos's Mercedes G-Class, because everyone who could come to Buckingham Palace had cars even more expensive than his. But when Carlos pushed open the car door, holding a cigarette in his mouth and appearing like a king arriving, the guards in front of the gate were all stunned as if electrocuted, then stood straight, saluting, saying, Young Master Chen, welcome. Carlos ignored them and walked straight into Buckingham Palace. Oh my, young Master Chen. The hall manager of Buckingham Palace, upon seeing Carlos, quickly abandoned the guests he was entertaining, smiling fawningly and welcomed Carlos forward. What brings you here today? I'm here to see Lincoln. Carlos scanned the hall manager of Buckingham Palace with sharp eyes and said, Take me to see him. Yes, young Master Chen. The hall manager responded as if following an imperial decree, turned around, and respectfully led Carlos forward. Please follow me this way. Carlos nodded and followed the hall manager, walking straight ahead. Soon, they came to an extremely luxurious private room. Inside, there were groups of men and women singing loudly. Seeing Carlos enter with the hall manager, they all stood up in unison, standing at attention with their hands placed before them, bowing respectfully and shouting, Young Master Chen, in unison. Carlos nodded slightly and followed the hall manager into a hidden elevator, which slowly descended for about 5 minutes like an old ox pulling a cart. Finally, they arrived at an underground casino. Poker cards, dice, roulette, baccarat, various slot machines, women's screams, and men's shouts interwove like a chaotic symphony, forming a suffocating complex atmosphere. Although Carlos felt somewhat uncomfortable in such an atmosphere, he gritted his teeth and followed the hall manager. They passed by dealers in standard uniforms and beautiful, seductive girls. In contrast, the foot traffic in the casino was quite considerable, with each gambling table surrounded by many well-dressed men and women, looking wealthy and distinguished. However, Carlos did not pay much attention. After all, he came here to get guns from Lincoln. So, closely following the hall manager, they soon arrived at the surveillance room of the casino, which also had a spacious office. This place used to belong to his brother, but since Buckingham Palace was taken over by Lincoln, this office became Lincoln's exclusive domain. Young Master Chen, you're finally here? Lincoln, upon seeing Carlos, eagerly greeted him. I've specially opened a bottle of Lafite 82 for you. Let's have a drink first. Lincoln, no need. Carlos saw Lincoln approaching and got straight to the point. I didn't come here to drink. I'm here to buy something. Young Master Chen, don't be in such a hurry. Let's have a drink first. Lincoln firmly held Carlos's hand and then turned to instruct his secretary in black stockings, Lacey, go fetch what young Master Chen wants. Yes, boss. Lacey replied, swaying her round buttocks as she left Lincoln's office. In the meantime, Lincoln enthusiastically continued, all right, Lacey will get your things. Let's have a drink first. What could Carlos say? On the other hand, Glenn picked up a bottle of 82 Lafite that had been decanted and poured a glass for Carlos, saying, Young Master Chen, have a drink first. Carlos did not refuse. He raised the wine glass to his nose, smelled it, and sipped slowly. But, right at this moment, Lacey strode forward in her black stockings, carrying a black suitcase, and said, Boss, here's what you asked for. Good, put it down here. Glenn didn't even look at Lacey. Instead, he poured himself a glass of the 82 Lafite, holding it as he instructed, Close the door on your way out. Yes, boss, Lacey responded, putting down the suitcase and twisting her snake-like waist like a mesmerizing sprite before leaving Glenn's office. Carlos's eyes fell on the black suitcase as he asked, Lincoln, what kind of gun is inside? A Barrett. The corners of Glenn's mouth curled up as he raised his wine glass and clinked it with Carlos's. Open it, and see if you're satisfied. A Barrett? Great. A flash of joy crossed Carlos's face. He set down his glass and opened the suitcase. Let me take a look. Take a look? This is the latest model from the US. Seeing Carlos open the black suitcase, Glenn continued, This gun can hit any target within 2 kilometers, using 10-shot clips of 50 caliber bullets. The power is astonishing. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. Carlos stared at the Barrett in the black suitcase, glowing ominously and said, If it's this good, how many do you have left? I'll take all of them. Hearing this, Glenn rolled his eyes and waved his hand. I only have this one, no others. I kept it for mountain hunting. If I give it to you, I won't have one. Just this one. Carlos widened his eyes, looking pleadingly at Glenn. Really none left? Nope, just this one. Glenn shrugged. And there are only 5 bullets left in the clip. I used up the rest during my last hunt. If you need it, you better be careful. Without bullets, this gun is just scrap iron. Carlos really wanted to draw a circle on the ground and curse him, to never be able to get it up again. Seemingly sensing Carlos's dissatisfaction, Glenn hurriedly laughed and explained, Young Master Chun, I'm helpless too. These days, the government regulates firearms strictly. It's not like before where you could easily get them. Any slip-up could land you in prison. But regarding that gas cylinder launching artifact you mentioned last time, I've looked into it. I found it for you. Found it? How? Glenn took a sip of his wine and then looked at Carlos, slowly saying, It was made by a friend of mine, but he has already been arrested. Arrested? What's the point? Carlos muttered, while Glenn grinned. Young Master Chun, don't worry. Though he's in jail, I managed to get the blueprints for you. And the 200 units he hid in a warehouse, I've kept them safe for you. Do you want them? Yes, yes, yes. Carlos felt like seeing a ray of hope in darkness. Take me there now. I want them all. All right, I'll let Lacey lead you. Glenn smiled. Carlos stood up immediately. Then I won't stay long here. Let me go pick up those items. Okay, then what about this Barrett? Glenn looked at Carlos cheerfully. I'll have someone send it to your car. How much for this Barrett? Carlos looked intently at Glenn. I'll pay you. Don't worry about the money. Glenn picked up the black suitcase. But for those 200 gas cylinder launchers, you need to give me 20,000 because I promised my friend to help sell these and give the money to his wife and kids. Sure, I'll transfer it. Carlos quickly pulled out his phone and transferred 30,000. I've transferred an extra 10,000. Since you're not charging for the Barrett, but I can't bear to see it go to waste. Use the extra 10,000 to buy some bullets for me. If you have the means, get me another 10,000 AK-47s, 10,000 Barretts, and 10,000 Gatlings. We can conduct the transaction in international waters. I promise not to bring any of it into the mainland. Don't worry about the money. If you can get me those, I'll pay double. Enough? Stop right there. When Glenn heard this, he was struck speechless, his body trembling as he stammered, Young Master Chun, please don't joke with me like that. 10,000 AK-47s, 10,000 Barretts, and 10,000 Gatlings. Young Master Chun, you're talking about starting a rebellion? How about triple the price? Carlos lifted his hand, extending 3 long fingers, but Glenn shook his head vehemently. Young Master Chun, even 10 times the price is out of the question. I'm enjoying my peaceful life and don't want to be locked up in that dark prison again. Hearing this, Carlos's face showed resignation, as he clearly understood that getting weapons from Glenn would not work. He would need to call Herman and see if he could arrange for some firearms from Myanmar. With this thought in mind, Carlos stopped pestering Glenn. Following Glenn's arrangement, he went with Lacey to an old, dilapidated warehouse. There, neatly lined up, were 200 units of the gas cylinder launching artifacts, like towering steel beasts. Carlos found an excuse to send Lacey away, then reached into his soul sea and summoned the large black canister. He focused his mind and sent a message to Ava. Ava, prepare a place. I have 200 units of the gas cylinder launchers here, and will send them over to you now. You can securely mount them on the city walls when the gas cylinders arrive tomorrow. I'll send the rest over when they are ready. With these artifacts, you can launch gas cylinders at the barbarian attackers like cannonballs, blowing them to smithereens. Chapter 48. Barbarians, enter the city and kill for me. Very well, my deity. Ava received Carlos's telepathic message with excitement, saying, I'm right below the city wall. Could you send the items over quickly? Carlos readily agreed. With a mental command, 200 magical devices designed to launch gas canisters were instantly transported through the large black container. Also sent over were Davian's Barrett rifle and the blueprints for creating the gas canister launchers. Holding the Barrett rifle, Ava was overwhelmed with emotion. The deity was indeed generous to grant her such a powerful weapon. With this new weapon in hand, she no longer feared Inyang Law King, nor did she fear other barbarian generals like Nate, Carl, Seema Bart, Bo, Edge, Malcolm, or Eli. Armed with a Barrett rifle capable of taking down enemies within 2 kilometers as easily as plucking peaches from a tree, Ava felt invincible. From now on, anyone who dared to show their head would be sniped from atop the city wall. Wouldn't the million-strong barbarian army be just like scattered sand? On motorcycles, her Western Liang soldiers could cut down enemies like slicing melons and chopping vegetables. Thinking of this, her inner joy burst forth uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks like floods breaking dikes. 1,000,000 lives in Qingyang City were saved. Ajani and others also had reddened eyes, unable to contain their tears of happiness. For the heavy burden that oppressed them had finally lifted. Their emotions surged, and they couldn't help but cry and laugh at the same time. They now had new weapons, the ones that could give them a fighting chance. How wonderful. They could finally confront the barbarians' iron cavalry without fear because their deity was with them all along. But at this moment, from the direction of Su Mansion in Qingyang City, a loud bugle call sounded like thunderclap in clear skies. Hearing this, Ajani's face changed drastically, exclaiming, Your Majesty, something bad happened. Someone must have entered through secret tunnels in Su Mansion. Ajani's words startled everyone. Their gazes immediately turned towards Su Mansion. Simeon, these 200 magical gas canister launchers given by the deity. Ava looked intently at Pei Wen's face and said, I entrust everything to you now, and this blueprint shall also be given to you. Quickly gather the blacksmiths of the Ministry of Works and forge these according to the blueprint. I will obey your order faithfully. Simeon was trembling with excitement. Kneeling devoutly, he received the blueprint from Ava with both hands raised high. Ava then addressed Ajani and others, Soldiers, leave some to guard the city, while the rest follow me to Su Mansion, to exterminate the intruders. Responding in unison, Ajani and others watched Ava mount a motorcycle, clad in armor similar to Orson Liang's in The Legend of Chu Chiao, carrying the Barrett rifle on her back. Leading Iter and Ajani, She sped off like an arrow towards Sioux Mansion. When they arrived, Sioux Mansion was already filled with deafening cries of battle. Holding a long sword with the Barrett rifle on her back, Ava led Ajani and others into the fray courageously. Inside were the Enyang Law King and the barbarian generals, Malcolm and Eli. They led 5,000 elite barbarian troops who surged out from the secret passage connecting the city and the outside world like floodwaters. Generals Burke and Abdullah led the city defense forces in a bloody battle against them. However, Malcolm and Eli were fiercely strong. Leading the 5,000 elites, they fought like tigers descending from the mountains, suppressing Generals Burke and Abdullah. If not for the advanced weaponry of Burke's men, they might have been slaughtered long ago, especially considering the highly skilled Enyang Law King who fought like a ghost, unpredictable and relentless. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Burke and his men struggled desperately but still stood firm. Still enraged, Eli and his men had originally planned to infiltrate quietly tonight, waiting to surprise Ava and her people when the barbarian king attacked tomorrow. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by Burke and his men as soon as they emerged from the tunnel. Without the extraordinary skills of Enyang Law King who bravely carved a bloody path from the tunnel entrance, they might not even have exited. Yet even so, they faced fierce retaliation from Burke and his men. What further demoralized Eli and others was that their indestructible scimitars were useless against Burke and his well-armed men. Their scimitars, upon striking the soldiers led by Burke, were like cutting into a wall of bronze and iron, causing no harm at all. On the contrary, their arms went numb from the impact against the incredibly sturdy armor, while the weapons in Burke's men's hands were razor-sharp, easily chopping through their scimitars. This sight left them stunned and speechless. Fortunately, Floyd managed to suppress Burke. Otherwise, their situation would not be nearly as favorable. But even so, Eli and Malcolm could barely contain Abdullah with their combined efforts. Just at that moment, Ava and her troops attacked like a sudden storm. It made everyone feel as if thorns were pricking their backs, sending shivers down their spines. Eli, it's you. Since you've come, don't expect to leave. Carrying the Barrett rifle on her back, Ava rushed into Sioux Mansion and, seeing Eli, shouted angrily, General Shangwan, lead your troops and exterminate them all. Yes. Ajani responded immediately, drawing his Alf Dao and, alongside Iter who wielded a Mao Dao, charged towards Eli and his men like wolves pouncing on prey. Seeing this, Eli became increasingly anxious, for he and Malcolm were already struggling to deal with Abdullah alone. Now, with Iter and Ajani charging at them, they could almost smell the scent of death. Royal advisor, catch the leader first. Malcolm, staring at the scene, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto Ava. Your martial arts are formidable. Kill Ava first, and Qingyang City will fall without resistance. Royal advisor, General Gongsun speaks the truth. Eli, as if waking from a dream, shouted loudly, stop Zhou Chan tangling with Burke and kill Ava quickly. Floyd, also seemingly awakened from a trance, his eyes locking onto Ava like a hawk, spun his Enyang wheels in an attempt to intercept Burke's halberd strike and attack Ava. Ava dared not hesitate, knowing well the might of Floyd, whom even she found difficult to match. Only Burke could barely engage him in battle. Without hesitation, Ava lifted the Barrett rifle from her back, following Carlos's instructions to disengage the safety and pull the bolt, aiming at the powerful Floyd. Burke stood like a towering mountain, blocking Floyd, his halberd slashing like thunder to intercept Floyd's charge at Ava. Floyd, I am your opponent. Do not harm my emperor. Enraged, Floyd unleashed his strongest attack with spinning wheels, but Burke stood firm as a copper wall, blocking it solidly. Not only did he block it, but Burke's halberd then swiftly countered, like a dragon emerging from the sea, slashing horizontally at Floyd's midsection. Sensing the danger, Floyd quickly sidestepped and darted forward like a flying bird, attempting to bypass Burke and attack Ava. But Burke, like an unbreakable fortress, swiftly moved to once again stand between Floyd and Ava. Seizing the opportunity, Ava lifted her Barrett rifle and, with her fair fingers, pulled the trigger. Bang! The Barrett rifle let out a deafening roar, like a meteor shooting towards Malcolm. Malcolm sensed the danger and attempted to block with his scimitar, but it was futile. The bullet tore through the air like lightning, shattering his scimitar and piercing his forehead in a flash. Instantly, his head exploded, but it didn't end there. After firing one shot, Ava aimed the rifle at Eli, who began dodging like a cunning rabbit. Trying to evade the terrifying Barrett rifle, Eli had no chance as another bullet was fired at his head. Eli, scared witless, tried to dodge once more, but the Barrett bullet was too fast. Just as he started to turn his head, the bullet penetrated his skull. In that instant, his eyes widened in shock. A bullet hole appeared on his forehead, and he stared straight at Ava before crashing backward like a felled tree. In his dying moments, Eli's eyes were filled with infinite regret. He was a war god of the barbarians, having achieved countless victories and slaying numerous formidable enemies. Yet, in his wildest dreams, he never imagined that he would be instantly killed by a black device in Ava's hands, without even a chance to react. The soldiers who were still fighting fiercely within the Sioux Mansion stood there like statues, their mouths wide open in shock, as if they could fit an egg inside. Everything had happened so suddenly. They had no idea what had just transpired. The general they believed to be invincible had been killed by Ava with just 2 shots. Ava, what exactly do you have in your hands? Floyd, witnessing this scene, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was one of the first to jump out agitatedly and pointed at the Barrett rifle in Ava's hand. It's incredibly powerful, capable of instantly killing Generals Eli and Malcolm. The divine says this is called a gun. Ava held the Barrett rifle, aiming it at Floyd's head. Floyd, do you want to try? I am thinking of giving you a shot to see whether your martial arts or my gun is more powerful. Hearing these words from Ava, the corner of Floyd's mouth couldn't help but twitch, because he knew. The object called a gun in Ava's hands was not ordinary. Even if he, Floyd, possessed unmatched martial arts, it would be hard to withstand the power of Ava's gun. Ignoring him, Ava placed her finger on the trigger without hesitation, her beautiful eyes locking onto Floyd like a hawk. But, at this critical moment, Floyd threw a silver ball like a cunning rabbit. Upon landing, it erupted into thick smoke like a volcanic explosion, and he escaped through a secret passage. Floyd, don't run. Seeing this, Burke waved his halberd, ready to chase through the secret passage, but Ajani grabbed him and said, General Chun, do not chase after a defeated enemy. With Ajani holding him back, Burke could only watch as Floyd escaped. Then let's kill all these barbarian soldiers first, and we can take care of Floyd next time. What are you waiting for, soldiers? Hearing Burke's words, Ajani raised his Alf Dao and shouted, kill all these barbarian soldiers. Not a single one shall be spared. Kill. Chapter 49. The Savage King, in a rage, orders Colby's execution. Kill for me. Eider took the lead, charging like a fierce tiger. He raised his heavy saber and was the first to strike at the Savage's death soldiers. Facing Eider's attack, the Savage's death soldiers lifted their curved blades in defense, but Eider's heavy saber sliced down like lightning, instantly breaking their weapons. Then with another slash, he severed their necks as if cutting through vegetables. Large heads rolled onto the ground with a thud, just like ripe melons. Kill. Ajani and others were not to be outdone. They all brandished their war knives and joined the fight against the Savage's death soldiers. Katie also charged forward like a goddess of war, leading her troops into battle. The 5,000 death soldiers fell under their blades like clay chickens and straw dogs. Only a dozen heavily wounded soldiers remained, gasping for breath in pools of blood. Of course, over 200 soldiers from the Western Liang Women's Kingdom also died heroically in this battle. The wounded were transported on stretchers and wheelchairs to the Imperial Medical Institute for treatment. Seeing this, the remaining death soldiers' eyes bulged wide with envy when they saw the wheelchairs that could carry people. They yearned to sit in them and be wheeled to the medical institute. But alas, they had no such chance. All were killed by Katie and her men. Meanwhile, the 10 secret entrances around Inyang City were scenes of equally intense combat. Every single one of the sneaking savages was killed without exception. Some didn't even make it out of the tunnels before being ambushed by Western Liang soldiers. At some entrances, Wilfred Hani had prepared Lu Hua peanut oil which burned several groups of savages to ashes. When news of these brutal battles reached the savage encampment, King Amir raged uncontrollably. He glared at Colby and roared, Prime Minister Su, how treacherous you are, to collude with Katie and betray our brave warriors. Wilfredo Hai, take him out and execute him. Cook his meat into soup for the soldiers to enjoy. Yes. Wilfredo Hai, clad in blood-stained armor, approached Colby like an arriving god of death. But Colby, terrified, cried loudly, King, your majesty, I am wronged. I did not collude with Katie. Someone inside the city must have known about the 10 secret entrances and tipped her off, leading to the ambush that caused your general's defeat. Villain, don't try to talk your way out. King Amir waved his hand furiously and shouted, you clearly colluded with Katie and betrayed our savages. General Wilfredo, drag him away, slice him up, and cook him for the army. King, wait. Colby, crying and trembling, pleaded, please don't kill me. I have a plan to break through Katie's defenses at Inyang City. I will not listen. King Amir scorned, ordering again, General Wilfredo, take him away. Wait, King. Despite appearing defeated, Floyd stepped forward. This traitor is despicable, but he knows Katie best among us. Perhaps he truly has a way to breach her defenses. It won't hurt to listen. Advisor, you speak sense? Simabart also interjected, let's hear what he has to say. If his plan doesn't work, we can still kill him. Dog, what plan do you have? King Amir roared angrily, you've caused the deaths of my 3 great generals, Malcolm, Eli, and Carl, and 30,000 more valiant warriors. If your plan does not redeem yourself and help us conquer Inyang City, I will tear you apart and boil you into a soup for the entire army. At this moment, Colby felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing and his hatred for Katie burning fiercely. He thought revealing the 10 secret entrances would grant him everlasting glory in the savage camp. Instead, Katie's ambush killed 3 generals and over 30,000 soldiers. Now, let's see what Katie was doing. She had already returned to the palace from the Sioux residence and ordered the royal advisor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom to bring Guilherme, who revealed the 10 secret passages, to her presence. Katie frowned deeply, her eyes piercingly staring at the kneeling Guilherme. Guilherme, it is thanks to you that we were able to annihilate over 30,000 of the savages' death soldiers. How would you like me to reward you? Your Majesty, this subject dares not expect any reward. Guilherme knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Katie. This subject only asks your Majesty to allow me to leave the city. This subject is willing to serve as your inside man, infiltrating Colby's side to gather military intelligence for your Majesty. Guilherme, since you have such a heart. Katie stared intently at Guilherme. I shall grant you this opportunity. Shortly, I will have the royal advisor help you sneak out of the city. As for your family members in the city, you need not worry about them. As long as I have food to eat, they will never go hungry. This subject thanks your Majesty for your kindness. Guilherme, hearing this, expressed deep gratitude. This subject will surely repay your Majesty with my life. Yiqing City remained silent for a moment before gently waving her hand. Someone then led Guilherme away. At this point, the royal advisor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, do you really dare to trust Guilherme? Royal advisor, if you doubt someone, do not use them. If you use someone, do not doubt them. Katie sternly stated, Wilfred Reaver, we need an inside man like Guilherme to infiltrate the savage camp and gather intelligence. Besides, his family is all in the city, so he dare not betray us. Your Majesty, this servant believes. The royal advisor respectfully advised, we should still consult the divine will. Given Guilherme's special status, we must ensure he can successfully infiltrate Colby's side. Royal advisor, you speak wisely. Katie agreed, we should indeed consult the divine will and listen to its guidance. After the royal advisor bowed and stepped aside, Katie focused her thoughts, transmitting everything that had happened tonight telepathically to Carlos. Receiving these thoughts, Carlos highly approved of Katie's decision. After all, espionage was crucial in ancient warfare. However, Carlos felt it necessary to equip her spies with specialized tools. Spies were like ghosts lurking in the shadows, needing the proper equipment. Thinking of this, Carlos quickly purchased hundreds of surveillance devices online. Considering Katie's side lacked internet access, Carlos specifically bought non-network, dependent monitoring equipment. Additionally, he bought walkie-talkies, signal guns, DJI drones, wireless bugs, microwave interceptors, hidden recorders, mini cameras, pinhole cameras. Furthermore, he also purchased several frequency transmitters, long-distance receivers, and central signal exchange units. These devices would enable Katie's team to establish a base station within the city, ensuring continuous transmission of information from the Savage camp even without the internet. Once done shopping, Carlos telepathically informed Katie and instructed her to select the most loyal individuals to secretly form a shadow intelligence organization. Only Katie would know of and control this organization, even excluding the royal advisor from it. Naturally, Katie followed Carlos's instructions and pledged immediate action. Satisfied, Carlos cut off the mental connection and reached into his pocket for a cigarette, lighting one. But just then, the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was pulled open by Lacey. She climbed into the passenger seat, wearing black stockings. "Why are you still here, Sister Florence?" Seeing Lacey, Carlos lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply. "Didn't I tell you to go back earlier?" "I didn't go back." Lacey bit her cherry-like lips, gazing at Carlos with her beautiful eyes. "Because I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me? What for?" Carlos frowned while Lacey snatched the cigarette from his mouth, taking a puff. "I want to work with you from now on." "Are you kidding me, Sister Florence?" Carlos took back the cigarette, putting it in his mouth. "You're part of Lincoln's crew. My small place can't accommodate someone like you. Young Master Chun, as long as you let me follow you." Lacey looked at Carlos with pleading eyes and said, "From now on, whatever you ask me to do will be fine." "Give me a reason," Carlos said casually with a cigarette in his mouth. In contrast, Lacey spoke up. "Because I no longer want to drift aimlessly in the darkness like before. I want to live openly under your protection." "Florence, sister, but what can you do for me?" Carlos asked. Lacey gazed intently at Carlos and replied, "I can help you manage the port of Minuet Town well, and assist in developing the 1,000 acres of land you bought in Minuet Town." Carlos didn't speak but held the cigarette between his fingers, gazing up at Lacey while slowly inhaling and then exhaling. After the trail of blue smoke dissipated, Carlos's bright eyes locked onto Lacey, then suddenly raised his right hand and gently grabbed her chin. He slightly parted his warm lips and lowered his head as if to kiss her. Seeing this, Lacey's pupils widened infinitely. She stared at Carlos approaching her in shock, because everything was happening too suddenly. She had no preparation at all. Carlos seemed about to kiss her, but just as Lacey thought he would, that warmth did not land on her lips. Instead, it closely touched her earlobe as he whispered, "Florence, sister, you are a smart woman. I like you very much and can agree to have you. However, you must talk to Lincoln yourself. Once you've communicated with him, you can come to Minuet Town to find me anytime. I'm willing to entrust the management of the port in Minuet Town to you. Also, the subsequent development of the 1,000 acres of land. I can give it to you, but if you work with me, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, I will make you disappear at any time." Chapter 50. Warehouse at the port. Trouble arises. Lacey hurriedly agreed when she heard Carlos's words. In contrast, Carlos began to turn his head away. But at this moment, Lacey suddenly embraced Carlos tightly and kissed him on the lips before he could react. Carlos stared wide-eyed at Lacey, wanting to say something. However, Lacey didn't give him the chance. Her tender tongue pried open his lips, and then she straddled him. Carlos's G-Class Mercedes-Benz started to shake. When everything was over, Lacey curled up in Carlos's warm embrace like a docile kitten. Carlos held her tightly, saying, "Sister Florence, you came here for that? Dummy, it's not what you think." A blush spread across Lacey's cheeks as she said, "It's my first time." Carlos couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, even blurting out unconsciously, "Weren't you Lincoln's woman?" "Not really. I'm his daughter." Lacey sighed softly. Hearing this, Carlos's gaze froze. It was entirely unexpected. Lacey shrugged lightly, resting her pretty face on Carlos's chest. "So you can trust me completely. I'll definitely help manage Minuet Town's port and the 1,000 acres of land we're about to develop." Carlos remained silent, only hugging Lacey tightly as if trying to merge her into his own body. "Then from now on, the port will be under your care. Kermit can run errands, but he doesn't have what it takes to run the port business." Lacey didn't speak, just clinging to Carlos like a gentle lamb. They stayed like this for a while. Afterward, they left and checked into a room at the Dehao Hotel, where another intense encounter ensued. The next day, when Carlos opened his eyes, he saw that the sky outside was already bright. Lacey, wearing a loose robe that revealed her two smooth, white legs, was stretching her hands, seemingly reaching for her light. "Sister Florence, why did you wake up so early?" Watching Lacey's beautiful silhouette, Carlos's lips curled slightly. "Looks like we didn't do enough last night. How about another round this morning?" "Don't be naughty. My waist is about to break." Lacey blushed shyly, turning her head with loving eyes. She teased, "You bad guy, still want more?" Carlos smiled faintly, slowly sitting up. He reached for a cigarette from the bedside table, tapping it lightly on the box, and then lit it, inhaling deeply. At this moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. Carlos picked it up immediately, seeing Kermit's name on the screen. "Young Master Chun, please come back quickly." Kermit sounded anxious. "There's trouble at the port. Many police officers have arrived. They are sealing off our port and dragging away everything inside." "Why? What's the reason?" Carlos asked. Kermit replied, "They say there are many controlled weapons here, along with gas cylinders, gasoline tanks, diesel tanks, and other hazardous materials, so they're seizing the port." "Got it." Carlos's gaze grew cold. "Try to delay them. I'll come back right away to handle it." "Young Master Chun, all right?" Kermit responded with relief and hung up. Lacey curiously approached and asked, What happened? Is there trouble? There's a problem at the port. Carlos frowned. Kermit just called, saying that many police officers are at the port, planning to seal it. What's the reason? Why are they sealing it? Lacey asked curiously. Carlos explained, because I bought a large number of cold weapons online, along with incendiary devices, smoke bombs, tear gas cylinders, gasoline tanks, diesel tanks, and kerosene tanks. Are you sure these were all purchased online, without any illegal channels? Lacey asked again. Carlos quickly opened his phone. See, all these were bought online. My phone has the orders. This is very strange. Lacey, however, frowned deeply and said, according to common sense, these items bought online shouldn't attract the attention of the police. Have you offended anyone recently? Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. Florence, sister, I understand. Carlos's eyes gleamed fiercely as he said, it must be Mateo's doing. Yesterday, I met him at my blind date with Alicia. Little did I expect that he would plot against me right after. All right, since he dared to reach out to you, let me call Bryant now and ask him to arrange for someone to break his hand. Hold on, don't be impulsive. Lacey hurriedly stopped him. Mateo's father is Vice Mayor Gustav of Jinghai City. If you break Mateo's hand, Gustav definitely won't let you off. Carlos's gaze turned cold, but this matter can't just be left unresolved. This guy dared to scheme against me behind my back. I have to settle this score. How about this? Let me go with you to the port first. Lacey reached out and gently covered Carlos's face, looking at him with tender eyes and said, leave the rest to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What could Carlos say? He quickly got up, washed up, got dressed, and drove his G-Class Mercedes-Benz toward the port of Minuet town in a hurry. He was really anxious. After all, these items were meant to be sent to the opposite Shilyong female kingdom, so he had to deal with it urgently and couldn't let the police seize them. Soon they returned to the port of Minuet town, where more than 10 vehicles were parked. About 6 or 7 auxiliary police officers were pulling up warning lines and guarding the entrance of the port. Seeing Carlos's car approach, they immediately blocked it and said, who are you? We are executing official duties here. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Hello, my name is Carlos. Seeing the officer blocking his way, Carlos jumped out of the car immediately and said, I am currently the main person in charge of this port. I don't know what's wrong with my port. Why did you seal it? Don't tell me you don't know what the problem is. A slightly overweight auxiliary police officer glared at Carlos upon hearing his words. Your port has a large number of hazardous materials and controlled knives. You didn't file any notice with our public security department, but stored a large quantity of these items in the warehouse. This is a serious violation of the law. Do you know that? I think there might be a misunderstanding, sir. The items we purchased were all through legitimate channels online. Hearing the auxiliary police officer's words, Lacey jumped out from the passenger seat. There's no way such a situation exists. Normal logistics operations don't require filing notices with your department. Wilfred Reaver, these cold weapons we bought are props for shooting scenes, not controlled knives. You can't decide that. The auxiliary police officer glanced sideways at Lacey. And who are you? I'm Mr. Chin's lawyer. Looking at Lacey, the auxiliary police officer replied, even as a lawyer, you can't manage this case. There are numerous Alf and Wilfred knives stored in the warehouse, which are considered controlled knives. I think there must be some misunderstanding. These Alf and Wilfred knives in Mr. Chin's warehouse are not controlled knives. Lacey firmly argued, according to the evidence provided by Mr. Chun, the batch of knives in the warehouse were all cold weapons purchased online. These cold weapons do not include daggers, triangular knives, or any other single blade, double blade, or triangular short knives with self-locking mechanisms. The auxiliary police officer seemed stunned by Lacey's statement because he only knew what he was supposed to enforce and not the specifics. At this moment, Dimitri, wearing a police uniform with a gun holster on his waist, walked out with his hands on his hips and said, Miss Sean, why are you here? As Dimitri approached Carlos, several auxiliary police officers followed closely behind. Lacey furrowed her brows slightly. Director Encore, since you are leading the investigation here, I will have to call Secretary Zhou to handle this matter personally. Chapter 51 Ava sends a request for help. Go ahead. I'm just performing my duties. If you want to hit, go ahead. When Dimitri heard Lacey's words, he put his hands on his hips and said with an air of complete indifference, I have no objections. Hearing this, Lacey's gaze turned cold like icy stars. She didn't expect Dimitri to be so resolute. Ordinarily, at this point, Dimitri would have backed off gracefully. But today, he was determined to cause trouble. Lacey immediately understood. Dimitri had made up his mind. In contrast, Carlos quickly took out his phone upon seeing the situation and sent a text message to Barth, knowing only this approach could resolve the issue. Otherwise, the cargo in the warehouse might not be safe, and he himself might end up in jail. Just like that? About half an hour later, 3 Hongqi SUVs drove straight up behind Carlos. As the vehicles stopped, the first to get out was the mayor of Minuet Town, Barth, followed by Israel, the mayor of Jinghai City, and Orson Lighting, the executive vice mayor of Jinghai City. Then came Zhou Shihai, the secretary of the Jinghai Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Wang Yongtian, director of the Development and Reform Commission of Jinghai City, and Li Guohua, director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, along with their entourage. Director Encore, what's going on? The few auxiliary police officers behind Dimitri glanced at each other, unable to hide their surprise. Mayor Liang, how did they all come? You ask me? Who do I ask? Dimitri, watching as the crowd led by Israel approached, couldn't help but swallow nervously. He too had no idea what was happening. Why did all the bigwigs from the city show up at once? Carlos sneered inwardly, as this was all part of his meticulous plan. When he rushed over from Jinghai City, Barth had already received word from Kermit and called Carlos, asking if he needed help resolving this thorny matter. Naturally, Carlos needed Barth's assistance. After all, he had just leased the port of Minuet Town from him, and now faced this predicament. Seeking Barth's help was inevitable, given the complexity of the situation. It would be much easier for Barth to handle it. Sure enough, Barth did not disappoint, inviting all the top leaders to join. Of course, his purpose wasn't solely to assist Carlos, but to finalize the purchase contract for 1,000 acres of land near the port of Minuet town. Coincidentally, they encountered Dmitry and his team. Indeed, the moment Mayor Israel got out of the car, he walked up behind Carlos, saw the scene at the port and frowned. Secretary Zhou, what exactly is going on here? Jinghai Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Zhou Shihai, also furrowed his brows upon hearing Mayor Liang's question, completely baffled by the situation. He had no clue why there were so many police officers here. Had he known beforehand, he would have instructed them to leave immediately. After all, they had come to sign the purchase agreement for 1,000 acres of land near the port of Minuet town. Instead, they found Dmitry leading a group of police officers who had cordoned off the port. Mayor Liang, I'm not sure about the specifics either. Should I go check? Zhou Shihai offered immediately. What's Dmitry doing here? Go find out what's really happening. Israel's face darkened with displeasure. Why did they seal off the port? If there's nothing serious, have them clear out. We can't let this delay our important matters. Zhou Shihai had no choice but to comply since the leader had spoken. Meanwhile, Carlos moved forward to greet them. Uncle Yang, it's been a while. Carlos stepped toward Israel, extending his hand. It's quite an honor for you to personally visit me today. It's because you've done something impressive, planning to purchase 1,000 acres of land here to boost economic development in our town, replied Israel with a smile like blooming flowers. So, I thought I'd come talk to you in person. Uncle Yang, this is all thanks to Mayor Jia. If not for his recommendation, I wouldn't have considered it. Carlos deliberately raised his voice. However, the situation in Jinghai City seems rather complicated. Just as I imported some goods online, Deputy Director Unkor from the Jinghai Public Security Bureau sealed them off. When Israel heard Carlos's words, he couldn't help but frown tightly. As for Zhou Shihai, he hurried back to Israel in small quick steps and whispered a few words into his ear. Israel's face darkened ominously as he said, Isn't Dmitry making things up? He bought some items online for props for the production crew. He actually claimed they were controlled knives and sealed them off. Are these still our people's police officers? Zhou Secretary, this matter must be handled seriously. Otherwise, I will deal with you. I've already suspended him for reflection. Zhou Shihai hurriedly interjected. He needs to write a self-criticism when we get back. But that won't do. Israel glared at Zhou Shihai and said, Someone like this shouldn't remain in the police force anymore. Give him a major demerit and dismiss him outright. What could Zhou Shihai do? After all, Dmitry had stepped on a landmine this time, actually following Mateo's instigation without knowing his place and daring to provoke Carlos without weighing his own worth. Carlos's brother-in-law wasn't someone Dmitry could easily provoke, let alone act so arrogantly without having Mateo's father backing him. Wasn't this digging his own grave? Zhou Shihai sighed helplessly, realizing he was powerless to protect Dmitry, so he could only respond and then walk towards Dmitry. No one knew what he said to Dmitry, but the once hands in pockets, intimidating Dmitry now rolled his eyes and fainted straight backward. Fortunately, the auxiliary police officers nearby reacted quickly, dragging him aside, pressing acupuncture points, and giving him water until he woke up from his faint. Carlos didn't even glance at him because he had never taken Dmitry seriously from start to finish. Even Mateo didn't weigh heavily on his mind. He merely gave him some face due to his father. Naturally, Israel and the others wouldn't focus too much on such a minor incident. After all, their primary purpose was to sign the purchase contract for the 1,000 acres of land in Minuet town with Carlos. They needed to finalize this quickly so that Tianqi Group could invest and develop this area, turning it into another prosperous economic hub in Jinghai City. This would allow them to accumulate political achievements and pave a smoother path for future promotions. Carlos followed Israel around the port, inspecting the vast 1,000-acre plot. After a cursory look, Carlos happily signed the purchase contract and transferred the promised 10 billion yuan to Barth. Naturally, Liang Guohui and Barth left in high spirits, considering how remote and desolate Minuet town was. No one would have thought someone like Carlos would spend 10 billion yuan on 1,000 acres of land here. Even if they handed over the land to large enterprises, those companies would avoid it like the plague due to its remote location and inadequate transportation. With Carlos's 10 billion yuan, the Minuet town government felt as if it had found an oasis in a drought, no longer lacking funds. They could boldly improve infrastructure, like renovating the road from Minuet town to Jinghai City. The incomplete transportation network could also be connected without burdening the city's finances. Leveraging the upcoming development of the 1,000-acre industrial park by Carlos, they could gradually sell surrounding land to real estate developers. In no time, the economy in this area would flourish like a phoenix rising from the ashes. At the thought of this, Israel's smile grew wider, knowing that with Carlos backed by Tianqi Group, they were confident in turning this place into Jinghai City's next shining economic jewel. Initially, Carlos hadn't thought so far ahead. His current goal was simply to build the port perfectly, register several trading companies, and excel in international trade, as long as it could cover the fact that he was helping transport large amounts of supplies to the Western Liang female nation. But after Lacey and Israel painted the grand blueprint for him, he realized developing a 1,000-acre industrial park here was also a good choice. This way, he could better conceal his activities while aiding the Western Liang female nation and advance his career. He could also get the products from the 1,000-acre industrial park listed on platforms like Taobao, Pinduoduo, JD.com, Douyin, Kuaishou, etc., engaging in live stream sales and online retail. A simple strategy like brushing orders could work wonders. This would make the goods he sent to the Xiliang female nation vanish, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Wilfred's crucially, when this 1,000-acre industrial park operates like a well-oiled machine, not only could he easily obtain the cheapest products, but he could also quickly assist the Xiliang female nation. At the same time, it would also boost the local economy of Minuet town. After all, the biggest crisis of the 21st century is overcapacity, leaving countless people idle at home. However, the Xiliang female nation was in stark contrast. Their desire for various daily necessities was like encountering rain after a long drought, such as clothes, cold weapons, cooking oil, salt, rice, and medicine, various means of transportation, perfumes, cosmetics, etc. All the essentials of modern life were in short supply in the Xiliang female nation. Therefore, Carlos felt that there was much potential in this endeavor, and it must be carried out with Lacey's full efforts, because only by developing this 1,000-acre industrial park could he legally support the insatiable million people on the other side. Even if he became fabulously wealthy in the future, he wouldn't have to fear investigation from relevant departments, as there was a charge in Huaxia that made countless unscrupulous merchants and corrupt officials tremble. Unexplained large assets. Thinking to this point, Carlos's resolve grew firmer. The 1,000-acre industrial park must be built, and built beautifully. But just at this moment, Ava's telepathic message came through the black ken to Carlos. God, something terrible has happened. The barbarian troops are at the city gates, ready to attack at any moment. When will you deliver the gas cylinders you promised yesterday, and the weapons we need afterward? Especially the crossbows, compound bows, repeating crossbows, arrows, and the critically important Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju oil, and Shiwang edible oil. Chapter 52 Ava. Get ready, the supplies are coming. Student Ava, I'm truly sorry. When Carlos received Ava's mental message, he immediately replied, I encountered some issues on my end, so I couldn't send you these items on time. I'll head to the warehouse right now, and transmit these items to you immediately. Please find a place to receive them. Alright, God. Ava respectfully replied. Meanwhile, Carlos made a grand gesture, transferring 100 billion to Lacey, authorizing her full responsibility for recruiting tenants and workers for the 1,000-acre industrial park. Without looking back, he turned around and left. In no time, he arrived at the warehouse like a gust of wind. He summoned the large black pot from his sea of souls, then took out the cold weapons purchased online. Alf knives, Wilfred knives, Sichuan knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, shields, totaling 28,700 pieces. Also, compound bows, crossbows, compound crossbows, repeating crossbows, amounting to 16,000 units, with matching arrows totaling 10 million. Additionally, there were Guanthia, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Fangtian Hujin, Heaven Painted Halberd, Zhangba Snake Lance, Yang Family Spears, Hammers, Qin Spears, totaling 36,700, as well as armor, Golden Silk Flexible Armor, Stab-Proof Vests, over 30,000 sets in total, all streaming into the possession of Ava and the others. There were also 10,000 four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles, 50,000 motorcycles, and various munitions such as incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, gas tanks, gasoline cans, diesel cans, kerosene cans, over 10,000 drums of Luxua peanut oil, Jinlongju edible oil, Shiwang edible oil, along with instructions on how to use some of the items, which Carlos conveyed via mental transmission to Ava. Ava and his people stared fixedly at the massive bronze tripod, witnessing the cascade of 28,700 Alf knives, Wilfred knives, Sichuan knives, Tibetan knives, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, shields pouring out like waterfalls. Additionally, 16,000 compound bows, crossbows, compound crossbows, repeating crossbows, along with 20 million arrows, cascaded out, followed by 36,700 Guanthia, Fangtian Hujin, Zhangba Snake Lances, Yang Family Spears, Hammers, Qin Spears, and 30,000 sets of armor, Golden Silk Flexible Armor, Stab-Proof Vests. Furthermore, 10,000 four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles, 50,000 motorcycles, and various munitions poured out from the tripod and landed neatly on the ground before them. The sheer quantity was staggering, something they had never seen before. Every weapon was forged from fine steel, knowing that even the sharp sabers of the barbarians were merely made of high-quality iron. Fine steel, in their era, was more precious than gold. The god's generosity stunned not only Ajani but also Ava. Finally, Ajani responded first. Your Majesty, the god has bestowed us with so many fine steel weapons. These are meant for defending the city. Please order all soldiers who have not yet received fine steel weapons to line up here and choose suitable weapons. General Shangwan, transmit my orders. Ava nodded and ordered Ajani. All soldiers without fine steel weapons, except for Wilfred knives, Alf knives, Sichuan knives, compound bows, repeating crossbows, shall be distributed by your right camp Fengling guards. Also, the Ministry of Rights should immediately mobilize the city civilians to move the over 10,000 drums of Luxua peanut oil, Jinlongju edible oil, Shiwang edible oil, as well as incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, gas tanks, gasoline cans, diesel cans, kerosene cans, all onto the city walls. Anyone responding to this call will receive 2 pounds of rice, 1 pound of noodles, and 2 large watermelons after the battle with the Manchu. Ajani and others bowed and accepted the order, while Ava's gaze fell on Eider. General Fan. All 10,000 four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles bestowed by the god belong to your patrol camp. All the god-bestowed repeating crossbows and Wilfred knives also belong to your patrol camp. Your subordinate accepts the order. Eider, overjoyed, led the patrol troops towards the neatly lined up 10,000 four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles. They all wore smiles of joy, having long dreamed of each having one of these. With an expansion to over 30,000 members, the patrol camp had only 3,000 four-wheelers. It was simply not enough. Now, the god's generous blessing allowed every soldier to own one. Thus, they eagerly chose a repeating crossbow, grabbed a Wilfred knife, mounted their favorite four-wheeler, and rode off with broad smiles. Eider also picked one out. Now she preferred riding the four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles over horses because they were more exciting. However, she did not leave right away. Instead, she led over 10,000 patrol camp soldiers to assist the Ministry of Rights in mobilizing civilians to move the thunderstones, rolling logs, more than 10,000 barrels of Luxua peanut oil, Jinlongju edible oil, and Shiwang edible oil. Also, the incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, gas tanks, gasoline cans, diesel cans, kerosene cans, all were transported to the city walls on the four-wheeled mountain off-road motorcycles. Meanwhile, Burke was fiercely battling below the city walls. Ava ignored everything else and distributed the remaining 50,000 motorcycles among the 5 city military commissioners, the Fengling guards, and the city defense troops. The compound bows, Alf knives, and Sichuan knives all went to the Fengling guards. while the remaining weapons were evenly split between the 5 city military commissioners and the city defense troops. After finishing these tasks, she rode a brand new motorcycle from under the city wall up onto the watchtower. She carried a Barrett rifle on her back, gripped the Alf knife in her right hand, and wore armor similar to that worn by Orson lying in Samurai Legend. With a stern gaze, she looked out beyond the city walls, where Burke, dressed in a Lubu costume, held the Fangtian Hujin and was locked in a fierce battle with the barbarian General Nate. Behind Nate stood the barbarian King Amir, barbarian General Sima Bart, Edge, Bo, and the treacherous Minister Colby who had defected to the barbarians. The barbarian Royal Master In Yang Fuwang, along with the million-strong iron cavalry of the barbarians. They all watched intently as Nate and Burke fought for their lives. Of course, those on the city walls, including Ava, could not look away either. Only the workers carefully followed the blueprints, placing the gas tanks near the launchers. Your Majesty, Nate is incredibly strong. Thorne stood beside Ava, watching the bloody battle below, and couldn't help but exclaim, General Burke has already fought him for over 300 rounds, yet it's still hard to tell who will win. This man is indeed formidable. Curtis, watching Nate, commented, he truly lives up to his reputation as the war god of the barbarians. It would be wonderful if we could make him ours. Easier said than done? Thorne shook his head regretfully. He is loyal to King Amir. Even if ordered to kill his own father, he wouldn't hesitate. Norris spoke firmly, then find an opportunity to eliminate him. If we can't use him, keeping him around is a danger. Since he's a threat, there's no need to let him live. Hearing Norris's words, Thorne and others turned to look at Ava, who instinctively reached for the Barrett on her back. Meanwhile, outside the city, Burke tightly gripped his Fangtian Hujin and swung it forcefully at Nate. Nate wielded a pair of steel whips like 2 agile dragons, effortlessly blocking Burke's Fangtian Hujin. Nate, try this move, Burke roared, lifting his Fangtian Hujin and swinging it sideways toward Nate. Nate spurred his horse aside, and Burke pursued like a hungry tiger, continuously attacking with his Fangtian Hujin. Suddenly, Nate dashed forward like an arrow and struck Burke's abdomen with his steel whip. Burke's Fangtian Hujin had just been swung out when it was too late to dodge. He was hit hard by Nate's steel whip, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Nate seized the moment to counterattack, lashing out with his steel whips in a storm of blows that left Burke unable to defend himself, nearly forcing him to retreat. At this moment, Abdullah, clad in a Black Myth Wukong costume and wielding a golden hoop bar, rushed toward Nate like a war god on horseback. Nate, do not hurt my brother. Let me face you. Come then, I welcome you. Seeing Abdullah charging in, Nate roared like thunder. Today, I will slay both of you Chin brothers to avenge my good friends Malcolm and Eli. Kill. Nate, let's see if you have the strength. Facing Nate's provocation, Abdullah swung the golden hoop bar and brought it down with full force on Nate's head, challenging, to match your words. Chapter 53. Barbarians, full-scale siege. Gas cylinders unleash their might. Abdullah, this is your own undoing? Seeing this, Nate flew into a rage. The steel whip in his hand lashed out like a venomous snake, instantly sweeping towards Abdullah. Clang! Abdullah's golden cudgel struck down on Nate's incoming steel whip with the force of a mountain collapsing upon an egg, producing a thunderous clang that echoed like a sudden clap of thunder. Despite fighting the Chin brothers alone, Nate showed no signs of faltering. However, Burke was now brandishing his halberd, attacking Nate alongside Abdullah like tigers descending from the mountains. Yet, Nate's pair of steel whips defended as if they were impervious shields, holding back the storm-like onslaught from the Chin brothers. But it wasn't as easy for him as before. Instead, he seemed to have sunk into a quagmire of arduous battle. Nate truly lives up to his reputation as unmatched in strength. Simeon observed the battlefield below and remarked, even the 2 Chin brothers can't fully subdue him. Their struggle is evenly matched. He certainly lives up to his title as the war god of the barbarians. Your Majesty, use the Barrett. Norris bowed respectfully and looked at Katie with urgency in his eyes. Give him one shot. Almost everyone turned their gaze to Katie when Norris spoke. In contrast, Katie hesitated, saying, Generals Burke and Abdullah are battling so fiercely with Nate. I don't have complete confidence in killing Nate accurately and might accidentally injure the Chun brothers. Upon hearing this, Norris and the others opened their mouths several times to speak but remained silent. They all knew Katie's concerns were reasonable. The distance from the city wall to where the Chins were fighting was at least 600 or 700 meters. If Katie fired, she might miss Nate and hit the Chin brothers instead. Yet, without shooting, they couldn't be sure whether the Chin brothers could defeat Nate. Just then, however, barbarian King Amir witnessed the scene and drew his scimitar with the ferocity of a wrathful deity. These Western Liang soldiers are utterly shameless. A duel was agreed upon between individuals, yet now 2 men attack my General Nate. Rally the drums and watch me go cut down the Chen brothers. Barbarian King, using such a powerful weapon is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Sima Bart tightened his grip on his spear, rode forward, and shouted, allow me to take the heads of these Chen brothers. Barbarian King, I also wish to go. Bo held a black war banner and volunteered, I will cut down the Chen brothers. Very well, Bo. Barbarian King Amir roared like a rampaging tiger. You shall go and bring me the heads of the Chen brothers. Understood, Your Excellency. Bo responded, the black banner waving like flags in the wind, galloping swiftly towards the Chen brothers. Your Majesty, this isn't good. Curtis saw the impending danger and hastily bowed. The Chen brothers are already overwhelmed fighting Nate. If Bo joins the fray, they will surely be defeated. Your Majesty, sound the retreat. Curtis's call rang out like thunder. Katie wasted no time, given the dire situation. Could she let the Chen brothers continue? She immediately ordered the troops to retreat. Hearing the signal to retreat, the Chen brothers turned their horses around and withdrew like a flood receding into Qingyang City. Humph, trying to run? Barbarian King Amir, gripping his scimitar tightly, pointed toward Qingyang City like a hungry tiger and commanded, Barbarian warriors, charge and breach the city. At the barbarian king's order, the barbarian cavalry surged forth like an unstoppable iron flood, roaring and shouting in anger. Quickly, close the city gates. Seeing this scene, Simeon grew anxious, bellowing orders like a general facing a formidable enemy. Archers, fire arrows. Prevent Nate and Bo from breaking into the city. The soldiers on the city walls snapped to action, pulling their composite bows and unleashing a barrage of arrows toward Nate and Bo. Arrows rained down like a storm. Nate and Bo furiously swung their weapons, forming a defensive barrier against the arrows, barely managing to halt their advance. Generals Abdullah and Burke fled into the city hurriedly, and the defenders promptly shut the city gates. As the barbarian forces stormed forward like tidal waves, the city defenders felt the pressure mount heavily. After all, they faced hundreds of thousands of enemies. Just then, Simeon, however, respectfully cupped his hands towards Katie and said, "Your Majesty, the divine grace has bestowed upon us 200 gas cylinder launchers. Our Ministry of Works has already meticulously fine-tuned them. They are ready to be launched at any moment, roaring like sea dragons, shaking the enemy's courage." Upon hearing Simeon's words, and seeing the ferocious advance of the barbarian army, Katie hesitated for only a moment before drawing her Alf knife from her waist and declared, "Launch all 200 gas cylinder launchers. Blow those barbarians into ashes." "Yes." Simeon bowed with both hands and turned to face the 200 gas cylinder launchers under the command of the Ministry of Works. He shouted loudly to the soldiers who were fully prepared, "By the order of His Majesty, launch all 200 gas cylinder launchers." The soldiers received the order and, just as trained, followed the instructions on the blueprints. They lifted the gas cylinders high up and inserted them into the 200 launchers. Instantly, 200 gas cylinders whistled as they shot out like arrows released from a bowstring toward the barbarian army. Bang bang bang. Before the barbarian soldiers could react, they were knocked down by the gas cylinders that flew down like meteors. Then, upon landing, these cylinders exploded like volcanic eruptions, engulfing dozens of fierce barbarian soldiers in raging flames instantly. Again, Simeon, witnessing the tremendous power of the gas cylinders launched by the 200 launchers, was exhilarated as if ignited by a bonfire. He issued another command. The soldiers from the Ministry of Works also glowed with excitement, their eyes flashing like burning flames. They picked up more gas cylinders and loaded them into the 200 launchers as if they were mortars. Instantly, the whistling sound echoed once more, and 200 gas cylinders shot out like arrows, targeting the barbarian army again. The barbarian soldiers looked up at the sky in horror as the gas cylinders whistled toward them. Before they could react, the gas cylinders exploded amidst them. Fire soared to the sky, and smoke filled the air, as if the end of the world had arrived. A significant portion of the leading troops of the advancing barbarian army was left sprawled on the ground, suffering heavy casualties. However, the defenders on the city wall cheered joyfully, their morale significantly boosted. Their shouts reverberated like thunder, echoing through the sky. Murmur High and Bo, observing the disastrous scene, rushed to report to King Amir with changed expressions. King Amir's initial shock quickly transformed into immense excitement. He grinned greedily and ordered, "Good things, all mine. Capture Qingyang City and seize all these good things. Samawe, lead your vanguard and attack." With unmatched enthusiasm, King Amir roared, "Take Qingyang City today at all costs, regardless of how many soldiers die. Keep attacking until Qingyang City is captured." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Sima Bart immediately led his 10,000-strong vanguard charging towards Qingyang City like a surging tide, determined to capture it. Despite the devastating impact of the 200 gas cylinder launchers, the soldiers of Qingyang City did not retreat even a bit. They continued to push the siege towers and ladders, like vicious beasts attacking Qingyang City fiercely. Fear began to creep into the soldiers' hearts. After all, the barbarians possessed 1,000,000 iron cavalry. If they continued to attack without fear of death, how long could Qingyang City hold? Qingyang City would eventually be breached, as the barbarians' 1,000,000 cavalry were like an overwhelming flood. They could overrun the city even if it meant piling bodies to do so. Katie stood tall on the city wall, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She knew this was a crucial battle. She must lead the citizens and soldiers to defend the city, or everyone inside would face imminent destruction. As Sima Bart's forces approached, Katie finally raised her arm and shouted, "All warriors, raise your bows and crossbows, aim at the enemies below, and shoot hard." Pointing her Alf knife at the 1,000,000-strong barbarian army below, she declared, "For the gods will always be with us. Believe in the gods, and we shall defeat the 1,000,000 barbarian iron cavalry." Her voice resonated like a powerful bell, echoing above the city wall. The soldiers seemed ignited by her words, raising their bows and crossbows to rain arrows upon the barbarian soldiers below. They might distrust anyone, but they believed in their god. With their god by their side, they would be invincible. "Your Majesty, the patrol camp requests permission to engage the enemy outside the city." Iter, facing the ferociously advancing barbarian army, knelt down without hesitation and cupped his hands, pleading for battle with all his might. Ajani, seeing this, was not to be outdone as he said, "Your Majesty, the Right Camp Phoenix Feather Guards request permission to engage the enemy outside the city." "Your Majesty, the 5-City Military Command requests permission to engage the enemy outside the city." Jim, the new commander of the 5-City Military Command, clad in black armor and gripping a green dragon crescent blade, declared, "I will lead my troops to annihilate every enemy that dares to invade." Chapter 54. Wilfreder Cycles, Cavalry, and Full-Scale Attack. General D of the left wing of the City Defense Force also requests to sortie beyond the city walls. D, the left general of the City Defense Force, wore a battle robe like Orson Florence's, clutching a spear from the Young family. He knelt on the ground with clasped hands and spoke up. In contrast, Katie's gaze was sharp as she instructed, "Generals, please wait under the city in full readiness." "Yes." D and others responded in unison, leaving the wall like arrows released from bows. Over 60,000 motorcycles and 13,000 four-wheel off-road motorbikes roared toward the city gate, ready to charge out at Katie's command. surging like hungry wolves towards the million-strong army of nomadic cavalry. However, Katie did not issue the order immediately but instead led Burke, Abdullah, and Wilfred Hahn three valiant generals, to guard the city walls, due to the high morale and unstoppable momentum of the barbarian forces. The perfect moment for D and others to sortie and wipe out the million nomadic troops would be after they exhausted themselves attacking and failed to capture the city, forced into retreat. Thus, once Katie saw D and company ready under the city, her attention turned back to the enemy, fixing an eagle-eyed gaze upon Seema Bart leading a group of determined, steel-like barbarian soldiers pushing siege carts and scaling ladders. They had already approached the city of Inyang. Observing the situation, Katie shouted aloud, "Simeon, have your engineering corps adjust the gas tank launchers and bombard the barbarians' frontline encampments, siege carts and ladders." "Yes." Simeon bowed and promptly ordered the engineering corps soldiers to adjust the 200 gas tank launchers on the wall. A rain of missiles pummeled the incoming siege carts and ladders from the barbarians. Instantly, hundreds of them were shattered by explosions. Yet Seema Bart did not halt his advance but continued to lead the vanguard camp like a raging flood, pushing more siege carts and climbing ladders that resembled dragons ascending to the city walls. At the city gate, one of the siege carts pushed forward a colossal log, smashing fiercely against it. But the city gate had been replaced with a steel door, and the support posts inside were also made of fine steel. Thus, despite the huge log, only a cacophony of splintering sounds resonated. No damage was done to the gate. The soldiers atop the Inyang city walls continuously hurled rocks and logs downward, firing crossbows to thwart the barbarian assault. But the barbarian soldiers showed no fear, holding their shields high while shooting arrows back at the defenders. Unafraid of death, they climbed bravely up the siege carts and ladders toward the city walls. Seeing more and more barbarian soldiers about to scale the walls, Thorn raised his hand to Katie. "Your Majesty, it's time to use cooking oil." Hearing this, Katie immediately ordered the defenders to pour Lu Hua peanut oil, golden dragonfish edible oil, and Shiwang edible oil down onto the climbing barbarian soldiers. "Barbarian King, things aren't looking good," Edge warned Emperor Amir. "Quickly, order Seema Bart to withdraw because Katie is deploying demonic oil. This oil has astonishing power, igniting fiercely when met with fire, impossible to extinguish until all our warriors are consumed by it. Edge, we all know you are as timid as a mouse, always resorting to devious schemes and never engaging in direct combat." Wilfredgerong high scoffed at Edge's warning. "I didn't expect your old habits haven't changed. Do you think besieging a city is child's play? Just a few barrels of oil and you're afraid of retreating? Furthermore, we've sacrificed so many brave nomadic warriors, nearly breaching the city. How can we withdraw now?" General Wilfredgerong, it's not that General Yelu is cowardly, but this oil is indeed peculiar. Bo then rode forward, shouting loudly. "Once ignited, it creates flames over 3 meters high. Once a person catches fire, Katie's shout echoed like thunder. The soldiers on the city wall immediately snapped back to attention and shot flaming arrows like meteors toward the Lu Hua peanut oil barrels. The golden dragonfish edible oil and Shiwang edible oil ignited instantly, creating flames that surged like a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire Xinjiang city wall within seconds. At the same time, the siege carts and scaling ladders of the barbarian army were swallowed by the raging inferno. Soldiers, throw incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, gasoline cans, diesel cans, kerosene cans. Katie gave another order. Let nothing be left. Rain them down upon the enemy. Hurry. As soon as Katie finished speaking, the soldiers who were not engaged in hand-to-hand combat began hurling incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, gasoline cans, diesel cans, and kerosene cans off the city wall. Instantly, dense smoke enveloped the area below. The explosions from the ignited gasoline cans, diesel cans, and kerosene cans reverberated like thunder, swallowing Seema Bart's 10,000 vanguard soldiers in an instant. For a moment, cries of agony filled the air below the city walls. As for the barbarian soldiers who had already made it onto the city walls, they soon found themselves trapped in despair, isolated and surrounded by Xiliang soldiers hacking them to death without mercy. Soon, they were all slaughtered. Even Seema Bart would have been reduced to mincemeat if he hadn't fled swiftly. Johnny, Jim, Iter, D. Witnessing the scene, Katie brandished her Alf Dao like a war deity and roared, "Open the city gates now and lead the motorcycle cavalry. Rush out of the city and slaughter to your heart's content. Leave no barbarian soldier alive. Kill." As soon as Katie's command was issued, Johnny and his men, who had been eager for battle, opened the city gates and charged out of Xinjiang like arrows released from bows. Outside the city walls, the defeated barbarian army only saw over 10,000 four-wheel all-terrain motorcycles surging forth like an iron flood, and the 6,000 motorcycle-mounted cavalry under Johnny rushed out of Xinjiang city like waves breaking over a dam. Apart from the deafening roar of motorcycle engines, all they could see were flashes of cold steel slicing through their necks. By the time their severed heads rolled to the ground like watermelons, they realized too late that they were dead. The most pitiful were the barbarian soldiers hit by tear gas bombs. They rubbed their eyes desperately and coughed violently, as if choked by demons, unable to comprehend what was happening before being slammed into the ground by motorcycles and crushed into pulp. The barbarian chieftains, including Amir, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding battle as if turned to stone. It was too sudden. Just when their troops seemed to be surging up the city walls like a tide, they watched in disbelief as Katie used bottles of Lu Hua peanut oil, golden dragonfish edible oil, and Shiwang edible oil. And then there were the incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, gasoline cans, diesel cans, and kerosene cans, along with motorcycles charging out like wild horses. It was all too sudden and bewildering. Their vanguard camp was completely overrun without any defense. What is going on? Wilfredgerong Hai, finally regaining his senses, looked incredulous and asked, "These West Lang, Xiliang, soldiers, what are those things they are riding? How can they roar like thunder and move as fast as lightning? And what kind of swords do they carry that can cut through our horses like slicing vegetables?" General Wilfredgerong, those are called motorcycles, and the swords they wield are known as Xiao Chun Dao. Edge, however, showed signs of panic and stammered as he spoke. As for Nate, he was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had been full of joy, thinking that he could smoothly attack the city today, exterminate all the Shiliang people, and claim their treasures for himself. But what he never expected, like a bone stuck in his throat, was that the situation reversed in an instant. Sima Bart's 10,000-strong vanguard camp had already completely fallen like weak chickens and fragile dogs. The barbarian chieftain Amir was still in shock. He couldn't help but look at Katie on the city wall as if she were a monster. Did his invincible vanguard camp fall so easily? How could the barbarian chieftain Amir accept this harsh reality? His hair stood on end with anger as he raised his gleaming scimitar and roared, "All troops, launch a full-scale attack. Tear them into pieces. Kill." Barbarian chieftain, absolutely not. Bo said anxiously, "Shiliang soldiers have motorcycles that sound like thunder and move faster than lightning. Our horses can't organize effective charges against them. They will only disrupt our formation, turning us into victims under their blades. My 3,000 troops were defeated in such a tragic manner last time. I beg you to order a retreat immediately, or we risk total annihilation. Their motorcycle cavalry is several times larger than before, making it extremely difficult for us to resist. Bo, move aside. I will fight these Shiliang people to the death," the barbarian chieftain Amir insisted, ignoring the advice. Barbarian chieftain, absolutely not. Bo shouted urgently, "Quickly, all soldiers listen to my command. Retreat immediately, or we will all be annihilated." "Bo, how dare you?" The barbarian chieftain Amir roared uncontrollably, "You dare disobey my orders? You even talk about retreating? I will take your life with one slash of my blade." Before Bo could react, Amir's scimitar flashed towards Bo's neck like lightning. But at this critical moment, the Floyd heard a gunshot and without hesitation, leaped forward to protect the barbarian chieftain Amir, shouting, "Barbarian chieftain, be careful. Katie, that woman is using her dark-colored sniper rifle to target you." Chapter 55. Quick, carry away the chieftain. He still has a chance. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Floyd had not yet faded when he felt as if struck by lightning. He felt as though his shoulder bone had been shattered by a heavy hammer. At the same time, the chieftain Wilfredia Tion also let out a painful groan and then fell off his horse like a broken kite. "Oh no." Edge, upon seeing this, looked filled with terror as he said, "The chieftain is killed. Retreat, quickly retreat. Retreat, retreat." Nate was also in panic. After all, they were at least 1,500 meters away from Xinjiang City. However, what he never expected was that Ava managed to hit their chieftain with a single shot. Even the body of Floyd couldn't withstand such a terrifying blow. What an astounding weapon was this? Nate didn't dare to imagine and even felt a chilling wind behind him. It seemed that he might be next. Thus, he shouted and became the first to gallop away wildly. Then Bo also fled. They completely forgot about the fallen chieftain Wilfredia Tion on the ground. Without looking back, they desperately escaped, clearly terrified to death. The scene was chaotic as if it was the end of the world. Only Floyd was holding on. In his last moment, he roared at the personal guards of chieftain Wilfredia Tion with rage. "Quick, carry the chieftain back. He may not be dead yet. There's still hope for rescue." Only then did Wilfredia Tion's personal guards snap out of it. Hastily carrying chieftain Wilfredia Tion away, they fled towards the barbarian camp like stricken dogs. On the other side, Ajani and his troops, under the cover of smoke bombs, wielded their war knives like the scythe of death, rolling heads as they went, slaughtering countless barbarian soldiers like cutting grass. Saibingwai's eyes were already bloodshot. After all, this was his vanguard of 10,000 men. He could only helplessly watch them being mercilessly butchered by Ajani and his troops. If it wasn't for hiding among the corpses and pretending to be dead, his head would have long been separated from his body, due to the sharpness of the Western Liang soldiers' swords which made one shiver with fear. Their once proud curved swords were like paper against the motorcycles of Western Liang soldiers, unable to resist at all. Their supposedly invincible horses turned into skittish birds when faced with the motorcycles, easily routed by the thunderous roar of tens of thousands of motorcycles, shaking the earth. Before the horses could charge, they had already been frightened into chaos by the motorcycle roars. The power of motorcycles exceeded imagination. They barely reacted before Ajani's 10,000-strong vanguard was utterly destroyed like earthen chickens and broken dogs. Fortunately, Bo and others led the troops to retreat in time. Otherwise, the main force and rear forces might have faced utter disaster. General Shangwan, leave some people to clear the battlefield. Let's continue to pursue the retreating Manchu army. Ider charged ahead, leading the patrol brigade to wreak havoc, then spoke to Ajani. Seeing the situation, Ajani naturally agreed and left by Chi of the 5 cities' military office to clean up the battlefield. City defenders, Fengling Guard, and patrol brigades rushed toward Bo and others like a flood of iron and steel, riding motorcycles with incredible speed. Seeing this, Bo knew someone must hold the rear or all Manchu troops would perish. General Yelu, Braun. Bo, while galloping frantically, urgently ordered Edge. "You two lead your troops to stop the oncoming Western Liang motorcycle cavalry. Quick." Edge responded bravely upon receiving Bo's order. He turned around swiftly, leading his troops to form a defensive line with Braun. Ajani and his men rode the motorcycles in a storm-like rush, immediately clashing fiercely with Edge's troops. Bo eventually led the majority of the army, retreating pitifully back to the camp, closing the gates tightly. Archers, swordsmen, and spearmen stood firm like an impregnable fortress before the camp. Chieftain Wilfredia Tion and the injured Floyd were both carried to the medics for urgent treatment. Meanwhile, Ajani engaged in an intense battle with Edge. Hearing the signal to withdraw, they withdrew like waves returning to the city. The Manchu army suffered a crushing defeat. Not only were their attacks thoroughly contained by the divine weapons granted to them, but also their chieftain had been critically wounded by Ava, making his fate uncertain. Panicked like startled birds, Bo and company retreated, realizing too late that should they gather again and counterattack, Given the disparity in numbers, they could annihilate the enemy in one swoop. If it came down to one-on-one combat, they might not be a match for the barbarians, who were born like warlike wolves. Their fighting power was absolutely several times that of the Xiliang soldiers. Otherwise, they would have been able to break through the defensive line hastily set up by Edge. Thus, this grand battle came to an end. It concluded with the great victory of the Xiliang Women's Kingdom. The Minister of Revenue, Curtis, excitedly reported to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, we have won this battle. Not only did we annihilate 13 myriads of enemies, but we also gained over 60,000 barbarian warhorses. The more than 20 myriads of arrows we shot out were all recovered. The barbarian siege equipment has been completely destroyed by us, and they should no longer have the strength to besiege the city. They definitely won't come to attack again. After all, their chieftain Wilfredia Tion has already been shot dead by your majesty." Simeon excitedly said. Murmong Hai and his ilk were scared witless, fleeing in panic like stricken dogs. "I estimate their next step will be to beat a hasty retreat back to their prairies." However, Burke and others didn't think so. After all, there had been a drought in the Northern Territory for 5 years. Currently, except for Xinjiang City, the entire Northern Territory was as barren as a desert without water or food. Where could Bo and company escape to? No matter where they fled, they couldn't escape death. Therefore, they would continue to fight to the death in Xinjiang City because there was water and food in the city. "Your Majesty, this battle has ended in our complete victory. I believe this matter should be immediately reported to the divine." Thorn then stepped forward and bowed to Ava, saying, "To let the divine know that we have once again repelled the barbarians' attack on Xinjiang City. We held the northern border defense line, successfully preventing the barbarians from breaking through the northern border, sweeping into the Central Plains divine dynasty to slaughter the Han people. We must be grateful for the blessings of the divine. Without the divine's help, it would have been impossible for us to withstand the barbarians' attack on Xinjiang City this time." Indeed, indeed. Ajani and others also joined in, saying, "We must thank the divine, for it was the divine who gave us hope of life. It was because of the protection of the divine that we won the victory in this battle. We must let the divine know that it was his assistance that allowed us to achieve such a brilliant victory." Ava wholeheartedly agreed. If not for the divine's gifts of motorcycles, weapons, cooking oil, as well as incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, gas cylinders, tear gas bombs, gasoline cans, diesel cans, kerosene cans, how could they have achieved such a decisive victory? Therefore, Ava gathered her thoughts and transmitted to Carlos, "Divine, thank you for your gifts. Because of your generous gifts, we defended Xinjiang City once again and can continue to survive. Ava classmate, this is all due to your own efforts. I only provided some insignificant assistance at the critical moment." Carlos responded telepathically to Ava, "The true victory belongs to you. It was your courageous fighting that won this victory. And Ava classmate, please prepare." Carlos continued to transmit to Ava, "I have 5 million tons of cement, 5 million tons of sand, and 1 million tons of steel, which I will send to you immediately to further raise the city walls. Also, the ground under the city walls must be as hard as steel to prevent the barbarians from digging tunnels to attack the city next." "Okay, divine." Hearing these words, Ava felt like a flower blooming in her heart, for she had harbored this worry. The barbarians would find it difficult to breach Xinjiang City's walls and might dig tunnels outside the city like cunning rabbits to attack. "Ava classmate, I also have some auxiliary tools here that can help you establish a secret intelligence organization." Carlos transmitted again to Ava, "Find a place where no one can see and let me know. I will transmit everything over. This way, you can build your own mysterious intelligence organization." "Divine, okay." Ava naturally rejoiced, knowing that only by controlling her own intelligence organization could she truly control the realm of the Xiliang Women's Kingdom. Without hesitation, Carlos first sent Ava 5 million tons of cement, 5 million tons of sand, and 1 million tons of steel, followed by large quantities of food. After all, millions of gold-gobbling beasts in Xinjiang City needed feeding, and food was crucial. As long as food flowed continuously, Xinjiang City would remain steadfast. Finally, Carlos sent monitoring devices without the need for networks, walkie-talkies, signal guns, DJI hummingbird drones, wireless bugs, microwave bugs, hidden recording devices, mini cameras, pinhole cameras, as well as a dozen frequency converters, long-distance receivers, central signal exchange machines, and more, all sent to Ava. And he patiently taught her how to establish a base station, enabling information transmission over a small area even without a network. Despite feeling incredibly intrigued, Ava listened intently, engraving every step deeply into her memory. Carlos finally informed Ava that tomorrow he would send her some cell phones, and then all intelligence would be transmitted like lightning through the central signal exchange machine to her phone. Ava was naturally astonished, as she had never heard of such magical things as cell phones. Carlos did not continue talking much with Ava, but immediately asked her to find a suitable place after explaining these matters. He needed to provide water for Ava's people, as all supplies were ready except for water. Ava was overjoyed, as building the city walls required a large amount of water, which they had always lacked. Thus, she quickly rode a motorcycle to the dried-up Sun Wilfredan Lake, placed the bronze tripod in the lake, and then saw an endless stream of water gushing out from it. After Carlos threw the big black can into the water, he reached into his pants and pulled out a cigarette. But, right at this moment, Lacey, twisting her waist like a snake, walked straight towards him. "Florence sister, how is everything?" Watching Lacey walk gracefully towards him, Carlos picked up the pack of cigarettes, casually took one out, put it in his mouth and lit it. "Have all the port matters been arranged properly?" "I have taken care of everything," Lacey replied. "Now it's just about recruiting staff. And we need to set up a business promotion company in Jinghai first, because I want to invite a group of people here for on-site inspections next. I want them to build factories here, and we also need to establish a live streaming entertainment company, initiating live sales of various daily necessities and agricultural byproducts." Chapter 56. God, are you there? "Yes, I'm here, classmate Ava. This is no problem." Carlos, however, held the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep puff, and said, Operate as you see fit. I will fully support you. Just go all out. Do you trust me that much? Lacey's lips curled slightly into an almost smile as she looked at Carlos and asked, aren't you afraid I'll run away with your 100 billion? Not afraid? If you really take my 100 billion? Carlos leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke and said, then I'll ask Lincoln for 200 billion later. I doubt he'd dare not to give it. Hearing this, Lacey couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Carlos casually put his arm around her waist. The two stood side by side at the harbor, gazing into the distance as if watching an endless future. However, at this tranquil moment, Carlos's phone rang quite untimely. Carlos frowned slightly upon hearing it, then pulled out his phone. He saw Alicia calling him. Carlos felt a slight ringing in his ears instantly but still pressed the answer button quickly and asked, Sis, Exion, why are you calling me? Is there anything on your side? Humph, can't I call you without any reason? Alicia's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Carlos's lips twitched involuntarily, replying, Sis, Exion, how could it be nothing? Humph, don't call me Sis, Exion anymore. There was a touch of coquettishness in Alicia's tone. Carlos instinctively asked, then what should I call you? Call me Exion or Shinshin. Alicia's voice became softer and more delicate. Just don't call me Sis, Exion. Carlos's head ached, saying, Sis, Exion, this sounds too awkward. I don't care. You must call me like that. Alicia's tone turned increasingly domineering, like a spoiled child. Only then would my grandma believe you're my boyfriend. And another thing, I'm calling to tell you that I'll bring you to meet my grandmother tomorrow. Remember, you mustn't call me Sis, Exion anymore, or else watch out for my kicks. What could Carlos say? He had to agree, since he had already promised Alicia. Meanwhile, Lacey gave Carlos a glance after seeing him hang up and said coyly, I'll get back to work now. Carlos softly acknowledged and watched Lacey walk away, her perfectly round buttocks swaying. After Lacey left, Carlos smoked 2 more cigarettes before sitting cross-legged at the port like a stable mountain. He began circulating the heaven-stirring technique, drawing the faith power condensed within the large black jar to swirl around his body continuously. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was gradually darkening. After finishing his practice, Carlos informed Ava that today's water had been transmitted completely and stored the large black jar back into his soul sea. Ava received the mental message and looked at the lake filled with water, deeply grateful to Carlos, before retrieving the bronze tripod from the lake into her soul sea. At this moment, Burke swallowed and looked at Ava nervously, saying, Your Majesty, God has blessed us with a lake of water. Can I bathe in this lake? It's been 1 or 2 years since I've had a bath, and lice have grown on my body. As soon as these words were spoken, Abdullah, Jem, and the others all showed eager expressions. After all, there had been a drought in the north for 5 years. Water was more precious than gold. Even as generals of the Western Liang Kingdom, they hadn't had a bath for a year or 2. Upon hearing Burke's words, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Ajani, Wilfred Han-e, Eider, the imperial advisor of the Western Liang Kingdom, even Ava couldn't help but feel tempted, considering that previously they didn't even have water to drink, let alone bathe. Your Majesty, please approve it? Thorne also expressed longing. Old subject, I want to swim in the water because I am very dirty. I haven't taken a bath for several years. I grant permission. Ava softly spoke. All of you may bathe in this lake. Upon hearing this, Burke and the others were like untethered wild horses, unable to contain themselves, splashing into the lake eagerly like dumplings being thrown into boiling water, scrubbing vigorously. Seeing this scene, Thorne was also unbearable with eagerness, rushing into the lake in one stride and scrubbing himself with his coal-black hands. Ajani and the others, seeing this, wanted to swim in the lake as well, but unfortunately, the lake was already filled with a bunch of men. Their cheeks were too thin to join Burke and the others in jumping into the lake, but their beautiful eyes still shone with yearning. After all, they were all exquisite beauties who naturally loved cleanliness. However, due to the 5-year drought in the north, even if they loved cleanliness, there was no water for them to bathe. Thus, they could only watch Burke and his soldiers swim freely in the lake. Your Majesty, I also wish to swim. Ajani couldn't hold back any longer and respectfully asked Ava, could you allow us to swim in another place since this spot is already occupied by Burke? Your Majesty, I have the same wish. Wilfred Han-e and Eider's eyes revealed yearning as well. In response, Ava gently bit her lip and said, then go to the Wilfredin Lake. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ajani and the others were delighted. After all, the current lake they were at was called the Sun Lake, which was part of the Sun and Wilfredin Lake system. Since the Sun Lake was now filled, the Wilfredin Lake was also full. So, Ajani and the others rode their motorcycles toward the Wilfredin Lake like lightning. Your Majesty, it has been many days since you last bathed. The female national master of Shiliang looked at Ava's face and suggested, would you let me serve you a bath in the palace? Ava responded softly, instructing Burke to continue leading the troops to guard the city after bathing. Then she shouldered her Barrett rifle, hopped on a motorcycle, and raced toward the palace like an arrow, saying, then please assist me, master. The female national master didn't dare to delay, quickly following behind on her own motorcycle. Wilfred minutes later, they arrived at the imperial palace, where Eunuch Bart hurriedly came forward. Eunuch Bart, quickly get some water. The female national master turned to him and ordered, His Majesty wishes to bathe. Eunuch Bart hesitated slightly before arranging it, while the female national master followed Ava into the bedroom and offered to help her remove her armor. Master, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Ava spread her arms, looking at the waiting maidservants and instructed, let the maidservants help me undress. The female national master agreed, and the surrounding maids immediately swarmed around her. First, they removed Ava's weapons, then the heavy armor, followed by the stab-proof vest underneath. Next came the intimate undergarments. Each piece fell like petals from Ava's body until a black lace bra was revealed, catching the female national master's attention. Your Majesty, what is this item on your chest? The female national master couldn't help but ask. It's so exquisitely crafted. and those delicate straps that tightly wrap your chest. This divine creation is called a bra. Ava gracefully swayed her slender figure. Since I started wearing it, not only did I stop suffering from the pain caused by the chest-binding cloth, the friction between the armor and my body has also completely disappeared, making it incredibly comfortable to wear. This truly is a priceless treasure. We should pray for more from the deity. The female national master eagerly replied, so each female soldier can have one set, including me. Very well, I'll discuss it with the deity later. Ava gently unclasped her bra, examined it carefully, then wrapped herself in the soft, silken dragon robe. I'll talk to the deity about it. Your Majesty, that's very thoughtful. The female national master promptly responded. Meanwhile, Ava shyly sent a mental message to Carlos. Deity, are you there? Classmate Ava, I'm here. Carlos answered without hesitation. What's on your mind? Feel free to speak. Deity, this humble servant. Ava's flawless cheeks flushed red. Wishes to ask you to bless us with a batch of bras because having them will reduce the friction between our bodies and armor, avoiding injury. Bra. Carlos couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Ava's uneasy expression, he quickly added, this won't be difficult. Despite feeling a bit awkward, he continued, I'll order some online for you right away. They'll arrive tomorrow. Chinching is grateful to the deity. Ava replied warmly, and Carlos smiled back. Classmate Ava, there's no need for such formality. If I can help you, I will do my utmost. Next, you only need to spare no effort to hold the city for half a month, and perhaps you can rewrite history. Rewrite history? When Ava heard Carlos's words, she frowned and asked suspiciously, Deity, what do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. Carlos did not want to discuss the course of future history with Ava because it would only add undue pressure to her. So he paused and said, as long as you can hold Xingyang City for half a month, everything in the future will turn out well. Do you believe me? Chincheng believes. Ava blushed slightly as she responded. Then Carlos changed the subject and asked caringly, have you had dinner, classmate Ava? And since you've been fighting all day today, are you tired? Chincheng is not tired. Hearing Carlos's concerned message, Ava felt an unusual tingling sensation inside her and replied, because the deity is with me, you are with me. Chapter 57 Classmate Ava, get ready, new things are coming. Alright, classmate Ava, you should have something to eat first. When Carlos heard what Ava said, he chuckled and replied, then rest early and don't overwork yourself, because health is the capital of everything. Okay, deity. Ava blushed and said, you should also rest early and not overwork yourself. Yes, I've arrived home, Carlos responded and then continued, I'll take a shower and go to bed soon. I won't talk to you any longer here. Ava replied briefly before disconnecting from Carlos. Carlos drove the Mercedes G-Class all the way from the port straight into the yard. Carlos parked his car and took out his phone. He ordered a batch of perfume, lipstick, foundation, face masks, eyebrow tweezers, eyebrow trimmers, nail clippers, eyeshadow, bras, shorts, sanitary napkins, etc. on an online shopping platform. Just as he walked into the living room after getting out of the car, he saw Adriana still watching TV in the living room. She just slightly raised her head when she saw Carlos come in from outside and didn't pay much attention. Carlos didn't say much either, considering that there were many valuable treasures and antiques at home, and having Adriana here was equivalent to him being guarded by someone else. If no one was at home, he would really be worried about thieves coming. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. However, Carlos did not say much to Adriana. After merely exchanging glances, he went upstairs because he only wanted to take a shower and then have a comfortable sleep. He quickly went upstairs. He removed his clothes and entered the bathroom for a rinse. After he finished rinsing and wrapped himself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom, he found Adriana actually in his room. Adriana, weren't you watching TV downstairs just now? How did you come up here? Carlos asked, swallowing nervously. Coming up? Naturally, there's a reason. Adriana took a step forward and pinched Carlos's ear, saying, because I told you a few days ago that since you've become a disciple of our Lunghu Wilfredunton, I need to teach you some unique skills of Lunghu Wilfredunton. Skills of Lunghu Wilfredunton? Upon hearing this, Carlos looked perplexed and asked, it's not like teaching me how to catch ghosts, right? I'm not interested in this at all. What are you thinking? Disciples of Lunghu Wilfredunton do not only learn how to draw talismans and catch ghosts. Adriana pouted and pinched Carlos's ear again, saying, we also study medical techniques, physiognomy, feng shui, and Taoist practices. Okay, but these things. Carlos's mouth twitched, unwillingly expressing, I'm not interested in any of them. I'm so busy like a spinning top, I really don't have time to study these things. Don't want to learn? You must still learn. Adriana pulled Carlos's ear firmly and declared with authority, because you are a disciple of Lunghu Wilfredunton. This isn't something you can choose not to learn just because you're uninterested. Carlos made a bitter face and said, can I quit Lunghu Wilfredunton then? I'm really tired and just want to have a good night's sleep. Humph. Those who betray their master's sect. Hearing Carlos's words, Adriana could not help but sneer coldly, as if a chill came out of her nostrils. Do you know what severe punishment you would receive? Carlos inwardly lamented. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have joined Lunghu Wilfredunton in the first place. After all, he had been busy all day. Too tired. He only wanted to sleep. Adriana pouted and said, choose one. Tonight, you'll learn medical skills, physiognomy, feng shui. Or do you want to learn ghost catching from senior sister? Carlos looked at Adriana helplessly and then said listlessly, let's start with medical skills. Okay, sit obediently on the bed. Adriana looked at Carlos's face and added, tonight, senior sister will teach you what acupoints are and how to use golden needles to pass through acupoints to treat patients. What could Carlos say? He could only climb onto the bed obediently. Adriana sat on the bed too and then bit her red lip while looking at Carlos, saying, take off your bath towel. Now, let me teach you to identify acupoints. Although Carlos gasped, he still untied his bath towel, revealing well-proportioned muscles. Adriana's eyes froze for a moment as if they were struck by lightning. Then she forced herself to remain calm and said, "This is the Florenceman acupoint. Try pressing it with your hand." Upon hearing this, Carlos reached out to press it, but Adriana's face turned red and she scolded, "Boy, where are you pressing?" "I'm pressing on the Florenceman acupoint." Carlos grinned cunningly in response. In contrast, Adriana blushed furiously. "I meant for you to press it on yourself, not on my Florenceman acupoint." "Aren't they the same?" Carlos asked seriously. "After all, it's to recognize this acupoint. Besides, if I don't learn this, I won't know where it is when I encounter female patients." Pearl, however, rolled her eyes at Carlos and didn't continue Juchan Boucher with him on this issue. Instead, she began to teach him earnestly. Carlos joked around for a while, but also followed Pearl seriously to study. As a result, he studied all the way until morning when the sky gradually brightened. At this point, Pearl stopped teaching Carlos medicine and started leading him to practice the heaven mixing technique together. After one round, not only did Carlos not feel tired, but he felt incredibly refreshed. "Pearl, why?" Faced with this feeling, Carlos couldn't help but curiously ask Pearl, "When practicing the heaven mixing technique, I only feel exceptionally refreshed during these 2 hours in the morning." Pearl looked at Carlos and said, "Because a day's planning should start in the morning. Therefore, only practicing during this time yields the best results." Upon hearing Pearl's words, Carlos showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. He then finished his exercise and stood up, saying, "Pearl, you have nothing else, right?" "I need to get busy again." "I don't have anything else. If you need to be busy, go ahead." Pearl, however, glanced at Carlos and added, "But come back early tonight. Tonight, I will continue teaching you medicine." Carlos displayed a smile that was even uglier than crying. To be honest, he didn't want to come back tonight because he only wanted to spend the night with Lacey. It was as if Pearl could see through Carlos's thoughts as she said, "You must come back tonight to continue learning medicine with me. If you dare not come back, I will definitely find you, and it won't end well for you. Do you understand?" "I'll come back." Carlos grimaced and asked, "Can you cook some delicious hot meals for me at home tonight?" "Sis, I can't." Pearl shrugged and replied, "If you can cook, Sis can wait for you to come back and cook for me." Carlos slapped his forehead heavily and walked into the bathroom to brush his teeth without looking back. Pearl, however, curled her lips like a happy little bird, walked out of Carlos's room with a delighted face. But when Carlos finished washing up and just came out of the bathroom, he received a call. Upon hearing the voice, Carlos instinctively glanced at his phone and found it was Alicia calling. He quickly answered, "Alicia, why are you calling so early?" "I just woke up." "I mainly want to remind you not to forget what I told you yesterday." Alicia reminded over the phone, "You must arrive in Jinghai City by noon, then I will take you to the hospital to meet my grandma." Chapter 58. Your Majesty, what is this pack called Kaylee? "All right, no problem." Carlos swallowed hard and said, "I will definitely arrive on time at noon. Rest assured." "Good, I'll wait for you at noon." Alicia replied happily, "I'll treat you to a big meal then." Carlos nodded gently, but did not say much more. Since it was already like this, further talking would be futile. However, after he hung up the phone, he eagerly opened his phone and found that all items he ordered last night from the same city website, bras, panties, sanitary napkins, perfumes, lipsticks, foundation, face masks, eyebrow tweezers, eyebrow razors, nail clippers, eyeshadows, had safely arrived at the warehouse. Also, Herman sent food such as rice, cooking oil, sausages, and ready-to-eat buns, shumai, mantu after steaming, were also warehoused. Carlos looked at everything and immediately sent a telepathic message to Ava, telling her to prepare the warehouse for receiving a large amount of food shortly. After dressing, Carlos went downstairs and drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class straight to the port warehouse. Kermit was leading his hired brothers busily working there. Seeing Carlos arriving, he greeted instantly, "Young Master Chun, many goods arrived last night. We've already counted them and stored them." Thank you for your hard work." Carlos glanced at the list handed by Kermit and said to him, "Take everyone to have breakfast first. The matters here are temporarily handed over to me." "Yes, young Master Chun." Kermit responded and waved to his brothers behind. "Brothers, follow me. Let's go eat breakfast." Carlos watched their gradually far-away figures before slowly driving towards the warehouse and communicated telepathically with Ava, starting to pass bras, panties, sanitary napkins, perfumes, lipsticks, foundation, face masks, eyebrow tweezers, eyebrow razors, nail clippers, eyeshadows, rice, cooking oil, sausages, and ready-to-eat buns, shumai, mantu, along with various weapons, gas cylinders, diesel cans, gasoline cans, incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, etc. All were given to Ava and others. Seeing all these, Ava and others got excited beyond words, especially when they saw the endless bras, panties, and sanitary napkins being spewed out of the bronze tripod. Their eyes widened in amazement. They were all women, and their love for these things surpassed everything else. Especially those face masks, perfumes, lipsticks, foundations, and eyeshadows made them infatuated, as if these were the most precious treasures in the world. "Your Majesty, the perfume granted by the divine smells so fragrant." Norris cautiously picked up a bottle of perfume and sprayed herself lightly, showing an ecstatic expression. "I just sprayed a little bit, but I feel like I'm in a blooming flower garden, and my whole body is fragrant." "Divine, this lipstick is excellent too." Ajani cherished a lipstick as a treasure, applying a little bit on her smooth and sensual lips. "Just applying a little bit makes me feel years younger. As for this thing called foundation, it's amazing. Just apply a little bit, and it can hide skin imperfections, making the skin silky smooth." "But, Your Majesty, what is this?" The Shilyang female national teacher held up a pack of sanitary napkins, looking at Ava with confusion. "These are packed so tightly. What are they?" Ava's beautiful face turned red. She leaned close to the ear of the Shilyang female national teacher and whispered a few words. Instantly, the Shilyang female national teacher's face also turned red. "National teacher, why is your face red?" Abdullah looked at the Shilyang female national teacher's flushed face, furrowing his brows and scratching his head curiously. "Why do you ask so many questions?" Burke glared at Abdullah impatiently, shouting, "Haven't you come to move the weapons yet? If you don't come, they will all be taken away by the 5 city military police." Coming. Abdullah, hearing Burke's words, felt like struck by lightning, momentarily stunned, then rushed over to Burke like a whirlwind. The Xilyang female national teacher shifted her gaze to Ava, saying, "Your Majesty, the Divine has granted us so many bras, panties, and sanitary napkins. Let General Shangwan move them all and distribute them among the female guards." "Sure, General Shangwan." Ava immediately instructed Ajani, "You lead the Phoenix Feather Guards to move all the bras, panties, and sanitary napkins to your Phoenix Feather camp." "Sure." Ajani responded and led her subordinates, who began transporting the items with excitement as if they had just found treasures. Ava gazed at the bronze tripod in her hand, about to send a telepathic message to Carlos. Suddenly, a panting eunuch shouted, "Your Majesty, there's an emergency. Countless refugees are surging outside the western city wall, clamoring to enter the city." "Refugees? Where did they come from?" Ava pressed for an answer, and the little eunuch replied, "They say they are from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou. Hearing that Xinjiang City has food supplies, they have all rushed here. Your Majesty, how should we handle this situation?" Ajani said solemnly, "After all, the people of Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou are subjects of the Xilyang female nation. We cannot abandon them without help." "Your Majesty, wait a moment." Thorn frowned deeply, stepping forward to advise, "This influx of refugees seems suspicious." "I feel the same." The female national teacher of Xilyang added, "Logically, Zhangzhou, Florencezhou, and Dazhou are closer to Xinjiang City, yet their residents haven't come over. Instead, it's the people from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou who flock here en masse." "National teacher, what do you mean?" Ava furrowed her brows thoughtfully. "Could the people of Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou be incited by someone?" "Your Majesty, it's not impossible." Thorn responded, "It is widely known that the corrupt Chancellor Su Dinfang has handpicked the officials in Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou. The sudden surge of refugees from these regions indeed raises suspicions of a hidden conspiracy." "Grand Tutor, then what should we do?" Ava narrowed her eyes like a hawk on Thorn, asking, "How should we respond?" "This does pose a dilemma." Thorn bowed. "After all, they are our subjects. How can we watch them starve outside the city walls? Wilfred Reaver, if we don't let them in, the barbarians outside the city would certainly not spare them and might even treat them as food." "Your Majesty, this matter requires your holy decision." The female national teacher of Xilyang bowed and spoke. Ava turned her gaze to Ajani, saying, "General Shangwan, you must lead 2,000 Phoenix Feather Guards to guide all the refugees into the city, but keep them strictly under surveillance. No one is allowed to roam freely within the city. Violators will be executed without pardon." "Yes." Ajani saluted and left. Ava then instructed Curtis, Minister Zhou, organize the Ministry of Household Affairs immediately to set up shelters and cook porridge to aid the refugees. Chapter 59. Refugees, entering the city, all shocked. "Your servant accepts the imperial decree." Curtis bowed and accepted his mission, while Katie gripped the Alf knife at her waist with a sense of impending doom, because she keenly sensed that there must be an unknown conspiracy hidden behind this matter. Thorn and others were also well aware of this. Yet, in the face of refugees from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou, how could they stand idly by? After all, these were citizens of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. "Your Majesty, let us go see as well." The Grand Tutor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom said with a look of compassion, "After all, these are the people of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom." Katie nodded in agreement, and then the group rode motorcycles at lightning speed towards the West City. In the city, people hired by the Ministry of Works were bustling everywhere. On one hand, under the careful guidance of ministry officials, they mixed cement and sand bag by bag to continue building the city walls. On the other hand, they laid flat roads with concrete in the city. Some citizens were sharpening soldiers' weapons in wooden sheds built by the Ministry of Works. Others were helping cast coal gas canister launchers for the Ministry of Works. Meanwhile, some were sweeping the streets clean, and children were studying in temporary schools set up by the Ministry of Rights. City defense troops patrolled on four-wheeled off-road motorcycles, zipping through the city like lightning. The guards on the city walls stood straight, tightly gripping their weapons, vigilantly watching the outside. Wilfred's importantly, the citizens of Yingyang City had gained weight thanks to Carlos's efforts in feeding them over the past few days. Their eyes no longer bore the look of despair, but were filled with hope and visions of the future. Seeing Katie arrive, they all knelt in reverence, shouting, "Long live the Emperor," in thunderous voices that seemed to pierce the sky and echo across the land. Yingyang City had also constructed 10 temples, despite Carlos's golden statue not yet being placed inside. Citizens still queued up to burn incense and pay tribute. People were swimming freely in the sun and Wilfredin Lake, and Katie took it all in. She knew in her heart that all of this was a blessing from the deities. Without divine protection, her people would never have enjoyed such a good life. Just a few days ago, they were eating tree bark and kale and clay to survive. But since the arrival of the deities, they not only got to drink fragrant rice porridge every day, but soldiers also ate meat daily. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the West City." The Grand Tutor of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom sped on a motorcycle to the West City and suggested to Katie, "Let's go up to the city wall." Katie agreed and raced up the West City wall on her motorcycle. Upon reaching the city tower, she saw a sea of people outside the West City gate. They were refugees gathered from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou. Each looked pale and emaciated, hungry and desperate, some holding children in their arms, others carrying straw mats on their backs, dressed in rags, their faces etched with sorrow, as if bent under the heavy burden of life. Seeing this tragic scene again, Katie felt her heart clenched by an invisible hand, as they had looked the same just a few days ago. If not for divine favor, her people would still be struggling in the depths of misery. Finally, Ajani and others opened the city gates. Teams of Phoenix feather guards, dressed in gold armor like young Beiji, carrying compound bows, hanging embroidered spring knives on their waists, and holding long spears and shields, marched out like a steel fortress, then divided into two neat lines. They began guiding the refugees into the city. The refugees, looking miserable, walked toward the city like dying embers in the wind, gazing at the Phoenix feather guards. Ministry officials and soldiers had already set up thousands of soup stalls in front of the city gates, handing each incoming citizen a bowl of water first. These people had chapped lips and hadn't had water for days, many barely standing upright. Some originally strong men now had sunken cheeks, reduced to skin and bones. Women were clothed in tatters, skeletal, holding their children like the living dead, painfully inching toward the city. Severely dehydrated, their throats burned and cracked, drinking a bowl of clear, sweet water made them feel as if they had found an oasis in the desert, instantly reviving them. But the surprise didn't stop there. As soon as they put down their bowls, steaming, fragrant rice porridge was served before them. Each received a bowl of finely cooked white rice porridge, sprinkled with fine sugar like snowflakes, emitting an irresistible aroma. They took a sip of the sweet water, which was like a sweet dew that nourished their parched hearts. But this wasn't all. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue also gave each of them a packet of fulling pickled vegetables. They opened the packets and put the vegetables in their mouths. The taste was not only sour and refreshing but also fresh, tender, crisp, and fragrant. Wilfred's importantly, the pickled vegetables contained salt. Salt. They hadn't tasted salt for so long. Who would have thought that coming to Yingyang City would allow them not only to drink fragrant white rice porridge, but also to savor precious salt and delicious fulling pickled vegetables? They finally felt that this treatment was once reserved only for royalty, especially since they no longer had to dig up wild greens or fight over tree roots. What thrilled them even more was that after finishing the porridge provided by the Ministry of Revenue, each person received a slice of sweet seedless watermelon. Holding their pieces of watermelon, they watched as the official smiled at them with warmth like spring breeze. For the first time, they thought that being an official was truly good, especially when they saw mountains of large watermelons piled high in pots of boiling rice porridge. Their hearts filled with endless gratitude and joy. These officials were truly their benefactors. Instead of finding them detestable, they liked them, and some people were already grinning ear to ear because they hadn't seen officials be this kind in so long. Wilfred Reaver, they hadn't savored such aromatic white rice porridge for so long. Wilfred's importantly, there was no sand or kale and clay mixed into the porridge. Overjoyed, they felt as if they were in a dream because they could only dare to hope for such a good life in their dreams. But now, they were genuinely experiencing it. No one could suppress their excitement any longer. Everyone tightly held their food and wept tears of joy, as they finally didn't have to worry about starving to death anymore. They had water to drink and porridge to eat. They could finally continue living. Thinking of this, the people all shed silent tears, overwhelmed with emotion, because their struggles were heart-wrenchingly difficult to endure. Some faces were full of suspicion, yet even in their doubt, they couldn't hide their excitement, for Yingyang City indeed had an abundance of food. Chapter 60. Among the refugees, there are quite a few spies. Enoch, it's wonderful. Shepherd, as thin as a rail and with a gaunt face from hunger, excitedly said to Enoch who was limping beside him, "There really is an abundance of grain in Yingyang City. We don't have to worry about starving anymore." Hardy's face lit up with excitement. "Enoch, it seems that Prime Minister Su's words were true. There indeed is a lot of grain stored in Yingyang City." Immediately after Hardy spoke, he was met with sharp, cold eyes from both Shepherd and Enoch, their gazes even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Realizing this, Hardy quickly shrank his neck. They had come to Xinjiang not just for a bowl of congee, but to help Fiki create chaos within the city. They planned to assist the barbarian army in breaching Xinjiang City. Therefore, they spread rumors in Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and other places about abundant food and water in Xinjiang City. That was why hundreds of thousands of refugees had gathered. Now they had arrived en masse at Xinjiang City. These martial artists disguised themselves as refugees to enter the city, planning to fully assist Prime Minister Su to take control of the grain and accomplish their mission. When the next barbarian attack on Xinjiang came, they would seize the opportunity to open the city gates and let the barbarians inside. However, Hardy was reluctant to act like this. After all, there had been a 5-year drought in the northern regions, and grain was scarce everywhere. If he could get his hands on Xinjiang's grain and sell it elsewhere, wouldn't Hardy become immensely rich? Almost blurting out, he suggested to Enoch, "How about we organize a crew and make a big deal?" "Hardy, whatever you are thinking, better not do anything rash." Enoch glared coldly at Hardy, while Hardy replied greedily, "I want to claim Xinjiang's grain for ourselves and sell it to Ruren. How much wealth would we then possess?" Enoch continued to stare at Hardy, his gaze growing fiercer. "Xinjiang is completely surrounded by the barbarians. How will you transport the grain to Ruren?" Hardy did not reply, instead looking at Enoch and smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Enoch seemed to understand something, his eyes becoming more menacing, because he realized Hardy must be colluding with the Ruren. How dare he? Prime Minister Su had already joined the barbarians, who were deadly enemies of the Ruren, and Hardy dared to collude with the Ruren? With this thought, Enoch's murderous glare locked onto Hardy. "You've allied with the Ruren?" As soon as Enoch finished speaking, more than 10 people stealthily pulled out knives and instantly surrounded Hardy. "Enoch, does it matter who I ally with or not?" Hardy appeared unconcerned, even sneering as he looked at Enoch. "What matters is getting rich together. Why be so rigid?" "Hardy, you are courting your own death?" Enoch snorted, while Hardy leaned close to Enoch's ear, whispering, "We're risking our lives either way. Who knows who will win in the end?" He continued, "Wilfred Reaver, working together?" Hardy leaned closer to Enoch's ear, whispering greedily like a demon, "Claiming Xinjiang's grain for ourselves and earning money for several lifetimes, wouldn't that be good?" "Good? What?" Enoch roared at Hardy like an enraged lion. "Don't forget, without Prime Minister Su, you would have starved long ago. Now he has entrusted you with an important task. You're not thinking about repaying his life-saving grace by helping Prime Minister Su. All you think about is getting rich. Do you have any basic principles of righteousness? So rigid, extremely rigid. Hardy glared at Enoch, then gave a look of disdain. Fiki, that traitor, is just a mere ant. He will die at the hands of the barbarians sooner or later. Only by siding with the Rurin do we have a way out. But of course, Enoch, I won't pressure you. Consider it for 2 days, and then tell me if you want to join me in this heist. Just as Enoch was about to say something, he noticed Ajani looking over at them. He immediately clammed up, even deliberately putting some distance between himself and Hardy. Fortunately, Ajani only glanced at them briefly and did not pay them much attention. Yeching Chung looked at the refugees entering the city one after another and couldn't help but feel relieved. The barbarians didn't ambush them like ravenous wolves. Nearly 100,000 refugees had entered Xingyang City safely. Your Majesty, these refugees came so suddenly today, and they entered the city so quickly. Thorn looked down at the city walls where refugees were continuously entering the city. He frowned with concern. What is most unbelievable is that the barbarians did not take the opportunity to attack. This is too strange. Katie, however, nodded, as she had already seen through everything. There were definitely a large number of spies mixed among these refugees. But Katie was unafraid, for she had many divine artifacts bestowed by the god. As long as she used them properly, Katie firmly believed that everything would be under her control and no one could escape her grasp. As for Hardy, he remained quiet for a while. However, after leaving the city gate, his small eyes, like those of a rat, once again bulged out as if they were large bells. He first saw a group of civilians mixing concrete on the ground under the guidance of officials from the Ministry of Works. Enoch, these peasants. Shepard marveled at Enoch, asking, what are they doing? They're using hose to mix concrete as if it's dough. Although Enoch didn't respond, his eyes were sharp like an eagle's, watching very intently. In contrast, Hardy's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. Enoch, what is that? See how it's made of fine steel, moves as fast as lightning with a thunderous roar. Enoch, you've seen much. Do you know what this is? Enoch's gaze was somewhat blank, because even though he was well informed, he had never seen motorcycles before. Shepard, however, showed a look of longing, like a child who has seen a favorite toy. Enoch, this thing looks so cool. I want one too, to ride around like them. Hardy also looked longing, and there was even greed in his eyes as if these things already belonged to him. Because good things should belong exclusively to Hardy. He was already secretly thinking about how to make these cool motorcycles his own. But just then, Eider led 300 patrol camp soldiers, riding 300 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles, and wielding Modeo, a type of broadsword. They came to the west gate like a steel flood. Enoch, what is this? Shepard exclaimed as he watched the four-wheeled off-road motorcycles speeding towards them. It has 4 wheels, and its speed is like lightning. The sound is even louder than the previous vehicle. Most importantly, this car is so beautiful. Chapter 61. Refugees, hundreds of thousands enter the city, must inform the deity. Really, so beautiful. Hardy's eyes sparkled with greed as he said, not only is it made entirely of steel, but the soldiers of the patrol camp riding on them look even more dashing. Miss Cheen, if you could have one too, you'd definitely look even more dashing than they do. Shut up, Hardy. Enoch glared fiercely at Hardy, his gaze sharp like 2 daggers that could pierce through Hardy. At the same time, Enoch turned his head and his gaze fell on Shepard's face. He said earnestly, Miss, don't listen to him. He's probably trying to incite you to seize one and defect to Rurin along with him. Hearing this, Shepard naturally understood. But as a martial artist, she placed the highest importance on the code of honor among martial artists. The act of betraying Colby and surrendering to the Rurins was something Shepard would absolutely never do. Even though she really loved the 4-wheeled all-terrain motorcycles ridden by the patrol camp soldiers. Seeing he couldn't persuade Shepard, Hardy began looking around again. When his gaze landed on the rebar piled up in the city of Xingyang, his eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen mountains of gold. Enoch, steel? Good heavens! So much steel. Hardy's pupils dilated endlessly, his eyes filled with greed, wishing he could pounce and claim all the steel for himself. Enoch and the others were also captivated by the sight of the neatly stacked steel. Does the sky favor me, Hardy? Hardy's body trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming greedily, like a hungry beast eyeing its prey. Shut up, or else. Upon hearing this, Enoch's gaze darkened instantly, and he stared unashamedly at Hardy with undisguised killing intent. If the Fongling guards hear this, I, Enoch, will be the first to finish you off. Hardy, however, looked disdainful, for he had 300 loyal brothers sworn to die for him. How could he take Enoch seriously? But then, Hardy's eyes suddenly lit up once more when he saw Sun Wilfredin Lake. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, like a giant mirror. What surprised him even more was that many people were actually swimming in the lake bare-chested. Heavens! They're actually swimming in the lake? Hardy stared at the scene in the lake, dumbfounded. This is such extravagance. Enoch and the others were equally stunned. After all, the northern region had suffered from a 5-year drought, making water more precious than gold. Yet, the citizens of Xingyang not only had drinking water, but also 2 lakes where they could swim. Xingyang wasn't short of water? It truly wasn't short of water. Enoch and the others were left speechless by this scene, as they simply couldn't imagine such a life amid the 5-year drought that had dried up rivers, left no trace of water, and caused sandstorms outside the city walls for miles without any signs of life. People here were living like immortals, free from worries about water and food, each one glowing with health. This was truly astonishing, even causing some thoughts to emerge. They didn't want to serve Colby anymore. Living here forever seemed ideal. Your Majesty, more than half of the refugees outside the city have entered. While Enoch and the others were still immersed in their shock, Ajani alone ascended the city wall to report to Ava. We will next arrange for them to stay at the West Camp. General Shangwan, there's no problem. Ava held the Alf Dao tightly, her eyes fixed on Ajani as she said solemnly, after all, The West Camp was originally the Wilfregengolian army's base, but after the battle in the northern border where all 30,000 Wilfregengolian troops perished, the camp became vacant. It's fitting to let these refugees stay there. However, we must strictly supervise them and prevent them from acting recklessly within the city. For there are surely many spies from the barbarian tribes among these refugees. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. I understand, Your Majesty. Ajani bowed and withdrew, while Lucinda focused her gaze on Ava. Your Majesty, we must inform the deity since hundreds of thousands of refugees have entered the city. It won't take long before our grain and provisions run out, so we must pray to the deity for more water and food. Otherwise, we won't be able to support such a large number of refugees, which will inevitably lead to major chaos. Your Majesty, what the national teacher said is very true. Thorn also bowed and suggested, we must certainly report this to the deity. Only through the deity's blessings can we obtain water and food to sustain these hundreds of thousands of refugees entering the city. A troubled look crossed Ava's face, for the deity had already bestowed them with enough already. To ask for more? Ava felt it was hard to bring up. Thorn and the Shiliang female national teacher exchanged glances, then they all stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, we are willing to offer a large amount of wealth as a sacrifice to the deity. Dear ministers, this is excellent. Ava, however, looked resolute, with reverence for the deity in her eyes, said, I will also offer 10 carts of treasures to thank the deity for its blessings over these days. Thorn and the Shiliang female national teacher knelt and bowed, saying, Then please speak to the deity, Your Majesty. We still need a large amount of water and food. Ava responded, concentrating her thoughts to send to Carlos. Revered deity, are you there? Classmate Ava, I am here. Hearing Ava's telepathic message, Carlos responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ava bit her lower lip slightly, showing some anxiety. Deity, I have a favor to ask, which may be inappropriate. Classmate Ava, go on. Carlos heard Ava's reply and furrowed his brows slightly. Ava, gripping her red lips tightly, continued, Deity, today, tens of thousands of refugees from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou have flooded into the outskirts of Yingyang City. Qingqing has already brought more than half of them into the city and settled them properly. Qingqing earnestly requests the deity to bless us with more water and grain because there are now hundreds of thousands more people who need to be sustained in Yingyang City. Of course, Qingqing will offer sacrifices to the deity. I will not ask for anything without giving. This matter can be arranged. Upon hearing Ava's words, Carlos thought for a moment and replied, However, during this major battle, tens of thousands of refugees rushing into Yingyang City. Classmate Ava, you must be cautious, for among these people, there must be many spies from the barbarian tribes. Chapter 62 Ava, don't worry, I'll help you. Qingqing understood. Ava replied, I have already arranged for them to be settled in the Western Camp. It used to be the Ming family's military camp and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops. Letting them stay there will definitely ensure their safety. Okay, I'll send you another batch of surveillance equipment tonight. Then you only need to install these devices in the Western Camp to monitor every move of the displaced people. Carlos thought for a moment and responded, When you identify the spies, you can then recruit soldiers and workers from among these displaced people. After all, we cannot afford to support idlers. Qingqing understood. Ava replied with evident gratitude. In contrast, Carlos said gently, Classmate Ava, there is no need for you to be so formal with me. We are friends after all. I will definitely help you when you're in trouble, and if I can't help directly, I will still find ways to assist. Ava was deeply moved, especially by Carlos's words about being friends, which stirred waves of emotion in her heart. On Carlos's side, he intended to chat a bit more with Ava, but at that moment, Alicia's call came in. Reluctantly, Carlos answered Alicia's call and temporarily disconnected from his conversation with Ava. Hello, Carlos. Alicia asked first upon confirming Carlos had picked up. Where are you now? Have you arrived in Jinghai City? I'm on my way, but the road from Bright Wilfredin Town to Jinghai City is not easy, Carlos replied while driving. It's rugged and difficult, comparable to the ancient Shu roads. Yes, I know. Alicia nodded, then asked Carlos, how much longer until you arrive? About 10 minutes or so, and I should reach Jinghai City. Carlos frowned slightly as he responded. All right, I'll wait for you at the city government entrance. Just come pick me up when you get here. Hearing this, Alicia hurriedly agreed, while Carlos merely grunted and ended the call. He then gripped the steering wheel tightly and continued driving bravely forward. 20 minutes later, Carlos finally reached the entrance of the Jinghai City government building. There stood Alicia in a light-colored top and a black mini-skirt, wearing red high heels, looking like an elegant swan waiting expectantly. Seeing this, Carlos sped towards her like an arrow, slowly lowered the window, parked in front of Alicia, and greeted her gently. Sis Exine, get in? You're finally here. Alicia pouted, complaining. Do you know how long I've been standing here, nearly losing feeling in my legs? Looking at Alicia's red high heels, Carlos couldn't help but tease her. And yet you're still wearing heels. You stupid man, you'll never understand what heels mean to a woman. Alicia pouted and glanced sideways at Carlos. Meanwhile, Carlos stared at her red high heels and couldn't help but touch his chin lightly. He wondered if Ava would be happy if he gave her a pair of red high heels. Unaware of Carlos's thoughts, Alicia noticed his intense gaze on her legs and raised her eyebrows, smiling suddenly. But at such close range? Seeing Alicia smile, Carlos froze. She looked incredibly beautiful, her eyes curving like crescent moons, her upward tilted corners exuding both charm and allure. Watching her, Carlos felt a strange sensation stir within him. Though he had always treated Alicia like a sister, after her heartfelt confession a few days ago, something inside him subtly changed. Even the way he looked at Alicia was different now. The longer he looked, the more a peculiar tenderness emerged in his eyes. What's happening to me? Confronted by this sudden emotion, Carlos felt dazed. Why am I feeling like this? Just as Carlos was lost in his thoughts, Alicia blushed and looked at Carlos with eyes so warm and inviting they could melt him. Carlos, do you think my legs look good? Why yes, very. Carlos replied instinctively. Alicia, biting her lower lip shyly, whispered almost inaudibly, do you want to touch them? Startled, Carlos exclaimed, what? Alicia, pouting, glared at him. Don't what me? Do you want to or not? If you do, I'll give you a chance. We can find a place where you can feel them properly. Carlos let out another sound, while Alicia reached over and pinched his cheek hard, saying, what? Forget about touching. I even want to have a child with you. Exine, don't fool around. Carlos, whose face was pinched by Alicia, looked at her with ambiguous eyes and said, why don't you get in the car first, and we'll talk about other things later. Well, that's more like it. Alicia gazed at Carlos with eyes as tender as autumn water, then gently stroked the part of his face she had pinched and said, and we should go shopping for clothes. Your outfit is too old-fashioned. It has no taste at all. Exine, are you serious? Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos showed a somewhat surprised expression and replied, this suit is custom-made, costing no less than 100,000 yuan each set. I don't care how much this costs. Alicia pouted her cherry-red lips and retorted, to me, it lacks taste, and overall, it looks too tacky and old-fashioned. Now I'm taking you to get a whole new outfit that will be far more stylish. Alright, get in the car. Carlos looked Fuchi, unconvinced, glancing at Alicia and said, I want to see just how tasteful the place you're taking me to really is. You and your stubbornness, fine? Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos, then walked around to open the passenger door and sat down, saying, then I'll take you there to see what true taste is. Carlos was genuinely intrigued and wanted to see how tasteful the clothing could be that made Alicia speak so highly of it, like a hidden treasure luring him to explore. Alicia seemed to understand Carlos's thoughts and said, you'll see when we get there. The clothes they make aren't just clothes, they are exquisite works of art. No problem. Carlos looked at Alicia, his face full of interest, and said, I have to see this tailor shop that you've praised so much. Chapter 63. Alicia, you're too adorable when mad. So, let's go. But Alicia sat gracefully and gave Carlos an address. After fastening her seatbelt, she said they would leave the city government building shortly. They drove to Liberation Road in Jinghai City. Soon after, Carlos was led by Alicia into an ancient-style building called Baryang Palace, where the interior decoration resembled a magnificent royal palace. It was breathtaking. What stunned Carlos the most was that the entire building was decorated in an antique style, with all the servers dressed in Hanfu, traditional Han clothing. There were even security guards wearing Xiao Chunthia, a type of traditional Chinese dagger, and dressed as officers from the Ming Dynasty's imperial guards, patrolling inside the building. The products sold in the building were all high-end clothes and jewelry. There were also many upscale clubs, tea houses, mahjong rooms, and even a fitness center. The personal trainers wore unit costumes, and many stunningly beautiful women dressed as maids served customers nearby. Of course, the consumption here was sky-high and restricted to members only. Even someone with a net worth of millions might find it difficult to enter. Alicia walked into a men's department store as if strolling leisurely, handed a gold card to a small eunuch, and asked for a suit to be made for Carlos. Soon, a group of gorgeous women dressed as maids surrounded Carlos. They held rulers and began measuring Carlos. At first, Carlos didn't feel anything special since this treatment was common when he had custom suits made at tailor shops. However, Carlos soon changed his mind. Not only did the maid-dressed beauties measure him, but there was also a group of embroiderers making his clothes. They used their skillful hands instead of cold sewing machines to make the clothes, giving him the supreme treatment once reserved for ancient emperors. Seeing this, Carlos couldn't help but think of a bold idea. This could be broadcasted live and would undoubtedly attract countless viewers. Wilfred Reaver, such pure hand-stitched garments were now incomparable to those made by modern tailors. The embroiderers selected in ancient palaces produced clothes that were true works of art. Carlos thought that if this became a reality, it would surely lead to a flood of wealth. After all, the starting price for the hand-stitched clothes made by the embroiderers at Baryang Palace was 100,000 renminbi. If the Xiliang female nation's embroiderers could produce exquisite clothes and sell them to wealthy people on the market, wouldn't that bring in enormous profits? After all, ancient embroiderers were craftsmen who meticulously created masterpieces, while modern tailors were like factory workers producing faster but not better quality. Carlos increasingly believed that this idea had great potential. Just setting up a live stream platform for selling these goods, where customers' measurements could be taken and sent to Katie for bespoke crafting, could be lucrative. Clothes could be sold as antiques for huge profits, yet their value lay in their scarcity. If mass-produced, even antiques could lose their worth. But custom-made clothes for the rich would be different. Once the brand gained recognition, customers would surely come pouring in. Additionally, success in this venture could expand into custom-made antique porcelain and accessories, each set fetching over 100,000 renminbi because these products would be indistinguishable from genuine antiques, driving up their prices. Thinking of this, Carlos decided he must discuss it thoroughly with Lacey because this was undoubtedly an excellent way to make money. After all, with over 1 million people to support in the Xiliang female nation, and its growing power requiring more resources, establishing a complete industrial chain was essential or problems would inevitably arise. Carlos. Lost in thought, Carlos suddenly heard Alicia's voice. What are you thinking about? I've been calling you, but you didn't respond. Oh, sorry. Carlos snapped out of it and smiled. I was just deep in thought about some things. Alright then, will you join me for something to eat? Alicia looked at Carlos gently. I'm feeling hungry. After we eat, we can come back. They should have finished your clothes by then. Then you can accompany me to meet my grandmother. Sure, no problem. Carlos responded and quickly followed Alicia to the restaurant on the 8th floor, finding a window side seat. Immediately, a server dressed in palace attire, with a sweet appearance, approached with a radiant smile and asked softly, What would you like to order, sirs? Sure, give us a few of your house specialties. Alicia glanced at the server, who nodded and walked away gracefully with the menu. But just then, someone familiar from the restaurant approached Carlos. Seeing this person, Carlos hurriedly stood up, smiling and extending his hand. Armando C., how are you here? Of course, I'm here. Armando C. pushed up his reading glasses, then smiled warmly at Carlos. Because this place belongs to me. Why did you come here to eat? Armando C., this place belongs to you? Carlos exclaimed, eyes widening with surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. Well, water has indeed rushed into the Dragon King's temple. I was wondering who created such an ancient and elegant place. Armando C. chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze to Alicia. Young Master Chen, is this your girlfriend? Yes, she's my friend. Carlos hesitated for a moment, intending to call her sister, but seeing Alicia's clear gaze, he immediately changed his words. Her name is Alicia. She works at the municipal government. Miss Amiri, hello. Armando C. greeted with a smile, while Alicia gracefully stood up and extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Zhong. Miss Amiri, you are truly talented. Armando C. shook Alicia's hand, then looked at her with a smile blooming like spring flowers. To be so young and already a leader in the municipal government. Armando, please don't compliment me so much. Alicia responded humbly. You're too kind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Armando C. turned to Carlos. Young Master Chun, your girlfriend is really wonderful. Not only young and beautiful, but also so accomplished. You should cherish her. I know, Armando. Carlos laughed. I certainly won't let such a fine woman down. She's like a ray of morning sunshine, illuminating my heart. Humph, good to know. Alicia pouted slightly, looking somewhat playfully stern. If you dare let me down, I'll castrate you and make you a eunuch here for Armando. Carlos thulithulbawudzik, while Armando C. tried to ease the tension, smiling warmly like a gentle breeze. Young Master Chin, would you be interested in joining me on the rooftop? I have many invaluable antiques up there. You can come up and take a look. But, we haven't finished eating yet. Maybe next time, Armando. Carlos scratched his head. Let's finish our meal first. It's fine. Armando C. continued smiling. I can wait for you here. And young Master Chun, I heard you have many rare antiques. Could I visit in the next couple of days? Carlos knew what Armando C. was after. After all, he clearly intended to acquire more antiques from Carlos. Alicia glanced at Carlos, then shifted her gaze to Armando C., who kept smiling benevolently, especially thinking about the antiques Carlos owned. His smile became even more radiant. Meanwhile, Carlos took out a cigarette, tapped it lightly on the box, sniffed it, placed it between his lips, and lit it, inhaling deeply. Soon, several dishes ordered by Carlos were served by gorgeously dressed servers. Thus, a pleasant lunch ended amidst laughter. Afterwards, Armando C. led them to the rooftop, where various antiques were displayed. Many dignitaries were engrossed in admiring the antiques on display. Notably, the painting by Zahir that Armando C. had bought from Carlos earlier was now the main attraction, drawing crowds marveling at it. Yet, what struck Carlos most was, Armando C.'s antiques were not for sale here. They were merely on exhibition. Yet, even so, the number of celebrities and dignitaries attracted was simply beyond imagination, with many people specifically coming to spend here just for these antiques. Therefore, despite Armando C. not selling any antiques, he still reaped considerable benefits. Wilfred Reaver, the antiques he displayed in the building were truly numerous, filling 5 floors, each filled with antiques collected from various dynasties. It felt like a museum. Wilfred's importantly, almost all the items here were genuine. Various bronze artifacts, gold and silver ornaments, jade antiques, porcelain pieces, and fragments. There were also yellowed paintings and calligraphy, ancient Buddhist statues, assorted Buddha heads, coins from different dynasties, and many rusted weapons. Additionally, there were ethnic minority gold and silver jewelry, turquoise, amber, agate, honeycomb amber, and celestial beads. Chapter 64. Ava's end was truly too tragic. There were also peculiar rocks of various shapes, exhibition stamps displayed in glass cases, and a wide variety of small albums. Buddhist prayer beads, een sandwood, ebony, sea yellow sandalwood, small leaf rosewood, light yellow sandalwood, and juniper berries all gathered at Armando's place. The variety and quantity were definitely more than the treasures in Carlos's underground vault. After inspecting everything, an idea emerged in Carlos's mind. He could set up a similar venue at the port and showcase the jewelry, jade antiques, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, agate, amber, light yellow sandalwood, and juniper like Armando did. He was very different from Armando. His antiques were not only for sale and display. As long as the Western Liang Kingdom could survive the next half-month and alter its historical course, the amount of antiques he could collect in the future would be several times more. But Carlos was also well aware that his mission was to desperately make money. After all, the ever-increasing demands from the Eastern Wu Kingdom required astronomical amounts of resources and funds. Therefore, he had to make strategic preparations to ensure steady progress. Thinking this over, Carlos became more determined to move forward with these plans. It would be best to purchase several hundred acres of land at the Wilfredenlight town port. Not only should he build a museum, but also create a resort. This way, wealthy bosses could come to buy antiques and also enjoy themselves at the Wilfredenlight Resort Village. After all, income from antiques would still be critical in the future. Otherwise, it would be impossible to support those ravenous consumers on the other side. Wilfred Reaver, his wealth must be legitimate. Otherwise, he might face imprisonment for unexplained large sums of money. Carlos. Just as Carlos was immersed in his thoughts, he felt his arm being suddenly pulled. Alicia's voice then sounded. What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear Armando calling you? Sorry. Carlos first let out an then replied. I was too engrossed in thinking and didn't hear Armando. Armando, what did you call me for? Carlos looked at Armando, who smiled warmly and said, Young Master Chun, I want you to come take a look at this artifact from the Western Liang Kingdom. An artifact from the Western Liang Kingdom? Hearing this, Carlos's interest was instantly piqued, and he eagerly followed Armando. On the exhibit stand lay a golden embellished and jade-decorated skull. Seeing this, Carlos furrowed his brow, asking, Armando, what is this? This is reportedly the skull of Empress Ava of the Western Liang Kingdom. After she was killed by the barbarian army, the skull was adorned with gold by King Wilfredia Tian and made into a wine pot. which has been passed down through generations. Armando explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Carlos felt as if struck by lightning. A sudden dizziness almost caused him to lose balance and sit down abruptly. The shock was overwhelming, because he couldn't have imagined that Ava would suffer such a tragic fate. Even after death, her skull turned into a wine pot by King Wilfredia. How tragic, too tragic. Looking at the scene, Carlos felt as if 1,000 needles pierced his heart, lamenting, even in death, she found no peace. Her skull was made into a wine pot by King Wilfredia. Yes, indeed too tragic. Armando sighed deeply. According to certain wild historical records, when the capital of the Western Liang Kingdom fell, the million civilians inside the city became food for the barbarians, who devoured them completely. Of course. Continuing, Armando added, during China's darkest periods, the 5 barbarians' incursions and the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms eras saw humanity losing its essence, with savagery running rampant. Especially during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms era, the terror exceeded that of the 5 barbarians' incursions, making it truly a time of cannibalism. Although wars were frequent during the 5 barbarians' incursions, the Jin dynasty still retained some civilizational essence, with remnants of civilization remaining even under tyrants like Shi who still paid lip service to Confucian scholars. But by the time of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms era, order collapsed. Even emperors could become meat on the chopping block overnight. Scholars lost their integrity, always ready to surrender, while generals lost their loyalty, rebelling at any opportunity to climb the throne. Warlords fought incessantly over territories, turning China into a bloody hell, akin to the underworld, hence the founding of the Northern Apsel dynasty. Orson Kuangyin fully understood the terrifying consequences of military uprisings disrupting governance, as he had lived through that era. Therefore, he implemented a series of measures to address this issue. The Apsel dynasty preferred to tolerate corruption among civil officials and accepted a weakened military force rather than face humiliation by foreign enemies. It was committed to valuing scholars and devaluing military prowess without hesitation. Armando, are you serious? Cannibalism really happened? Alicia stuck out her pink tongue, her eyes filled with innocence as she asked about the skull on display. In contrast, Armando looked very serious and explained, of course, it's true. According to Ziji Tongjian, Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, there was a person named Avril who enjoyed drinking human blood. His concubines would use their lips to suck it. He also loved eating human liver and gallbladder, often taking live humans' gallbladders as accompaniment for his wine, smilingly saying that after eating 1,000, he could be unmatched in courage. There was another man named Anton who never brought grain during wars. He ate wherever he conquered, processing and pickling leftovers, which were sold at the market. Human meat was priced at 100 coins per catty, while dog meat cost 200 coins per catty. The term two-cornered sheep originated from such events, even spreading into the northern and southern Apsel eras, far surpassing the cruelty of the most savage beasts. Upon hearing this, Alicia's demeanor shifted from composed to profoundly shaken. Carlos's complexion turned ghastly pale because he knew exactly what kind of era the empress he admired, Ava, lived in. Ava fought fiercely against the barbarians until her death on the battlefield. With the fall of the Western Liang Kingdom, the northern gateway opened, allowing various tribes like the Khitan, Rouran, and northern Liang to invade central China, exacerbating the chaos and causing countless deaths, almost leading to the extinction of the Han people. Carlos clenched his fists tightly at this thought. He was determined not to let this happen and to help Ava defend the northern border, even unifying China to restore order and end the era of cannibalism decades earlier. Carlos pondered silently as Alicia tugged at his hand, her expression turning somber. Carlos, shall we call it a day today? I want to go back and see my grandmother. With a nod, Carlos held Alicia's hand, understanding that as a girl, she might feel distressed by such accounts. They had already spent much time here, and it was time to visit her grandmother at the hospital. Armando, we'll take our leave today and visit again next time. Holding Alicia's hand, Carlos looked at Armando. Next time, I'll bring Lacey here to seek your wisdom and learn more about business. I think it's great, and I plan to set something similar up in the future. That's no problem. Armando smiled heartily. I welcome you both anytime, and I've prepared a small gift for you today, a token of appreciation for your first visit. Armando, you're too generous. Carlos laughed warmly. I'm quite honored. Armando raised his hand, and 2 beautifully dressed palace maids immediately appeared with wooden trays made of sandalwood. On the trays were 2 black cards inlaid with gold threads and 2 antique-style rings. Armando took the 2 black cards, handing one each to Carlos and Alicia. Young Master Chen, these are the highest-level purple gold black cards from the Bardyang Palace. Please accept them graciously. And these latest couple rings from our Bardyang Palace are also yours. I wish you an early wedding and a happy family, making Armando very happy. Thank you, Armando. Seeing Alicia's delight, Carlos accepted happily. Next time when you buy antiques from me, I'll give you 2 pieces as well, maintaining our exchange of courtesies. Very good, very good. At Carlos's words, Armando's face lit up with laughter, knowing that the antiques Carlos would offer him were worth tens of thousands more than his gifts. All right, Armando. Carlos held Alicia's hand and said, we won't disturb you further. We need to rush to the hospital to see Alicia's grandmother, and we'll visit again next time. Sure, just call me whenever you come. Armando smiled warmly. As long as I'm at the Bardyang Palace, I'll personally receive you. After exchanging a few more words, Carlos and Alicia collected their coats and left the building, getting into the car. In the car, Alicia gazed at Carlos with pleading eyes, holding the ring. Carlos, put it on for me. Oh, put it on. Carlos let out an ah, while Alicia pouted her red lips and extended her fair hand, saying, what, oh? Aren't you going to put it on for me quickly? What could Carlos say? He reached out, holding Alicia's white hand in his, feeling the unusual softness. Then he took the ring from her and slipped it onto her finger. Alicia brought it close to her eyes, examining it with delight. Carlos, this ring is so beautiful. It must be a masterpiece from the Bardyang Palace. It's worth at least 1 million. Armando is really good to you. Alicia continued. A ring worth over 1 million given just like that. And then there's the highest level purple gold black card from the Bartyong Palace, which not everyone can possess. Chapter 65. Guilherme comes to deliver a secret report. Ava frowned. This old man seems to be swimming in money. Carlos pouted and thought to himself, next time I buy something for him, it must be more expensive. I must fleece him a little more. Alicia, however, gasped softly as her gaze focused on Carlos. Her eyes soon reflected an unusual ripple, while Carlos's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sis Xion, all set? Let's hurry and go see Grandma. Wait a moment. Seeing Carlos about to drive away, Alicia hastily took off the ring from her finger and retrieved the purple gold black card from her bag. She handed everything over to Carlos, saying, I have to return this ring and the purple gold black card because I can't make mistakes, or I will be investigated by the disciplinary committee. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos did not argue but silently accepted the item she handed over, understanding that she worked within the system. It was different for someone like her. Even if she were wealthy, she couldn't afford to flaunt it. Wearing $1 million ring could put her job at risk and might even land her in jail. So when Alicia showed such awareness, Carlos felt greatly reassured. After chatting for a few minutes, they quickly drove away. They raced to the hospital to visit the ailing grandmother. Upon learning that Alicia had a boyfriend, none other than Carlos whom she had always harbored feelings for, Grandma immediately grasped Carlos's hand and spoke many heartfelt words. She even held Alicia's hand and gently placed it in Carlos's, entrusting him to take good care of Alicia. At this moment, various emotions surged through Carlos. But he remained silent, only staying to chat with Grandma for a while before leaving with Alicia. Carlos first purchased over a dozen Huawei phones at the computer market in Shanghai City, followed by a large quantity of surveillance equipment. He also bought 200 drones capable of easily lifting gas cylinders, and finally, 2,000 high-voltage batons. After acquiring all these items, Carlos directed everyone to move the goods to the garage. The few accompanying business owners glanced at Carlos's Mercedes-Benz G-Class and offered obsequiously, Boss, shall we get you a truck? You have so much cargo, your car won't be able to fit it all. No need, Carlos waved them off with a smile. I've already called my truck driver. He'll come in shortly to pick up everything. Sure thing, boss. The bosses at the computer market grinned. We'll leave the 200 large drones, 2,000 high-voltage batons, 4,500 surveillance devices, and 1 set of central HD LCD displays here. If there are any issues, just give me a call, and I'll arrange for a specialist to handle it. Sounds good. Carlos acknowledged briefly. The bosses chatted a bit more and then left with wide smiles, having not seen such a big order in a long time. Once everyone was gone and there were no cameras nearby, Carlos concentrated and transmitted his thoughts to Ava. Qingcheng, are you asleep? God, Qingcheng hasn't slept yet. Ava's voice came through like a spring breeze. You're awake. That's perfect. Carlos felt a surge of excitement upon receiving her reply and said, I have some equipment to send you. Find a secure warehouse and prepare to receive it. I'll send it over now. Okay, God. Ava replied swiftly. About 10 minutes later, Ava informed Carlos, God, I'm ready here. You can send the items over. Carlos nodded and summoned the large black jar in his soul sea. He transferred the 200 large drones, 2,000 high-voltage batons, 4,500 surveillance devices, 1 set of central HD LCD displays, and a dozen Huawei phones to Ava. He informed Ava that one of the phones had been opened and contained installation videos for the equipment. Upon hearing this, Ava picked up the phone and swiped it gently. A melodious sound emanated from the device, and her face filled with astonishment. This object called a phone. As Ava opened her phone, she accidentally tapped on QQ Music. Immediately, her eyes widened like bells, and she murmured in surprise, amazing. It can play music automatically. Speaking, Ava brought her ear close to the phone. Her shocked expression deepened even more because she had never heard such beautiful music before. The place where the deity resided was truly marvelous. Ava couldn't help but feel a yearning in her heart, yet she followed Carlos's instructions and opened several videos on installing cameras. After carefully watching them, she chose a new phone and, following Carlos's guidance, transferred the videos via Bluetooth to another phone. She planned to hand these videos over to the Ministry of Works so that Simeon could lead a team to install all the equipment properly, especially the 4,500 surveillance devices and the central HD LCD display set given by Carlos. She must ensure they were all installed correctly, allowing for comprehensive monitoring of Xinjiang City without fear of spies causing trouble. As soon as this thought occurred to her, Ava immediately ordered Eunuch Bart to summon Simeon from the Ministry of Works. Then she handed over the 4,500 surveillance devices and the central HD LCD display set to him. She also demonstrated the installation videos one by one. In response, Simeon was completely stunned, his mouth agape, because this device called a phone was simply too extraordinary. The figures inside were lifelike and could even explain videos to him. It felt like a thunderbolt, deeply shocking him, as it was just too incredible. Ava was equally astonished. After all, it was their first time seeing such divine technology. On the other hand, Carlos carefully reminded Ava to take good care of the phones, ensuring they didn't get dropped or lose power, needing timely charging. Otherwise, they would be unusable. He also asked Ava to take more photos of Xinjiang City and send the phones back when ready. That way, he could gain a clearer understanding of the city's situation and provide them with more effective assistance. Ava gladly agreed. However, at this moment, Eunuch Bart hurriedly came over to report, Your Majesty, Secret Agent Guilherme requests an audience. Oh, I see. Hearing Eunuch Bart's report, Ava softly replied, I will see him shortly. Chapter 66, Katie, Establishment of the Shadow Intelligence Web. Your servant, as ordered. Eunuch Bart responded and stood to the side. In contrast, Katie projected a thought towards Carlos, saying, Divine One, there are matters here that need attending to. Classmate Katie, then go ahead and handle them. Carlos replied without hesitation. I will also prepare more food for you all. After all, you have millions of people to sustain. Food and water must not be lacking. Ching is grateful to the Divine One. Katie thanked Carlos with a few words before hastily severing the connection. Then she fixed her gaze on Eunuch Bart's face and asked, "Where is Guilherme now?" "He's outside the Yangshin Hall." Eunuch Bart lowered his head, appearing meek and submissive, and asked, "Would you like your servant to announce him?" "Announce him in." Katie's voice echoed in the secret chamber. She then gracefully returned to the Yangshin Hall. Soon after, led by Eunuch Bart, Guilherme, clad in a black cloak like ink, directly arrived at Katie's Yangshin Hall. He knelt down with a thud, his head knocking the ground repeatedly, saying, "This sinner pays homage to his majesty. Rise, did you come into the city this time for?" Katie gently raised her hand, her gaze sharply falling on the kneeling Guilherme's face, asking, "An important message? Your majesty, this sinner has 2 pieces of significant intelligence to report." Guilherme, still on his knees, clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Which is why I entered the city overnight." Speak on," Katie replied. She then heard Guilherme continue. "The first piece concerns the barbarian king Wilfred Yintian and Floyd. They were brought back from the brink of death by the full efforts of the barbarian army doctors. The barbarian king Wilfred Yintian has already regained consciousness. His first order upon awakening was to command Sima Bart to dig tunnels outside Xinjiang City, attempting to breach it through tunnel warfare. The second piece involves the refugees from Liangzhou, Florencezhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou whom your majesty has taken in today. Among them are many die-hard assassins trained over the years by Chancellor Colby, and some martial artists. All these people are controlled by someone named Enoch. As for the assassins trained by Chancellor Colby, this sinner has yet to discover who leads them." At this point, Guilherme paused slightly before shifting topics. "However, I will continue probing around Chancellor Colby. Once I get solid information, I will report back to your majesty immediately." "Very, very good." A satisfied smile appeared on Katie's face. "What you've done pleases me greatly. Fortunately, I have some new equipment bestowed by the Divine One here. Allow me to fetch them and bestow them upon you. Just place these items in Chancellor Colby's camp, and soon you will likely obtain the list of his loyalists." Guilherme exhaled softly, his face filled with shock. Meanwhile, Katie had Guilherme wait while she returned to the secret chamber to retrieve over 10 sets of monitoring devices. She also handed him 2 Dajiang Hummingbird drones and a mobile phone. She instructed Guilherme to install these devices in the camps of key barbarian generals, carefully explaining the basic operation procedures. Additionally, she informed Guilherme that he could use the mobile phone to connect these surveillance devices, capturing necessary intelligence and storing it on the phone. In the future, there would be no need for him to enter the city to communicate information. Upon hearing this, Guilherme marveled aloud, quickly memorizing the usage instructions and deeply imprinting them in his mind, especially knowing that all these items were bestowed by the Divine One. He wore an expression of utmost caution, afraid to damage anything given their divine origin. After chatting briefly with Guilherme, Katie then had Eunuch Bart escort Guilherme out. Naturally, Katie didn't stop there but had a eunuch summon Wilfred Han-E into the Yangshin Hall. Wilfred Han-E arrived, clapping his hands together and knelt down saying, "General of the left of the Phoenix Feather Guard, Wilfred Han-E, pays homage to your majesty." "General Wilfred, please rise." Katie's gaze fell sharply on Wilfred Han-Ye's face as she sternly said, "There is an important matter I wish to discuss with you." "Your majesty, please tell." Wilfred Han-E did not rise, but clasped his hands in response. Katie looked at Wilfred Han-E and said loudly, "General Wilfred, there is a crucial mission I want you to undertake. This humble one obeys the imperial command." Wilfred Han-E replied resolutely, "Even if it costs my life, I will ensure this matter is completed for your majesty. There's no need for such." Katie, however, gazed solemnly at Wilfred Han-E and said, "I wish to establish an intelligence organization called Shadow. After much deliberation, I believe you are the most suitable person to lead this organization. What do you think, General Wilfred?" "This humble one shall comply with the order." Wilfred Han-Ye's voice was firm and resounding, as if it could pierce through the clouds. In contrast, Katie lightly waved her sleeve and said, "Very well, from now on, you will be the leader of the Shadow organization. The information you handle is only accountable to me. You must not leak it to anyone, especially your identity as the leader of Shadow. That must never be revealed. This humble one understands." Wilfred Han-Ye's expression was grave as he spoke earnestly. "This humble one will ensure no one knows." "Good, very good." A satisfied smile spread across Katie's face like a flower blooming in spring as she said, "Then go back and select a group of your most loyal subordinates to start building the Shadow organization for me. I also have a batch of mysterious equipment bestowed by the Divine One. Once you have established the Shadow organization, I will grant you these for your use." This humble one acknowledges the order. Wilfred Han-Ye bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Katie watched Wilfred Han-Ye's retreating figure, but couldn't help frowning deeply. However, she still trusted Wilfred Han-Ye immensely. After all, she had grown up with Ajani and Wilfred Han-Ye, and they were like siblings to her. They shared a bond forged in life and death, so she trusted both Ajani and Wilfred Han-Ye without a doubt. The reason she chose Wilfred Han-Ye to lead Shadow was because of his cautious nature. Compared to Ajani, Wilfred Han-Ye was better suited for this position. Therefore, after much consideration, Katie decided to entrust this important task to Wilfred Han-Ye, because with him leading, she felt assured. But just then, Carlos's thought projected towards Katie, asking, "Classmate Katie, are you still busy?" "Divine One, Ching is not busy anymore." Katie promptly replied. Carlos's thought continued, "Then prepare yourself. I have something to give you." Chapter 67 Ava, take a photo and send it over. Ching, thank you, Divine Being. Upon hearing this thought from Carlos, Ava's heart raced like a fawn's, her gratitude evident on her face. Soon, a pair of red high heels emerged from the bronze cauldron. Then, a black leather jacket, leather boots, leather pants, and socks also appeared one by one from within the bronze cauldron. "Student Ava, try these on to see if they fit." Carlos handed over the items but couldn't help sending another thought. "If the shoe size is too big or too small, I can get you another pair." Hearing this, Ava picked up the clothes and tried them on swiftly, carefully fitting the red high heels as well. The size was perfect, as if custom made for her. She immediately sent a telepathic message to Carlos. Divine being, the clothes and shoes you sent are all very fitting. Then take some photos with your phone and send them over. I want to see. Carlos subconsciously sent this thought to Ava. In response, Ava's beautiful face turned slightly red as she asked, Divine being, do you really want Chinching's photos? Yes, I do. Carlos's reply was simple and direct. Instantly, Ava's face became even rosier, like the evening sky at dusk. Despite her shyness, Ava summoned Grand Eunuch Bart and handed him the phone, asking him to take dozens of photos of her. When Grand Eunuch Bart saw Ava's image appear on the phone, he was initially terrified. He thought that Ava's soul had been captured inside the phone. This caused Grand Eunuch Bart to panic greatly until Ava explained that it was a phone granted by the divine being, capable of taking photos, a magical feature. Only then did his expression relax somewhat, though he kept muttering, the divine being's camera is truly amazing. The photos it takes are more beautiful than those painted by the best artists in the world. That's natural, Ava nodded in agreement. After all, it's a creation of the divine being. How could it be compared to mere mortals? Grand Eunuch Bart deeply agreed, and he found this new gadget, the phone, fascinating. Not only could it take photos, but it also played music, the melodies as enchanting as heavenly sounds, lingering endlessly. Wilfredra importantly, it could play videos, filled with entertaining content, including operas performed by people inside. Grand Eunuch Bart was deeply captivated, even after finishing the photo session. He was reluctant to return the phone because of how delightful and engaging it was. However, Ava didn't let him keep it long and retrieved it, placing it back into the bronze cauldron. Divine being, Chinchung has taken some photos and sent them over to you. All right, student Ava. Carlos responded and eagerly took the phone Ava had sent, opening the photo album. In the photos, Ava wore a black leather jacket, paired with leather boots, her raven black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face adorned with a gentle, charming smile. She was so strikingly beautiful that even movie stars would pale in comparison. Though she bore a slight resemblance to Bridget Lin, Wang Zuyan, the regal aura and heroic demeanor made Carlos feel that Ava was even more beautiful than her. Wilfredst importantly, her graceful figure and mesmerizing eyes made her irresistibly captivating. Student Ava, you're truly beautiful. Carlos, while looking at the photos on the phone, subconsciously sent this thought to her. Ava's eyes were filled with shyness. When she heard Carlos praise her beauty, waves of emotion stirred within her, like ripples on still water or currents of subtle electricity running through her heart. These feelings flowed throughout her body, making her feel as if she was caressed by a gentle breeze, and her mood became exceptionally joyful. Student Ava, that's enough? Carlos cherished the photos Ava had sent and stored them on his own phone before returning it to her. I'm giving you back the phone. You can take some more photos of yourself. Send me some lifestyle photos so I can understand more about your world. All right, divine being. Ava looked shyly, like a bud ready to bloom, saying, Chinchung will have someone arrange this right away. I'll send the phone to you later. Carlos responded with a hum, then didn't say much more to Ava but looked at her photos on the phone as if admiring pieces of art before dialing Herman's number. Carlos wanted to ask Herman for more food supplies for Ava and others but was unable to get through earlier, so he called again now. The phone rang twice before Herman picked up and asked, Young Master Chin, what's wrong? Why did you call me? Herman, I need you to arrange for more grain, Carlos said straightforwardly. Young Master Chun, I don't have any grain left, Herman replied helplessly. You've been asking for such large quantities each time. My warehouses are empty now. Several rice suppliers can barely keep up with delivering to me. Perhaps you should talk to your elder sister-in-law again? You could give me some breathing room, then supply next time, okay? All right, sorry to bother you. Hearing this from Herman, Carlos revealed a hint of frustration on his face, but understood the difficulty Herman faced considering the size of Jinghai City. Herman had worked like a diligent bee in selling grains, while Carlos was one big customer. Certainly, Herman's original production line would be stretched thin, and given the urgency and the massive quantity Carlos needed every time, it was understandable that he couldn't keep up. Thinking this, Carlos quickly found elder sister-in-law Adelaide's phone number on his mobile. Without hesitation, he dialed Adelaide's number. The moment the call connected, Carlos immediately asked, Sister-in-law, can you help me arrange for another batch of grain? Is it convenient for you? Why do you need grain from me again? Didn't I just provide you with a batch? Adelaide frowned, replying, Wilfred Reaver, my warehouse doesn't have much grain left either. If I send another batch, my supply channels will also be disrupted. Have you considered other solutions? What else can I do? Carlos replied helplessly, I desperately need a large amount of grain, but besides reaching out to you all, I really have no other options. In that case, call Alicia. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to be in charge of Jinghai City's grain reserves. Adelaide thought for a moment and said, call her. Perhaps she can find a way since she manages the city's grain reserves, which are state-owned. Really? Carlos's expression changed immediately. Then I'll call her and inquire about the situation. Sure, give her a call. And how are things progressing between you and Alicia? Adelaide added, also remember, your brother will be back soon, and he will definitely inquire about this. We're making good progress. Carlos steeled himself to reply. Adelaide continued, good progress is good. Keep trying your best. Ideally, by National Day, you can set a date for your wedding. Do we need to be in such a rush? Carlos exclaimed involuntarily. Adelaide retorted, I'm not in a rush. It's mainly based on your brother's attitude. Also, Alicia is almost 30 years old. Finalizing matters sooner means taking responsibility for her. Okay, I'll think about it. Carlos rubbed his brow, responding helplessly. All right, consider it. Also, your brother mentioned that if you can finalize your wedding with Alicia this time. Adelaide went on, those overseas trading companies will be under your name and fully managed by you. Plus, the few overseas trading companies registered for you by your sister-in-law are almost done. Come to Straight City in a few days, sign at the administration bureau, and these companies will be officially yours. Got it, thank you, sister-in-law. Carlos replied with surprise. When I get to Straight City, I'll treat you to a great meal as a thank you for helping me these days. A meal won't be enough. Adelaide giggled. You'd better not smoke or drink these days. And if you can give me a child when you come over, it's better than any thanks. Sister-in-law, let's not talk about this now, because Alicia is calling. Carlos deliberately changed the subject. I'll take Alicia's call first. You're always trying to pull one over on me. Adelaide pouted and teased. I won't disturb you now, but when you get to Straight City, just wait to see what happens. What could Carlos say? How could he not understand Adelaide's thoughts? Yet, he still had some reservations in his heart. After all, she was his sister-in-law. But thinking about how his elder brother couldn't, and his sister-in-law wanted a child from him, it wasn't really wrong. Besides, his sister-in-law was very beautiful. A hint of yearning surged in Carlos's heart. After all, this would not only help his elder brother, but also continue the Chun family lineage, wouldn't it? Although Carlos thought this way, there was still an invisible barrier in his mind, like an unbridgeable chasm. It made him hesitate to take that step, as it felt too much like a violation of propriety. Carlos, okay? Adelaide spoke softly. Sister-in-law won't talk much more here. Just remember, no smoking and no drinking these days. When you come to Straight City to help sister-in-law settle everything, she will reward you properly. Okay, I know. Carlos subconsciously replied. I'll refrain from smoking. But these days I'm a bit busy, so I might only be able to come to Straight City in a few days. Alright, be good. Adelaide giggled coquettishly, her voice filled with allure. Listen to sister-in-law. When you come to Straight City, sister-in-law will definitely make you comfortable. Chapter 68 Carlos, seeking Alora for grain. I'll be good. Carlos appeared somewhat dazed, even blurting out, I'll do whatever you say, sister-in-law. Hearing Carlos's response, Adelaide chuckled and then ended the call after a few more words. Carlos still seemed somewhat absent-minded. To be honest, if it weren't for that lingering trace of reservation in his heart, he would have driven straight to Straight City to do things that all men enjoy. After all, sister-in-law was as beautiful as a celestial being. Seeing her 100 times wouldn't be enough. Who could resist such an invitation from a stunning woman? Thinking this, Carlos quickly shook his head, trying hard to banish these lewd thoughts, even scorning himself over and over again in his heart. But just at this moment, Alora's call came unexpectedly. Seeing Alora's number, Carlos immediately answered without hesitation. Sister Exion, why are you calling? Alora gently spoke. Of course, I'm inviting you for dinner. I've prepared a sumptuous meal. Can you come now? Sister Exion, really? What a pleasant surprise. Carlos laughed. I was planning to buy some items before going home. It seems I must come to your place now. Just come over quickly. Alora said with a slight pout. Everything is ready here, waiting for you to eat. What could Carlos do? He had to visit Alora anyway because he needed to secure sufficient supplies for Katie, knowing that Alora managed the National Grain Reserve. Once this matter was settled, he wouldn't need to worry about supplying Katie anymore. Therefore, this dinner was a must. So, Carlos drove swiftly. In no time, he arrived at Alora's building, parked his car in the parking lot, and carried a basket of fruits toward Alora's residence. Upon reaching Alora's door, Carlos knocked lightly. Soon, Alora asked him to wait for a moment, and when she opened the door, she stood there in a loose bathrobe, looking alluringly at Carlos, still standing there like a fool. Come in. Carlos responded with a soft hum, took off his shoes, and entered Alora's home with the fruit basket. In contrast, Alora frowned slightly. You brought things? These are just some fruits I bought for you. Nothing else? Carlos smiled and put on the slippers Alora provided, handing over the fruit basket. But Alora didn't take it and instead went to serve food, saying, just put the fruits aside. Let's eat first. What else could Carlos say? He placed the basket aside and walked over to find a seat. Alora served him a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Carlos. Let's eat. We can take a walk afterward. Carlos nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and lowered his head to start eating. But at that moment, Alora's captivating eyes stared straight at Carlos. She then picked up a piece of abalone and offered it to him. Carlos, come, try this abalone. Carlos responded, his gaze meeting Alora's. In return, Alora pouted slightly. Open your mouth. Hearing this, Carlos instinctively made a sound and slowly opened his warm lips. But at that moment, Alora's delicate fingers extended the abalone toward Carlos. However, Carlos not only bit into the abalone but also Alora's delicate fingers. Alora's eyes widened. Her already mesmerizing gaze became even more enchanting. Especially feeling the warmth of Carlos's lips around her finger, her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a tingling sensation spreading through her. But at that moment, Carlos's tongue subconsciously licked Alora's fingertip. Instantly, Alora's pupils dilated, and her gaze softened, focusing on Carlos. Their gazes intertwined for mere seconds. Yet it felt like an eternity because in that moment, they distinctly felt time and space halt, hearing only each other's heartbeat. Stop it, just eat the abalone. Why did you bite my finger? As she spoke, Alicia's beautiful face flushed, the redness spreading down her neck. Carlos was taken aback for a moment before he couldn't control his reaction. He covered Alicia's exquisite cheek with his hand and bent down to kiss her warm, sensual lips. However, just as Carlos's warmth was about to touch Alicia's red lips, her phone rang suddenly, making Carlos hesitate for an instant. But Alicia ignored the ringing phone. Instead, she wrapped her hands around Carlos and lifted her head to kiss him on the lips. She kissed passionately yet awkwardly, and Carlos gently nibbled her lips, guiding Alicia slowly. Their lips intertwined more deeply. Carlos tightened his hold around Alicia's waist, while Alicia clung tightly to his neck. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the two of them existing in the world. After a long while, they finally parted. Carlos looked at the shy and adorable Alicia, feeling his heart stir. Sister Exion, you are so beautiful. Alicia's blush deepened even more. You naughty guy, you're so bad, just bullying me all the time. Seeing Alicia's shy appearance and hearing her gentle scolding, How could Carlos resist such stimulation? He scooped Alicia up by her waist and nibbled on her earlobe softly. Sister Exine, can I be even worse? Don't. What do you want to do? Alicia buried her head in Carlos's chest shyly, refusing to look at him. Put me down now. How could Carlos possibly put her down? If he did, would he still be a man? But, right then, a thunderous knock came from outside the door, shaking it as if it would break. Then Mateo's annoying voice echoed through. Alicia, open the door. Something huge happened. I must report to you in person. Mateo, what huge thing happened? Can you tell me outside? Hearing Mateo's voice, Alicia pouted unhappily. I'm not available right now. The grain storage has encountered a huge problem. Outside, Mateo urgently continued. The municipal government is in turmoil. Why didn't you answer my call earlier? Upon hearing this, Alicia's expression turned serious immediately. Carlos, please put me down. I'll open the door for Mateo and see what happened at the grain storage. What could Carlos say? Of course, he let her down and quickly tidied up, looking intently at the door. He also wanted to know what had happened at the grain storage since he came here for that very reason. So he paid special attention. Alicia frowned, carefully opened the door, and Mateo rushed in. When he saw Carlos, his eyes widened in shock. Then he glared fiercely at Carlos. Carlos, why are you here? Why can't I be here? This time, Carlos showed no respect for Mateo. Instead, he frowned sternly. Does only you have the right to come here, while I can't come to Alicia's place? Hey, you little punk. Mateo stared fiercely at Carlos, gritting his teeth. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Mateo, what do you want? Alicia glared sharply at Mateo. Speak if you have business, otherwise get out. Besides, Carlos is my boyfriend. Why can't he come? You too. Mateo fumed in rage, his entire body trembling, especially the murderous look in his eyes when he stared at Carlos, revealing his unmasked animosity. Carlos wasn't intimidated either. After all, they hadn't settled their previous dispute yet. If Mateo dared to provoke him again, he wouldn't mind teaching him a profound lesson, showing who he should and shouldn't mess with. Alicia glared fiercely at Mateo and said sternly, Mateo, I opened the door to find out what happened at the grain storage, not for you to meddle. Mateo opened his mouth several times, as if he wanted to say something, yet he seemed choked by a fish bone, unable to speak for a moment, because he was completely at a loss due to being overwhelmed. Alicia, however, showed no mercy and urged him to leave. Mateo, don't just stand there staring. If you have something to say, spit it out. Otherwise, get lost. Chapter 69. Mateo, humiliating himself and making a fuss. Alicia, I have something to say. Mateo glared at Carlos with gritted teeth, then turned his head to look at Alicia with a heartbroken expression and asked, Are you two dating? Do I need to explain this to you? Facing Mateo's gaze, Alicia revealed an extremely disgusted look and said, What are you doing here? If you have something to say, just say it. Otherwise, get out. Mateo shouted in anger, but the words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Jealousy filled his heart. He had liked Alicia for so long, but she always ignored him. Now she was even getting involved with Carlos. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He couldn't understand why Alicia liked Carlos instead of him. Mateo? What was wrong with him? He was no ordinary person. His father was the deputy mayor of Jinghai City. What qualifications did Carlos have to compete with him? After all, he was just the brother of a cheap businessman. With Mateo's identity and power, wasn't it a piece of cake to ruin Carlos? But why did Alicia care so much about him? Was it because he was handsome? But Mateo himself wasn't bad-looking either. Why couldn't Alicia show a little affection towards him? Mateo, what do you want? Aren't you going to talk about the grain storage issue? Alicia looked at Mateo with disgust and said bluntly, If you're not going to talk, please leave immediately. I don't welcome people like you here. Hearing this, Mateo became even angrier, but he didn't dare vent his anger on Alicia. Instead, he lashed out at Carlos, saying, Carlos, I won't allow you to date Alicia. You'd better stay away from Alicia. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Carlos was nearly amused to tears by Mateo's logic. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Looking at Mateo as if he were a fool, Carlos said disdainfully, My relationship with Alicia is none of your business, Mateo. Even your father can't interfere. Try asking him yourself. And remember. At this point, Carlos didn't give Mateo any face and continued, I respect you only because of your father. As for you, you're nothing to me. If you dare to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to have you dealt with. Believe me, I have the ability to make you disappear from Jinghai City anytime. Mateo was stunned. He couldn't understand where Carlos's courage came from to speak to him like that. Hadn't the lesson last time been enough? No. Furrowing his brows, Mateo silently made up his mind. He would find an opportunity to deal with Carlos again. With his power, dealing with Carlos should be effortless. However, Alicia paid no attention to Mateo's thoughts. She glared at him and said, Mateo, are you going to talk about the grain storage issue or not? If not, I'm asking you to leave. Otherwise, I'll call security. The disdain in Alicia's eyes towards Mateo was evident. She really disliked Mateo. After all, she disapproved of Mateo's daily actions, especially his abuse of power for personal gain. He frequently visited nightclubs and messed around with various women. Alicia knew he openly had 6 or 7 mistresses. Therefore, she deeply despised Mateo from the bottom of her heart. Wilfred's revolting to Alicia was how Mateo liked to take credit for others' achievements and political accomplishments. A person having no capability was one thing, but constantly taking credit for others' work was too much. Relying on his father's power, Mateo had never stopped doing such things. His rise to deputy director was built on stepping over others. Alicia looked down on Mateo and even loathed him. Yet Mateo remained oblivious. He kept pursuing Alicia to be his girlfriend. Upon hearing Alicia's words, Mateo's hatred for Carlos intensified even more. He had already decided to do everything to ruin Carlos. Mateo, it seems you don't intend to talk about the grain storage issue. In that case, I'll have to call the property management and ask them to send security over to escort you out. Alicia glanced at Mateo and picked up her phone, saying, "To get you removed from my room. Don't call. I'll talk." Seeing Alicia about to call the property management to have him thrown out, Mateo quickly said, "There was a conflict between the grain warehouse staff and the villagers during grain procurement. Then the grain warehouse station manager Anise accidentally killed a troublemaker." "What? Killed someone?" Upon hearing this, Alicia frowned. Her eyes filled with anger as she asked, "How dare Anise?" "I don't know either," Mateo replied. "But now the granary is surrounded by the villagers. The incident has even made the news, causing quite a stir within the municipal government. I received the message and called you immediately, but you didn't pick up." "All right, I got it." Alicia, unwilling to talk more with Mateo, noticed 6 or 7 missed calls on her phone. She then turned to Carlos and said, "Carlos, take me to the grain warehouse. I need to resolve this matter." What could Carlos say? Knowing the severity of the situation, he didn't waste any words. He held Alicia's hand and headed for the door. Seeing this scene, Mateo looked rather displeased but couldn't say anything else. He followed Carlos downstairs. Once downstairs, Carlos got into his car. Alicia, however, refused to ride with Mateo and had him drive separately. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Mateo watched as Carlos drove away towards the Jinghai City grain warehouse. As they traveled through the bustling city streets and arrived at the Jinghai City grain warehouse, they saw crowds everywhere. Flashing neon police cars were parked outside the warehouse, and most importantly, the warehouse was surrounded by angry villagers. There were also television reporters providing live coverage, and many municipal leaders were present, including Deputy Mayor Apsel. This incident was indeed too serious. "Alicia, what do we do?" Carlos observed the chaotic scene and the angry crowd, turning to Alicia. "I'm afraid our car can't get in, and walking through this mess might put you in danger." "No problem, let me get out." Alicia showed a determined look. "I am primarily responsible for Jinghai's grain storage. If something happens, I should take responsibility. Let me handle it." What could Carlos say? He parked the car and provided close protection for Alicia as they pushed through the crowd. Despite government officials trying to calm the crowd, the scene was still chaotic, especially where the victim lay covered by a white cloth. Several family members were wailing uncontrollably, and an elderly man knelt on the ground, sobbing. It pained Carlos's heart, but he continued to follow Alicia as she moved closer to understand the situation better. It turned out that the conflict arose due to disagreements over grain prices. Anise, the station manager, had a minor altercation with the deceased, shoving him slightly, causing the man to fall and die from a cerebral hemorrhage. An ambulance was called, but it was too late. The dead man's background wasn't simple. He had a nephew working for the TV station, and his family had considerable influence. Hence, the incident escalated. After several hours of fermentation, it had become this serious. While Anise had been taken away by the police, the situation hadn't calmed down because the family demanded 2 million yuan in compensation before they would leave. "Director Zhang, can we negotiate with the family? Ask them to disperse first, and then send representatives to discuss with us at the grain station." After understanding the whole story, Alicia turned to Director Callan of the Jinghai Public Security Bureau. "Although 2 million yuan is high, it would be better if everyone could sit down and talk things through rather than escalate matters like this. Director Amiri, Deputy Mayor Apsel just talked to them earlier, and his meaning was similar to yours. He also hoped they could sit down and talk." Director Callan revealed a difficult expression and said, "But the 2 million yuan compensation, they are not willing to negotiate on it, and they insist on immediate payment, or they won't leave." Hearing this from Callan, Alicia couldn't help but frown. After all, 2 million was no small sum. Even she couldn't make such a decision arbitrarily. "Alicia, these 2 million. Carlos, observing the situation, stepped forward and said, "Why don't I cover the compensation?" Chapter 70. Alicia invites Carlos to Wilfred's home. "Carlos, are you crazy?" Before Alicia could speak, Mateo, who had followed them, said emotionally, "Do you think money can solve everything? You think saying sorry and paying up will fix this? Do you know the serious consequences of this matter? They are blackmailing you. Even if someone dies, the compensation is usually only a few 100,000. Who would ever pay 2 million at once? Can you stop talking? I didn't ask for your opinion. I was talking to Alicia." Carlos couldn't help but glare at Mateo with disgust. "Of course, I'm willing to compensate the 2 million, but it comes with conditions, not just given freely." "What kind of conditions?" Alicia and Callan looked at Carlos simultaneously, and even some municipal leaders turned their attention to him. Carlos addressed Amiri Chi and others. "My condition is simple. I want to purchase grain from you at the current acquisition price. 100 million yuan worth should be enough, and I'll consider these 2 million as hard work compensation. How does that sound?" "Just that? No other conditions?" Callan couldn't help but ask, while Carlos replied, "No other conditions. Just this one, and I'll have you deliver the grain. Our port's warehouse is fine. All transportation costs will be covered by me." "That's not an issue," Stella quickly added, "but more money is needed. We can provide you with 100 million yuan worth of grain and ensure its delivery to your port warehouse. But you need to add another 3 million because we need staff to manage the storage and incur expenses." Ignoring Mateo, Carlos looked at Alicia. However, Alicia did not respond immediately. Instead, she went over to consult with the municipal leaders since this was the National Grain Reserve. Although they regularly supplied grain to merchants, such a large order definitely required Alicia to consult her superiors, especially with Carlos's conditions. Soon Alicia returned. She agreed to Carlos's terms and could supply 100 million yuan worth of grain. However, following Mateo's suggestion, an additional 3 million was necessary. Otherwise, only last year's old grain could be provided. Carlos had no objection since last year's grain was still edible. Wilfred Reaver, he intended to send this grain to Katie, ensuring no shortage there. With nearly 10 million caddies of grain, feeding Katie's group for a year wouldn't be a problem. So Carlos readily agreed and immediately transferred 102 million yuan to Alicia, requesting all grain to be delivered to his port warehouse within half a month. There was no problem for Alicia and her team since delaying the sale of this batch would render it unsuitable for human consumption next year, and only fit for animal feed due to aflatoxin contamination in old stock. Mateo, however, was not pleased. He hadn't expected Carlos to resolve the issue so easily. The mourners who were wailing on the ground earlier left smiling after receiving the 2 million, carrying away the body, and dispersing the crowd around the granary. Alicia received praise from the municipal leaders for selling old grain and earning 2 million while resolving a significant issue. Alicia felt happy but soon showed a puzzled expression, looking at Carlos. Why do you need so much grain? That's several million caddies. I'm preparing to start trading and live stream sales, mainly agricultural assistance. Carlos smiled. So I need a lot of grain. If Director Amiri is willing to cooperate long-term, we can sign a long-term agreement to buy grain from you. That's no problem. Alicia replied. Besides the basic reserve grain, we also sell surplus grain externally. Many rice merchants come here to buy. If you focus on agricultural assistance through live streaming, our government will provide substantial support. Ah, that's great. Carlos happily responded. In a few days, I'll bring Lacey to discuss further details with you. I need a lot of grain, and signing a long-term agreement would be perfect. That's no problem. Alicia, however, said with a pout, you can call me whenever you have time. I'll specially set aside time to sign the contract with you, ensuring we can continuously supply you with grain. Our warehouse has a large amount of old grain each year, which ultimately cannot be sold and can only be used as feed for pigs. This isn't just a problem for our granary. Many granaries now face this issue because ever since Academician Florency and Longping developed hybrid rice, our country has always had more than enough grain, and every year part of it needs to be exported. Carlos agreed with a hum, as he understood that China indeed didn't lack grain, all thanks to Academician Florency and Longping. If not for his research on hybrid rice, China's 1.3 billion people would never have been able to live as well as they do today, as food security was a fundamental constraint on the country's development. Carlos. Alicia tugged at Carlos twice, then frowned and asked, what are you thinking about? You're not even responding when I talk to you. Ah, I wasn't thinking about anything. Carlos responded with an ah, then regained his composure and replied, I was just thinking about going back, as it's very late now. Okay, then come back to my place. Alicia flashed a shy look in her eyes and said, after all, the road to Mingguan town is not easy to navigate. It's too late for you to return there. I'm worried about your safety, so why don't you sleep at my place tonight? That's not quite appropriate. Though Carlos was willing inside, he pretended to be reserved, while Alicia pouted and said, what's inappropriate? I have several rooms anyway. You can choose anyone. Not sharing the same bed together. Carlos blurted out unconsciously, causing Alicia's face to turn slightly red, as she scolded, you're such a bad guy, always thinking about those naughty things. I won't talk to you anymore. Alicia let out a playful hum and left Carlos with her beautiful back view, walking toward his car. Sensing the situation, Carlos hurriedly followed. Mateo's face twisted with anger, his eyes blazing with fury, but Alicia ignored him. Instead, she directly instructed him not to go back home tonight, but stay here and arrange for the granary driver to deliver grain to Carlos's port. Mateo's expression darkened even further, but he had no choice but to comply. Alicia ignored him and got into the car with Carlos. Carlos couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the issue of Katie needing grain resolved through Alicia's National Grain Reserve, he no longer needed to worry about running out of grain. His mood lifted, as a crucial problem had been solved. He wouldn't need to fear Katie's group growing more ravenous for grain, as the state grain reserve provided a steady supply. Carlos, what are you smiling about? Unaware of Carlos's thoughts, Alicia looked at him with furrowed brows and asked. In response, Carlos leaned closer and whispered in her ear. How annoying, always thinking about these things. Alicia blushed and playfully hit Carlos, asking, can't you think of something else? Sister Exine, in front of a beauty like you, how could I think of anything else? Carlos gently nibbled on Alicia's earlobe and whispered softly, isn't it disrespectful to think of other things? You're so annoying. Alicia softly sighed and her face quickly turned red. Don't misbehave anymore. Once we get home, you can do whatever you want, okay? Yes, I want to now. Carlos gently nibbled on her earlobe again and whispered, why don't we find a deserted place and shake things up right here in the car? Don't be silly, not here. Alicia pushed Carlos away shyly. If someone sees us, I'd be ruined. Let's go to Shihuan Road. Carlos insisted. After all, it hasn't been fully developed yet. No one will find us there. Home is fine. Alicia blushed deeply, her eyes avoiding Carlos's gaze. A big bed at home is enough for you to fool around. Why insist on driving there? I think it's more interesting that way. Carlos cupped Alicia's face and spoke with deep affection. Just imagine how thrilling it would be, much more exciting than at home. Let's go, shall we? It's not far from here to Shihuan Road. I promise to drive to a secluded spot where no one will see us. No. Alicia pouted, her face flushed with shyness, and said, you naughty bad guy, always coming up with these things. I won't agree to it. Sister, shall we go? Carlos cupped Alicia's beautiful face with both hands, gently kissed her moist and sexy lips, and said, just satisfy me this one time, all right? Chapter 71. Your Majesty, can we ask the deity for more of these things called mobile phones? Not going. And furthermore, Alicia gave Carlos a shy yet glaring look and pinched him casually, saying, I won't let you, little rascal, get away with it. Ouch, Sister Exine, it hurts. Carlos pouted slightly and shouted in pain. Alicia, on the other hand, pinched him even harder. Good that it hurts. It'll teach your bad guy brain a lesson. Sister Exine, are you blaming me now? Carlos said this with a pout. Alicia, meanwhile, puffed her red lips and retorted. If not you, who else? Of course it's you. Carlos, full of tenderness, leaned down and kissed her. Because you're so enchanting that I can't help but want to devour you. Rascal, always up to no good. Alicia turned her head away and pressed a fair finger against Carlos's lips. But Carlos had no intention of letting her go like this, and he continued kissing her over her fingers. However, at that moment, the car window glass was tapped on by someone. Instantly, Carlos paused his kiss, sat upright, rolled down the window glass. Outside the car, Augusta was looking at Carlos coldly. It's so late. Don't you need to return home and learn medicine from me? What mischief are you doing here? Jethia, seriously? Carlos could not help his facial expression turning rigid. He then looked at Augusta with horror in his eyes. You were following me? What do you think you're saying? Augusta rolled her eyes. I'm not in the mood to trail after you. I've just come here to remind you that you should return home and learn medicine from me. Can I take a sick leave today? Carlos's mouth twitched into a pained smile. I have some matters to attend to today. Can't I skip learning medicine today? No way. Get back with me immediately. Augusta shot a fierce glare at Carlos and made a gesture as if she would slice him, or I will shave you. What could Carlos say? Augusta's personality was well known. If he did not follow her, he would surely be shaved. So, reluctantly parting with Alicia and sending her back, Carlos drove home with Augusta. Throughout the journey, Augusta sat cross-armed, staring coldly at Carlos without uttering a word. When they arrived home, she brushed past Carlos coldly and walked straight into the villa, leaving Carlos speechless. But he did not comment further, only messaging Alicia that he had reached home. He went back to his bedroom, filled a bathtub with water, and lay down to relax. Just then, Katie's thought came through. Deity, are you asleep? Classmate Katie, I'm still awake. Hearing Katie's thought, Carlos could not help but give a small smile in response. In contrast, Katie thought, Deity, you're actually still awake? Ching-ching, then pass the mobile phone to me. I've taken many pictures of Yongyang City and want to show them to you. Okay, alright. Katie agreed and passed over the phone. Carlos took it, scrolling through the pictures one by one. In every picture, he saw nothing but ruins and decay. The streets were covered in swirling yellow sand, almost apocalyptic. There were people walking the streets, thin and frail, their faces blank, hunched over. Despite some returning blood to their faces and less sorrowful looks than before, life was still hard for them. Wilfreds wore tattered clothes. Many barely clothed themselves with rough hemp. Few wore shoes, walking barefoot on scorching ground. Even soldiers wore only the armor provided by him, lacking decent clothing. As Carlos scrolled through the pictures carefully, he noticed photos of Burke and others. Although tall and strong, they appeared emaciated, with sunken eye sockets. They too had only skin and bones left. Even Ajani and Norris looked exhausted with chapped lips and hollow cheeks. However, their eyes sparkled with hope and resilience. Carlos felt a twinge of pain as he looked at each beauty who was supposed to be pampered, living in such hardship. Despite feeding them as much as he could during the past few days, time was just too short. Ajani and the others would not recover so quickly. Carlos thought while looking at them. He believed that providing some nutritional supplements like milk, bird's nest, sea cucumber, ginseng, collagen, and protein powder would be beneficial since they all seemed malnourished and in desperate need of these tonics. Additionally, clothes, shoes, and pants were in great demand. After all, so many civilians and soldiers had nothing to wear. This simply could not continue. Thinking of this, Carlos quickly picked up his phone and bought 1 million pieces of various clothes, shoes, socks, and pants in bulk from online platforms like PDD, Taobao, and 1688.com. He also purchased 10,000 bottles of pure milk, tens of thousands of pounds of bird's nest, sea cucumber, ginseng, collagen, and protein powder with one click, as he couldn't bear for these gold-consuming beasts to live in such misery. He wanted to give them the best life possible, but with every purchase, his wallet rapidly emptied. Even his Huabei credit line was depleted. Truly, burning money? Seeing his Huabei account drained, a bitter smile appeared on Carlos's face. Wilfredra than 100 billion, and it's all gone in just a few days. It's all used up already. I'll have to sell antiques to Bryant again, or I won't have enough money to support these gold consumers. Carlos sighed with a tinge of regret, but just then Katie's voice interrupted him again, asking, Deity, are you done viewing? Yeah, I'm finished. Carlos replied telepathically. I noticed your people lack proper clothing. I've just ordered 1 million sets of clothes, shoes, socks, and pants online for you. I also bought 10,000 bottles of milk, tons of bird's nest, sea cucumber, ginseng, collagen, and protein powder. I want to empty modern warehouses to pamper you all, making sure everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, and milk to drink. Ching-chung, kneel and thank the deity. Katie responded excitedly. We have also prepared a large amount of tributes for the deity. Please prepare a larger warehouse. We will send them over to the deity right away. Oh, please wait. Surprise flickered across Carlos's face as he said, I'm currently bathing. I'll notify you once I finish. All right, deity. Katie replied telepathically. Carlos felt delighted, handed the phone to Katie, rinsed off briefly, wrapped himself in a bath towel, and exited the bathroom. The next moment, his eyes widened as he saw Augusta sitting cross-legged on the bed, her fair legs exposed, making him gulp involuntarily. Scoundrel, what are you staring at? Augusta glared fiercely at Carlos upon catching his heated gaze. Come to the bed and get to work, or do I need to shave you again? Augusta, wait. Carlos, still mesmerized by Augusta, stammered. I need to go to the basement first. I need to place some things there. Go quick, return quick. Augusta frowned impatiently. Don't delay too long. We have a lot more to do after this. I understand. I'll be back soon. A lascivious smile spread across Carlos's face as he left the room swiftly, heading downstairs to the basement. Carlos chose an empty storage room in the basement and sent a message to Katie, signaling his readiness. Immediately, golden ingots began pouring out of a large black jar. Golden bricks, round ingots, various antique-style jewelry, jade carvings, ceramics, calligraphy scrolls, and paintings flooded out of the jar. There was so much treasure that half the room filled up instantly, yet it didn't stop. Ancient bronzes, blue and white porcelain, and other precious items kept spilling out. Carlos's eyes sparkled at the piles of shimmering treasures because there was simply too much. So much that one room wasn't enough. He had to switch rooms to accommodate more of the wealth pouring out of the black jar. Carlos gleefully touched jade carvings and draped several thick gold chains around his neck, storing ancient paintings and safes. As for agate, amber, Z-beads, green turquoise, bronze artifacts, jadeware, and porcelains, they were haphazardly placed on the ground due to the sheer volume and lack of storage space. Only the basement offered any semblance of accommodation. Of course, he was also growing fonder of those little darlings across from him, enjoying keeping these millions of ancients. Was it for anything else? Just for these? The tributes they offered. Carlos enjoyed raising them. After all, he only needed to place an order on Taba and then transfer the items to them, to gain endless wealth in return. Ask anyone if they wouldn't want such a good deal? Katie and the others were also delighted because their sacrifices were accepted by the deity. Each of them knelt down in gratitude. After all, these treasures were useless to them. What they truly needed were food and water, and clothing to cover themselves, and the deity provided all that. Therefore, they thanked the deity with utmost piety because the deity gave them hope to live on. Your Majesty, since the deity has accepted our offerings, can we ask the deity for more phones? Abdullah revealed an expectant expression and said, because phones are just so fascinating. Inside them, not only does the deity use puppetry to control puppets for us to watch plays as directed. Chapter 72 Ava, Assassination Attempt, in Danger. There are still many interesting people inside who tell us jokes. It's really amusing. While listening to Abdullah and the others discussing animatedly, Ava couldn't help but frown deeply and said, we shouldn't mention this matter again because the deities have already bestowed much upon us. How can we ask for more from the deities? After all, our offerings have been so meager. How can we have the face to ask for more? Though somewhat disheartened, Abdullah and the others understood that what Ava said was true. Compared to what the deities had given them, their offerings were indeed too little. They shouldn't ask for more. Well? Seeing the situation before her, Ava took a deep breath and addressed Abdullah and Burke. Generals Abdullah and Burke. All the tributes we've offered to the deities have been exhausted. Wilfreding forward, the defense of the city walls will be entrusted to you. I shall return to the palace first. If there are any emergencies, generals may send someone to inform me at once. Yes, your majesty. Hearing Ava's words, Burke and the others bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Ava transmitted a thought to Carlos and rode her motorcycle back to the palace. Ajani and Norris closely followed, as did Trista. They led hundreds of phone guards away from the east city wall, heading towards the imperial palace. However, before Ava and her entourage reached the palace gate, suddenly several hundred black-robed figures emerged from the rooftops all around them, their feet making a rhythmic tapping sound on the tiles, gripping sharp weapons in their hands. Ava had already sensed it. Ajani and the others' expressions became grave. Your majesty, there are assassins. Send up signal flares immediately. There was no need for Ajani to remind her. The hundreds of assassins who had charged out from behind the eaves were already lunging toward her. With a swift motion, Ava drew the Althea at her waist and stabbed one of the approaching assassins with lightning speed. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the assassin's chest, followed by an agonizing scream. Phone guards, protect his majesty. Ajani's expression changed abruptly as he shouted furiously, Norris, let's cut down these assassins together. Kill. As Ajani gave the command, doors from surrounding houses burst open, and windows upstairs were pushed wide. Archers emerged from every corner, drawing their bows and aiming directly at them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with whistling sounds as countless arrows rained down upon them from all directions, the gates, windows, and rooftops. Shield bearers, shield bearers. Reacting swiftly, Ajani commanded, form a protective formation, quickly. The phone guards surrounding Ava immediately raised their shields in layers, forming a protective barrier around her just as torrents of arrows began pelting down. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the formation was completed, wave after wave of arrows struck the shields. Had the shields been breached, the humans within would have become pin cushions, but the phone guards' rapid formation, along with their armor and shields made of fine steel, and among the best forged by Tobias, prevented the onslaught of thousands of arrows from breaking through. Homer nearly fell out of shock when he witnessed this scene. Everything had happened too quickly. He had orchestrated this sure-kill ambush, unleashing over 3,000 arrows, yet they couldn't penetrate the defenses of the phone guards. Terrified but resolute, he gritted his teeth and commanded, archers, shoot again. Once more, the hidden assassins and some of Colby's operatives stationed in Inyang City prepared their bows. Suddenly, the roar of four-wheeled off-road motorcycles could be heard charging toward them. Assassins! Protect his majesty! Protect him! Eider led 3,000 patrol soldiers, each wielding a Althea, riding their off-road motorcycles like bolts of lightning, rushing to the rescue. Charge! 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 Holding his Althea with both hands, Eider roared, leaping up and dashing toward the rooftop assassins. Busal Wugong Galchangda soldiers from the patrol camp also rushed onto the rooftops surrounding them, slaying the assassins who were preparing to draw their bows and shoot. Instantly, there were continuous cries of agony. Blooming droplets of blood splattered across the roofs like raindrops, and bodies plummeted from the rooftops. Homer could only watch helplessly as the Jianghu assassins he led, along with some of Colby's operatives infiltrated into Inyang City, were all killed by Eider, for their weapons and equipment were too inferior in comparison. Even the blades and swords of these martial arts experts and Colby's trained operatives could not pierce the armor of the patrol soldiers. What made Homer feel most desperate was that the Althea held by Eider and his men were too sharp. One slash could not only shatter the weapons of the operatives and the Jianghu people, but also cut through their bodies, especially their heads, which were chopped off as easily as slicing vegetables. Seeing this scene, Homer knew very clearly that if it continued like this, they would not only fail the mission but also lose their lives. So he locked eyes on Ava fiercely. Enoch, stop engaging with the patrol camp and kill the dog emperor. Homer pointed at Ava immediately and said, as long as we kill her, Inyang City will collapse on its own. Upon hearing this, a dozen of Colby's trained operatives tightened their weapons and charged toward Ava, protected by the Fongling guards. The Fongling guards stabbed through the gaps of their shields with their spears, instantly killing the charging operatives. But at that moment, Enoch, dressed in white and wielding a long sword, swiftly attacked Ava. Dog Emperor, prepare to die. Enoch slashed with his sword towards Ava, but Ajani quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the sword with his Althea. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Ajani's tiger's mouth bled due to Enoch's exceptional martial arts skills, placing him at a disadvantage within seconds. At that moment, Norris lunged at Enoch with his blade while Ava drew her Barrett rifle, aiming at Enoch. Just as Ava was about to shoot, Shepard wielded two knives and pounced towards Ava like a whirlwind. However, before she could slash Ava's throat, the Shiliang female royal advisor intervened, blocking Shepard with a bronze umbrella and delivering a swift kick to her chest. Despite Shepard's attempt to dodge, she couldn't avoid the blow, being kicked away and receiving another heavy hit to her chest. She fell heavily to the ground and rolled away rapidly. The Shiliang female royal advisor followed up quickly, striking her again with the bronze umbrella. Shepard blocked the strike with her dual knives, but was forced back several steps before stabilizing herself. Homer, it's your turn to act. Seeing this, Enoch urged Homer loudly. The Dog Emperor has no skilled protectors around her now. Why wait any longer? Hearing this, Homer's eyes darkened. He picked up a long knife and roared, rushing toward Ava. Just as he was about to strike Ava, she aimed her gun at his forehead and pulled the trigger. A loud shot echoed. The previously intimidating Homer didn't even have time to scream as his head exploded under Ava's shot, sending blood and brain matter spattering everywhere. His body crashed heavily to the ground, dead instantly. Enoch and Shepard were both stunned, as this was too sudden. After all, Homer was a top-notch martial arts expert, whose skills were not inferior to Enoch. Yet, such a formidable expert had been killed by that black and strange object Ava held. Dog Emperor, what is that thing you hold? Realizing this, Enoch glared at Ava, roaring furiously. How can it be so powerful? The deities say it's called a Barrett. Yet, Ava aimed the Barrett at Enoch's head and said, Enoch, would you like to feel its power? Chapter 73. Your Majesty, it's not good. The barbarians outside the city are digging secret tunnels. No need. Enoch's mouth twitched sharply, his heart filled with a complex mixture of emotions that were hard to describe, especially considering the formidable power of this gun. He was only in his 50s and did not want to follow Hardy's fate, being killed by Ava with a gunshot to the head, dying such a tragic death. So he tensed up his whole body as if facing a great enemy, while Ava calmly held the Barrett rifle, aiming steadily at Enoch's head and said, Enoch, since you say there's no need, then surrender to me and make all your people bow down to me, or I'll send you to the other side with one shot. Of course, don't even think about escaping, because within 2 kilometers, this gun can take someone's head off as easily as picking something out of a pocket. Don't believe me? Feel free to try. When Enoch heard these words from Ava, he felt a chill run up his spine, even though he was thinking about how to escape. But he knew perfectly well that Ava wasn't bluffing. That black thing called a Barrett in her hands could easily kill him. Even if he was as fast as lightning, he wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking of this, Enoch's feelings became extremely complicated because they had come here to assassinate Ava. After all, it was Ava's father who had caused the demise of his Qing clan. So for years he had been seeking an opportunity for revenge, wanting to wipe out the entire Shiliang kingdom's royal family, especially to kill Ava with his own hands. Who would have thought that after just one round, more than half of the people he brought were dead or wounded, and even Hardy was killed by Ava in one shot. Even though Enoch was now one of the top martial artists in the world, he didn't dare make any rash moves against Ava's Barrett, because he clearly felt that if she lightly pulled the trigger, he would meet the same fate as Hardy in the next second. Enoch, I know that my father wronged your Qing clan back then. His actions were unforgivable and led to the massacre of your clan. Holding the Barrett, Ava gazed at Enoch with eyes cold as stars and continued. But why have you joined the bandits, helping the barbarians slaughter our Shiliang civilians? Have you forgotten that you are a Shiliang person? Facing Ava's words, Enoch was struck dumb like he had been hit by lightning. After all, he was just a man of the martial world who lived by quick justice. So for the past decade, he had been serving under Colby, secretly working for him, hoping to one day overthrow the Shiliang royal family and kill Ava personally. But hearing these words now, his heart trembled involuntarily. Enoch, I understand deep down that you still have a conscience. Our Shiliang kingdom owes your Qing clan for what happened back then, leading to the tragedy of your family. Ava looked at Enoch resolutely and continued. This is why you followed Colby for all these years, committing many wrongdoings. But have you ever thought about how Shiliang has suffered from a 5-year drought? The people are starving, and the northern barbarians are sustaining themselves by massacring cities and eating people. If you help Colby kill me and assist the barbarians in breaking into Yingyang City, then not only will our royal family perish, but millions of our citizens will also be wiped out. Can you really bear to witness such a devastating scene? Upon hearing Ava's words, Enoch finally felt a flicker of doubt. After all, the conflict between him and Ava was personal. But now, the situation in the Shiliang kingdom was so dire. If he killed Ava, the barbarian army outside Yingyang City would rush in like hungry wolves. At that time, millions of people in Shiliang would be left without survivors. The barbarians would devour them all, as they were barely surviving by eating humans after the 5-year drought in the north. With no harvest and extreme food shortages, cannibalism was the only way for the northern barbarians to survive, treating humans as their finest food. The Central Empire even regarded humans as walking sheep, with widespread reports of people being cooked and eaten. Enoch, I am willing to remove my imperial robes, imitating the ancient sages, allowing you 3 strikes with your sword to settle old grievances. Ava stared at Enoch firmly and declared, as for what happens afterward, I will not interfere. But you must take away all the spies and assassins you infiltrated into the city with, along with Colby's loyalists. We can settle our disputes on the battlefield later, without such hidden ambushes and surprise attacks. Of course, if you wish to stay and help me defend Ingyang City, protecting the millions of citizens of our Shiliang kingdom, I am also willing to let bygones be bygones and bestow upon you the title of the first swordsman of the Shiliang kingdom. Let us join hands to defend Ingyang City together and protect the millions of our citizens. Ava's resounding words fell like heavy hammers. Not only did Enoch fall silent, but Shepard did as well. Even the martial experts who came with Enoch and the loyalists of Colby all fell silent because they were aware that they were all people of Shiliang. Their veins flowed with the blood of Shiliang. Hearing Ava's stirring words, they were all struck dumb as if by lightning, their eyes filled with emotion. Enoch, let's surrender. Finally, Shepard could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Your Majesty is right. Our feud with her is personal, but if we help Colby kill her and allow the barbarians to break into Ingyang City, the millions of people in Ingyang City will surely become food for those barbarians. As people of Shiliang, how can we bear to witness such a catastrophe? Enoch, let's surrender. Shepard had barely finished speaking when many other martial artists stepped forward, saying, look at the life of the citizens of Ingyang City now. It is so wonderful. They not only have kanji every day but also large, white steamed buns that ooze grease when bitten. The citizens of Ingyang City live like gods. If we help Colby harm the current emperor, can the citizens still enjoy such a good life? Hearing these words, Enoch became dazed because everyone was right. The citizens of Ingyang City lived such a happy life, enjoying 3 meals a day, each meal consisting of kanji. In the morning, there are buns, steamed bread, meat rolls, eggs, and sausages. The midday porridge has minced meat. Even dishes like pickled vegetables, pork with chili peppers, ham stir-fried with cucumbers, greens, and winter melon stewed with ribs are served. Such a good life would be hard to come by even in normal times, let alone during a famine. Was he willing to cruelly end this wonderful life for the citizens of Ingyang City just for personal vengeance, turning them into food for the barbarians? At this thought, Enoch's blood surged upward, and he fainted straight away, falling to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Shepard and others rushed over, giving him water and trying to revive him. However, the remaining martial killers and Colby's loyalists all laid down their weapons and knelt on the ground, willingly submitting to Ava. They declared that they were ready to charge into battle for Ingyang City and fight bravely at the front lines. Ava was overjoyed and immediately ordered Iter to take them away, providing them with the same treatment as loyalists. Iter naturally followed orders, while the unconscious Enoch was sent to the Imperial Medical Institute for emergency treatment. Your Majesty, handling this matter like this may not be appropriate. After all, these people tried to attack you in broad daylight. We have already shown great mercy by not wiping them out. Norris, witnessing this scene, was stunned for a long time before bowing to Ava and saying, how can you be so lenient with them? General Wilfred, what Her Majesty did was very wise. What we need now is to unite all forces we can, including those like Enoch. The female Grand Tutor of the Shiliang Kingdom interjected, we should gather them together. Once this news spreads, the citizens of the Shiliang Kingdom will flock here like waves. She continued, when we grow stronger, not only the barbarians but even the world can be within our grasp. Norris, hearing the female Grand Tutor's words, felt enlightened. He instantly understood how wise Ava's actions were. Killing Enoch and his group versus gaining their undying loyalty. It was obvious which choice any smart person would make. Unifying the world required more than just killing. It demanded profound strategic planning. Ava's move was a demonstration of such depth. Even someone like Enoch, who once opposed her fiercely, had been won over. If word spread that Ingyang City had abundant water and food, other lords might lead their troops to join. Their military strength would multiply many times over. Their territory would no longer be limited to the Shiliang Kingdom, especially with the presence of the barbarian army across from them, which might waver. After all, everyone longed for a life with food and water. They had an endless supply of both through divine intervention. Thinking of this, Norris couldn't help but feel another surge of hope, hoping to lead his troops toward a grander future. She wished to expand the territories of the Shiliang Kingdom, to defeat the barbarians, to unify Rurin, to advance northward, and wherever her sword pointed, it would become Han territory. Ava harbored such lofty ambitions. She desired to eliminate, for the deity, countries like Japan, Vietnam, India, and South Korea, integrating them into Chinese territory, to make up for what the deity had mentioned. If Qin Shi Huang were still alive, he wouldn't blame future generations for not learning English well. Instead, he would regret not having conquered Europe. Thinking of this, Ava couldn't help but want to send a message to Carlos, telling her of her thoughts at this moment. But she finally restrained herself. After all, it was already late, and the deity must be resting. Thus, Ava could not bear to disturb the revered deity's rest. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, Eunuch Bart rushed towards Ava like an ant on a hot griddle, then whispered something in her ear. Ava's brow furrowed tightly in response. Seeing this, Ajani looked puzzled and asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? I see you looking worried. Has something happened? Chapter 74. General, what's going on? Why do I feel a sense of foreboding tonight? Indeed there is something. Katie waved his sleeve and said, Just now, the commander guarding the southern city wall, reported that the barbarian army outside the city seems to be digging a secret passage outside the southern gate. Ah, such a thing has occurred. Upon hearing this, Ajani and others were all startled and said with alarm, Then I shall immediately lead the motorcycle cavalry battalion to strike and round them all up. There's no need for haste. After hearing Ajani at all, Katie replied, To kill these barbarians, His Majesty still has an excellent strategy. Ajani and others all looked intrigued, but Katie did not say more. He leaned close to Norris's ear and whispered a few words before ordering Ajani to lead the right Camp Phoenix Feather Guard, to head to the warehouse and find Curtis, the Minister of Revenue, to retrieve 5,000 bottles of Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju cooking oil, and Shiwang cooking oil, and 3,000 tear gas grenades, smoke bombs, and incendiary grenades each, which should be directly transported to the southern city wall. Ajani accepted the order and left. while Katie rode his motorcycle, closely followed by the Xiliang Empire's female national advisor, as well as over 100 Phoenix Feather Guards and 3,000 patrol troops who sped towards the southern city wall like lightning. When they arrived at the southern city wall of Yingyang City, they saw General D of the left army of the city defense force kneeling down like a mountain, dressed in a war robe similar to Orson Florence's, and holding the Yang family spear, reporting, "This subordinate, the left General D of the city defense force, pays respect to your majesty." "General D, please rise." Katie stopped the motorcycle and dismounted like an agile leopard. He then tightly gripped the Alf knife at his waist and asked, "Where are the barbarians currently digging the tunnel?" "Your majesty," D replied while bowing, "they are secretly digging a tunnel about 1 kilometer away in the forest outside the city." Do you know their exact location?" While walking onto the wall, gripping his Alf knife, Katie asked impatiently. D answered behind him, "We don't know the exact location yet because we dare not approach easily. This is also because we don't know if there are other ambushes outside the city, so we can only stay on the city wall and dare not make any rash moves." Katie hummed and, grasping the Alf knife, reached the watchtower. His sharp eyes scanned the outskirts like a hawk. Outside the south gate was a dense forest. In the pitch-black night, 1 kilometer away, they could only see faint flickers of firelight, resembling glowing fireflies in the darkness. But the situation there was unclear because the distance was too far. Facing such a situation, Katie showed a hint of confusion because it seemed too obvious for the barbarian army to dig tunnels, and the location they chose was interesting. At that moment, Norris led the left camp Phoenix Feather Guard with 200 drones, riding motorcycles roaring toward them. They rushed up to the city wall and then got off their motorcycles, kneeling to pay respects to Katie like loyal sentinels. Norris saluted and said, "Your Majesty, the 200 drone operators from the left camp Phoenix Feather Guard have arrived. We await your orders." General Wilfred first launched several DJI Hummingbird drones to reconnoiter above the forest outside the southern city. Katie decisively instructed Norris without hesitation, "See how many barbarians are hiding there digging tunnels." "Yes." Norris saluted in response and then skillfully operated 9 DJI Hummingbird drones herself, flying them toward the forest outside the southern gate like agile hawks. However, D and others stared agape, their mouths wide open, eyes round, watching those 9 DJI Hummingbird drones ascend under Norris's skilled operation, their eyes nearly falling out. "General, what is this object?" Some soldiers in the city defense force couldn't hold back their curiosity, asking, "It actually soars through the sky with General Wilfred's control. This is truly miraculous." D was also bewildered, as he had seen DJI Hummingbird drones for the first time and didn't know what they were and how they could fly. It was rare because besides the birds soaring freely in the sky, only the DJI Hummingbird drones they saw could do this. "Your Majesty, such divine objects." Thinking of this, D couldn't contain his excitement and asked Katie with reverence, "This subordinate has never seen such a thing. What is it?" "These are the DJI Hummingbird drones bestowed upon us by the gods," Katie said with a look of reverence. "The gods say that this kind of drone can help us see through all the enemy's actions." D exclaimed and his eyes were filled with awe for the place where the gods resided, brimming with longing. He could not imagine how wonderful that place was, not only having motorcycles as divine objects, but also DJI Hummingbird drones capable of soaring in the sky. When D's eyes revealed admiration, at that moment Norris and her team were already operating 9 DJI Hummingbird drones. They appeared above the heads of the barbarian army. It was evident that each barbarian soldier, led by Seema Bart, worked bare-chested with hoes and other tools, digging tunnels with great effort. And what about Norris's side? Based on the data collected by the DJI Hummingbird drones, they instantly locked onto Seema Bart. He led 27,698 barbarian soldiers to dig tunnels in the forest, and each figure was clearly visible under the drone cameras, even those hidden in the tunnel. Norris and her team could also see them via thermal imaging. Virtually no barbarian soldier could escape detection. At the same time, Ajani led the right camp Phoenix Feather Guard riding motorcycles, delivering 5,000 bottles of Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju cooking oil, Shiwang cooking oil, and 3,000 tear gas grenades, smoke bombs, and incendiary grenades each, all transported to the city wall. Seeing this, D and others exchanged puzzled glances, not knowing why Ajani had brought 5,000 bottles of Luhua peanut oil, Jinlongju cooking oil, Shiwang cooking oil, as well as 3,000 tear gas grenades, smoke bombs, and incendiary grenades each, to the city wall. After all, should they not organize a large army to charge out and annihilate the barbarians digging the tunnel? "Your Majesty now?" D could hardly contain himself, tightly gripping the Yang family spear, and asked Katie, "Since we have confirmed the enemy's situation, shouldn't our motorcycle army strike swiftly and wipe out the barbarian forces?" "General D, don't rush," Norris said with a smile. "In this battle, you will indeed lead the troops out to kill the enemy. But first, we must give these barbarian soldiers a fiery inferno before you swoop down like tigers from the mountain and leave no survivors." D looked bewildered, as if struck by lightning, for he truly did not understand this tactic. Wilfred Reaver, how would they set fire from a kilometer away? Questions filled D's face, because it seemed completely incomprehensible. Katie's gaze, sharp as an eagle, fell upon D's face, saying, "General D, you first lead the soldiers on the city wall to prepare at the city gate. Soon I will order you to attack." "Yes." D accepted the order and rallied the soldiers on the city wall. They all rode motorcycles, weapons in hand, forming a steel flood awaiting orders outside the city gate. Of course, there was also Ajani and the 3,000 patrol troops, all armed and ready, waiting outside the city gate. General Wilfred, use the DJI Hummingbird drones again. Seeing this, Katie calmly instructed Norris to investigate the surroundings outside the southern city. See if there are any ambushes by the barbarians. Norris understood immediately and operated the DJI Hummingbird drones, sending them in 3 different directions to investigate the area outside the southern city. Soon, Norris discovered, through the drone's long-range vision, 2 ambush units 2 kilometers southeast, led by Bo and Nate respectively. They were elite cavalry numbering more than 100,000. Upon seeing this, Katie and Norris exchanged glances, as if they both realized the reason behind Semabart digging tunnels a kilometer away from the southern city. They likely intended to exploit the terrain covered with trees around the southern city, making it difficult for motorcycles to navigate, luring them out of the city, then ambushing with Bo's troops, using the advantage of cavalry to crush them and potentially break through the southern city defenses. If added to the ambush by Enoch, their plan was almost perfect. Unfortunately, Bo and the others never imagined that they had the DJI hummingbird drones bestowed by the gods. They now controlled everything. Meanwhile, Edge and the others sensed something amiss, especially Bo, who frowned and gazed up at the dark sky, asking, "Edge, did you hear something buzzing overhead?" "General, I heard it." Hearing Bo's words, Edge also lifted his head and said, "But I have been looking up at the sky, yet I haven't seen anything. I just hear a buzzing sound but can't see what it is. I truly don't know why." "Edge, could the people of Shilyong have used some mysterious weapon? Just hearing this sound makes my eyelids twitch incessantly. I have a feeling that something unforeseen might happen tonight." "General, I also feel." Edge, somewhat uneasy, said, "I just have a feeling that something isn't right." And Su Dinfang didn't say that his men had set an ambush in the city. Why haven't we heard any news about their success? How would I know? Bo frowned deeply. Our spies inside the city haven't sent us any information yet. Right now, no one knows what's going on inside. As for the commander of the South City, for some unknown reason, even though they clearly saw Semabart digging tunnels, they did not ride motorcycles out to attack. This is really too strange. "General, we must be cautious this time. If the situation turns unfavorable." Edge looked at Bo, couldn't help but swallow, and said, "We need to turn back and run immediately." Chapter 75. Ava, Drones, and Great Power. Act according to the situation. Bo rubbed his brow, then his gaze fell on Edge's face, saying, "Go tell all the soldiers to be alert because my eyelid has been twitching. I feel that something will definitely happen tonight. Everyone should be alert, and if things go wrong, run." "Yes, General." Edge quickly responded and relayed the orders. However, at this moment, the sky above was filled with the buzzing sounds of drones. Bo hurriedly looked up at the sky upon hearing the sound. His eyes widened in shock as he saw swarms of buzzing drones flying towards them. "Edge, make everyone run now." In a daze of astonishment, Bo immediately shouted, "The people of Shilyong truly have secret weapons." Edge also looked up and saw a swarm of drones heading their way. What frightened him most was that these drones carried bottles of Gene Dragon fish oil, Luhua peanut oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. There were also incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, and tear gas canisters, which rained down from thousands of meters in the air onto them. Smash, smack, smack. Before Bo could react, over 100 elite cavalrymen were hit by the falling bottles of Gene Dragon fish oil, Luhua peanut oil, and Shiwang cooking oil. Incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, and tear gas grenades struck them, exploding on impact and creating a fiery inferno. With bottles of oil raining down instantly, they could see nothing but flames everywhere. They couldn't open their eyes through the dense smoke, tears streaming uncontrollably, unable to keep them open. "Retreat, retreat fast." Bo didn't have time to think. He immediately waved the black battle flag and turned his white warhorse around to flee. Edge quickly mounted his horse and started retreating at full speed. However, just at this critical moment, D sped forward on a motorcycle with headlights on, waving a young family spear while leading an 8,000-strong motorcycle cavalry charging straight towards Bo. "Soldiers, the one holding the black flag is the tribal general Bo." As D charged forward on his motorcycle, he pointed at Bo and shouted, "Whoever kills him, the emperor will reward 100 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, and 2 large cabbages." Bo, with keen ears, heard D's call and promptly threw the black battle flag to his deputy, who wore a red battle robe and rode ahead rapidly. Seeing this, D loudly shouted again, "Soldiers, the one in the red battle robe is the tribal general Bo. Whoever kills him, the emperor will reward 100 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, and 2 large cabbages." Feeling a chill down his spine upon hearing D's shout, Bo immediately tore off his red battle robe. Seeing this, D waved the young family spear and pointed at Bo's white warhorse, shouting, "Soldiers, the one riding the white warhorse is the tribal general Bo. Whoever kills him, the emperor will reward 100 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, and 2 large cabbages." Hearing these repeated calls, Bo was thoroughly terrified. Just then, D and his men caught up, and some soldiers had already taken out their crossbows, aiming directly at Bo. "General, ride my horse quickly." Bo's deputy saw this and urgently called out to him, "Otherwise, you won't escape today." Without hesitation, Bo abandoned his white warhorse, jumped onto a nearby black warhorse, and whipped it fiercely to charge forward like lightning. Thankfully, he escaped in time. His white warhorse was already shot full of arrows, collapsing lifelessly like rotten wood. Bo turned back and nearly fainted. Had he delayed for just another step, he would have met the same fate. "General, run fast." Edge urged Bo forward. "The Shilyong army is attacking. If we don't run now, we won't escape." Bo naturally saw this. What made him even more disheartened was seeing the plight of Semabart and others. Even Nate was fleeing for his life at this moment, as the 3,000-strong patrol camp soldiers were coordinating with the drones to exterminate them. However, Ava stood on the southern city wall, gripping the Alf saber at her waist tightly. Her gaze fixed on the over 10,000 Shilyong motorcycle cavalry chasing and striking the hundreds of thousands of tribal cavalry. There were also Semabart and others digging secret tunnels in the forest. But what she intended to kill were these 2 myriads of tribal armies. As for Nate and Bo, she merely dispatched the patrol camp and the city defense army to drive them away. Like startled birds, Bo and Nate all fled in panic. Semabart had been thoroughly trapped because facing more than 100 drones continuously dropping Gene Dragon fish oil, Luhua peanut oil, and Shiwang cooking oil from the sky. Also, there were incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, and tear gas canisters, causing everyone to cry out in panic, and of course, their misfortune did not stop there. The Phoenix Guard led by Ajani and the city defense army acted like Death Reapers, mercilessly claiming their lives. Ultimately, Sima Bart's 2 myriads of tribal troops were entirely wiped out. Even Sima Bart failed to escape this time, being captured alive directly by Ajani and his men. Ajani then apprehended and bound him, bringing him directly before Ava, saying, "Your Majesty, please see that Tribal General Sima Bart has been captured alive." Good, too good. Ava looked at the trussed-up Sima Bart and could not help but feel extremely pleased. Bind this traitor well, take him directly to the East Gate, and hang him there for public display. Ava, you despicable woman. Sima Bart glared angrily at Ava and shouted furiously, "Dare to release me, your grandfather Sima Bart, and engage in 300 rounds of battle? 300 rounds? No need." Ajani kicked Sima Bart and showed a look of disdain. "One shot from our emperor can send you to your death. Do you want to try it?" Sima Bart was instantly silenced, especially when he saw the Barrett rifle on Ava's back, which emitted black light. He dared not shout anymore because he knew the power of this gun. Their tribal king Amir was still lying in the camp, after all. If it weren't for Floyd risking his life to shield a shot for their tribal king Amir, he would have been dead long ago. "General Shangwan, take him away." Ava did not say much, raising her hand to sweep her sleeve aside and said, "Hang him at the East Gate for public display." "Yes." Ajani responded and left, while D returned with the city defense army and patrol camp. Not only had they killed tens of thousands of tribal cavalry, but they had also seized over 2 myriads of warhorses. The female national master of Shilyang, seeing this scene, bowed deeply and said with great joy, "Your Majesty, we achieved a resounding victory this time. General D, they didn't just scare away Nate and Bo. They also brought back so many warhorses. This is truly wonderful." After hearing the female national master of Shilyang, Thorn and the others who rushed over were all elated, because this battle was won incredibly splendidly. Of course, they all knew, such a grand victory was all due to the divine gift of the drones. If it hadn't been for these 200 drones, including the DJI Hummingbird drones, this victory would never have been so easy. On the tribal side, the tribal king Amir was extremely furious, as he believed his flawless plan had failed. Especially looking at the dejected and ragged Bo and Nate who had escaped back, his face became even more fearsomely dark, almost oozing ink. "Bo, Nate?" Furious, the tribal king Amir stared intently at Bo and Nate and said, "Do you know your crimes?" "Tribal king, it's not our fault." Bo knelt down and kept kowtowing fervently to the tribal king Amir. At the time, the situation was extremely critical. In the darkness, we could never clearly see what exactly dropped those bottles of evil oils. There were also incendiary bombs, tear gas canisters, and smoke bombs that ignited upon landing. We only heard buzzing sounds in the air, followed by bottles of evil oils falling and exploding into blazing fires, swallowing us. My subordinate, faced with such a situation, Bo sobbed and continued, "Although I wanted to fight the Shilyang people to the death, thinking about the safety of the 100,000 soldiers. If we fell into the Shilyang people's ambush and were all wiped out, it would be even more unworthy of you, tribal king. Therefore, I led the soldiers back." Upon hearing Bo's words, the tribal king Amir became even angrier. Meanwhile, the pale-faced Floyd clasped his fists and addressed the tribal king Amir. "Tribal king, if things happened as General Bo described, this country's master believes." Floyd continued, "General Bo's approach was correct. Because the Shilyang people have reached this level, they might indeed annihilate all our warriors next. After all, they not only have formidable motorcycle cavalry, they also have mysterious devices that can drop evil oils, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, and tear gas canisters from the sky. This is truly inconceivable. Country master, in response to such a situation?" However, tribal king Amir frowned at Floyd, finally softening his tone somewhat. "Do you have any brilliant plans to break through the enemy? Our supplies of grain must be running low. If we cannot capture the city of Xinjiang, our situation will become very dire." Chapter 76, Colby proposes a vicious plan. Ava is in danger. "I currently have no brilliant plan either." Felix looked dejected and said, "Because the deity in Yingyang City is too powerful. I am completely out of ideas." Upon hearing Felix's words, Bo and the others almost all lowered their heads. Even Nate, who had always been arrogant and tyrannical, showed an expression full of helplessness, for he too began to fear the deity in Yingyang City. But at this moment, Colby stepped forward with a salute and said, "Your Majesty, I do have a brilliant plan. May I propose it?" "Speak. If it's not a brilliant plan." Wilfred Dianchen, seeing Colby standing up with a smile, scowled and revealed a murderous expression as he said, "I will cut you into pieces." "Your Majesty, my brilliant plan?" Colby chuckled while bowing and said, "Is to drive all the civilians from the central, Florencean, into provinces of the Western Liang Kingdom to Yingyang City. I will then instruct our spies hidden within Yingyang City to take advantage of the chaos to open the city gates. The refugees rushing towards Yingyang City will break through the gates, and we can take the opportunity to invade Yingyang City." Indeed, it's a brilliant plan." Wilfred Dianchen, after listening, exclaimed joyfully, "Murmur high. This task falls upon you. You must accomplish this because it might be our only chance to invade Yingyang City." "Yes." Seeing this, Nate and others couldn't help but glance at Colby, especially Bo and Edge, whose eyes were filled with disdain. For even they hadn't thought of using such a cruel method to breach Yingyang City. Yet Colby, the Prime Minister of the Western Liang Kingdom, a man who carried the blood of the Western Liang people, proposed such a vicious plan. This made them despise Colby immensely. Anyone who could be so ruthless towards their own people could never be allowed to live. However, they didn't say more. After all, Wilfred Dianchen did not intend to kill Colby, only tasked them with investigating tonight. Amidst the night, items like cooking oil bombs, fire bombs, smoke bombs, and tear gas were discussed before they left. However, Guilherme received a secret report and promptly sent the recorded video on his phone to Ava. Upon receiving the information, Ava's face turned dark. Seeing this, the imperial teacher of the Western Liang Kingdom slightly furrowed her brows as she asked Ava, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "I just received a secret report." Ava gripped her phone tightly and said word by word, Colby has suggested that Wilfred Wong Wilfried Dianchen send troops to the central, Florencean, and to provinces to drive all the citizens towards Ingyang City, making these citizens lead the assault. The spies Colby left behind in Ingyang City will open the city gates to let these citizens enter. At that time, the barbarian army will take the opportunity to attack and storm into Ingyang City, massacring us all. What? This evil villain? Hearing Ava's words, the imperial teacher was enraged and exclaimed, what a vile scheme. Thorn and others also murmured among themselves, for Colby's plan was truly vicious, treating human lives like grass. How dare he? Didn't he fear that if the people of Western Liang knew, they would dig up his ancestors' graves and mutilate their remains? Your Majesty, we must report this to the deity. Thorn deliberated for a moment, and then clasped his hands, saying, only with the deity's assistance can we have a chance to turn the tide. Yes, yes. Norris and others also chimed in. We must seek help from the deity. Only the deity can help us. Otherwise, we cannot counter Colby's wicked strategy. Despite not wanting to disturb Carlos so late, Ava knew that in the face of such an evil plan, she could only seek help from Carlos. Otherwise, they had no way to counter it. Unless they waited until the people of Western Liang reached Ingyang City and directly killed them all with arrows. Or they could simply refuse to open the city gates and watch helplessly as the barbarians slaughtered them all, treating them like livestock. Thinking about this, Ava felt suffocated, as she did not want to see such a scene. If she remained powerless, it would definitely happen. After all, the barbarians would certainly use this vicious plan to drive the citizens of Central, Florencean, and to provinces here to attack the city. Thinking this over, Ava did not hesitate. She focused her mind and sent a message to Carlos, Deity, are you sleeping? No, I'm studying medicine with my senior sister. Carlos responded telepathically, it's quite late, Ava. Why are you sending me a message? Is there something wrong? Deity, Qinsheng. Ava, however, bit her red lips tightly and sent a telepathic message to Carlos with a very complicated mood. I've encountered a big problem and would like to ask for your help, Deity? Oh, tell me. Upon receiving Ava's message, Carlos frowned and said, what exactly is going on? Let me think of a way to help you. Immediately, Ava recounted all the details of Colby's poisonous plan. After listening, Carlos frowned deeply and replied, Qinsheng, Colby must be eliminated. As for countering this wicked scheme, I need some time to think about it. Once I come up with a plan, I'll let you know. All right, Deity. Hearing Carlos's promise, Ava felt relieved and replied, I won't disturb you then. Yes, my queen, you should get some rest too. Don't worry too much. I will definitely help you solve this problem. Carlos continued to comfort Ava. Trust me, I am always with you. Ava nodded, and then disconnected the telepathic link. In contrast, Carlos let out a heart-wrenching scream. Adriana, why did you stick a needle into me? Who told you not to concentrate? Ignoring Carlos's cries, Adriana held the silver needle and poked into Carlos's Lingxi acupoint, saying, how many words did you remember from what I just taught you about the golden needle technique? I didn't hear any of it. Pouting, Carlos looked at Adriana and said, but you don't have to stick needles into me. Do you know how painful that is? That's none of my concern. Adriana pouted and insisted. When I'm teaching you medicine, you dare to lose focus. A needle poke is the lightest punishment. Otherwise, I have even harsher methods. Would you like to try? No, no. Seeing the silver needle flashing again in Adriana's hand, Carlos instinctively pulled back and said, Adriana, please continue. I promise not to be distracted anymore and will listen attentively, okay? Pay attention now. Adriana explained the golden needle technique in detail to Carlos, showing him how to use the needle and allowing him to practice on a prepared acupuncture mannequin. Although Carlos wanted to learn seriously, he was still somewhat distracted thinking about Ava's problem. Seeing this, Adriana poked him with the needle again. Fortunately, Carlos reacted quickly this time, grabbing Adriana's hand and looking into her eyes, pleading, no more needles? I need to consider something. Can you give me 10 minutes? You really? Adriana glared at Carlos. You can't concentrate on one thing at a time. Why are you always so distracted? Senior sister, please. Carlos smiled at Adriana and said, I really need to think about something. Can you let me ponder for 10 minutes? Adriana remained silent, pulled her hand back, and ignored Carlos. Carlos furrowed his brows, realizing that Ava's problem wasn't that difficult to solve. He just needed to buy 10,000 drones and enough explosives to resolve the issue. Thinking this, he immediately took out his phone and began purchasing large quantities of drones online. However, when he saw the total cost, he was stunned. Buying 10,000 drones at 40,000 yuan each would cost over 400 million yuan. 4 drones capable of dropping explosives and long-duration flights, the better models would cost at least 47,000 yuan each, amounting to nearly 5 billion yuan for 10,000 drones. Heaven, where really burns money, just buying these drones, without even considering the cost of explosives. Carlos sighed inwardly. This much already. Looks like I need to take more antiques to Bryant tomorrow. Otherwise, I can't afford these 10,000 drones. And where can I find explosives? Thinking about this, Carlos couldn't help but rub his temples, realizing that finding explosives was the most troublesome part. It wasn't something easily obtainable, especially not in such a large quantity, probably a ton or two, which made it even more challenging. Carlos, can we start now? Adriana paid no attention to Carlos's thoughts and stared at him. We should continue. Otherwise, it will be morning soon. Alright, let's continue. Then, changing the subject, Carlos looked intently at Adriana and asked, before we proceed, may I ask you a question? Do you know who has a large amount of explosives? I need about 1 or 2 tons. You should find him in Jinghai City, as he is in charge of all the explosives there. Adriana instinctively said this, but then became alert and asked, wait, why do you need so much explosives? This is an extremely dangerous substance. Chapter 77, Carlos, finding Alicia for explosives. I want to start mining. Carlos furrowed his brow and after a moment's thought, deliberately spoke with certainty. buy a few mines and use explosives for mining. Is that so? But mines aren't something you can just buy. The government strictly regulates them. Adriana frowned deeply, looking worried. And even if you manage to open a mine, the control over explosives is extremely strict, not to mention asking for 2 or 3 tons at once. This is indeed a problem. Carlos clenched his teeth and frowned deeper. But Adriana, can you give me Tim's phone number first? I'd like to contact him and get some information. I don't have his number. Adriana pouted slightly. Alicia should have it. After all, they are both in the system, and if Alicia puts in a good word for you, getting the explosives might be simpler. You're right, Adriana. Carlos suddenly pulled Adriana into his arms, his face filled with excitement. I'll call Alicia right now and ask her to arrange this for me. Are you crazy? Adriana gave him an exasperated look. It's 2 in the morning, and when you want to call her, just call her. Why did you hug me? Carlos let out a startled, ah, realizing he was holding Adriana tightly, his gaze somewhat dazed. The coldly beautiful Adriana pouted, tilting her head up and looked at Carlos with her clear eyes, as if the whole world had stopped moving and time had frozen. For a moment, only their intense gazes existed. Carlos's prominent Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as he looked at the stunningly beautiful Adriana, especially her slightly parted, ripe cherry-like red lips. He finally couldn't hold back his reaction, but just then, Adriana's eyebrows furrowed, and a blush spread across her beautiful cheeks. She turned away, her eyes full of shyness. What are you thinking? Let go of me and continue teaching me medicine. Carlos didn't release her, but instead tightened his grip like iron clamps. Adriana paused, turning her head back, her eyes brimming with tender affection. She looked up at Carlos. Carlos, seeing Adriana turn her head, felt his pupils dilate. His heart pounded as if a small deer was wildly jumping inside. Adriana gently bit her lip, her eyes full of tenderness, almost melting like warm spring sunshine. How could Carlos resist such temptation? He tilted his head, opening his warm lips, exhaling slightly warm breath, and kissed Adriana's hot and sensuous lips. Adriana didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her delicate hands around Carlos's shoulders, slowly closed her eyes, and leaned forward to meet him. With a mixture of bashfulness, she drew closer until the warmth touched him like an electric shock. Adriana's mind instantly went blank, and she subconsciously held onto Carlos's shoulders more tightly. Despite feeling lightheaded, she felt an indescribable joy and delight. A hint of excitement and unease welled up inside her. She hadn't fully experienced the kiss's details until Carlos's tongue gently parted her lips. She felt her heart racing as if on the brink of death, melting like spring water, and softly collapsed into Carlos's embrace. But soon, she realized, she must stop immediately and leave, or else everything would spin out of control. Yet Carlos's lips were so soft. Carlos kissed gently, so despite the fleeting idea of leaving, she felt like a greedy child who didn't want to stop, yearning for more. What am I doing? Though lost in passion, when she felt Carlos's increasingly restless hands, she forcefully pushed him away. I've cultivated my purine body for 300 years. How can I allow it to be ruined now? Carlos's eyes widened. Then he was pushed hard, hitting the bed. By the time he reacted, Adriana had already quickly risen, leaving him lying on the bed. Carlos, we'll end tonight's lesson here. We'll continue tomorrow night. Struggling to speak those words, she rushed out without looking back. Adriana, be careful. Seeing Adriana rush out of the room with a flushed face, Carlos urgently called out, don't hit the door. Bang! Carlos's warning came too late. Adriana collided with the door, but she didn't cry out in pain. Instead, she reached out and wrenched off the sturdy doorknob. But the door wouldn't open. The lock was broken. As Carlos was feeling the pain in his teeth, suddenly Thea's sister raised her hand and struck with a palm, and with a slap, the door opened. It shattered too? Carlos flinched, showing a wincing expression because Thea's sister was truly formidable, managing to break the door with one palm. My goodness, she's too intense. Seeing this scene, Carlos subconsciously mumbled, you'll have to compensate me for a new door tomorrow. Thea's sister turned back and glared fiercely at Carlos, then turned away and left, leaving behind a bewildered Carlos amidst the mess. Fortunately, nothing else happened that night. When Carlos woke up the next day, all he heard was a deafening rumble. He blinked several times, pushed open the door to sister-in-law's room, and walked out. He saw that his room's door had been replaced anew, and several master craftsmen were muttering. Was their house attacked by terrorists? A solid wood door was smashed to pieces. Carlos could only be speechless. After all, he couldn't tell them that the door was shattered by the palm of this seemingly frail woman before them. The workers didn't say much more. They just muttered a few sentences, settled the payment, and drove away in their pickup truck. Good morning, Thea's sister. Carlos watched this scene, scratching his head and greeted Thea's sister, but she completely ignored him. Instead, her face was as cold as ice, as if Carlos owed her 5 million yuan, glaring fiercely at him before swaying her peach-like buttocks away. Honestly, last night's incident? Carlos somewhat regretted it. If he had held himself back and not kissed her, it would have been better. But unfortunately, he not only kissed her, he also reached out to touch her. Now Thea's sister was angry. Carlos felt like his head was about to explode, unsure what to do, especially since Thea's sister was a tough character who could wrench off a doorknob. Thinking of her strength, Carlos involuntarily shivered, imagining her twisting lightly, causing him pain, maybe even disabling him. Thinking of this, Carlos couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He must be more careful in the future. He couldn't provoke Thea's sister. But damn, Thea's sister's lips were really nice, like a ripe peach, soft beyond compare, smooth and comfortable when kissed. Thea's sister, I'm going out first? Carlos thought about this and swallowed hard, saying, there are still some things unfinished at the port. I need to handle those matters. Thea's sister ignored Carlos, but as he turned to leave and stepped out of the door, her heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, becoming empty. Meanwhile, Carlos walked briskly out of the villa and headed towards the Mercedes G-Class parked in the courtyard. As he started the car, Thea's sister bit her red lip tightly, watching Carlos's departing back, feeling dispirited. Meanwhile, Carlos drove quickly, even avoiding looking back, though he wasn't sure why. At this moment, Carlos's phone rang. It was Alicia calling. Seeing this, he pressed the Bluetooth earpiece to answer. Alicia, what's up? Carlos asked while gripping the steering wheel steadily. Why are you calling so early? What else? Alicia teased. Naturally, I missed you. Thinking of you all night, tossing and turning without sleep. You insensitive guy, why don't you call me to soothe me to sleep? Carlos was taken aback, while Alicia complained. What's with that, You didn't think of me all night, making me miss you desperately. You're such a bad person. AMPF. What could Carlos say? Alicia grumbled a bit, then said, Can you come over today? I want to take a day off and have you accompany me. This. Carlos showed reluctance, having many tasks today, especially dealing with antiques to ease his financial strain. Alicia pouted, displeased. What do you mean by this? If you're unwilling, I'll find you. I just want you to be with me today. All right, I'll come over at noon. Carlos hesitated. I'll have lunch at your place. Actually, I need your help with something. Okay, I'll wait for you. Alicia softly added, I'll rest now and prepare a special meal for you when you come over at noon. Carlos hummed in agreement, then hung up. He knew he definitely needed to go to Jinghai City today since the explosives issue was unresolved. He had to find Alicia in Jinghai City and see if she could help solve the problem. After all, once resolved, everything would be fine. The troubles on Ava's side? He was sure he could resolve them smoothly. After all, with explosives and drones, he wasn't afraid of the barbarians at all. He could just drop explosives on them, creating chaos. Feeling pleased at this thought, Carlos even quickly called Gaylord, as he was in need of money. He needed to sell some antiques to Gaylord to buy drones for Ava and the others. The phone beeped a few times before Gaylord's booming voice came through. Brat, why did you think of calling me today? I was just thinking of you, old master. Carlos pouted and then spoke frankly. Wilfredra, importantly, I'm thinking of your money. Chapter 78. Carlos, giving Ava 500 rice mills. You rotten kid. Gaylord laughed and scolded Carlos, then asked, Are you selling some antiques from the ancient kingdom of Liang again? Yes, there are a few old items I'm looking to sell. Carlos said seriously, I just bought a port in Bright Wilfredin town, and recently purchased 1,000 acres of land near the port, planning to build an industrial park. My funds are a bit tight right now. Oh, that could be tricky, Gaylord replied. I'm not in Bright Wilfredin town at the moment, still in Yinjing, and can't come back anytime soon. I'm attending an antique appraisal conference. It will take at least a week before I can return to Bright Wilfredin town. Why don't you send me some photos? I can appraise them and transfer the money directly to you. Sure, no problem. Carlos responded. I'll send you a video after lunch. You can check the items, give me an estimate, and we can proceed with the transaction. That sounds good. Gaylord cheerfully agreed, and they chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up. Carlos didn't make any more calls after that. He drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class straight to the port at lightning speed. At the port, Kermit was leading a group of security guards and 20-odd brothers who collected vegetables and melons for him in the area, conducting their morning exercises. These men, all trained by the former soldier Kermit, stood as straight as pencils. When they saw Carlos arriving, they straightened up even more, raising their hands in unison to salute him. Young Master Chin, good morning. Carlos didn't put on airs but instead stopped his car and instinctively returned a standard military salute, as if he were back in the army full of passion and zeal. Young Master Chun, here's last night's inventory sheet. All goods have been cleared and stored. Kermit approached Carlos eagerly, smiling like a blooming sunflower, handing over the ledger. You can take a look? Very good. Carlos nodded, half-jokingly telling Kermit, your guards should wear camouflage uniforms. It would make you feel more like the squad leader from the army. Kermit scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Honestly, these morning exercises were indeed meant to relive the sentiments from his military days. He increasingly enjoyed helping Carlos with this job because it was far more interesting than selling fish in the market. After all, he was now a leader overseeing dozens of people. All right. Carlos didn't continue the conversation with Kermit, saying, you continue your exercises. I'm going inside. Kermit stood at attention, giving Carlos a standard military salute, and watched as Carlos drove away. Carlos drove into Warehouse 7, where the place was filled with various weapons. Looking at the mountain of weapons, Carlos summoned Dehei Guan into his hand. He concentrated, sending his thoughts to Ava. Classmate Ava, are you awake? Divine One, I'm already up. Ava's thoughts came quickly. Hearing her response, Carlos said, Classmate Ava, get ready. I'll be sending a large batch of weapons over shortly. Make sure you're prepared to receive them. Ava's face lit up with joy upon hearing this because she urgently needed military supplies. Many new recruits envied the veterans wielding divine weapons, much like hungry children watching others enjoy delicious food. They hoped to own a weapon bestowed by the divine too. Just as she thought about this, the bronze tripod in her palm began spewing out various weapons: exquisitely crafted green dragon crescent blade, square heaven halberd, 8-foot serpent spear, Yang family lance, war hammers, Qin halberds, Han swords, Qin swords, Alf swords, composite bows, crossbows, repeating crossbows, arrows, Alf knives, Moa Dao, long infantry saber, Xiao Chun Thea, Emperor's guard sword, Tibetan knives, various armor, chainmail, shields, stab-proof vests, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, propane tanks, gasoline cans, diesel drums, kerosene cans, all filling up her armory in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ava and her people all became excited, their hearts racing. When they heard Carlos mention that he would provide a large number of drones, and possibly explosives, their excitement only grew. Their hearts were filled with anticipation, especially the scholars like the Western Liang female royal advisor and Thorn. They were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Ajani and the other generals looked at the neatly arranged weapons as if they were gazing upon their most cherished treasures. Each of them couldn't stop admiring the weapons. After all, which general could refuse to equip his soldiers with finely forged weapons? Burke and Abdullah ran over like children, grabbing a Alf knife, gently stroking it, and trying out the long spears on the ground. They found that each weapon was meticulously crafted from fine steel. Their joy was evident on their faces. After all, so many finely forged weapons were priceless treasures anywhere. Ava's eyes were fixed on the incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, propane tanks, gasoline cans, diesel drums, and kerosene cans. She knew well the power of these items. Once unleashed, they would bring devastating destruction to the enemy. These were now their most powerful weapons, especially when paired with the drones bestowed by the Divine, making them even more formidable. As Ava was thinking this, she received another thought from Carlos. Classmate Ava, get ready. I'm about to send you grain. The amount of grain might be considerable, so prepare a larger warehouse for storage. I've also prepared 500 rice mills for you. I'll send them over shortly. As for the operation videos, pass me your phone, and I will transfer them to it. You can follow the instructions on your phone. All right, Divine. Overcome with excitement, Ava handed her phone to Carlos and rode her motorcycle to the granary, sending a thought to Carlos. Immediately, she saw a golden waterfall of grain pouring out from the bronze tripod. Grain, it's grain. The scholars like Thorn, witnessing the endless flow of golden grain from the bronze tripod, were moved to tears, hugging each other and exclaiming, so much, so much. The Western young female royal advisor and Ajani were also overjoyed, as grain was their most scarce resource, especially with the addition of tens of thousands of refugees in Xinjiang City. The scarcity of grain had worsened, reducing their meals from 3 a day to 2. If the Divine didn't provide more grain soon, they would revert to the hard times of the past, fighting with the people for Gunyan clay, and tree roots. Fortunately, the Divine kept its word. Every time it fulfilled its promises. Ava secretly sighed in relief. She didn't want to relive those days without food, where everyone fought for clay and tree roots. Thank you, Divine. Touched, Thorn and the others wiped away their tears and knelt down, devoutly bowing to the bronze tripod, thanking the Divine for providing them with grain and water to survive. Ajani and the others also knelt, filled with gratitude, prostrating themselves before the bronze tripod. Ava also knelt. At this moment, Carlos returned her phone and told her to get ready, as the 10 million pounds of grain were about to be transferred. He asked them to first check how the rice mill operates. Soon, he would send over the 500 rice mills to turn the golden grains into white rice. Ava did not dare to delay. Still kneeling, she quickly opened her phone, and soon the screen showed a rice mill. Someone held a curved handle, pressing a red valve and began turning it forcefully. Soon, the rice mill roared like an enraged beast. Smoke billowed from the chimney. Next, someone carried bags of golden grains on their shoulders and poured them into the large funnel of the rice mill. Quickly, the noisy rice mill turned the golden grains into pure white rice. It flowed out of a spout and collected in a large basket below. Simeon and the other officials stared with wide eyes, almost popping out, amazed at seeing golden grains turned into crystal clear rice so easily. They had never imagined such a process was possible. They knew that to achieve this, they would not only need a large amount of manpower but also the strength of beasts of burden. And the rice grains they obtained, Wilfred's of them were broken and could never be as translucent and distinct as these. Your Majesty, this rice mill from the Divine is truly beyond imagination. Curtis was the first to express his shock. How did they manage to do this? Even if we racked our brains for 1,000 years, we might not figure it out. This is really amazing. This rumbling, Curtis continued, a big bag of rice, put into that large funnel, and after being processed by the rice mill, it turns into shiny, translucent grains of rice. It's simply magical. Chapter 79. Your Majesty, this rice milling machine is truly remarkable, truly befitting something created by the Divine. General Simeon couldn't help but speak with excitement plastered all over his face. We might never be able to make something like this in several lifetimes. This thing is just too powerful. I can hardly wait to see it. Ava was also curious to see the rice milling machine. Soon, 500 rice milling machines were spat out from the bronze tripod. Simeon and the others immediately surrounded them, marveling at the steel giants before them. They were all excitedly touching and examining these machines. Their faces were full of wonder as they observed every detail. Under Carlos's instructions, Ava had someone bring a can of diesel and filled the fuel tanks of the machines. Abdullah, holding a crank handle, eagerly jumped up first, saying, Your Majesty, let me start the first rice milling machine. Ava nodded. Following the instructions from the video, Abdullah inserted the crank into the recess, held down the red valve, and began cranking hard. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the rice milling machine roared to life like an awakened steel beast, belching white smoke from its chimney. Then, the machine started running. Burke and Deej grabbed a large basket. One poured the golden grains into the hopper of the machine while the other placed a basket under the rice chute. The rumbling rice milling machine soon swallowed the grains from the hopper. After a few minutes, finely ground white rice and husks emerged from the machine. Thorn, his hands trembling with excitement, cupped a handful of white rice. Your Majesty, it's rice? Holding the rice in his palms, Thorn called out in agitation. It's crystal clear polished rice. Simeon and the others gathered around, extending their hands to catch the rice flowing from the chute, exclaiming in unison. It's indeed crystal clear polished rice. This rice is so white. Curtis, equally moved, remarked, Divine Master, this rice milling machine is truly magical. 1 second ago, it was golden grains, now it is turned into snow white rice. Your Majesty, the Divine Master's rice milling machine is incredible. It really is a wonderful creation. Simeon, clutching a handful of rice, knelt on the ground and bowed in reverence. Such a precious gift bestowed upon us by the Divine. The Divine truly treats us well. Thorn and the others also knelt and prostrated themselves while expressing their gratitude sincerely, for the Divine had been incredibly generous. Not only had they received grain, but also these magical rice milling machines. The divine truly was their greatest deity, forever loving and caring for them. Ava was equally moved, especially since they were almost out of food. Now, thanks to Carlos, they had received 1,000,000 pounds of golden grains and 500 rice milling machines. They no longer had to worry about a shortage of food, but the divine's kindness did not stop there. Shortly after, a flood of eggplants, beans, cucumbers, bitter melons, loofahs, pumpkins, winter melons, potatoes, lamb, pork, dog meat, beef, chicken, duck, and watermelons all poured out of the bronze tripod. They would not go hungry again. Wilfred Reaver. Even water had become abundant as the divine filled the Lake of Sun and Wilfredin and the imperial flower pools. Wells that had previously run dry slowly began to fill with spring water. Therefore, the citizens of Xinjiang were no longer short of water because the water from the Lake of Sun and Wilfredin gradually seeped underground and replenished the household wells, providing endless water for everyone. After completing these tasks, Carlos retrieved the large black canister from the water and placed it in the Soul Sea to absorb the faith power from the Western Liang Kingdom. This enhanced his physique, boosted his cultivation, and extended his lifespan. Therefore, he increasingly enjoyed maintaining those gold-devouring creatures. Comrade Ava, today's provisions? Thinking of this, Carlos sent Ava a mental message: let's end here for now. I need to return home to sell some items for money and then buy more drones and explosives to counter the barbarian army's traps. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Ava felt deeply touched, even choking up as she responded, Divine Master, we are forever grateful for your love. We will certainly build more temples for you and offer daily incense and prayers. Carlos hummed in response and then did not engage Ava further in conversation. For now, the most important thing for him was to go home and pick out a few antiques, sell them to Bryant, get some money from him, then purchase 10,000 drones and find Alicia in Jinghai to get explosives. With just 2 or 3 tons of explosives, he could send the barbarian army led by Amir sky high. Thinking this, Carlos quickly locked the warehouse door and drove out of the port. But as soon as he drove to the gate of the port, he saw Owen grinning at him, waiting for him. Director Jia, what brings you here? Carlos stopped his car in front of Owen and said, you came especially to see me. Why didn't you call me? Mr. Chun, I know you're busy. Owen grinned and replied, besides, it's hard to explain over the phone in 1 or 2 sentences, so I told Kermit long ago. If you come to the port, let him give me a call. I'm waiting here specially to meet you and talk about something. Oh, is that so? Carlos responded with an oh, then looked at Owen. Then Director Jia, get in the car? We can chat while we drive home. Whatever you want to discuss isn't something that can be covered in 1 or 2 sentences. Owen naturally did not refuse because he indeed had something to ask Carlos for help with, and there were too many people around. It wasn't convenient for him to speak freely, so he smiled his wrinkly smile and quickly climbed into the passenger seat of Carlos's car. He fastened his seatbelt and looked at Carlos with a smile. Carlos didn't say much more. He released the clutch, stepped on the gas, and drove the G-Wagon out of the port. The port was still quite busy at this time. Large trucks kept entering and exiting, transporting various goods into Carlos's warehouse. However, Carlos did not worry too much about managing things since Lacey and Kermit were handling everything here. All he needed to do was come here every morning to handle the cargo transfers. Owen looked at Carlos and finally couldn't hold back any longer, asking, Carlos, what do you think of the road from Armingua town to Jinghai City? Well, what else can it be? Carlos smirked when he heard Owen's question. The road is in terrible condition. It's completely dilapidated. Carlos, you've hit right on my sore spot. Our economy in Mingua town has never really taken off compared to Florence Senlai town on the other side. Owen looked excited, almost tearing up. The biggest issue is this road, which is in such poor condition. Otherwise, given our town's location, our economic development wouldn't be this stagnant. After all, we are a seaside town. Director Jia, what you say makes sense. If only that road wasn't so bad. Carlos nodded in agreement. Our town's development wouldn't be as backward as it is. We could leverage our coastal advantage to develop unique tourism projects. The influx of tourists would certainly be higher, and the economy would improve significantly. People could set up stalls in the evenings, make barbecues to earn extra money. Carlos, you put it well. Owen praised Carlos highly. On behalf of the 14,000 residents of Mingua town, I sincerely thank you. Director Jia, wait. Facing Owen's praise, Carlos instinctively became wary. Don't rush to flatter me. Just tell me your matter. I'll do what I can, but don't blame me if I can't help. Carlos, whether others can help or not, I don't know. But you definitely can. Owen looked at Carlos admiringly, flattering him. Because you have money. Hearing this, Carlos noticed Owen's narrowed eyes. Instinctively, he frowned. He didn't dare respond because who knew what Owen would say next. If he asked for a few billion to fund the construction of the entire transportation network between Mingua town and Jinghai City, should he agree or decline? So he didn't rush to answer but waited for Owen to finish speaking. Owen showed a bit of embarrassment but still swallowed and forced a smile, looking at Carlos and saying, Mr. Chen, rest assured, I'm not asking you for money directly. We have a plot of land, about 200 mu. I want to sell it all to you in exchange for 2 billion to repair the roads in Mingua town. Director Jia, why are you selling me land again? Didn't I just buy 1,000 mu of land for you? Carlos's lips twitched as he looked at Owen and said, with this deal for another 200 mu, I'll soon become the biggest landlord in Mingua town. Can't you come to me with something else? Oh, I have no other options. Owen pulled a long face, looking helpless as he told Carlos. Our town has nothing valuable to sell except for a few plots of land. Everything else is not worth much. Alright then, where is this plot of land? Carlos could only sigh helplessly. If its location is good, I'll buy it from you. It can be considered as supporting your political achievements in Mingua town. The location of this plot is excellent. It's right at the foot of Mingua Peak. Owen pulled out a map from his briefcase and pointed it out to Carlos, saying, this place used to be a small fishing village. Later on, all the villagers benefited from poverty alleviation programs in town. They moved ashore and were resettled in the affordable housing built in the eastern district of Mingua town. As for their original village, it became town government property. This plot was originally meant to be sold to Changshan Group. After several rounds of negotiations, due to policy changes leading to a cold spell in the real estate market, the project was scrapped. Alright, you go talk to Lacey. Carlos glanced briefly at the map and said, tell him I'm willing to buy this land and support you in improving the road network between Mingyue Town and Jinghai City to boost the local economy. Chapter 80. Little brat, this painting is worth Wilfredra than 10 billion. Master Chun, sure? Byron's face was full of excitement as he said, then you can give Lacey a call when the time comes. I will find her and get the contract signed at the same time. No problem. Carlos replied with a smile. Just take the contract to him. I'll call her, and I promise I'll help you sort this out. Master Chun, thank you so much. You're truly the great benefactor of all the people in Bright Wilfred Town. Byron wiped away tears dramatically. Because of your support, the 140,000 residents of Bright Wilfred Town can live better lives. So, when the road is completed, I will definitely erect a monument for you, so that all the people know what great contributions you have made to our Bright Wilfred Town. Carlos did not refuse. After all, he has spent over 10 billion on various projects. If Byron wanted to erect a monument for him, why not let him do it? Besides, he wasn't a philanthropist. He was going to gain something from it anyway. Wilfred Reaver, if erecting such a monument could absorb spiritual power, why wouldn't he do it? After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Byron happily got off Carlos's car. Carlos didn't say much and drove back home directly. When he parked his car outside the villa, Adriana, who was watching TV in the living room, frowned slightly and glanced over at Carlos. Why is this bad guy back? Adriana frowned deeply, muttering to herself. On the other hand, Carlos paid no attention to this. He stopped the car and opened the door with a hop. He jumped out of the car. He closed the car door with one hand and held his phone in the other as he walked into the villa. Seeing Carlos approaching, Adriana quickly turned her head away, deliberately putting on a cold expression and ignoring him. Carlos soon entered the villa, although he saw Adriana. But for some reason, he didn't say anything and went straight to the basement. Seeing this, Adriana pouted sulkily but didn't say more. She glared at Carlos like she was mad at him. Carlos, however, arrived at the basement. He quickly picked up a wine vessel from the Shangzhou period, which was used by ancestors to drink wine. Also, there were several sets of gold jewelry, jade ornaments, porcelain bowls, cups, and bottles. Several gold waistbands, gemstone waistbands, golden teapots, gold incense pouches, gold ingots, some ancient coins, plus 3 paintings, before leaving the basement reluctantly. Seeing Carlos carrying all these treasures, Adriana's eyes lit up immediately. She had been following Bryant for a long time. Of course, she could tell that the items Carlos was holding were extremely valuable. Some could even be considered priceless treasures. Especially the Shangzhou period wine vessel placed on the coffee table. Adriana couldn't wait to pick it up carefully and examine it thoroughly. This Shangzhou period wine vessel was wide-mouthed at the top, with a slender cylindrical waist narrowing downwards, and a tall cylindrical foot below, with a protruding rectangular band around the middle. The vessel was engraved with unique patterns from the Shangzhou period. After scrutinizing it carefully, Adriana softly remarked, Carlos, this is truly an excellent piece. Where did you get it from? This thing is from the Shangzhou period, used by our ancestors for drinking. It's extremely rare on the market now. Really? Then please help me evaluate. Hearing Adriana's words, Carlos exclaimed happily, what's the minimum value of this Shangzhou period wine vessel? This kind of item. Adriana examined the wine vessel once again meticulously, then spread her palms and said, technically it's priceless, but if we must put a price on it, I think it should be at least 50 billion. How much? 50 billion. Carlos's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, this Shangzhou period wine vessel is worth too much. That's my conservative estimate. Adriana furrowed her brows, then continued somewhat regretfully, because there's one similar piece in the British Museum, valued at 70 billion. Upon hearing Adriana's words, Carlos felt a pang in his heart, because during the late Qing dynasty, the Eight-Nation Alliance burned our Florence garden, not only looting countless national treasures and antiques, but also destroyed many Buddha statues, and those Buddha heads are still displayed in the British Museum for people to visit, or even sold openly by some museums. Thinking of these heartbreaking facts, Carlos became more determined to obtain a world map, and hand it over to Ava. Let her lead our Chinese people across the Great Ocean, unifying the global village millennia ahead of time. And let those foreigners join the Orthodox Chinese tradition earlier. Carlos, what are you thinking about? Adriana had no idea what Carlos was pondering but suddenly pulled him and said, quickly, let me see the painting in your hand. I think this painting is quite good too. It seems to be a valuable item. Here. Carlos snapped back to reality and handed the painting over to Adriana, saying, I'm just about to call Bryant to check out these treasures. I'll package them all up and sell them to him soon. Adriana ignored Carlos and unfolded the painting in her hand. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Carlos dialed Bryant on WeChat, and soon his face appeared on Carlos's phone. Little brat, have you prepared everything? The moment Bryant answered the call, he eagerly exclaimed, let me take a look first. No problem. Carlos wore a smile, picked up the goo from the coffee table, and waved it at Bryant, saying, Bryant, take a look at this Shangzhou period goo. Damn, you've got such a good piece. This thing is extraordinary. Seeing the goo in Carlos's hand, Bryant became incredibly excited, saying, boy, I'll give you 50 billion for this. Sell it to me. I'll come back this afternoon. Bryant, hold on. Upon hearing Bryant's words, Adriana stood up immediately, showing him the scroll she held. Look at this painting first. This is Zahir's Yellow River Sunset from the Alf dynasty. Wilfred's importantly, the poem on it is Li Bai's own handwriting of Ode to Wine. Before finishing his sentence, Bryant trembled, exclaiming, my goodness, if this is genuine, it's an invaluable national treasure. Bryant, this thing? Adriana spoke, trembling. I examined it carefully, and based on my expertise, it's undoubtedly authentic. What? Undoubtedly authentic? Bryant shouted in excitement, and suddenly many wrinkled faces appeared on the video screen. All their gazes focused on the painting in Adriana's hand, their eyes nearly popping out. Bryant was choked by the crowd, his big head squeezed out of the video. This painting. Coleman, the leading expert in antiques standing before Bryant, adjusted his reading glasses and examined Adriana's Yellow River Sunset, declaring, undoubtedly genuine. Coleman's statement caused waves. All the elders in front of the video couldn't help but breathe heavily, their eyes filled with excitement. Looking at the breathless old men and women on his phone, Carlos smiled, revealing his white teeth. Since you all agree it's genuine, why don't you give it a valuation? The highest bidder can buy it from me. Ah, boy, you really sell? Coleman spoke first, while Carlos smirked slightly. Wilfredra reeled in gold. Hearing this, Coleman paused for a moment, then raised a finger. Boy, if you're really selling, the old man can offer 100 billion. Once I verify it has no issues, I promise not to owe you a single cent. 100 billion? Even though Carlos had seen such large sums before, he almost stumbled, barely managing to keep his balance. After all, this was 100 billion. A painting worth 100 billion. Anyone would be thrilled enough to faint. But just as Carlos was about to agree, Bryant clutched his chest and shouted, Little brat, don't sell this painting to old Bart. It's worth more than just 100 billion. What? Wilfredra than 100 billion? Carlos couldn't help but exclaim, Bryant, how much is it worth? Chapter 81. What the heck? These experts need to be thrown out. How much? It can't be sold. Gaylord held his chest tightly, his eyes filled with excitement as he said, If you are short of money, I'll transfer 50 billion to you now, and you must keep this painting for me. Oh, all right then. Carlos let out a cry before smiling and said, I'll keep it for you. When I come back, I'll sell it to you again. Okay. Gaylord let out a sigh of relief. Coleman, however, didn't look too pleased. Carlos saw this and said with an upturned corner of his mouth, Dear elders, don't get discouraged. I still have many good things, such as these 2 paintings. There's also several sets of gold jewelry, jade ornaments, porcelain bowls, cups, and vases, as well as numerous gold belts, gemstone waistbands, gold teapots, incense cases, gold ingots, and ancient coins. All these will be sold. If you like anything at a reasonable price, I'll clear them all out. Holy cow, this kid has so many good things. Those sets of gold jewelry. The old men and women in front of Gaylord were immediately roused and exclaimed, If I'm not mistaken, these should be exclusive items from Han Dynasty Palace concubines. Also, the jade ornaments, porcelain bowls, cups, and vases, these are antiques from the Han Dynasty and Jin period. The gold belts, gemstone waistbands, gold teapots, incense cases, gold ingots, and ancient coins, these should all be Alf Dynasty antiques. Did this kid accidentally dig into an ancient tomb? Otherwise, how could he own so many fine items? Especially those few bespectacled experts who were clearly suspicious started accusing Carlos openly. You shouldn't say nonsense. Coleman was unhappy with those suspicious experts jumping out and insisted, This young man's goods aren't shady. They're definitely passed down from generation to generation. What do you mean by that? Gaylord looked ferociously at the few experts. His expression turned even more unkind, revealing unhidden killing intent directly aimed at the experts, scaring those experts into clenching their jaws, covering their mouths, and never daring to talk nonsense again. Carlos was also unhappy because he saw through the malicious intentions of these experts, especially those few words. This wasn't just a simple accusation. They might be eyeing his batch of antiques, hence the direct accusation. Fortunately, they were in Yinjing. If it was in Jinghai, Carlos might have had Gaylord pack them in gunny bags and throw them all into international waters. Brat, that's enough. After giving the experts a fierce glance, Gaylord quickly told Carlos, Hide these things first. I'll transfer 50 billion to you now. Take it for now, and I'll arrange for someone to book tickets soon. I'll return tonight and discuss the matter of these antiques. Okay, then proceed with the transfer. Carlos smiled in response. As for these antiques, I'll keep them for you until you come back, then we'll talk about the deal. Of course, Carlos had no objection since whoever wanted the antiques would get them as long as the money was there. After all, he still had plenty in storage. Without further ado, Gaylord transferred 50 billion via WeChat to Carlos and hung up after a few more reminders. Looking at the 50 billion in his phone, Carlos was very pleased. For now, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money to buy drones for those money-guzzling creatures across the street. Augusta looked at Carlos with complex feelings because all the items on the table were genuine and invaluable treasures wherever they were placed. Yet Carlos could casually take out so many from his underground vault. Could it be that the entire vault is filled with antiques? Even Augusta was startled by her own thought. After all, these were all antiques? Not like cabbage that can be piled up. With this thought in mind, she shook her head vigorously while Carlos picked up the antiques cheerfully from the coffee table and put them away. He packed a few more randomly and selected some in the warehouse using a plastic bag. Previously at Armando C's place, he treated him with such courtesy. Since Carlos was going into town, naturally, he'd pick out a few items and send them over to repay his kindness. However, before leaving, Carlos still chose a delicate pearl hairpin, holding it as he went upstairs from the underground vault. As Augusta saw Carlos return from the underground vault, she pouted slightly and deliberately showed a cold expression. Carlos walked straight to Augusta and handed her the gold-embellished pearl hairpin, saying, Augusta, I think this hairpin is nice and suits your cheeger. Do you want me to give it to you? Oh, give it to me. Hearing this, Augusta was first stunned. Then, taking the hairpin from Carlos, she stood there dumbfounded. Carlos, are you sure you want to give it to me? This hairpin was used exclusively by empresses during the Han Dynasty and is worth over $1 billion. You really want to give it to me? Of course, I'm serious. Carlos laughed as he handed the hairpin to Augusta, because I think only this hairpin matches your cheeger. Augusta's face froze in astonishment. Even though she wasn't greedy for wealth and was a practitioner of theorism, holding the hairpin in her hands made her unable to let go. After all, Who could resist such a beautiful and exquisite piece? Even ancient concubines sometimes quarreled over such beautiful hairpins. Thus, Augusta caressed the hairpin repeatedly, her face showing her fondness. Augusta, please take care of the house. I might not come back tonight. Seeing Augusta's fond expression toward the hairpin, Carlos couldn't help but say, because I want to sleep at Alicia's place. No way. Keep the hairpin. Initially happy with the hairpin, Augusta suddenly shoved it back into his hands upon hearing his words. I don't want your bribe. You have to come back tonight to learn medicine. If you don't, I'll break your legs. Okay, keep the hairpin. Seeing Augusta's reaction, Carlos sighed and said, I promise to be home by 10 o'clock tonight. Humph, that's more like it. Augusta happily put away the hairpin, looking at it adoringly. Seeing this, Carlos helplessly shook his head, then picked up the few antiques he had prepared for Armando C. and headed out of the villa. Although Augusta didn't stop him, watching Carlos drive away still made her eyes show a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, Carlos didn't notice. Instead, while driving, he used his phone to order 3,000 diesel drones on a local online platform. He wanted more, but Jinghai City could only deliver that many directly to his warehouse. Frustrated, Carlos ordered an additional 7,000 large diesel drones capable of carrying 70 pounds of pesticides for $79,999, each on Taobao wholesale platform 1688. He also ordered 100 diesel generators, 1,000 sets of solar power devices, and various household items like light bulbs, electric wires, fans, heaters, water pumps, pipes, water towers, shower heads, etc., each in quantities of 500. 4 personal hygiene items like soap, shampoo, laundry detergent, toothpaste, toothbrushes. He even bought over 10,000 units. By the time he finished ordering, Carlos slowly drove out of Minuet town and onto the rough road to Jinghai City. As the road was bumpy, Carlos put away his phone and focused on driving. Despite the poor condition of the road, he managed to reach Jinghai City in about 40 minutes. He then sped towards Alicia's apartment building. When Carlos arrived, he got out of his car only to see Mateo, someone he least wanted to encounter. Mateo, similarly surprised at first, quickly approached Carlos arrogantly. Carlos, what do you mean? Can't you see I really like Alicia? Carlos pursed his lips and ignored Mateo, who wouldn't let him go and blocked his path. Carlos, whether you understand or not, I'm telling you now. If you're smart, stay away from Alicia. She belongs to me. If you try anything with her, I'll make sure you die miserably. Carlos still didn't respond, not wanting to talk to him. He pushed past Mateo and kept walking. This truly infuriated Mateo, whose father was the vice mayor of Jinghai City. In Jinghai, he was used to getting his way wherever he went. Even Carlos used to bow down to him. But he had no idea who gave Carlos the guts not only to refuse to show deference to him, but also to stand up to him like this. This thoroughly enraged him, making him feel more and more humiliated. Therefore, with extraordinary anger, he glared at Carlos's back and said, Carlos, I warn you again. Stay away from Alicia because she is mine. Mine? Did Alicia agree to that? Carlos had just lifted his foot, intending to keep walking forward. But hearing Mateo's words, he stopped abruptly. Then, with a pair of cold, stern eyes filled with icy killing intent, he stared at Mateo and asked, Hasn't Alicia agreed yet? Please have some manners and don't bark around here like a dog. It affects Alicia's reputation. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Mateo felt a loud boom in his head, completely stunned, as he never thought that Carlos would dare speak to him like that. It was as if he did not consider Mateo at all. All right? You actually dare to look down on me. Thinking of this, Mateo immediately pointed at Carlos, issuing an angry threat. I will make sure you beg me on your knees. Chapter 82. Alicia, blushing and adorable. All right, I'll wait. Carlos didn't say much more. He just replied with those words, leaving Mateo with a cold and stern back view as he turned around and walked away. Mateo was infuriated, for he had never been treated like this in his life, especially given his identity and power. Who wasn't bowing down to him? Even if he just showed the slightest desire, there would be a large crowd of people rushing to kowtow to him. But in these few days, Carlos had repeatedly embarrassed him again and again. Fine, you made me suffer. I won't let you off easy either. With this thought, Mateo immediately pulled out his phone, a cold laugh continuously echoing in his heart. I'll call Apsel Guohua, the organization minister of Jinghai City right now. Isn't Minuet town short of a party secretary? I'll have Anwar transferred there right away. Once Anwar becomes the party secretary of Minuet town, I don't believe I can't bring you down. After muttering to himself, Mateo quickly went aside to make the phone call. Of course, Carlos had no idea what he was up to. Instead, he rode the elevator up and soon reached Alicia's door after walking just a few steps. Carlos pressed the doorbell, and after a while, Alicia opened the door, still wearing a loose bathrobe, looking languidly relaxed. Why are you here so early? Looking at Carlos at the door, Alicia pouted her red lips slightly, saying, We said noon, right? It's just 10 in the morning. Why did you come over so early? Because I missed you. Carlos stepped inside, directly wrapping his arms around Alicia's waist, pushing her against the door and then lowering his head to kiss her, saying, Besides, it's still early. We could have a friendly workout. Don't mess around. Alicia squeaked softly, using her white hands to push on Carlos's shoulders, saying, Mateo will be here later. He said he has very important work to report to me. Just ignore that guy. Don't even let him in. Carlos tightly hugged Alicia's waist, ignoring her resistance, and kissed her soft and sexy lips, saying, From now on, I don't want you reporting any work to him, because you're my woman. Don't be silly. Alicia blushed slightly, saying, Let's talk after he finishes his report, okay? Naturally, Carlos wasn't happy, as he didn't want to see Mateo. Just then, however, the sound of Mateo approaching outside could be heard, and soon his voice came from outside the door, saying, Alicia, open the door for me. I've come to report some work. You don't need to come in to report. Just tell me from outside. Hearing Mateo's voice, Alicia said with a slight frown, Or you can send me an email. I'll check it later. Upon hearing this, Mateo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes flashing with anger because he knew without thinking, Alicia must be with Carlos inside. Thinking about it, Mateo felt miserable everywhere. So, gritting his teeth, he stood outside the door and said, Alicia, what I need to report is really important to you, even concerning your next promotion. Oh, noted. Alicia responded indifferently, showing no intention of opening the door. Tell me from outside. I can hear you. However, Mateo's face darkened, and he frowned indignantly. Alicia, this might not be suitable to discuss outside. If such things get spread around, it wouldn't be good for either of us or even Minister Apsel from the Jinghai City Organization Department. Let me in. No need. Alicia heard Mateo's words but didn't open the door. Instead, she showed a look of aversion. If it's that troublesome, I think it's better if you don't say anything. I don't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Hearing Alicia's words, Mateo almost thought he misheard her. After all, who wouldn't care about their own advancement within the system? Alicia, however, didn't want to argue further, and her brows furrowed even more as she said, Mateo, if it's only about this matter, not only will I not open the door for you, but I also ask you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security. Though Mateo didn't want to go, hoping Alicia would change her mind and open the door, hearing the last part, he muttered something and left, as he was still someone with status, at least a deputy department level official. If Alicia really called the property management security and he was driven out by a group of them, tomorrow his colleagues in the office would laugh at him, Mateo. Therefore, after thinking it over, he finally left as he couldn't afford to lose face. This guy has finally left. Carlos, hearing the sound of Mateo leaving, abruptly scooped Alicia up in his arms, then walked toward her bedroom while saying, Then let's have our workout. Rascal, wait a moment. Alicia was so embarrassed that she dared not look at Carlos, and said, Don't mess around because I'm not feeling well today. Not feeling well? Carlos grinned, even more reason for a workout. Your body will feel better if you do some exercise. Don't be silly. I can't do any exercises. Alicia lowered her head shyly and said almost inaudibly, Because I'm on my period. My aunt? Where is she? Carlos looked stunned and craned his neck around searching. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It wouldn't be good if she saw us like this. Idiot, not that aunt. Alicia blushed furiously, not daring to meet Carlos's eyes and explained, It's my menstrual period that causes stomach pain. Carlos finally caught on, but he didn't let go. Instead, he held her even tighter and moved them to the white large soft bed in Alicia's room. Lie down. Let me get you. Carlos gently laid Alicia on the white big soft bed and tenderly pinched her beautiful cheek. A cup of red date and brown sugar water to drink. Today, I'll take care of you, little princess. Alicia looked at Carlos with warmth, nestled into the pillow without speaking, enjoying the moment. Carlos tenderly cupped Alicia's face and kissed her soft, sensual lips lightly before busying himself in the kitchen. He first boiled a pot of water, and then found red dates and brown sugar in Alicia's fridge. He took them out, washed the red dates, removed their pits, sliced 8 or 9 of them into thin pieces, and placed them in a cup. Adding some brown sugar and picking up a porcelain spoon, he waited until the water was boiling. Carlos poured the boiling water into the cup, stirred it with the porcelain spoon until the temperature was around 45 degrees Celsius. Then, he carried the cup of brown sugar water to Alicia's room. Alicia was resting her chin on her hand watching him. Carlos sat beside her, fiddling with the porcelain spoon casually. Looking at Alicia, Carlos spooned some of the sweetened water and offered it to Alicia's lips. Open your mouth. Here's the red date and brown sugar water. Alicia instinctively opened her mouth. Her cheeks flushed, the blush spreading from her face to her neck. Carlos was mesmerized by the beauty before him, especially her bashful demeanor. His heart melted as he watched Alicia open her warm, sensuous lips, revealing a row of neat, small teeth, gently biting onto the porcelain spoon Carlos had offered, licking off the sweetened water with her delicate tongue. At that moment, Alicia lifted her head, her eyes filled with tenderness, melting Carlos to his bones. Carlos was completely dazed, his eyes wide and fixed on Alicia, unable to tear away as if glued in place. His breathing quickened, his brain buzzed, and he heard an endless roar in his ears. In just that moment, as Alicia licked the sweetened water, Carlos felt his soul completely captivated, for it was too alluring. Actually, there's no need for so many words because they are all nonsensical. After all, at this moment, using the most manly, coarsest way to describe it, it's as if he'd wished to trade 500 years of his life to be reborn as that porcelain spoon, licked by Alicia's soft tongue and becoming one with her. Dopey, what are you looking at? Alicia, not knowing what Carlos was thinking, pouted slightly, looking at him with tender eyes and scolded adoringly, just standing there daydreaming? Nothing. Carlos suddenly snapped back to reality and smiled warmly. I just think you're truly beautiful, Sister Exine. Chapter 83 Alicia, a gentle kiss, losing one's soul. Annoying. You just like to talk slickly. Alicia gave Carlos a glare, her face full of flirtatious charm as she said coyly, Can't you do something else? What could Carlos say? Of course, he reached out to cover Alicia's face and leaned in for a kiss. But he didn't get his way. Instead, Alicia let out a delicate sound, her fair hands pushing against Carlos's shoulders as she said, Annoying. Weren't you supposed to give me the red date sugar water? Why are you just trying to misbehave? Carlos paid no heed and gently kissed Alicia's lips, saying, Because I want to taste it. The red date sugar water I made. Is it sweet enough? Annoying. I think you just want to bully me. Alicia pouted her lips and complained, No more mischief. Quickly feed me the sugar water properly. What could Carlos say? After all, it was Alicia's period, and certain things simply couldn't be done. Therefore, he obediently held the cup of sugar water. He fed her spoon by spoon while even cooking a whole table of home-style dishes for her, such as stir-fried meat with peppers, fried eggs with leeks, sautéed beef, braised fish slices, meat strips with okra, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pig trotters. There were also steamed crabs, scallion-flavored chicken wings, garlic scallops, mapo tofu, potatoes stewed with braised pork and boiled pumpkin, and a few small green vegetables. However, despite Alicia liking to eat very much, she only favored the small green vegetables among these dishes. Although she wanted to try the meat dishes, she barely dared to eat more after a few bites because Alicia strictly controlled her meat intake to maintain her perfect figure. Seeing this, Carlos's eyes showed a touch of helplessness. After all, in this era, women would do anything to maintain their good figures. But soon, Carlos thought about Ava, the Empress of the Xilyang women's nation across the way. If he sent this table of steaming hot dishes over to her, she would definitely be very happy. Thinking up to this point, his gaze involuntarily turned to Alicia, who had already returned to her room after taking a call while eating a few mouthfuls of rice. He started moving the dishes from the dining table back into the kitchen one by one. Ava, classmate. After moving all the dishes into the kitchen, Carlos transmitted a thought to Ava. What are you busy with now? Have you eaten? Your Excellency, Qingqing hasn't eaten yet because we are researching when the barbarians will gather and launch an attack on the people of our Xilyang women's nation, Ava replied. Oh, hard work. Hearing that his worshipper Empress was working so hard, Carlos immediately transmitted another thought. Then I'll send some food over to you. I have prepared everything, Ava exclaimed, and then sent back a thought of gratitude. Without delay, Carlos summoned the big black jar from his soul sea and transported the stir-fried meat with peppers, fried eggs with leeks, sautéed beef, braised fish slices, meat strips with okra, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pig trotters. Also, steamed crabs, scallion-flavored chicken wings, garlic scallops, mapo tofu, potatoes stewed with braised pork to Ava's side. Seeing the beautifully arranged dishes, still emitting enticing aromas, almost everyone there became choked up with emotion. The deity truly cared about them. Knowing they hadn't eaten yet, the deity sent over this steaming hot feast, including a fragrant bowl of white rice right on their table. The deity was truly the best deity, always thinking of them. How could this not make them tear up? Ava, looking at Thorn and others who were moved to tears, felt both excited and tried hard to suppress her own emotions. Loyal subjects, hurry up and eat. We need to continue discussing strategies after eating. Dee and Jim saw such a scene for the first time but still followed Ava's words. They picked up their chopsticks cautiously and took a bite of the dishes. Delicious? The food cooked by the deity truly smells so good. Jim, munching on a piece of pig trotter, quickly bit down and couldn't help smiling foolishly. Dee didn't bother to speak, stuffing the potatoes stewed with braised pork into his mouth because it was too delicious. Thorn and the others didn't hesitate either, surrounding the table with chopsticks in hand, savoring bite after bite, all getting oil all over their mouths because the food was indeed too delicious. They gulped down pieces of braised pig trotter meat in a few bites without even chewing thoroughly, all due to the irresistible aroma, especially the sautéed beef, braised fish slices, meat strips with okra, sweet and sour spare ribs, and the steamed crabs, scallion-flavored chicken wings, garlic scallops, mapo tofu, potatoes stewed with braised pork. They truly enjoyed their meal, as such divine dishes were only available when bestowed by the deity. They could only taste them at those times. Dee and the others felt that this was truly luxurious. Even without a famine, they couldn't have eaten such exquisite dishes. Now, they had more than 10 dishes to feast on together. Life with the deity was truly wonderful. Ava belched after thinking up to this point, revealing a satisfied expression as she transmitted her thoughts to Carlos. Deity, the food you bestowed is too delicious. Qingqing accidentally ate too much? Ha 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 ha. Carlos laughed heartily and then simply said that once she finished eating, she should wash the bowls and send them back to him. Ava blushed and shyly replied, okay, while Carlos turned around to see Alicia approaching and saying, Carlos, you're really something, aren't you? You cleaned the table so quickly and even washed the bowls. You're truly a good man. What could Carlos say? He could only shrug and wear an I am what I am look. Alicia pinched Carlos's cheek and flirtatiously said, all right, you this good man will belong to me from now on. I need to go out for a bit. Rest here, and I'll reward you when I come back tonight. Ah, where are you going in the middle of the day? Carlos paused for a moment and quickly offered, should I drive you? No, don't trouble yourself. Alicia pouted with a smile. The municipal government's car is already downstairs. I can take it directly. Yes, wait a moment. Seeing Alicia about to leave, Carlos revealed his true purpose. Alicia, can you give me Tim's phone number? I want to talk to him about something. Why do you want to talk to Tim? Alicia frowned deeply. Carlos didn't hide anything but told her, I want to get some explosives from him because I have 2 mines, and we need explosives to mine. You have 2 mines. Alicia frowned even deeper, eyes full of doubt. Why didn't I know about this? These are newly purchased, Carlos explained with a smile, and they haven't been officially transferred yet. Can you just give me Tim's number? I promise I'm buying explosives for mining and nothing illegal. This matter. Alicia frowned again, then pinched Carlos's cheek. Wait until I come back before we talk about it. I need to talk to Tim first. I'll check the situation there first. If there are no problems, I'll introduce you too. Of course, Carlos had no objections. After all, if Alicia took the initiative, getting explosives would be much easier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain them. This kind of thing was a top-tier prohibited item. Even if he paid, they wouldn't give it to him. Alicia didn't say more but pinched Carlos's cheek and kissed him lightly before leaving, as she had urgent matters to handle. Carlos became somewhat idle, but after washing his face, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and found Lacey's number. He called her, and Lacey picked up after 2 rings. Mr. Chun, what's the matter? What instructions do you have? Lacey answered with a playful tone, while Carlos smiled and asked, Sister Florence, where are you now? Are you free to meet someone? Certainly, I can. Lacey hesitated slightly before coyly replying, but you might need to wait an hour or so, as I'm negotiating a few things right now. Fine, as long as it's convenient for you. Carlos responded, then let's meet at Bardyang Palace in Jinghai City in about an hour. Mr. Chun, wait. Lacey suddenly called out, I have one more question for you. Did you promise the mayor of Mingyue Town and buy 200 acres of land there? Yes, I promised Byron. Carlos laughed. He said it used to be a small fishing village, and all the villagers have been relocated. This land was supposed to go to Changshan Group, but due to the cooling real estate market, it has been left idle. He wants to sell it to me, using the proceeds of 2 billion yuan to build a transportation network connecting Mingyue Town with Jinghai City. I agreed and asked him to find you to sign the contract. Is there any problem with this? Not really, Lacey replied. Lacey said, it's just that this project requires 200 million yuan, so I need to confirm with you. Then I'll let the lawyer proceed with the formalities. If there are no problems, I'll sign the contract. Sure, handle it as you see fit. Carlos hummed in response and then told Lacey, I'll call your father to discuss something with him. Lacey replied with the okay. After that, Carlos frowned slightly before hanging up the phone. He then dialed Knife Brother's number. Knife Brother answered quickly. Holding the phone, Carlos directly asked, Brother Knife, what are you busy with? Chapter 84. Barbarians, attacking the city again. Ava willing to sacrifice her life. Sigh, not really doing much, Lincoln said listlessly. After all, we are in this line of work. We basically sleep during the day and only get busy at night. Ha ha ha. Carlos laughed, then said, could you do me a favor, Lincoln? I have a few things here that I need your help with. Master Chun, whatever you say. Lincoln replied cheerfully, I'll arrange it right away for you and make sure everything is taken care of properly. Lincoln, the vice mayor of Jinghai City has a son named Mateo. Carlos spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Do you know him? Yes, I know. Lincoln frowned slightly and replied, did that kid provoke you? Yeah, he did. Carlos held his phone in one hand and rubbed his nose with the other. He even swore he would make my death ugly. So I want you to find some people to take care of him. No need to be too cruel, just disable his left hand. And also, disable his down there. I'll transfer you 1 million yuan. My only requirement is that the job is done cleanly. Got it, understood. Lincoln clenched his teeth and said, Master Chun, wait for my good news. No, I don't want to wait. Carlos firmly said, tomorrow. I want the news of him being disabled to hit the headlines. No problem. Lincoln replied, I'll start arranging it now. Guaranteed that the news will hit the headlines tomorrow. Thanks for the trouble, Lincoln. There's another matter as well. Carlos continued, I need 10,000 barrels of gasoline and 10,000 barrels of diesel. Can you help me with that? Master Chun, let me call Lousy and ask. Lincoln didn't answer directly but said diplomatically, if there's no problem, they can deliver all the fuel to your warehouse tomorrow. Lincoln, wait. Carlos hurriedly interrupted. If you let Lousy handle it, tell them to siphon oil from truck drivers. But make sure to leave them the money, because I need a steady supply. You understand what I mean, right? I understand. Lincoln responded seriously. I'll arrange it properly. If you need a long-term supply, relying on stealing won't be enough. I suggest you consider acquiring the half-dead refinery in South City. That way, you can refine your own oil. That could work. Carlos's eyes lit up, but it's a state-owned enterprise, so acquisition might be complicated. This shouldn't be too troublesome. Nowadays, everyone drives new energy vehicles, plus the price of crude oil in the Middle East has been skyrocketing, so the refinery's operations have been poor. Lincoln explained, and as far as I know, they've wanted to sell it for a while now, but no one can afford the minimum of over 100 billion yuan. Oh, I see. Carlos thought it was worth trying. Could you find out more about this for me? If it works out, I'll acquire the refinery so I don't have to worry about running out of fuel. Sure, I'll look into it for you. Lincoln replied with a smile. Wait for my news. I'll call you when I have more information. Okay, I'll hang up now. Carlos acknowledged, then changed the subject. Oh, and I have one more thing to ask. My gun's out of bullets. Have you managed to get me some? That's a bit tricky. Lincoln sighed. Bullets are top-tier contraband. I haven't found a way to get them yet. But don't worry, I'm working on it. In about half a month, I should be able to secure a batch for you. Lincoln, please expedite this. Try to get it done within a week. Carlos said anxiously. I really need the bullets soon. All right, I'll see what I can do. While replying, Glenn added, actually, you can ask Herman in old Myanmar. With his connections, he might be able to get them more easily than me because I've been out of the business for 4 or 5 years and most of my outside contacts have dried up. Herman, however, is still in this business. You can give him a call and see if he can help you get some bullets. I'll call Herman, Carlos said with a helpless expression. He says he's too old and doesn't want to get involved in these things anymore. Now he just wants to run his flower business honestly. He doesn't want to touch this kind of business anymore. All right, I understand. Glenn could only say helplessly, I'll think of another way for you. But I can't guarantee that I can bring them in because the checks are very strict now. The Ministry of Public Security has been cracking down on this area with such intensity that many people have left the business. As you know, everyone's life is getting better. You can make money by doing almost anything. So few people are willing to take the risk of losing their heads for such deals. Carlos fell silent after hearing Glenn's words. They chatted a little more before Carlos transferred nearly 20 million yuan to Glenn and hung up. But he still took a deep breath, feeling that only by cooperating with the government could these things be truly accomplished. Of course, his idea of cooperation wasn't about revealing the secrets of his big black tank to the government, but finding another way to work with the government. For example, a few days ago, he saw a news report on Douyin saying the government had decommissioned a batch of guns. The government wanted to sell these guns to Pakistan or wealthy countries in the Middle East, but they didn't want them. Eventually, the guns were sent to a steel mill and destroyed. If he could arrange such a deal, moving the decommissioned weapons to the Xiliang female kingdom, then bringing back oil, silicon crystals, iron ore, copper ore, and other rare minerals that Western countries restrict, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? However, considering China's current military strength, Carlos didn't find it necessary. If he could develop foreign trade and import rare minerals, then use international exchanges as an excuse to acquire decommissioned equipment from abroad, there was potential for negotiation. According to what he knew, some countries in the Middle East claimed to find missiles and advanced military equipment in the desert, possibly through such deals. If he established such a channel, he could easily obtain the guns and ammunition he needed. With a large arsenal, he could eliminate threats like Vietnam, South Korea, the United States, India, and others long before they became problems. This would lead to a unified world under China's leadership, which traditionally welcomes diversity among its 56 ethnic groups. A few more Russians, Americans, Japanese, etc. wouldn't be a problem. They could all become part of one big family. Carlos was lost in thought when Ava's message suddenly came through. Deity, bad news according to our spies. The barbarians, who have driven our citizens from the cities of Shiliang Female Kingdom, are heading towards Qingyang City very soon? What? So fast? Carlos exclaimed, frowning deeply. But the equipment I promised may not arrive in time. Do you have any strategy to defeat them? We don't have a good plan since we are outnumbered, Ava replied anxiously. If we send a large number of troops to intercept or rescue them, Amir, the barbarian king, will definitely counterattack and take advantage to besiege the city. If we send too few troops, they won't be effective. If we send too many, the city will be defenseless. If Qingyang City falls, we will have no place to go. And crucially, even if we manage to reach Nate with a large force, it will inevitably lead to a major battle. Once this happens, the civilians driven by the barbarians will surely suffer greatly. Yes, I understand. Carlos wrinkled his brow. Though he felt a sinking feeling in his heart, he still consoled Ava. Ava, let me think about this for a moment. This issue can definitely be resolved. Don't worry too much. Give me about half an hour, and I'll tell you how to solve this problem. Deity, the lives of over 1 million people in Xinjiang City depend on your salvation. But Ava looked at him with tears welling up in her eyes and said resolutely, I am willing to sacrifice my life if only the deity can help us get through this deadly crisis. Chapter 85, D. Taking the initiative. Who can stop him? Ava, listen to me. You must live well and not die on me. And wait for my news. Carlos, facing Ava's mental message, replied with an ironclad resolve, I will certainly help you break this deadly deadlock. Qinsheng, thank the gods. Confronted with Carlos's reply, Ava was so moved that she knelt down and wept. Qinsheng will dedicate herself to the furnace, serve generation after generation, offer incense and worship, honoring the gods. Carlos did not say much more, as the problem lay clearly before him. He could only do his best to solve it. Ava felt extremely conflicted since she also wanted to be personally involved in solving this matter. But she knew the solution. It would simply involve closing the city gates, allowing the barbarians to slaughter the people they drove towards the city, even using them as food. As long as she stayed within the city walls, everything would be fine, because the city itself, along with its tens of thousands of soldiers, over 1 million civilians, and mountains of stored grain, were enough to defend against any attack. However, if she didn't rescue the people of Shiliang from the barbarians, she would lose all the people's trust. But if she opened the city gates to save the refugees driven by the barbarians, they would surely seize the opportunity to attack the city, resulting in mass casualties. As Ava was deeply troubled, unable to make a decision, Dee stepped forward with a fist salute, unwilling to rely solely on divine intervention. Your Majesty, the military situation is urgent. This subordinate is willing to lead 10,000 troops to rescue the civilians of the Shiliang Kingdom. This subordinate is also willing. Jem stood up too, and seeing this, General Burke also volunteered. Your Majesty, this subordinate is willing to go too, even if it means dying on the battlefield. I am willing. Your Majesty, I too wish to. Abdullah and Ajani joined in, and even Wilfred Han stepped forward to volunteer. They refused to see Yangqing City fall or countless civilians from Shiliang perish under the barbarians' knives, so they all wished to take the initiative to relieve the siege. General D, since you have volunteered first, I shall assign you to lead 10,000 motorcycle cavalry. Seeing the various generals volunteering, Ava finally gritted her teeth and decided to send D out on a gamble, to rescue the civilians of the Shiliang Kingdom driven by the barbarians. This subordinate accepts the order. D clenched his spear tightly, knelt to accept the order, but Burke stepped forward. Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Such a perilous mission should not be entrusted to a young general like D. Let me, Burke, go instead. General Chun, I'm not going to die. D responded firmly. I'm going to defeat the enemy. Watch from within the city as I break through them. Upon hearing this, Burke and others couldn't help but shake their heads in bitter laughter, knowing how fierce and numerous the barbarian forces were. How could D's 10,000 motorcycle cavalry withstand the barbarians' overwhelming numbers? It would be laughable if said outright. The barbarian's spittle alone could drown D, let alone engage in bloody combat with such overwhelming odds. However, D did not argue further. Gripping his spear in one hand and his sword in the other, he quickly descended from the city wall. He rapidly assembled his 10,000 motorcycle cavalry, appearing like a mountain tiger at the city gate. Then, in a mighty procession, the cavalry spread out in a long formation from the eastern gate, rushing forth like a steel flood. The barbarian army sprang into action immediately, especially Bo, who bore deep resentment towards D for forcing him to cut his robe and flee on horseback the previous night. Bo now saw D leading the cavalry out of Yangqing City and turned to Edge with a wicked smile. Edge, it's time for us to show our prowess. Edge's face also twisted into a sinister grin, knowing that D's mere 10,000 troops were nothing compared to their might. They controlled hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry and could crush D like ants. With just the thought, Edge cupped his hands in salute and gazed at Bo. General, let me take the lead in this battle. Very well, take the lead and wipe them out completely. Bo nodded in agreement, and seized all their motorcycles. Edge was elated at this and immediately led his 5,000 vanguard troops toward D, emerging like ravenous tigers from Yangqing City, aiming to intercept Nate and rescue the civilians of Shiliang. They charged forward on horseback, galloping like a sudden storm. Of course, their warhorses were no longer afraid of the roar of motorcycles, as their ears had long been deafened by the noise. Seeing Edge leading his troops toward him, D had no intention of engaging them head-on, but instead rapidly fled in another direction like a cunning hare. Not wanting to let D escape, Edge split his forces into two wings and spread out like an eagle spreading its wings, attempting to encircle D's long snake formation. But, at that moment, D's army dispersed like fireworks, utilizing the speed advantage of the motorcycles to strike back at Edge with lightning speed. Realizing the situation was not favorable, Edge became flustered because his two-wing formation failed to trap D. Instead, D broke through the encirclement like a dragon emerging from the sea, leading his forces at a dazzling speed. He tore Edge's advancing formation into 4 or 5 segments. What enraged Edge the most was that D's army did not engage in a prolonged battle but instead swiftly cut down their horses' legs using Alfmoa knives, Qinglong Yinue blades, and Qin spears. These West Liang people are so treacherous. Aguda, witnessing D's tactics, flew into a rage and led his tens of thousands of iron cavalry, roaring as they charged up the hill. Soldiers, charge! We must slaughter them until not a single piece of armor remains. What made Aguda speechless was that D's over 10,000 motorcycle cavalry, when surrounded, moved like slippery eels. Leveraging the agility of motorcycles, they zipped through Edge's formation like lightning. Meanwhile, they slashed at the legs of their horses, occasionally killing some soldiers. Aguda and his men could only watch helplessly because the speed advantage of motorcycles was obvious. Their war horses couldn't compare, let alone in terms of agility. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded on the battlefield. When the enemy retreated, D advanced. When they fled, he harassed. When they tired, he attacked. When they were wounded, he took their lives. Burke, holding his halberd, stood on the eastern city wall, eyes wide open like copper bells, mouth gaping enough to swallow an egg. Watch D's chaotic fighting style. Typically, in military engagements, the most taboo thing is to disperse forces, failing to form a strong cohesive force to encircle the enemy. However, D adopted an innovative strategy, spreading his troops across the battlefield like stars scattered in a chessboard, making it hard to distinguish who was the leader and who was the soldier. Yet, this seemingly chaotic tactic allowed D to achieve victory against overwhelming odds, breaking through Aguda's encirclement and causing the enemy to flee in disarray. Of course, Burke and the others knew that all this was due to the advantage bestowed by the motorcycles granted by the gods. Compared to a warhorse, motorcycles were much smaller and more agile, allowing for maneuvers like turning, drifting, braking, and swift dodging, which warhorses simply couldn't match due to their self-awareness and instinctive reactions in danger. Wolfrider cycles, on the other hand, were entirely controlled by humans. Even if you drove directly into a horse, the motorcycle wouldn't swerve. It would collide mercilessly. Therefore, this scenario unfolded before everyone's eyes. Your Majesty, D. Thorn looked down at the chaotic battlefield below and couldn't help but stroke his goatee, smiling. Truly a man of great generalship? D indeed possesses the demeanor of a great general. Dorian, the Minister of War of the West Liang Kingdom, chimed in. We must cultivate him carefully. After all, such young and capable generals in our kingdom are few and far between. Ava remained silent, but her gaze burned intensely because she too felt that D was exceptional. Even if she led her troops out of the city, it would be difficult to rally 10,000 motorcycle cavalry to counterattack like D did. In contrast, D wore white armor that was already dyed crimson with blood. His spear also dripped with blood, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he continuously attacked the enemy horses without engaging the barbarian soldiers directly. The eyes of the barbarian soldiers were filled with despair because the motorcycles were as fast as lightning. Despite their superb horsemanship and ability to maneuver with scimitars, their skills were useless against D's motorcycle cavalry. Just as they leaned to the right side of their horses, intending to kill D, in the next second, the motorcycles turned like a gust of wind, already reaching the left side of their warhorses before they could react. The legs on the left side of the warhorses were severed, and before they even understood what was happening, both rider and horse tumbled heavily to the ground. Even if they remained motionless on their horses, they couldn't touch D's men at all, for D and his troops were like ghosts. They would silently appear behind them, and then the arrows from their composite bows would shoot like meteors into the back of their skulls. In this way, they would still be defeated by D. Realizing the situation, Aguda finally noticed and understood that if they continued fighting like this, his over 10,000 elite cavalry might be completely annihilated. Faced with this situation, Aguda and Edge immediately adjusted their tactics. But, right at this moment, breaks appeared in Aguda's defensive lines, and D seized this opportunity, immediately leading his cavalry to break through the encirclement. Edge, hurry and lead troops to block them. Seeing this scene, Aguda shouted to Edge as soon as he regained his composure. The West Liang people are breaking through. We mustn't let them escape. Although Edge promptly organized several 10,000 troops to pursue and intercept, how could they possibly catch or stop them? The speed difference between the two sides was like an insurmountable chasm, and soon they could only watch helplessly. D and his men rode their motorcycles like wild horses running loose, all breaking out from their heavy encirclement. Seeing this scene, Ava and her group were naturally elated because D had finally broken through successfully. Since he had broken through, it was highly possible that they could rescue the West Liang women captured by Nate. Your Majesty, this is wonderful. Thorn, seeing this scene, was moved to tears and wiped them away with his sleeve. General D is truly brave and fearless, leading his iron cavalry to successfully break through. This is surely the favor of heaven for our West Liang kingdom? Your Majesty, this matter should be reported to the gods quickly because General D has successfully broken through. The Grand Minister of West Liang said excitedly. It is highly possible that he will rescue the West Liang women driven here by Nate. Chapter 86. D breaks through the siege. Matters become complicated. Yes, absolutely. All the generals, including Ajani, were also extraordinarily excited. Speaking in unison, we must report this good news to the Divine One immediately. Katie did not dare to be the least bit negligent. Instantly, he concentrated and transmitted a message like an arrow to Carlos. Divine One, are you there? I have good news to report to you. Student Katie, I'm here. Carlos replied after hearing Katie's words. What good news do you have? Tell me. Katie then informed Carlos of the good news that D had broken through the siege of the barbarian tribes and was now leading 10,000 motorbike cavalry to rescue the citizens of the Shiliang female nation. Upon hearing this, Carlos was overjoyed as it indeed was excellent news. At the same time, Carlos shared another piece of good news with Katie. He had ordered 3,000 drones online and, by paying extra, had secured a promise that all would be delivered to his designated warehouse in Jinghai City before 6 tonight. Now, only explosives remained to be arranged. Once they obtained explosives, Katie and his team wouldn't need to worry anymore. With 3,000 drones at their disposal, they could continuously drop explosives on the barbarian army, much like celestial maidens scattering flowers. There were also gas cylinders, gasoline tanks, diesel tanks, kerosene tanks, smoke bombs, tear gas grenades, and more to completely halt the barbarian attack and save the citizens of the Shiliang female nation brought by the invading tribe into the city. Hearing this, Katie and his group were naturally jubilant, celebrating exuberantly. On Carlos's end, however, he did not say much more because he had made an appointment with Lacey to visit Armando at Bardiang Palace. Regarding the supplies on Katie's side, he had already paid extra for expedited delivery. As for obtaining explosives, it could only wait until Alicia called him back since without Alicia's recommendation, the matter might be impossible to accomplish. Therefore, fretting over it would be useless. He could only hope that Katie and his team would safely endure these few hours until he got the explosives and sent them the 3,000 drones. Otherwise, they would inevitably face a bitter battle. As Carlos was thinking about this, his phone rang suddenly. Without hesitation, Carlos quickly answered. Young Master Chun, I'm setting off from here. Lacey's alluring voice came through like a charming nightingale. We'll meet in front of Bardiang Palace shortly. Okay, see you in front of Bardiang Palace. Carlos hurriedly responded, then calmed himself down and gave Katie some instructions. If they could hold out until 6 this evening, all their crises would be resolved. After this exchange, Carlos left Alicia's room and drove downstairs like an arrow, leaving the bowstring towards Bardiang Palace because he had to meet Armando. On one hand, it was to return the favor for the last gift. On the other hand, he wanted to ask Armando about the specific time and details of Katie's supposed death in battle, as well as any alternative strategies to counter such situations given his broad knowledge. Since the explosives matter was still uncertain, consulting Armando now was necessary. Given that scholars like Armando who study ancient history would definitely have more solutions for such issues, Carlos sped towards Bardiang Palace. In just 10 minutes, he arrived from Alicia's house to Bardiang Palace. Meanwhile, Lacey also arrived. She was driving a Lamborghini. When she stepped out of the car, Carlos's eyes lit up sharply because Lacey was incredibly beautiful, especially her legs as slender and straight as white jade, and the moment she lifted her waterfall-like hair. Why are you staring at me like that, young Master Chun? Seeing Carlos staring intently at her, Lacey raised an eyebrow, smiling coyly. Is there something dirty on my face? No, nothing. Carlos's lips curled slightly as he wrapped his arms around Lacey's slim waist, saying, it's mainly because you're too beautiful. My soul is captivated by you. Lacey rolled her eyes at Carlos and chided teasingly, annoying, always spouting sweet nothings. Who says so? I don't just say sweet nothings. Carlos tightened his grip on Lacey's waist, his warm lips brushing her earlobe softly, whispering gently, I can do many things. How about we find a place later for you to experience them properly? Annoying, I don't want to. Lacey, hearing Carlos's words, pushed him away with a scowl and asked, also, why did you call me in such a rush? What is it that you want? Don't ask for now. Carlos smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when we get inside. By the way, I have a question for you. Do you know if there's anyone else from whom we can obtain explosives besides Tim? Explosives? Why do you need them? Lacey frowned, but Carlos smiled and explained, I'm thinking of mining some mountains because I bought a few mines a couple of days ago, but I don't have explosives. I don't know either. Lacey pursed her red lips and shook her head. My father never lets me deal with this business area. All right then, let's go in first. Hearing this, Carlos sighed helplessly. Looks like for the explosives, we'll have to wait for Alicia since I've called everyone and no one can get them, not even my sister-in-law. Not only can she not get them, but she also scolded me severely. She doesn't want me touching these things, nor does she want me getting involved with those 2 mines, saying it's too risky and I might end up in jail. My sister-in-law has a point. Lacey pouted, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she looked at Carlos. I think you shouldn't take the risk. Mining is just too dangerous. Carlos merely acknowledged her concern without further ado. However, regarding the mines, he was determined to proceed. Without the mines, he couldn't get his hands on explosives. These items were strictly controlled, so unless he actually started mining operations, obtaining explosives would be nearly impossible. As Carlos pondered this, Lacey gently tugged at his hand. Young Master Chun, someone is approaching you. Carlos exclaimed in surprise and quickly snapped back to reality, seeing an old acquaintance approaching, Yanko, the director of the 4th Construction Bureau of Jinghai City, who was smiling warmly. Young Master Chun, what a pleasant surprise. Meeting you here. Yanko extended his hand, laughing. I was about to discuss something with you. To discuss with me. Carlos felt a bit lost, even scratching his head. Director Pan, don't joke with me. Why would I be qualified to discuss anything with you? Come now, young Master Chun, you're being too formal. We've known each other long enough. Yanko chuckled, slapping Carlos's hand. Don't act like you don't know me. You're taking me for granted. Director Pan, you're confusing me. Carlos squinted, spreading his hands. Just tell me directly. I prefer straightforward talk. All right, I will. Yanko laughed heartily. I heard you bought 1,200 mu of land in Mingyue Town, planning to build an industrial park on 1,000 mu and a resort on the remaining 200 mu. Did I get that right? News spreads fast. I haven't even finalized everything yet, and you all already know, Carlos complained with a bitter smile. Young Master Chun, don't beat around the bush. I know all about your plans. Yanko grinned. We don't have high demands. Just give us 1/5 of the construction projects. Director Pan, regarding this matter, Carlos hesitated. It shouldn't be a problem, but currently, I'm not handling these matters. I've entrusted everything to Miss Sean. If you want to bid for the project, you should talk to Miss Sean specifically. I can't make decisions on this anymore. That's fine, Yanko exclaimed, turning to Lacey with a fawning smile. Miss Shin, what do you think? Can our bureau undertake 1/5 of the project? We'll discuss it in detail later. Lacey smiled politely. Our company isn't established yet, so we'll need some time before we can discuss specifics. You're forming a company. Yanko's eyes lit up, beaming widely. I have a perfect location to recommend, considering young Master Chin's wealth and influence. I strongly recommend you guys take over that place. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that it's a highly profitable deal. After all, that unfinished project is now like a hot potato, with no one daring to take it on. Director Pan, are you sure about that? Carlos said with interest. Tell me the specific location quickly. If the location is good, we might consider it. We've been thinking of acquiring it because we've always wanted to purchase an office building in Jinghai City for our company. Young Master Chin, once I mention the place, you'll know it right away, as it's in Qinglong Bay. It's the high-end office building that Boss Amiri started construction on back then. Yanko continued with a fawning expression. If you take it over, I can say without exaggeration that it will be a guaranteed profit. Chapter 87. Mr. Zhong, would you like to buy an antique? Director Pan, can you help with this matter? Upon hearing Yanko's words, Carlos couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and said, if you can help, I'm willing to give it a try. Master Chun, if you entrust this matter to me, I'll definitely get it done for you. Yanko's smile grew even wider as he faced Carlos's words. Just wait for my good news, all right? Sure thing, Director Pan. Carlos puckered his lips and then said slowly, I leave this matter in your hands. I'm waiting for your good news anytime. Hearing Carlos's words, Yanko was overjoyed because he was extremely happy. After all, if this project is successfully negotiated, the bad debt caused by the stalled construction project could finally be resolved. Of course, Carlos had no idea what Yanko was thinking. He didn't ask either because he needed a building to start Lacey's live streaming business. Lacey frowned deeply, especially when she saw Yanko's happy face, making her frown even more tightly. Yanko also realized something inappropriate, so he tried to suppress his smile and looked at Carlos flatteringly. Master Chun, I won't disturb you any further. I'll go take care of this matter for you first. Once it's done, Master Chin, can we possibly get the construction bureau to handle the follow-up works for the Qinglong Bay project? Our bureau has been too idle recently. Many departments haven't had anything to do for months. With the festival coming up, we don't even have money to distribute benefits to the workers. Director Pan, that can be arranged. Carlos naturally heard that Yanko was deliberately exaggerating their difficulties, but he still cooperated. Once the project negotiations are successful, you can discuss it with Miss Shan. Master Chun, you're right. Yanko patted his chest while saying, then I'll go handle this matter for you. Don't worry about the government approval part. I will definitely get everything done. Just prepare the money to take over the project. What could Carlos say? As long as the deal worked out for everyone, there was nothing else to worry about. He could just buy the building and let Lacey handle the rest. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yanko left with a delighted expression. Lacey frowned deeply. Master Chun, are you really going to buy the building in Qinglong Bay? Yes, I have that idea. Carlos replied seriously. We need an office building, don't we? Besides, the Qinglong Bay project is quite promising, with its seafront location and convenient transportation. If we secure this project, we only need to do some minor finishing work, and we can start our live streaming company. Lacey furrowed her brows even tighter. But I feel that Yanko meeting us seemed like a coincidence, but it might be targeted at us. What difference does it make? Carlos replied, Yanko excels at such tactics, and I understand his situation. Ever since the national policies on real estate changed, things haven't been easy for the construction bureau. There simply aren't as many projects to build anymore. Master Chun, I'm still uneasy about this. Lacey said hesitantly, let me send someone to investigate first. It's better to be clear about things than not. That's fine. Carlos didn't object. I'll ask my sister-in-law and Brian as well, given their broad networks and reliable information. With their help in the investigation, we can gain more assurance. Only then did Lacey feel reassured after hearing Carlos's words. After all, despite the apparent bargain, caution was necessary to avoid falling into a trap. Carlos wrapped his arm around Lacey's waist and held a few antiques in his other hand. Walking towards Armando's Bardiang Palace, Sister Florence, let's set this aside for now. We'll discuss it in detail once we gather all the information. Lacey nodded and followed Carlos into the Bardiang Palace. She admired the classical Chinese decor inside the palace. There were also squads of imperial guards and palace maids walking around in the Bardiang Palace. She felt as if she had traveled back to an ancient dynasty, especially since some modern products were also on sale inside. Otherwise, she would have really believed she had time traveled. Fortunately, such a scene did not last long because when Carlos took out his purple-black card, a stunningly beautiful attendant quickly guided them into a magnificent ancient-style palace. Inside the palace were antiques everywhere. There were blue and white porcelain vases, bronze wares, jade ornaments, and the walls were lined with precious paintings, each worth a fortune. There was even a dragon throne placed inside, while Armando wore reading glasses. He sat seriously in a wheelchair, holding a bunch of tools and working diligently to repair the antique on the table. Seeing this, Carlos was about to call out, but the female attendant who led them in exclaimed with surprise, Young Master Chun, please don't make a sound. Elder Zhong is restoring an extremely valuable artifact. If you disturb him now, causing any mistake in the restoration process, he will scold you for days. Hearing these words from the beautiful attendant, Carlos almost immediately covered his mouth, realizing why. Armando's phone had always been unreachable, likely due to his need for complete silence during the restoration process, making it impossible to reach him. So, they waited outside for about half an hour. Finally, a pleased expression appeared on Armando's face. All right, young Master Chun, the beautiful attendant said softly, you can go in now. There should be no problem anymore. Elder Zhong has finished the repairs. Hearing this, Carlos held the 3 antiques in his hands and walked over with a smile. Armando, you can repair antiques too? It's just a skill. When Armando saw Carlos approach, he couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of repairing antiques, the best one must be Bryant. His skills are widely acknowledged to be excellent. I can't even catch up to him. Oh, Brian is that skilled? I didn't know. Carlos scratched his head upon hearing this, while Armando smiled. Bryant is incredibly talented, but unfortunately, there's no one to inherit his skills. Carlos understood what Armando meant but did not follow up, as he had no interest in learning those skills. After all, what he loved most now was feeding the group of gold-eating beasts in the opposite country of Shiliang. While Armando looked at him regretfully, Carlos, have you never thought about learning from Bryant? I'm not interested. Carlos shrugged. I've always been a free spirit. Restoring artifacts requires immense patience, something I lack. All right, consider it my nosiness. Armando said, now tell me why you're here today. You wouldn't come here for nothing, right? You're right. Carlos politely handed over the antiques. I came to return your gifts. You gave me 2 precious rings last time. I've brought something as well, to reciprocate your kindness. You, young man, are quite thoughtful. Armando grinned like a chrysanthemum flower when he saw the 3 antiques. I only gave you 2 small trinkets last time. Now you've come to return the favor. If I had known you were so generous, I would have given you more valuable items, hoping you'd bring me something rare. Well, that's life. Carlos smiled and said earnestly, we were taught by Grandpa from a young age to always be honest and kind. Armando stopped dwelling on the topic after hearing this, as he became more interested in the antiques Carlos brought over. He quickly took out the items. There were 3 antiques in total, a porcelain vase, a beautifully carved jade ornament, and a wine goblet. When Armando saw the wine goblet, his eyes lit up because not only was it exquisitely crafted, but it also featured gold filigree work. The goblet was embedded with gems, with a 3-legged base and animal head handles that also had gemstones set in their eyes, making it look exceptionally luxurious. Boy, do you have a matching set for this wine goblet? Armando held the wine goblet in his hand and examined it for a while before suddenly asking. Carlos scratched his head and replied, I'm not quite sure about this. I just thought it was exquisite, so I picked one up randomly. As for whether there's a set, I'm not sure, but I can go back and look for the rest. This one can be considered my return gift for last time. I'll just give it to you. For the other 2, if you like them, you can give me an estimate. I can buy them for you directly. These 2 I'll take for 500 million. Armando casually glanced at the other 2 antiques on the table and said, as for the set of wine goblets, go back and find them for me. If you can find them, I can give you 10 billion to acquire the set. What do you think? Chapter 88 Ava, in a difficult situation, how to break through. I think it might work. Carlos puckered his lips and then stroked his chin, saying, but there's this wine vessel. I showed it to Gaylord as well, but he said he could give me 15 billion. And he also told me not to sell it elsewhere. 15 billion? Just wait for a moment. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Joa's expression froze. He held the wine vessel in his hand, looked at Carlos again, and frowned deeply, saying, let me think about this carefully. Uncle C, there's no rush. Carlos spoke unhurriedly. If you think this price is reasonable, I can sell this set of wine vessels to you. As for Gaylord, I'll just tell him that you've already bought it at a higher price. Joa listened to Carlos's words with a rather odd expression, especially looking at the wine vessel in his hand. He couldn't help thinking, you're quite honest. Did you bring this wine vessel on purpose to lure me? Despite this, Joa found it impossible to refuse because the wine vessel was truly exquisite, and he had examined it closely earlier. At the bottom of the wine vessel were large characters that read, Imperial use of Qin Shi Huang. Therefore, this exquisite gemstone-inlaid wine vessel was indeed worth 15 billion. Even adding another billion wouldn't be unreasonable since these items were used by the ancestor dragon himself. In that case, I'll offer 15.5 billion. If you can gather the whole set? Joa decided quickly, saying, I won't short you a single cent for the full set if you can find all the pieces. Carlos smiled and said, then I'll try to look for them. But Armando, you know such items require a deposit. Otherwise, when Gaylord returns tonight, I wouldn't be able to explain it to him. Fine, give me your phone. Joa replied very smoothly, almost as if he was afraid Carlos would change his mind. I'll transfer you 5.5 billion now. The remaining 10 billion will be sent immediately once you deliver the items. Thank you so much, Armando. Carlos beamed when he heard that 5.5 billion had been credited to his account. As for these 2 small items on the table, consider them a gift. You don't need to pay the additional 500 million. Joa's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered, showing a hint of joy. After all, he had just saved 500 million in mere moments. How could he not be pleased? Even the thought that Carlos wasn't completely honest faded away. Instead, he began to find Carlos quite likable. Carlos, seeing Joa's pleased expression, turned serious and asked, Uncle C, how much do you know about the history of the Western Liang Kingdom? I'd like to learn more about it. Could you tell me? The Western Liang Kingdom, huh? Joa looked at Carlos and couldn't help frowning in return. However, Carlos nodded earnestly, yes, the Western Liang Kingdom. I want to know more about its history because there's very little information available online. You've asked the right person. Joa chuckled, because I have extensively studied the history of the Western Liang Kingdom. The kingdom was founded by a Han Chinese named Andonis and reached its peak governing western parts of Gansu province, lasting through 3 rulers over 22 years. But its existence was too brief, and very few people are familiar with its history. Wilfred's, tragically, the last emperor of the Western Liang Kingdom, Ava, didn't have to die, and the country wouldn't have been destroyed. Unfortunately, it was due to the great drought that lasted 7 years. The northern nomadic tribes took advantage of this situation and invaded the Western Liang Kingdom, leading to its complete annihilation. The civilians were all consumed by the nomads. In the following 2 years, the nomads even breached our northern defenses. They attacked wherever they went and consumed everything, wiping out all the inhabitants in dozens of cities in the north. If not for Zaire defeating and driving them out, the entire Han race might have been wiped out. Carlos frowned upon hearing this and asked, Uncle C, how exactly did the last emperor of the Western Liang Kingdom, Ava, die? How did the barbarians breach the Xinjiang city? Do you have any historical records? There are no clear historical records about this yet, but I did find some clues from unofficial histories. Joa explained. It's rumored that the fall of Xinjiang City occurred due to a massive plague outbreak, which left all the residents unable to fight. Therefore, the barbarians easily breached Xinjiang City and slaughtered all the citizens. They were eventually cooked in large pots and eaten. Cooked and eaten? Weren't the citizens infected with the plague? Carlos asked his first doubt upon hearing Armando's words. How did the barbarians dare to eat them? The exact reason is unclear at present, but there are some records and unofficial histories. Armando explained. It's rumored that this so-called plague was not actually a plague but a rare poison, which was administered by the Prime Minister of the Western Liang Kingdom who surrendered to the barbarians, Colby. Colby! He administered it. Upon hearing Armando's words, Carlos couldn't help but clench his palm tightly. This man truly had the potential. After all, Colby dared to devise the scheme of expelling the citizens of the Western Liang Kingdom to force Ava to open the city gates for their rescue. Administering poison? He would certainly be capable of that too. Carlos felt that Colby must be eliminated as he was a menace. A menace must be removed. Armando looked at Carlos and revealed a hint of confusion. Carlos, why are you suddenly so interested in the history of the Western Liang Kingdom? In these past few days, you've been asking about the Western Liang Kingdom. Could it be that your antiques are related to it? Yes. Carlos was startled but quickly changed the subject. When I acquired these antiques from that Tibetan villager, he also gave me some historical documents, which contained a lot of information about the Western Liang Kingdom. That's why I became particularly interested in it. Oh, like the sacrificial documents of the Western Liang Kingdom you mentioned last time? Armando couldn't resist asking. Carlos nodded vigorously. Yes, just like those documents, which sparked my interest in the Western Liang Kingdom. If you're interested. Armando looked at Carlos earnestly and said, I can introduce you to someone who might interest you, Coleman, a leading figure in our antiques community. You can ask him more, because he's Tibetan and has deeper insights into the history of the Western Liang Kingdom than anyone else. Coleman? Carlos couldn't help but ask, and Armando firmly replied, yes, Coleman. His research on the Western Liang Kingdom and Tibetan history is unparalleled. Hearing this, Carlos felt an overwhelming joy because, if everything went as planned, Old Master Coleman would come to Jinghai City tonight to see him regarding Zahir's calligraphy. This old man would definitely be lured here. However, Carlos soon turned his gaze back to Armando and asked the question that most concerned him. Uncle C, I have another question. If, in ancient times, a city was besieged by enemy forces driving our citizens to attack us with their bodies to force us to open the city gates to save them, and then they would take advantage of it to breach the city, do we have any way to counteract it? There's no shortcut for such a situation. Only two methods can be used. Armando held up two fingers. First, fortify the city and ignore the fate of the citizens outside. Second, open the city gates and lead the troops out to fight off the enemy with soldiers' lives to protect the citizens and allow them to enter the city. Is there really no third option? Carlos couldn't help but ask, but Armando shook his head. There is no third option. Even during the anti-Japanese war, we basically only had these two choices, with no third option. Uncle C, but I remember. Lacey interrupted. In history, Tian Dan used the fire ox array to solve a similar dilemma. Little girl, Tian Dan's fire ox array required specific conditions. Otherwise, why didn't later generals use this method? Armando continued. And in the anti-Japanese war dramas you've seen, the Japanese often use this tactic, and we had no way to counter it except for using soldiers' lives to protect civilians. Basically, there was no better solution because in warfare, the enemy wouldn't stand still waiting for your fire oxes to charge through. Carlos was at a loss for words, feeling a heavy heart. Because to truly counter the barbarian army, he needed drones and explosives. Only with these could he effectively break through. Carlos, having reached this point in his thoughts, stood up and said, Uncle C, let's stop here for now. I won't stay here any longer as I have some matters to handle outside. I'll take my leave now. Young Master Chun, wait a moment. Lacey, hearing Carlos's words, couldn't help but look bewildered and said, didn't you bring me here for something? Chapter 89. The Barbarian King, leading troops to attack the city, danger ahead. Oh, how could I forget this? My brain must be as dense as wood. Carlos, upon hearing Lacey's words, couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. Then he spoke loudly with a clear gaze at Armando's face. Fourth uncle, Miss Shun is now mainly responsible for my business operations. I want her to learn from you. What do you think of your business model? No problem. Armando smiled slightly and agreed. Carlos seized the opportunity to pat Lacey on the shoulder and said, Florence, sis, stay here and learn from fourth uncle for a few days. After that, we will go see the building at Qinglong Bay. If there's no mishap, I'll buy it and develop our live streaming business. What could Lacey say? Carlos had already made arrangements, so she naturally stayed to learn. With that, Carlos left the Bardiang Palace and got into his powerful Mercedes G-Class, driving away completely. He was going to find Alicia to obtain explosives. Meanwhile, Eldon of the Western Liang female kingdom tightened her grip on her Alf knife as she watched the barbarian king Wilfried Lianshan lead an overwhelming army of barbarians. Her expression grew increasingly serious because she knew Wilfried Lianshan was preparing to attack the city again. In front of Wilfried Lianshan's vast army, countless civilians of the Western Liang female kingdom were being herded like sheep towards Xinjiang City. D's motorcycle iron cavalry, consisting of 10,000 riders, failed to stop Nate and vanished without a trace. No one knew where they were. Your Majesty, let's pray to the gods. Seeing the harrowing scene before him, Thorn stepped forward excitedly and shouted, this situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Without divine intervention, we may not be able to save our people from their suffering. The royal advisors also urged Eldon to seek divine assistance immediately. However, Eldon tightly gripped her Alf knife, staring silently outside the city walls. Outside Xinjiang City, the great General Bo of the barbarians was driving forward elderly women and children captured from various cities of the Western Liang female kingdom. Wilfred's of them were women leading families, carrying frail elders and dying children. They moved like zombies towards Xinjiang City. Behind them were even more civilians, totaling over 300,000. They were emaciated, like candles about to be extinguished by the wind, driven forward by the horse-mounted barbarian soldiers wielding scimitars. Any who walked too slowly were brutally slashed by the cavalry, leading to cries and screams as they pleaded with Eldon to open the city gates. Some defiant citizens knelt firmly on the spot, unwilling to move forward. Their defiance met swift punishment. Heads flew off, smashing heavily onto the ground, while bodies were trampled by the barbarian cavalry like ants. Facing this crisis, many civilians outside Xingyang City cried out in despair, "Your Majesty, please open the gates and save us. We don't want to die." Watching these scenes, Eldon felt as if her heart was being pierced by knives, unable to breathe. Yet, she knew that opening the city gates would invite the barbarian army inside, leading to the slaughter of both the civilians outside and the million residents within the city. Thus, she hesitated to act. However, Burke, known for his hot temper, was infuriated by the scene. He longed to wield his spear and slash through the barbarians. "Your Majesty, allow me to lead an attack. I will lead my troops to annihilate these barbarians." "Your Majesty, I am willing to fight too." Jem stepped forward. "I will fight these barbarians to save our people." "Your Majesty, I share the same resolve." Wearing a black mythical Sun Wukong costume, Abdullah stood up and declared, "To kill the barbarians and save our people." "Your Majesty, I, a criminal, am also willing to fight." Enoch offered, "I will lead my fellow martial artists and loyalists as vanguards against the barbarians. I also wish to fight these barbarians. Please grant me permission, Your Majesty." Ajani stepped forward, followed by Wilfred Han E and others, all offering to join the battle. Seeing this, Eldon finally reacted. Even knowing it might be futile, she still resolutely drew her Alf knife and roared, "Then General Burke and Enoch shall lead the charge. The patrol camp will serve as the central army." Holding her Alf knife tightly, Eldon continued to roar, "General Ajani will lead the Phoenix Feather Guard as the rear guard. The 5-city military commission is responsible for guarding the city gates and escorting civilians into the city. General Abdullah will remain on the city walls. All other generals follow me out of the city to fight the barbarians to the death." "Yes, yes, yes." Burke and the others accepted their orders and left, but Simeon and his companions were in a panic, especially when they saw Eldon, with a Barrett rifle on her back and an Alf knife in hand, riding a motorcycle about to lead the army out of Xingyang City. "Your Majesty, this cannot be done, especially if you personally lead the army out of the city." "My lords, there is no need for further words." As Eldon mounted the motorcycle, she swung her Alf knife like a bolt of lightning through the sky. "In this battle, I shall live and die with our soldiers on the battlefield, fighting the barbarians to the end." Simeon and the others still wanted to speak, but Eldon had made up her mind to confront the barbarians. Thorn, however, unexpectedly picked up the drumsticks from the city tower, his eyes shining with fervent light. "Your Majesty, though I am just a civil servant and cannot ride and fight alongside you, I will beat the war drums from the city walls to encourage you." Bang bang bang. As soon as Thorn finished speaking, he immediately tore off his upper garment, gripped the drumsticks tightly, and pounded the war drum on the city tower with all his might. The sound was like thunder, deafening. Ajani and the others, ignited like powder kegs, became instantly energized, quickly opening the city gates of Xingyang. The flood of civilians outside rushed into the city through the main gate like waves. Eldon and her forces charged out through the side gates on motorcycles and horses like arrows from a bow. Bo's forces, seeing this, began to scatter deliberately like startled birds, rapidly retreating to leave an expansive empty space in the center. But at this critical moment, Mu Yunhai's 20,000 iron cavalry surged forward like a black torrent, wielding gleaming chain knives, rushing towards Eldon at breakneck speed. Bang! Seeing Mu Yunhai charging over, Eldon aimed the Barrett at his head and fired. Mu Yunhai tried to dodge, but his speed was like that of a snail compared to the Barrett. He couldn't escape the fatal shot. He was shot in the head. Instantly, his massive body crashed down from the horse like a felled tree. Seeing this, Bo and his men were all terrified, crouching on their horses like ostriches, completely afraid to look up. Even the barbarian king Wilfried Lianshan was shaken to his core. After all, if it weren't for Floyd blocking a bullet for him last time, he would have met the same fate as Mu Yunhai. The cavalry accompanying Mu Yunhai was stunned, for they hadn't had time to react. What had just happened? Their invincible martial god Mu Yunhai was killed by a single shot from Eldon? Enoch was also frightened, never expecting that the dark, bulky thing called a Barrett could be so terrifying. Fortunately, he hadn't tried it rashly, or he would have died long ago. Eldon gave them no chance to react. She quickly put the Barrett back on her back, tightened her grip on the Alf knife, and screamed, "Soldiers, follow me!" When Eldon's roar subsided, she held the Alf knife tightly and rode the motorcycle toward the barbarian soldiers like a whirlwind. Kill, kill. Seeing this, Burke didn't hesitate, riding his black warhorse and wielding his halberd, charging toward the barbarian iron cavalry like lightning. Kill, kill. The iron cavalry following Burke rushed into the barbarian ranks one after another. Mu Yunhai's 200,000 iron cavalry fell into chaos because they had lost their leader right from the start, acting like headless flies without direction. Eldon led the charge, dashing into the heart of their cavalry like a tiger descending from the mountain. Holding her sharp Alf knife tightly, she cut down more than a dozen barbarian cavalrymen in an instant, like lightning splitting the night sky. Burke also wielded his halberd, slicing through the barbarian cavalry ranks effortlessly. In an instant, the barbarian cavalry was thrown into chaos, with countless riders falling from their horses, dead or injured. The arriving soldiers of the Western Liang female kingdom, witnessing this scene, became greatly encouraged with their shouts shaking the sky. In contrast, the barbarian army retreated like receding tides. But at this moment, Bo and Yelfchi, who were originally leading their troops to retreat on both sides, suddenly turned back like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. From both flanks, they swiftly encircled Eldon's forces with lightning speed. Seeing this, barbarian king Wilfried Lianshan's anger instantly turned into madness. Then he drew his gleaming scimitar from his waist and roared like thunder. "Warriors of the barbarians, the Empress of the Western Liang female kingdom, Eldon. She is now surrounded by us. Now I need you to be as brave as lions. Join me to slay her. Charge with me. As soon as barbarian King Wilfried Lianchin finished speaking, he immediately led tens of thousands of elite cavalry under his command to sweep towards Eldon's forces like a fierce storm. Muyun Hai's subordinates, who were still fleeing in panic, suddenly woke up from their stupor and became more spirited. They brandished their chain knives like venomous snakes and launched a frenzied counterattack against Eldon's army, which was already tightly encircled. Your Majesty, things are not looking good. Wilfried Han'e, seeing the situation, exclaimed with a flash of fear in his eyes. We are now heavily surrounded by the barbarian army. Eldon didn't need Wilfried Han'e's reminder because she had already seen through everything. But at this moment, she had no choice but to grip the Alf knife tightly in her hand and fight desperately like a trapped beast alongside Wilfried Han'e. Your Majesty, I am willing to protect you to break through the encirclement. Eider rode his four-wheeled off-road motorcycle toward Eldon and shouted anxiously, if anything happens to you, we will all be annihilated. Chapter 90. Ava, Battle of the Two Emperors. The outcome remains uncertain. Ava clutched the Alf saber in her hand tightly, turning a deaf ear to Eider's words, for she wanted to stand firm here like a rock, to draw all the firepower of the barbarian tribesmen, letting over 30,000 civilians outside Ingyang City enter safely. She was well aware that if she chose to break through the encirclement and escape to Ingyang City, the consequences would be unimaginable. All their efforts now would go to waste, and the people who entered Ingyang City would surely be massacred without exception. What would be the point of them rushing out of the city then? Therefore, she had no intention of breaking through but only wanted to fight fiercely and wipe out these barbarian tribesmen completely. Meanwhile, Enoch watched as the tribal king led hundreds of thousands of elite cavalrymen charging towards them like surging waves. He immediately clasped his fists and shouted at Ava, Your Majesty, let us carve a bloody path for you to help you break through the barbarian encirclement and lead the troops back to the city. No, I will not break through. Ava held the Alf saber, swiftly slicing down a barbarian soldier. For the civilians of Xiliang's women kingdom, for the women kingdom of Xiliang, I will fight to the death with these barbarian tribesmen. Will you all join me in fighting to the death, swearing never to retreat? We are willing. Enoch and others roared in unison. In contrast, Ava wielded her Alf saber like a god of war, once again slashing towards an incoming barbarian cavalryman and saying, Then follow me, kill. Kill, 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 kill. Eider and others were greatly invigorated once more, gripping their weapons tightly and charging into the fray against the barbarian soldiers. Especially Eider's patrol camp riding four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles was like tigers descending from the mountains, wielding Alf sabers tightly. Everywhere they went, the barbarian cavalry fell like leaves in a storm. The tribal king Amir was thoroughly enraged, waving his saber wildly, charging straight towards Ava like a ferocious beast. Ava, die, die now. The tribal king Amir waved his saber while roaring thunderously, die. As the tribal king's words faded, he rode his warhorse like lightning, swinging his saber down upon Ava. He slashed down as if Wilfried Han'e was crushing an egg. Facing the tribal king's formidable slash, Ava horizontally blocked it with her Alf saber, instantly stopping his deadly blow. Then she pulled back her blade and swiftly cut towards the warhorse like a gust of wind. Her slash flashed like lightning across the night sky. Before the tribal king could react, the front legs of his warhorse were severed by Ava, emitting a mournful cry before collapsing on the ground. The tribal king also fell off the horse but rolled nimbly like a cunning hare and quickly rose, slashing like a hungry tiger pouncing on Ava again. Ava dodged like a phantom, countering his saber with her own, producing a loud metallic clang. Their weapons collided, sparks flying. At this moment, the tribal king kicked Ava's motorcycle. Faced with this powerful kick, the motorcycle veered sideways, shooting out like an arrow, knocking down 6 or 7 barbarian cavalrymen instantly. Ava jumped into the air like a bird and landed directly on the ground. But right at this moment, the tribal king roared, holding his saber tightly, jumping up like a rocket, and with overwhelming force, he slashed down at Ava. Ava naturally did not dare to be complacent. She took a step back with her left foot, raised her Alf saber high like a pillar supporting the sky, and immediately deflected the downward slash from above. Compared to the tribal king, Ava was weaker in both strength and martial arts. Despite blocking his slash, she was forced down under his pressure. The sharp saber, already pressed against Ava's scalp. At this critical moment, Ava gripped her saber tightly like iron pincers. Quickly pulling back her saber, her body darted away like a ghost. With a swift, lightning-fast slash, she aimed at the tribal king's abdomen. But Ava's slash did not cut open the abdomen of the tribal king Amir as expected. Instead, it created a streak of dazzling sparks like meteors, revealing the golden silk soft armor on Amir's abdomen, which was as hard as rock. At the same time, although the scimitar in Amir's hand did not chop onto Ava's head like a gust of wind, it still heavily struck Ava's shoulder, directly sending her flying out several steps like a broken kite before she barely steadied herself. Fortunately, the armor Ava wore was unbreakable, leaving only a faint sword mark. Amir's pupils sharply constricted. He could already tell that Ava's armor was extraordinary and could possibly rival his own celestial meteorite-crafted golden silk soft armor. Damn it, it's a pity this set of armor is designed for women. Otherwise, I would claim it as my own. Amir then let out a thunderous roar. Such fine armor deserves only me, the tribal king Amir. Ava ignored his words, not even having time to attend to the burning pain on her shoulder. She tightly held the Alf saber, rushing at Amir like an arrow from a bow. Clang! Tightly holding the Alf saber, Ava suddenly clashed with Amir again in an explosive collision. Instantly, their blades collided fiercely like iron striking steel. But soon they separated like birds parting the forest. Then, like a storm, they swung their blades back at each other, fighting hundreds of exchanges without rest, resembling two fierce tigers locked in battle amid the chaos of war. Ava, you are impressive. After over 100 exchanges with Ava, Amir roared like thunder, I, the king, have taken a fancy to you. If you agree to be my concubine, I can show mercy and spare your life today. Otherwise, I will cut you to pieces like chopping vegetables. Amir, do you really think you're worthy? For me to be your concubine? Hearing Amir's words, Ava's anger flared up like a volcano about to erupt. Amir, however, responded with a leering face, Ava, this is a rare opportunity I'm giving you. If you don't cherish it, there's only death awaiting you. Amir, shut up. Faced with Amir's insolent remarks, Ava was filled with shame and fury. The battle isn't over yet. We don't know who will win or lose. Ava, since I offered you a chance and you refused to appreciate it. Faced with Ava's words, Amir's eyes turned vicious like an enraged lion roaring, you're dead next. Ava paid no heed to Amir's threats, gripping her Alf saber tightly like a fierce leopard charging forward with one strike after another. Amir was thoroughly enraged, his scimitar swinging like a crescent moon, attacking Ava fiercely. He knew that if he couldn't subdue this woman, conquest was impossible. Her death was the only option. After all, killing Ava would make Yang City within easy reach. But at that moment, Burke finally galloped on his black warhorse like a bolt of black lightning, tightly grasping his spear, Fang Dianji, courageously charging toward them. Tribal King Amir, do not harm our Empress. Burke stands here. Dare you fight me? Amir just opened his mouth to speak, but it was too late because Burke's Fang Dianji was already descending like Wilfred on Tai. Amir dared not slack off, knowing Burke was the strongest warrior of Xiaoyang's women kingdom. He raised his scimitar like a shield to block. Though he successfully blocked it, his body flew backward like a broken kite, skidding more than 10 steps away. Only by planting his feet firmly on the ground could he stabilize himself. Burke, capitalizing on his momentum, struck again with his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea. Amir, despite putting up a desperate defense, was pushed back step by step under Burke's relentless assault. Even using every trick in the book couldn't help him, and he was struck once again, flying away like a cannonball and landing heavily on the ground. Burke pursued relentlessly, preparing to deliver the final blow to send Amir to his doom. But at this critical moment, Floyd, however, gripped the yin-yang wheel in his hand, akin to a ferocious cheetah, dashing towards Burke with lightning speed. Almost at the moment when the Fang Dianji in Burke's hand was about to smash down onto the head of Tribal King Amir. Tribal King Amir had already closed his eyes, preparing for the moment of death. Floyd finally arrived just in time. One of the yin-yang wheels in his hand acted as an impenetrable shield, directly blocking the Fang Dianji that Burke aimed at Tribal King Amir. The other wheel lashed out like a runaway wild horse, sweeping horizontally towards Burke's neck. Facing the Floyd's sweeping wheel, Burke naturally knew the danger and thus, without hesitation, raised his left arm, bracing against Floyd's blow. Floyd did not continue his assault, but, after saving Tribal King Amir, immediately retreated over a dozen steps, creating some distance from Burke. Floyd, what are you running from? Burke, gripping his Fang Dianji tightly upon seeing this, then spurred his horse and charged back at Floyd, saying, come and fight again? Tribal King Amir wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze sharp like an eagle's, and the scimitar in his hand gleamed coldly, like the sickle of death, launching a counterattack on Burke first. Floyd followed closely behind, waving both wheels in his hands, attempting to flank Burke alongside Tribal King Amir. Tribal King Amir, your opponent is me? Seeing this, Ava swung her Alf saber, blocking Tribal King Amir, saying, dare to fight me again? Ava, you're courting death? Being intercepted by Ava, Tribal King Amir roared like an enraged lion. Then I will send you to the other side. Chapter 91. Katie, Bloody Battle, Wilfred Ting Tion. Hmph, fight first? Katie sneered coldly. The Alf saber in her hand resembled a silver dragon, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it slashed directly towards Savage King Amir. Savage King Amir roared furiously, the sound thundering across the heavens and earth, making people's eardrums ache. Then, gripping his scimitar, he pounced on Katie like a ferocious tiger. Burke was unable to provide assistance because he was tightly engaged by the William. Norris, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, clutched the Shochuan saber in her hands and rushed over to Katie with lightning speed. Clank! The Alf saber in Katie's hand clashed heavily with Savage King Amir's scimitar, producing a clear metallic clanking sound. Then, Katie was thrown back several steps like a leaf caught in a gale before she managed to stabilize herself. Savage King Amir grinned maliciously, opening his gaping maw like a ravenous tiger, immediately pouncing at Katie again. Amir, do not harm our emperor. Norris held her Shochuan saber tightly, standing like an impregnable fortress, successfully blocking Savage King Amir's attack on Katie. At the same time, Shepard also gripped both sabers, rapidly approaching Savage King Amir like a whirlwind. Almost instantly after Norris blocked the blow, her twin sabers flashed like two bolts of lightning, slashing fiercely at Savage King Amir. Clank, clang. Sounds of weapons clashing exploded like drums, while Katie reacted swiftly. She tightened her grip on the Alf saber, roaring like an enraged lion as she charged at Savage King Amir. However, Savage King Amir was thoroughly enraged. His eyes blazed with furious flames, as if ready to burn Katie and her companions to ashes. Because he never expected that they would have such dishonorable intentions, actually surrounding him 3-1. Meanwhile, the William was anxious because, like falling meteors, within a few short days, only Simabart, Bo, and Edge remained among the major generals of the barbarian tribes. But Simabart had been captured by Katie's group and hung on the eastern wall of Shenyang City. Trapped like a wild beast, Savage King Amir was under siege by Katie's forces. The William, thinking of this, no longer hesitated and wielded the yin-yang wheel wildly, defending against Burke's storm-like attacks while pulling Savage King Amir out of the encirclement like a flying bird. Savage King, there's no need to tangle with them. Let's just order the soldiers to annihilate them. As the William pulled Savage King Amir out of the attack, he immediately shouted. Savage King Amir regained his senses. With no remaining generals, he retreated into the protection of his personal guards and immediately ordered his troops to savagely exterminate Katie's forces like hungry wolves. Katie held the Alf saber in her hands firmly, fighting like a war goddess, mercilessly cutting down charging barbarian soldiers. "Your Majesty, be careful," Shepard suddenly roared, her sharp twin sabers flashing like lightning, ruthlessly slicing toward a galloping warhorse. In an instant, the galloping horse emitted a mournful neigh as its forelegs were severed like chopped tree trunks, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The barbarian soldier on the horseback didn't even have time to react before Shepard slashed his neck. On Katie's side, her movements were as swift as lightning. In front of countless shocked spectators, her sharp Alf saber shone brightly, cutting down the head of a charging horse like slicing a vegetable. The soldier on the horse fell heavily to the ground and was beheaded with another forceful slash from her, blood spurting all over her body like a fountain. Yet, Katie paid no attention. Gripping the Alf saber tightly, she lunged at another barbarian soldier like a tiger descending from a mountain. She flicked her saber, stomped the ground hard, and then leaped like a graceful swallow. Her saber sliced through the air like lightning, splitting the barbarian soldier on the horse vertically from the shoulder. Following up, she kicked the corpse away, then landed gracefully on the horse, spinning it around. One hand holding the reins tightly, the other clutching the Alf saber firmly, she faced the advancing elite cavalry of the barbarians like a divine female warrior, charging straight at them. Her Alf saber danced like a sudden storm, cutting through the enemy soldiers as easily as slicing vegetables, felling over a dozen of the tribal warriors. Katie's saber skills were extremely fierce, each strike precise and deadly like a venomous snake's fangs, hitting the vital points of her enemies. Agile and nimble, she moved on horseback as if walking on flat ground, astonishing all who watched. However, the elite cavalry of the tribes did not retreat. Like a surging tide, they charged at Katie even more furiously. Unfazed, Katie's gaze was resolute and cold, her eyes like ice that had frozen for 1,000 years. The Alf saber in her hand gleamed with a chilling light, slicing down one tribal cavalryman after another. Kill them. Seeing this scene, savage King Amir roared with rage, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged lion. Whoever kills this woman will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks. Kill. Hearing this from savage King Amir, the tribal cavalrymen surged forward like ignited gunpowder barrels, roaring and charging towards Katie. After all, killing Katie would earn them 10,000 taels of gold and a promotion of 3 ranks. The temptation was too great, so countless tribal cavalrymen charged towards Katie like starving wolves. They all wanted to slay Katie to get the reward of 10,000 taels of gold and a promotion of 3 ranks. However, Katie did not back down either. Gripping her Alf saber tightly, she pointed at savage King Amir, who was surrounded by his personal guards, and roared, "Everyone listen! No matter when, if anyone can cut off savage King Amir's head, I, Katie, will reward you with 10,000 kilograms of grain, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, 1,000 kilograms of meat, 200 cabbages, and 1,000 steamed buns filled with delicious meat." As soon as these words fell, the entire battlefield erupted like a pot of boiling water. Even many of the tribal soldiers looked at her with unusual expressions. After all, it was 10,000 kilograms of grain, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, 1,000 kilograms of meat, 200 cabbages, and 1,000 steamed buns. The reward was even more tempting, especially now during the famine year. 10,000 taels of gold in a time of famine was less appealing than 100 kilograms of fragrant rice, let alone what Katie offered was much more. So much food could ensure their families wouldn't starve in the famine. Thus, several of the tribal soldiers revealed hungry wolf-like gazes, wanting to kill savage King Amir for the reward. After all, it was 10,000 kilograms of grain, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, 1,000 kilograms of meat, 200 cabbages, and 1,000 fragrant steamed buns. Even William was tempted, considering the idea of killing savage King Amir and escaping with the rewards. The temptation was simply too great. Comrades, do not believe the ramblings of this woman. Feeling the situation turning against him, savage King Amir thundered. Just 10,000 kilograms of grain, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, 1,000 kilograms of meat, and 200 cabbages. Once we breach Xinjiang City, all of it will be ours. At that time, whatever you want, I can grant. Now, just kill this woman. William and others were brought back to their senses. Savage King Amir was right. Once they killed Katie and breached Xinjiang City, all the food and the millions of subjects of Western Liang's women kingdom would be theirs to devour. Therefore, they roared like beasts and charged at Katie again. Katie did not say more, because she knew that planting this seed would certainly have an effect among the tribal army, perhaps even leading to the downfall of savage King Amir. After all, when people were starving, desperate times call for desperate measures. Savage King Amir's eyes were red with anger, hating Katie to the core. Katie had made him feel a crisis like never before, especially with those highly incendiary words. It felt like a sharp blade deeply piercing savage King Amir's heart, as these words were too persuasive. After all, the tribes had not tasted grain in a long time. Lately, they had been eating human flesh. Now, Katie was persuading the tribal soldiers that by slaying him, they could obtain 10,000 kilograms of grain, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, 1,000 kilograms of meat, 200 cabbages, and 1,000 fragrant meat-filled steamed buns. Such tempting conditions, who knew if someone might be moved to actually strike him? William, take action. Recalling this, Amir immediately shouted to William, "Kill this wretch Katie, and once Xinjiang City is breached, this king will reward you with half of the grain stored in Xinjiang City." Upon hearing these words from Amir, William's eyes lit up. He knew all too well how plentiful the grain reserves were in Xinjiang City, having learned everything through his spies inside the city. Thus, without hesitation, he growled like a ferocious beast and lunged at Katie. "Katie, prepare to die." William roared, wielding his dual yin-yang wheels like lightning as he charged toward Katie. However, Katie was not intimidated in the slightest. She immediately took down the Barrett rifle on her back, aiming its ominous muzzle at William, saying, "William, let me show you the power of my gun." Seeing this, William's mouth twitched violently. Like a startled rabbit, he instantly leaped backward, even hiding behind the elite cavalrymen of the tribes, afraid to peek out again. Amir also trembled with fright, swiftly hiding behind one of his personal guards, fearing that the Barrett rifle in Katie's hands might target him instead of William. The elite cavalrymen who were charging forward originally now turned their horses around, hesitant to advance further due to the Barrett rifle in Katie's hands. After all, their war god Nate had just been killed by this gun. How could they dare to rush forward easily? But, just at this critical moment, Katie's gaze suddenly froze as she received a mental message from Carlos. "Katie classmate, get ready to receive the goods. I have prepared 3,000 drones and nearly 3 tons of high explosives. I will send them to you immediately. Please be ready to receive them." Chapter 92. Carlos, explosives arrived, drones arrived. All right, divine being. Ava, hearing Carlos's message, was moved to tears but quickly responded, "Wait, divine being. I am currently battling the barbarian army. Let me find a safe place first before I receive your gifts." Carlos replied with an "okay," while Ava hastily slung the Barrett rifle back onto her back and sharply turned her horse's head, shouting, "General Wilfred, immediately gather your troops and follow me. General Burke, organize a defensive circle to withstand all attacks from the barbarians." Ava ordered again, "Because the divine being has sent us drones and incredibly powerful explosives. Now as long as you can hold them off for a while. With the drones and explosives bestowed by the divine being, we will obliterate these barbarians."
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Burke couldn't help but feel elated and swiftly organized his soldiers into a tight formation at breakneck speed, clearing out a large open space in the middle. Eider also led his 4-wheeled mountain terrain motorcycles, racing around the defensive circle like fierce wind, cutting down the elite cavalry of the advancing barbarian forces one by one. Ava then summoned the bronze tripod from her soul sea and transmitted a thought to Carlos. Instantly, in front of the stunned looks of the barbarian king Amir and others, 3,000 drones and 300,000 tons of explosives gushed out from the bronze tripod and neatly lined up on the open ground within the defensive circle. Heavens! The Western Liang female kingdom actually has a divine being. Their divine being can grant them items. Barbarian King Amir, witnessing this scene, was struck speechless and stuttered. But what exactly came out from that bronze tripod? There is so much, and they are arranged so orderly? To hell with it. This bronze tripod. The Floyd also looked shocked, yelling in disbelief. It can actually expel things. Has it become sentient? However, Barbarian King Amir suddenly became overjoyed, his eyes gleaming greedily, as he had already developed an intense desire for the bronze tripod. Warriors of the barbarians, charge forward. Barbarian King Amir, looking excited, shouted almost madly, "Capture that bronze tripod for me because it belongs to me, and it must be seized." After Barbarian King Amir's words, the barbarian soldiers seemed to awaken from a trance. However, they didn't believe the bronze tripod belonged to him alone. Instead, it was something they all desired, as this tripod could communicate with divine beings. Who wouldn't want such a powerful item? Wilfred Reaver, food, cool motorcycles, and even the powerful Barrett rifle on Ava's back, all came from this bronze tripod. Facing such a divine artifact, who wouldn't want to possess it? Even the Floyd couldn't hold back, re-emerging only hesitating to rush Ava due to the Barrett rifle she held. Instead, he urged the barbarian soldiers to charge recklessly and then take advantage of the chaos to seize the bronze tripod from Ava. Driven by greed, the barbarian soldiers attacked Burke and his men like frenzied beasts. Burke and his men stood firm like an impregnable steel fortress, repelling their attacks. No one could breach Burke's defenses. Meanwhile, Ava and her team equipped all 3,000 drones with explosives. With a thunderous roar, the 3,000 drones soared into the sky like a flock of soaring eagles. The barbarian soldiers were left dumbfounded, completely mesmerized by the sight of the drones rising into the air. Then, the next moment, they were met with piercing screams as the explosives dropped by the drones rained down like dense hail from thousands of meters above. Boom, boom. The explosives from the drones acted like powerful bombs, instantly causing chaos and destruction among the barbarian army, with countless soldiers caught in the blast's aftermath. Barbarian King Amir was utterly stunned, falling backward in shock. "Floyd, do you recognize this thing?" "Even I, the national master, don't know what it is." The Floyd trembled, saying, "But this thing is terrifying, killing 10,000 of our warriors in an instant." King Wilfred Yen, withdraw the troops. Barbarian generals, snapping out of their daze, cried out, "These Western Liang people have divine aid. How can we possibly win? Retreat quickly, or we will all perish here." "Retreat, retreat." The Floyd, facing such powerful explosives from Ava and her team, was struck as if by lightning and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Amir fell to the ground, spitting out mud before grinding his teeth and saying, "We can't retreat. We can't retreat. We must capture all these good things for ourselves." "Wilfred Yen, stop deluding yourself." The Floyd shouted hoarsely, "We can't get them. Retreat now, or we will all be finished." "We can't retreat, can't retreat." Amir tightly gripped his saber, waving it at Ava, and yelled desperately, "All brave warriors of the barbarians, charge forward and take the bronze tripod from Ava. With this tripod in our hands, we will receive divine assistance. We won't have to worry about food anymore. Soldiers, obey my order and charge, no matter what the cost, to seize the bronze tripod from Ava." As soon as Amir's words were uttered, the barbarian soldiers once again surged forward like tidal waves, launching a fierce attack on Burke's formation. However, just then, Ava's drones returned like a swarm of bees returning to the hive, and then took off once more from the defensive circle. The 3,000 drones, loaded with bundles of explosives, hovered over Amir's forces like locusts covering the sky. Amir hastily grabbed a longbow, drew back the string, and shot an arrow at the drones in the sky. The other soldiers followed suit, but the drones soared 1,000 meters high, far beyond reach. Their arrows flew aimlessly, like headless flies, not only missing the drones but also raining down like hail, killing many of their own men. What terrified them even more? The 3,000 drones dropped another round of explosives, which rained down like meteorites, turning thousands of soldiers into dust, with countless more seriously injured. Even Amir narrowly escaped being blown to smithereens. Only the swift reactions of his guards saved him. They pounced on him like hungry tigers, shielding him from the falling explosives. Wilfred Erhani had thrown an explosive right next to him. Retreat, retreat. The Floyd, witnessing the devastation, was horrified and seized Amir by the collar, dragging him away on a warhorse without waiting for him to struggle free from the bodies of his guards. Amir, spitting blood, still screamed that they shouldn't retreat and must capture the bronze tripod. But nobody listened to him anymore, as the explosives from the drones had utterly terrified them. They fled like beaten dogs. Seeing this, Ava and her troops' morale soared, especially Eider's patrol corps, who rode their four-wheeled mountain terrain motorcycles and wielded sharp alf swords, sweeping through the enemy ranks like autumn winds scattering leaves. They showed no mercy to the enemy horses, cutting off their legs so they would fall to the ground, later to be butchered for meat for the soldiers. On the other side, Bo and his men were stunned, almost reaching the gates of Xinjiang City. If Amir had held on a bit longer, they could have led their army to join Colby's loyalists inside the city and captured it. But just as victory seemed imminent, suddenly, there came a thunderous sound behind them, and Amir's forces retreated like frightened birds, fleeing wildly. Edge, what's going on? Why are the barbarians retreating? We're almost inside the city. Bo, coming to his senses, turned to his deputy Edge and asked, they're all retreating. What should we do? General, don't hesitate. Edge roared loudly. Strike while the iron is hot. Capture Xinjiang City. If we can see Xinjiang City, its vast stores of grain will be ours. Bo's eyes gleamed at Edge's words. After all, Ava was leading tens of thousands of elite troops chasing after Amir. Before them, only a few thousand soldiers from the 5 cities military office and Ajani's 10,000-strong Phoenix Feather Guard remained. At this moment, he was leading over 200,000 elite cavalry. If they stormed into Xinjiang City, it would become his territory. Thinking of the mountains of grain stored inside and all sorts of delicious food, Bo could no longer contain his excitement. He fiercely waved the black war flag in his hand and roared with all his might, warriors of the barbarians, follow me and charge into Xinjiang City. We will have an endless supply of food. We no longer need to worry about starving to death. Warriors of the barbarians, charge. Edge also let out a roar. Xinjiang City is filled with grain, beautiful women, and clear water sources. If we capture this city, we will never have to worry about hunger again. And there are countless women waiting for you to enjoy. All brave warriors of the barbarians, charge with me. Chapter 93. Bo, made a filled cookie, truly pitiful. Charge, charge. The barbarian soldiers were each filled with fiery passion, screaming and waving their gleaming sabers as they galloped like a gale towards the city gates of Xinjiang. However, they met an obstacle as tough as brass walls and iron barriers, being firmly blocked at the city gates by the army led by Jim and Ajani. Even though waves of warriors bravely surged forward like tides, all were mercilessly slaughtered outside the city gates and could not break through this line of defense. Bo was completely driven mad. He tightly held the black battle flag in his hand, rushing fiercely toward Ajani like a hungry tiger, while Ajani sharply noticed Bo charging towards him. She swiftly disengaged from her current opponent, gripping her Alf Dao, a type of Chinese saber, and growled, charging like an arrow released from a bow towards Bo. Clang! Ajani tightly grasped her Alf Dao, using all her strength to clash with Bo. In an instant, she staggered back 6 or 7 steps like leaves swept by wild wind because Bo's combat power was far superior. Yet, when Bo took advantage to give Ajani a fatal blow, Abdullah suddenly emerged from behind Ajani wearing a Black Myth Sun Wukong costume, holding a golden light sparkling Rui Jingu Bang, staff weapon, riding a snow-white steed, roaring like thunder. He wielded the staff before him as if it were a pillar holding up the sky, blocking Bo's strong strike aimed at Ajani. At the same time, Ajani's Alf Dao slashed toward Bo like lightning. Clang! When Ajani made her slash, Bo lifted his arm which acted like an unbreakable shield against the attack. However, his outer armor was still cut open, and had he not been wearing gold-threaded flexible armor, his arm would probably have been severed. Ajani, your sword is incredibly sharp, like a divine weapon that can slice through metal like butter. Facing such danger, Bo showed no fear and reached out to grab Ajani's Alf Dao, saying, but I fancy it. Give it to me. Bo, why don't you first taste my cudgel? Seeing this scene, Abdullah resolutely swung his Rui Jingu Bang, striking down on Bo with a whistling sound through the air, akin to a sudden storm. In response, Bo did not dare take things lightly. He waved his black battle flag horizontally like a shield to deflect Abdullah's fierce attack, while Ajani once again attacked like a ghost. General, be careful. General Braun of the barbarian army saw this and rushed over on horseback, immediately blocking Ajani like an imposing mountain, saying, Lieutenant Braun is here to assist you. Bo didn't respond but passed Ajani to Braun and, holding the black battle flag tightly, charged ferociously towards Abdullah. He planned to kill him and lead his 20-odd 10,000 troops to flood into Xinjiang City. However, Abdullah wouldn't let him get away with it. His Rui Jingu Bang danced like a spirited dragon, creating powerful gusts as it battled Bo, making it extremely difficult for Bo to break through. Bo became desperate, eyes bloodshot, and lashed out at Abdullah's vital points even more furiously with his battle flag like raging winds and heavy rain. Yet, despite this, he failed to knock Abdullah off his horse and was instead blocked tightly by Abdullah, forming a barricade against him entering Xinjiang City. Edge finally sensed something unusual, realizing if they couldn't break through soon, Katie and company would turn back and launch another assault. This would mean their doom as Katie and others possessed formidable combat abilities, and Xinjiang City itself was a fortress nearly impossible to breach. Therefore, merely outnumbering them offered no advantage. Defeating Abdullah and company was the key. Just then, Edge saw something chilling. The battlefield outside their area revealed Ruran cavalry approaching like a rolling cloud. There was D who reappeared, leading 10,000 motorcycle-mounted cavalry, speeding towards them like steel torrents at lightning speed. He shouted, "Your Majesty, our reinforcements have arrived. It's the Ruran Iron Cavalry coming to rescue us." D led the 10,000 motorcycle cavalry shouting as they rapidly pierced into the heart of the barbarian forces, slashing the already fleeing enemies with Yang family spears effortlessly. Although King Wilfridiantian of the barbarians was dazed by the explosions set by Katie, watching the overwhelming wave of Ruran Iron Cavalry following D was daunting. He still made a rapid response, leading the panicked cavalry troops under his command who were fleeing like frightened birds. Without hesitation, he met the overwhelming rush of the Ruran cavalry first because they were mortal enemies, especially on the vast steppes. They often engaged in life-and-death battles over territory, so when D shouted that the Ruran cavalry was coming to support them, the barbarian king Wilfridiantian had no doubt and led his troops forward swiftly like arrows released from bows. If they did not counterattack the Ruran Iron Cavalry, they would soon be caught in a pincer attack by Katie and her forces. Therefore, they didn't have time to think further, and immediately clashed with the charging Ruran Iron Cavalry. In contrast, the motorcycle-mounted cavalry led by D cut through the enemy lines like an unstoppable blade. In no time, they carved out a shocking gap within the barbarian ranks and raced toward Katie's forces at lightning speed. As D's troops neared Katie, she promptly ordered, "Your Majesty, retreat to the city quickly. The Rurans are not here to support us. They have come to attack us. We must return to the city for defense. Otherwise, Xinjiang City will be in grave danger once they realize this." Upon hearing this, Katie dared not hesitate, immediately leading the armies of Western Liang back to the city like waves rushing back. Meanwhile, the citizens of Western Liang Female Kingdom had already entered the gates of Xinjiang City, while those who failed to enter met their demise under the blades of the barbarians. Therefore, there was no need for Katie's forces to fight outside the city walls. However, this left Bo and his men in an extremely precarious situation, akin to a filled cookie, caught between two crushing forces. "General, we should not prolong this battle." Edge, seeing the drastic shift in the battle, immediately shouted, "Xinjiang City is beyond our reach now. We should retreat as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we'll meet our doom." Naturally, Bo did not want to retreat. His heart yearned to capture Xinjiang City and secure its food and water. But then, Edge saw 3,000 drones like black crows overhead, each carrying explosives, descending like devils upon them. Bundles of explosives rained down from the sky. "General, run. It's dangerous." Edge, witnessing this horrifying scene, yelled desperately, turning his horse to flee toward the outskirts of Xinjiang City. Sadly, it was too late. The bombs dropped by the drones fell like rain, exploding loudly, shaking the heavens. The barbarian cavalry scattered in panic but found no refuge. Amidst the thunderous explosions, flames soared high, and smoke billowed. The battlefield was chaos, filled with cries of agony, and within moments, tens of thousands of Bo's elite cavalry were obliterated. Seeing this from atop Xinjiang City's walls, Simeon and others were filled with righteous fervor, especially Thorn, who drummed even more fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Thorn's pounding drums resonated across the battlefield. As the explosions subsided, all Bo could see was devastation and unbearable suffering. Gazing at the broken bodies and the wailing soldiers, despair and rage surged within him. Yet, he knew time was critical. He had to lead his remaining troops away from the battlefield as quickly as possible to avoid total annihilation. "Retreat, retreat." Regaining his senses, Bo roared orders to retreat, waving his flag furiously, leading the remaining troops in a frantic escape. Katie saw this as the perfect opportunity to destroy Bo's forces. Leading Abdullah and others, she charged forward like arrows released from bows. Her Alf Dao gleamed in the sunlight as she pointed at the retreating Bo, shouting, "Archers, shoot! Bring down Bo!" Her command echoed like thunder. The archers behind her let loose torrents of arrows towards Bo. At the same time, Abdullah and his men attacked from the side. Realizing the dire situation, Bo fought like a cornered beast, leading his remaining troops to break through on both flanks, relinquishing control of the city gates. He knew this was his only way to survive. If he did not relinquish control of the city gates, he would surely fall into an endless abyss. He was grateful for his swift reaction, which saved him from disaster. Otherwise, how could his ragtag forces withstand Katie's pincer attack? Thus, the more than 10,000 troops led by Katie rushed back into Xinjiang City like a sudden storm and climbed onto the battlements. Of course, the city gates of Xinjiang City were also tightly shut. Meanwhile, the battle outside continued unabated. The barbarian cavalry and the Ruran Iron Cavalry engaged in a breathtaking melee outside the city walls, fighting fiercely like tigers and dragons under the sky. "Bachi, what is going on here? How did you manage to lead the Ruran Cavalry?" Katie clutched her blood-dripping Alf Dao tightly, her eyes blazing like flames as she fixed them on the battle outside the city. "All here?" Chapter 94. Your Majesty, we should ask the deity for more explosives. Dee explained with a look of shame. They had originally planned to intercept Nate and rescue the people of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom from his hands, bringing them safely into the city of Xionyang. However, after breaking through the blockade set by Bo and company, they encountered a powerful storm just 10 miles later, causing them to lose their way like headless flies. Unable to find the path to intercept Nate again, they could only proceed cautiously like blind men feeling an elephant, searching as they advanced. Unexpectedly, they ran into the Ruran cavalry attacking Xionyang City. Without thinking, they turned around and rushed back towards Xionyang City like wild horses let loose, only to discover that Katie and her forces were actually battling the barbarian army outside the city walls. Katie quickly devised a plan. As she intentionally shortened the distance with the Ruran cavalry, she rode a motorcycle shouting that reinforcements had arrived. This trick unexpectedly worked, as the barbarians really fell for it and clashed with the Ruran riders. They themselves swiftly returned to the city like birds returning to their nests. After hearing Dee's explanation, Burke and others all gave him a thumbs up, because Dee's tactics were indeed brilliant. allowing them to sit back and watch the tigers fight without getting involved. Your Majesty, General D. Simeon interjected with clasped hands. He has truly performed a great service this time. If not for his ingenuity in devising such an unusual tactic, we would never have won this battle so easily. Burke brandished his halberd like a tiger descending a mountain. This victory was also due to the deity's help. Without the divine weapons granted by the deity, such as explosives and drones, we would never have been able to turn the tide so effortlessly and return to the city so smoothly. General Burke speaks the truth, a Johnny echoed loudly. If it weren't for the drones and powerful explosives bestowed by the deity, we might not have broken through the encirclement of the barbarians, let alone return to the city so easily. Your Majesty, since the drone granted by the deity is so formidable, Simeon suggested again, why don't we use it once more, flying it out of the city to bomb those detestable barbarians and the swarming Ruran cavalry? Minister Pei, this is not feasible. Katie replied with a helpless look. The drone can only be controlled within a limited distance after it takes off. Therefore, we cannot reach the battlefield where the barbarians are fighting again. Once it exceeds its preset range, it will fall from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Simeon and others looked puzzled, while Thorn bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, can we ask the deity for some drones capable of throwing explosives over long distances? I have already asked the deity. Katie bit her lower lip gently. The deity said that, apart from military drones in his world, there are currently no drones that can fly more than a kilometer to drop explosives. And the 3 tons of explosives granted by the deity have all been used up in the previous battle. Your Majesty, can we ask the deity for more explosives? Explosives are truly excellent. 1 bundle can kill hundreds of barbarian soldiers, Simeon said excitedly. If we can have a large quantity of such wonderful things, then we will fear no barbarians. We might even venture out of the city to obliterate them all. Your Majesty, Minister Pei speaks the truth. Thorn agreed. We should request a large amount of explosives from the deity. The power of these divine weapons is astonishing. If we can possess them in large quantities, why should we fear the barbarians? We will surely subdue them completely, forcing them into submission, which will not be difficult. Katie was equally moved. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the explosives. Just those mere 3 tons of explosives had at least wiped out 4,000 or 5,000 barbarian troops, with countless more injured or maimed. If they could acquire more of this divine weapon, it would be not only the barbarians but also none in the entire world who could stand against them. They could even fulfill the deity's grand vision of unifying China and destroy the Vietnamese monkeys, Korean sticks, little Japanese, and little Americans, turning their lands into Chinese territory. Thinking of this, Katie almost uncontrollably sent a mental message to Carlos. Divine One, your explosives are truly effective. The 3 tons of explosives we dropped were like thunderbolts, directly annihilating tens of thousands of barbarian troops. With countless more injured or disabled, this divine weapon makes me earnestly beg the deity to grant us more. Chingcheng promises to offer more gold, jade, antiques, and paintings to venerate the deity if you can give us more explosives. Classmate Katie, regarding the explosives issue, I will try to think of some ways for you, but currently, this is all I can provide. Carlos showed a slightly troubled expression as he replied to Katie's message. Because this item is under top-level control on our side and cannot be traded arbitrarily. Although Katie felt a bit regretful in her heart, she did not dare to overly demand from her deity. After all, what the deity had already bestowed upon her was more than enough. She couldn't possibly ask for more without feeling embarrassed, so she only reported to Carlos that they had achieved a great victory and that most of the civilians outside Xionyang City had been welcomed into the city. Carlos was about to send a congratulatory reply when Alicia, sitting across from him, suddenly kicked him and said, Carlos, what are you doing? Why do you seem so absent-minded when talking to me? You didn't even respond to me after I talked for so long. Sorry. Carlos snapped out of his reverie and looked at Alicia with an apologetic gaze. I just temporarily remembered something, so I got distracted. Carlos, is there something bothering you? Lately, you've been acting very strangely. Alicia played absent-mindedly with her fork, poking at the beef in her bowl and slicing it open. And you're always absent-minded? You even talk to yourself sometimes. What's going on? Are you sick? No, I'm not sick. Carlos looked distressed and said, it's just that I've been really busy and have a lot on my mind recently. I just bought a port in Mingyue town, and immediately after, Mayor Barth sold me 1,000 acres of land. Right after finishing the paperwork for those 1,000 acres, Barth gave me another 200 acres, saying he wanted me to support hometown construction and help connect Mingyue town with Jinghai City. Carlos continued helplessly. What could I do? So I gave him another 200 million yuan to take over those 200 acres. But just as I caught my breath, Carlos took a sip of coffee and continued. Director Pan from the construction bureau came to me, saying there's a property in Qinglong Bay that needs someone to take over. He wants me to put up some money to buy it. St. Florence also wants to start a live streaming company, and I've agreed to invest in it and help her get established. Oh, and in Jinghai City, there's a refinery in the southern district that's not performing well. Someone hopes I can take it over. You see, so many things are piling up for me. I'm as busy as a headless fly, unable to tell north from south. Your schedule does sound overwhelming, but there are a few things I need to mention to you. Alicia swallowed and said, regarding Mingyue town, you should be cautious because I've heard some rumors internally. It seems Mateo has arranged for one of his confidants to become the party secretary of Mingyue town through the organization department. Hearing this, Alicia frowned. Based on what I know about Mateo, he might be targeting you. As for the project Director Pan suggested, I advise you to stay away from it. Alicia continued, because it's a mess, full of property rights issues. There are also 6 or 7 stubborn residents who can't be relocated. If you take it over, you'll be in for a lot of trouble. Of course, if you really want to buy a building, I can recommend a place for you. In Fragrant Water Bay, Changxing Group started a project a few years ago, but it became a half-finished building due to a broken capital chain. If you want to take it over, I can mediate for you. as it has clear property rights and no stubborn residents, so you won't have future worries. For the refinery in the southern part of Jinghai City, I've heard a bit about their situation, but if you really want to take it over, you'll have to follow my advice. I also need to consult with my father to see how we should handle this project. Big sister Exxon, okay? Carlos blushed with excitement. Then I leave these matters entirely in your hands, especially the southern refinery. I'm determined to get it. Sure, I'll look into it first. But don't let anyone know about your interest in the southern refinery. Alicia warned cautiously, you mustn't reveal your intentions to anyone. Everything must be handled by me, because if any step goes wrong, we could end up in an irredeemable situation. Big sister Exxon, I understand. Carlos replied meekly, I know a little about the rules inside. I will just wait for your good news. Just remember what I said. I'll definitely get this done for you. Alicia, however, continued looking at him and added, but you need to pay close attention to Mateo sending someone to Minuet Town as the party secretary. If things go as expected, it's definitely aimed at you. So what? Let him do as he pleases. Carlos shrugged. Anyway, I haven't done anything illegal or unethical. Everything I've done in Minuet Town has been legitimate business transactions. I've paid every cent of taxes owed. No matter who he sends, they can't touch me. If there's no issue on my side, worst case scenario, I won't develop those 2 plots of land I bought. I'll just let them sit there and appreciate in value, and when the time is right, I'll sell them. Carlos, that's not acceptable. Alicia, hearing Carlos's words, looked serious. I can't have you acting like the Lee from Hong Kong, buying land and leaving it undeveloped just waiting for it to appreciate in value. That would be detrimental to the interests of the country and the people. It's purely a profit-driven mentality. I absolutely disagree with that. If you buy land, you must develop it. Otherwise, don't buy so much land. All right, Sister Exxon, I'll listen to you. Carlos could only give a helpless wry smile. If you say develop, then I'll develop. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I'll give it my all. Okay? Now, that sounds better. Alicia pinched Carlos's cheek happily and then forked a piece of beef from her bowl, holding it to Carlos's mouth. Come, try this piece of beef I picked out for you. Just as Carlos looked at the beef Alicia had offered, her phone suddenly rang. Alicia answered the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, she looked shocked. What do you mean Mateo was caught in bed and had his hands and legs broken? Chapter 95. Alicia, a gentle kiss, and back home. Yes, caught in the act. Alicia had barely finished speaking when someone replied from the opposite side. Not only were both his hands and legs broken, but even his third leg was crippled. Now this has become the biggest news in our city committee. Alicia's expression was complicated, while Carlos couldn't help but shrink his neck and secretly send a message to Lincoln. Lincoln, wasn't that too harsh? How could Mateo end up like this? Both his hands and legs were crippled. Even his third leg was ruined? What are you talking about, young Master Chin? Faced with Carlos's text message, Lincoln sent a huge question mark before quickly adding, I didn't do this. My people haven't even started yet. You haven't acted yet? Carlos stifled a laugh and messaged Lincoln again. Who did it then? This is brutal. All his limbs were broken. I really admire whoever did this. I have no idea. Lincoln replied to Carlos. Should I help find out who was so kind as to finish our job for us? No need, no need. Carlos hurriedly responded. The city committee has already called Alicia. I'll know what happened soon. No need for you to worry about it. Lincoln replied with an okay and stopped chatting with Carlos. Carlos quietly put away his phone and looked across at Alicia. Alicia smiled and said, Carlos, do you know? Mateo has been crippled. I heard. Carlos showed a curious expression and asked Alicia, what exactly happened? Can you tell me more? That bastard slept with someone else's wife and was caught red-handed by her husband. Alicia's face showed disgust. Then he was beaten until all his limbs were broken, including, What could Carlos say? He felt secretly delighted since he had long disliked Mateo. For someone to do this for him. Of course, he was happy. It saved him from doing it himself. Just as Carlos thought this, Alicia glared at him and said, what are you grinning about over here? I'm not. Carlos shrugged, unable to hide his smile. Alicia rolled her eyes at him. Cut it out. If you want to laugh, just laugh. What's with that sneaky grin? Carlos couldn't hold back any longer and chuckled aloud because he was truly happy. After all, he had long detested Mateo. Hearing about his misfortune now? How could he possibly restrain himself? Alicia didn't laugh, though she also despised Mateo. She simply couldn't laugh at this moment. Carlos, stop laughing. Alicia, watching Carlos laugh, said, Mateo, that scumbag, is miserable enough. We've finished eating. Let's go back. I feel a bit tired and want to rest. Okay, let's go. Carlos naturally had no objections. After tidying up briefly, they left the restaurant together. They got into the car one after the other. When they returned to Alicia's building, Carlos had just stepped out of the car when his phone rang. Hearing the sound, Carlos immediately answered. Bryant's voice came through, little rascal, where are you now? We're almost at your place. Are you home? Bryant, I'm not home. Carlos replied with a twitching mouth corner. I'm in Jinghai City now. Facing Carlos's words, Bryant sounded irritated. Why aren't you coming back? This urgent? Carlos asked, while Bryant continued in the same irritable tone. Stop dilly-dallying and come back fast. I want to see Zahir's Yellow River Sunset Scroll immediately. All right, I'll be right back. What else could Carlos say? A big deal was waiting. He had to go back. In Alicia's eyes, a hint of resentment flashed, but she didn't say much. Alicia, why don't you come back with me? Seeing the hint of resentment in Alicia's eyes, Carlos suddenly grabbed her hand and gently said, this way, I can take care of you at home. No, that won't work. Alicia shook her head. I have to work tomorrow. Also, given what happened with Mateo, I need to visit him with my colleagues. So, I can't go to your place. That's fine. Carlos, however, held Alicia's hand and said, then come over another day. I'll take you for a tour around my port. And there's also the 1,200 acres of land that I sold. Alicia responded with an her eyes looking at Carlos as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. In contrast, Carlos hugged Alicia tightly, then turned his head to kiss her warm and sensual lips. It wasn't until they shared a deep kiss that left them both almost breathless that he let go. Only after this did Carlos release Alicia. She was now flushed red, her eyes filled with shy embarrassment, saying, "Bad boy, you just like to play tricks." Carlos chuckled, then wrapped his arms around Alicia's waist and tried to kiss her again. This time, Alicia stopped him by pressing her hand against his lips while using her other hand to pinch him hard, saying, "All right, no more tricks. Hurry back. Someone is waiting for you at home." What could Carlos say? After giving Alicia a light kiss, he got into his Mercedes G-Class under her watchful gaze and drove off. He drove fast, his mood even better, as today had brought several pieces of good news all at once. He soon arrived back at his house in Minuet Town. When he got there, he saw over a dozen luxury cars parked outside, each worth millions, the least expensive being a Bentley Arnage. Seeing this scene, Carlos couldn't help but smile. Today's visitors were all big customers, promising substantial profits. Thinking about it made Carlos even happier. Tonight, he would likely make several $100 billion, ensuring sufficient funds for his upcoming investments, especially the oil refinery in the southern city. He estimated it would cost several $100 billion, and he wouldn't have to worry about funding those cash-guzzling projects anymore. With several $100 billion in hand, he would become a guaranteed billionaire, and the Tunjin So, gold-eating beasts, from the opposite side of Shiliang would live better days. While lost in these thoughts, Carlos parked his car and opened the door. Bryant immediately led a group of elderly men and women out from his villa. "Brat, you're finally back?" Bryant approached Carlos excitedly, saying, "If you didn't come back soon, I'd have a heart attack." Right? Coleman, with a flushed face and reddened neck, added, "Hurry up and show us the items. We flew here on a private jet from Yinjing. Let us see those items quickly." Chapter 96. Carlos, antiques trading must follow the rules. "Mr. Bart, there's no need to rush." Carlos, however, wore a gentle expression and said, "Let's all go into the villa first. Let's have a cup of tea before we talk." "Boy, forget the tea." Coleman appeared unusually agitated as he said, "You might as well quickly show us the items. We don't want anything to drink. We just want to see those things." Carlos watched Coleman's impatient face and couldn't help but scratch his head. Just then, Kermit arrived in a pickup truck. Kermit?" Seeing Kermit driving over, Carlos frowned and asked, "Why did you come over? What do you need?" "Master Chun, I have nothing on my mind." Kermit chuckled and said, "I just thought I'd come sit with you for a bit and chat privately about something." "Oh, then come in together." Carlos didn't ask further and invited them inside because Coleman was eager to proceed. So this group moved back to the villa in a large crowd. Adriana was sitting on the sofa, holding a short knife, trimming her nails one by one. Carlos originally intended to brew some tea for Coleman and sit down calmly to discuss matters. However, Coleman couldn't wait. They kept urging Carlos to go get the items. Helplessly, Carlos left the living room and went to the basement to fetch artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Also, several sets of jewelry made of gold, jade figurines, porcelain bowls, cups, and vases, several golden belts, gemstone waistbands, golden teapots, gold incense pouches, and ingots, and some ancient coins, along with 3 scrolls of paintings, which were brought up directly from the basement. He placed the items casually on the coffee table, picked up the bronze gu from the Shang Zhou period, and handed it straight to Coleman, saying, "Mr. Bart, take a look at this." How could Coleman refuse? He promptly examined it carefully. Gaylord stood beside him, hurriedly took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, and started inspecting closely. Their actions naturally drew everyone's attention. Even Adriana turned her head to watch. Kermit became completely intrigued despite not knowing what was happening. He joined Gaylord in examining the gu held by Coleman. "Mr. Bart, how does it look?" Carlos smiled nervously while looking at Coleman, feeling quite anxious inside. "Is everything okay with the item?" "Boy, there's absolutely no problem with this item. It's indeed from the Shang dynasty era. There is even a seal exclusively used by the Son of Heaven, making it an extremely valuable artifact." Coleman's eyes gleamed with excitement, his breathing quickening. For a Shang dynasty gu wasn't common on the market now. Wilford Reaver, it was preserved perfectly. Coleman clearly remembered that during an auction at Yinjing Treasure House last time, a Zhou dynasty era gu had appeared, fetching a sale price of 50 billion. But this gu of Carlos's was different. It was not only exceptionally well preserved, but also had the seal exclusively used by the Son of Heaven. This item was undoubtedly priceless. "Boy, this piece of yours." Thinking about this, Coleman hastily raised his hand and asked, "Can you sell it to me for 60 billion? "How much?" 60 billion. Upon hearing this, Kermit was utterly stunned, staring straight at the gu in Coleman's hands, almost bulging his eyes out as he said, "What is this thing that's worth 60 billion? Kermit's words drew the gaze of nearly everyone in the living room, all of whom stared wide-eyed at the gu in Coleman's hands. After all, they weren't amateurs like Kermit, so when they heard Coleman quote this price, almost everyone gathered around. "Gaylord, something's wrong here." Adriana poked Gaylord beside her and said, "Didn't you already reserve this gu? Mr. Bart, isn't this robbing someone else?" Gaylord's face turned red, wishing he could grab the item back and said, "This Mr. Bart really lacks martial virtue. He must have realized how valuable this item is. But I reserved this. He already forgot. This won't do. I have to make him give it back, or else it'll be taken away. I'll cry in the bathroom afterward." As soon as Gaylord spoke, everyone's eyes turned to him. Meanwhile, Coleman pulled the gu close, clutching it tightly to his chest, and said, "Boy, I'll take this gu for 70 billion. As for your dispute with Little Tay, you two figure it out yourselves. No way will I let this item go. What's going on? Such an old thing." Kermit's eyes almost popped out as he exclaimed, "It's actually worth 70 billion, and they're still scrambling for it?" Not only did Kermit's breathing quicken and his face flush red, but his eyes also stared straight at the gu in Coleman's hands as he said, "Old man, you must not be fooled. This is 70 billion. Don't fool around." Coleman felt weak all over, his hands trembling slightly as he muttered. This item is actually worth more than 70 billion. It's a priceless treasure. No amount of money can buy it. Mr. Bart, what you say makes sense. Carlos smiled and said, if this item is indeed worth more than 70 billion, then give me 100 billion, and I'll sell it to you. Coleman realized he had misspoken when he heard Carlos's words. His eyes widened, and he felt deeply regretful inside. He wished he could bite Kermit to death. Gaylord also looked pained, since if it weren't for Coleman's actions, he could have secured the goo for 50 billion. Now, the price was inflated to 100 billion, and Carlos wanted to sell it to Coleman. This was truly making him very uncomfortable. No, this goo belongs to me. Gaylord clutched his aching chest, mumbled to himself for a moment, then deliberately coughed twice and said, little brat, this goo was agreed upon for 50 billion to me. Now it has jumped to 100 billion, and you want to sell it to old Bart? Absolutely not. After all, we have our own rules in this business. The deal between us is settled. You cannot sell this item to old Bart anymore. It can only be sold to me, Gaylord. Chapter 97. Amazing. Making a profit of 50 billion. It's this easy. This is really giving me a hard time. Carlos put on an innocent look and said, Mr. Bart, why don't you hand the item to Bryant first? I still have many rare treasures here for you to choose from. No way. I want this goo. Coleman clutched the goo tightly in his arms as if guarding a priceless treasure, afraid it would be snatched away by Carlos and the others. He insisted, 70 billion. Hand over your phone. I will transfer directly to you. Bryant, should we bear a little loss? Carlos wore a troubled expression as he suggested to Bryant, let's give this goo to Mr. Bart. How about I offer you 2 more items? That could work. Bryant's small eyes twinkled like a cunning fox, and then he proposed, but this time, I want to pick myself. Sure thing. The next selection can start with you. Upon gaining Bryant's agreement, Carlos took out his phone and smiled at Coleman. Mr. Bart, shall we use a QR code or cash? QR code, QR code. Coleman excitedly pulled out his phone and eagerly offered, I'll transfer 70 billion through WeChat. All right, no problem. Carlos laughed and opened his WeChat payment code. Acting like an enthusiastic shop assistant, the WeChat scan is ready for you. Please proceed to pay the 70 billion. Once done, this goo is yours, but there's an additional condition. Not a problem. I've just transferred the money. Coleman hurriedly scanned 70 billion to Carlos, then asked cheerfully, tell me what the additional condition is? We can talk about that later. After hearing the confirmation of the 70 billion transfer, Carlos smiled at Coleman. Why not let Bryant pick his items first? After he's finished, we can discuss the condition at leisure. Fine. Little D, you sly old fox. Coleman looked triumphantly at Bryant. Pick what you want first. There are still a few items left to choose from. Bryant grinned mischievously at Carlos. Brat, give me Zahir's painting. I'm not interested in anything else. Only that painting has caught my eye. Little D, hold on. Hold on. Hearing this, Coleman reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Absolutely not. We also fancy that painting. How can you hog it all? Old Bart, aren't you being too selfish? I've already given you this goo. Bryant raised his head haughtily and fiercely demanded, can't you let me off a bit? Return the goo if you won't. Though Coleman reluctantly agreed in his heart, he still clutched the goo tightly, as if fearing it would be taken back by Bryant. Brat, all right. Bryant continued, give me the painting. I'll transfer 50 billion more to you. That will settle everything between us. Bryant, didn't you say the painting was worth more than 100 billion? Can you add a bit more? Carlos chuckled at Bryant, who gave him a stern look. Brat, isn't what's mine ultimately yours? You cheeky kid, you're so exacting. Give me the goods quickly. Carlos knew better than to argue after Bryant said that. After all, Bryant was someone who treated the two brothers like his own children and doted on them since childhood. With those words, Carlos had no choice but to obediently hand over the item to Bryant and received another 50 billion through a QR code scan. Kermit was thoroughly astounded. What kind of treasures were these that every transaction involved tens of billions? Meanwhile, Coleman and the rest felt so frustrated they gnashed their teeth, even wishing they could snatch the painting back from Bryant. After all, this was Zahir's artwork with Li Bai's poetry. How could its value be simply quantified at 100 billion? It was an invaluable historical treasure with immeasurable historical significance. Any collector who learned of this would pounce on it like a famished tiger, yet such good fortune befell Bryant. How could they not feel aggrieved? Fortunately, among the remaining items Carlos had, there were still numerous rarities, such as the gold-crafted ornaments, and porcelain bowls, cups, vases, along with 2 other calligraphy pieces, all became targets of contention for Coleman and the others. Also included were several gold waist belts, gemstone waist chains, golden teapots, gold perfume pouches, ingots, and some ancient coins, all of which were bought by them. After a quick calculation with the money in hand, Carlos was surprised to find that he now possessed an astonishing 50 billion. If he added the unpaid amount from Armando C., he would have over 60 billion in total. This truly made him incredibly wealthy. After all, it was 60 billion. The more Carlos thought about it, the more he grew fond of these gold-guzzling creatures across from him. It wasn't for any other reason but because they handed over a few items so casually, allowing him to easily earn several hundred billion. Carlos felt increasingly delighted. In contrast, Bryant and the others wore faces full of excitement, as if these things were treasures they had always dreamed of, making their blood boil. Kermit, however, was utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that making money could be this easy. This was several hundred billion? In the blink of an eye, all of it entered Carlos's pocket. This was too terrifying. Mr. Bart? Despite his overwhelming excitement, Carlos tried to calm himself down. Then, with burning eyes, he looked at Coleman and said, I mentioned earlier, I have an additional condition, and now I want to discuss it with you. Is that okay? Boy, just say what your condition is. Coleman retorted, if I can do it, I will definitely do it. If not, I'll try my best to help you. Mr. Bart, I'm not asking you to do anything earth-shattering. I just want to ask you some historical questions, Carlos said with a smile. History questions? Coleman responded with a generous demeanor. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Mr. Bart, may I ask you? Carlos swallowed hard and stared into Coleman's eyes. You should know about the historical Xiliang female kingdom, right? Yes, I do know. Coleman laughed and said, this is precisely the topic I'm currently researching. Ask anything you like. Mr. Bart, may I ask you? Carlos looked at Coleman somewhat nervously. About the last female emperor of the Xiliang female kingdom, Ava. How did she die in the end? And how did the nomadic tribes break through the city of Inyang? Chapter 98. Young Master Chun, I feel someone is watching us. Boy, the question you asked. Coleman stroked his silver thread-like beard and said, I did a lot of research and discovered that Katie was the last ruler of the Western Liang Kingdom. She was actually a heroine who could match the best of men, not at all inferior to Mulan. But she ultimately couldn't escape the treacherous schemes of villains, eventually being poisoned, leading to her frail health and succumbing to typhoid fever. Mr. Bart, what kind of poison was it specifically? Carlos looked at Coleman like a student eager for knowledge and asked about his doubt. In contrast, Coleman frowned and replied, it's unclear what kind of poison it was at this time, but we only know this kind of poison can gradually weaken one's body, making it easy to contract typhoid fever leading to death. I also found some information from valuable documents and ancient archaeological materials. Hearing Coleman's words, Carlos fell silent, as he grasped two critical points from his future knowledge. The first point was that he definitely needed to prepare a large amount of medication for typhoid fever, such as chloramphenicol, ofloxacin, ciprofloxacin, pafloxacin antibiotics, and cefotaxime, ceftriaxone, cefoperazone, painkillers like ibuprofen, 999 cold remedy granules, vitamin C and chow tablets, compound amantadine paracetamol capsules, and children's amantadine paracetamol granules. He also needed ginger and brown sugar, as they could help them brew ginger brown sugar water to fight off typhoid fever. The second point was to get some nutritional supplements that could enhance human health, like milk, bird's nest, sea cucumber, ginseng, donkey hide gelatin, protein powder, etc. Carlos remembered that he had bought quite a few of these things before, so he checked his phone, only to find out that they were still on their way, expected to arrive in another day or two. Seeing this, Carlos could only rub his temples in frustration and put away his phone. Meanwhile, Coleman looked at Carlos and said, boy, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now, and if you have any more valuable antiques for sale next time, be sure to call me. I will arrive immediately. All right, Mr. Bart. Carlos smiled and saw Coleman and the others out of the villa. Looking at the dozens of luxury cars driving away from his villa, he frowned and returned inside. Kermit greeted Carlos with a fawning smile. Young Master Chun, you are really making it big now, with billions of dollars in hand? Carlos looked at Kermit and smiled bitterly because he was worried about Katie. A great danger was sweeping towards her, so he decided to call Herbert to get some medicine from him. With the medicine, he could feel more reassured since typhoid fever in ancient times was truly terrifying. Therefore, he stepped forward to return to his room, planning to call Herbert while enjoying a bath. However, at this moment, Kermit blocked Carlos's path and said, Young Master Chun, wait, I have something important to tell you. Kermit, what is it? Hearing Kermit's words, Carlos stopped walking and looked at him amicably. Go ahead, tell me. Young Master Chun, here's the thing. Kermit swallowed hard. Lately, we've noticed suspicious people sneaking into our port, seemingly looking for something. My uncle also asked me to inform you that the newly appointed party secretary of Minuet Town will be taking office tomorrow and hopes that you, as an outstanding entrepreneur in Minuet Town, can attend. I won't go. Carlos frowned. You represent me to welcome him. I'm quite busy and don't have time to participate in such activities. As for those people sneaking into our port, you should directly apprehend them and send them to the police. Since the port is our private property, they've snuck in secretly, we have every right to catch and send them to the police. We've already done that, Kermit grimaced. But some unfamiliar faces continue to sneak into our port using all kinds of tricks, then take photos everywhere with their phones. I suspect it might be police officers, or even higher-level officials who have taken notice of our port's unusual activities. Hearing Kermit's words, Carlos frowned deeply, fell into thought, and then focused on Kermit's face after a while. Kermit, you must keep a close eye on this matter. We must find out who these people are and why they are doing this at our port. What is their real purpose? Sure, young Master Chun, Kermit hurriedly responded, then placed his hands in front of his stomach, adopting an eager-to-learn expression. All right, you can go back now? Carlos stroked his chin lightly and said, just keep an eye on them for now, don't alarm them yet, and try to figure out their intentions. I'll also make a few calls to feel out the higher-ups. Once we have everything clear, we'll plan our next steps. Kermit responded with a nod, then drove off in his pickup truck, leaving a trail of dust behind. Meanwhile, Carlos frowned deeply, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, many things he had been working on recently had vanished without a trace. It was absurd to think that these incidents hadn't attracted attention from certain individuals. It seemed that the live streaming company needed to be expedited. Also, the warehouses shouldn't all be concentrated at the port. Ideally, some should be rented in Jinghai City to distribute the goods more widely, instead of keeping everything in one place. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Carlos glanced sideways at the cold and elegant Miss Thea, then went upstairs to his room, filling the bathtub with water and gently lying down. Carlos picked up his phone and dialed Andy's number. Andy, I need your help with something. Just say what you need. Andy replied rather generously. In contrast, Carlos said, Andy, I need you to help me rent several warehouses in Jinghai City. Why do you need to rent warehouses? Andy asked curiously. Don't you already have plenty at the port? I'm planning to start livestream selling with elder sister Florence. Once this business kicks off, Carlos explained seriously, we'll need a lot of warehouse space to manage the inventory, so I want to rent several warehouses in Jinghai. Got it. Andy furrowed his brow and asked Carlos, do you have any specific location requirements? There aren't any specific requirements, Carlos replied. A little remote is fine. And the warehouses shouldn't be too concentrated. They should be spread out so that we can deliver orders quickly within the city. If that's the case, young Master Chun, Andy suddenly spoke up, I have a great recommendation for you. What is it, Andy? Carlos became intensely interested and eagerly asked, while Andy responded seriously, have you heard of a company called Same City Express? Chapter 99. Classmate Ava, what are you up to? I heard that the boss seems to be from our Jinghai, and I've heard that his same city delivery business is flourishing all over the country. Carlos replied with a serious face. It can indeed be considered a very successful delivery company. So, his delivery business was doing really well, but he ended up in a terrible situation after following businessman Mr. Ramirez lead into business cooperation in real estate. Glenn then cut in, unable to stop himself from continuing. He put in tens of billions of yuan into real estate and didn't even make a splash. He came to me just the other day, desperately hoping I could invest 300 billion for him because there were issues with their company's capital chain. He was willing to give away 31% of the shares of the same city delivery company in exchange, but I didn't agree. If you're interested, I can introduce you too. You invest 300 billion to take over 31% of the company, and from then on, it would be under your name. Their warehouses would be yours as well, and once your live streaming takes off, you'd have your own delivery company, which would undoubtedly save on shipping costs. Do you think this is feasible? If you find no problem, I can help introduce you. I need to discuss this with Florence Gia. And Glenn, isn't 31% too little? Carlos hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, after all, their market value is only around 100 billion, but they have a deficit of several tens of billions. With an investment of 300 billion, we only get 31% of the shares. This shareholding ratio is truly pitifully small. If it could reach 51%, I might consider investing 300 billion. I'll ask about this. Glenn remained silent for a while before telling Carlos, I'll contact you if we can negotiate. All right, no problem. Carlos stroked his chin and said, I will await Glenn's notification. If the other party agrees to grant 51% of the shares, I will invest 300 billion and not participate in their management, merely enjoying annual dividends. Glenn gave a light hum, said a few more words, then hung up on Carlos and turned to contact the boss of the same city delivery company. Holding the phone, Carlos thought privately that this was indeed a brilliant idea. After all, having a delivery company under control would facilitate dispersing those goods. Once Taobao, JD, live streaming, and Pinduoduo links were posted, who knew where those orders would end up? Carlos felt it was imperative to secure this same city delivery company, as unresolved logistics issues made him uneasy. Additionally, Kermit had hinted today that some people were covertly investigating, so this matter must be resolved properly, or else his family's secret concoction could eventually be exposed. Lost in these thoughts, Carlos soon dialed another call. He called Herbert because he needed to buy a batch of medicine. After reconfirming the impending crisis faced by Ava and her group, the citizens of Yingyang would be poisoned, weakened, and suffer a widespread typhoid outbreak, leaving them unable to defend the city, ultimately being wiped out by the barbarians. Dial tone. Dial tone. While Carlos was lost in thought, Herbert answered, Young Master Chin, do you have something important to discuss? Indeed, I do. Upon hearing Herbert's voice, Carlos responded, I need some medication. Oh, what kind of medicine do you need this time? Herbert replied in a fawning manner. Where should I send these medicines? Let me know, and I'll have my people prepare immediately. I need chloramphenicol, ofloxacin, ciprofloxacin, pafloxacin, and other antibiotics. Carlos continued, also, cefotaxime, ceftriaxone, ceftazidime, and pain relievers like ibuprofen, 999 cold remedy granules, VC-ine Xiao tablets, compound paracetamol amantadine capsules, children's ibuprofen huangamin granules. Oh, just regular medicines? Upon hearing Carlos's list, Herbert couldn't hide his excitement. How much do you need approximately? Give me 3 million boxes of each? Carlos thought for a moment and added, and don't forget disinfectants to prevent typhoid infection and medical alcohol. You should have those, right? Of course we do. Upon hearing Carlos's order quantity, Herbert was almost jumping with excitement. How much exactly do you need? About 10,000 bottles, I guess. Carlos thought for a moment and then said, also, get me 500,000 masks. I need them in large quantities. No problem. I will arrange the shipment immediately. Herbert's voice trembled with excitement as he said, but young Master Chun, this order is quite large, so you might need to send a small target as a deposit. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to transport all these goods to your warehouse. Bradley, no problem. Carlos didn't hesitate at all and replied, I will transfer the money right away. Please check for receipt on your end. Herbert almost groveled in his agreement, while Carlos didn't have any hesitation and casually transferred 100 million. After all, he urgently needed these medicines. As soon as Herbert received the money, he became even more fawning, saying, Young Master Chun, I will arrange the shipment immediately. Carlos replied with a simple okay, put the phone aside, and couldn't help but send a telepathic message to Ava. Classmate Ava, what are you busy with now? I have something I want to talk about with you. Divine Being, I am busy settling the refugees in the city. Ava replied to Carlos with utmost reverence. Divine Being, if you have any instructions, please give them freely. Classmate Ava, what I want to tell you is, Carlos messaged back, with a large influx of refugees into the city, you must prevent an epidemic. After all, when so many people gather together, it's easiest for an epidemic to break out. Divine Being, I know. Ava replied, currently, I am distributing food to the refugees. Next, I will arrange accommodations for them. And I will also organize them to clean themselves at Lily Lake, ensuring their bodies are washed clean, which will help avoid triggering an epidemic. Chapter 100. The Ruren Great General Challenges to Battle. Xianying City falls into crisis again. It's best if you can arrange it this way. I'll also provide you with some medicine. Carlos sent a message to Ava. When the time comes, you can organize the imperial physicians to comprehensively disinfect their lodging areas and ensure that the city has enough medicine in case an epidemic breaks out. Ava was incredibly moved by Carlos's words. for Carlos was too kind to them, considering every detail as meticulously as a loving mother. How could they not adore such a deity? Therefore, their faith surged again, surging towards Carlos through the bronze tripod like waves. In front of the soup tents set up by the Ministry of Works in Ingyang City, moments ago people were sobbing uncontrollably, but now they smiled broadly, all reaching out their grimy hands to snatch the steamed buns and rolls distributed by officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue, as if grasping their last lifelines, fearing they would vanish if let go. Some ate while weeping because they were simply overwhelmed. After all, just yesterday they were fighting over Gunyan too. Note. This term is difficult to translate directly. It refers to a type of clay and tree roots. Unimaginably, today they got to eat fragrant meat-filled buns and carefully cooked porridge prepared by officials from the Ministry of Rights and Revenue. Looking at the porridge, there wasn't a speck of Gunyan too or tree bark. It was purely bubbling white rice porridge, dotted with peanuts, almonds, and beans. White sugar sprinkled atop the porridge. It was truly white sugar. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they last tasted sugar, yet now they could indulge in its sweetness without restraint. There were also packets of salty pickles handed out by those adorable officials. How could they not be touched? Ingyang City really isn't short of water or food. Why didn't we know earlier? If only we had known sooner. Displaced disaster victims in Ingyang City cried heartrendingly as they sipped sugared porridge. My poor child wouldn't have starved to death. Yes. If only we had known about the abundance in Ingyang City sooner, countless refugees lamented. We should have come earlier. Our families wouldn't have starved to death. Hearing these words, Ava felt mixed emotions, for despite her deep understanding of the refugees' suffering, she felt powerless. They were trapped in Ingyang City, unable to spread the news of its ample supplies. Seeing this scene, Thorn and others wiped away silent tears, reminded of their own hardships half a month ago. Had it not been for the deity's protection and gifts of food and water, they couldn't live the almost godly life they enjoyed now. Ava clutched her Alf Dao so tightly that it seemed ready to break, filled with infinite sorrow. Yet, she knew clearly. To rescue the commoners outside Ingyang City in the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, it was like ants trying to shake a tree, given her current strength, especially with over 1 million barbarian troops outside. And a group of Ruran cavalry was approaching. They lurked outside Ingyang City like ravenous wolves and tigers, waiting for her to emerge before plundering the city. So Ava couldn't leave or send anyone to spread the word to gather more people from the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Because even if ignoring whether Ingyang City could accommodate so many people, the Ruran cavalry and barbarian armies outside would certainly not let them in easily. Instead, they would capture them and cook them as food. I must continue recruiting soldiers. Thinking here, Ava gripped her Alf Dao tighter. With nearly 600,000 disaster victims flooding into Ingyang City, if I can recruit 200,000 soldiers and equip them with the fine weapons bestowed by the deity, I might be able to break through the siege and crush the barbarian army and Ruran cavalry outside. Just as this thought flashed across her mind, Dee arrived on a chestnut warhorse, reporting, Your Majesty, Ruran General Gerald is challenging us at the city gate. General Burke asked me to report to Your Majesty. Should we engage him outside the city? Let me first observe from the city wall. When Ava heard Dee's words, her murderous intent instantly surged. After all, hadn't the Ruran been engaged in fierce battles with the barbarian tribes just moments ago? Why had they now come to challenge them beneath their city wall? Ava straddled her motorcycle and arranged for Curtis and others to take charge of various disaster relief matters. Then she set off toward the city walls at breakneck speed with Thorn and the rest, wanting to uncover the truth. Thus, one by one motorcycles raced through the streets of Xingyang City like arrows released from a bowstring. They soon ascended the eastern city tower. Ava halted her motorcycle steadily, dismounted gracefully, and stood before the city tower. She saw that the massive barbarian army had retreated like a receding tide, leaving only densely packed Ruran cavalry below the city wall. Their great general, Gerald, stood like a proud lion, carrying a scimitar on his broad shoulders. He glanced up at Alaric and others atop Xingyang City with disdain, provocatively challenging, Alaric, aren't you known as the martial god of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom? Do you have the courage to descend the city and face me, Gerald, in combat? Alaric remained silent, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, turning to look at Ava. In contrast, Ava glared fiercely, locking her gaze firmly on Gerald without a word. Qinshi could no longer contain himself. He brandished the golden hoop bar in his hand and declared, Your Majesty, this fiend is being so audacious. I am willing to go out and fight him. Your Majesty, I also wish to go out. Jim gripped his green dragon crescent blade tightly, appearing like a god of war. He knelt and saluted Ava, requesting, to battle this fiend. I, too, share the same sentiment. Ajani also knelt, pledging directly to Ava. Because this fiend has crossed the line. Everyone, please remain calm. Alaric held his sky-piercing halberd, looking sharply at the Ruran General Gerald beneath the city wall and said, If there must be a battle, it will be me who goes out to fight him. It wouldn't be your turn. Generals, we should not engage in another large-scale battle today. You have just endured several intense battles. Thorn, observing this scene, clasped his hands deeply and suggested, Given our current physical and mental state, neither is at its peak, so I believe it is not wise to fight today. Tutor, you are right. Simeon also stepped forward and proposed, How about letting our Ministry of Works use gas canisters to launch the miracle weapon en masse, showing this Ruran General Gerald what we are made of? Chapter 101. The Four Kingdoms Attack. Xingyang City is in peril. No. Thorn hurriedly spoke up, his voice filled with urgency. If we do that, the Ruran cavalry will surely rise up to attack the city. Then we cannot avoid a fierce battle with them. Thorn's words struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer, making their expressions even more solemn. But this brute has been challenging us at the city walls. If we continue to ignore him, it won't be good either. Abdullah frowned deeply, speaking with evident anger. After all, if he keeps cursing and others see it, they'll think we in Xiliang are helpless. Your Majesty, shall we put up a no battle sign? No battle today. Simeon bowed deeply to Eldon, while Eldon gripped her Alf sword tightly and nodded vigorously, and soon the no battle sign was hung on the city wall. Gregory, however, did not want to leave just like that. Instead, he taunted provocatively, "Burke, you cowards, don't you dare to fight me?" Gregory's provocation was extreme. He even ordered someone to shoot an arrow to strike the no battle sign hung on the Xinjiang city wall by Eldon and her men. He also had soldiers throw scimitars to try and cut the ropes holding the no battle sign. The soldiers behind Gregory waved their scimitars, cheering loudly, their voices reaching the sky. Seeing how arrogant Gregory was, Abdullah's eyes burned with rage. He immediately knelt down, clasped his fists, and said to Eldon, "Your Majesty, this brute is so arrogant. If we don't show him some color, he'll really think we in the Western Liang Empire are afraid of him." General Abdullah speaks truly. Jim clutched his green dragon crescent blade and requested permission from Eldon with clasped fists. "Your Majesty, let me go out of the city and engage this brute in battle." "Your Majesty," this subordinate D held his young family spear tightly, then kneeled and pleaded for battle. "I also request to engage this brute in battle." Eldon did not give in. She knew clearly that the current Ruran cavalry was only eager for a fight, so she wanted to let them cool off first. However, Gregory became more provocative. He started cursing loudly under the city wall, his voice as thunderous as waves crashing against rocks. Yet Eldon ignored him completely, paying no heed to his curses, nor responding to Dee's and others' requests to go out and meet the challenge. Thus, after about 30 minutes or so, suddenly, 3 bright fireworks rose from the south, north, and west walls of the city, like dazzling flowers blooming in the night sky. "Your Majesty, something's wrong?" Upon seeing 3 fireworks rising from Xinjiang City, Simeon's face changed dramatically. "The enemies are attacking the south, north, and west walls. Fortunately, we didn't go out to meet the challenge. Otherwise, we would be in danger now. Generals, it seems." Thorn clasped his fists and declared in a resonant voice, "These Ruran people provoked us here as a feint. Please, generals, quickly go and defend the walls. We mustn't let the enemies outside break into the city. We will go to defend them." Generals like Burke knelt down and answered firmly, "Please dispatch troops and assign commands, Your Majesty." "General Burke, you lead your troops to defend the north wall." Seeing this scene, Eldon, gripping her Alf sword tightly, commanded Burke with a piercing gaze. Burke responded resoundingly, "This subordinate obeys the order." "General D, you lead your troops to defend the south wall." Eldon's eyes fell on D. D, clutching his young family spear, replied determinedly, "This subordinate will not fail the mission." "General Jim, you help me defend the west wall. Not a single enemy must enter the city." Subsequently, Eldon gave orders to Jim, who accepted the command resolutely. "This subordinate obeys the order." "Eider, you lead all patrol camp soldiers to transport various war supplies to support." Eldon continued giving orders to Eider and others. "General Abdullah, you stay with me to defend the east wall." "Yes." Abdullah and Eider both knelt and received the orders, while Eldon's gaze turned toward Ajani and Wilfred Han Yi. She ordered them to lead their troops wherever needed, especially placing high hopes on Wilfred Han Yi's drone team. Outside Xinjiang City, upon seeing 3 fireworks soar into the sky, Gregory stopped cursing and instead brandished his gleaming scimitar, roaring furiously, "Ruran iron cavalry, attack the city! Attack the city!" "General, Xinjiang City's walls are dozens of meters high. Are you sure we should attack?" "We don't have such tall siege vehicles for this nearly 10-meter-high wall," Gerald's deputy, Clark, said, his face showing despair. "Fool, did you not know to place the ladders on top of the siege vehicles?" Gerald glared at Clark, his fury evident. "To allow soldiers to climb up and attack the city?" Despite his astonishment, Clark, seeing Gerald's icy glare, dared not hesitate. He immediately led his vanguard camp, pushing over 100 siege vehicles, each equipped with towering ladders, charging rapidly toward Xinjiang City's walls like arrows released from a bowstring. Meanwhile, outside the southern, western, and northern walls of Xinjiang City, the Northern Liang Army, the Barbarian Army, and the Khitan Army surged forth respectively. They pushed siege vehicles forward, attacking Xinjiang City in waves like floodwaters. D and others naturally did not spare any courtesy towards them, ordering the soldiers on the city walls to draw their bows and unleash a barrage of arrows. Then came the launchers firing gas cylinders, which shot out as if they were projectiles, instantly causing deafening explosions outside the city. Eldon, however, frowned deeply, realizing that news of Xinjiang City having food, water, and divine protection must have spread. Otherwise, how could these people besiege Xinjiang City in waves? Thorn and the others had faces as pale as paper because the situation in Xinjiang City was dire. Just when they had finally caught a breath, the 4 nations attacked together. "Your Majesty, the 4 nations are attacking." Simeon trembled all over, stuttering, "Can we hold Xinjiang City?" "Yes, because we have the god." Eldon gazed at the Ruran army charging madly like rabid dogs outside the city walls, gripping her Alf sword tightly, and declared resolutely, "The god will always be with us." Chapter 102. Henry's Siege, Zhiwei Cheng Sun Ming. "Yes, yes." Dorian, the Minister of War of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, despite being inwardly terrified, shouted defiantly, "With our deity beside us, we will surely repel the invaders from the 4 nations." Simeon and others felt slightly reassured by Dorian's words, for they had unwavering faith in their deity. As long as their deity was with them, they believed nothing could go wrong. "Minister Pei, there is no need for further words here." Ava's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, focused on Simeon's face as she commanded fiercely, "Immediately order your engineering corps to launch another wave of gas canisters. Crush the Ruran troops charge." "Yes." Simeon quickly saluted, and gave the order to his engineering corps. The 500 gas canister launchers on the city walls activated like volcanic eruptions. 500 flaming gas canisters shot out like enraged fire dragons, each whistling through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each canister, resembling a burning meteor, traced a dazzling 500-meter trajectory. As they struck the ground, Ava witnessed their tomahawk missile-like devastation. A massive explosion erupted, followed by surging flames that swept away hundreds of Ruran soldiers, leaving only screams echoing in the air. However, the Ruran troops did not halt their advance. Like hungry wolves, they charged at Xingyang City with incredible speed. Ava watched as they drew closer. When they were just 100 steps away, she suddenly drew her Alf knife and pointed it at the Ruran soldiers below, shouting, "Archers, prepare! Shoot!" The archers on Xingyang's city walls, as if awakened by a thunderclap, unleashed a rain of arrows. In an instant, the area beneath the wall became a scene of carnage. Though the Ruran soldiers raised their shields in defense, it was futile against Ava's modern crossbows gifted by Carlos and arrows forged from fine steel. Their frail wooden shields were no match for this overwhelming assault. Some shields were even penetrated, killing the soldiers holding them on the spot. Generalissimo, withdraw the troops. Clark, battered and disheveled after the gas canister attack, returned and pleaded with Henri. These Western Liang troops are too formidable. They are well-equipped and have terrifying explosive weapons. How can we possibly break through? Silence, silence. Henri, inherently ruthless, used the human wave tactic in sieges. Faced with this minor casualty count, he refused to retreat, ordering, "Return to your men and continue the assault on Xingyang City. If you fail to take the city today, I will cut off your head and serve you boiled to the soldiers." "Generalissimo, please withdraw," Clark beseeched him. "Even if you kill me and feed me to the troops, you cannot breach Xingyang. The city walls are strong, and the Western Liang troops have superior weapons. Wilfred Reaver, our Ruran soldiers are not skilled in siege warfare." "Enough. This battle has just begun." Ignoring Clark, Henri brandished his scimitar, roaring, "Your actions here disrupt military morale. Death by 1,000 cuts is what you deserve. Bring him down and execute him slowly. His flesh will be cooked once we capture Xingyang, as reward for the troops." "Generalissimo, don't." Lawson, the Ruran high priest, intervened, urging, "If you kill General Hao, it will incite mutiny among the troops. Please reconsider. Please reconsider." Immediately, several Ruran generals stepped forward to plead for Clark's life. But Henry's resolve hardened. He resented Clark's popularity within the army and knew his own position relied on his princely status, not merit. Thus, he led the million-strong army while Clark served as deputy. Yet, on this first day of battle, Henri fell into Dee's trap. If he could not lead the massive army to capture Xingyang City after engaging in an absurd and mistaken battle with the barbarians, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops, Henry's prestige in the military would be utterly ruined. Furthermore, the chieftain position that his father held would surely slip from his grasp. In such a case, he would inevitably meet a tragic fate, given that he had 8 fiercely competitive younger brothers. Any one of them who ascended to the throne of the Ruran Khan would certainly take his life. So no matter what, he must seize Xingyang City today. "Clark, if you do not wish to die, I will now give you a chance to live." Henri shouted loudly to Clark, "Lead your vanguard camp immediately and continue the attack on Xingyang City. If you can capture it, I will forgive your earlier offense. If you fail, I will cut off your head and serve your body boiled as a reward for the troops." "Generalissimo, I cannot do it," Clark screamed hoarsely. "The walls of Xingyang City are dozens of meters high. Our siege vehicles cannot reach the walls at all. Even with ladders, how can we scale such towering walls while withstanding the crossbow arrows of the Western Liang soldiers?" "Clark, very well." Young and impetuous, Henri ignored Clark's warnings and declared, "Today, this general will show you how I will lead our Ruran warriors to climb the city walls." "Generalissimo, by no means should you take such a risk." Upon hearing that Henri intended to lead the army in an assault, Clark hurriedly tried to stop him. "Absolutely not." But Henri paid no heed to Clark's advice. Instead, he waved his gleaming scimitar and roared, "Brave warriors of the barbarians, follow me to storm the city. We must capture Xingyang City. If I fall, you shall step over my corpse and push forward bravely. We must conquer Xingyang City. We need their food and water, but most importantly, their deity. We must snatch it back because such a fine deity should belong to us Ruran." Chapter 103. Gerald, City Assault, Invincible. "Kill, kill." Gerald shouted his last battle cry with a hoarse voice, then rushed towards the Xingyang City like a tiger descending from the mountain, wielding his scimitar without any hesitation. Seeing Gerald's bravery and fearlessness, the Ruran soldiers' morale soared. They all roared as if ignited by a match, surging towards Xingyang City like tidal waves. Each of them wished to follow Gerald in this assault because he was right. Xingyang City held an abundance of water and grain, along with countless Western Liang beauties. So, they charged ahead without any reservation. After all, many soldiers were over 30 and had never experienced the company of a woman. Now, only if they could breach Xingyang City, food, women, and water would all be within their grasp. Wilfred Reaver, Prince Gerald led them personally into battle. How could they not fight with all their might? Thus, they pounced forward like starving wolves rushing toward prey. Clark stamped his feet forcefully, then led his personal guards to closely follow behind, ensuring Gerald's safety at all times, fearing any misfortune might befall him. After all, he was the eldest prince of Ruran. During this northern expedition, the great Khan of Ruran had repeatedly instructed Clark to protect Gerald at all costs, so Clark remained vigilant, guarding Gerald like a loyal sentry. But, just then, a buzzing sound filled the air above them, as if the low moan of demons. Then, to Clark's horror, nearly 1,000 drones appeared overhead like a swarm of locusts. Even before they could react, canisters of incendiary bombs, tear gas, gasoline, diesel, and kerosene rained down from above. Shield bearers, shield bearers." Witnessing this terrifying scene, Clark immediately yelled, "Protect the general at all costs." The shield bearers among the Ruran army swiftly reacted, forming an impenetrable wall of shields around Gerald like a steel fortress. But, in the next moment, propane tanks launched from the city walls plummeted like meteors, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. Then, devouring flames surged forward like a demon's maw, instantly engulfing the first row of shield bearers in front of Gerald, followed by the second and third rows until it stopped at the fifth row. Before Gerald could catch his breath, more burning canisters, tear gas, gasoline, diesel, and kerosene rained down again from the sky, triggering another inferno. In mere moments, the raging fire devoured the frontline shield bearers standing close to Gerald. Yet Gerald did not retreat. His eyes burned fiercely, shouting, "Rurin warriors, follow me again." Gripping his scimitar tightly, Gerald charged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Clark and the rest could only follow closely behind. The vast Rurin army surged forward like a flood, or like moths drawn to a flame, finally reaching the city walls as their siege towers connected with Qingyang City. Gerald led the charge onto the siege tower, his scimitar swirling like a whirlwind as he climbed the ladder at breakneck speed toward the city walls. Seeing this, the Rurin soldiers naturally fought fiercely, climbing up the ladders on the siege towers like ants marching upward. Ava, upon witnessing this, brandished his Alf saber and roared, "Pour Shiwang cooking oil, golden dragonfish cooking oil, Luz Hua peanut oil." The soldiers on the city walls almost immediately began pouring Shiwang cooking oil, golden dragonfish cooking oil, and Luz Hua peanut oil down the ladder set against the city walls. Almost instantly, silver streams of oil cascaded down the ladders like waterfalls. Gerald and his soldiers, who were previously climbing agilely, suddenly felt as though they had lost their grip on solid ground. Their hands lost their hold on the ladder rungs. One by one, soldiers slipped uncontrollably, with some even falling off the ladders. But this wasn't the most terrifying part. This was the most terrifying part. As Ava gave his ear-splitting order to ignite, all the ladders set up by the Rurin army against Qingyang City were almost instantly engulfed in roaring flames. The fire raged like an enraged fire dragon, spreading along the ladders, mercilessly consuming their bodies. Even Gerald could not escape, instantly turning into a human torch and emitting shrill cries of pain before plummeting off the ladder. Fortunately, Rurin's royal advisor, Lawson, had quick reflexes. He swiftly caught Gerald as he fell from the ladder, then enveloped him with his wide black robe like a dark cloud, miraculously extinguishing the flames on Gerald's body. But at this moment, Gerald was no longer the valiant warrior he once was. Instead, he trembled uncontrollably, his face charred black as coal. His braided hair was completely burned away, leaving him with a shiny bald head. "Withdraw, withdraw." Clark, witnessing this horrifying scene and seeing the ladders being consumed by flames, felt his heart sink to its lowest point. He lost all interest in continuing the battle. Waving his scimitar, he ordered the retreat. The Rurin army did not dare delay. Their log ram failed to breach the city gates, and the ladders on the walls were already destroyed. Facing the 10-meter-high wall, it was like facing an insurmountable mountain. They could not possibly climb it barehanded. Therefore, they obeyed Clark's order without hesitation, retreating en masse like a receding tide. Gerald continued shouting for the attack, but no one responded. Instead, several Rurin soldiers carried him like a dead dog, dragging him backward desperately. "Your Majesty, the Rurin army has finally retreated." Thorn, watching the disorganized retreat of the Rurin soldiers, was overwhelmed with excitement. He danced about in joy and wiped away tears while whispering, "We have defended Qingyang City again. We have defended Qingyang City again. Yes, we have defended it." Simeon and others were also moved to tears, overjoyed that they successfully defended Qingyang City once more, preventing the Rurin forces from succeeding. Ava couldn't hide her excitement either. She knew that all of this was due to divine grace. Without the gods' protection, they would have never been able to defend Qingyang City time and again. Thinking of this, she said with deep emotion, "Yes, we have defended Qingyang City again. All this is thanks to the brave and fearless warriors who fought to the death defending the city, and to the divine gifts bestowed upon us: golden dragonfish cooking oil, Shiwang cooking oil, Luz Hua peanut oil, and the powerful compound crossbows, gas canister launchers, incendiary bombs, tear gas, gasoline tanks, diesel tanks, and kerosene tanks. These are all the weapons that allowed us to triumph. Your Majesty, you are absolutely right." Thorn and others shed tears of gratitude, kneeling down to prostrate themselves in devotion. "We could defend Qingyang City because the gods are with us. We should kneel and thank the gods. Without their blessing, how could we have resisted so many powerful enemies again and again?" Chapter 104. Adriana, tender as water, loved and loved. Divine beings, always our best divine beings. One by one, all of them, including Ajani, were extremely excited. Not only have they bestowed upon us water and food, but also sufficient military equipment, allowing us to defend Qingyang City. Bow down and thank the divine beings. Abdullah knelt down with reverence as well. Then a wave of people on the city wall knelt down in unison, whether citizens or soldiers, all bowing their heads in worship. An instantaneous, storm-like surge of faith power flowed towards Carlos through the bronze tripod. Not good. Faced with such fierce faith power surging at him, Carlos couldn't help but tremble, saying, "How fierce this faith power is, all rushing towards me madly. Carlos, what's going on?" Adriana quickly noticed Carlos's unusual state, especially when she saw strands of spiritual energy spurting out from the top of his head, saying, "Is your cultivation about to break through? Otherwise, why would there be such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy?" Carlos had no time to answer. Feeling the faith power like a raging flood surging out of the large black pot rush into his body like wild horses, it was then channeled into his dantian under the guidance of the chaotic heaven formula. When the force in his dantian reached its limit, it instantly transformed into a fierce energy, surging through his 8 extraordinary meridians and the ran and du channels, flowing rapidly through his limbs and every part of his body. In this process, his body underwent an earth-shattering change, especially as the chaotic heaven formula continuously operated. This force coursing through his entire body circled 36 times like a snake before swarming back into his dantian all at once. Splash! Splash! Carlos heard 2 crisp sounds, Then he saw that in his dantian, a golden sea formed, with turbulent waves spreading wildly in all directions at lightning speed. When it reached its peak, to his surprise, within the golden sea, a light screen suddenly rose up. Mysterious runes on it condensed into a shining rune due to the operation of his chaotic heaven formula. A brilliant golden core. Adriana. What's happening? After everything calmed down, Carlos stared wide-eyed at Adriana, whose face was equally shocked, asking, "Why does my dantian now have a golden core?" "Carlos, you formed a golden core." Hearing Carlos's words, Adriana tightly embraced him, her face flushed red from excitement. "You are now a cultivator at the golden core stage." "What? Golden core stage?" Carlos was completely stunned. His eyes bulged like copper bells, mouth agape for a long time, unable to close, because all of this happened too abruptly. He hadn't even had time to react when he became a golden core cultivator. This sudden change left him utterly shocked. "Carlos, how did you cultivate?" Adriana, still in shock, asked with a trembling voice. "It took me 200 years to reach the golden core stage." "How long have you been cultivating? And you've already become a golden core cultivator. That's terrifying." Hearing Adriana's words, Carlos couldn't help but smile humbly. "Maybe I'm the legendary chosen one." "Nonsense. I think you." Adriana pouted, then grabbed Carlos's ear. "You must have some secrets. Tell me quickly, or else you'll regret it." "Adriana, what secrets could I possibly have?" Carlos naturally didn't want to answer, nor would he reveal the secret of the large black pot to Adriana. So he smiled mischievously and reached for her chest. "I think you're the one hiding secrets." Bastard." Just as Adriana opened her mouth to curse softly, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Instantly, her cold, beautiful face turned bright red. "What are you doing?" Carlos smirked, revealing a charming yet wicked smile. He wrapped his arms around Adriana's slender waist and pushed her onto the bed, saying, "Naturally, I want to do what all men love to do." "Carlos, don't you dare." Adriana's face turned even redder. Her delicate hands pressed firmly against Carlos's shoulders. "And since you just broke through to the golden core stage, the most important thing now is to stabilize your cultivation. How can you indulge in such nonsense?" Carlos ignored all these concerns. Given the situation, it was almost like he was set on causing trouble. Everything would be sorted out after the deed was done. Thus, Carlos turned his head to kiss Augusta's lips. Despite her resistance and light slaps on his shoulders, as Carlos pried open her lips, she stopped hitting him and instead hugged his neck tightly, wrapping her fair, long legs around Carlos's waist and kissed back. Though her kissing was rather inexperienced, she kissed very passionately. As for Carlos, he fiercely tore apart her clothes with both hands, exposing her milky white shoulders like fine jade, and then an intense encounter began. There and then, the prelude of the fierce battle was drawn. When Carlos slowly opened his eyes the next day, he saw Augusta, whose skin was as white as snow, hugging him tightly like a clinging kitten, lying in his arms. Carlos didn't wake Augusta up but looked at her tenderly, gently lifting a lock of hair from her forehead, gazing lovingly at the cold beauty that was Augusta, completely entranced. At this moment, Augusta's eyebrows, slender like willow leaves, quivered slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Carlos with a mix of shame and anger, opened her cherry-like mouth, revealing neat teeth, and bit down hard on Carlos's arm. "Ah, Augusta." In pain, Carlos couldn't help but shout, "Why are you biting me? It hurts." So you do feel pain?" Augusta glared at Carlos with fury and pouted, her face filled with annoyance. "When I said it hurt, why didn't you stop? You bad guy. I'll bite you to death. You didn't say it hurt later on. You even said it felt good." Carlos cupped Augusta's face and then hugged her tightly, kissing her forehead before saying, "Didn't you also tell me to be more vigorous? How could you?" Augusta blushed and then gave a playful scold, while Carlos gently bit her earlobe and teased, "Shall we try again to see if you still say that?" "How dare you?" Augusta tried to push Carlos away with a coquettish cry, but Carlos persisted. "What can I not do? Let's try one more time." Chapter 105. Glenn calls with good news. "Stop it, don't." Adriana grabbed Carlos's mischievous hand and said coquettishly, "Since it's still early, let's hurry up and practice for a while." Though Carlos still cherished the intimate thoughts in his mind, he also knew that practicing the Huntiangia in the early morning was the most efficient. Therefore, he didn't continue Juche on Adriana, but instead pulled her to sit cross-legged on the balcony and began practicing the Huntiangia. After 2 hours, when the blazing sun rose high in the sky, Carlos slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, finished his practice, and casually brushed off his clothes. "Carlos, you have already broken through to the golden core realm?" Seeing Carlos stand up, Adriana concluded her practice and said, "Come back home early tonight. I plan to start teaching you some spells since you've almost mastered medical skills, especially the gold needle acupuncture technique." "Spells? What kind of spells?" Upon hearing this, Carlos swallowed hard and asked, "It's not going to be ghost catching, is it? Catching what ghosts? I will teach you the thunder control technique." Adriana lifted her head proudly and said, "Because the most formidable skill from Longhu Wilfredunton isn't ghost catching but controlling the thunder between heaven and earth." Thunder control technique? Really? Carlos's eyes lit up, revealing an excited expression. "I will definitely come back early tonight to learn from you." Adriana just hummed softly. As Carlos reached out to embrace her waist, she easily dodged, saying, "That's enough. Stop thinking about being naughty. You should get back to your work. I'll prepare something for you to eat." What could Carlos say? After all, he indeed had some matters to attend to. The primary one was sending another batch of supplies to Katie. He must send all the medicine Herbert delivered to Katie, as preventing the epidemic required meticulous attention. Any carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. He must plan ahead. After all, if this matter wasn't handled properly, those greedy people might be completely wiped out. How could he bear to witness such a scene? After all, he painstakingly raised them for so many days, and it was hard seeing them grow strong, only to be destroyed by an epidemic. So, this task was imperative. Additionally, he needed to deliver Armando C's antiques, which would bring him 100 billion upon delivery. Such a good deal can't be missed. Then there was the building Alicia mentioned. He needed to take Lacey to see it today and finalize the contract if it was suitable. Also, the oil refinery had to be inquired about. He had to find out if Alicia had mentioned it to her old man, since sending over motorcycles was no small matter. And drones, rice hullers, and generators also required fuel provided by Carlos. Otherwise, they would all become heaps of scrap metal. Hence, acquiring the oil refinery was necessary. Wilford River, where Katie was located now, Carlos didn't forget that once the territory of the barbarians was taken over and advancing 10 miles further, would be near Samotlor Lake on the right bank of the Ob River in southeastern Tyumen Oblast of Siberia, home to Russia's largest oil field. Carlos only needed to continue supporting Katie until they defeated the barbarians, and then it would be easy to claim this place. Sending mining equipment continuously over to let Katie's people mine oil here wouldn't be difficult at all. Carlos couldn't help but think that if he could extract the oil field 1,000 years in advance, would Russia run out of oil in modern times? A sly smile appeared on Carlos's face at this thought. If this could really happen, then the game would be fun. After all, the American Empire likes to strangle us Chinese, doesn't it? If this could work, Carlos would give Katie a resource map, letting her dig up all the valuable resources the American Empire desperately needs 1,000 years early, watching how they would strangle Chinese necks. The more he thought, the more he believed it was feasible and needed immediate action because he loved seeing the embarrassing faces of the American Empire. Just as Carlos was lost in his fantasy, his phone rang. Carlos quickly pulled out his phone and saw it was actually Glenn calling. Without any hesitation, Carlos directly answered the call, and Glenn's voice came through the phone. "Carlos, are you awake yet?" I'm up." Carlos held the phone and gave a light affirmative hum before he couldn't help but ask in return, "Glenn, did you call me this early for something?" "Yeah, about what I mentioned last night. I've already talked things over with Boss Alf." After a moment of silence, Glenn slowly said, "He's willing to give up 51% of the company shares, but you have to sign a commitment letter, promising not to be involved in the company's management." "That won't be a problem at all." Carlos responded firmly. "I have no talent for management. I absolutely will not interfere with their operations, but having an accountant review the quarterly financials is something I definitely need to do." "That's fine. After all, you're the largest shareholder. You naturally have the right to inspect the books," Glenn remarked. "Glenn, there's nothing else to worry about then," Carlos replied. "You set up a time? We can talk with him, and afterward, I'll hire a professional accounting team. They will audit the courier company's accounts. If there are no issues, I'll invest 30 billion into the courier company to acquire 51% of its shares." "All right, I'll arrange it," Glenn said very straightforwardly. "Once everything is arranged, I'll call you to meet." Carlos spoke a few more sentences before hanging up on Glenn's call. However, he knew he had to handle this matter and make sure it was done well because only by doing so would he not fear his goods mysteriously disappearing or having problems. "Carlos, are you done?" As Carlos was thinking this, suddenly Pearl's voice came from downstairs. "Come down when you're done. I've cooked dumplings for you. Come and taste them." "Oh, Pearl," Carlos exclaimed in surprise, then said, "You actually know how to cook dumplings? That's great because my favorite food is dumplings." Chapter 106. Dimitri, why are you checking at the port? Annoying, you naughty one. When Adriana heard Carlos's words, she could not help but said in a playful manner, "Why are you always thinking about these things? Can't you think of something else?" "Adriana, I'm a vigorous man. If I don't think about this, what should I be thinking about?" Carlos put away his phone, grinning broadly as he walked downstairs and looked at Adriana. "Wouldn't it be more of a problem then? Especially in front of such a beauty like you. All right? Stop saying useless things." Adriana pouted and sat down at the dining table. "Come over and eat. Also, let me advise you that your luck today isn't good. It's best if you go to the port and return quickly because I'm worried you might run into some unnecessary trouble today." "Adriana, what do you mean by that?" Carlos pouted, muttering to himself indifferently. "Am I going to have some blood-stained disaster or something?" "Probably. Be careful yourself." Adriana gave Carlos a sidelong glance. "Anyway, after my divination just now, your luck today isn't good. It's best to stay home. Avoid any big trouble." "Adriana, not so ominous, right?" Carlos smacked his lips, pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up a steaming dumpling from the plate in front of him. He dipped it lightly in vinegar before putting it in his mouth, talking while eating. "Besides, I'm now a cultivator at the Golden Core Realm. Who would dare to provoke me?" "At the Golden Core Realm, do you really think you're that strong?" Adriana curled her lip disdainfully. "I tell you there are dozens of nascent soul experts just in this tiny Jinghai city, and even deity transformation level powerhouses. But after the founding of the People's Republic, Heaven's path was cut off, Fengdu sealed, immortals withdrew from the world, demons ceased harassing the people, beasts no longer became monsters, and humans no longer saw spirits. These people seldom appear before the public, though occasionally you can see someone undergoing tribulation amidst thunderstorms on videos, like in the city of Shanghai a while ago. The scene of him undergoing tribulation amid thunderbolts was captured and went viral on Douyin." Hearing Adriana's words, Carlos's expression couldn't help but freeze. In the past, if Adriana told him this, he would have thought she was crazy, but now he wouldn't think so. After all, having become a Golden Core cultivator, he naturally didn't find it strange that there were stronger cultivators in the world. "All right, let's not talk about these. Finish your dumplings in the bowl." Adriana waved her hand nonchalantly. "Eat, then get busy with your work. When you're done, come back quick, and I'll teach you some spells in the evening since you've just broken through to the Golden Core realm. If you don't learn some spells, it's easy for those evil beings to catch you because you are like an exquisite supplement for them, which means they will catch you and devour you alive." "Adriana, don't scare me like that. I have a small heart." Carlos shrunk his neck, revealing a frightened look. "And didn't you just say after the founding of the People's Republic, immortals withdrew from the world, demons ceased harassing the people, beasts no longer became monsters, and humans no longer saw spirits?" So how could there still be monsters eating people? Adriana curled her lips. Because you're not human anymore. You are now a cultivator. So if you are eaten by a monster, it is because you are extremely unlucky. Otherwise, why are so many murders unsolved? Upon hearing Adriana's words, Carlos fell silent, lowered his head, and continued eating dumplings. Adriana didn't add anything more but ate with him. Once Carlos finished the dumplings in the bowl, he chatted a bit with Adriana, went down to the cellar, and found the set of jugs Armando wanted. There were 8 jugs in total. Also, a golden-laid wine pot. Carlos examined it thoroughly in his hands, finding no flaws whatsoever. Then he wrapped it carefully in several old newspapers and placed it in a black garbage bag, carrying it as he walked out of the cellar. He drove the large Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the villa's courtyard like an arrow released from a bow towards the port. When he arrived at the wharf, Kermit and the others had just finished their morning exercise. Seeing Carlos coming, they stood in 2 rows, giving Carlos a standard military salute. Young Master Chin, good morning. Comrades, good morning to you too. Carlos, however, grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and looked at them with a gleam in his eyes. After parking the car steadily, he even gave them a standard military salute. Kermit, seeing this, acted like a nimble monkey and immediately grabbed the door of Carlos's large Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Young Master Chun, I have something. Kermit opened the passenger side door while speaking and whispered mysteriously, I want to talk to you privately. Sure, get in. Carlos asked casually as Kermit had already opened the door. Did you catch someone again last night? Young Master Chun, how did you know? Kermit jumped into the car like a monkey, sitting in the passenger seat, fumbling with the seatbelt while curiously asking. In contrast, Carlos casually glanced at Kermit. Can't I see through your little schemes? Kermit chuckled softly, then lowered his voice close to Carlos's earlobe. We did catch a few people last night, and they are actually acquaintances of yours. Acquaintances of mine? Who? Carlos frowned tightly. Are they so intent on going against me that they have to come here to investigate me? Dimitri, former deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Jinghai City. He brought several people last night, lurking around here like thieves, and was taking random photos everywhere, Kermit described vividly. Why Dimitri? Hearing this, Carlos frowned even tighter. Could it be because of what happened last time, making him hold a grudge and deliberately come to bother me? We're not quite sure about that for now. Kermit's expression became very serious, but I think it might be more than just that, since this isn't their first or second visit, and this time Dimitri led the team himself. I feel there must be some significant issues here, so after catching them, we didn't report to the police but hung them in warehouse number 9, secretly interrogating them all along. Chapter 107. Ava, get ready. I'm sending supplies. Idiot, how can you interrogate him? When Carlos heard Kermit say this, his expression darkened as he said, quickly release him. If anyone finds out about this incident, we could at least be charged with illegal detention, which would lead to serious trouble. Wilfred Reaver, Dimitri was the former deputy director of Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Even if he has been dismissed from his position now, his connections still exist. So quickly release him. As for why they came here, if he doesn't talk, you won't get anything out of it through interrogation. Just throw him out, but don't leave him here, because if the Municipal Public Security Bureau investigates, we'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, Kermit immediately realized his rashness and hurriedly replied to Carlos, I'll take care of it right away. Be cautious. Carlos warned Kermit, just find an uninhabited place to dump them. Don't let anyone intercept them on the way, especially not Jinghai City's police officers, or it will lead to serious trouble. Kermit nodded and was about to get out of the car to handle the matter when suddenly, from warehouse number 9, a commotion arose. Someone ran towards Kermit, reporting, President Wong, things are not good. Dimitri and his men injured our people and ran away. Should we chase them? Chase? What kind of chasing? Hearing the shouts outside, Kermit jumped down from Carlos's Mercedes-Benz G-Class and couldn't help but say, if they ran, let them be. Don't chase after them anymore. The messenger who had come to report was stunned, unable to react for a moment. What was going on? After all, Kermit had previously shown no such attitude, almost wishing to kill Dimitri and his gang. Why was he letting them escape now? Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, as this was the best outcome. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being charged with illegal detention by a group of police officers. Mr. Chun, they escaped? Kermit looked anxiously at Carlos, full of unease. What should we do next? It's fine. Let them go. Carlos took a deep breath and said, have your men clean up warehouse number 9. There are some traces left by Dimitri and his men. Clean that up as well. Also, file a police report saying that something was stolen from our warehouse. Just keep the value relatively low, around 10 million yuan or so. Mr. Chun, I understand. Hearing Carlos's words, Kermit realized Carlos's wisdom, especially regarding the filing of the report. Cleaning up the evidence of arresting Dimitri and his men, and filing the theft report would allow them to turn the tables on Dimitri and claim that they were here to steal. This way, they could counter any accusations of illegal detention. After all, they had already cleaned up all the traces, and Dimitri and his men had fled, giving them leverage in this situation. All right, get busy. Carlos looked at Kermit and added, make sure your men keep their mouths shut. Be clear about what to say and what not to say, and don't cause any more trouble. Yes, understood. Kermit acknowledged and then left to handle the matter. Carlos, however, furrowed his brows. He knew this matter wasn't over yet. This way of handling it was just deceiving oneself. Dimitri and his gang would surely come back causing trouble. He needed to find some connections and figure out what Dimitri and his people really intended. There might be someone behind this. He definitely couldn't be careless, considering Dimitri personally led people to investigate his warehouse. At the same time, Carlos clearly understood that resolving the urban delivery issue urgently needed addressing, because the port warehouse alone had become somewhat unsafe and was possibly under surveillance. Thinking of this, Carlos couldn't help but rub his temples and then drove toward the warehouse. Next, he needed to send some supplies to Ava, especially the grain delivered to the grain depot. Also, diesel generators, some military equipment, gas cylinders, diesel tanks, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs. All these items had to be sent over. In addition, vegetables, meat, and fish also needed to be sent to Ava, as there were over 600,000 new gold-devouring beasts in Ingyang City. If these items were not sent over, Ava and their group would soon face a food shortage. Wilfred's importantly, there was the batch of medicine delivered by Herbert. He must send them immediately because he was concerned that a plague might break out in Ingyang City, which would make it impossible to defend. He quickly transmitted his thoughts to Ava. Classmate Ava, are you awake yet? I'm preparing to send you some supplies. Divine being, Xincheng has been awake for a while. Facing Carlos's message, Ava replied with unusual excitement. Divine being, whatever you need to send, just send it. We're already here. Classmate Ava, okay. Carlos responded. Prepare your warehouse then. First, I'll send you a batch of grain, followed by vegetables and meat. Xincheng kneels to thank the divine being. Ava's eyes filled with gratitude as he said, You've once again bestowed us with grain, vegetables, and meat. Carlos grunted in acknowledgement, then summoned the large black jar from his soul sea, starting to transmit the grain, vegetables, and meat to Ava. On Ava's side, he summoned the bronze tripod, from which golden rice grains began to spew out first. Millions of pounds of golden rice poured out like a torrent from the bronze tripod. Although Thorn and the others weren't as excited as before, seeing millions of pounds of golden rice flowing out in a torrent, they couldn't help but show signs of exhilaration. After all, this was millions of pounds of rice. Once processed by the rice mill, it would become clear and glossy food, enough to feed the people in the city for 1 or 2 years with porridge alone. They could have white rice every day for over a year without running out, so how could they not be excited? With this much grain, the citizens of Ingyang City would no longer starve. After the golden rice, a large amount of cabbage, Chinese cabbage, green beans, cucumbers, celery, Shanghai greens, baby bok choy, radishes, carrots, sweet potatoes, corn, onions, and whole pieces of pork, beef, mutton, dog meat, chicken, duck, as well as frozen fish, tiger prawns, crabs all spilled out from the bronze tripod. The quantity was astounding, enough to feed over 1 million people for a couple of days. Faced with such an abundance of food, Ajani and the others felt extremely reassured. Even if enemies from 4 countries surrounded the city, they would now feel secure. Chapter 108. Ava, I will give you a diesel generator, keep it. They were not worried at all because as long as there was sufficient food, their soldiers would be well fed and strong. Dealing with those bony and emaciated invaders outside was only a matter of time. Eventually, they could strike back and slaughter them all, thanks to the adored deity who was always with them. Carlos did not stop sending items. He continued to send elf knives, Xiaochun knives, compound crossbows, arrows that Ava's group urgently needed, Moa Dao, Qinji, Yang family guns, armor, silk soft armor, stab-proof vests, gas cylinders, diesel tanks, gasoline tanks, smoke grenades, tear gas, incendiary bombs, all neatly placed in the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse. Ava, please pass me your phone for a moment. Next, I'll send you 1,000 diesel generators and videos showing how to operate them. Carlos sent a telepathic message to Ava. I'll upload the instructions to your phone, so after watching, you can skillfully use the diesel generators. Yes, God. Ava quickly handed over her phone to Carlos, who then uploaded all the operational procedures for the diesel generator onto Ava's phone. Then, using a large black canister, he returned the phone to Ava along with the 1,000 diesel generators. When Ava and the others received the 1,000 diesel generators, they couldn't help but marvel at them, especially Secretary of Engineering Simeon, whose face lit up as he touched each item eagerly, full of excitement. Your Majesty, the world of the god is truly amazing. They have mastered how to control lightning. Thorn looked at the figures on Ava's phone instructing them on how to use the diesel generator, including safety precautions, and exclaimed, and they can seal lightning into this small machine, providing us with power for lighting, and even charging our phones. How incredible. What kind of wonderful world does God inhabit? Simeon, equally excited, said, it makes one yearn to see such a wondrous place. The god's world has everything, and most impressively, these diesel generators are incredibly powerful. This tiny device can actually contain and convert lightning into energy to help us light up at night. It's truly amazing. My greatest wish is to visit the god's world someday because it truly is marvelous. Ajani and the others also felt a deep sense of anticipation. They all wanted to visit the god's world and witness its wonders firsthand. Not only endless food but also rice milling machines, motorcycles, phones, electric lights, and diesel generators. These gadgets fascinated them beyond words. However, at this moment, Carlos's thought came through to Ava. Ava, almost all the items for today have been sent over. I will now send you some water. Please be ready to receive it. God, okay. Before Ava responded, Carlos suddenly slapped his forehead and said, wait, I made a mistake. I still have a batch of medicine to send you. Please prepare to receive them. I'll send over the batch of medicines shortly. Store this batch of medicines in the Imperial Hospital first, as it includes drugs to prevent and treat colds and flu. You must store this batch of medicines properly as they can help you resist possible epidemics caused by colds and flu. Ava acknowledged him and went to another warehouse. Soon after, 30,000 boxes of chloramphenicol, 30,000 boxes of ofloxacin, 30,000 boxes of ciprofloxacin, 30,000 boxes of pefloxacin, cephalosporins like cefotaxime, ceftriaxone, and cefoperazone, fever relief and painkillers like ibuprofen, and other medications like 999 cold remedy granules, VCine chow tablets, compound amantadine tablets, and pediatric paracetamol yellow woman granules poured out from a bronze tripod. Piles of medicine filled the entire warehouse. Then, 500,000 masks, 100,000 bottles of disinfectant to prevent typhoid infection, and medical alcohol poured out from the tripod. The sheer volume was overwhelming. The warehouse that Ava had prepared couldn't contain it all, so they had to place the items in the courtyard outside the warehouse. The courtyard was neatly stacked with supplies from end to end. Behind Ava, the crowd of court physicians were all extremely excited at the sight of so many medicines. for they were in dire need of these drugs, especially industrial alcohol and disinfectant, and those antibiotics. They were desperately needed now because these drugs were remarkably effective in treating infected wounds, as the city of Xinjiang was still embroiled in battle. Every day, many injured soldiers were carried into their imperial hospital. They had always worried about running out of medicine to treat these wounded, but now the deity had bestowed them with so much medicine. They no longer had to worry about running out of medicine for the patients admitted to the imperial hospital. Wilfredst importantly, the deity had said that these medicines could also prevent plagues. This let them breathe a sigh of relief, because Xinjiang City had recently taken in over 600,000 displaced civilians. What they feared most was that such a large gathering of people might lead to an outbreak of plague. Therefore, seeing so much medicine before them, how could they not feel genuinely happy? If a plague broke out in Xinjiang City, it would be impossible to withstand the invasion of the 4 nations outside the city walls. This was what they feared most. After all, the warriors were so brave. They defended Xinjiang City with their flesh and blood. If a plague broke out, leading to the fall of Xinjiang City, it would be the fault of the court physicians, for they were responsible for holding this line of defense. Classmate Ava, I'm done. Having finished transmitting the medicines, Carlos without hesitation sent a message to Ava. I've sent all the medicine over to you. Now please give me your phone again. I will send you a video on how to use drones to spray disinfectant. Chapter 109. Deity, can I have explosives? You can organize manpower when the time comes. Carlos, however, said to Ava, operate drones to spray disinfectant and give a comprehensive disinfection for Xinjiang City. This way, we can prevent an epidemic. Ava agreed and handed the phone back to Carlos. Carlos then uploaded a video of drones spraying disinfectant onto Ava's phone and passed the phone back again. Once Ava was ready, Carlos threw the large black can in his hand into the water at the port like casting a huge rock, and immediately the rushing water poured into the Rizuyu Lake. Water, look, it's water. The displaced people organized by the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Household to bathe here watched this scene, all staring wide-eyed in shock. His Majesty, that bronze ding in your hands is really spitting out endless water. This truly is a miracle. Countless displaced people in Rizuyu Lake exclaimed with amazement. Such a big deity inside such a small bronze ding can actually grant us water. This is too unbelievable. A miracle, what a miracle. Some of the displaced people in Rizuyu Lake were so moved they spoke nonsensically. We have actually witnessed such a miracle. How can we not kneel and thank the deity for giving us water and food so we don't starve in this year of famine? Thank you, the deity, bow to the deity. All the displaced people in Rizuyu Lake knelt down in worship. Even Thorn and others were deeply touched, kneeling down piously before the bronze ding. Even Ava also knelt down. Everyone worshipped the bronze ding with great piety, as if they were devout Buddhist believers. Squatting on the dock, Carlos could not help but tremble, feeling the surging power of faith pouring from the big black can endlessly. Although this force was formless and intangible, Carlos could clearly feel the overwhelming wave of faith power rushing towards him. It enveloped Carlos tightly, flowing continuously into his dantian through his meridians. The golden ocean in his dantian instantly turned wildly expanding outward, doubling in area within moments. But this was just the beginning. This force quickly coalesced, following the path of his meridians and along the 8 extra meridians, circulating with the rotation of Hun Tian decree. When it completed 36 cycles, the force flooded back into his dantian like breaking dam waters. But at this moment, Carlos astonishingly saw a giant millstone forming in his dantian. This millstone worked like a precision machine, crushing all the surging power, which then fell like translucent raindrops into the golden ocean in his dantian. And then, a more astonishing sight appeared. As more and more raindrops fell, islands emerged from the golden ocean in his dantian, along with some divine substances swirling around. What is happening? Faced with this shocking scene, Carlos was speechless. How did my dantian evolve into a world? This is unbelievable. When I get back, I must ask Adriana about this. Just as this thought occurred to Carlos, he received Ava's telepathic message, Deity, we have enough water now. Please withdraw your power. Receiving Ava's message, Carlos opened his eyes, exhaled, and responded, reaching out to retrieve the black can from the water. Deity, I have a request. Without hesitation, Carlos replied, Ava, you need not be so formal with me. If you have something, please tell me. I will do my best to help. Deity, Qinsheng. Ava sent back, please grant us more explosives, gasoline, and 4-wheel mountain ATVs. We are now besieged, and yesterday the savages, Baelyong, Rurin, and Khitan invaded. Fortunately, we have the gas canister launchers you blessed us with, essential cooking oils for defense, powerful compound bows, incendiary bombs, tear gas, fuel drums, kerosene cans, and diesel cans, using drones to rain them upon the invaders. Thus, we were able to defend Xinjiang City. Therefore, I sincerely ask the deity to bestow more explosives upon us. Our enemies are too powerful, and only with explosives do we stand a chance to defend Xinjiang City. What? The barbarians, Baelyong, Rurin, Khitan, they all came to outside Xinjiang City. Upon receiving Ava's message, Carlos instantly lost his composure. How many troops do they have? Qinsheng estimates. Ava bit her lip before replying to Carlos. Their total forces should be around 3 million. Ava, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Carlos could hardly believe it when he heard Ava's reply. 3 million troops? That's an astounding number. Deity, every word I say is true, Ava insisted. They launched a full-scale attack on our Xinjiang City because they lack food and water while we have ample supplies here. They swarm like hungry wolves, trying to break through Xinjiang City and snatch our water and food. Oh, what a headache. Carlos couldn't help but slap his head forcefully, his face filled with distress as he murmured, 3 million, exactly 3 million. What shall we do? This is so difficult. Relying solely on explosives would never be enough, for the enemy numbers are just too large. It's a daydream to imagine blowing up these 3 million invaders entirely. I don't even know how much explosive it would take. We need to carefully think about this matter. Not only do I have to provide explosives, we also need other strategies to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, Xinjiang City cannot be defended, for these are 3 million ferocious enemies who can overrun the city if they go mad in their attacks. Who can hold out then? Deity, Xinjiang has a plan. Yet, Ava firmly bit her cherry-red lips, her voice tinged with resentment, sending a thought to Carlos. I wonder if the deity finds this plan viable? Ava, hurry and speak. Carlos felt as though he saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness, his eyes lighting up, face full of surprise, and he eagerly said, I am all ears. Chapter 110. Fourth Uncle, please check the items. Divine Being, I wish to use the strategy of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars. Ava swallowed hard and then transmitted a thought to Carlos. I wonder if this plan is feasible in your opinion, Divine Being? Carlos fell into a brief silence. A storm seemed to rage in his mind because he was well aware of this strategy. The so-called 2 peaches killing 3 scholars originates from the book of Master Yan's advice, where 2 peaches were given to 3 brave warriors, leading to their deaths as they fought over the fruit. Now, Ava faced powerful enemies from 4 countries. He could indeed skillfully employ this strategy, as Baelyang, Rurin, Khitan, and the barbarians all sought the food and water of Xinjiang City. If Ava were to throw some food at this moment, it would be like tossing a tempting piece of meat into a pack of starving wolves, inevitably causing them to turn on each other. Or perhaps he could ally with 1 or 2 of them. Their coalition could soon collapse. After all, Xinjiang City had plenty of food. But who should receive the food and who should not? The decision was fraught with complexity. It was like walking a tightrope. One misstep could send him plummeting into an abyss, especially when paired with skilled negotiators spreading rumors while delivering the food, personally, deliberately leaking the information to their enemy, luring them out like ravenous wolves to snatch it. Once this plan succeeded, Baelyang, Rurin, Khitan, and the barbarians would ignite like gunpowder barrels, attacking each other since they were already sworn enemies. Should they learn that Ava's provisions ended up in enemy hands, they would surely tear each other apart like rabid dogs. In this way, the siege of Xinjiang by 4 nations might resolve itself as easily as snow melting under the sun. Thinking of this, Carlos immediately agreed to Ava's proposal and discussed it further with her. An hour later, they finished their conversation just as Davian called Carlos. Hello, Carlos? Davian's voice thundered through the phone. I've spoken with Germano, and he wishes to meet you as soon as possible. Davian, no problem. Carlos responded without hesitation, firmly stating, make the arrangements. I'll pick up Lacey from Armando's place, and you can let me know the meeting location once it's set. No problem, young Master Chun. Davian replied solemnly, I'll arrange everything for you right away. Davian, thank you. A slight smile appeared on Carlos's face. Once everything is done, I will treat you to a good drink. Sure, no problem. Davian laughed. As long as you treat my daughter well in the future, I will spare no effort to help you. What else could Carlos say? Of course, he would take good care of Lacey. She was his beloved. Who else would cherish her if not himself? After exchanging a few more words with Davian, Carlos hung up and tidied up briefly. He decided to go to Jinghai City. After all, Ava was besieged in an isolated city, surrounded by 4 nations, making the situation extremely dire. Facing the surging tide of over 3 million troops, despite Ava's attempt to employ the ingenious strategy of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars, to annihilate Baelyang, Khitan, barbarians and Rurin, there remained countless uncertainties. If they could secure a large amount of explosives, it would greatly benefit their defense of Xinjiang City. Therefore, the trip to Xinjiang was essential, especially ensuring the intracity courier service was properly arranged. Once that matter was settled, the mystery of his missing cargo would be resolved quickly, and his warehouse would no longer be confined to the current port. This matter demanded his utmost effort. Carlos made up his mind, leaving the port in his Mercedes G-Class with determination, heading towards Jinghai City. But, just at this critical moment, Kermit rushed over with a beaming face, looking at Carlos. Young Master Chin, we've completed all the tasks you assigned. Do you have any other instructions? Nothing for now. Carlos gazed at Kermit earnestly and said, just remember one thing. No matter who comes, whatever their purpose for coming to the port, if you capture them, make sure to report to the police station of Minuet Town as soon as possible, and then give your uncle a call to let them assist us in thoroughly interrogating them, making sure we understand their true intentions. Don't treat anyone else like you did with Dimitri, because such behavior is not beneficial to us. After all, matters like this should be properly handled by the police. Understood, young Master Chun. Listening to Carlos's words, Kermit was enlightened. I'll definitely communicate with my uncle and choose a few trustworthy policemen to handle this matter properly. Carlos nodded slightly, then drove his Mercedes G-Class away from the port. He did not head home but raced directly towards Jofu's Baryang Palace. He parked the car steadily and quickly arrived at Jofu's antique-styled room. Just like last time, Jofu sat on his golden-threaded Namu dragon chair, wearing reading glasses and focusing on repairing antiques on the desk before him. Carlos didn't disturb him but quietly sat on a stool, casually scrolling through his phone for about half an hour. Finally, Jofu paused his work and looked at Carlos sharply. Boy, did you bring the items? Bring them over here for me to see. What could Carlos say? He hurriedly picked up the items and walked over. Uncle Four, I've brought the items. Holding a black garbage bag, Carlos placed it on the desk like presenting a treasure. Is this the set you wanted? Jofu's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had seen a rare gem. He eagerly tore open the garbage bag and revealed a wine vase and jug wrapped in old newspapers. Like a starving man seeing a feast, he couldn't help swallowing hard and then held the wine vase with excitement. Carefully unwrapping the newspaper, he saw the vase identical to the one he had before. Not only were the gold filigree craftsmanship and gemstones flawless, but the vase also had 3 legs and ring handles with gems in the B size. It looked like an extraordinary masterpiece, most importantly bearing the same stamp as the other vase. Jofu, thrilled, examined each item carefully until he verified all 8 cups and the jug were perfect. He nodded contentedly. Boy, everything is perfect. Let's follow the price we agreed upon. I'll pay you another 10 billion. How does that sound? Uncle 4, no problem. While fumbling for his phone and showing the payment QR code, Carlos smiled. But today, I'm here hoping you could help me with a small favor. Would that be okay, Uncle 4? Chapter 111. Alright, go on. Armando saw Carlos take out his phone and show a QR code but smiled slightly, then quickly scanned the code for Carlos and said, I wonder what you need help with? I was thinking, Uncle, you could? Carlos, seeing 1 billion credited to his account, couldn't help but smile broadly and said, assign me a professional accounting team. I want to acquire a company. Please have them check the accounts. That can be arranged. When Armando heard this from Carlos, he beamed and said, I'll call Alicia right now to accompany you. Uncle, thank you so much. If Sister Alicia is involved. Hearing this, Carlos hurriedly said, I'll have no worries. After all, considering Sister Alicia's skills, no matter how sophisticated their tricks, they won't escape her keen eyes. Armando wore a proud expression. After all, he knew his granddaughter's abilities well. If not for wanting her to take over his business, this girl would still be working at the National Audit Bureau. Carlos watched as Armando called Sister Alicia and chatted briefly. Soon, a strikingly beautiful girl with fair skin and an elegant figure approached, dressed in a neat black suit, her demeanor cold and sharp-eyed, exuding a mature allure. Sister Alicia, you're looking more and more glamorous. Carlos couldn't help but brighten up and greet loudly, while Margot looked at Carlos and smiled. You've gotten more handsome too. Your nose has become even more prominent. Carlos couldn't help but cover his face slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment, though everyone soon exchanged pleasantries and left Armando's room. They then found Lacey, who was studying nearby. The three drove off, leaving Armando's palace. Their car sped towards Jinghai City's Bund. In no time, they reached the seaside. Looking around, they saw yachts scattered like stars, along with large cargo ships cutting through the waves. However, this wasn't their destination. Continuing forward, about 10 minutes later, they arrived at a leisure resort called Golden Ocean. Lincoln stood outside the Golden Ocean Leisure Resort, greeting them with a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, sporting a beer belly and a greasy smile. Lincoln, what are you doing waiting outside? Carlos parked the car steadily, then got out with Lacey and Margot, smiling and greeted. This isn't my first visit here. I didn't intend to wait here either, but President Alf wanted to personally welcome you. Lincoln explained with a broad smile, to express his respect. President Alf, there's really no need for such formalities. I'm usually quite laid back, Carlos said warmly, extending his hand and staring directly at the greasy-faced Thatcher. Thatcher hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. Young Master Chun, it's mainly a sign of respect. Besides, I'm counting on you to save me. Isn't standing here waiting just the right thing to do? President Alf, you're too polite. Carlos firmly shook Thatcher's hand and affectionately patted his shoulder. But we don't need to linger here chatting. Let's discuss business inside since that's why we're all here. What else could Thatcher say? He had been eagerly awaiting Carlos to rescue his courier company, where employees hadn't received wages for nearly half a year. If things dragged on another month, bankruptcy was inevitable. So, he was anxious to finalize the funding round with Carlos. Without the $30 billion investment from Carlos, he'd be ruined. Once the company went bankrupt, he'd face massive debts and possibly imprisonment. Therefore, he was desperate to secure this deal. Of course, he had tried seeking funds elsewhere, but in the current economic climate, even $3 billion was unattainable. That's why he turned to Lincoln, though Thea's terms weren't easy. Still, Thea refused him. Luckily, Thea introduced him to Carlos, backed by the trillion-dollar Tianchi Group. With Carlos's support, securing the $30 billion investment was feasible. Even if it meant giving up 51% ownership, he agreed without hesitation. He had no other choice. With mixed feelings, Thatcher followed Carlos into the private room at Golden Ocean Leisure Resort that had been booked for them. The wine and dishes were already prepared. Master Chun, please take the seat of honor. Thatcher hurriedly welcomed Carlos enthusiastically after entering the room. However, Carlos waved his hand and pulled Glenn aside, saying, Glenn, you should take the seat of honor. I'll sit next to you. Glenn did not refuse. He sat in the main seat without hesitation, for his status warranted it. As for Carlos and the others, they all took their seats, and then Thatcher personally poured drinks for them. They engaged in light-hearted conversation about the investment in the same city courier business. Carlos's side was straightforward. As long as Margot's team verified the accounts with no issues, everything would be fine. He was ready to invest $30 billion into Thatcher's same city courier company. Seeing Carlos's sincerity and generosity, Thatcher felt tears welling up in his eyes, close to overflowing, because he had been through so many years in the business world. Which boss he knew wasn't a cunning fox. They would all seize this opportunity to impose numerous conditions he couldn't refuse. Carlos, however, was different. He only needed 51% ownership, and in terms of management, Carlos could maintain the status quo, allowing Thatcher to manage the company himself, with just quarterly financial reviews. This deeply moved Thatcher to the point of tears because, in his heart, anyone who held 51% of shares would definitely send someone to take over the company and make significant changes. But Carlos trusted him so much that he was willing to let Thatcher continue managing the company. How could this not leave him both thrilled and touched? President Alf, we're good? Seeing that the discussion was going well, Carlos picked up his glass, gently clinked it with Thatcher's and said, regarding the investment, we've discussed it thoroughly. If you have no objections on your end, I will have Sister Meller lead the accounting team to review your company's finances. Once the review is complete and there are no issues, we can sign the contract immediately and complete the $30 billion investment. Chapter 112, Lincoln, danger ahead, help or not. Mr. Chun, no problem. Thatcher said with a fawning face, I will arrange this matter immediately and await Miss Zhong's arrival for the audit anytime. All right, let's settle it this way. Carlos lifted his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, I have many tasks to handle. There are a lot of things I need to take care of, so I won't accompany President Alf here any longer. Mr. Chun, let me see you out. Seeing this, Thatcher looked at Carlos like a lapdog and flattered him. While Carlos waved his hand, President Alf, there's no need to be so courteous. I am always easygoing. You don't need to be so formal with me. Being casual is fine. Of course, Thatcher didn't dare to be truly casual. Otherwise, his years of experience in business would be for nothing. He became even more fawning as he accompanied Carlos out of the private room. But just then, as Carlos stepped out of the room, he bumped into Alicia. Upon seeing Alicia, Carlos's eyes lit up instantly. Alicia, why are you here? Why can't I come here? Hearing Carlos's words, Alicia, looking at Margot and Lacey behind him, frowned slightly, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. How could I think that? Feeling Alicia's gaze change, Carlos immediately understood that she must be jealous. He smiled and said, I was just surprised and delighted to meet you suddenly. Really? Surprised? Alicia pouted her lips slightly and looked at Carlos with a somewhat resentful expression. Surprised because I interrupted your date with these two beauties? Exingia, it's not what you think. Carlos spread his hands and introduced Thatcher to Alicia. Today, I came here mainly to discuss business with President Alf. And President Alf, allow me to introduce you to my sister Alicia. She is an important figure in our Jinghai city, the director of the government's integrated office, Director Alicia. Director Amiri, hello? Upon hearing Carlos's words, Thatcher naturally dared not show any disrespect. I'm the owner of Tongqing Express Company, Thatcher. I am discussing a business cooperation with young Master Chen. It's a great honor to meet you here. Alicia didn't lose etiquette but gracefully extended her hand, shook hands with Thatcher lightly, and exchanged some polite words with him. Then she turned her gaze to Carlos's face. Carlos, since you're here, come with me. I have an appointment with President Pang from Perfume Bay. You can accompany me to discuss the acquisition project with President Pang. Carlos naturally did not refuse, as he was also interested in this project. Wilfredra importantly, this project was significant to him. If he could finalize it quickly, his livestream technology company with Lacey could start sooner, thus avoiding the trouble of investigating his missing goods. Lincoln? Thinking of this, Carlos addressed Glenn and the others. And President Alf, Sister Florence and Sister Meller, I won't be able to accompany you out. I'll go with Alicia to meet President Pang from Perfume Bay and discuss the takeover of their real estate project. Mr. Chun, no problem, please go ahead. Thatcher looked at Carlos and grinned broadly. We can return on our own. Glenn and the others had no objections either, as they knew Carlos had important matters to attend to. There was no way they could say no. Besides, what Carlos needed to do was crucial, especially for Lacey, who understood the urgency due to the Qinglong Bay project being problematic. So they urgently needed to secure the Perfume Bay project. Carlos chatted a few more sentences before quickly following Alicia. When Alicia and Carlos turned a few corners, Alicia suddenly stopped and looked at Carlos with beautiful eyes. Carlos, the person walking beside you earlier was called Lincoln, right? I want to warn you seriously, stay away from him. Don't get too close, or you will end up with endless troubles later. Xingia, why is that? Carlos's face showed a serious expression after hearing Alicia's words. Is someone secretly investigating Lincoln? What do you think? Who is he? Alicia pouted and rolled her eyes, glaring at Carlos and said reproachfully, Don't you know anything? I understand. Carlos took a deep breath and then made up his mind to send a message to warn Glenn. But you also know, sometimes I can't help but get close to Glenn because of our relationship. I don't care about your relationship with him, Alicia pouted and said. Anyway, you must remember my words, try to stay as far away from him as possible. His affairs have already caught the attention of higher-ups. I estimate he may become a target in the next round of organized crime crackdowns. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos felt a wave of shock in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Alicia did not say more. Instead, she looked at Carlos with intense eyes. Anyway, remember what I told you today. Don't get too close to him, especially if you have business dealings with him. You'd better make a decision as soon as possible. Don't get entangled with him too deeply, or you will fall into an irreversible abyss. Xingia, I understand. Carlos nodded rapidly. You don't need to worry. I don't have too much business with him. Even if there are transactions between us, they are all legitimate, with absolutely no illegal activities. The best case is this. Alicia pouted. Otherwise, if you end up inside operating a sewing machine one day, don't blame me for not warning you now. Because if that day comes, even I will be powerless to help. Xingia, I understand. Suddenly, Carlos wrapped his arm around Alicia's waist, looking at her tenderly, leaning in close to whisper by her earlobe. Don't worry about me. I definitely won't cross the legal line, nor will I harm the interests of the state. I'll be a good citizen. Chapter 113. President Pang, fixed price, 40 billion. All right, follow me. Alicia gently patted Carlos's mischievous hand and then pinched his nose, saying, I'll take you to meet President Pang of Perfume Bay. What could Carlos say? Of course, he had to meet President Pang of Perfume Bay since he was determined to win this project, because he desperately needed a building to start his company. Only by opening the company would he be able to circulate his substantial supplies without attracting attention. Otherwise, it would eventually come to light, especially with Curtis and others already investigating. If he didn't resolve this trouble soon, he might suffer a big setback at their hands one day. Thinking this, Carlos immediately followed Alicia, and soon they arrived at a more spacious private room. Carlos closely followed Alicia inside, quickly spotting Emerick sitting elegantly in front of a tea table, wearing a light-colored suit and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a distinguished old gentleman. Director Amiri, the buyer you mentioned. Emerick, seeing Carlos enter with Alicia, stood up hurriedly with a sycophantic smile on his face. So it's young Master Chen from Tianchi Group? Yes, I intended to discuss with you first, but unexpectedly, I ran into him here. Upon hearing this, Alicia closed the door, led Carlos toward Emerick, and said, Isn't it just as well that I brought him over for a chat, so you two can talk specifics? Emerick hastily showed a flattered expression, given Alicia's status. He dared not be negligent, especially because Alicia had brought a wealthy client. After all, he was nearly bankrupt, and if he continued, he'd likely be sued by the bank and end up in prison sewing clothes. President Pang, I've always liked being straightforward and don't enjoy wasting time on trivial matters. Carlos had no interest in idle chatter and got straight to the point. So let's skip the formalities and discuss the Perfume Bay project directly. Young Master Chun, you are truly straightforward. Hearing this, Emeric replied bluntly, considering President Chin's reputation. I'll sell you the entire Perfume Bay project for 56 billion yuan. Young Master Chun, about the Perfume Bay project? Carlos smirked and waved his hand, looking at Emeric. I know a bit about it. If it's 56 billion yuan, I don't think we have anything left to discuss. If I can pay that price, I can buy any building in Haixia City. Upon hearing this, Emeric froze, unsure of what to say. After all, 56 billion yuan was already his cost price. At most, he wouldn't lose or gain anything. He acquired the land when real estate was booming, so 56 billion only guaranteed breaking even, not making a profit. Young Master Chun, I cannot go any lower, that's my bottom line. Thinking about this, Emeric looked at Carlos with a bitter expression. Any less and I'll lose everything. Young Master Chun, in today's real estate market, is there any project that doesn't incur losses? If you don't believe me, Carlos looked at Emeric with a faint smile and calmly said, feel free to hold on to it. If word gets out in Haixia City that I'm interested in your properties, I guarantee many people would flock to you, eager to sell at a loss, knowing that apart from me, who else would dare take on this mess now? Well. Realizing Carlos was right, Emeric clenched his teeth and said, Young Master Chun, 50 billion yuan is the absolute lowest. President paying a fixed price of 40 billion? Carlos spoke clearly and concisely. If you're willing to sell, I'm ready to buy. Not a cent more. Young Master Chun, 40 billion. Upon hearing this, Emeric gasped, as this meant losing 16 billion. Honestly, he hesitated to respond. It was indeed a huge loss, but the current state of the real estate market felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone. Of course, he could choose not to sell. But how long could he keep holding on to this property? After all, his project wasn't an ordinary residential building without ordinary citizens backing him financially. The development he had been working on was for high-end office buildings, originally designed for his own company to occupy. However, more than a dozen buildings had already been constructed. Yet, only half of the interior decoration had been completed when the real estate market plunged into winter. The new plots of land he bought and the housing projects tied up in them were now all stranded assets. If he didn't sell the Fragrant Bay projects at a discount now, he wouldn't be able to repay the loans from the bank. In the end, he would be declared bankrupt and sued by the bank due to massive debts, eventually landing himself in jail. Thinking to this point, Emeric gritted his teeth and said to Carlos, Young Master Chun, please add a little more. The price you offered is simply too low. It's driving me into a corner. AI, forget it. Carlos sighed deeply and patted Emeric's shoulder, saying, President Pang, I genuinely want to do this deal with you. But your sincerity seems lacking. If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue talking. I'll go look at other properties. As soon as Carlos finished speaking, before Emeric could react, he turned to leave. This panicked Emeric. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Carlos's path, and said, Young Master Chin, don't go. 40 billion yuan it is. When can we sign the contract and complete all transfer procedures? That depends on your side. Carlos looked at Emeric calmly and said, I can sign the contract with you anytime and go through all the procedures. The 40 billion will also be transferred to your account. Really, Young Master Chin? Emeric's emotions were visibly complex as he asked, you really can transfer 40 billion yuan to my account after completing all the procedures? Chapter 114. Acupuncture, saving Grandma Alicia, impressive. I'm of course telling the truth. Carlos looked at Pang Florence Long and said with great certainty, after all, I am a man of integrity. Since we agreed on 40 billion, it will definitely be transferred to your account in full. Hearing Carlos's words, Pang Florence Long clenched his teeth tightly as if making a difficult decision. Young Master Chun, I agree to transfer the Fragrant Bay project to you for 40 billion. Carlos gave Pang Florence Long an okay gesture, and then chatted with him for a while before leaving the Golden Ocean with Alicia. Exine, let me send you back? Carlos quietly held Alicia's hand and looked at her tenderly. In contrast, Alicia pouted and complained coyly, but I don't want to go back now. I want to visit my grandma. Carlos pouted and looked at Alicia like a child, saying, then can I accompany you to visit your grandma? Alicia smiled and then stretched out her two delicate hands, pinching Carlos's face forcefully. It's nice of you to think of that. Not in vain did I help you this time. You were too harsh though. Pang Florence Long. He will lose at least 16 billion on that building. How could you be so ruthless? Exine in business? Carlos puckered his lips. It's already a cutthroat place. Besides, aren't real estate developers like Pang Florence Long all profiting from the common people? Hearing Carlos's words, Alicia fell silent because there was nothing wrong with what he said. Exine, let's go. Carlos held Alicia's hand. I'll go with you to visit your grandma. By the way, I've learned some acupuncture techniques recently. Maybe I can get your grandma up and walking by giving her a few needles. Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos. All right, stop teasing me. If you could do that, you'd be the reincarnation of Hua Tuwa. Carlos smiled but didn't say more on this topic. He just held Alicia's hand and got into the car. Soon they arrived at the hospital. When they reached the ward, a group of experts were gathered around Grandma Alicia's bed, diagnosing her condition. Secretary Amiri, we have done our best. The old lady is extremely frail. Without any accidents, it will likely be these few days. Alicia walked in from outside the ward and almost fainted upon hearing the unexpected news from the experts. Alicia, don't be too anxious. Seeing the situation, Carlos hugged Alicia tightly and comforted her softly. Perhaps I have a way to save Grandma. Alicia stared at Carlos with tearful eyes. Carlos nodded firmly. He wasn't entirely sure before, but now he felt confident. Extending Grandma Alicia's life by 10 years wouldn't be a problem for him as a golden core cultivator. It would cost him a lot of faith power but allow him to extend her life. However, this would significantly impact his cultivation, preventing him from advancing further for some time. It might also bring unknown consequences, yet he had to do it. Carlos, if you really can, I will serve you as a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. Alicia grabbed Carlos's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. I will certainly repay your great kindness. Alicia, don't make a fuss. Riley, holding onto Carlos's arm, exclaimed emotionally, Carlos isn't a god. You know your grandmother's condition well. She has been ill for so many years. Even a god couldn't save her. Alicia, your mother is right. Charity's uncle sighed deeply. Your grandmother has endured so much. To hold on this long is already extraordinary. We should accept this harsh reality. No, I don't want Grandma to die. Alicia became increasingly agitated, shouting hoarsely, I want her to live. Alicia, that's enough. Witnessing the scene, Kiefer gently patted Alicia's shoulder. Everyone has their time to part. You must face this fact bravely. As a public servant, you should remain calm and composed. Uncle Amiri, please let me take a look. Carlos muttered softly. If I perform acupuncture, it might allow your grandma to live for another 10 years. These words struck the experts like thunder in the comm ward, for they had already pronounced the death sentence on the elderly woman. However, if Carlos were not Alicia's boyfriend, he would have been driven out of the ward by Kiefer and others long ago. For this sounded like sheer nonsense. Dad, let Carlos give it a try. Alicia was not concerned with that. All she wanted was to save her grandmother. Grandma is in such a state anyway. What if Carlos can really do it? Despite their doubts about whether Carlos could succeed, after hearing Alicia's words, Kiefer and the others were still willing to let Carlos try. Yet, their eyes were full of skepticism. After all, if Carlos succeeded, he would be nothing short of a miraculous Doctor Reborn. Of course, the group of Western medicine experts in the ward all looked at Carlos with derision. They were eager to see how this traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, scammer planned to save Alicia's grandmother, especially since they had already determined her lifespan through various advanced instruments. Ignoring their gazes, Carlos fetched an alcohol lamp and took out a bag of gold needles given by Adriana from his pocket. He slowly spread out the golden needles and then carefully disinfected each one over the alcohol flame before precisely inserting them into the various acupoints on Alicia's grandmother's body. Throughout this process, Carlos used the method taught by Adriana to channel his spiritual energy and longevity-enhancing faith power into Alicia's grandmother's body via the golden needles. He performed 108 needle insertions, and when the last needle landed on the Baihui point, Alicia's grandmother suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood. What's going on here? Alicia's uncle witnessed this scene and became extremely agitated. Are you trying to murder our old lady? Do you even know how to practice medicine? Brett, Alicia's cousin, glared fiercely and shouted. After your needle, my grandma started spitting blood. I warn you, if my grandma dies because of this, I will make sure you pay with your life. That's right, that's right. The other young members of the Amiri family were also stirred up by Brett's words. After your needle, grandma started spitting blood. Do you even know how to practice medicine? Do you have a medical license? If not, we will call the police to arrest you immediately. Chapter 115. Carlos, you are truly a miracle doctor. Enough, all of you be quiet. Kiefer faced this scene with a stern look and asked, why didn't you speak up about these issues earlier? Carlos has already applied the needles. Why do you all jump out now? What do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause trouble for Carlos? Third uncle, it's not what you think. Amiri Quishin quickly explained as soon as he saw Kiefer getting angry. Look at how that kid made grandmother vomit blood. We were just worried. Everyone, stop quarreling. I'm not dead yet. Alicia's grandmother Alanis took a few deep breaths, then looked at Mason and others who were arguing and said, Wilfred Reaver, Carlos is going to be our Amiri family's son-in-law. None of you are allowed to talk to him like that anymore, or else don't blame me for whipping you with a stick. As Alanis's words echoed, it was like throwing a stone into still water. Everyone turned their eyes towards Alicia's grandmother. Grandma, you're awake? Alicia came back to her senses and threw herself into her grandmother's arms. In response, Alanis affectionately stroked Alicia's head and said, Silly girl, Grandma isn't going anywhere yet. Grandma is still waiting to hold my great-grandchildren. When will you give Grandma a grandchild? Grandma just wants to see you have a baby. Sure, Grandma, sure. Carlos smiled at Alanis and said, when Alicia and I have a child, will you help take care of them? Yes, you two must hurry. Alanis looked at Carlos kindly and stroked Alicia's head again. Alicia was raised by me. If I can help raise your children too, I won't want to die, because I want to watch your children grow up. As soon as Alanis finished speaking, silence fell over the room, and all eyes were on her and Carlos, especially in the room filled with doctors, whose expressions were filled with shock because the scenario was beyond belief. The old lady they had just pronounced as terminally ill was now looking radiant, not like someone who was about to pass away. How could this be? All the experts in the ward couldn't help but exclaim aloud. We conducted comprehensive tests with advanced equipment. How could an old lady, pronounced terminal, wake up looking so healthy? No, this can't be right. But soon they shook their heads vigorously, almost unable to believe their own words. This must be a last gasp of life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be scientific. Kiefer and the others gathered around in shock. Two elder doctors who knew some traditional Chinese medicine immediately checked Alanis's pulse, but their expressions soon became calm, because as soon as they touched her pulse, they could clearly feel it. This was absolutely not a last gasp of life. Rather, the old lady's body was improving. Even the aura of death that had been present on her pulse was gone. How could this be? How did this boy do it? Just by inserting those gold needles one by one, he brought a dying person back to life. The two elder doctors who were checking Alanis's pulse were inwardly astonished. What kind of witchcraft? No. What kind of divine technique is this? This completely defies science. Immediately after muttering this to themselves, they looked at Carlos with excitement. Young man, from whom did you learn this medical skill? It's so powerful. It's completely unscientific. This isn't as miraculous as you think. Carlos spoke calmly. It's merely the simplest form of acupuncture, stimulating my grandmother's energy and blood circulation to reactivate her body. It allows her to live another 10 years. Of course, the most important thing is that grandmother's body has the potential for recovery. Otherwise, there would be nothing I could do. Young man, you're truly incredible. With just your needle skills alone, the two elder doctors were extremely excited. We wonder if you would consider joining our hospital. We would hire you at the highest level, as long as you stay here. I'm sorry, but I can't. Carlos pursed his lips and showed a regretful expression. I have many things to do, so I don't have time to work as a doctor at your hospital. Young man, if you can't work as a doctor in our hospital, the two elder doctors persisted. Just taking up a position here would suffice. When we have unsolvable problems, you can help us solve them. Would that be okay? Sorry, gentlemen. Carlos, however, said helplessly, I can't agree to your request because I'm too busy. So, I can only decline your kindness. Ah, what a pity. The two experts expressed their regret. Young man, it's truly a shame that such a miraculous doctor as you doesn't want to be a physician. You could save so many lives if you were a doctor. Carlos could only show his helplessness since he knew his own character. He was too used to being scatterbrained and found being a doctor unsuitable for him. Wilfred Reaver, he had a group of gold guzzlers to take care of, and even dealing with these matters kept him swamped. How could he have the time to treat people as a doctor? Seeing this scene, Kiefer finally reacted. Shankue, the few of you, aren't you going to apologize to Carlos? Apologize? Mason and others were thoroughly stunned, showing a completely dumbfounded look. What do we need to apologize for? You spoke to Carlos like that earlier? Kiefer looked at Mason and the others with a stern face. Now he has saved your grandmother and extended her life by 10 more years. Shouldn't you apologize to him? This? Mason exclaimed, then stammered. Really? We need to apologize to him? Do you still have objections? Kiefer exuded an air of authority, staring coldly at Mason and the others. You dared to speak to him that way just now? Carlos, about what happened earlier. Faced with Kiefer's cold gaze, Mason shivered. It was wrong of us. We shouldn't have spoken to you like that. We are apologizing to you now, and ask for your forgiveness for offending you. We promise never to do it again. If you really want to apologize to me, this isn't enough sincerity. Carlos, with a teasing look on his face, said to Mason, you should at least kneel down and then apologize to me. What? Kneel on the ground? Hearing Carlos's words, Mason immediately exploded. Apologize? Chapter 116. Alicia, do you feel that grandma is a bit strange? Boy, are you crazy? Alicia's uncle, Hank, immediately flared up and said angrily, you actually made our Shankue kneel down and apologize to you. What were you thinking? I didn't think much about it. Carlos's face was cold with a very domineering gaze. An apology must be sincere, since you agreed to apologize to me. But it lacked sincerity and even included the words, if you please. Is this how someone apologizes? Hank muttered something and then glared at Carlos in anger, but swallowed his words because Annika's eyes were fixed on him. He dared not say anything more, knowing well how temperamental the old lady could be. If she really got angry, she might grab the cane beside her and whack him hard. Big brother, take your family and get out of here. Annika glared coldly at Hank and sternly ordered, pay more attention to the education at home. Shankue is so disrespectful, which cannot be unrelated to you. What could Hank say? He knew better than anyone else how his mother could be. Wilfred Reaver, the old lady wasn't an ordinary person. If she got angry, it would be difficult to settle matters. So he vented his anger on Brett, saying, you good for nothing. Don't you dare follow me now. Of course, Brett felt extremely unwilling since he was the chairman of Jinghai City South Oil Refinery. Being treated this way by Carlos, and even being reprimanded by his father Hank, fueled his resentment toward Carlos. He secretly decided to find a way to embarrass Carlos. After all, in Jinghai City, there was no one Brett couldn't deal with. However, Carlos ignored him completely, never even sparing him a glance. Considering the assets Carlos owned and the powerful figures he knew, Brett wasn't worth his notice. Wilfredra, importantly, as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Brett, a mere mortal, wasn't significant enough for him to pay attention to. Carlos, about what just happened? Holding Carlos's hand, Annika patted his hand and said, I represent the Amiri family in apologizing to you. Also, this time you saved the old grandma's life. This favor I owe you. If you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Grandma, you're too polite. Hearing Annika's words, Carlos humbly replied, I am now your granddaughter's husband. Isn't it my duty to save you? You did well? Annika looked into Carlos's eyes and remarked, you remind me of that person back then. No wonder Alicia likes you. Flabbergasted, Kiefer and the others exchanged looks. The person Annika mentioned wasn't ordinary. He was a high-ranking official in Yinjing, holding a vice-state-level position. Indeed, their family's power in Jinghai owed much to this official support, which also explained why they revered the old lady so deeply due to her close relationship with him. Looking at Kiefer, Annika added, third son, you can leave now. I feel quite tired and want to lie down for a while. Wilfredum, okay? Daring not to refuse, Kiefer quickly responded, we'll go out now. Third son, wait. Suddenly stopping him, Annika asked, Carlos is now one of us. Didn't you say that the refinery in the south is no longer viable? Wilfredum, yes? Kiefer promptly confirmed, followed by Annika saying, then help Carlos, since he has interest in it. Help him officially transfer ownership of the South Oil Refinery. Wilfredum, I understand. Clenching his teeth, Kiefer nodded. I will convene the municipal committee meeting and discuss it with the leadership to solve this matter. Good. Annika agreed, waving her hand dismissively without further words. Naturally, Kiefer led the others out, while Carlos and Alicia stayed behind as Carlos had yet to remove the needle from Annika's head. Chao Chen Mei Wu Ju Chen Ping De So, then held Alicia's hand, bringing their hands together. Carlos, this is my obedient granddaughter. I entrust her to you. You must not bully her. If you do, I will never forgive you. Grandma, he wouldn't dare. Alicia quickly interjected. Then, looking at Carlos, Alanis continued, Carlos, remember my words. Also, You should soon distance yourself from your brother and sister-in-law. This will be good for them and you in the future, as there are some things I believe I don't need to explain further. You should understand well. Carlos was somewhat dazed by these words, which carried profound implications. However, Alanis didn't say more to him but patted both Carlos and Alicia's hands. All right, now remove the needles. I feel a bit tired and want to have a good sleep. What could Carlos say? He swiftly removed the needles from Alanis's body one by one and put them back into the needle bag. All right, all of you go out. Alanis looked at them with affectionate eyes, then patted their hands. I want to sleep now. Grandma, we'll leave then. Despite her reluctance, Alicia felt something was amiss with the elderly lady today, so she finally stepped out of the ward. Carlos gave one last look at the old lady, seeing her hugging the quilt, curled up on the bed with a desolate look. Without saying more, he followed Alicia out. Alicia, do you feel that? The moment Carlos closed the ward door, he couldn't help asking Alicia, Grandma seems a bit off? Chapter 117. The South City Refinery, Clues, and Good News. I feel it, Alicia said with a slight worry. I think Grandma remembered some things from her younger days. And after going through that life and death ordeal just now, that's why she acted like this? Carlos frowned deeply, though he did not say more. He felt something was off, but could not articulate why. Carlos, come over here for a moment. Seeing Carlos come out of the ward, Kiefer called him over. I want to have a word with you. What else could Carlos do? After all, this was his future father-in-law, the party secretary of Jinghai City, truly the helmsman of Jinghai. Wilfred Reaver, this Jinghai party secretary had been cultivating in Jinghai for nearly 10 years, making his power paramount in Jinghai City. Carlos, you heard what Grandma said just now. Kiefer took Carlos to a secluded corner. Now I want to ask you, are you really considering buying that money-losing refinery in the South City? Uncle Amiri, I really want to buy it, Carlos replied sincerely, but Kiefer's brows knitted tightly. Why are you so keen on that losing refinery? This is the era of new energy. Even if you acquire this refinery, it would be hard to turn it around. Uncle Amiri, you don't need to worry about that. I can make it profitable, Carlos replied seriously. After all, the demand for gasoline, diesel, and kerosene hasn't completely disappeared, and I have some connections in the Middle East. I can get crude oil at below market prices, which is why I want to acquire this refinery. Fine, since you're so determined. Hearing Carlos's words, Kiefer didn't hesitate and agreed readily. There's no problem from my side, but there are over 1,000 employees at the factory. And even though the refinery is currently losing money, it would cost you at least 30 billion yuan to acquire it. Do you have that much money? Uncle Amiri, put your worries aside. Carlos smiled confidently. I have plenty of funds. Good, then there's no issue. Kiefer paused for a moment. But I must ask one more thing. If you really acquire the South City refinery, what do you plan to do with the over 1,000 workers? Certainly, they will go through a rescreening process. Especially the managers, except for the outstanding technicians. Carlos spoke without reserve. A large portion will be laid off. As for the workers, roughly a third will be let go. Lay off so many people. Hearing Carlos's words, Kiefer's brows instantly furrowed, worriedly saying, Can't you lay off fewer people? Uncle Amiri, I can't help it. You understand the situation in state-owned enterprises better than I do. Carlos bluntly said, There are too many slackers, especially in management. Without downsizing, this refinery has no chance of survival. Kiefer showed a difficult expression. But laying off so many people, we won't be able to handle it well either. Uncle Amiri, you'll need to think of a way. Carlos firmly said, The relationships within state-owned enterprises are complex. Without a thorough cleanup, the plant won't survive. Besides, we should give opportunities to freshly graduated college students. All right, I understand. Kiefer was silent for a moment. You prepare the money. Wait for my notice. I'll hold a municipal committee meeting to discuss this matter soon. And don't try any tricks. I won't open any backdoors for you. Everything will follow the normal procedure, and the National Audit Office will calculate the transfer price meticulously. Uncle Amiri, rest assured. Carlos quickly replied, I'm well funded. Once you've arranged everything, just notify me. Kiefer nodded and stared intently at Carlos. One more thing. Have you offended Gustav recently? Uncle Amiri, what's on your mind? Carlos replied straightforwardly, just ask away. Have you recently offended Gustav? Kiefer was direct, while Carlos gave a wry smile. I haven't offended him, but there was a minor conflict between me and his son due to Alicia. Oh, now I understand. Kiefer, however, earnestly warned Carlos. But you must be cautious of Gustav, because I've heard some rumors. He's likely to cause you trouble. Carlos wore a worried expression. Wasn't this obvious? Seeing Carlos's look, Kiefer patted his shoulder in comfort and said, You don't have to worry too much as long as you haven't done anything illegal. I will protect you on my end. Uncle Amiri, with those words, hearing Kiefer's reassurance, Carlos felt relieved. I'm at ease now. That's good. Kiefer patted Carlos's shoulder again. But I need to remind you of one thing. Don't get too close to that Lincoln and his people. And it's best if you distance yourself from your brother and sister-in-law, and finalize your wedding with Alicia before National Day. Carlos's face froze at Kiefer's words. He had heard similar things before. As Carlos opened his mouth to ask Kiefer for more information, Kiefer waved his hand as if not wanting to hear more. Carlos sighed helplessly. He understood that both Lincoln and his brother and sister-in-law were under surveillance from higher-ups. Nonetheless, Carlos resolved to find Lincoln right after leaving the hospital to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. Thus, Carlos bid farewell to Alicia and left the hospital. Driving his Mercedes G-Class, he soon called Lincoln. Mr. Chun, why are you calling? Lincoln immediately asked when he received the call. Is there something you need? Lincoln, I'd like to meet with you. Carlos spoke without hesitation. But Lincoln replied, Mr. Chun, why don't we talk over the phone? I'm quite busy and can't make time to meet you. Lincoln, you and my brother. Carlos hinted in his question. Have you encountered some trouble? Why do you ask, Mr. Chun? Lincoln countered, while Carlos explained, I feel recent events are suspicious, especially since my brother has been unusually silent. He sent me back home from Haisha City without a word, then went abroad himself. I believe you're hiding something from me. You're imagining things, Mr. Chun. Lincoln laughed it off. What could we possibly hide from you? Lincoln, stop hiding it from me. Carlos firmly stated, I'm not a child anymore. Chapter 118. Sister-in-law, there might be danger. What should we do? All right, no matter what you want to know. But Renee took a deep breath and then spoke to Carlos. What I have to tell you now is that you must stay in Minuet Town without doing anything. This is my wish, as well as your brother's wish, and your sister-in-law's wish. Renee, can we get through this? Carlos couldn't help but ask. However, Renee replied, this is not something you should worry about. What you need to do is help me take care of Florence, sir. Our matters don't require your interference because everything is the result of our own actions. We are ready to accept it since we indeed made mistakes and should pay the price for them. Though Carlos had many words left unsaid, Renee hung up already. Carlos felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing on his heart, feeling oppressed. But he understood some things. Renee and others chose this way? Perhaps it was a kind of relief. After all, he knew very well how his brother became the commercial giant with billions in assets today. Since they had chosen to face it calmly, what could he, Carlos, say more? Sigh. Everything has its cause and effect. Thinking of this, Carlos couldn't help sighing. But finally, he decided to immediately rush back to Minuet Town to ask Augusta if she could find a way to save his eldest brother from this calamity. But at this moment, the sky, it had long past dusk. Without hesitation, Carlos drove towards Minuet Town at high speed. But just after he left Jinghai City, the sky outside turned dark. But he didn't stop for a moment. He raced on the rugged road to Minuet Town like the wind and rushed home. Soon he noticed something unusual and even heard faint crying sounds echoing around him like ghosts. Holy crap, what's going on? Faced with this bizarre scene, Carlos gulped and said with a trembling voice, I'm not really encountering a ghost, am I? Where does this crying come from late at night, persistently haunting my ears? As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, he saw an eerie funeral procession ahead. They were carrying a coffin, playing music, and scattering paper money, as if escorting the deceased to their resting place, approaching him slowly. Holy crap, what kind of spirits are these? Seeing this scene, Carlos's pupils dilated and the hair on his back stood up as he exclaimed, who would carry a coffin on the road so late at night? The funeral procession ignored his fear, blowing into Suona horns, scattering paper money, and passing by him like ghosts. Seeing this, Carlos hurriedly closed his car windows and cautiously drove past the funeral procession like a frightened rabbit. But after driving for a few minutes, he saw people dressed in mourning clothes and holding burning firepots throwing paper money into them on the bumpy road of Minuet Town. Holy crap, seeing ghosts. Truly frightened by this sight, Carlos wondered aloud, what's happening here? Why are people burning paper money for the dead by the roadside just as night falls? Young man, you want to know? As soon as this question popped up in his mind, he heard an eerie voice saying beside him, they are burning paper money for you, because you are about to join them. Holy crap, who's there? Hearing the chilling voice, Carlos feigned calmness and shouted angrily, stop fooling around. If you dare, show yourself. Otherwise, I'll smash your head open. You want me to appear? Just as these words left his lips, the chilling voice came again. Do you really want me to come out? Holy crap, if you're coming, then come out. If not, stop scaring me. Listening to the chilling voice, Carlos stopped his car and threatened, otherwise, I won't spare you with my elemental thunder technique. Young man, look behind you. Just as Carlos stopped the car, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him like a venomous snake, and he sensed a cold hand touch his shoulder, saying, I'm sitting in the back of your car. Oh my god. Confronted with this horrifying moment, Carlos lost all composure, screaming like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, damn, there really is a ghost. No sooner had Carlos screamed when he felt his muscles quivering, and goosebumps rose all over his body. What terrified him most was, he could distinctly feel something behind him, and it opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, exhaling cold air toward his neck. As Carlos trembled all over, feeling a wave of terror, thinking he was about to be bitten by the terrifying thing behind him, suddenly a flash of dull light streaked past the front of his car. Then, before Carlos could even let out a scream, he watched helplessly as his Mercedes-Benz G-Class was split into two halves with one blow. Carlos, you idiot. Just when Carlos was full of fear and at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard Augusta's voice from the opposite side saying, why aren't you running over here? Augusta. Carlos let out a cry and then screamed loudly, help, there's a ghost. It wants to take my life. Idiot, why are you shouting like that? Augusta, seeing Carlos in such a sorry state, held her short knife and rushed over like lightning, saying, you're a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. It can't hurt you if you resist. How could Carlos muster up the courage to resist? He had been utterly terrified, especially when that thing behind him placed its hand on his shoulder and opened its demon-like mouth, ready to bite him. He was scared out of his wits because it was too horrifying. Such unclean things actually existed. But just then, Carlos felt an icy cold wind blow past his back, and then he saw a towering man carrying a coffin on his back, running towards him like a sudden storm. Good heavens, the legendary coffin carrier. Carlos stared wide-eyed, his mouth opening so wide it could fit an egg, exclaiming, it really exists? Carlos, you idiot. Seeing this, Augusta shot her short knife like lightning at the coffin carrier who was rapidly approaching Carlos's back and yelled, do you have time to worry about that? Why don't you turn your head away first? Oh my god, what is that thing? Hearing Augusta's words, Carlos turned his head abruptly and exclaimed in horror, how come it looks so green-faced and fanged, like a demon? Chapter 119, Big Adriana, thunder comes when called. You still have the heart to care about this? Facing Carlos's words, Big Adriana's short knife shot out like lightning as she said, aren't you going to dodge quickly? How could Carlos dare utter a single word of nonsense? because that ghostly thing lunging at him had frightened him out of his wits. It was identical to the terrifying spirits in the books. But just then, Big Adriana's short knife pierced into the green-faced, fanged ghost with an arrow-like swish. Then Carlos saw smoke rise like a mushroom cloud, followed by a blood-curdling screech, like that of a night bird. Next, he saw that once fearsome-looking ghost now turned to ashes, while he himself was terrified witless. But before he could react, the coffin carrier lunged at them with the speed of a human cannonball. Aaron, what are you planning? Faced with the muscular man carrying a coffin, Big Adriana held her short knife horizontally, eyes filled with killing intent. This boy is a disciple of our Dragon Tiger Wilfredunton. If you dare touch him, Dragon Tiger Wilfredunton will never rest until your coffin sect is destroyed. Aaron remained silent, shouldering the red wooden coffin which came crashing down like a mountain onto Big Adriana. In response to Aaron's attack, Big Adriana slashed with her short knife, instantly wrapping herself in silvery lightning that coiled around her arm, and then shot the knife forward like a meteor streaking through the sky. Bang! Carlos heard a thunderous noise and saw the red wooden coffin in Aaron's grip collide with Big Adriana with explosive force. But just then, Big Adriana's right foot slammed into the ground, and she dashed forward like the wind, leaving only a trail of shadow as she launched a fierce attack on Aaron. Aaron dodged like a phantom, sidestepping Big Adriana's strike, then kicked the coffin toward her. Big Adriana turned and sliced at the coffin, causing a circle of intense light to explode from their collision. Both Big Adriana and Aaron quickly retreated several steps. However, at this critical moment, countless ghostly figures appeared all around, surging madly towards Carlos. Ah, Big Adriana, save me! Carlos lost all composure, his face turning deathly pale. In contrast, Big Adriana slashed with her short knife and said, "Idiot, don't be afraid of these. These things are nothing more than paper figures made by Aaron. Just set fire to them, and they'll all burn up." Ah, really? Carlos gasped, fear still clearly visible in his eyes, for these things didn't look like paper. They looked far too real. Wilfredrever, Carlos was truly terrified. He hadn't imagined that in broad daylight, he would witness such terrifying specters. But there was no time for thought, because the ghosts were already upon him. Despite his terror, the pale-faced Carlos pulled out a lighter from his pocket and lit it. Instantly, the first green-faced, fanged ghost that rushed at him burst into flames. Carlos soon saw that it was indeed a paper figure, burning fiercely. Seeing this, his panic subsided slightly, but there were many more ghosts surging towards him. Holding a small lighter tightly, he knew he couldn't defend against them all. But he quickly realized something and ignited a car on the ground that Big Adriana had sliced open, setting alight the gasoline spilled on the ground. Instantly, towering flames erupted, consuming all the paper figures surrounding him in mere moments. However, Carlos's crisis had not only not disappeared, but some of the paper figures, emitting ghostly shrieks, continued to lunge at him with gnashing teeth and clawing hands. "Who says I'm easy to bully?" Carlos muttered under his breath, his gaze falling on the Alf Dynasty sword given to him by Tobias lying on the ground. He grabbed the sword, steadied himself, dipped the blade in a spark of gasoline, and without hesitation hacked at a paper figure lunging at him with claws outstretched. Instantly, the paper figure was engulfed in roaring flames. Before Carlos could catch his breath, he felt the air violently shake. Then he saw a woman with a delicate, beautiful face, holding a white paper umbrella, wearing a red robe, and bare feet as white and flawless as snow, floating towards him like a spirit. "Damn, are you human or a ghost?" Facing the approaching red-robed woman, Carlos gripped the Alf Dynasty sword tightly, his eyes glaring at her. In contrast, the woman holding the paper umbrella laughed eerily and said, "Little brother, take a guess? Am I seeing ghosts?" Hearing the woman's words, Carlos was instantly chilled to the bone, unable to maintain his composure as this was truly terrifying. "Little brother, are you guessing or not? If not..." The red-robed woman twirled the paper umbrella in her hand while casting a sinister gaze at Carlos, saying, "I'll dig out your heart, swallow your golden elixir, and steal your blessings. Layla, do you dare?" Upon hearing the red-robed woman's threat, Thea Big Sister immediately stepped in front of Carlos. Layla, however, raised her finger like a lily, laughing in a piercing, eerie voice. "Bitch, do you think you can stop us siblings tonight? Can I stop you or not?" Thea Big Sister remained icy cold, holding her short knife before her chest, her eyes as cold as ice, staring at Layla. "You might as well try. Brother, kill this woman?" Layla ignored Thea Big Sister's question and instead turned to Aaron. "Because of this boy's golden elixir, our little sister can be saved." Just as Aaron shouted the word kill, he once again charged towards Thea Big Sister like a tiger descending from a mountain, carrying the red wooden coffin on his back. But at this critical moment, Thea Big Sister's expression turned grim as she slowly lifted her left hand that had been tightly clenched, extending it toward the sky and declared, "Layla, since you persist in your stubbornness, prepare to meet your end. Thunder, come forth." With a sudden grip of her left hand, lightning bolts danced like silver snakes across the sky, illuminating it as bright as daylight in an instant. Layla and company had no time to react as the overwhelming thunder engulfed them like a surging tide. "You despicable bitch, setting up this 5 elements demon, subduing thunder array without honor." Confronted by the overwhelming thunder, Layla roared with rage, gnashing her teeth. "If we survive this, I'll never let you off alive." Chapter 120 Ava, I will send you a car. "Layla, you just wait for your doom." Adriana, upon hearing Layla's words, spoke with disdain. "Because this 5 elements devil subduing thunder array is a talisman array left to me by my master. With just the 2 of you being late golden core cultivators, there's no way you can withstand it." Upon hearing Adriana's words, Layla and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. After all, they knew too well who Adriana's master was. With their amateurish skills, how could they possibly withstand it? Wilfred Reaver, the 5 elements devil subduing thunder array did not give them any time to think. It forcefully refined them. Even their golden cores were taken by Adriana. Adriana, you are truly formidable. Carlos looked at the scene before him and remarked dreamily at Adriana. Such powerful individuals, yet they were effortlessly destroyed by you. Don't flatter me. Adriana rolled her eyes at Carlos and said, and those 2 fellows, if only you had listened to my advice. Actually, they wouldn't have needed to die. Carlos appeared embarrassed and even couldn't help but scratch his head. Then Adriana spoke. All right, come back with me? Adriana, how can we go back? Carlos spread out his hands in helplessness and asked with a wry face. My car was split by your blade. Now what should we do? This road has no villages nearby, so how are we supposed to return? I don't care how you get back. Adriana rolled her eyes at Carlos again. She then used some unknown spell, vanishing without a trace as she added, I'll find my own way back. Carlos stood bewildered, inwardly cursing that it was too exasperating. Couldn't she have taken him along? Besides, shouldn't golden core cultivators be able to fly on their swords? Why didn't she teach him? Wilfred Reaver, what method did Adriana just use? Evade technique? Teleportation? Spatial art? Curiosity filled Carlos's mind, but Adriana had already departed. The car had been split open by Adriana. Whether he could return smoothly from here was still unknown. After all, there were few vehicles on this road, especially at night when it became completely desolate. This path was indeed rugged and hard to travel. Few people chose to drive back to Bright Wilfred in town through this route, preferring other roads. But unfortunately for Carlos, without a vehicle, how could he return from here? Wilfred's importantly, what would happen if he encountered those terrifying things again? Thinking about this, Carlos felt his bones chill, but finally gritted his teeth and sent a thought to Ava. Ava, are you asleep? Your divinity, Chinching isn't asleep. Ava's thought quickly returned to Carlos. Because I am discussing strategies to break through the enemy with the ministers. Oh, so you're? Facing this thought from Ava, Carlos asked almost as if pulled by a magnet. How is the discussion going? We've unanimously decided to use the stratagem, 2 peaches kill 3 warriors to resolve our current predicament. Since we have ample supplies of grain and water. Ava replied, the Khitan, Northern Liang, Rurin, and barbarian tribes surrounding us are like hungry wolves attacking for food and water. As long as we strategize carefully, we can surely make them fight each other over food and water. Do you already have specific plans? I'd like to hear. Carlos slightly furrowed his brows and asked Ava, who promptly responded, Your Divinity, we plan to send the highly respected Grand Tutor Thorn with officials from the Ministry of Rights to persuade the Khitan and Northern Liang outside the city while putting the Rurin and barbarians aside for now, and also spreading some news. Let them know that we are negotiating with the Khitan and Northern Liang to jointly resist the Rurin and barbarians. We will offer 1 million pounds of grain and the water they covet. 1 million pounds of grain? Isn't that too much? Hearing Ava's thoughts, Carlos frowned and asked. In response, Ava answered, Your Divinity, would we really give them 1 million pounds of grain? At most, we will give them 10,000 pounds in the first batch. For the second batch, we will place a small amount of grain on the carts and fill the bottom with sand and stones, deliberately enticing the Rurin and barbarians to loot. When they come, we'll let soldiers intentionally damage the carts carrying the grain, spilling it on the ground, then letting the Khitan and Northern Liang know that the Rurin and barbarians looted their grain completely. They will undoubtedly fight to the death outside the city to reclaim their food, and even if they don't start fighting, we will do everything we can to stir up trouble and make them kill each other. Good, no problem. Carlos couldn't help but praise Ava's plan. This plan is flawless. Let's proceed with it. I'll support you wholeheartedly. Chinchung, thank heaven. Ava quickly responded, while Carlos blushed slightly. Classmate Ava, don't thank me yet. Do you have your motorcycle nearby? If so, could you lend it to me? Ava exclaimed in surprise and then said, God, no problem. Chinchung will send the motorcycle to you immediately. Carlos hummed softly and stretched out his hand to summon the large black jar from his soul sea. Soon, a brand new motorcycle emerged from the jar. Classmate Ava. Carlos mounted the shiny motorcycle and transmitted a thought to Ava. Thanks. God, you're too kind. Ava replied with a look of reverence. This is just a trivial thing I can do for you. You are the great benefactor who saved all of us. What else could Carlos say? He knew that the crowd of gold-gobbling beasts was grateful to him, which was why he received a tidal wave of faith every day. Classmate Ava, could you help me with one more favor? After some thought, Carlos looked at the remains of the Mercedes G-Class split by Pearl and said, I have a pile of scrap metal here. Transmit it to you right away, and you can bury it wherever you like. Sure, God. Ava replied, transmit it over, and I'll bury it for you. Without wasting any words, Carlos swiftly sent the scattered wreckage on the ground to Ava. When Ava saw the remnants of the Mercedes G-Class, her face was filled with astonishment, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable sight. Even though the car was split in half, its beauty still deeply impressed her, leaving her breathless. God, what is this? After staring at the wrecked Mercedes G-Class for a long time, Ava finally could not contain her curiosity. Why did it end up like this? Chapter 121. God, I want another batch of explosives. Student Ava, this thing is called a car. Carlos replied, it was my ride. But after a fierce battle just now, it ended up like this. God, this thing called a car. Ava gazed at the remains of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, especially the mark left by a single strike. Beyond her shock, a desire to own one grew in her heart as she asked, Do you have many of these where you come from? Yes, we have plenty. Carlos couldn't help but respond. So many that we need traffic lights to regulate the roads and even traffic police to direct vehicles to ensure they can travel smoothly on the road. Hearing this, Ava's longing for Carlos's world deepened. Such beautiful cars were abundant there. Truly a world worthy of being inhabited by gods. The thought filled her with admiration. But then she quickly realized she had been impulsive. She remembered what Carlos had told her. This beautiful car had been destroyed because of the fight between the god and someone else. Thinking of this, concern crept onto Ava's face as she asked, God, when you fought just now, were you hurt? No, no injuries. Carlos paused slightly before replying, however, I did get quite a fright. Fortunately, my senior sister intervened and used lightning to smelt those who attacked me. Hearing this, Ava's expression changed even more. After all, only deities could harness lightning to defeat enemies, just as described in legends. This realization increased her reverence for Carlos immeasurably. Carlos hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction and tightened the throttle of his motorcycle, sending a mental message, Student Ava, I must go now. I will return the motorcycle once I get home, and we can chat further later. Ava replied with a yes, but quickly sent another message, God, can you give me more explosives? We urgently need them here. Explosives? No problem. I'll arrange it soon. Carlos responded promptly, however, you must prepare a warehouse far away from residential areas. You also need to post elite soldiers to guard it, because explosives are very dangerous. Any mishandling could result in serious injury or death. Understood, God? Ava replied hastily, I'll make sure everything is properly arranged. When you send over the explosives, I'll store them in the cold palace to avoid any mistakes. Alright, then I won't keep talking. Carlos received her reply, I'll make a call to arrange this, so I don't forget. Things can get busy. Ava thanked him a few times before ending the connection. Carlos, still on his motorcycle, intended to move forward, but he didn't move. Instead, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Tim's number without hesitation. Beep, beep. Clutching the phone tightly, Carlos heard several beeps before Tim's lazy voice came through. Young Master Chen, why are you calling me? What do you need? Director Chen, I want another batch of explosives. Carlos got straight to the point. In contrast, Tim asked, how much do you need this time? I want 10 tons. Scratching his head and thinking about the army of 3 million facing the gold-hungry creatures, Carlos answered without hesitation. Can you arrange it? 10 tons. Tim was stunned, mouth wide open, as if an egg could fit inside. 10 tons of explosives? Young Master Chen, are you planning to wipe out an entire country? No, not at all. Carlos scratched his head again, explaining hurriedly, we desperately need a large amount of explosives for the mine right now. It's just the beginning. So I need a lot to clear the initial area of the mine. Otherwise, I can't handle the massive rocks there. Young Master Chen, I know you have good connections. I'm willing to help you. Tim gritted his teeth and finally couldn't help but speak to Carlos. But I don't have 10 tons of explosives on hand. However, I know a place. It has been storing over 10 tons of explosives, left by the Japanese that have been waiting for secret disposal. I just don't know if you're willing to take over this batch of explosives. Can this batch of explosives still explode? Carlos couldn't help but frown and asked Tim. Tim then said, there's nothing wrong with their performance. But if you really want to take over this batch of explosives, you'll need to follow our old rules. You transfer 200 million to me first, and I'll find a way to get this batch of explosives to you. That's no problem. After hearing what Tim said, Carlos couldn't help but ask another question. Is our transaction safe? You don't need to worry about that, because these explosives have always been under my supervision, and my superiors instructed me to destroy them. Tim smiled slightly and said, but I think it's too much of a waste to destroy them. So I've been in private contact with a fireworks factory, hoping to sell this batch of explosives to them for making fireworks. Carlos naturally didn't believe Tim's lies. He thought back to how he had bought antiques and spent money on dinners just to get those explosives a few days ago, only managing to get them after tremendous effort. Of course, Tim had no idea what Carlos was thinking and slightly lowered his voice. Young Master Chen, you won't be backing out, will you? I want them. I want them. Carlos hurriedly said, wait for me. I'll immediately transfer 200 million to you. I need the stuff tomorrow. How should I contact you then? You don't need to contact me. Tim said, I'll contact you at the time, but I must make this clear to you again. This batch of explosives absolutely cannot be used for anything else. They can only be used for mining in the mine. Don't worry about that. Carlos smirked and said, I'm worth tens of billions now. Why would I do something foolish with your explosives? After all, I haven't enjoyed enough of my good life yet. Chapter 122, Jacqueline, why are you staring at me? All right then, I'll wait for your call. Tim's voice trailed off as he hung up the phone. Carlos put his phone back in his pocket and raced home on his motorcycle like lightning. He soon arrived home. However, when he parked his motorcycle in the courtyard of the villa, he saw that Veda had already finished her bath. She wore a loose dressing gown that wrapped around her graceful and curvaceous body. Her pair of snow-white, smooth feet were arched, looking like exquisitely carved works of art. She sat on the leather sofa in the living room, holding a hairdryer to gently blow through her silky smooth hair. Seeing this scene, ripples couldn't help but stir in Carlos's heart. Yet, there was also some anger in his heart. After all, he had already saved her life. Why hadn't she brought him back together with her? He had been forced to ride his motorcycle madly, and if he encountered a coffin bearer again on the road, wouldn't he be doomed? Veda seemed to sense that Carlos was angry, but she didn't make any move to soothe him. Instead, she glanced at him and said, why are you staring at me? Why haven't you gone to take a shower yet? Look at how dirty you are. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Jacqueline, regardless of whether I feel uncomfortable or not. Carlos glared at Veda, then spoke bitterly, didn't you go too far today? What do you mean? Upon hearing Carlos's words, Veda pouted her cherry-red lips in dissatisfaction, saying, now it's my fault? If I hadn't saved you, you would have been long dead with your heart ripped out. You ungrateful little rascal. I don't even ask for your thanks. Now you're sulking here. Also, this morning I warned you not to wander around and just stay in Minuet town, but you ignored my advice. You insisted on running off to Jinghai City, drawing the attention of Aaron from the coffin bearers. How can you blame me for this? I thank you for this. Carlos pouted his lips and said in a aggrieved tone, but you could have brought me back together with you. Instead, you made me ride the motorcycle such a long distance. Weren't you afraid something might happen to me along the way? Veda rolled her eyes at Carlos, then took up the hairdryer and said, you idiot. If I wasn't sure you were safe, would I leave you there? What could Carlos say? Despite feeling a bit awkward, he quickly stripped off his clothes and obediently went to the bathroom to shower. Veda's expression was rather complex, even biting her cherry red lips subconsciously. Carlos entered the bathroom and quickly removed his dirty clothes, turning on the showerhead to let the water cascade over him like a waterfall. It must be admitted that he was indeed filthy, especially his hair, which was a mess like a chicken coop. However, under the Sheely purification of water, he quickly cleaned himself up, looking brand new once more, before wrapping a snow-white towel around himself and coming out of the bathroom. When Veda saw Carlos come out, her gaze noticeably became somewhat dazed, especially since Carlos only covered the lower half of his body with the towel. His perfectly proportioned muscles gleamed attractively, capturing Veda's gaze like a magnet, making it hard for her to look away. Of course, if it were in the past, Veda might have remained calm, but ever since their intimate night together last night, seeing Carlos's perfectly proportioned muscles, Veda instinctively bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on the approaching Carlos, unable to regain composure for a long while, as if lost in some strange emotion. Jacqueline, you said? Noticing Veda's unusual gaze, Carlos, still drying his hair with a towel, curled the corners of his mouth and said, "You'd teach me the Thunder Taoist art tonight?" "Yes, I will teach you the Thunder Taoist art." Hearing Carlos's words, Veda snapped back to her senses slightly and said, "But before that, I need to pass on another skill to you, the divine calculation technique." "Sure, then teach me quickly." Carlos continued to pout his lips, with a mischievous smile flashing in his eyes because while showering, he had already decided. He was determined to subdue Veda right there. After all, conquering a woman effectively meant taking her to bed. Unaware of Carlos's intentions, Veda lightly bit her red lips and said, "Come over here. I'll first impart the divine calculation technique to you." Without the slightest hesitation, Carlos immediately walked over. Soon, Veda raised her delicate finger and gently tapped Carlos's forehead. Instantly, Carlos felt a buzzing in his head. He felt as if he suddenly gained insight into the unseen, able to perceive a hint of heavenly secrets, and this feeling was marvelously inexplicable, like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. But soon Jacqueline's voice rang in his ear, instructing him to concentrate his soul power and try opening the heavenly eye. Carlos gave it a try, but he failed. Alas, it seems. Facing Carlos's failure, Jacqueline could not help but sigh lightly. "You don't have the fortune to open the heavenly eye. Since that's the case, you can only learn finger divination like we do. But this method has a big drawback. It's like looking through a misty veil. The heavenly secrets you perceive will never be entirely clear." "Jacqueline, wait." Hearing Jacqueline's words, Carlos interrupted. "I feel I might be able to. Just wait for a moment, let me try again." However, Jacqueline sighed, because opening the heavenly eye was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, fleeting as a firefly. If one failed, there would be no second chance. Yet, at this moment, ripples of rune light waves surged around Carlos like waves. Where Jacqueline's pale, jade-like finger had tapped, beams of white and black light intertwined like snakes, coalescing into a mysterious vertical eye like the depths of the universe. This? Jacqueline was stunned by the astonishing scene before her. "It's actually the Martial Path Heavenly Eye?" Carlos felt no response from within, only an excruciating pain as if a sharp axe were splitting his head apart. "Jacqueline, what's happening?" Unable to bear the pain, Carlos clutched his head tightly, groaning in agony. "My head hurts so much, like it's about to split open." "Carlos, don't panic." Upon hearing Carlos's groan, Jacqueline quickly reacted. "I'll immediately transmit a heart method to you. Follow its flow slowly, and your pain will gradually diminish." What else could Carlos do? He naturally followed Jacqueline's instructions and began circulating the heart method she imparted. Strangely enough, as soon as he started, the pain lessened significantly, even bringing a sense of comfort. There was also a profound sensation as if he could fathom the essence of all things, though this feeling was fleeting, and the vertical eye on his forehead fully formed. Excellent. Witnessing this, Jacqueline couldn't hide her envy. "You truly have great fortune to awaken the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. This surprises even me." Carlos's lips twitched, and he felt far from joyful, especially seeing the third eye on his forehead. He didn't feel any joy. Instead, he looked worried, knowing that with this appearance, anyone who saw him outside the room would likely abduct him and take him to a laboratory for research, as people with 3 eyes were considered monsters. Jacqueline seemed to understand Carlos's thoughts. With a wave of her hand, she concealed the vertical eye on his forehead. "Carlos, you needn't worry. I'll conceal it for you. But this eye still needs cultivation and evolution. It's the Martial Path Heavenly Eye, which when cultivated to perfection can not only reveal all celestial mysteries, but has many other wondrous uses. So this third eye is your greatest blessing." After hearing Jacqueline's words, Carlos felt reassured. As long as he wasn't a monster with 3 eyes, nothing else mattered. "Carlos, all right?" Jacqueline gazed at Carlos. "I've already taught you the art of divination and helped you awaken the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. Next, I'll teach you the Thunder Taoist art of Lunghu Wilfredunton." Naturally, Carlos had no objections. After being scared tonight, he wanted to learn Lunghu Wilfredunton's true skills. If he didn't, encountering those ghostly creatures again might terrify him once more. Thus, he studied diligently with Jacqueline until past 1 o'clock in the morning. However, things weren't as simple as he imagined. He thought he could master it instantly, but after several hours, he still couldn't condense a tiny lightning ball. Exhausted, he finally collapsed onto the bed. He thought lying down would help him sleep peacefully, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep due to numerous concerns. First was Ava being besieged by over 3 million troops. He needed to break this trap. Then there were the city's South Refinery, the Courier Company, and the Fragrance Bay Project. Although today's discussions went well, contracts were yet to be signed. Wilfredra importantly, he constantly thought about his brother and sister-in-law, and Theogeo. From Kiefer's behavior, the severity of the situation was evident. Plus, there was the incident with his sister-in-law at home last time. He hurried back to the Straight City after taking a call, and his brother was still overseas, not having returned. Carlos had already realized that his brother and sister-in-law might be in danger, and Glenn might also not escape unscathed. Of course, he had just called his sister-in-law, but she strictly forbade him from asking more questions and sternly warned him he was absolutely not allowed to interfere with this matter, and he was forbidden to contact Glenn again. But how could Carlos possibly stand idly by? After all, they were his brother and sister-in-law. How could he watch them suffer without lifting a finger? However, when he sought help from Bryant and Adriana, they refused. Adriana even said everything has its cause and effect, warning Carlos not to get involved. Bryant felt the same way. As for his brother's phone calls, he couldn't get through at all. He could only call Callan, who gave him the same answer, not to meddle in the matter. Helpless, Carlos lay in bed, constantly thinking about how to intervene and resolve the situation. The night seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. When Carlos opened his eyes the next day, he saw Adriana standing beside his bed, staring at him strangely. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Carlos frowned deeply and asked, "Adriana, why are you standing by my bed so early in the morning, looking at me like that?" "I came to wake you up for practice." Practicing the Huntianju in the early morning before dawn? Facing Carlos's questioning, Adriana didn't dare to meet his eyes, stammering, "Isn't it the best time?" "Jacqueline, you're lying." Carlos's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he stared at Jacqueline. "I see you're just filled with springtime longing. Are you perhaps thinking of indulging in the pleasures of love with me?" Chapter 123. Ava inspects Xinjiang City. This guy is really annoying." Esme glared at Carlos and then blushed, saying coyly, I didn't think like that. I just came to call you for practice." Practice? When Carlos heard Esme's words, his mischievous smile grew broader. "Esme, by the way, I forgot to ask you, in our Longhu Wilfredunton, do we have any dual cultivation techniques?" "No? And stop thinking about these things." Facing Carlos's words, Esme's face turned as red as a ripe apple. "You only think about these things all day. Can't you think about something else?" "Esme, isn't this also about cultivation? After all, if there are dual cultivation techniques," Carlos pouted and said, "we can cultivate while enjoying marital bliss. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Esme, furious, pulled on Carlos's ear. "Get up and start practicing right now, and stop thinking about those nonsense things, or I'll see what I'll do to you." Carlos could say nothing but obediently got up and followed Esme to sit in meditation on the balcony. Meanwhile, Ava had also gotten up because she had many important matters to handle today. The first thing was to inspect the refugee camps around the city and then check the conditions of the city walls. She would also prepare to receive Carlos's favor, so she always woke up very early. Eunuch Bart also arrived early with people to serve her. However, she did not wear her dragon robe but instead wore the leather jacket, leather pants, and tall boots given by Carlos. She simply tied her hair and then left the palace, riding a motorcycle to begin inspecting the refugee camps in Xinjiang City. First, she went to the western part of the city to inspect the refugees housed in military camps. They were all lined up in orderly queues, holding bowls and moving forward one by one. They received porridge and a small package of pickled vegetables distributed by officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Household. When the refugees in the military camp saw Ava leading the Phoenix Feather Guards arriving swiftly and majestically, they all knelt down together, shouting, "Long live," like waves. Ava was inspired and told each suffering refugee that the porridge they drank and the salted pickles they ate were gifts from the gods. They should thank the gods, not her as the current emperor. Consequently, the refugees in the military camp kneeled to thank Carlos like tidal waves. Of course, Carlos would receive a massive amount of faith power, helping him strengthen his body, extend his lifespan, and enhance his cultivation. After Ava comforted the refugees in the military camp, the next stop was naturally the city walls. But, at this moment, Ajani softly said to Ava, "Your Majesty, after these refugees entered the city, they no longer look emaciated. They've all gained weight." Ava noticed this clearly. Her subjects, despite having been in the city for only a few days, had regained their vitality under her meticulous care. They all looked healthier, and many had even gained weight. This was truly a heartening sight, of course, all thanks to the blessings of the gods. Without the abundant food provided by the gods, these people would have starved to death long ago. However, Ajani was concerned about more than just this. There were nearly 300,000 refugees here, mostly young and strong adults, with hardly any elderly, weak, women, or children. In times of famine, the latter groups mostly perished. Even if they managed to survive, they risked being murdered and consumed. Thus, those who made it to Xinjiang City were mostly fit and able-bodied individuals. Looking at these robust young men, the first thought in Ajani's mind was recruitment, as the Western Liang female kingdom needed them for defense. Therefore, Ajani cleared her throat and said, "Your Majesty, these refugees have recovered their strength. Why don't we recruit soldiers here? With Baelyang, Khitan, Rurin, and the barbarian tribes besieging us, with over 3 million enemies outside the city, if we don't recruit more troops now, it might be difficult to defend Xinjiang City." Hearing this, Ava did not object but glanced at the civilians before her. Ultimately, she bit her lip and said, "General Shangwan, then go ahead and issue the conscription order. Those willing to join the military will be given 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of meat, and a basket of vegetables every month. Their meals and accommodations will be provided during service, and those who achieve military merit will receive additional rewards." Ajani hurriedly agreed, for her right camp Phoenix Feather Guards urgently needed to replenish their ranks, especially after the grueling battles of recent days. The losses suffered by her right camp Phoenix Feather Guards were Tanzhong, and the city defense forces, the 5 city militia commands, and the patrol camps had also sustained significant casualties. Now they all desperately needed new recruits. However, previously, they had not recruited these refugees because when they first entered the city, they were all pale and emaciated. Not only would they lack the strength to wield weapons against the fierce barbarian armies, but they might not even have the energy to lift a weapon. Therefore, despite their desire to recruit soldiers, they restrained themselves. Now that the refugees were well fed and gaining weight, it was time to enlist them in the defense of Xinjiang. Of course, Ajani's recruitment announcement immediately garnered an overwhelming response. After all, their lives had been saved by the gods and Ava. Now that the gods and Ava needed them, they naturally wanted to fight for the gods and defend their homeland against foreign invaders. Seeing the refugees respond eagerly to the call-up, Ava felt a surge of emotion. Because defending Xinjiang was no longer solely her responsibility, now it was a shared mission with the people. With everyone united in purpose, how could they fail to hold Xinjiang? General Shangwan very well? Overcome with excitement, Ava gazed at the brightening sky and instructed Ajani, continue recruiting new soldiers here. Later, inform Abdullah and the others to come here as well to expand their ranks. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Ava's words, Ajani promptly bowed and then accompanied Ava as she began inspecting the city walls. Outside the city walls, what met the eye were countless tents, densely packed like an anthill. The ground where battles had raged was stained crimson with blood. Ava, upon seeing this, drew in a sharp breath. She knew the war was far from over, and whether the flames of battle burned inside or outside the city depended on the success of the strategy to pit three armies against each other. If this plan succeeded, the crisis in Xinjiang could be resolved, and they might even profit from watching their enemies fight each other. However, this did not mean Xinjiang was out of danger. The battlefield was unpredictable. Sometimes things seemed smooth sailing, but at crucial moments, complications often arose. Wilford Reaver, the enemy was formidable. Wilford and 3 million troops surrounded the city, eyeing its water and grain resources greedily. The situation was filled with uncertainties, and it was possible that Baelyang, Khitan, Rurin, and the barbarians might launch another joint attack. When Di saw Ava inspecting the city walls, he could not help but kneel down, his face etched with worry. He boldly advised her, Your Majesty, after these past few days of intense battles, I believe we cannot keep passively defending ourselves. The best defense is offense. General Di, tell me your plan. What do you specifically propose? As Ava inspected the southern wall, she saw Di kneeling and offering advice. Though she found his actions somewhat rash, she waved him on. I want to hear your thoughts. Your Majesty, Di said with a bow. I think we should send an elite force to disrupt their supply lines, burn their grain stores, and harass them day and night so they cannot rest outside the city. Ava found Di's words sound, being well-versed in military tactics. She understood the 16-character principle. Retreat when the enemy advances, harass when they settle, strike when they tire, pursue when they retreat, as noted in Sun Tzu's Art of War. General Di, what you say? Ava pursed her lips. Makes sense, but there are 3 million troops from Baelyang, Khitan, Rurin, and the barbarians camped outside the city. How can we implement this strategy? Your Majesty, Di said resolutely, if you provide me with 10,000 motorcycles, 1,000 drones, ample food and water, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, gas cylinders, diesel tanks, and gasoline tanks, I can lead my men out to cut off their supply lines, destroy their grain stores, and continually harass them, preventing them from resting outside the city. Chapter 124. This plan is excellent. I will report to the deity. General Di, your proposal is truly remarkable. Emperor Eldon, upon hearing Di's words, felt a stirring in her heart but still restrained herself and said, let me report this to the deity first and listen to the divine guidance before making a decision, shall we? Your Majesty, this is perfect. Di became unusually excited when he heard Eldon's words. His plan was about to be reported to the deity, an incomparable honor, after all, for it was their revered deity. Eldon, however, gazed eastward at the rising sun and immediately conveyed her thoughts to Carlos, informing him of Di's plan without reservation. Carlos naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After all, passive defense wasn't his preference. An active strike would be ideal, especially cutting off the supply lines of the Rurin, Manchu, Khitan, and Northern Liang tribes. This plan was indeed acceptable, as the importance of supply lines on ancient battlefields was self-evident. Especially under the current shortage of food, cutting off the supplies of the Rurin, Manchu, Khitan, and Northern Liang could make defeating them as easy as picking chestnuts from a pouch. Furthermore, many classic battles in ancient history, especially those won by smaller forces, were often due to the severance of enemy supply lines, such as the famous battle between Florentian and Chao. It was Amiri Yu who revealed the position of Wuchao Granary. When Uriel broke through it, victory followed. If now Eldon and her team could disrupt the Rurin, Manchu, Khitan, and Northern Liang supply lines, and support that with their planned scheme to pit the enemy against each other, 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors, they might not fail to resolve the siege of Xinjiang City. After all, once deprived of food, these enemies might start attacking each other, considering one another as food. In extreme hunger, people can do anything. Wilford Reaver, the Rurin, Manchu, Khitan, and Northern Liang had long-standing grievances. It was only natural that in a prolonged stalemate besieging Xinjiang, such a situation might arise. Famine made cannibalism common, even inevitable if you wanted to survive. Therefore, Carlos unconditionally supported Di's idea of conducting guerrilla warfare outside the city to thoroughly cut off the supply lines of the Rurin, Manchu, Khitan, and Northern Liang, then exploit their mutual attacks. Eldon immediately relayed Carlos's instructions to Di and assured him of full support, instructing him to secretly leave the city tonight to disrupt the enemy's supply lines. Di accepted the mission. Meanwhile, Eldon inspected the 4 city walls before riding back to the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse. Soon, Carlos's instructions came through, asking her to prepare the warehouse, supplying grains first, followed by watermelons, fruits, vegetables, meat, weapons, incendiary bombs, gas tanks, smoke bombs, gasoline drums, and more. Seeing these supplies, Eldon and her people couldn't help but be excited. They now had assurance to defend Xinjiang and ensure its civilians wouldn't starve. Today, Carlos also provided 1,000 sets of solar power systems. Additionally, household light bulbs, wires, electric fans, solar water heaters, pumps, pipes, water towers, showers, baths, along with 500 sets of toiletries, soap, shower gel, shampoo, towels, bath towels, laundry powder, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and 1,000 drones costing 79,999 yuan each, capable of carrying 70 kilograms of pesticide, along with 2,000 barrels of diesel and gasoline, all pouring out from the bronze tripod. The sight of these military supplies filled everyone with excitement, especially the 1,000 large diesel-powered drones. These drones were significantly larger than their existing models, with a control range of 2,000 meters, twice as far as before. Even more remarkable, if loaded with peanut oil, cooking oil, gasoline, kerosene, or diesel, they could spray these oils on enemy soldiers like pesticides and ignite them. Eldon and her team dared not imagine the horror such an action would cause, knowing it would be a hellish scene, consuming any number of enemy troops in roaring flames. Thorn, thinking of this, secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, because these 1,000 drones granted by Carlos were undoubtedly their lifelines. The deity has been so good to us, not only providing us with a constant supply of food. Simeon, faced with this scene, was moved to tears as he exclaimed, "The deity has bestowed upon us so many life-saving treasures, especially these drones which are truly the ultimate weapons for our victory." Curtis and the others were also incredibly excited. These supplies were like timely rain to them, and with these items, their hope for survival grew. But at this moment, Ajani picked up a piece of soap and sniffed it, asking, "Your Majesty, what is this gift from the deity? It smells so fragrant." "The deity says this is called soap." Eldon looked at the soap in Ajani's hand and explained, "You can rub it on your body when bathing. It will not only make your skin feel refreshed, but also leave an alluring scent." "Your Majesty, what is this?" Norris picked up a toothbrush, looking curious, examining it left and right and asked, "This long stick with bristles at the end, what is it?" "The deity calls this a toothbrush," Eldon said gently. "You can squeeze some toothpaste onto the bristles and use it to brush your teeth." "Your Majesty, what is this?" Abdullah picked up a bundle of wires and said curiously, "There's gold and copper inside and something strange wrapped around it. What is this?" "The deity says this is wire." Eldon continued, "Just connect it with the diesel generator and solar panels, then plug in the switch and light bulb. At night, we can use it to illuminate everything." "Your Majesty, what is this?" Burke held up a fan and said, "It has a round top and a base below with buttons in between. What is this thing?" "General Chun, this is a fan?" Eldon gazed at the fan in Burke's hand and said, "The deity says that just plug it in, and the fan will send cool air." "Whoa, this is a wonderful thing. Your Majesty, can I try it?" Burke couldn't contain his eagerness and asked Eldon. Eldon replied, "Of course, there's no problem." With Eldon's approval, Burke eagerly brought the electric fan to a diesel generator and started it without delay. Following the instructions on the video, he plugged the fan into the socket and turned the timer to the 3rd speed setting. The electric fan whirred to life, sounding like a happy little motor. A refreshing breeze blew out from the fan, bringing instant relief to Burke and the others, who became extremely excited, especially Simeon, who danced with joy, saying, "Your Majesty, this is indeed a divine object. When this electric fan turns, it's like the wind goddess opened her bag, sending delightful breezes." "It's not just that." Curtis also beamed, saying, "This feeling is simply indescribable. If we place such a fan in our bedrooms at night, we won't have to worry about being awakened by heat. This is indeed a rare treasure." Dorian's face was flushed with excitement, his voice trembling as he shouted, "The deity is simply amazing, able to control lightning and even manipulate the wind. This is truly inconceivable." Abdullah and the others whispered to each other, filled with awe for Carlos and an infinite longing for the world where Carlos lived. They could hardly imagine what kind of magical world Carlos lived in. They really wanted to see it for themselves because the world of the deity was simply too appealing. Eldon was equally excited, almost unable to contain herself. Unlike Burke and the others who wished to visit Carlos's world, she longed more to see the deity she admired with her own eyes. But just then, Carlos's thought reached Eldon. "Classmate Eldon, prepare over there. I finished transmitting the supplies. Next, I'll send you some water." "Yes, deity." Eldon naturally did not dare to hesitate. She rode her motorcycle to Lake Rizuyu at breakneck speed and summoned the bronze tripod from her soul sea. Water rushed out from the tripod like a torrential river. The citizens of Xinjiang City, witnessing this scene, could not help but prostrate themselves in worship, for to them, this was nothing short of a divine miracle. Carlos naturally reaped abundant rewards, obtaining an immense amount of faith power. He could vaguely sense that the tidal wave of faith power surging towards him was not only being absorbed by his Dantian Chi Si, but also flowing like a gentle stream into his awakened martial arts heavenly eye. To his great surprise, his martial arts heavenly eye had actually evolved. It seemed he could now perceive causal relationships more clearly and even glimpse some of the mysteries of the universe that Jacqueline had mentioned to him last night. However, it was still as if shrouded in a thin mist, preventing him from seeing everything clearly. Carlos knew that to fully penetrate this mist, he needed to evolve his martial arts heavenly eye to its pinnacle. Otherwise, he would never be able to completely unveil the mysterious veil. Undoubtedly, this was much better than finger-counting divination, which was like a radio occasionally picking up signals that were blurry and mixed with static noise. But with his awakened martial arts heavenly eye, he could see through the world as if watching on an old black and white TV. Although the picture was slightly blurry, he could still get a glimpse. If his martial arts heavenly eye could evolve to its peak, then predicting fortunes and revealing the mysteries of the universe would be like using a high-definition LCD TV, leaving nothing hidden from his sight. Faced with these results, especially the evolution of his martial arts heavenly eye, Carlos couldn't help but exhale several times before slowly opening his eyes. "Classmate Eldon, I have finished transmitting the water for today. Next, I will prepare explosives for you. Please get your warehouse ready. There should be about 10 tons of explosives transmitted to you shortly." Chapter 125. The plague erupts in Xinjiang City, crisis unfolds. Yes, the deity. Ava was overjoyed upon hearing Carlos's words because what they desperately needed now was explosives. If Carlos could provide them with 10 tons of explosives, they would have nothing to worry about. After all, they now possessed these 10 tons of explosives. With their solid city walls and an endless supply of grain within the city, if the Ruran, Khitan, Northern Liang, and the barbarian tribes dared to invade again, they would use drones to carry explosives and obliterate those beasts into pieces. Meanwhile, Carlos stored the large black canister in his soul sea and prepared to leave since he had to solve the explosives issue. He also had to see Lincoln for a talk. Additionally, he needed to meet Lacey and Margot to expedite the finalization of the Perfume Bay project, and there was also the matter concerning the refinery in the southern part of the city. He intended to find Alicia to investigate further as the southern oil refinery was crucial to him. Ava urgently needed a large amount of gasoline. Thinking of this, Carlos naturally informed Ava before dashing off on his motorcycle towards Straight City at lightning speed. Back at Ava's side, just after losing contact with Carlos, he saw Grand Eunuch Bart rush over in a panic saying, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The army camp in the east of the city has suddenly been struck by a plague. Just now, someone reported that over 1,000 people have been infected. They all showed symptoms of loss of appetite and uncontrollable vomiting." Hearing this, Ava's brows instantly furrowed like dark clouds gathering because everything happened exactly as the deity predicted. A plague indeed erupted in Xinjiang City. "Your Majesty, a plague broke out in the military camp." Simeon, upon hearing the news, turned deathly pale and said, "This is no trifling matter. Should we inform the deity?" "Minister Pei, there's no need to panic." Thorn didn't wait for Ava to speak, but looked at the panicked Simeon calmly and firmly said, "The deity already foreknew everything. Last time, he bestowed upon us medicines to ward off the plague. Now we only need to dispatch the royal physicians with the medicines to handle it." Upon hearing Thorn's words, Simeon's expression became extremely complicated because Thorn's words undoubtedly highlighted their deity's omniscience. Dorian and others also looked astounded. Thorn's words made their reverence for their deity even stronger, for their deity was indeed formidable, observant, and insightful. Regardless of Dorian's reaction, Ava's eyes locked onto Grand Eunuch Bart. "Director Bart, you immediately go to the Imperial Medical Institute and order the royal physicians to rush to the eastern military camp to curb the spread of the plague." "Your servant obeys, Your Majesty." Grand Eunuch Bart bowed hastily without delay and rushed off like a gust of wind. Ava's gaze then fell on Ider's face. "General Fan, you lead the patrol force to seal off the entire city immediately. Inform all citizens that a plague has broken out in the eastern military camp." "Your subordinate obeys, Your Majesty." Ider bowed and led his patrol force on mountain four-wheel all-terrain motorcycles, speeding away from Sun Wilfredin Lake. Ava's eyes returned to the face of Curtis, the Minister of Revenue. "Minister Zhou, you take charge of tallying up the grain stores in our warehouses. Distribute grain to all areas of Xinjiang City. Ensure the residents are well fed, even if they cannot move freely." "Your old servant obeys, Your Majesty." Curtis hurried off with a bow, and Ava turned his attention to Wilfred Han Ai. "General Wilfred, thoroughly investigate and root out every spy in Xinjiang City, especially Su Dinfang's spies hidden here. Not one must be left behind." "Yes, sir." Wilfred Hani responded and left as well. Then Ava's eyes turned to Enoch and Shepard. "Enoch, I still need your full assistance in investigating who orchestrated this incident and finding out if they have an antidote. Your humble servant will not fail the mission." Enoch did not dare hesitate, especially facing such inhumane actions. He would do everything to uncover the person behind it. If he failed to find them and obtain the antidote, millions of civilians in Xinjiang City might perish. After all, Ava had already explained the severity of the situation and kept him secretly investigating, though he hadn't found any leads. He had thought Ava was being overly cautious and even doubted their revered deity, but today's report from Grand Eunuch Bart made everything crystal clear. The deity that Ava and the others revered was indeed extraordinarily powerful. It seemed to be able to see through everything, so he gradually developed a unique feeling towards the deity they venerated. Even deep in his heart, he began to devoutly believe in this deity, for it was truly extraordinary. Not only did it provide them with inexhaustible grain and endless spring water, but also many wondrous items like today's drones, electric fans, shampoo, soap, and so on. Wilfred's importantly, it possessed a prophecy ability that even spirits couldn't predict. Such a powerful deity left Enoch no choice but to sincerely submit. Meanwhile, Ava paid no attention to Enoch's reaction, but instead continued making arrangements. Then Ava conveyed a thought to Carlos. "Deity, just now Grand Eunuch Bart reported that a plague suddenly broke out in the eastern military camp. Currently, more than 1,000 people have been infected. They all suffer from loss of appetite and incessant vomiting, which is very severe." Upon hearing Ava's message, Carlos furrowed his brows instantly and said, "Ava, immediately arrange for royal physicians to collect their blood, urine, and vomit samples and send them all to me. I will send these samples to the quarantine station for testing to determine their specific condition, so I can solve the problem as soon as possible." Ava quickly replied affirmatively and then instructed Burke and the others to carry out the task. As for Carlos, he remained with his brows tightly knit. He then instructed Ava, "Implement a strict citywide curfew immediately. All travelers must wear masks. Also, use drones to disinfect the entire city to ensure we win this battle against the epidemic. Otherwise, Xinjiang City may not be safe." Ava informed Carlos that she had already arranged these matters properly, even dispatching royal physicians with medicine to the eastern military camp. Hearing this, Carlos felt slightly relieved, for if the plague could be promptly controlled at its source, its severity would be significantly reduced. What was frightening was failing to control it in time, allowing it to spread rapidly within the city. However, this matter must not be taken lightly because according to historical records, this plague was the primary culprit behind the fall of Xinjiang City. Now that it has descended, it certainly wouldn't be easily resolved. Therefore, Carlos dared not slack off in the slightest. After exchanging a few hurried words with Ava, he sped off on his motorcycle towards Straight City. He planned to go to the quarantine station in Straight City to hand over the blood, urine, and vomit samples sent by Ava. He needed to find his old classmate at the quarantine station to determine whether the soldiers in the Eastern military camp were poisoned or infected with the plague. After all, with his assistance, some historical events had already changed subtly. For example, the historical record did not mention the joint attack on Xinjiang City by Northern Liang, Khitan, Rouran, and the barbarian tribes. Yet, it had now truly happened. Thus, Carlos could not afford to take this plague lightly. Given that the course of history had changed somewhat, he should not view this with the original historical perspective. Therefore, sending the blood, urine, and vomit samples for testing at the quarantine station was the safest course of action. Only with accurate results could he address the situation effectively. With this thought in mind, Carlos unconsciously increased the speed of his motorcycle. After all, those gold-consuming monsters, a metaphorical term, whom he fed continuously, provided him with unceasing faith power, greatly benefiting him. So he could not afford any mistakes. He had to ensure these gold-consuming monsters remained unharmed. Carlos arrived at the quarantine station in Straight City on his motorcycle soon after. Along the way, he received the blood, urine, and vomit samples from Ava and placed them in the trunk. When he reached the quarantine station, he parked his motorcycle outside, took out his mobile phone, found a number in his pocket, and called without hesitation. 2 rings later, the call was connected. Mr. Chun, how come you have time to call me? I thought you'd forgotten your old classmate? Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Carlos couldn't help but mutter and scolded, Fatso, stop it. I'd never forget you. And I didn't come here to chat. I came to ask for your help. What kind of help? Ignacio frowned upon hearing Carlos's words. You reaching out to me really piques my curiosity. Chapter 126, The Plague, Fully Outbreak, Crisis. I have something here that needs your analysis. When Carlos heard Ignacio's voice, he did not hesitate at all. Ignacio then asked, what kind of thing? Carlos frowned and said gravely, it's likely an extremely powerful infectious disease, one that can trigger a terrible plague. Mr. Chun, you're not playing with me, are you? Ignacio immediately became nervous upon hearing this from Carlos. His voice was trembling as he said, this is no laughing matter. What do you think? Did I come all the way here to joke with you? Carlos pursed his lips and couldn't help but say, would I come here to play a joke on you? Ignacio fell silent. After a while he said, where are you now? If it's really like this, don't move around recklessly. I need to notify our director immediately and take full charge of the situation. I'm just outside your quarantine station. Carlos lifted his head and looked inside the quarantine station before replying. Ignacio quickly said yes and hung up. In about 10 minutes, Carlos saw over a dozen quarantine station staff in blue protective suits rushing towards him at lightning speed, even before he could react. They were holding various disinfection tools and sprayed wildly. Even the motorcycle he rode didn't escape their cleansing. Finally, they carefully removed the blood, urine, and vomit samples from the rear compartment of his motorcycle and placed them into special boxes of the quarantine station. Carlos was also taken into the quarantine station and directly put into an isolation room. Carlos felt extremely depressed because he hadn't expected that the quarantine station would take this matter so seriously. However, he soon calmed down. After all, when it came to plagues, especially viral ones, even a small mistake could lead the entire city into an abyss. He also realized how careless he had been. If this turned out to be a novel coronavirus, the trouble would be significant. Just then, Katie's thoughts conveyed to Carlos, God, things are bad. In Inyang City, there are already over 3,000 people who won't stop vomiting, spread throughout every corner of Inyang City. Katie, immediately isolate these people. No one should contact them for now, not even the doctors. Carlos, hearing her message, instructed without any delay, due to the situation here, I'm undergoing testing right now. Once I have results, I'll guide you on what to do. God understood. Katie replied, I've had the patrol camp isolate the people and dispatched many drones to conduct thorough disinfection in their areas. Yes, ensure strict containment. Absolutely prevent any infected individuals from leaving their sealed-off zones, Carlos warned her sternly. Ching understands. Katie answered Carlos promptly. After some further instructions, Carlos cut off the connection. Katie furrowed her brows, looking at Burke and others. Ladies and gentlemen, this incident is rather strange. This plague may continue spreading like wildfire. The most unsettling part is that the Rouran, Khitan, barbarians, and Northern Liang tribes outside the city might launch a massive attack. After all, this is a rare opportunity for them. I believe they won't let this slip away. While saying this, Katie tightly held her Althea sword. Therefore, generals, please hurry and guard your respective city walls. We mustn't let them break through. Yes. Burke and others took their orders, knowing very well that the current situation was perilous, as dangerous as being crushed under Wilfred Ontai. They faced another immense challenge like towering waves. If they couldn't survive this, everyone in Inyang City would perish like flickering candles in the wind. And even worse, after dying, they might be consumed by the Rouran, Khitan, barbarians, and Northern Liang tribes as food. Just then, Eunuch Bart rushed in urgently, like a bird startled by an arrow, exclaiming, Your Majesty, bad news. The Rouran, Khitan, barbarians, and Northern Liang have attacked again. Katie couldn't help frowning deeply. Though she had anticipated it, she hadn't thought they'd act so swiftly. However, she knew she shouldn't hesitate. Since the enemy had launched an attack, she had no choice but to fight. Burke and the others also gripped their weapons tightly, for they knew all too well that the only way forward was to fight. Therefore, without waiting for Katie to give further instructions, they saluted her and rode off on their motorcycles toward the city walls they were assigned to defend. Katie, seeing this, also tightened her grip on her Althea sword and led Johnny and Wilfred Han E, along with the Phoenix Feather Guards, towards the eastern part of the city. When she arrived on her motorcycle, she saw Gregory leading 1,000,000 Rouran iron cavalry, which was already spreading its imposing presence outside the city walls. Katie, you bitch! Gregory, spotting Katie on the city wall, waved his saber fiercely and shouted like a ravenous wolf. Get down here right now, so I can ride you to death. Katie ignored him, as she had long been accustomed to such scenes, and would not lose her composure over Gregory's insults. However, Abdullah and others were enraged, for ancient traditions held that ministers should die in disgrace if their ruler was humiliated. Thus, facing Gregory's insults towards Katie, Abdullah could no longer hold back, stepping out angrily and saying, "Your Majesty, this villain is extremely arrogant, daring to insult you like this. Please allow me to go out and challenge him in battle." "General Abdullah, please be patient." D stepped forward holding the Yang family spear and said, "This scoundrel is nothing but a weakling. There's no need for General Abdullah to engage him. I will behead this villain." "Your Majesty, I can also kill this villain." Ajani, seeing this, stood up and said firmly, "Let me take the lead and behead him." "Generals, please calm down." Thorn then stepped forward and said gravely, "It is unwise for us to leave the city. With the plague raging within the city, if we depart, there will be no one left to guard it. If traitors inside spread the disease further, the situation will become uncontrollable." "Tutor, what you say makes sense." Simeon also joined in, agreeing, "Now that the Rurin, Khitan, barbarians, and Northern Liang have attacked, they may have precisely such intentions. They want us to be unable to strengthen our defenses in the city, so that their agents can spread the plague freely within." Katie also considered this possibility, and thus had no intention of leaving the city to fight Gregory. But how could Gregory let them off easily? After all, he had already communicated with the barbarians. The Prime Minister of the Western Liang Female Kingdom, who had defected to the barbarians, Colby, had ordered his assassins to spread the plague in Ingyang City. Now, the plague was rampant in the city. So, he didn't want to miss this excellent opportunity, especially after suffering such a significant defeat last time, nearly losing his life outside Ingyang City. How could he pass up this chance for revenge? If he could capture Xianyang City, not only could he clear his name, but Katie herself would become his subject. Therefore, he immediately led his army in attack. Today, he was determined to capture Ingyang City, both to avenge his previous humiliation and to claim everything within it. He no longer wanted to live in poverty. At this thought, Gregory's eyes blazed with intensity. His expression turned ferocious as he shouted, "Katie, did you hear my words? Why don't you come down quickly so I can test if you're tight enough?" Hearing Gregory's filthy remarks, Katie gritted her teeth and touched the Barrett rifle behind her, realizing her ammunition was depleted. Had she not run out of bullets, she would have aimed the Barrett at Gregory's head and fired without hesitation. Gregory continued waving his saber provocatively below the city wall. "Your Majesty, this villain is extremely arrogant. I, Abdullah, can no longer tolerate it." Abdullah, watching Gregory insult Katie from below, said almost in tears, "Please allow me to go out and bring back his head." Upon hearing Abdullah's words and seeing Gregory's provocations below, Katie could no longer contain her anger and said, "Minister Pei, prepare your gas canisters and launch them directly at this arrogant fool to blow him up." Chapter 127. Ava's Dominant Offensive. "Your servant obeys the command?" Upon hearing Ava's words, Simeon did not dare to slack off in the slightest. He immediately instructed the Ministry of Works soldiers on the city walls to launch their magical gas canisters into the 500 gas tanks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the soldiers of the Ministry of Works launched the magical gas canisters into the 500 gas tanks, one could see gas canisters spouting flames. Like arrows released from a bow or rain pouring down from the sky, they all flew toward Gerald below the city. "General, be careful." Facing this shocking scene, Clark promptly warned Gerald, but the 500 gas canisters came rushing like meteors. Although Gerald turned his horse and galloped away like a fleeing hare, when the gas canisters exploded, he was still blown to pieces, barely escaping death thanks to his skilled horsemanship. However, he narrowly escaped, but the 300 soldiers who followed him were not spared. They were all killed by the raining gas canisters. "Ava, you wicked woman." Gerald, disheveled, retreated to the formation, pointing at Ava on the city wall. He roared like an enraged lion. "You only resort to these despicable tactics, using such things to bomb me. If you have the guts, come out of the city and fight me. I'll chop off your head with my saber. Why should I come out to fight you? With just the gas projectile device, firing gas canisters is enough to put you to death?" Ava gripped her Alf sword tightly and looked disdainfully at Gerald, who was retreating in defeat. "How could I go out to fight a scoundrel like you?" As soon as these words left her lips, Gerald, standing beneath the city, was fuming. Abdullah and the others laughed uncontrollably, while many soldiers on the city wall raised their weapons to cheer for Ava. "This makes me furious. This makes me furious." Seeing this, Gerald's lungs nearly burst with anger. "Clark, lead the army to attack the city. We must capture Xinjiang City." "General, absolutely not." Clark quickly dissuaded him. "Not to mention we lack siege equipment. Even if we had, our previous failure doesn't allow us to rashly attack again." Would Gerald listen to Clark? He was a bloodthirsty man who loved human wave tactics most, especially after the defeat in the last battle, which made him lose face completely. Now he had to regain his honor. So, regardless of everything, he issued the order to attack. This time, he did not let anyone climb the city walls. Not that he didn't want to, but the fire from the last battle had burned all their siege tools to ashes. So this time, he directly ordered his brave men to push the wooden battering rams towards Xinjiang City's gates like wild horses running free. He intended to use brute force, letting his warriors ram open the city gate of Xinjiang City with the wooden battering rams, then leading cavalry deep into the city. But reality fell far short of his expectations. The strength of Xinjiang City lay before them. When Ava noticed Gerald's intentions, she immediately gave orders for a fierce counterattack. "Archers, release the arrows! Release the arrows!" she shouted, drew the Alf sword from her waist, pointed at Gerald and his men who were charging forward, and decisively issued orders. In an instant, all the soldiers on the city wall pulled their compound bows to their limits and fired countless arrows at the Rurin soldiers below, causing screams to echo outside the city gate as Rurin soldiers fell one after another. Yet they did not stop. Instead, shielded by shield bearers, they clenched their teeth and continued pushing the wooden battering rams toward the city gate. Ava wouldn't indulge them, ordering archers to keep firing relentlessly. But whenever one ruined soldier fell, another would immediately take his place, pushing the wooden battering rams towards the city gate fiercely. Bam! Finally, after untold hardships, the Rurin soldiers managed to crash the wooden battering ram into the city gate of Xingyang City. Unfortunately, it failed to break through, and instead, produced a deafening boom. They realized something was amiss. The gate they were hitting was actually forged from fine steel. General, withdraw quickly. Seeing this situation, Clark hurriedly advised Gerald, Xingyang City's gate is made of fine steel. Our wooden battering rams cannot possibly break through this gate of solid rock. Continuing like this will only cause more casualties. Hold your tongue. If you prattle on, I'll have you beheaded. Gerald glared fiercely and shot a hard stare at Clark, ignoring his advice completely. What are you all standing there for? Quickly smash open the gate of Xingyang City and charge in. The Rurin soldiers naturally did not dare to slack off for a moment, pushing the wooden battering rams with all their might to crash violently into the city gates of Xingyang City. They hoped to break through the gate and lead their cavalry deep into Xingyang City, but how could they have predicted? The iron gate before them was not only forged from fine steel, but behind it were 4 solid steel beams supporting it. With their current force, even if they kept crashing for half a year, they would never be able to break it open, as their impact power was too insignificant. Besides, would Ava sit by idly? She ordered the soldiers on the city walls to pour gasoline, diesel fuel, kerosene, and cooking oil such as golden dragon fish oil, luhua peanut oil, and shiwang cooking oil like heavy rain down onto them, drenching their wooden battering rams. Of course, all the Rurin soldiers were also covered in gasoline, diesel fuel, kerosene, as well as cooking oils. The ground was thickly coated with oil, as if wrapped in a shiny armor of light. Clark immediately sensed something was amiss, knowing the dangers of gasoline, diesel fuel, and kerosene. Not to mention these cooking oils. After all, during their last attack, he had already witnessed what these could do. So his first reaction was to command his bodyguards to protect Gerald and retreat urgently. But at this moment, Ava and her soldiers on the wall already had their rockets ready, aimed directly at Gerald and his men. General, it's not good. Clark disregarded Gerald's reaction, having his guards shield him and pull Gerald out as quickly as possible. Quickly, follow me. Gerald wanted to say more, but it was too late. As Ava's roar echoed, the rockets flew from the city walls like a swarm of locusts, showering down onto Gerald's troops. In an instant, the 10,000 soldiers under his command were engulfed in a raging sea of flames, swallowed mercilessly within a blink. If not for the desperate protection and swift evacuation, Gerald would have been incinerated along with them, as the fire burned even more fiercely than the previous time. Ah, save me. Escorted out of the fiery inferno by Clark's bodyguards, Gerald turned back to look at the blazing hellfire consuming his 10,000 soldiers, who screamed in agony, sounding like cries from the underworld. Seeing this, Gerald clenched his teeth with grief and rage, vowing, the vile Ava dares to resort to such ruthless means. I, Gerald, will never rest until she is dead and avenged. With this enraged cry, he secretly swore that one day he would personally cut off Ava's head to avenge his soldiers burned alive. However, Clark's expression grew grave as he realized that the items Ava threw down were no ordinary substances, but a terrifying form of oil. This oil ignited instantly upon contact with fire, and once it stuck to the skin, it clung like a parasite, impossible to extinguish until it burned its victims alive. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming fear surging within him, especially regarding the endless weapons Ava and her forces possessed, truly chilling to the bone. Not to mention those explosives with unimaginable destructive power, or the drones flying overhead and the demon-eyed gas canister launchers. It made him shiver uncontrollably, overshadowed by a sense of defeat, almost feeling as though continuing the battle here would lead to complete annihilation. After all, the enemy seemed protected by divine intervention. What else did they have to match the enemy besides a million-strong army? Having these thoughts, Clark believed it crucial to persuade Gerald to withdraw fully. If not, he would report the situation to the Khan and seek an order for Gerald to retreat from Xingyang City. However, Gerald harbored no such thoughts, unwilling to withdraw from here because he believed he must regain face after suffering setbacks here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of the name Gerald. Thus, in the moment Gerald escaped, he glared fiercely and stared dead at Ava on the city wall, roaring angrily, Ava, you vile woman only know how to use these petty tricks. Why don't you come out of the city and fight me a real battle with actual weapons? Ava ignored Gerald's provocation and instead tightly held the compound bow, pulling it as taut as a full moon, aiming straight at Gerald before releasing an arrow with rage. General, be careful. Clark faced the arrow shot by Ava, gripping his shield tightly while waving his saber, attempting to intercept the incoming arrow. But he failed. The arrow released by Ava using the compound bow penetrated Clark's shield effortlessly, almost grazing his skin like a flash of lightning, before shooting towards Gerald behind him. As Gerald raised his saber to defend, he didn't expect the arrowhead made of fine steel to break his saber instantly, then deflect away after hitting it. Before Gerald could catch his breath, the second arrow shot by Ava suddenly flew toward him. Gerald had no time to react. The arrow pierced through his shoulder bone directly, making him fall backward like a kite whose string was cut, crashing heavily onto the ground. Guards, quickly protect the general and retreat. Clark, seeing this scene, was momentarily stunned but immediately regained his composure, shouting hoarsely, quickly protect the general and retreat. Clark's over 100 personal guards, upon hearing his roar, snapped back to reality, raising their shields like a fortress of copper walls and iron walls around Gerald, and withdrew with lightning speed. Seeing this, Clark did not hesitate for a moment, waving his saber and roaring, Rurin Iron Cavalry, all of you retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Immediately withdraw 10 miles back, and set up camp. Chapter 128, Drone Strike. Fire sea burns thousands, and the ox. Retreat, retreat. Clark's words exploded in the ears of the Ruran cavalry like a thunderclap. They dared not hesitate for a moment, almost all riding their horses like arrows released from a bow, fleeing from Xingyang City at lightning speed. Your Majesty, the Ruran cavalry is retreating. Dee gazed at the retreating Ruran cavalry below the city walls, gripping his spear tightly. With an excited look in his eyes, he said, "It's a pity we didn't take Gregory's life. It doesn't matter. Next time we will surely." Ava watched Gregory flee in defeat, then handed her compound bow to Ajani beside her, saying, "We can take that dog's life next time." Hearing Ava's words, Dee and the others couldn't help but nod in agreement, for if there was a next time, they too wished to end Gregory's miserable existence. After all, this man truly deserved death many times over. However, at this moment, Ida rode up on a four-wheel mountain off-road vehicle like a whirlwind, rushing straight to the East Gate Tower, dismounting swiftly and kneeling before Ava with clasped hands, reporting, "Your Majesty, the West Gate is under urgent attack. The Khitan army is attacking the West Gate like floodwaters. General Burke is struggling to hold on." Ava, hearing Ida's report, waved the Alf saber in her hand like a war god and declared, "General Abdullah, I entrust you with the defense of the Eastern Gate. All other generals follow me. We're going to support the West Gate." "Yes." Dee and the other generals bowed in unison in response. Then, Ava mounted her motorcycle, leading Dee and the rest to rush from the Eastern Gate towards the Western Gate, leaving Abdullah to defend the East. When Ava led the troops to the West Gate, they saw countless soldiers dressed in Khitan attire had already climbed onto the western city wall via siege towers and ladders like ants swarming. "General Wilfred, have your men used the drones here? Fill them with gasoline, diesel, kerosene?" Ava immediately ordered Norris, continuing, "as well as cooking oils like Jinlongju, West King, and Luhua peanut oil. Have them spray these fluids on the attacking Khitan soldiers." "Yes." Norris acknowledged the order, then directed her Phoenix Feather Guards to fill the 1,000 latest drone units sent by Carlos with the designated fuels and oils. Meanwhile, Ava, leading Dee and others, rushed to the city wall like arrows released from bows. However, the wall was already crowded with people. The Khitan soldiers were densely packed everywhere. They wielded curved swords in their hands, engaging in fierce combat with Burke and his men. While leading the Khitan troops onto the city wall was actually a Han person. Ava recognized this person because he did something that enraged every Han person. He betrayed his ancestors, handed the 16 prefectures of Yinyun to the Khitans, and even recognized Yilu Daguang as his godfather. "Sure Yud. Sure Yud, it's you, this shameless traitor." Recognizing Sure Yud, Ava instantly tightened her grip on her Alf saber and charged towards him on her motorcycle like a tiger descending a mountain, declaring, "Today, I will cut off your head to wash away the humiliation of our Han people." Seeing Ava charging at him, Sure Yud not only showed no fear but became wildly excited as if pumped full of adrenaline, shouting, "Ava, you think you can kill me? Such hubris." With these words, Sure Yud swung his great broadsword and led his men to charge at Ava like famished wolves pouncing on prey. "You evil scoundrel, take this." Ava held her Alf saber firmly and met Sure Yud's charge with a forceful slash. Facing Ava's powerful strike, how could Sure Yud back down? He gripped his broadsword tightly and attacked like a mountain tiger pouncing from a peak. There was a loud clang as their weapons clashed, sparking brilliant fireworks in the night sky. Ava, showing no weakness, raised her saber again and slashed through the air like a whirlwind. Although Sure Yud barely parried the blow, the combination of Ava's saber and the impetus of the motorcycle forced him several steps back before he could steady himself. But this was only a brief moment. Sure Yud once again tightened his grip on his sword and charged back at Ava like a famished wolf. The two fought fiercely, exchanging hundreds of blows amidst flashing blades and clashing metal. The surrounding Khitan soldiers also joined the fray, attempting to find opportunities to ambush Ava, but her personal guards stood firm as iron walls, blocking every attempt. However, at this very moment, suddenly, Ava heard a deafening roar from the sky. Lifting her head slightly, she saw more than 1,000 drones flying over like a swarm of locusts. Ava was elated. She knew that this was Norris's drone fleet arriving. Clutching her Alf saber tightly, she swung it furiously at Sure Yud and shouted, "Soldiers, launch a full-scale counterattack. Exterminate these Khitan invaders. Victory is within our grasp. Kill, kill, kill." Ava's shout reverberated like thunder on the city walls, instantly boosting the morale of the Shilyang soldiers. Each soldier clenched their blades tightly, launching a storm of frenzied strikes against the Khitan soldiers on the wall. Burke led his troops, wielding his halberd like a dragon rising from the sea, forcefully pushing back the Khitan soldiers. Dee and the others were not far behind. Wherever their weapons struck, there was only chaos and wails of agony. Ajani and Ider stayed close behind Ava, slicing through the Khitan soldiers on the wall as if they were cutting vegetables. The 1,000 drones operated by Norris flew past the western wall like birds returning to their nests. Each drone, capable of carrying 70 pounds of fuel, began showering gasoline, diesel, kerosene, cooking oils like Jinlongju, West King, and Luhua peanut oil onto the attackers. It rained down like torrents, drenching the hungry wolves like Khitan soldiers advancing toward Xingyang City in an instant with shiny layers of oil. "Ava, what are you doing? What are you spraying?" Faced with this unexpected attack, Sure Yud was utterly bewildered, still eyeing Ava suspiciously and asking, "Why does this smell somewhat fragrant?" "You traitor." Ava had no patience for idle talk with someone like Sure Yud. Tightening her grip on the Alf saber, she slashed fiercely at him, declaring, "Even if you want to know, I won't tell you. Prepare to die." Sure Yud blocked her strike with a raised hand. Sparks erupted where their weapons collided like fireworks, followed by a scene he would never forget. He watched as 500 gas canisters launched from the device moved by Simeon exploded among the Khitan soldiers below. While killing many Khitan soldiers, it ignited a blazing inferno. What terrified him was that this fire seemed like eternal flames descending from the heavens, quickly forming an endless sea of flames that engulfed his entire vanguard of 10,000 men. With the continuous spray of gasoline, diesel, kerosene, Jinlongju, Luhua peanut oil, and West King oil from the drones, the flames grew even fiercer, raging like demons. He even smelled the nauseating stench of burning bodies, yet it did not end. The gas canisters flew relentlessly like scythes in the hands of the Grim Reaper, repeatedly harvesting tens of thousands of lives under his command. The defenders on Xingyang's walls rejoiced, especially when they witnessed the plight of the Khitan forces. Their morale soared like erupting volcanoes. Their grips on their blades grew stronger, and the slaughter of the Khitan soldiers intensified. Watching the raging fires and the ferocious counterattack by the Xiliang soldiers, Yud felt despair creeping over him like ice, realizing the battle was lost. The siege that once seemed certain to win now ended in defeat, due to the intervention of Ava and her forces. Ignoring Yud's mood, Ava gripped her Alf saber tightly, its gleam flashing like lightning in the night, swinging it viciously towards Yud's head. Yud had no heart for further combat, knowing the defeat was inevitable. After exchanging one final strike with Ava, he leaped down the ladder like a frightened rabbit. Seeing Yud fleeing, the Khitan soldiers' morale collapsed, and they retreated in panic like scared dogs. But Ava and her troops wouldn't let them escape easily. Many drew their bows and shot arrows like rain, instantly turning the area into a storm of arrows. Before the Khitan soldiers could jump down the ladders, many were shot dead by the Xiliang soldiers. Ava also drew her compound bow, the string taut like a full moon. She aimed at Yud, who had already fled from the city wall, and shot an arrow with all her might. Despite frantically waving his large saber to block, Yud couldn't stop the arrow, which pierced through his armor like it was breaking through a cloud. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining his war robes red, but he didn't stop to pull out the arrow. In a panic, he seized a warhorse and fled. However, the 10,000 vanguard troops he commanded were not as fortunate. They faced not only the raging flames, but also the merciless arrows from Ava and her troops. The cries of slaughter and agony were deafening. Although many Khitan soldiers scrambled in all directions seeking a way out, Norris's drones pursued them relentlessly, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Gasoline, diesel, kerosene, cooking oils poured down on them like torrents. Few of the Khitan soldiers tainted by these fuels could escape, because the moment the gas canisters exploded, they would be engulfed by endless flames, with none spared. Even without the gas canisters, Khitan soldiers drenched in gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and cooking oil would instantly become blazing torches if they came into contact with any fire source. And as they burned, they would run around like headless flies, igniting more soldiers who had yet to catch fire, perpetuating this vicious cycle beneath the city walls. Soon, the 10,000 vanguard led by Yud were almost entirely consumed by the flames, leaving hundreds of thousands of Khitan soldiers scorched to death. Your Majesty, we have won again. Seeing this scene, Burke and others were all exuberant. The Khitan have been defeated by us. Now there are only the barbarians and Baelyang left. Yes, only the barbarians and Baelyang remain. Covered in blood, gripped his Yang family spear tightly and said resolutely, Your Majesty, should we go to support the north and south gates and check on the situation there? Chapter 129. The Plague, still the greatest crisis. Just as Katie was about to speak, she saw Jim, the southern city commander, and Dorian, the northern city commander, sprinting towards her like lightning. Your Majesty, it's General Jim. I believe the north and south cities are now secure. Ajani, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly bowed and said, They have led their troops to reinforce the west city. Katie remained silent, knowing that Ajani was right. With the north and south cities secured, their next all-out effort must be to combat the rampant plague within the city. As for Rurin, Baelyang, Khitan, and the barbarian tribes, they likely wouldn't attack again in the short term. Unless the plague in the city spiraled out of control, only then would Rurin, Baelyang, Khitan, and the barbarians launch another fierce assault on Ingyang City. Apart from that, they surely wouldn't attack again. After all, they had attacked Ingyang City several times within a few days without success and suffered heavy losses, so they certainly wouldn't attempt another siege. Katie, realizing this, immediately understood that she needed to contact the deity to see if they could help resolve this plague crisis. This thought arose in Katie's mind, and she promptly sent a mental message to Carlos. Deity, do you have the results of your tests yet? Classmate Katie, we already have some results. Upon receiving Katie's message, Carlos quickly replied, according to our health station's analysis, they found some infectious bacteria and are currently analyzing them. But the earliest results will only be available the day after tomorrow. Once we have the results, I will inform you immediately and provide you with a special drug to cure this disease. Despite being anxious, Katie knew this was the best course of action. If not for the deity's assistance, they might be helpless against the plague's outbreak in Ingyang City. Classmate Katie, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you strengthen prevention, the plague won't fully break out because, according to our findings, Carlos sent another message to Katie, saying, this plague can only spread through saliva. If there's no saliva, it can't spread. Therefore, as long as everyone wears masks and practices effective isolation, the plague won't spread, as this virus is not as tenacious as the coronavirus. It dies within 10 minutes outside the human body. Although Katie couldn't understand everything Carlos said, one thing was clear to her. Wearing masks and avoiding contact with infected individuals would prevent the plague from spreading. Thus, she felt relieved, given that she had already imposed martial law across the city and isolated over 3,000 infected people. As long as no new cases appeared, managing these 3,000 infected individuals would prevent a large-scale outbreak. With this solid foundation, the next step seemed natural. All she needed to do was manage these 3,000 infected individuals. Thinking this, Katie's eyes locked onto Iter with eagle-like sharpness and declared, General Fan, I have just received instructions from the deity. The deity says that to prevent the plague from breaking out in Ingyang City, we must strictly manage these 3,000 infected people. Therefore, I entrust this responsibility to you. You must immediately lead the patrol camp to get enough masks from the Ministry of Households, take full control of the 3,000 infected individuals, and ensure no one gets close. Any violators shall be killed on sight. General Jim, you must immediately lead the 5 cities' military office soldiers to conduct a thorough citywide search. After issuing orders to Eider, Katie swiftly turned to Jim and ordered, if anyone infected with the plague is found, send them immediately to the East Camp. Any resistance should be met with lethal force. Yes. Jim accepted the order and left. Katie then turned to Ajani and instructed, General Shangwan, you must immediately lead the Phoenix Feather Guards to coordinate with the Ministry of Households to allocate supplies, ensuring the citizens of Anyang City have water and food. This subordinate obeys. Ajani bowed and led the Phoenix Feather Guards away swiftly. Katie then turned to D and commanded, General D, you must lead your troops to defend the South City. Other generals must stay at their posts and ensure the security of their respective cities. Without my orders, no one is allowed to wander around Anyang City recklessly to minimize the risk of spreading the plague. Yes. Burke and the others all Gongso accepted their orders, while Katie furrowed her brows tightly, instinctively looking up at the sky, silently praying that her deity would bless her this time and help her get through this calamity. On Carlos's side, he was holding a showerhead and spraying himself vigorously to rinse off the pungent smell of disinfectant from his body. Mr. Chun, are you done showering? Ignacio stood outside the bathroom, touching his round belly and urged, if you're done, come out quickly. My stomach is growling with hunger. Don't rush me. Holding the showerhead, Carlos continued to spray himself. I don't want to take so long either, but you sprayed too much disinfectant on me. I've been rinsing for a long time and still can't get rid of the smell. You can't blame me for that. Ignacio pouted and muttered, who knew you'd be so serious, especially after the recent novel coronavirus made everyone extremely nervous. If what you brought over was indeed it, they wouldn't just quarantine you for observation for 10 days to 2 weeks before letting you out. Carlos sighed, shaking his head helplessly because he knew the other party's anxiety was not baseless. This was not a trivial matter. Fortunately, through the tests conducted by Ignacio and his team, they found that this virus couldn't compare to the novel coronavirus. They only needed to work harder for 2 more days to analyze the virus provided by him and find a solution. So Carlos was released from the quarantine room by Ignacio and his team. Mr. Chun, okay? Ignacio, of course, had no idea what Carlos was thinking inside. Instead, he touched his round belly and said, I won't nag you anymore. Just hurry up with your shower. I'm waiting for you to take me out for a feast. All right, stop rushing me. Shaking his head, Carlos wiped the water droplets off his face. Give me 10 more minutes. I'll be out after 1 more rinse. Ignacio didn't urge further despite being very hungry. Instead, he patted his belly and waited outside the door for about 10 minutes. Then he saw Carlos emerge bare-chested, holding a towel in one hand and rubbing his head with the other. Mr. Chun, come on. Seeing Carlos come out, Ignacio hurriedly picked up the clothes in his hand, smiling as he handed them over to Carlos. These are the new clothes I just bought for you. Put them on quickly, and then we can go enjoy a good meal. My stomach is literally growling with hunger. You big fatty. Looking at Ignacio offering the clothes, his round shape resembling a cute, chubby penguin, Carlos remarked, unable to resist glancing at Ignacio's hefty frame. Can't you eat less? Look at you, almost 300 pounds. If you keep eating, you might not even be able to walk soon. Okay, stop nagging me. I'm already this hungry because of you. Ignacio touched his belly, frowning unhappily. All this is because of your mess. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this hungry. Fine, it's all my fault. Seeing Ignacio's unhappy face, Carlos deliberately poked his belly teasingly. How about I treat you to an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet? Seafood buffet? Sure. At the mention of this, Ignacio's face instantly lit up like spring flowers, beaming brightly. But let me make it clear. I want a place where I can eat Australian king crabs. No regular places will do. No problem. While dressing, Carlos replied, king crabs, then. Today, I'll let you eat your fill, but you must definitely help me handle my matter without any mistakes. Just rest assured. Ignacio patted his belly confidently. Our director has already taken charge. Besides, you've given $1 million generously. There's no need for you to worry. Our health station will definitely resolve this issue since the virus isn't particularly virulent. We'll have a solution by the day after tomorrow. Carlos felt not a bit relieved upon hearing Ignacio's words, but became even more uneasy, as it would still take 2 days to resolve this virus. As for the Western Liang Kingdom across the way, whether it could last these 2 days was uncertain. After all, the ancients were not as prepared against plagues as modern people. Sometimes a simple cold could pose an insurmountable challenge. Throughout history, there have been instances where a plague almost led to the downfall of a nation. So, Carlos's mind was not the least bit relaxed, and he couldn't help but stare at Ignacio as he said, Fatty, is there a faster way to resolve this? If it can be done quicker, I'm willing to pay more money. Chapter 130, Plague, Outbreak again, with 5,000 Wilfredra infected. No matter how much you pay, it won't expedite things, as the virus you provided. Ignacio sneered and said, even if we were to send it to the experts in the Hawk Nation, it would still take 2 days. There's simply too much data to analyze. If it weren't for your director contributing 1 million, it might have taken half a month to figure this out. After all, the task is more challenging than reaching the heavens. Otherwise, how could the initial outbreak of COVID-19 escalate to such severity? Carlos nodded in agreement, silently praying that Ava and her team could withstand this wave of the plague since he needed time to resolve matters from his end. Ava's expression grew unusually grave. A new wave of plague victims emerged in the city, increasing sharply to over 8,000 people. Although these individuals were quickly transported to the Eastern military camp, facing a sudden surge of over 5,000 infected cases was overwhelming for Ava. Her heart was filled with a heavy sense of oppression, as if carrying a mountainous burden due to the rapid escalation. At this rate, by the day after tomorrow, the entire city of Xinjiang will likely fall into chaos. Your Majesty, we must inform the deities and pray for their assistance in dealing with this plague, Thorn stated solemnly while bowing respectfully. Otherwise, Xinjiang City will surely fall, becoming a tragic inferno. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor speaks wisely. The Western Liang female national advisor also expressed deep concern. We should appeal to the deities and seek their aid in combating this epidemic. Ava remained silent, though she wished to inform Carlos. However, she knew well that even he couldn't help much. He had already mentioned needing until the day after tomorrow for results. Since the deities have spoken, we must wait until then. Seeking divine intervention would be futile as the deities also require time to act. Besides, they've helped us immensely already. They can't be relied on for every issue. They need to handle it themselves. Taking a deep breath, Ava looked at her ministers with intense eyes. My lords, the deities have already indicated that he needs at least until the day after tomorrow to address this matter. Therefore, we cannot further disturb them. We must think of our own methods to combat this plague, considering its alarming rate of transmission. I suspect something amiss. The deities have already clarified that the plague spreads through saliva and cannot remain outside the human body for long. Yet, despite our citywide lockdown, the spread continues rapidly. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Thorn quickly responded. Someone in the city is deliberately spreading the plague. His words drew the attention of everyone in Taiji Hall. They soon realized the truth. Only sabotage could explain the swift rise in cases during wartime. Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Matthias of the Imperial Medical Bureau stepped forward. We must immediately dispatch troops to educate the citizens of Xinjiang about preventing plague transmission and mandate mask wearing when outdoors. Disinfectant alcohol should be distributed to encourage distancing and disinfection between conversations, slowing down the spread. Your Majesty, what Doctor Who suggests is crucial, Simeon added. We must investigate who is maliciously spreading the plague and strengthen prevention measures among the citizens. Let them know the plague spreads via saliva, and maintaining distance while speaking minimizes risk. Ava nodded slightly and turned to Cui Han, one of the Ministry of Justice. Minister Cui, I entrust you with this matter, especially regarding the 5,000 new cases. You must meticulously interrogate to uncover clues. Your minister obeys the decree. Cui Han bowed and departed. Ava then looked at General Zhang. Order the 5 city military commissioners to post announcements citywide, informing the citizens about plague prevention. Simultaneously, dispatch people to patrol the streets with gongs, verbally instructing them on measures to resist the plague. Ensure all citizens are well informed, so that spies within the city cannot further spread the plague. Your subordinate, obey your command. Jem bowed deeply and exited the Taiji Hall, sweeping his sleeves as he left. Meanwhile, Ava clenched her fists tightly. She knew very well that she was facing an extremely severe challenge. If she couldn't get through this safely, she might not be able to escape this crisis, just as the deities had foretold. She would die in Xinjiang City, while the citizens would be like lambs led to slaughter, mercilessly killed by the barbarians, Ruren, Khitan, and Baelyang tribes, even boiled alive into soups. Thinking of this, Ava felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that those brutal outsiders outside the city, after failing to capture Xinjiang City, would resort to such despicable means as spreading the plague. Back in the barbarian camp, Chanyu Wilfredia Tian flew into a rage and kicked Colby over with one swift kick. Bring him, drag him out, chop him up. Why do you want to chop me up, Great Khan? Colby was kicked to the ground by Wilfredia Tian. Looking at the Khan's ferocious eyes, which resembled those of a savage tiger, he asked trembling, what did I do wrong? Himph, you still have the nerve to ask? Chanyu Wilfredia Tian lifted his foot and stomped hard on Colby's face, glaring menacingly. Did you know it's because of what you said, that Xinjiang City is ravaged by the plague? That's why I allied with the Khitan, Ruren, and Baelyang to besiege Xinjiang City. But the result? It wasn't as you said. There's no plague spreading in Xinjiang City, and the soldiers have not lost their combat ability. Instead, we each lost hundreds of thousands of troops. For this, you deserve death. Colby felt his mind go blank, especially his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a couple of days ago, he had ordered his men to shoot items capable of spreading the plague into Xinjiang City with bows. Logically, after these days with his trained assassins spreading it within the city, Xinjiang should have been plagued by now. Why hasn't it erupted? No, it's impossible. Thinking this, Colby struggled desperately and roared, Great Khan, this is my strongest ace. There can't be any mistakes. It must be due to your side, not me. Humph, you dare to shirk responsibility? Hearing this, Chanyu Wilfredia Tian roared angrily, drag him out for dismemberment. This completely terrified Colby, who never expected another failure. He intended to assist Wilfredia Tian with the power of the plague, intending to break Xinjiang City in one go. Who knew this carefully planned scheme would end in failure again? He couldn't figure it out, as his plan seemed flawless. Besides, he had tried before, and plague spread rapidly. It could make a city fall within days. Last night, he even received news that the plague had started in Xinjiang City. So why hasn't the plague fully erupted in Xinjiang City? Before he could ponder further, Chanyu Wilfredia Tian kicked him down again. Along with the roar, 4 or 5 burly barbarian soldiers grabbed him from both sides and dragged him out for dismemberment. Great Khan, hold on. Floyd intervened quickly. We can't entirely blame Minister Su. The Western Liang people have divine protection, so the plague didn't fully erupt in Xinjiang City. It's likely due to their deities interfering. Great Khan, the Law King makes sense, Edge hurriedly advised. We shouldn't rashly execute Minister Su. We should send spies into the city to thoroughly investigate why the plague didn't fully erupt. Yes, indeed. Colby also shouted urgently, Great Khan, it's not my fault. It must be the gods of Xinjiang City interfering, thwarting my plans. Otherwise, Xinjiang City wouldn't avoid being consumed by the plague. Hearing this, Chanyu Wilfredia Tian gripped his fist tightly, hating Carlos even more. If not for Carlos's interference, they would have conquered Xinjiang City without losing hundreds of thousands of troops. Not only did they fail to take Xinjiang, but they also suffered repeated defeats. Those damn deities. Thinking of this, especially recalling several near-death experiences, Chanyu Wilfredia Tian roared deafeningly. Why protect those women of Western Liang and not protect me, Wilfredia Tian? Humph, since that's the case. King Mayan Tian grew increasingly enraged as he thought, when I break through Xinjiang City, I will destroy your altars, smash your statues, and burn down all your temples. King of the savages, be cautious with your words. Upon hearing this, Law King Enyang and the others were all terrified to the point of turning pale, for these deities could not be so blasphemed. Bo's face was deathly white as he pleaded, King of the savages, we dare not offend the gods, even if they protect the Western Liang Kingdom. If we sincerely worship and believe in them, perhaps we could also receive their protection. After all, deities are benevolent. If we can capture him, we might be blessed by him like those people of Western Liang. Chapter 131. 3,000 sects, Wilford Tars, should we transfer them? Great General, you speak the truth? Edge also chimed in, all deities harbor great love. As long as we can sincerely worship and believe in them, we will surely receive their protection. Then the deities will surely grant us water and food. We can be like those people of Liang, no longer having to worry about lack of food or drink. The barbarian king Wilfridia Tian was silent, for he had heard much about the deities in Enyang City these days. He also believed in what Edge said, that deities were certainly full of great love. If they could obtain the deities and devoutly revere them, they would surely receive the deities' favor like those Liang people. Thinking this, Wilfridia Tian began to sincerely apologize, deeply repenting to the deities for his rashness earlier. But in his heart, he was contemplating how to capture Enyang City and take possession of the deities revered by the Liang people, making them the deities worshipped by their own tribe. Carlos naturally had no way of knowing this. If he did, he would surely have laughed. However, at this moment, Carlos's phone rang suddenly. Hearing the sound, Carlos pulled out his phone and saw that it was a call from Tim. Without hesitation, Carlos answered the call. Boss, everything is set up on your end. Yes, everything is arranged. Tim lowered his voice intentionally. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. I'm at the Ashidin seafood buffet. Carlos glanced over at Ignacio, who was devouring an Australian shrimp, and replied. Then he heard Tim say, all right, wait there for about 20 minutes. I'll drive over to find you. Okay, no problem. Carlos responded. In return, Tim hung up without another word. Ignacio, still munching on his Australian shrimp, curiously looked at Carlos and asked, who was it? Yeah, just a business friend. You don't need to ask. Carlos put away his phone and said to Ignacio, you should hurry up with your meal. I can only stay with you for 20 minutes. If you don't finish, I won't be able to stay with you anymore. No problem, I don't need you to stay. Ignacio smiled and said, just settle the bill for me? Go to your business. It's fine as long as I get to eat. You're not afraid of overeating? Carlos smirked. Ignacio rolled his eyes at him and ignored Carlos, indulging in his feast. After about 10 minutes, Tim called again, telling Carlos he was outside. Without much thought, Carlos said goodbye to Ignacio and left the Ashidin seafood buffet. Soon, Carlos saw an Audi A6 parked below the seafood restaurant. With one hand searching for a cigarette in his pocket, he walked toward Tim's Audi A6. Reaching the front of the Audi A6, Carlos lightly pulled the door open. Inside, Tim wore a mask and a baseball cap, looking like a spy, sitting in the driver's seat. Director Chun, what's going on? Seeing Tim's appearance, Carlos couldn't help but smile slightly. Aren't you being too careful? You look like a spy. That's enough, young Master Chun. Tim didn't elaborate further, but watched as Carlos fastened his seatbelt. This isn't the place to talk. Let me take you to see the goods first. All right, no problem. Hearing Tim's words, Carlos took out a cigarette and offered it to Tim, saying, as long as the goods are good. Don't worry about the goods. Tim didn't accept the cigarette but gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing the accelerator. They are all top-notch. But the remaining 1 billion. I hope you can transfer it to my offshore account after seeing the goods. Carlos didn't say much, simply nodding and putting the cigarette back in his mouth. Tim didn't add another word either. He knew the risks involved in this transaction, so he planned to flee immediately after this deal. Carlos, unaware of Tim's plans, held the cigarette tightly, lit it, and took a deep puff. He was filled with anticipation because with these dozens of tons of explosives, and once they were passed to Avar on the other side, he believed that holding on to Xinjiang City would definitely be feasible. After all, this was dozens of tons of explosives. Of course, currently, the most pressing problem for them was still the plague in Xinjiang City. However, Carlos had full confidence in the quarantine station, especially since he had already spent 1 million. He believed that by the day after tomorrow, there would surely be results. Once there were results, purchasing enough medicine from Herbert would solve the plague in Xinjiang City. Once the plague was resolved, the swarm of gold-consuming beasts he raised could live safely, even with over 3 million enemy troops outside. But with these explosives, along with the excellent equipment he provided, and the soon-to-be executed plan of killing 3 men with 2 peaches, he would ensure none of those over 3 million enemies outside the city would be left alive. Once the enemy outside was thoroughly defeated, the soldiers of Xinjiang City could push forward relentlessly. They could first restore the power of Western Liang's female kingdom, then expand their territory all the way to the Bear Country. They could also eliminate Xiaowei San, Florency Haozi, Han Bangzi, and Zaireizi, reclaiming their territories thousands of years ahead of schedule, making them part of Huaxia. Carlos sat in the car, his mind swirling with these thoughts until the car stopped, waking him up. He realized he had arrived at a warehouse at the foot of Mingyue Peak in Jinghai City. Master Chun, we're here. Tim glanced at Carlos, then undid his seatbelt and said, let's get out. Without hesitation, Carlos undid his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. Tim walked briskly to the warehouse entrance, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the warehouse door. Carlos followed behind him, only to find that this warehouse not only had one door but also an inner security door with a seal, equipped with a fingerprint lock and facial recognition system. Director Chin, your security level is quite high, Carlos remarked involuntarily, but Tim replied sternly, there's no other choice. This warehouse stores dozens of tons of explosives. Without such strict security measures, what if something goes wrong? Carlos nodded in agreement. After all, these were dozens of tons of explosives. If anything went wrong, Mingyu Peak might be flattened. Tim didn't say much more, leading Carlos through 3 security doors. Inside the large warehouse, explosives were neatly stacked everywhere. However, what caught Carlos's attention the most were not the explosives but the mortars and several hundred anti-aircraft guns. His eyes began searching the warehouse for firearms, but disappointingly, there were only 3,000 mortars and 108 anti-aircraft guns. The mortar shells numbered over 30,000, and the anti-aircraft shells totaled 10,000. Staring at these, Carlos felt his blood ignite. If this equipment was passed to Ava, they wouldn't fear Rurin, Khitan, the barbarian tribes, or the Baelyang cavalry. Just bombard them directly, regardless of how formidable the enemy might be. With 3,000 mortars and 108 anti-aircraft guns, and over 40,000 shells, victory seemed certain. Master Chun, why are you staring at these mortars? Tim noticed Carlos's intense focus and couldn't help but remind him, these aren't for sale. Director Chun, I'll give you 5 billion. Carlos disregarded Tim's words, raising his hand firmly and saying, how about everything in this warehouse belongs to me? No way. No matter how much you pay. Tim shook his head like a rattle drum. All these mortars and anti-aircraft guns are registered and must be destroyed by the end of the year. Director Chun, 10 billion. Carlos looked intently at Tim, resolutely saying, I will take responsibility for destroying them. No way. You're asking me to make a mistake? Tim shook his head even faster. If these mortars fall into the wrong hands, it would be a huge disaster. Director Chun, 20 billion. Without hesitation, Carlos raised his hand again and said, everything in here belongs to me. I guarantee that none of these will ever appear within the country. Even if they don't appear in the country, it's still not possible. Shaking his head, Tim refused. Because these are military supplies, and such a large quantity is not something even I can handle? Whoever handles this would dare not make a move, because if anything goes wrong, it's not just about losing one's head. It's much more serious than that. Chapter 132 Ava, wanting the Barrett bullets. Director Chun, 30 billion. Carlos did not hesitate for a moment and waved his hand to add another 10 billion. All items will be given to me? Tim began to sweat on his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell these mortars to Carlos, but this batch of mortars absolutely could not be sold because they were military reserve supplies. They had already been registered long ago, and most importantly, these items were not solely managed by him. There were also senior officials from the Jinghai City Military Department involved, so he absolutely dared not act rashly with this batch of mortars. If he sold them, even 10 heads would not be enough to atone for his mistake. Carlos raised his hand again, and seeing this, Tim hurriedly grabbed Carlos's hand, his voice trembling, young Master Chun, please don't bid anymore. I'm afraid I can't bear it and might make a mistake. Carlos looked reluctant, as he desperately wanted this batch of mortars. Meanwhile, Tim pleaded almost tearfully, young Master Chun, give me some time to communicate with others. If there's no problem, I'll sell you these mortars, alright? What could Carlos say? Since the other party was unwilling, he couldn't just force the matter. Besides, he needed Tim to handle the relationships with higher-ups and subordinates. Otherwise, it would certainly cause a big scandal. Seeing Carlos agree, Tim felt a great sense of relief. He knew that if Carlos continued bidding, he wouldn't have been able to resist. After a few more words, Tim left in his car. Without hesitation, Carlos sent a mental message to Ava. Classmate Ava, is it convenient for you right now? I have about 12 tons of explosives here. Shall I send them over immediately? Of course, Ava was fine with that. She had been eagerly awaiting the explosives, so she quickly replied to Carlos. Divine Lord, please wait a moment. I will head to the coal palace to take over this batch of explosives. Carlos agreed, and after about 10 minutes, Ava transmitted her thoughts back. Divine Lord, everything is ready here. You can transfer the explosives now. Hearing this, Carlos did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the large black jar from his soul sea and transferred all 12 tons of explosives in the warehouse to Ava. Upon receiving the explosives, Ava's excitement was evident. To them, explosives were like treasures, especially after witnessing their tremendous power on the battlefield last time. Their desire for explosives grew stronger with each passing moment, and they never thought Divine Lord would actually procure so much for them again. This made Ava profoundly touched, as Divine Lord's care for her was indeed meticulous. Simeon and others were also overwhelmed with excitement, as this was 12 whole tons of explosives. With so much explosive power, they no longer feared the nomadic tribes, Khitan, Rurin, or Baelyang. Your Majesty, Divine Lord truly treats us so well, loving us consistently. Dorian, the Minister of War of the Western Liang Female Kingdom, held the explosives in her rough hands, gently rubbing and examining them closely. She even sniffed the explosives and exclaimed excitedly, and we've been granted so many explosives. We're no longer afraid of Rurin, Khitan, Baelyang, or the nomadic tribes. With these explosives, we can annihilate them completely. Thorn and others were also in tears, finally having obtained explosives, thus no longer worrying about Rurin, Khitan, Baelyang, or the nomadic tribes taking advantage of the plague within the city to attack Ingyang City. Burke restrained his excitement while tightly holding the explosives, exclaiming, wonderful, Divine Lord truly keeps his word. He said he would give us explosives. Looks like we needn't fear the plague either since Divine Lord says he can cure it. Upon hearing Burke's words, Ajani and the others grinned widely, like spring flowers blooming, because the explosives granted by Divine Lord arrived just in time, akin to a timely rain during drought, fulfilling their urgent need. Dee cupped his hands in salute and knelt down on both knees. Your Majesty, the batch of explosives granted by Divine Lord has come just in time like divine troops descending from heaven. Please grant me a batch. I shall lead 10,000 soldiers tonight with 1,000 drones carrying a batch of explosives out of the city to destroy the grain stores of Rurin, Khitan, Baelyang, and the nomadic tribes, thoroughly cutting off their supply lines. Your Majesty, I too wish to join. General Burke, upon hearing Dee's words, immediately clasped his hands and knelt down, his eyes burning with fervor as he stared at Ava. To destroy the grain stores of Rurin, Khitan, Baelyang, and the nomadic tribes. Dorian and others also hugged the explosives, eager to go out of the city and blow up the grain stores of Rurin, Khitan, Baelyong, and the nomadic tribes. However, Ava gripped the Alf knife at her waist and said, "This matter will be handed over to General D, because he was the first one to propose this idea. Since he wants to cut off the supply lines of Rurin, Khitan, Baelyong, and the nomadic tribes, this task will be executed by General D." Although Burke and others were slightly dissatisfied in their hearts, they had no objections after hearing Ava's words. After all, they also thought it feasible for D to go, but regretfully, they would not share the credit. Ava tightly held the Alf knife in her hand, her eyes sharp like a hawk, sternly reminding D for a few moments before granting him 1 ton of explosives. She then ordered Wilfred Hahn E to divide 1,000 drones and some DJI thermal imaging detection drones to D. Wilfred Hahn E naturally had no objections, swiftly leading D to their left camp to collect drones. As for the explosives in the Cold Palace and the 1 ton promised to D, Ava entrusted them to Ajani. Of course, regarding how to properly store these explosives in the Cold Palace, away from fire sources, and other key points, Ava followed Carlos's instructions, carefully warning Ajani about all matters. After everything was settled, Ava sighed with relief, took a deep breath, hesitated slightly, and decided to report the plague situation in Ingyang City to Carlos. "Divine Lord, I have something important to report." "Classmate Ava, what is it?" Carlos responded without hesitation upon receiving Ava's message. Then Ava replied, "Divine Lord, the number of people infected with the plague in Ingyang City is still increasing daily. To date, more than 10,000 people have been infected with the plague. How could so many people be infected?" Carlos showed a look of shock when he heard the number. "Didn't you seal the entire city immediately? Logically, there shouldn't be this many infections. We are sending people to thoroughly investigate this issue, but according to the court physician's feedback, they all agree that this plague," Ava replied, "must have infiltrated Ingyang City 2 to 3 days ago, thus causing the widespread outbreak today." "I see." Carlos furrowed his brows. "This plague must have an incubation period, so we may see more cases in the future. In that case, classmate Ava, your side must enforce strict quarantine measures. Also, have all court physicians wear masks and provide medicine based on symptoms, especially anti-inflammatory drugs. They should use these medications generously. The Virkin disinfectant, 999 cold remedy granules, Wilfred Marilinite powder, and Lianhua Qingwen capsules that I provided can also be used by the court physicians to see if they can alleviate the patient's conditions. As for the specific medicine, we won't have it ready until the day after tomorrow. Our epidemic prevention station is still analyzing this virus and cannot yet provide you with a specific treatment." "Understood, Divine Lord." Ava bit her lip lightly upon hearing Carlos's words. "Ching Chung understands. I will arrange for the court physicians to try immediately." "Ching Chung, don't worry too much." Carlos received Ava's response and softly said, "Because I am with you, we will surely overcome this plague together." Hearing Carlos's words, Ava couldn't help but shiver, especially when she heard him call her Ching Chung. It felt like a tingling electric current directly coursing through her heart. However, she quickly drove this feeling away. After all, he was her revered Divine Lord. How could she feel such a reverence toward her Divine Lord? Despite this thought, her love for her Divine Lord surged like a flood, completely unstoppable. Carlos, unaware of Ava's feelings, sent a mental message. "Ching Chung, I have finished transmitting the explosives. As for the plague situation, focus on handling it first. If you encounter any problems, contact me anytime. I will do my utmost to assist you, especially with medicine and supplies. I can allocate them whenever needed. Just let me know which medicines and supplies you need." Divine Lord understood. Ava's originally resolute gaze softened now. "If we need anything, I will contact you immediately." "Ching Chung, then I'll cut off our connection now, as I have other matters to attend to." Carlos replied with a message, while Ava tightly bit her red lip and said, "Divine Lord, there is another favor I would like to ask." Go on." Carlos gently responded. Then Ava spoke up, "Divine Lord, my Barrett bullets have been completely depleted. May I humbly request that you grant me more bullets, if possible?" Chapter 133, Carlos, trapped by Dimitri, how to proceed. "Bullets? I got it." Carlos received Katie's message, but couldn't help responding gently, "I'll ask Lincoln for you shortly. I'll check if he has already obtained them. If he has, I'll surely send the information over to you." Katie quickly replied with a good, then cut off the communication with Carlos. As for Carlos, he closed the warehouse's security doors one by one, left the warehouse entirely, and took a taxi to Buckingham nightclub. At the entrance of Buckingham nightclub, several security guards stood straight like poplar trees and saluted when they saw Carlos getting out of the car, saying, "Young Master Chin, greetings." However, Carlos ignored them and walked straight into Buckingham. Immediately, a woman with a graceful and voluptuous figure, looking every bit the elegant lady, stepped forward on her long, jade-like legs and greeted, "Young Master Chin, what brings you here?" "Temperance, I'm not here to see you." Carlos paused briefly as Temperance approached him and continued, "I've come to see Lincoln. Could you take me to him?" "You're looking for Lincoln? What a coincidence." Temperance purred softly. "Lincoln has gone abroad and probably won't be back for a long time. He has entrusted all the business here to me. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Whatever I can do, I will do for you." Upon hearing this, Carlos frowned deeply but quickly regained his composure. There's a high chance that Lincoln fled because things were going poorly for him. It's probably better this way. Otherwise, he might have faced worse consequences, especially given what Amiri Goen and others have hinted at. Still, this situation became trickier without Lincoln's assistance. Many things would be harder to handle. On the whole, though, it was still better than having them all fall apart. With this thought in mind, Carlos couldn't resist reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. He casually pulled one out, put it between his lips, lit it up, took a deep drag, and started walking toward the exit of Buckingham, saying, "Since Lincoln isn't here, I'll head back. Let me know when he returns." "Wait a moment, young Master Chun." Temperance hurriedly blocked his path as she saw Carlos about to leave with a cigarette in his mouth. Before leaving, Lincoln left some things for you. He said if you came looking for him, I should give these to you. Carlos, with the cigarette still dangling from his lips, looked puzzled. What kind of things? I don't know either. You can go and collect them yourself later. He placed them in. Seeing Carlos's puzzled expression, Temperance moved closer, opened her moist, sexy lips, and whispered near his earlobe, locker number 47 at Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort. Noted. Carlos nodded firmly after a slight pause. Meanwhile, Temperance lightly nipped at his earlobe and teased. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, bad boy? Can't you stay and keep me company for a while? Maybe another day? I have a lot to do today. Facing Temperance's undisguised flirtation, Carlos raised his hand and gave her round, shapely buttocks a light pat, saying, I'll call you another day. Looking forward to it, young Master Chun. Temperance gazed at Carlos with a seductive look, licking her bright red lips enticingly. Don't forget your promise. Carlos squeezed Temperance's full hips firmly before whispering 2 sentences close to her ear and then left Buckingham gracefully. He planned to head to locker number 47 at Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort first to retrieve the items Lincoln left for him. Then he would go to Bardyong Palace to meet Lacey and Margot to check on the progress of their dealings with City Express in the Parfum Bay project. After settling these matters, he would find Alicia to discuss whether the South City refinery issue could be resolved satisfactorily. Having these thoughts, Carlos soon hailed a taxi outside Buckingham nightclub and instructed the driver to speed toward Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort. However, Carlos quickly realized an issue. He needed to buy a car since relying on taxis was becoming inconvenient. Thinking of this, he quickly pulled out his phone and started browsing while in the cab. Carlos browsed through several car models, including the Xiaomi SU7, Zeekr 7X, Li Auto L9, and BYD Dolphin 06 GT. He finally settled on Great Wall's Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warrior because of its impressive sales figures. Sales had reached as high as 100,000 units. The official guidance price was only 345,000 yuan. Carlos felt this car suited him perfectly. It wasn't expensive for him, and most importantly, it boasted an imposing, powerful appearance. Plus, after what happened last time with Adriana slicing open his previous vehicle, he wouldn't feel so heartbroken this time around. After all, a Mercedes G-Class costs over 2 million yuan. With the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warrior, he could buy 6 or 7 such vehicles. Thus, he deemed it to be a great value. Wilford Reaver, domestic new energy cars were currently surging in development, offering superior performance and driving experience compared to traditional gasoline cars. With these thoughts in mind, Carlos made an immediate decision and unhesitantly placed an order for himself. He then thought of Katie. However, he did not choose the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warrior for Katie, but instead carefully picked out a Ferrari 296/2022 Model 3.0 T GTS. Taking a glance at the price, merely 3.488 million yuan, and faced with such a tempting offer, Carlos hardly hesitated. He swiftly chose a red Ferrari 296/2022 Model 3.0 T GTS and placed the order. Given his current wealth, spending a few million on a Ferrari was like spending a mere drop in the ocean. After completing the orders, Carlos put away his phone and lazily leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. However, his inner world was anything but calm, roiling like stormy seas. On one hand, he was deeply concerned about Lincoln and others. On the other, he was worried about Katie, especially since the plague in Qingyang City was not only failing to be contained but rapidly spreading, much like a wild horse out of control. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Carlos. What left him feeling helpless was that he was powerless against the situation. Ignacio, the chubby deadbeat, had said that the analysis results on the virus wouldn't be available until the day after tomorrow. For now, there was nothing he could do but wait. Thinking about this, Carlos involuntarily pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, casually tapped it twice on the pack, and placed it between his lips. He took a deep drag. Honestly, his mood was exceptionally heavy. With everything happening, how could his spirits possibly lift? In the heavy silence, he silently smoked while the taxi driver sped towards the Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort. When the taxi stopped, the driver turned to look at Carlos and said, Boss, we've arrived at the Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort. That'll be 17 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via Alipay or WeChat? Let's go with WeChat. Hearing the driver's voice, Carlos pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred the money. Then he loosened the seatbelt and got out of the car, feeling a sense of relief. What Carlos didn't notice was that, the moment he stepped out and walked into the Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort, the people in the parked cars outside quietly followed him. Soon, Dimitri led a group of plainclothes officers in pursuit of Carlos. Unaware of this, Carlos walked directly toward locker number 17. Dimitri and his men shadowed him closely, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. They had planted something inside the storage locker. Once Carlos opened it, they would apprehend him. Dimitri was excited, as if hyped up on adrenaline. He had long wanted to take down Carlos. Recalling the port warehouse incident, where he had been captured and harshly tortured by Kermit and his men, his resentment grew deeper. He had also lost his position as deputy director due to Carlos. So, he harbored a deep-seated hatred and constantly sought ways to get back at Carlos. Eventually, he approached Temperance, forcing her to collaborate and find opportunities to harm Carlos. What Dimitri hadn't expected was, this opportunity came much faster than he had anticipated. This time, he was determined to make Carlos languish in prison for life, as the items he had placed in locker number 47 at the Bin Hai Hot Spring Resort were enough to ensure Carlos would never see the light of day again. Unaware of this, Carlos walked straight toward locker number 47, as it was the one he had opened for his brother. Over the years, he had always used this storage locker to take home items given to him by his brother. So when he heard that Lincoln had left something here, he didn't doubt it for a moment and came directly to retrieve it. But just as he opened the locker, a sudden commotion sounded from behind him. A group of plainclothes police officers pounced on him like ravenous tigers, moving with lightning speed. Carlos, don't move, put your hands up. Dimitri glared at Carlos and shouted, You actually dared to stash large quantities of drugs and firearms here. You are now under arrest. What? Drugs, firearms, explosives? Carlos frowned deeply, looking at Dmitri in disbelief. Dmitri, seething with anger, retorted, Carlos, there's no need for you to argue. The evidence is clear. The items are right here in your storage locker. You've been caught red-handed, and now you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Chapter 134 Classmate Eldon, this thing is called a handgun. Rashad, what are you babbling about? Carlos, facing the plainclothes police officers lunging at him like ravenous tigers and the menacing Rashad, slammed the storage locker door hard and shouted, Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Where did you see any drugs, guns, or explosives in my storage locker? Rashad was instantly dumbfounded because the firearms, drugs, and explosives he had placed inside were all gone. How could this be? He had personally placed them there and checked them not long ago. Yet they had vanished without a trace in mere moments. What on earth is going on here? Faced with this bizarre situation, Rashad's mind raced like lightning and thought, could it be an insider? Yes, there must be an insider who took everything I put in the storage locker. Thinking up to this point, Rashad immediately turned his gaze toward his colleagues with ill intentions. They must have taken everything. But who could it be? Rashad began to scrutinize his colleagues. However, faced with Rashad's suspicious gaze, some of them soon showed signs of displeasure, as they were all respectable police officers after all. How dare Rashad scrutinize them like that? They naturally understood what Rashad was suspecting, so their faces darkened one by one. After all, Rashad was no longer the deputy director of Jinghai City. Rashad, what do you mean by looking at us like that? Are you trying to imply that we stole the items? Humph, none of us took anything. Confronted with the questioning, Rashad instantly exploded in rage. How could the things in the storage locker just vanish into thin air? These items were put there by you. The moment Rashad spoke, someone bellowed angrily. Now that they're missing, you dare to suspect us? Do you still think you're the deputy director of Jinghai City? Hearing these words, Rashad became uncontrollably furious. In the past, every one of these people flattered and groveled before him. But now that he wasn't deputy director anymore, they dared to speak to him like this, which infuriated him. Rashad, how dare you? Carlos watched this scene of dogs biting each other and sneered, so it was you trying to frame me. You won't leave unless you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Rashad and his men were stunned, especially when they saw the video phone in Carlos's hand, which made their faces pale. Carlos, you little brat, give me the phone. Realizing what was happening, Rashad suddenly snapped back to his senses and glared fiercely at Carlos, threatening him. Or else, you won't be able to walk out of here. Ignoring his threat, Carlos rushed forward like a fierce tiger, kicking Rashad squarely in the chest, sending him flying and crashing heavily against a row of storage lockers. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. But Carlos didn't stop there. He delivered a savage beating to Rashad, causing the latter to scream in agony like a pig being butchered. This quickly drew a crowd, and those who didn't know what was going on frowned at Carlos, saying, Young man, why are you hitting him? Yeah, why are you beating him? An elderly man hunched over commented, You hit him so hard. Young man, stop it. What will you do if you beat him to death? Unmoved by the murmurs around him, Carlos gave Rashad several more forceful kicks. Only then did the surrounding plainclothes police officers come to their senses and try to stop Carlos like a tidal wave. Holding his phone in hand, Carlos shouted fiercely, You'd better not come closer, otherwise, I'll send everything I just filmed to the Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs immediately and let him handle it personally. Upon hearing Carlos's words, the steps of the plainclothes police officers came to an abrupt halt. Carlos then kicked Rashad twice in the groin forcefully and left the Hyben Hot Springs Leisure Resort without looking back. He ignored the screams and comments behind him, even reaching into his pocket to pull out a cigarette, lighting one from the pack. As he walked forward, he tapped the cigarette lightly on the pack a few times before placing it between his lips. He took a deep drag, stopped a taxi, and was about to leave. At that moment, however, Rashad was carried out of the Hyben Hot Springs Leisure Resort like a dead dog by several plainclothes police officers. With his eyes fixed on Carlos sitting in the passenger seat, smoking, Rashad's gaze was filled with hatred. Carlos, however, ignored him as if he didn't exist, because in his eyes, Dmitri was nothing more than a trivial and insignificant character. And with such despicable methods of entrapment, Carlos indeed looked down on him. Of course, if Carlos truly wanted Dmitri's life, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. But he didn't want to follow the same old path as his brother, so he merely glanced at Dmitri, took a deep drag from the cigarette hanging from his lips. At that moment, Eldon's thoughts transmitted to Carlos, Divine One, what did you just send me? Is this white substance flour? Cheeching, this isn't flour. Receiving Eldon's message, Carlos replied as if waking from a dream. This stuff is drugs. Find an uninhabited place and have someone burn them. Okay, Divine One. Eldon responded and then picked up a CF-98, a semi-automatic pistol, along with 30 bullets on the ground, transmitting her thoughts. Divine One. What is this black and short thing? This should be a semi-automatic CF-98A pistol. Receiving Eldon's message, Carlos couldn't resist replying, It's the same type of weapon as your Barrett, just not as powerful. If you don't know how to use it, pass me your phone. I'll download an instructional video and send it to you. Upon hearing this, Eldon was overjoyed because her Barrett no longer had any bullets, and she hadn't expected Divine One to give her another CF-98, a pistol. This was simply wonderful. Within 500 meters, no one could match her. Wilford Reaver. This time there were a lot of bullets, astonishingly 30 rounds. However, she soon noticed the dozen grenades on the ground. Picking one up and looking at the shiny pin, Eldon couldn't help but pull the pin slightly. Divine One. What are these green, fruit-like objects made of steel, complete with a pin? This is called a grenade. Hearing Eldon's words, Carlos said tensely, Pull the pin, throw it, and it will explode. Eldon let out a gasp and accidentally pulled the pin. Divine One. I inadvertently pulled the pin off. What do I do next? Receiving Eldon's transmission, Carlos couldn't help but cover his face. Classmate Eldon, don't panic. You won't be in danger as long as you hold onto the grenade tightly without letting go. Quickly find a secluded spot and throw it away. Daring not to hesitate, Eldon stood up, holding the grenade like an arrow released from a bow, and rushed out of the palace to a deserted place, where she threw the grenade far away. The moment it hit the ground, the grenade exploded with a deafening sound, instantly creating a massive crater on the stone pavement. Eldon felt lingering fear as the situation had been too dangerous. Had it not been for Divine One's timely warning, she might have already blown herself to pieces. However, Norris and Rita heard the earth-shattering explosion. They quickly gathered people and rushed over, with Norris looking at Eldon in horror. Your Majesty, what happened just now? Why did it suddenly explode? That was my doing. Though blushing, Eldon maintained a serious expression. I tried out the new weapon bestowed by Divine One, but accidentally set it off. Ah, Divine One sent new weapons again. What formidable equipment. Hearing Eldon's words, Norris was excited beyond measure. To create such a large crater, let us see this wonder too. Divine One sent. Eldon straightened her chest and took out the CF-98A pistol, a pistol named CF-98A. There's also nearly 2 kilograms of drugs and several grenades. The one I used just now was a grenade. This is the pistol. Seeing the CF-98A pistol in Eldon's hand, Norris exclaimed in surprise, as if discovering a rare treasure. This small and black pistol is incredibly exquisite, especially the craftsmanship on it. What a beautiful pistol. Just as Norris finished speaking, doubt clouded his face like a dark shadow. But what use does this pistol serve? There's no sharp tip. Is it meant to stab people like this? I don't know either. As Eldon spoke, she took out a clip of bullets from her sleeve and said, however, Divine One just said that this gun is called the CF-98A semi-automatic pistol, similar to my Barrett. Load these bullets, and within 500 meters, taking someone's head will be as easy as turning over one's hand. Your Majesty, this is truly a divine weapon. Rita knelt on the ground and exclaimed, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring another divine weapon. From now on, no one can threaten you within 500 meters. Chapter 135. Ava, God, truly loves me? Your Majesty, the State Master is absolutely right. Norris also regained his senses and said, God truly favors you, Your Majesty, to bestow such divine artifacts generously. God truly loves you. Norris became increasingly agitated as he continued, If not for this, how could God bear to bestow such divine items upon you, Your Majesty? Hearing Norris's words, Ava's stunning face flushed red, and her heart felt sweet like honey. She thought God really loved her. Not only did he provide her with a vast amount of food and water to sustain her people, but also bestowed her with an abundance of weapons to defend the nation. Wilfred Reaver, God had spared no effort in providing various daily necessities, including explosives, drones, rice mills, generators, mobile phones, and more, things they had never heard of or seen before. God's favor towards her was like the warm spring sun, warm and dazzling. But, does God truly love her? Ava's heart rippled as if a stone had been thrown into it. Yet God was so handsome, so omnipotent, like an unattainable deity. She, an ordinary mortal. Could she really be worthy of God's love? Ava couldn't help but bite her lips tightly. She was almost eager to ask God for the answer. However, at that moment, Carlos's message entered her mind. Classmate Ava, please pass me your phone. I will send you the operation video for the CF-98A pistol. I'll send it back to you after I finish. Once you watch it, you'll know how to operate the CF-98A pistol. Yes, God. Without hesitation, Ava took out her phone and summoned the bronze tripod to send it to Carlos. Upon receiving the phone, Carlos didn't delay. He immediately sent the CF-98A pistol operation video to Ava's phone and then returned it to her. Ava received the phone and opened the video, watching the operational steps intently. Norris and others also gathered around, focusing on the little figure in the phone video demonstrating the proficient assembly and disassembly of the gun, loading bullets smoothly into the magazine, and using the CF-98A pistol gracefully. The shooting videos Carlos uploaded also left them spellbound, especially the scene where the figure skillfully handled the pistol in fierce combat, making their hearts race faster. Your Majesty, this artifact called a pistol is truly formidable. The opponent doesn't even have time to react before their head explodes. This is by far the most powerful artifact I've ever seen. Yes. Norris hurriedly agreed with what the female state master from Shiliang said. This artifact called a pistol is indeed extremely powerful. Before the opponent can react, their head bursts open. If God could bestow more of these pistol artifacts, who would dare to challenge us? Your Majesty, General Wilfred's words are quite true. The female state master from Shiliang couldn't help but exclaim, if we can beseech God to grant us more of these pistol artifacts, why should we fear those 3 million strong enemies outside? Though Ava's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing this, they soon dimmed again because God had already given them so much. Wilfred Reaver, they hadn't offered sacrifices to God for a long time. How could they ask for more from him? State Master, your words make sense. Thinking about this, Ava couldn't help but speak up, but we cannot endlessly demand from God. After all, obtaining these artifacts must cost God a great deal, while we haven't offered sacrifices to him for a long time. Your Majesty, your words are very reasonable. Norris echoed, we indeed haven't sacrificed to God for a long time. God has shown us such immense kindness. We shouldn't just keep asking from God. We should offer sacrifices to him again. The female state master from Shiliang nodded repeatedly, then told Ava that as long as they could receive more pistol artifacts from God, she was willing to offer all her possessions, even sell her mansion if necessary. Wilfred, deeply, Ava immediately focused her thoughts and sent a message to Carlos. God, these pistol artifacts are exquisite. Qingcheng wonders if God can grant us more, for we urgently need such powerful artifacts to defeat our enemies. Qingcheng, I'm sorry. After receiving Ava's message, Carlos got off the taxi. As he walked towards the Bartyang Palace, he explained to Ava, I really can't provide you with a large quantity of these. These items are prohibited where I come from. If they were sold in large quantities and caught by the authorities, it could result in the death penalty. Upon receiving Carlos's reply, Ava instantly fell silent like a wooden statue. But after a moment, she gently advised Carlos not to give them if it caused such trouble. Carlos didn't say much more, only exchanging a few words with Ava before abruptly cutting off contact. Then, he strolled toward the Bartyong Palace as if on a leisurely walk. However, at that moment, Lacey was dressed in a black business suit, carrying an LV bag over her shoulder and wearing red high heels. She approached Carlos with long strides. "Oh, young Master Chun." Lacey swayed her graceful body and looked at Carlos with beautiful eyes, revealing surprise like spring blossoms. "How did you get here?" "I came here to find you." Facing Lacey's gaze, Carlos slightly smiled, his voice soft as the spring breeze. "I didn't expect to meet you right here at the gate. Isn't this fate?" Well, that's great." Hearing Carlos's words, Lacey walked over like a gentle little bird and linked arms with him. "Coincidentally, President Pang just called me to sign a contract at Perfume Bay. Since you're here, let's go together." What could Carlos say? Naturally, he went with Lacey since the contract had already been settled. After Lacey completed the financial calculations and signed the contract, they headed to the real estate office to finish the transfer process. With this, the Perfume Bay project officially belonged to Carlos. Thinking about acquiring this project for only 40 billion yuan made him smile broadly. After all, this project cost Americ 56 billion yuan, resulting in a loss of 16 billion yuan before he handed it over. This significant loss left Americ bankrupt, but Carlos was quite happy to take advantage of the situation. Lacey didn't think much about it, merely holding Carlos's hand and getting into her Lamborghini parked outside the Bartyong Palace. She then sped off down the road like an arrow released from a bow. While driving, Lacey turned the steering wheel and asked Carlos, seemingly enlightened, "Young Master Chun, how did you manage to secure this project?" "I've been with Sister Mel and her team doing the calculations. This building is worth at least 50 billion yuan, yet you got it for 40 billion? Carlos said proudly, "Of course, it's because Americ is desperate for funds. The real estate industry has been struggling terribly lately. Wilford Reaver, with strict policy controls, both Americ and the unfortunate Mr. Alf have been stuck in real estate. They don't have the money to maintain their companies, so they have no choice but to sell their assets at low prices to survive." "Yes, what you say makes sense." Lacey agreed. In recent years, the real estate market has indeed faced immense challenges, and it's not just them. Many industries have struggled as well. The common people are suffering too. University graduates who face unemployment upon graduation are having a tough time as well. Carlos nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. The common people's difficulties also reflected the struggles of those above, especially the wealthy. Those with connections were better off, but many without support ended up as easy prey, like his brother and Thea G. They became targets for certain individuals who viewed them as ripe for exploitation. Thinking of this, Carlos sighed deeply. Lacey glanced at him, concerned. "Young Master Chin, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? Is something bothering you?" Carlos frowned and abruptly asked, "Florence Jia, did Thea G go to Zhang or Laodian?" "He went to Zhang." Lacey's eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. "Your brother is there too. Your sister-in-law will likely join them soon since they have nowhere to stay domestically." "How serious is this?" Carlos's brows furrowed as he questioned further. Lacey replied, "There's nothing we can do. The big boss is retiring and can only ask them to leave." Carlos stared intently at Lacey and asked tightly, "What about the local businesses?" "At this point, you're still concerned about the business. It's already a miracle that they can save their lives. The businesses will definitely be taken over by someone gradually," Lacey said with a bitter smile. "Of course, your brother and sister-in-law's future life will absolutely have no problems." Carlos fell silent upon hearing Lacey's words. In contrast, Lacey extended her fair hand, gently covering Carlos's face. "All right, don't be too sad. Our business is already showing promising signs. As long as we can make money in the future, their lives will surely be comfortable and pleasant, so there's no need to worry excessively." "Florence Jia, you're right?" Carlos nodded repeatedly after hearing Lacey's words. "As long as we can establish our own business, they will live a life of luxury in Zhang in the future." "Yes, it's good that you think this way." Lacey looked at Carlos tenderly. "As long as we follow the rules and focus on our own affairs in the future, our days will be filled with hope." Chapter 136. Cleo, this woman, deserves death. "Big Sister Florence, I understand." Carlos muttered softly, then a trace of melancholy involuntarily appeared on his face. However, he quickly remembered that he needed to tell Lacey about Cleo conspiring with Dimitri to frame him. He had to warn Lacey about the treacherous woman who might harm her too. "Carlos, it's okay." Lacey didn't know what Carlos was thinking and gently said as she withdrew her hand from his, "It's best if you can understand this matter. After all, your brother and my father have been serving the big boss. Now, for the big boss to arrange for them to go abroad, it could be considered a perfect ending." Hearing these words from Lacey, Carlos nodded slightly. He understood this logic as well. Even though he didn't want his elder brother to leave, there was no way to stop it. They were deeply involved, and leaving was their only release. Of course, he knew very well that his elder brother definitely didn't want to leave either. There's an old saying, one is reluctant to leave their homeland. Who would willingly leave everything behind and wander in a completely unfamiliar place? Especially for someone like his elder brother, who couldn't even speak English properly. It would be much better for him to stay in the country, but he had no place left to stand here. Thinking of this, Carlos took a deep breath and looked at Lacey with a somewhat bitter tone. He suddenly asked, "Big Sister Florence, what do you think of Cleo? Why do you ask about her?" Lacey frowned upon hearing this question. Carlos pursed his lips and told her what had just happened in detail. After listening, Lacey's eyebrows sank, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said, "This bitch not only made Dad give Buckingham to her, but dared to collude with Dimitri against you? Since this is the case, this woman has no reason to exist anymore. Next, I'll have old Wilfred take care of her." "No need. We absolutely cannot repeat the mistakes of the others." Carlos raised his hand and spoke, while Lacey angrily responded, "What should we do then? Are we going to let this bitch off easily? Let her off? That's out of the question, Carlos firmly stated. However, we cannot follow the old path of Lincoln. Instead, we should pursue legal means to bring these two guys to justice so they will disappear forever. I understand. Lacey coldly replied, I'll handle this matter. After all, they're no good anyway. Especially Cleo. I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time, but since she was my father's woman, I held back. Now that she's gone this far, it's time for me to send her off. All right, leave it to you. Carlos reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and casually took one out. If you run into trouble, contact me anytime. I can get Brian to help. No need. I can handle it myself. Lacey replied, the big boss hasn't fully stepped down yet. I can go to him for some minor assistance. He surely won't refuse us after all we've done for him over the years. Carlos nodded vigorously upon hearing this and tapped the cigarette lightly on the pack before placing it horizontally at the tip of his nose and inhaling deeply. A wolf-like look of killing intent flashed in his eyes. After all, he wasn't a soft-hearted person, especially since they had tricked him. How could he possibly let them go? So, Carlos sat in the passenger seat like a statue, quietly smoking. Lacey drove her sleek and agile Lamborghini swiftly through the streets until they arrived at Fragrance Bay in Jinghai City. Although this area hadn't fully developed yet, skyscrapers already towered like giants around it. Some castles-like villas and large shopping centers stood nearby, along with sea view apartments. If all the planned buildings were completed in the future, this place would undoubtedly become the financial center of Jinghai City. According to the municipal government's plan, all major company headquarters would move here. Unfortunately, due to the policy pressure on real estate, many projects had been aborted. Master Chun, we've arrived at Fragrance Bay. Lacey parked the car steadily and said, Germano invited us to meet him on the rooftop of Fragrance Bay. Let's get out and see him. Naturally, Carlos had no objections. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, quickly following Lacey into the main building of Fragrance Bay. It was a towering skyscraper with 52 floors, its exterior entirely clad in tempered glass. The lobby's decoration was already complete, but the office areas above were not yet finished. So the elevators were operational, allowing Carlos and Lacey to swiftly ascend from the elevator to the rooftop on the 52nd floor. When they arrived at the rooftop via the elevator, they saw a courtyard-style structure covering nearly 700 to 800 square meters, standing majestically like a palace on the roof. The elevator led directly into the living room. The interior decoration of the courtyard was lavish, featuring pavilions, terraces, and even a large swimming pool on the rooftop. There was also a helicopter landing pad, garden, and an expansive golf course. Seeing this scene, Carlos couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment, as he had only seen similar styles online. He hadn't expected that Empress would create such a luxurious place on top of an office building. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. This place was truly remarkable, offering not only a view of the sea from afar, but also an enjoyment of the rooftop garden at 52 floors. Carlos had always dreamed of having such a garden, but obtaining one wasn't easy. Empress, however, seemed to have fulfilled this wish, which delighted him greatly. Empress sat in the living room, flanked by two towering bodyguards wearing dark glasses like black-suited special agents. Seeing Carlos step out of the elevator, he calmly picked up the teapot on the coffee table, which was bubbling, and said with a smile, Young Master Chin, you've come personally. It seems you take this matter very seriously. Mr. Pang, how can I not? This is a deal worth 40 billion, replied Carlos, smiling as he walked toward Empress. Of course, I have to show up. Empress didn't rush to respond but poured a cup of tea for Carlos instead. That's reasonable, but are you prepared with the money? No problem with the money. Carlos sat opposite Empress, looking at him and continued, once we sign the contract, I'll transfer the 40 billion immediately. Empress didn't reply, only gently pushing the teacup in front of Carlos. One of the bodyguards behind him then handed over the contract to Carlos. Carlos didn't reach out to take it, but leisurely lifted the teacup, pushed by Empress, and blew on it casually. The bodyguard's face turned slightly displeased, almost showing a hint of anger. However, at that moment, Lacey slowly extended her hand and took the contract from the bodyguard, examining each page carefully. After a brief moment, she nodded, and Carlos finally accepted the contract. Like a meticulous scholar, he browsed through the contract earnestly before signing his name with a flourish. Then he passed the contract back to Empress. Without even glancing at it, Empress signed all 3 copies of the contract and stamped them with the company seal. He kept 1 copy for himself and handed the remaining 2 to Carlos. Young Master Chun, the contract is signed. When will you transfer the money? Carlos calmly took a small sip of tea and then pulled out his phone. I'll transfer it to you now. Empress didn't hesitate. He quickly pulled out his phone, and soon the 40 billion was credited to his account. Hearing the notification, Empress felt a twinge of bitterness, yet a flash of excitement appeared on his face. The company was already struggling financially, and these 40 billion were literally a lifeline. If he couldn't get these 40 billion from Carlos, the Chin Group might have to declare bankruptcy. Young Master Chun, it's done. Thoughtfully, Empress put away the contract, then took a deep breath and said, from now on, the 200-acre Fragrance Bay is yours. Although I haven't completed the entire project, the 12 main buildings of Fragrance Bay are fully constructed. Especially this office building, where more than half of the interior has been decorated. You've really scored a great deal. In the future, if young Master Chien has a chance to make a fortune, don't forget to bring me along so we can win together. Mr. Pang, naturally, Carlos extended his hand and smiled at Empress. But I'm afraid you'll think my boat is too small and won't want to join me. Young Master Chun, you're joking? Empress looked at Carlos's extended hand and firmly shook it with a beaming smile. Nowadays, who doesn't know that you are the future son-in-law of the Amiri family? With your current assets already surpassing 10 billion, if you say your boat is still small, aren't we all just swimming naked then? Chapter 137. Lacey, a paradise of tenderness, how beautiful. President Pang, you're joking? Carlos held Empress's hand earnestly and said, I'm not as magically powerful as you say. In the future, we surely will have chances to collaborate in business. Let us achieve mutual benefits and win-win results. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Emeric then spoke up, but next time, you must show some mercy on me and not cut into my flesh like this again. After all, I lost 16 billion this time. President Pang, rest assured. Carlos's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a sly smile. I, Carlos, am a decent man. Emeric couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had never met such a decent person who could make him lose 16 billion at one stroke. But he didn't say much more because business is like warfare. Now that Carlos could take over the business timely and pay so straightforwardly, what else could he complain about? If it went to someone else, forget losing 16 billion, it might directly fail. Everyone was cash-strapped nowadays. Thinking of this, Emeric patted Carlos's hand, chatted a few more words, and then left with his bodyguards. Watching Emeric leave, Carlos couldn't help brewing himself a cup of tea. He then stood up holding the tea and gazed at the opulent quadrangle courtyard before him. An involuntary sense of satisfaction showed on his face because he adored this place. Master Chun, this place is absolutely gorgeous. Lacey raised her cherry-like, crimson lips gently and said, just look at the dazzling crystal chandelier in the living room, which costs a couple of $100,000. The furniture in this quadrangle courtyard is all made of top-grade Phoebe wood. Even the bed in his room is carefully crafted from Phoebe wood, and all the household appliances inside are high-end imports. Indeed it's great. Carlos also lifted the corner of his lips, showing a bewitching smile. Why don't we try it out? Let's try his Phoebe wood bed, and see if it's sturdy as solid rock, making no sound even when we do certain activities. How naughty. Can't you think of something else? Lacey shot him a coquettish glance upon hearing Carlos's words. Like the live streaming company we're planning to start soon. What name should we give it? I just got some information. Now there's this new thing called short dramas in the market. It's said to be highly profitable, like a company called Migu. They earned billions solely through a short drama that became an internet sensation after investing just a few million. Why don't we venture into this industry too? Carlos smiled devilishly, put down his teacup, scooped Lacey around the waist, and without waiting for her to speak, forcefully kissed her tender lips like soft petals. I'm not in the mood to care about those things right now. All I want is to test out whether the Phoebe wood bed in this quadrangle courtyard is strong enough. Naughty, why won't you take me seriously and just bully me? Held tightly by Carlos, Lacey looked at him coyly and said, don't let go of me quickly, or I'll bite you. How could Carlos possibly release her, being alone like this? If he didn't do anything, it would be completely unlike him. So without saying anything more, he embraced Lacey and kissed her. He then tested the bed in the quadrangle courtyard. The Phoebe wood bed proved to be solid. No matter how he moved around, there wasn't a whisper of noise. Lacey was exhausted by all the chirping, until Carlos finally wore himself out. They lay in each other's arms, falling into a deep sleep. When Carlos opened his eyes again, he found it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. He couldn't help pressing his temple involuntarily, and then planned to freshen up and pick up the 2 cars he had booked. But just then, Lacey slowly opened her eyes like a lazy little cat, looked at Carlos coquettishly, and said, bad boy, you're awake? Yeah, awake? Carlos rubbed his eyes, looking at Lacey with gentle eyes. I'm going to freshen up and then stroll around outside. Let's explore our perfume bay, then get 2 cars from the dealership and head back to Minuet Town. Lacey murmured softly from the bed. Then hurry up and freshen up. I'm staying here since you've worn me out. I'll sleep here tonight. Carlos chuckled, not saying any more, and pulled off the quilt, exposing his perfectly proportioned muscles, and walked towards the bathroom. He turned on the shower in the bathroom, standing under the water stream, cascading down like a waterfall. After washing up, he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Lacey hadn't fallen asleep, but instead rested her chin on her hand, looking lazily at Carlos as he emerged from the bathroom. Carlos, have you thought of a name for our live streaming company? I haven't decided yet. Carlos smiled gently like a spring breeze and said, you can pick the name. Choose whatever you like, because it doesn't matter much to me. What I'm most concerned about is when the live streaming company will be operational and help me turn over those goods successfully. Alright, I understand. Lacey spoke softly and sweetly. I'll get everything ready for the live streaming company right away since we've already completed most of the renovations for this building. If we're generous with money, it will likely take about a month to finish all the work. Then let's. Carlos nodded and said, don't worry about the money. Use as much as you need, and if there's any shortage, just tell me. I will fully support you. After all, the sooner the live streaming company opens, the better. People at the port seem to have caught wind of something. Got it, understood. Lacey lightly bit her lip and asked, then what do you think about the online short dramas I mentioned? Why don't you decide on the investment? Carlos furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before saying, since we have so many antique weapons, it would provide a reasonable context for them if we create some short dramas. Alright, I'll invest in it. Lacey continued, there's one more thing I should inform you. I've mostly taken care of the 2,000 acres of industrial park in Minuet Town. I've contacted dozens of shoe factories, clothing factories, hardware manufacturers, food processing plants, a motorcycle factory, a drone manufacturer, and several raw material processing plants. They all plan to set up operations in the Minuet Town Industrial Park, but they require us to sign 5-year supply contracts with them, otherwise they won't agree to build their factories there. That shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Lacey and thinking about the money-consuming businesses opposite him, Carlos didn't hesitate to respond, just sign the contracts with them. My demand for exported goods is substantial. No matter how much they produce, I can take it all. If sales aren't good, we'll compensate according to the contract. Got it, I understand. Lacey nodded and replied, then I'll sign the contracts tomorrow. Do you have any other plans? After a brief pause, Carlos looked intently at Lacey and said, all right. Other than that, my only request is that you ensure the basement of this building has a secure vault with a safety level comparable to a bank's. Approximately 10 acres should suffice. All the money we earn in the future will be stored there. Hearing this, Lacey couldn't help but giggle, looking at Carlos with smoldering eyes. Isn't that a bit excessive? Building a 10-acre vault? No one would be so extravagant. You don't need to worry about it, Carlos replied seriously. Just follow my instructions. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough space for all my stuff. Also, the 51st, 50th, 49th, 48th, and 47th floors of this building should all have security levels similar to a bank vault. Carlos, are you serious? Lacey looked at Carlos with wide eyes, hesitant. You can't be joking? I'm not joking with you. Carlos puckered his lips, gently stroked Lacey's cheek, and said tenderly, everything I said is true. Just do as I said. If you do well, I'll reward you. Reward? Tell me what it is. Upon hearing this, Lacey pouted slightly, her cherry-like lips pursed, and she gazed at Carlos with eyes like autumn water. What kind of reward? As for the reward, Carlos curled the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile, gave Lacey's red lips a light kiss, and said, it's to have you carry my child and become a happy mother. Oh, you're such a teaser. Lacey blushed faintly and teased. Speaking of that, didn't you forget something just now? Carlos heard her words and gently nibbled on Lacey's earlobe, saying, that's why I'm saying I'll give you a child as a reward. Tease, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lacey huffed softly in reproach and gently pushed Carlos away, saying, you were told to wear it just now, but you didn't listen. Now I have to take medicine. What medicine? You don't need to. Carlos pouted and said, if we're going to have one, let's just go for it. We are adults after all. Having a child of our own is the most normal thing, isn't it? No way. I'm not ready yet. Lacey said coyly, let's talk about this when I'm ready. Besides, don't you have something important to do? Why aren't you rushing off? I don't think it's that urgent. Carlos extended his finger and lightly traced Lacey's nose, saying, how about we try one more time? It would definitely increase the chances significantly. Chapter 138. Your Majesty, how many horses does this car need? Stop it. No more mischief. Lacey held Carlos's mischievous hand tightly and said, you've been playing around with me to the point that my whole body feels like it's falling apart. You should hurry up and attend to your own matters. Despite his reluctance, Carlos knew he must return to Bright Wilford in town before dark. So, he lightly kissed Lacey's red lips, quickly dressed, and hurriedly left. He was afraid of encountering the coffin bearer again, as he did last night if he stayed until dark. Without wasting a second, he caught a taxi downstairs and left Perfume Bay at great speed for Golden Sea City's automobile market. When Carlos arrived at the automobile market, he glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30 p.m. Carlos knew he had to act swiftly. He needed to purchase the Tank 500 High 4T Black Knight and the Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS within an hour. Determined, he strode into the auto market, first entering the Ferrari 4S store. The moment he stepped in, he noticed only a few people inside. Considering the exorbitant prices of cars here, each easily worth a few million, the place wasn't frequented by ordinary folks. However, there were a few buyers, attentively examining the cars under the hospitable service of their charming saleswomen. Just as Carlos entered, a graceful and innocent-looking salesgirl approached him with elegance. Sir, welcome. She bent slightly with a faint professional smile, her clear eyes gazing at Carlos as she asked, would you like to buy a car? Yes, I'm here to buy one. Carlos replied with a radiant smile. I've already reserved a Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS. All right, sir. The salesgirl's eyes sparkled as she responded, please show me your reservation information, and I will arrange the delivery for you immediately. Without hesitation, Carlos pulled out his phone and showed the details to her. After confirming everything was correct, the girl quickly processed the remaining payments and arranged for the red Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS to be brought over. A car as brilliant as fire itself. Carlos was filled with joy at the sight of the car. He thought about how thrilled Ava would be when he passed it along to her later. Sir, here is the purchase contract. The salesgirl handed over a stack of documents politely. Here are your keys. We have taken care of the purchase tax for you. Would you like us to assist with the commercial insurance? Not necessary. Carlos took the keys and contract from her. I'll get that done when I register the vehicle. Understood, sir. The salesgirl maintained her warm, professional smile as Carlos started the car and drove out of the showroom like an arrow leaving a bowstring. Carlos didn't linger but drove the car to a secluded spot, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras nearby. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and then sent a mental message to Ava. Ching, are you busy? Almost instantly, Ava's reply came back. Divine one. Ching is not busy at this moment. What instructions do you have? I have no instructions. Carlos smiled warmly. I bought a car for you. Is now a good time to send it over? Ava could hardly refuse such a gesture from her divine one. So, stepping out of the car, Carlos summoned the large black pot from his soul sea. With a thought, the red Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS flashed over like a bolt of lightning. When Ava and the others saw the red Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS, they were all taken aback, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. Ajani and the rest were so shocked that their jaws almost hit the ground, simply because the car was unbelievably beautiful. Your Majesty, is this the treasure vehicle bestowed upon you by the deity? Shepard regained her composure in an instant, gazing at the red Ferrari 296/2022 3.0T GTS with stars twinkling in her eyes as she exclaimed, it's absolutely gorgeous. This is more than just gorgeous. The female national master of Shiliang gulped hard, speaking with a face full of astonishment. This is simply a rare treasure I have never seen before. Just how many horses would be needed to pull this car? National master, this car doesn't require horses? Ava smiled and said, it works like our motorcycles. It can zoom along on its own once started. Ah, no need for horses. The female national master of Shiliang gasped, then said with a look of wonder, then this car is indeed a divine object. Your Majesty, why don't you try it out? We all want to see how it runs without horses. Ava did not hesitate. Following the instructions given by Carlos, she gracefully opened the door and sat down, placing her foot on the clutch and gently pressing the start button, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She lightly tapped the accelerator, and the car roared thunderously, like an enraged lion. As she gradually released the clutch, the four wheels of the Ferrari 296/2022 Red 3.0T GTS spun rapidly. Simultaneously, a series of smoky breaths like dragon exhales shot from the exhaust pipes, accompanied by deafening roars. The car sped away like an arrow from a bow, and everyone present stared in amazement. The female national master of Xiliang and the others were left speechless, their mouths wide open like hippopotamus mouths, eyes filled with disbelief at the sight, finding the car to be truly miraculous. In an instant, they pursued after the car like hares, especially Bart Gongong and the others, who let out sharp shouts because the square outside the palace had limited space. With the speed Ava was driving, it seemed only moments before she would crash into the palace walls. But just then, they heard a piercing screech of brakes, followed by Ava's Ferrari 296/2022 Red 3.0T GTS coming to a stable stop, then making a graceful turn and rushing back toward them. Bart Gongong and the others panicked and began running helter-skelter. However, the palace guards were deeply captivated by the scene. Especially when they saw Ava driving the Ferrari, they marveled. What does your majesty drive? It can zoom along with. After all, in their hearts, this was a sacred artifact bestowed by the deity upon Ava, and they dared not disrespect it. Ava, however, smiled gently and then gazed intently at Shepard, saying, Shepard, if you wish to try, I can grant your wish, but I have a condition. Your majesty, please tell me, please tell me. Shepard was overjoyed, barely containing her eagerness as she said, whatever the condition is, I agree. Just let me give it a try. All right, then you may try. Ava stopped the car steadily, then unbuckled her seatbelt and gracefully moved to the passenger seat, saying, after you finish driving, take me out of the city and bring back Colby's head. Shepard responded with an eager, okay, completely ignoring Enoch's objections and hurriedly getting into the driver's seat. Following Ava's guidance, she skillfully started the Ferrari 296/2022 Red 3.0T GTS. As soon as she got in, it was as if a driving deity had taken possession of her. She zipped away like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the car sped out of the palace courtyard and toward the palace walls, drawing countless stares. Especially the guards stationed within the palace and the hurrying maids and eunuchs were all captivated by Shepard's Ferrari 296/2022 Red 3.0T GTS. Their gazes were magnetized, all focusing on the red Ferrari that Shepard drove out of the hall. They had never seen such a beautiful car. Everyone was shocked speechless, especially when they saw the car could zoom along without horses pulling it, which made them even more astounded. At the same time, a question inevitably surfaced in their minds. What on earth was this thing that Ava rode? Chapter 139. Want cars? Then 3,000 of them. Would that be okay? It was so astonishingly beautiful. Not only did it have four wheels spinning rapidly on the ground, this vehicle also came in a striking red color with a large glass windshield at the front, resembling an exquisite little house. The two seats inside were exquisitely crafted as well. What stunned them most was, this vehicle kept roaring loudly as if someone was beating drums and gongs inside. This truly left them marveling in amazement. But they also knew, this divine object must surely be a gift from the gods to his majesty, because only the gods could possess such a divine object. There was no way they could own one. So everyone looked on with reverent eyes, unable to tear their gaze away. However, they believed that since this was a gift from the gods to their emperor, it would not harm them for the gods are benevolent. Meanwhile, Shepard had already broken out in a cold sweat. After all, this was her first time driving, and she was a female driver at that. She didn't even know how she managed to speed out of the palace in this car. By the time she came to her senses, she was drenched in sweat from fright. Fortunately, Katie was quick to react and hurriedly made her stomp hard on the brakes. Thus, the Ferrari 296 GTS 2022 Red 3.0T model Shepard was driving came to a halt like a tamed giant beast, lying still on the ground. Your Majesty, this car is too terrifying. Shepard, having stopped the car, stuck out her tongue and said, this car just took off wildly the moment I hit the gas, and it didn't stop. If you hadn't taught me how to use the brakes, I would have nearly scared myself to death. Katie also wore an expression of shock. She never expected this scene to unfold. However, she soon let out a sigh of admiration for anyone who could invent such a vehicle was truly a genius among geniuses. Compared to the motorcycles they had seen, drones that could fly and colorful phones, as well as various God-given artifacts, this automobile was undoubtedly the most ingeniously crafted artifact, without a doubt. Not only was this car aesthetically pleasing, but it could also race across the ground like lightning. The key point was that it had brakes which could make it stop instantly whenever needed. This thing was indeed too amazing. As Katie marveled at this, the group including Grand Eunuch Bart who had chased after them, still appeared shaken. Only when they saw Shepard's Ferrari had come to a stop did they heave a sigh of relief. Because this car ran so fast, even faster than their best steeds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the car stopped. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to catch up with their emperor. Your Majesty, wasn't this car too fast? We blinked our eyes and you were already here. Ajani and others rushed over, panting and breathless. This speed is far greater than the motorcycles granted by the gods. Yes, truly worthy of having four wheels. The women scholars of Xiliang also gathered around, marveling. This speed is like lightning, rushing out of the palace walls in an instant and reaching here in a flash. Grand Eunuch Bart, however, looked fearful and spoke tremblingly. Your Majesty, your divinely gifted chariot is like a runaway horse racing ahead at full speed. From now on, it will be impossible for me to keep up with you no matter what. Norris and others buzzed like a flock of chattering birds, surrounding the Ferrari 296 GTS 2022 Red 3.0T model, chatting away. At this moment, Burke shouted, Your Majesty, If we can mass-produce these vehicles and add a row of sharp blades to the front, we could ride into the camps of the barbarians, Rurin, Chidon, and Baelyong like tigers descending from the mountains, leaving them crushed under our wheels without any resistance. When Katie heard Burke's words, it was like a sudden awakening. Burke had a valid point. Given the car's incredible speed and its rock-solid glass barrier, adding sharp blades to the front might indeed allow them to break into enemy camps as Burke suggested. Your Majesty, I agree with General Burke. Jem and the other generals, upon hearing Burke's suggestion, suddenly realized such a divine object can not only be used as transportation. This can also become a powerful weapon against enemies. Why don't we ask the gods for more? I can discuss with the gods and request more of these automobiles. Hearing Jem's appeal, Katie bit her cherry-red lips lightly and said, but the gods have already given us many treasures. We have not made sacrifices to the gods for a long time. Therefore, I wish to invite all of you, my ministers, to join me in offering sacrifices to the gods. What do you think? I, your humble servant, am willing to offer all my wealth to pray for more such cars from the gods. Jem took the initiative to speak up first, and then Burke also cupped his hands and called out loud, I, your humble servant, am likewise willing to offer all my wealth to pray for more such miraculous cars from the gods. The old minister still has several fine calligraphy works at home which he is willing to offer to the gods. Thorn also stood forward and said, only hoping that the gods will grant us such cars. The old minister, too, is willing to offer all my wealth, only wishing the gods can give us more cars. Simeon and others also chimed in one after another. Katie, however, did not hesitate, sending a mental message to Carlos. Divine being, we adore the cars you've bestowed upon us. Can you bestow more upon us? Sure, I'll buy you 100 tanks, 500 high 4, T Black Warriors. Would that be enough? Carlos received Katie's thought just as he stepped into the Great Wall Wilfredder's dealership. In response, Katie was incredibly excited. Enough! Enough! With these 100 tanks, 500 high 4, T Black Warriors, we can drive straight into the camps of Rurin, Chidon, Baelyong, and the barbarians. You plan to use cars for this? Hearing Katie's words, Carlos pondered slightly and replied, the tanks 500 high 4, T Black Warriors might not be the best choice, given that every camp is guarded by thousands of soldiers. 100 tanks 500 high 4, T Black Warriors, I fear, would be swallowed by their overwhelming numbers. I could send you 3,000 vehicles and 1,000 bulldozers and excavators to clear the way for you. With these, you should face no obstacles when assaulting the camps of Rurin, Chidon, Baelyong, and the barbarians, as 1,000 bulldozers and excavators will pave the road for you. Even if they have 1,000,000 soldiers, they won't be able to withstand your onslaught. Katie was struck by Carlos's words as if hit by lightning, completely stunned. Though she knew nothing about bulldozers and excavators, the fact that the god offered them 2,000 vehicles was astonishing. Plus, 3,000 tanks 500 high 4, T Black Warriors to aid in conquering Rurin, Chidon, Baelyong, and the barbarians. This was simply incredible. To have such powerful artifacts bestowed generously by the gods, who would worry about the armies of Rurin, Chidon, Baelyong, or the barbarians? Thorn and the others were overjoyed at the prospect of receiving 3,000 vehicles and bulldozers and excavators from the gods, because the gods were indeed very kind to them. With these 3,000 vehicles and bulldozers and excavators, did they need to fear the 3 million troops of Rurin, Chidon, Baelyong, and the barbarians? The answer was a resounding no. With these divine tools, plus the motorcycles in the city, what enemies could stand against them? Thinking this, Thorn and the others were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Some even knelt on the ground, shouting praises to the gods for their generosity. Carlos was unaware of all this excitement. He only felt waves of faith surging toward him. However, with Hun Tianju, everything was calm. But most importantly, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention because inside the Great Wall Wilfredder's dealership, he saw an acquaintance. It was his ex-girlfriend, Destiny. Seeing her approaching with a stack of documents, she asked sharply, Carlos, why are you here? Are you here to reconcile with me? Destiny, you're thinking too much? Carlos watched Destiny approach, revealing a pained expression. I didn't come here to see you but to buy a car. Buy a car? You? Destiny looked Carlos up and down disdainfully. A lowly food delivery guy. How could you afford a car? Carlos felt bitter, but did not blame Destiny. After all, he had concealed the truth from her from the beginning. He had not let her know that he wasn't just a humble security guard or a food delivery man. Those jobs were forced upon him by his brother. But in Destiny's eyes, he was merely a worthless security guard, a lowly food delivery person. Because during their relationship, his brother had coerced him into doing these jobs. What he hadn't expected was that this green tea would end their relationship mercilessly once she learned he delivered food. She ran off with a bald, greasy middle-aged man. Yet, in such an unfortunate coincidence, he had bad luck today and actually encountered Destiny here, truly hitting rock bottom. Carlos didn't even want to say another word. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the Great Wall Wilfredder's dealership because he no longer wanted to buy a car here. However, at this moment, Destiny seemed to have read Carlos's mind and suddenly stepped forward to block his path, saying, So, now that I've seen through you, you still want to run? Go to hell. Carlos, blocked by Destiny, was instantly ignited with anger. I just don't want to buy a car after seeing you here. Don't kid yourself. With the little money you make? Destiny looked at Carlos disdainfully, her eyes treating him like a beggar. You think you can afford a car? You obviously just want to get back together with me? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Destiny gazed at Carlos arrogantly. If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might consider getting back together with you. Chapter 140. Buying cars, 3,000 units of tank, 500 high 4, T Black Knight. What the hell are you talking about? Get back together? Facing Destiny's words, Carlos could only cast a disdainful glance at her. His face was full of annoyance, as if there was a blazing fire in his heart. After all, he had once been deeply infatuated. But after meeting this woman, he woke up. As a man, Being too infatuated is not a good thing because it makes one vulnerable to hurt. So these past years, he had lived a life without constraints. However, Destiny felt like she was being stabbed by needles upon seeing Carlos's look. After all, if she had said this to him before, Carlos would have knelt down and begged her for a reconciliation. But what she never imagined was that. Now, Carlos did not do that. Instead, he looked at her with disdain, just like watching a ridiculous clown. This truly made her feel a mix of emotions, quite unpleasant, even leading her to lash out at Carlos. Carlos, don't take advantage of my kindness. I'm giving you a chance to reconcile. If you don't cherish it, there will absolutely be no future. Carlos glanced at Destiny as if she were an idiot, then turned sideways as if he wanted to walk away from her. He simply didn't want to talk to this foolish woman, but Destiny wouldn't let go so easily. She directly blocked Carlos's path, glaring at him and demanding, Carlos, what exactly do you mean? Make it clear to me. Make it clear to you? Clear about what? Faced with Destiny's persistence, Carlos's face darkened, and he said coldly, I don't want to see you. Can you just get lost? Destiny was really fuming now. After all, how dared Carlos speak to her like this in the past? As for Carlos, he still did not want to deal with her. He pushed her away like swatting a pesky fly and walked past her. Just then, Destiny stumbled, her body falling like a leaf in a strong wind, letting out a cry and collapsing on the ground. Looking at Carlos's retreating back, her face filled with shame and anger, she screamed, Carlos, you dare to push me. I won't let this go. Upon hearing Destiny's words, everyone inside the Great Wall 4S store looked over, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. There was also a very muscular, imposing man who stormed towards Carlos aggressively. Kid, what's your meaning? How could you push over our salesperson? In response to the questioning, Carlos said, I don't want to answer your question. If you want to know, ask her. But I only want to ask you one thing. I want to buy 3,000 units of the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight. Does your 4S store have that much stock? What? Buy 3,000 units of the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight. The burly man's eyes bulged wide open upon hearing Carlos's words, as if they might pop out. After all, that was 3,000 units of the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight, each priced at 345,000 yuan. If purchased all at once, that would be 1,035 million yuan. 10 billion yuan. Exactly 10 billion. As soon as the burly man snapped back to reality, where was he concerned about Destiny, who was still wailing and lamenting? This was a huge order. If he could secure this order, the commission alone would be worth millions. No, make that tens of millions. Thinking this, the burly man looked at Carlos eagerly and asked excitedly, Boss, you really want to purchase 3,000 units of the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight? Yes, a bulk purchase of 3,000 units. What kind of discount can you offer? Carlos calmly reached into his pocket, took out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and gazed intently at the burly man named Alex. Do you have enough stock? Boss, we do. We certainly do. Alex, looking as if he'd received a jolt of adrenaline, shouted loudly, as long as you pay, we'll have everything. Destiny's expression froze instantly, then she sneered and cried out with a mix of scorn and agitation, Manager Liu, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just some delivery guy. Where does he get the money to buy so many cars? To say nothing of 3,000 units of the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight, which require 10 billion yuan. How could a mere delivery guy have so much money? Isn't this a daydream? Upon hearing Destiny's words, Alex couldn't help but size up Carlos from head to toe, a trace of disdain crossing his face. Kid, are you fooling me? Fooling you? Fooling what ghost? Upon hearing Alex's words, Carlos's expression turned grim instantly as he retorted, with your attitude, do you really think I have the interest to waste time with you? Kid, are you intentionally looking for trouble? Alex, hearing Carlos's words, flared up in an instant. Do you know who I am? You dare to cause trouble here? It seems you have no regard for your own life. Carlos couldn't help but sneer, his eyes sharp like a hawk, coldly staring at Alex. Being stared at by Carlos like this, Alex became even more enraged. He had been involved in underground activities before. It was only because his boss Ayush had successfully transitioned under Lincoln's support that he followed Ayush into running this Great Wall 4S store while dealing with used cars on the side. Just then, he happened to pass by. Witnessing the conflict between Carlos and Destiny, he stood up for what he believed was right. After all, this was their territory. Unexpectedly, he encountered a show-off like Carlos who dared to mock him. Was he treating Alex as someone easy to bully? Thinking of this, and meeting Carlos's icy gaze again, the anger inside him surged. Kid, it seems you're here today just to stir up trouble. Trouble? You're overthinking. Faced with Alex's words, Carlos merely gave a cold hum. Seeing many people gathering and taking photos of them with their phones, he didn't want to entangle with him any further. I don't have the time for this. I originally came to buy a car, but instead, I met a woman named Destiny who repulsed me. You also made me unhappy. Forget it. I won't buy a car from here anymore. I'll go to another 4S store. I don't believe I can't buy a car. Humph, kid. Upon hearing Carlos's words, Alex stretched out his hand to block Carlos's way and glared ferociously. You seem not to know who I, Alex, am. Facing Alex's obstruction, and seeing so many people filming them, Carlos reached his limit and was about to explode. But at that moment, Ayush, who was upstairs, hugging his secretary and having a cozy chat in his office, suddenly saw his brother Fergus rush in anxiously. Brother Ma, it's not good downstairs. Someone is causing trouble. Please come down quickly. Damn, who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Hearing this, Ayush slapped the table and stood up. Courageous enough. I don't know. Fergus replied. Only that it's Destiny's ex-boyfriend, who has already started arguing with Brother Liu in the showroom. Why does this woman have so many ex-boyfriends? She's really messed up. After cursing, Ayush pushed away his secretary and said angrily, forget it. Let's go down and see. I want to see who dares to make trouble here. Fergus hurriedly led the way for Ayush. while Alex continued blocking Carlos's path, still in an aggressive manner. Kid, not only did you assault someone in our store, but also mock me just now. If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't leave this 4S store. Carlos didn't bother talking to Alex, trying to sidestep and leave. However, Alex, like a huge rock blocking the road, stubbornly blocked Carlos's way. Kid, I've made myself clear. If you don't give me an answer today, you aren't going anywhere. Try me if you don't believe it. What the hell would I try? As soon as Alex finished his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and found himself flying through the air. Next, he saw his boss Ayush kick him fiercely. Alex, you blind fool. How could you be so impolite to young Master Chun? Don't you want to live anymore? Why young Master Chun? Hit by Ayush, Alex opened his eyes wide, astonished. Boss, are you mistaken? This kid is just a delivery guy. How did he become young Master Chun? Shut up, or I'll kill you. Ayush's roar scared Alex into trembling. Then Ayush fell to his knees before Carlos. Young Master Chun, I apologize. That short-sighted man couldn't recognize you. If he knew your identity, he wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to you. Ayush, does this store belong to you? Carlos cast a sharp glance at Ayush, who was kneeling before him, and then said with a stern face, this little brother is also yours? Chapter 141. The epidemic in Ingyang City has broken out again. What should we do? Master Chun, yes? Baron knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve as he said, Lincoln helped me start this store, and later on, he also helped me start a second-hand car recycling shop. Carlos, however, stood silently watching Baron like a statue for 1 or 2 seconds before finally opening his mouth to say, all right, I understand. You may rise. Since Lincoln has allowed you to engage in this business, he must have hoped you would leave it cleanly. Why have you been engaging in such messy affairs? Can you bear to face Lincoln's painstaking efforts? Kneeling on the ground, Baron tried several times to open his mouth to speak, but could not utter a word. After a long time, he mumbled softly, Master Chun, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Enough, I don't want to argue with you, because I don't have the mood. Carlos waved his hand impatiently, saying, since this store is opened by Lincoln for you, then let's give Lincoln some face. You arrange for me to get 3,000 tanks of the 500 High 4 T Black Knight model, send them to my harbor in Minuet town. I want to export a batch of cars to Africa, so just quote me the market price. I'll drive away the 500 High 4 T Black Knight tank from your shop first. I will also remind you, since you've decided to go straight, you'd better cut ties with certain people and things quickly and cleanly, don't get stuck again in future. Upon hearing that, Baron gasped and was stunned like being struck by lightning. However, Carlos did not care about him at all and simply took the keys of the 500 High 4 T Black Knight tank and drove it away from the showroom like a whirlwind. Lincoln, T this? Arson looked at Carlos driving away from their 4S store wildly and said in shock, he has driven our car away. Should we stop him? Stop my ass. Stop. Baron lashed out at Arson like an enraged lion and kicked him fiercely. Do you know who he is? He is the second son of Tianchi Group. Do you dare to stop him if you wish to live? Reggie's face turned pale as death as soon as he heard that. Because this person is their Black Dao Jiao Jiao Fu. Note. This part appears to be garbled text and doesn't translate correctly into English as Black Dao Jiao Jiao Fu, means nothing specific. So, I'll adjust it logically here. Their criminal godfather. How could Reggie not be terrified to death, considering that Carlos is the group's second son? It would be as simple as squashing an ant if the latter wanted to kill him. It's enough. Don't pretend to be dead. Tell me what happened. Baron gave Reggie a stern look, and upon noticing many people around still filming him, roared angrily, stop filming. Delete everything on your phones now, or else you will be unable to bear the consequences. After Baron finished speaking, everyone was frightened and nobody dared to keep what they had filmed. All deleted the contents from their phones. Then Reggie recounted the entire incident to Baron. Looking at Destiny, Baron's eyes turned red with anger, pointing at her, Destiny, you're fired. I never want to see you again. Otherwise, I'll finish you off. And Reggie, you can also leave. You won't need to come back here in the future because there's no place for you here. Hearing Baron's words, Reggie felt as if his mind went blank. As long as he followed Baron, he could always bully others. If Baron dismissed him, would he still have a foothold in Jinghai City? Thinking of this, Reggie glared at Destiny maliciously like a venomous snake, cursing inwardly. If not for this woman, how could he end up like this? Later, he would definitely make Destiny pay dearly. Meanwhile, Destiny was lost in her own world, unable to respond. She was deeply shaken by what happened. She couldn't imagine Carlos was actually the second son of Tianchi Group, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. She almost missed out on an opportunity to be with a super billionaire. At this moment, Destiny felt as if an invisible hand was strangling her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. That wealth she nearly obtained had slipped through her fingers perfectly. Feeling dizzy, Destiny's body suddenly slumped and fainted. Seeing this, Baron hurriedly ordered his men to massage the Runjong point, a pressure point on the face, and pour water on her to revive her, then sent her to the hospital. Unaware of all this, Carlos drove the tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight away from Jinghai City's auto mall like an arrow released from a bow. He looked up at the sky, contemplating visiting Alicia to inquire about the situation at the Chengnan refinery. However, he was ultimately concerned that it would take too long and prevent him from returning to Minuet town smoothly. Therefore, he dismissed the idea of seeing Alicia and sped towards Minuet town in his tank 500 High 4 T Black Knight. However, just at this moment, Ava's message came through to Carlos. Divine One, are you there? Qingcheng, I'm here. Carlos replied without hesitation upon receiving Ava's message. Is something wrong on your end? Divine One, there is an urgent situation that I must report to you. Ava's response carried urgency, while Carlos tensed up and replied, Qingcheng, what is it? Just say it directly. Divine One, there have been deaths among the plague infected in the city, and the number of infections has surged again. Ava's message conveyed her anxiety, as if she were a cicada on a hot stove. Currently, the infected number over 20,000. Among them, some have developed high fevers that haven't subsided, leading to their deaths. Upon receiving this, Carlos's pupils contracted sharply. The situation is already this severe? How many have died so far? So far, more than 300 people have died due to high fevers not subsiding. Ava said anxiously and painfully, they literally burned to death. Qingsheng, give those with persistent high fevers ibuprofen and acetaminophen. Carlos's brows furrowed tightly as he continued. Also provide amoxicillin and cephalexin for anti-inflammatory effects. Remember to forbid them from drinking alcohol. This might help control the epidemic. I will purchase another batch of these medications for you. Also, check with the epidemic prevention station if they have any results or can provide a specific drug for this outbreak. Ava responded affirmatively and then addressed the group of royal physicians, especially Matthias, the chief physician. Royal Doctor Who, we received instructions from Divine One. He ordered us to use ibuprofen, acetaminophen, amoxicillin, and cephalexin for the patients with high fever. They must not be allowed to drink alcohol. Your Majesty, will this truly be effective? Matthias couldn't help but interject, given the severity of the plague, vomiting, diarrhea, and now relentless high fevers until they die. Will these drugs alone suffice? Doctor Who, please follow Divine One's orders and administer the medication to the infected. Ava responded sternly, her brows furrowed darkly. We must wait until the day after tomorrow because Divine One is meticulously analyzing the virus responsible for the infection. Divine One has clearly stated that only after 2 days can the analysis yield results and provide us with the specific drugs. Therefore, we must strictly adhere to his guidance. Use ibuprofen, acetaminophen, amoxicillin, and cephalexin to stabilize the condition of the infected and prevent further fatalities. The old minister obeys. Matthias dared not say more and had no further doubts about the Divine One, quickly instructing his team of physicians to carry out the orders. Your Majesty, we need to consult more with the Divine One as the epidemic is escalating beyond our control. The female national advisor of Shiliang suggested, in just 1 day, over 20,000 people have been infected. Such figures are alarming, and worse still, some have already succumbed to the infection. Your Majesty, the advisor speaks truthfully, Simeon echoed, visibly anxious. This matter indeed requires further consultation with the Divine One. If the plague continues to spread unchecked, it won't need Rurin, Khitan, Shiliang, or the barbarian tribes to attack us. This epidemic alone could annihilate us. Ajani and others also chimed in, making the imperial court seem like a bustling market due to the rapid pace of the infection. Each person felt a deep sense of unease. Facing such a rampant epidemic, what made them feel most powerless was, even the divine medicine bestowed by Carlos seemed insufficient to curb its spread. Within a single day, over 300 people had perished. How could they not panic? Inside Ava's heart was overwhelming anxiety, but she knew well that her Divine One was doing everything possible. Without his assistance, they would be even more helpless. Ava was well aware that the epidemic in Ingyang City would spread rapidly like a wild horse out of control. Yet, all they could do now was wait, for their Divine One was doing everything possible to help. How could she bear to urge the Divine One frequently? After all, some time must be given to the Divine One. Besides, without his assistance, they would have perished long ago. Faced with the plague in the city, they could only watch helplessly as it raged on, eventually dying in agony. Your Majesty, while this matter does require more consultation with the Divine One, Dee stepped forward and said, but in my humble opinion, what's most critical now is to defend the city, given the current situation. This will undoubtedly reach the ears of the Rurin, the barbarian tribes, Baelyang and Khitan, and then they will surely launch a massive attack on our Ingyang City. General Dee makes a valid point. Burke also stepped forward in agreement. We must guard against this. After all, the Rurin, the barbarian tribes, Baelyang and Khitan have never ceased their desire to destroy us. If they learn of our current state in Ingyang City, they will certainly come to attack. At that time, we might not be able to resist. Your Majesty, this old minister has a plan that could make them preoccupied. Thorne's eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam. So they cannot attack our Ingyang City? Chapter 142. Dee leads the army out of the city for a surprise attack on 4 camps. Tutor-in-chief, what's the wonderful plan? Ava's gaze shot at Thorne like an arrow. Meanwhile, Dee and others also turned their eyes toward Thorne as if a wave had surged. Thorne mumbled a few words under his breath, and then looked at Ava with a sinister expression, and at Dee. However, they all fell silent because this move was too malicious. Whether it was Ava or Dee, everyone hesitated. Even people like Burke were in silence. Your Majesty, regarding this matter, Simeon furrowed his brows, looking at Ava with eyes burning like flames and said, why not report to the deity? Ask for the deity's decree? Not permissible, absolutely not. Thorne shouted hastily, this is a treacherous and venomous strategy suggested by your old minister. We mustn't inform the deity. If he learns about it, how will he view us? Upon these words from Thorne, there was dead silence. But at that moment, Dee stood up and said, Your Majesty, let me take care of this. I've been wanting to go out of the city to destroy the grain stores of Rurin, Baelyang, Manzu, and Chidan. Dee knelt with clasped hands and spoke firmly. This task is no more than child's play for me. Let me handle it. Fine, General Dee. Thorne said, let's entrust you with this task. Minister of Revenue Curtis, immediately order the collection of all items used by infected individuals. Also, the bodies of over 300 deceased infected persons shall be handed over to General Dee to be thrown into the camps of Rurin, Baelyang, Manzu, and Chidan so they can taste what it's like to suffer from the plague as well. Curtis did not hesitate and left at once, thinking if they could infect them with the plague, causing them to lose strength in defending the city. Why couldn't they use their tactics against them? They should let those people experience being infected by the same plague and observe what medicines they use. Later, they would report to the deity and provide the same medicines. Thus, not only would the plague problem in Xinjiang be solved, but also prevent them from attacking. Better still, if they could resolve the plague quickly. They could even turn the tables and wipe out Rurin, Baelyong, Manzu, and Chidan at one go. Although this tactic was rather poisonous, Curtis decided to execute it resolutely. Thus, Curtis acted swiftly. On the other hand, Dee prepared meticulously, borrowing 6,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles from the patrol camp. He led 10,000 well-equipped city defense troops carrying 1,000 drones and plenty of gasoline, kerosene, diesel, Lu Hua peanut oil, Jinlongju edible oil, and Shiwang edible oil. Additionally, smoke bombs, incendiary grenades, tear gas grenades, strong bows, and powerful crossbows. Plus, over 300 corpses of deceased infected people along with all items they used were loaded onto the four-wheel mountain vehicles. The army marched out of Xingyang in grand procession. Ava tightly held the Alf saber at his waist, standing on the city tower like a statue, watching Dee lead the 10,000-strong army with 6,000 four-wheeled off-road motorcycles leave the city. The army led by Dee surged like a steel torrent towards the Rurin forces outside the east gate. They approached the camp tents of the Rurin army, surrounded by sturdy wooden railings. At the front stood a massive gatehouse like a beast opening its bloody mouth. On top were lookouts from Rurin, clad in armor holding curved swords. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out. They turned their heads, shocked like stone statues, seeing Dee leading 6,000 off-road motorcycles charging towards the camp like wild horses. Oh. Rurin soldiers screamed in panic when they saw Dee's forces charging like wolves. It's the Western Liang troops attacking. Sound the horns. Repel the enemy. Just as the panicked cries died down, a loud horn blared, throwing the entire Rurin camp into chaos. Voices rose and fell in shouting and cursing, amidst dressing and searching for shoes, complete pandemonium. But Dee's forces struck like lightning. They rushed straight to the front of the Rurin encampment, tossing all the incendiary grenades, smoke bombs, and tear gas grenades they had prepared into the Rurin camp. Some of the soldiers on the four-wheel mountain vehicles even held strong bows and powerful crossbows, shooting down the Rurin soldiers on the lookout tower like hunters. Subsequently, the Rurin soldiers who rushed out of the camp were shot down one by one, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Gerald quickly rode over like a whirlwind. Facing this scene, he roared furiously with eyes bloodshot. Brave warriors of Rurin, follow me to kill the Western Liang dogs. Charge! Charge! Gerald sat astride a tall horse, brandishing a curved saber, leading several 10,000 Rurin cavalrymen who had just gathered, charging out of the camp like a surging tide. Their target was straight for Dee and his men, but at this moment, Dee's forces turned on the high beams of their four-wheel mountain vehicles. Instantly, the intersecting lights from 6,000 vehicles blinded Gerald and his men like countless swords. The horses under them jumped around like startled wild horses, throwing some Rurin soldiers off their backs. Others neighed shrilly, refusing to obey the commands of the Rurin soldiers. Some charged madly forward, while others turned back into the camp. In an instant, the tens of thousands of Rurin cavalrymen who had charged out became chaos. However, Gerald, a seasoned general, quickly regained his senses and commanded his Rurin soldiers to fire arrows all at once, retaliating fiercely against Dee and his men like a lion that had been provoked. At the same time, Dee's forces also released a wave of arrows. The screams between both sides rose and fell, incessant. Just as Gerald thought Dee's forces would launch a large-scale offensive, they only heard the roar of motorcycles. The motorcycles sped away like wild horses running amok, disappearing from their sight. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Gerald was completely bewildered. Nevertheless, he still immediately shouted orders to pursue, but they had just experienced a barrage of high beams. It was as if a thick white fog covered their eyes, and neither men nor horses could move, immobilized by the blinding light. When they finally adapted to the light and tried to chase, Dee and his men had already ridden the four-wheel mountain vehicles far away like lightning. When they finally came to their senses, they only saw dozens of bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, disfigured beyond recognition by arrows. Seeing such a scene, Gerald's anger erupted like a volcano, and he roared, ordering his soldiers to dismember the mutilated corpses of the Western Liang soldiers to vent his fury. At this time, however, Dee and his forces had already turned to the south gate, attacking the Manzu army like tigers descending from a mountain with the same fierce assault. Then they led their forces to sweep across the Chidan and Baelyong like a violent storm. All this was seen by Ajani and his men. They were deeply impressed by Dee's bravery and valor because it took great wisdom and courage to accomplish such a challenging task. Your Majesty, General Dee, Burke, watching the scenes below the city walls, respectfully said to Ava, he has succeeded. All we need to do now is wait for the situation to develop. Believe me, in a few days, plague will ravage the camps of Rurin, Manzu, Chidan, and Baelyong. That will be the perfect opportunity for us to annihilate them. Ava remained silent, his gaze deepening like a lake, growing more complex. But, right at this moment, Carlos's thoughts transmitted to Ava. Ava, how is the situation there? After using ibuprofen and paracetamol, have the high fevers of the infected been effectively controlled? Receiving Carlos's message, Ava dared not delay, responding as if receiving a decree. Divine being, I have yet to receive feedback. The physicians are actively administering medicine to the infected, but there have been no new deaths so far. Excellent. No new deaths indicate that the situation is under control. Relieved, Carlos replied after receiving Ava's message. After all, it has taken me an hour and a half to drive back here. You continue to closely monitor the situation. If there are any new developments, report to me immediately. I will try to help you find more solutions. Ava replied with a yes. Carlos then hurriedly cut off contact with Ava and picked up the towel in his hand. He vigorously wiped his wet hair, as if he had just walked out of the rain, and then exited the bathroom. After he came out of the bathroom, he noticed that the room was empty. Only then did he untie the towel around his body and pick up the pajamas placed on the bed, preparing to put them on. But, at this moment, the door to his room suddenly swung open, and Adelaide stepped in, her legs as white and smooth as jade, her waist twisting like a snake. She casually brushed aside her curly hair, which flowed like waves, and took off the large sunglasses she had been wearing. Yet, in the next instant, Adelaide felt as if she were frozen in place, her breathing becoming rapid, her mind buzzing loudly, as if countless thunderclaps were echoing in her ears. Her beautiful eyes, wide open, stared straight at Carlos. To be honest, she was completely dumbstruck, because she had only seen something like this on her phone before, and it was really too big. Chapter 143. Eldest sister-in-law came, slept for a while, and left. Her eyes were truly lit up, because whether it was anyone else or Carlos's perfect golden ratio figure, they were impeccable in her eyes and extremely stimulating. At this moment, anything said would be superfluous, as it was all nonsense. At this moment, only one phrase from a female delinquent could describe it. This brat is just too eye-catching. This physique is absolutely outstanding, especially that part. If I could ride on it, I'd definitely be in heaven. However, Carlos lost all appropriate response. His eyes stared at the suddenly appearing Adelaide, holding the clothes he was about to wear, completely dumbfounded by the suddenness of everything. He couldn't react in time. Adelaide had already entered his room, her eyes staring at him intently. Although this entire scene lasted only a few seconds, to them, it felt like an entire century had passed. Even time and space seemed to have completely stopped, except their breathing became increasingly heavy. There they stood, gazing blankly at each other, without any other reactions. After a brief moment, a beautiful flush spread across Adelaide's exquisite face, quickly reddening her whole cheek and spreading down her fair neck. Adelaide's mesmerizing eyes were now filled with tenderness, as if they could melt a man's bones. Meanwhile, Carlos finally came back to his senses. He immediately shook the shirt in his hands and quickly covered his body. Then he looked at Adelaide stammeringly and asked, "Eldest sister-in-law, why did you come back?" "I missed you." Coming back to reality upon hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide replied, "I came back. Also, I finished the things you asked me to do. As I'm going abroad these days, I brought those items over." "Okay, then eldest sister-in-law, you can go out first. I'll look for you later." Carlos spoke somewhat awkwardly, while Adelaide bit her red lip, her face blushing as she said, Okay, I'll go out. But your shirt is a bit short. You didn't cover yourself properly, I can still see." With a startled, Carlos reached to cover himself. However, Adelaide shyly turned her head, hurriedly wanting to escape from the room. Unfortunately, Adelaide hit the door when she turned, groaning softly as she fell backward. At that moment, Carlos dashed forward and caught Adelaide in his arms at the waist. However, due to unsteady feet, he also fell on his bottom. Coincidentally, a rather embarrassing scene unfolded as Adelaide's body stiffened, and a soft, soul-stirring moan escaped her lips. "Please, eldest sister-in-law." Upon hearing Adelaide's soul-stirring moan, Carlos felt like his soul had been pulled away. He pleaded, "Can you not make such sounds at this moment?" Ignoring Carlos's plea, Adelaide instead buried herself in his embrace. In an instant, their heated bodies clung tightly together. Damn, it's over. It's over. Carlos's mind went blank, his unruly hands holding Adelaide tightly, muttering, "This is way too intense. You're doomed for sure after this." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, warmth pressed against his lips, and Adelaide's soft tongue gently prized his mouth open. Carlos's initial hesitation was quickly extinguished by Adelaide's fervor. Not only did he stop resisting, but he used both hands to pull Adelaide closer into a tight embrace. When a passionate battle finally ended, Carlos lay sprawled on the bed, exhausted, while Adelaide curled up beside him like a tamed kitten. "You little rascal." Lying in Carlos's arm, Adelaide used her slender fingers to draw circles on his chest, saying, "I knew you were gifted just by looking at your nose. Turns out you're more than just talented. Not only that, but you're unexpectedly strong, making me feel like my bones are scattered. Only now, you bad guy, do you stop? Eldest sister-in-law, this can only be blamed on you being too enchanting." Carlos smiled tenderly, looking at Adelaide in his arms, saying, "I couldn't help myself." Hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide shyly snuggled closer into his embrace and clung to him like an octopus as she said, "How about we rest for a while and do it again?" "I have no problem with that." Carlos held Adelaide tighter in his arms and gently kissed her red lips, saying, "Anyway, we can do it as many times as you want. Naughty little brother, you're amazing." Blushing, Adelaide bit Carlos's lip before softly whispering, "Your sister-in-law loves this amazing you so much. I must do it again after resting a bit." "Sister-in-law, there's no rush. I was wondering." Carlos slightly upturned his lips and replied, "Why did you suddenly come back without even telling me?" "Oh, this?" Hearing Carlos's question, Adelaide couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, "Mainly because your sister-in-law didn't want others to know. I came looking for you, so I didn't call you beforehand. Nor did I tell Callan or anyone else I had returned." "Sister-in-law, why has everything changed so abruptly? Things were fine before the new year, weren't they?" Hearing Carlos's words, Adelaide couldn't help but press her lips together and said, "All of this happened because the boss is ill, according to the doctor's diagnosis. He's in the late stages of liver cancer and probably only has half a year left. So we had to make early arrangements. Otherwise, we'd all be doomed." Frowning deeply, Carlos looked at Adelaide and asked, "But won't things be that easy to settle?" "Don't worry, everything is arranged. All matters will be handled by Callan." Covering Carlos's face, Adelaide spoke tenderly, "You don't need to worry too much about the aftermath. We'll definitely handle everything cleanly, and it won't affect you at all." "Big sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. I just think." Just as Carlos opened his mouth to speak, Adelaide placed her fair fingers on his warm lips and whispered, "Sure, your sister-in-law doesn't want to talk about these things. I just want to lie quietly in your arms for a while, okay?" What could Carlos say? Of course, he agreed. With that, he tightly embraced Adelaide and planted a firm kiss on her forehead. He lay quietly beside her. Unconsciously, they fell asleep. When Carlos woke up again, Adelaide was already gone from his arms. Startled, Carlos sat up quickly and searched for Adelaide. Seeing Veda sitting in the living room with a resentful look, she said, "Don't bother looking. She's already gone. Gone? Why didn't you help me stop her? Looking at Veda, Carlos felt agitated and asked, how could I stop her? She bought a ticket to New York for tonight. She just came to see you one last time. By now, she should already be on her way to New York. Bryant personally escorted her onto the plane. If you want to see her again, you'll have to go to Eagle City. Hearing Veda's words, Carlos couldn't help but sigh heavily. He slumped into the sofa, feeling hollow, and tears silently welled up in his eyes. Seeing Carlos like this, Veda initially felt aggrieved but was moved by his silent tears. Her heart, soft and tender, felt as if it was pierced by a sharp knife. She instinctively pulled Carlos into her embrace and said, it's okay. Eagle City isn't far from us. It takes only a few hours by plane. If you miss them, you can visit them anytime. It's better than them staying here and facing retribution. Carlos sniffed a few times and wiped away his tears, thinking that Veda was right. Veda cupped Carlos's face and said gently, besides, even if they left you, you still have me, Veda, to keep you company. You won't be alone, trust me. I'll always be by your side. No matter what, I'll never leave you. Veda, you're really good. Carlos looked at Veda and couldn't help but say. In response, Veda pouted and said, this scoundrel, I'm more than just good to you. I've fallen deeply in love with you. You, my naughty little scoundrel, have taken root in my heart. You're not allowed to treat me badly, or I'll kill you and bury myself with you. Veda, your way of confessing? Carlos couldn't help but chuckle and then said, that's a bit too aggressive, isn't it? Aggressive? Big head ghost. Veda teased playfully. Reaching out, Jacqueline pinched Carlos's ear and said, get up quickly and follow me outside to practice thunder control technique. Ouch, Jacqueline, easy does it. Carlos winced. It hurts when you pull my ear like that. Can't you be a bit gentler? You just said you loved me. Why are you always so rough with me? Humph, you little rascal. Jacqueline huffed. If I don't give you a taste of discipline now and then, you'd start climbing the roof and ripping off tiles. So, if I don't show you who's in charge, you won't know what you're dealing with. Just as Carlos was about to speak, he saw 6 or 7 police cars and 2 vehicles from the Anti-Graft Bureau approaching his villa. Then, Yuri stepped out of one of the cars. Jacqueline, let go quickly. Seeing this scene, Carlos hastily patted Jacqueline's hand. The Anti-Graft Bureau people have come here. I wonder what they want. What could they want? Jacqueline pursed her lips. They must be after your brother and sister-in-law. Be careful what you say when they're around. Best not to say anything at all because even a single wrong word might catch their attention and get you sent to jail for sewing machine duty. Chapter 144, Carlos in Crisis. Adriana, I understand. Carlos looked at the approaching Yuri and said in a low voice, you need to get me a good lawyer as soon as possible. There are many issues that may require legal help. I know. Adriana bit her red lip, showing a serious expression, and said, I'll call your senior sister Randy shortly and ask her to come over. All you need to do is not say anything, no matter what they ask, just say you don't know. Carlos nodded forcefully, clearly understanding. Soon, police and anti-corruption bureau officers pushed open the door of his villa and entered. Hello. You must be Comrade Carlos? Yuri walked into Carlos's villa and took out his identification, saying to Carlos, I'm from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Director Yuri. We have some matters we need to discuss with you. Please accompany us. Director Ho, where are we going? Carlos frowned, his eyes fixed on Yuri. Yuri looked at him sternly and replied, I can't tell you now. What's required is for you to accompany me and answer some questions. Despite not wanting to go, Carlos knew that refusal would only make things worse. So he went with Yuri without much fuss. They quickly left Bright Wilford Town and arrived at Jinghai City's Dajfeng Hotel. Upon arrival, Yuri deliberately opened the window so Carlos could see Buckingham nightclub across the street. Carlos, you're familiar with this place, right? Yuri knocked on the desk in front of him, staring at Carlos intently and asked. Carlos remained silent because he knew any slip-up in his words might be seized upon by Director Yuri to land him in prison for life. After all, they had been dealing with each other for quite some time. Carlos, don't think that staying silent will be effective against us. Facing Carlos's silence, Yuri tapped lightly on the desk, making the atmosphere extremely tense and serious. Let me tell you something. We already have a complete grasp of your situation and your family affairs. It's best if you confess how much you were involved. Otherwise, your troubles will escalate. Upon hearing this, Carlos's eyebrows tightened. He understood why his brother and sister-in-law had chosen to leave the country. If they hadn't, Director Yuri could have ruined their family entirely. He knew he had to get through this confrontation with Yuri. If he failed, his situation would be dire. But he wasn't overly worried since he had never touched the illegal businesses run by his brother and sister-in-law. Yuri observed Carlos's reaction and seeing no response, wrapped his fingers forcefully on the desk, saying with an unusually stern tone, Carlos, are you listening? If you heard, respond. How did you collude with Secretary Unker? What illegal activities did you engage in together? And has your brother and sister-in-law transferred all their assets to you? Watching Yuri's face grow colder and more serious, Carlos felt a chill down his spine but remained silent. These were matters he truly knew nothing about. After all, his brother had protected him by keeping him away from these issues for years. As for the wealth of his brother and sister-in-law, none of it had been transferred to him because it was sent overseas. Even a fool would know transferring those funds to him would be futile since they would be confiscated eventually. Thus, his brother and sister-in-law would not leave him anything. Seeing Carlos's non-cooperation, Yuri's expression grew even colder. Carlos, it seems you're determined to resist us. Well, let's play the waiting game. But first, let me show you a good show. In about 10 minutes, Buckingham will be completely dismantled. Your future might well be spent behind bars. Yuri's words carried a warning, yet Carlos's gaze shifted to Buckingham outside the window. 10 minutes later, numerous police cars and reporters with short and long guns surrounded Buckingham. Within half an hour, hundreds of people, both men and women wearing hoods and handcuffs, appeared at the entrance of Buckingham. Carlos estimated there were at least 1,000. Of course, Cleo, the owner of Buckingham, was among them. Many people he was familiar with were also arrested, one after another being led to the police cars, which in turn drew a crowd of onlookers. Many people were taking photos with their phones and rapidly sharing this scene on social media. Seeing this, Yuri stared at Carlos with a solemn expression and said, "Carlos, you've seen it. This is our determination. Therefore, if you know something, just confess. Our principle is leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. As long as you can explain your issues, everything can be handled more leniently. We won't let any bad person off, nor will we wrong a good person. Director, thank you for your reminder." Facing Yuri's words, Carlos couldn't help but slightly curl his lips and finally spoke his first sentence. "I am a good person. What do I have to fear?" "Carlos, what kind of good person are you? Do you really not know what you have done?" Hearing Carlos's words, Yuri's face showed unusual coldness as he said, "I advise you not to resist us. It's best for you to confess your problems." "What issues do I need to confess?" Carlos looked at Yuri with a half-smile, saying, "I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I've never done anything illegal. You might not even be as law-abiding as me. Don't believe it? You can check." "Humph, do I need to check?" Facing Carlos's words, Yuri sneered, "Then let me tell you about what you've been doing lately. Don't you think it's problematic? You first bought the 10-year operating rights of Bright Wilford Town's port, then spent $10 billion to buy 2,000 acres of coastal land in Bright Wilford Town, and finally spent $2 billion to acquire a small fishing village in Bright Wilford Town. In the past few days, you've spent over $40 billion to buy Fragrant Bay and even the accounting team of Bart Young Palace. You also reviewed the finances of Same City Express and injected $300 billion to acquire 51% equity. There's also that oil refinery in Jinghai City's southern district. I heard you plan to acquire it. Our investigation suggests it would cost no less than $300 billion. And recently you've been Fung Kong buying all kinds of supplies. Our audit roughly estimates that you've spent nearly $100 billion on these purchases alone. In less than half a month, you've moved over $700 billion. Where did all this money come from? Weren't these funds transferred to you by your brother and sister-in-law? It's best for you to confess honestly. Otherwise, your fate won't be good." "Director, you've investigated quite thoroughly," Carlos said disdainfully, "but none of this money came from my brother or sister-in-law. Every penny comes from buying antiques, and I've paid taxes on each transaction. Haven't you checked?" "Humph, buying antiques." Yuri stared coldly at Carlos, his gaze turning abnormally serious. "Carlos, this old trick has been played out by countless corrupt officials. Do you really think it's amusing here?" Carlos crossed his arms, closed his eyes slightly, leaned back, and put his feet up on the table, unwilling to speak further. Seeing Carlos's attitude, Yuri became enraged. He had dealt with countless corrupt officials, and very few had escaped his scrutiny. He couldn't understand where Carlos got the nerve to act so boldly before him. "Carlos, mind your attitude." Thinking this, Yuri slammed the table angrily. "Take your feet down first. We could flatten Buckingham. Do you really think you can resist us? We represent the state." Director, don't get so worked up. Buckingham hasn't been around for only a day or two, and there's more than one Buckingham in Jinghai City. Why haven't you investigated them?" Carlos glanced at Yuri. "It's because you didn't dare to. You dared to move against Buckingham only because the big boss above my brother is unwell. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare touch Buckingham, not even with 10 lives. Also, your internal power struggles, I have no interest in participating. Whatever you want to do, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. And every cent of my money is clean. Don't try to dig pits for me here. I have no time to play games with you." Yuri was truly infuriated by Carlos's words because Carlos had exposed his ultimate goal, leaving him feeling choked and uncomfortable. Yet, he must take down Carlos. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain himself to the big boss above him. After all, his superior was eagerly waiting for a promotion. If he couldn't bring down Carlos and his associates, advancing further would be much more difficult. But just at this moment, the door of Dajfeng Hotel was knocked on. Upon hearing the sound, Yuri's gaze darkened, but he still said, "Come in." The door was then pushed open. A woman walked in. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful with fair skin, but she also had an alluring figure. She was especially striking in her formal black professional suit, with a stern expression and cold eyes, which made her appear both authoritative and sophisticated. The moment she entered the room, she naturally glanced over Carlos, then quickly approached Yuri. She leaned close to his ear and whispered something to him. Yuri's face fell as he said, "Carlos, I didn't expect you to have connections all the way up to Yinjing. You really impress me." Mutual admiration. Carlos curled his lips into a slight smile, knowing that the Amiri family must have intervened. He said, "I just hope Director Ho won't keep targeting me." Chapter 145. Director Ho, do you believe in the prediction of blood and disaster? Humph. If you don't violate the law? Yuri, however, stared coldly at Carlos, his face full of anger as he spoke. "Of course, I won't focus on you if you don't dare to break the law. Sooner or later, I will catch you inside. Director Ho, I am a law-abiding good citizen. Someone like me definitely won't break the law." Carlos looked at Yuri and said, "Because I'm not stupid. I know what can be done and what can't, and I know some old ways. I certainly won't take those paths because I understand clearly that they lead to a dead end with no good outcome for anyone. You understand that's enough?" Yuri, however, stared coldly at Carlos, with a stern face, saying, "I hope we never meet again. If we meet again, I will certainly arrest you." "All right, can I go now?" Carlos responded and then asked Yuri, "If I can go, then I'll leave now." Yuri ignored Carlos and turned his head forcefully, seemingly unwilling to see him anymore. Carlos put his feet down from the table and casually took out a cigarette from his pocket. He watched Yuri with his eyes, slowly drew a cigarette from the pack, lifted his hand to put the cigarette in his mouth, then patted Yuri's shoulder and whispered beside his ear, "Director Ho, be careful when you go out these next few days. There are dark clouds over your forehead and faint red light is shining from it. If I'm not mistaken, you will have blood and disaster soon. Remember what I say." "Carlos, what do you mean by this?" Upon hearing Carlos's words, Yuri instantly became furious and asked, "Are are you threatening me? I didn't mean that. It's just my goodwill. Carlos replied earnestly, because a few days ago I joined Lunghu Wilfredunton and learned some fortune-telling skills from my senior sister. So, these things I saw from your appearance. I absolutely don't mean anything else, just a kind reminder. Because you're a good official, I don't want anything to happen to you. One more thing, it would be best for you to change your current team because it doesn't suit you, and it's not beneficial for your career. If you trust me, remember these 2 sentences because people of Lunghu Wilfredunton rarely give fortunes. At most, we can only give 3 fortunes per month. My senior sister says such matters are heavily linked with cause and effect, so we cannot give fortunes unless asked. I made an exception for you today. If this fortune turns out accurate, remember to pay the fortune fee of 38,000 yuan to settle this cause and effect. Without waiting for Yuri to react, Carlos brushed past him. Yuri was completely stunned because he knew about Lunghu Wilfredunton but never expected Carlos to be its disciple. By the time he came back to his senses, Carlos had already left. Carlos lit his cigarette with a lighter after stepping out of the hotel room. He took a deep drag, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted because what he said earlier was based on Yuri's physiognomy. This guy really has blood and disaster looming, and it's quite serious. Whether he can escape it or not is none of Carlos's concern, as medicine cannot save the untreatable, and Buddha saves only the enlightened. He had said all that needed to be said, and the rest was none of his business. Thus, Carlos smoked while quickly walking down the stairs. As soon as he reached the entrance of Dajfeng Hotel, he immediately saw a red BMW car with the passenger window open. Alicia waved at him from inside the car. Carlos took another drag, crushed out the cigarette into a trash can, and walked towards Alicia. Seeing Carlos approaching, Alicia raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled attractively. Did Mr. Ho make it hard for you? He didn't. Upon hearing Alicia's words, Carlos opened the car door and sat inside, fastening his seatbelt. Just ask me some questions, then let me go. That's good. Hearing Carlos's reply, Alicia smiled. Where do you want to go next? Should I send you back to Mingyue Town? I don't want to go back tonight. Leaning his head against the seat, Carlos responded to Alicia. Take me for a drive by the seaside? I'm not in a good mood. I want to stroll around there. Sure, no problem. Alicia responded and then drove towards the seaside, saying, I'll take you there right now. Carlos, however, didn't speak. He just stared out the window. He could no longer hold back the overwhelming sadness that enveloped his heart. He thought of all the moments with his elder brother, especially their days selling fish. Though life was tough back then, he felt that those times were far more peaceful and comforting than now. It's not that there weren't worries, but they were minor ones. Now, Carlos understood that when his brother eventually dies, he wouldn't even be buried in their family tomb, possibly ending up in a foreign land. But this was the path his brother had chosen, and Carlos couldn't change it. Carlos wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Carlos, you don't have to be so sad. Alicia bit her red lips slightly and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Actually, if you think about it, your brother's situation isn't so bad. At least he's better off than most people. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos nodded involuntarily, because she was right. The boss his brother worked for was already quite benevolent. If it were someone else, his brother might not have such a good outcome. He had seen too many cases where bosses sacrificed their subordinates to save themselves. Being sent overseas with a chance to enjoy his remaining years was indeed the best possible outcome. Carlos, relax. Alicia seemed to read Carlos's thoughts and held his hand tightly, saying, life is still beautiful. Carlos smiled weakly and nodded hard, then said to Alicia, can I smoke? I hope you don't mind. You can, but you need to open the window. Alicia pouted and softly replied, because I'm not too fond of that smell. Oh, then I won't. Carlos sighed gently. Let's talk instead? Sure. What do you want to say? Alicia smiled charmingly. Tell me directly. Carlos steadied himself and said, thank you for helping me today. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten out so quickly. There's no need. Alicia looked at Carlos with gentleness. You're my man now. Of course, I have to protect you. Besides, Mr. Ho was acting on Mr. Orson's instructions. How could I let Mr. Orson step on you to get ahead? Yes, we should put this behind us, but I will find a way to make Mr. Orson pay. Carlos's expression turned cold. If it weren't for him, my brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have been sent abroad so quickly. And today, he has crossed me deeply. Sooner or later, I will settle the score. I advise you. Alicia calmly spoke, since you're not part of the system, it's best not to involve yourself in internal affairs, especially with those big shots in the system. Carlos didn't reply. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Of course, he wouldn't let this go. He would find a way to get back at Mr. Orson. There was nothing wrong with Orson wanting to advance, but doing it by trampling over them created a deep enmity that he would repay one day. AI, come on. Seeing Carlos's face, Alicia knew he wouldn't easily let this go. She sighed softly. Let me tell you something cheerful. The decision on the Nan City refinery issue in Jinghai City has been made in the standing committee meeting. It should be concluded within 2 days. From what our old man thinks, around 36.7 billion yuan should allow the Nan City refinery to be acquired by you. The biggest challenge now is arranging for the factory workers. Right, I understand. Carlos said, I've told the old man that I don't need all the workers, especially the management. I plan to replace them entirely. This issue has become a headache for him. Indeed. Alicia agreed. The system's most complicated aspects are government offices and state-owned factories. The interpersonal relationships here are incredibly intricate, which is why my father often sighs deeply, facing difficulties. Chapter 146 Alicia, I've done my best. After all, I'm not a saint. I understand. Carlos hummed in response, while Alicia pouted and said, that's it? You can't loosen up a bit to help our old man? I really can't help with this. Carlos sighed gently, because I established the factory to make money, not for welfare. Besides, what's the situation in state-owned factories? You should know better than I do. I don't have any other way. Carlos continued, I can only operate efficiently since it requires an investment of over 30 billion yuan. If this project fails, I'd be in serious trouble too. In fact, many workers are actually quite good, especially those skilled technicians. Alicia frowned. It wouldn't hurt you to keep a large portion of them. Many of them have worked there for decades. Apart from their work at the plant, they cannot handle outside jobs. Where else could they work? I didn't say I won't take anyone. Carlos was blunt. Skilled workers are definitely needed, but I can't hire so many because state-owned factories have excessive personnel. The most problematic part is some who are connected. They just collect salaries without doing any work, or even show up at the factory. Every month I still need to pay their wages. There are also numerous incompetent officials. If all these people stay, it won't be long before I go bankrupt as well, because I simply can't sustain this. Alicia remained silent because this situation was indeed true, including some workers. Some would still report to the factory, but for some of the older workers, they might not even bother reporting, only having a nominal affiliation with the refinery. They received annual salaries of hundreds of thousands of yuan each year. Along with various benefits that were indispensable, the cadre allocation was even more outrageous. Many did not fulfill their responsibilities, yet earned hundreds of thousands of yuan annually. This has been one of the main reasons why most state-owned factories are consistently losing money. For instance, Chengnan Refinery receives several hundred million in financial support from the state every year. However, it is now the era of new energy. The national finances naturally don't want to continue allocating funds, and the Jinghai municipal government is unwilling to keep injecting money into it. Therefore, Chengnan Refinery has declined year by year and is on the brink of bankruptcy now. By being willing to invest over 30 billion to take over, Carlos has already made contributions to the Jinghai municipal government. Otherwise, if the refinery goes bankrupt, it will end up as a pile of scrap metal. Thinking of this, Alicia couldn't help but turn her head to look at Carlos, asking a question she had long harbored. Carlos, why do you want this Chengnan refinery so badly? Haven't you seen that we're now in the new energy era? All cars and heavy machinery in the factory now use new energy. Can this oil refinery really make money for you? Of course it can make money, Carlos replied. Even if refining oil isn't profitable, its downstream products like propane, propylene, ammonium bicarbonate, liquid ammonia, sulfur, asphalt, etc. are very valuable. These products are still in high demand on the market, especially asphalt, which is required in large quantities for road construction. Alicia nodded, agreeing with Carlos's statement. Downstream petroleum products still have a robust market, but this wasn't what Carlos primarily thought about. He mainly considered those fuel-consuming giants, diesel, gasoline, kerosene, asphalt, are essential materials they desperately need, whether for defense or future large-scale infrastructure projects. Both require massive amounts of diesel and gasoline for running large equipment. Although he plans to gradually eliminate reliance on these fuels and develop new energy sources in the future, now they still lack the foundation and require a lot of diesel and gasoline. His motorcycles wouldn't run without them. At this point, Carlos couldn't resist sending a message to Katie, wanting to ask about the epidemic situation in Xinjiang City. But looking at Alicia beside him, he eventually gave up and decided to ask Katie when he returned home later. After all, regardless of Alicia, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning now, almost time for dawn. Carlos, let's go back? Alicia glanced at Carlos and said softly, I'm a bit sleepy. I want to go back and sleep. Let's go back then. Carlos hummed in response and then looked at Alicia, saying, my mood isn't as bad as it was just now. Plus, there's still much to be done at the Mingyue town port. Okay, let's go home first. Alicia replied, you can drive my car back later? I plan to rest today and won't go to the municipal government office. Carlos agreed, and they drove back to Alicia's residential complex. Then Carlos took Alicia's BMW and rushed back to the port of Mingyue town. When he arrived at the port, it was already bright outside. He saw Kermit leading his group of comrades running and shouting slogans at the port. Seeing Carlos approach, they all stopped and stood at attention, saluting him. Carlos parked the car on the side, unfastened his seatbelt, and got out of the car. Mr. Chun, why did you come so early today? Kermit hurried over and asked with a smile, while Carlos punched him lightly on the chest and said, I came specially to see you. And you were probably just finishing your morning exercise, right? I want to practice with you for a while. Do you mind? Not at all, not at all. Kermit laughed heartily and said, just wondering if these years of living in comfort have made our combat hero any less fit than before? This comment immediately set off laughter among his comrades. Carlos glanced at Kermit and retorted, my body is definitely stronger than yours. I don't run around to widows' homes every night like you do. Hearing this, Kermit chuckled but didn't argue further. They started their morning exercises together, which included a 5-kilometer run, push-ups, sit-ups, and parallel bar exercises. After this round, Carlos felt much better. He realized that their morning routine not only benefited physical fitness, but also provided an opportunity to patrol the port and prevent theft. Additionally, the exercise truly felt good for the body. After running for several laps, Carlos felt invigorated, no longer uncomfortable as he had been the previous night. The issues troubling him became clearer as well. Kermit, here's a bowl of noodles for you. After finishing their morning exercises, Kermit cooked breakfast and brought a bowl of noodles to Carlos, saying, I even fried 2 eggs especially for you. Enjoy it while it's hot. Chapter 147. The epidemic has improved, bringing much relief. Carlos did not hesitate, picking up the chopsticks and slurping his noodles. The others sitting beside Carlos also slurped their noodles one by one. Kermit soon brought over a bowl of beef noodles. He pulled out a stool next to Carlos and sat down, saying, Young Master Chun, I've heard something about what happened at your place. Is everything all right here? I heard that people from the Anti-Graft Bureau came to your villa last night and took you to Jinghai City. Oh, that did happen. Carlos glanced at Kermit, then picked up the egg in the bowl and bit into it. But there's nothing wrong with me. Everything is resolved now. You don't need to worry too much. Just focus on working here, and you don't need to think about other things. Master Chun, I understand that. However, Kermit took a deep breath and said, it's just that with what happened with your brother and sister-in-law, are you thinking of leaving the country? After all, the situation here might not be friendly towards you. No, I won't leave the country. Carlos looked at Kermit. Everything regarding my brother and sister-in-law is arranged clearly and doesn't involve me. Upon hearing this, Kermit felt relieved. Carlos's stability was crucial for him as he didn't want to lose his job here. He loved working here, like finding his life's goal. Then Carlos patted Kermit on the shoulder, telling him not to worry. He assured him he would continue running the dock. After saying this, Carlos immediately received Katie's message. Divine One, are you awake? Yes, I am. Carlos responded with a slight smile. I'm already having breakfast. Divine One, I have some good news to tell you. Katie replied, I just received a report from Director Matthias of the Imperial Hospital. The high fever caused by the epidemic has been controlled. Patients who took ibuprofen no longer have high fevers. Their conditions are improving, and some of them are even better than when they were first infected. They can eat congee now. Ching, this is great. Carlos was very happy. This means they have survived and developed antibodies. They won't get infected by this plague again. Divine One, really? Upon hearing this, Katie became excited. That's fantastic. Of course, what I said is true. Carlos explained, the people from the health station told me that this virus isn't very serious in our time. After all, it's not like the terrible coronavirus. Ibuprofen might be the special medicine for this epidemic. As long as patients take it during the fever, their body temperature can be controlled, preventing further rise. They won't be tortured to death by this virus anymore, and they won't get infected again because they have developed antibodies. After listening to Carlos, Katie felt as if she had taken a pill of comfort and became delighted. She had been scared by this epidemic. She was constantly worried that the epidemic might get completely out of control, threatening everyone in the city. Now hearing Carlos's words, she finally felt relieved because she no longer needed to worry about the epidemic breaking out. Then Carlos sighed deeply. Ching, do you have enough ibuprofen on your side? Do you need me to send more? Divine One, we don't need more for now, Katie replied, because what you sent us last time was enough. With our current stock, we can easily handle this epidemic. All right, Ching. After receiving Katie's message, Carlos nibbled his lip. Prepare yourself. I will send you some food. Katie naturally had no problem. On the contrary, Carlos quickly finished the noodles in his bowl, then took the list given by Kermit and went straight to the warehouse filled with golden grains. Immediately, Carlos sent another thought to Katie. Ching, are you ready? I'm ready to send you the grains. Divine One, I'm ready. Katie replied, I've ridden my motorcycle to the Ministry of Household's warehouse. You can send the grain anytime. Upon receiving her reply, Carlos summoned the large black pot from his soul sea, and, with a mental command, all the golden grains in the warehouse were swallowed into the pot. The sound of pouring grains. This instantly filled up Katie's warehouse. Although they had experienced this many times, every time they saw so much grain, they couldn't help but feel excited, because it was just too much. This time, Carlos sent them at least tens of millions of pounds of grain. With this amount of grain, they wouldn't have to worry about food for at least a year. Your Majesty, the Divine truly loves us. Curtis from the Ministry of Households, looking at the golden grains filling the warehouse, was almost moved to tears. He really feeds us without any reluctance? He has sent us so much grain again. With this, we won't have to worry about food for at least a year. Minister Zhou, you're right. Ajani said with excitement. The Divine has bestowed us with so much grain once again. The Divine is truly too kind to us. We must be grateful to the Divine. The Divine is indeed too kind to us. The female national teacher of Shiliang also spoke. The Divine is the best person in the world to us. We must always remember the grace of the Divine. Chapter 148. At the port, someone causes trouble. Kermit is terrified. Thank the gods, thank the gods. Thorn and the others all knelt down in unison, their faces filled with gratitude. Ava also expressed her gratitude, for without the blessings of the gods, they would still be gnawing on tree bark and consuming kaolin. How could they have led a life as blissful as deities? Therefore, she had always been grateful to the gods, holding them in the highest reverence. It was due to the divine gift that they were where they were today, especially during this massive plague. Without divine protection, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Carlos was unaware of what Ava and the others thought, but he swiftly provided them with weapons, along with various daily necessities, and finally sent over 200,000 sets of clothes. Faced with these supplies, Ava and her people were overjoyed, especially the Minister of Revenue, Curtis, who looked exhilarated because these clothes were so beautiful. However, each item was printed with a map resembling a rooster. Some items read, I love China. Curtis picked up one t-shirt and held it against the sunlight, then gently touched it and said, Your Majesty, the quality of this fabric is truly top-notch. Look at the threads and the weaving technique. Even if we strive for 100 years, we probably can't produce anything as exquisite as this. Yes, indeed. This clothing is truly wonderful. The defense minister of the Shiliang Kingdom, Dorian, also remarked, not only does it feel very comfortable to touch, wearing it also looks exceptionally good, much better than our coarse linen. Your Majesty, this clothing is so white. It's like clouds in the sky. Simeon held a piece of clothing and examined it from all sides, saying, I wonder what kind of creature the gods used to make this, as this fabric isn't silk or flax. It's something we've never seen before. Your Majesty, this pattern that looks like a large chicken. And, I love China, written on the clothes. Burke stared at the pattern on his garment and asked, What are these? I know. Shepherd shouted. This must be the land of the gods, called China. The chicken-like symbol should be the map where the gods reside. Yes, this is the map of where the gods reside. Hearing Shepherd's words, Ava cleared her throat and said, There's another place called China. Ah, the realm of the gods is called China. Ajani exclaimed in amazement. What a beautiful name. No wonder it's where the gods dwell. Your Majesty, I want to see the realm of the gods called China. Abdullah waved a golden hoop bar and said, The realm of the gods is simply amazing, not only with inexhaustible rice, but also with so many wondrous things. Indeed, it fills me with longing. I also want to visit the abode of the gods to see how magical it really is. Jem expressed his longing, and in fact, Ava wanted to visit too. What she most longed to see was her god. The one who made her think day and night. Alas, she couldn't pass through. Perhaps this was her greatest regret in life. Meanwhile, Carlos reached out and pulled the floating black jar directly into his soul sea. Carlos then formed a mental command and transmitted it to Ava, saying, Chinchung, everything to be delivered today has been completed. Now you need to pay attention to the pandemic. If there are no issues, please do not disturb me. I'm quite tired today and wish to go back for a good sleep. Ava respectfully replied yes and broke off communication with Carlos. On Carlos's end, he stretched lazily and looked at the now empty warehouse. He prepared to return home to sleep as he was quite exhausted over the past few days. Without further ado, he closed the door and walked out. But just then, Kermit rushed towards Carlos, looking anxious. He spoke to Carlos, young Master Chun, trouble has come. What kind of trouble? Don't panic. Carlos raised his hand, signaling Kermit to speak slowly. Tell me calmly. The party secretary of Minuet Town has brought a group of people here. Kermit continued. They are inspecting our port and say that nothing meets standards, from fire safety to the arrangement of goods in the warehouses. They're nitpicking every detail. Could you go take a look and make them back off a bit? Is that all? Didn't you give this new party secretary of Minuet Town some local specialties? Carlos frowned and looked at Kermit. Kermit, feeling a bit wronged, said, I did. He just took office. I gave him many local specialties, and he accepted them. Wilfred's importantly, during the drinking session the other day, he was very friendly. I don't know what got into him today. He brought a group of cadres from Minuet Town to inspect our port. They say everything is non-compliant, from fire safety to how goods are arranged in the warehouses. They are nitpicking everything and insist on rectifications before we can reopen. All right, I understand. Carlos responded and then asked Kermit, Isn't your uncle here? My uncle. I don't know what's up with him. Not only did he not come over. Kermit's face showed distress as he continued. I can't even get through to his phone. All right, I get it. Carlos understood and added, I know what's going on. Cooperate with them for now. Wherever they say it's non-compliant, note it all down. Don't argue with them or give them any more local specialties. Follow their instructions carefully. If possible, record a video of their findings and keep a record of everything according to their requirements. If you run out of money, ask Lacey for more funds to resolve these issues. Kermit frowned, staring at Carlos, but hesitated to speak. Carlos waved his hand and said, Just do as I said. Don't worry too much about this. I'll find a way to deal with them so they learn a lesson and won't dare mess with our port again. All right, young Master Chun. Kermit felt reassured by Carlos's words, knowing Carlos was a man who accomplished big things. Carlos rubbed his temples, walked out of the warehouse, and drove Alicia's BMW away from the port quickly. Although he saw the people from the town inspecting, he didn't bother them, deciding to let them have their say. He left the port and returned home, where Augusta was holding a bowl of instant noodles, watching a Korean drama while eating. Augusta, why are you having dinner now? Carlos parked the car and entered the villa, seeing Augusta eating her noodles. She glared at him. It's your fault, making me follow you around all night. I even got scolded by your senior sister Randy. Thinking about it makes me angry. Augusta, don't be upset. Carlos laughed. Let me make you a fried egg as compensation for always protecting me in secret. Fried egg, huh? Augusta replied. Forget it. Come give me a foot massage instead. My feet are too sore. Sure, no problem. Carlos agreed and sat next to her. Augusta naturally placed her legs on Carlos's lap. Looking at Augusta's fair legs, Carlos couldn't help but blink and comment, Augusta, your legs are really white. You little rascal. Augusta pouted and stared at him. My leg color doesn't concern you. Now hurry up and massage my feet. They're so sore. Carlos didn't hesitate and started massaging her feet. These legs weren't just white. They were long and well-maintained, like soft tofu under his hands. Carlos found it hard to stop touching them. Hey, you little rascal. Augusta saw Carlos fondling her feet rather than massaging them and scolded him. Just massage my feet. This isn't playtime. Sister, playing a little won't hurt. Carlos enjoyed the feel of her legs. After all, with such beautiful legs, 3 years wouldn't be enough. Of course, Augusta wouldn't indulge him. Throwing her empty noodle bowl into the trash, she grabbed Carlos's ear. You little troublemaker, taking liberties again. See how I deal with you today. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Seized by Augusta, Carlos immediately showed a pained expression. In contrast, Augusta sneered softly. Humph, it serves you right. We'll see if you dare next time. Never again. Never again. Carlos hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Augusta, can you let me off? Can you? Not a chance. I must punish you today. Augusta said fiercely. To teach you that touching girls without permission comes at a price. Augusta, then I will. Facing the menacing Augusta, Carlos couldn't help but smirk. Really have my way. Ah, you scoundrel. Before Augusta could react, she saw a pair of large hands reaching towards her chest. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Let go! Let go! Chapter 149 Gaylord, come over, I need to talk. I won't let go. Carlos smirked and said, Unless you let go of my ears first, otherwise, I'll show you the power of my dragon claw hand. You little brat. Adriana, facing Carlos's dragon claw hand, had no choice but to let go reluctantly. You are truly wicked. However, Carlos didn't let go. Instead, he pinched her cheeks, turning Adriana's face red. And it didn't stop there? Carlos boldly wrapped his arms around Adriana's waist and kissed her before she could react. Adriana quickly started making muffled noises, and with her strong hands, she began pounding on Carlos's shoulders. But her movements grew lighter, until finally, she not only stopped hitting Carlos's shoulders, but also tightly embraced his neck. She gently nibbled at Carlos while Carlos started tearing at Adriana's clothes. Just as things were about to heat up, outside Carlos's villa, a Bentley arrived. Actually 2 Bentleys, followed by several other luxury cars. Adriana saw the situation outside and patted Carlos's hand. All right, stop. Gaylord must have arrived. Carlos let go when he saw that Gaylord's car had parked outside. They couldn't continue what they were doing. Adriana covered Carlos's face and kissed him hard. Quickly fix your clothes, they will be coming in soon. Carlos responded with a hum, then tidied his clothes while Adriana, despite some trouble, also managed to straighten her clothes just as Gaylord and company entered. Carlos stood up and greeted them. Gaylord, why did you all come here? Are you looking for me to buy antiques? Brat, we're not here for antiques today, but for us old fellows. Gaylord leaned on his dragonhead cane and raised his hand. We've been entrusted by your sister-in-law to talk to you properly. Upon hearing this, Carlos's expression became serious. Gaylord found a place to sit, gestured for the others behind him to join. Come in and take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Gaylord cut straight to the point. No need for introductions among old friends. My purpose is to bring you together, mainly because Stephanie has asked for it, hoping you will work with young Master Chun, helping him build his business. This is what Stephanie wanted, and since you are all talents in the business world, I believe you can still make contributions under young Master Chun. We are willing to follow young Master Chun wholeheartedly, and will spare no effort to complete any task he assigns. Armin, the business director of Tianchi Group, was the first to stand up and pledge, we will do our best. Carlos nodded at Armin and the other executives who also stood up. He knew all of them, pillars of Tianchi Group. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that without their efforts, Tianchi Group wouldn't have grown into a trillion-dollar enterprise. So, Carlos valued them greatly. Wilfredra importantly, he needed these people to help him, as his business would expand, and Lacey alone couldn't handle everything. With these elites, Carlos felt confident that his upcoming ventures would be steady, as they were the backbone of Tianchi Group, now handed over by his sister-in-law. This could be considered his greatest asset, and soon, they all started chatting enthusiastically. After 3 hours, Carlos ended the conversation and escorted them one by one to take over his current businesses. However, Gaylord didn't leave but stood at the villa gate with Carlos, watching Tianchi Group's elite members drive away. Only when all the cars left did Gaylord pat Carlos's shoulder. Brat, after I retire, don't count on your brother. You're the one I'm relying on. Gaylord, no problem. Carlos grinned. I'll personally carry your coffin. Go away. Gaylord chuckled and scolded. Who wants you to carry my coffin? You should do what a son ought to do. Don't worry about carrying my coffin. There will naturally be people to do that after I die. Carlos said a few words and then did not discuss this topic anymore. After all, this topic was too heavy, and not many people were willing to discuss it. Gaylord did not continue either. Instead, he patted Carlos and said, you will have quite a lot of trouble in the next period of time. A large number of people will take the opportunity to attack you. You must remain calm and don't give away any hints, because the situation up there is a bit unstable. Everything has to wait until the situation stabilizes. And be careful with the Orson family. I got a piece of news. The vice mayor of Jinghai City, Gustav, will probably come after you. I have already sensed that. Carlos took a deep breath and said, today, the party secretary of Mingyue town led people to my port. They said various things were not up to standard. I asked Kermit and others to record these matters and prepare to rectify according to their requirements. Let's see what attitude they'll show. These people are just small fry. None of them can amount to anything. Gaylord said, you don't need to worry too much about this. Mainly, watch out for Gustav. If they launch a big move against you, your troubles will be huge. And in recent times, you've been dealing with some dangerous goods. Stop handling those things from now on, especially explosives. Don't touch them again because the situation may get difficult to control, and even I won't be able to protect you. Gaylord, I understand. Carlos said, I just opened a few mines and sent some explosives for mining. Nothing else. Alright, I won't manage these things for you. Gaylord added, just remember my warning. Anyway, don't deal with those things anymore. There's one more thing you should pay attention to. Try to go out with Adriana whenever you leave, as your brother and sister-in-law are no longer in the country. I'm worried that your brother's enemies might come after you since they can't reach him or your sister-in-law. Carlos nodded vigorously because everything Gaylord said made sense. After all, his brother was involved in the underworld, now retired. But leaving the criminal world wasn't easy, and most retirees didn't end well. Many could die violently, and even their families could suffer from retaliation due to the deep water nature of this line of work. Okay, I've said enough today. Gaylord looked at Carlos but didn't say anything further. He patted Carlos on the shoulder. I was busy all night. Now this old body can barely hold up. I need to go back to sleep. Gaylord, how about? Carlos quickly said, stay here and rest. Adriana and I are here. You can sleep peacefully. No. Gaylord waved his hand. This old man doesn't want to disturb you two young ones. You two should enjoy each other's company. I'll go back because I love staying in bed and feel better sleeping in my own home. What could Carlos say? Of course, he hurried to send Gaylord to the car. Gaylord had always been kind to the brothers, and they owed much of their achievements to him. Gaylord leaned over to whisper something to Carlos before driving his Bentley away from Carlos's courtyard. Carlos watched Gaylord leave, rubbed his hands, and looked at Adriana with an eye filled with mischief. Sister, they're gone. Shall we continue? Continue? With what? Adriana's face blushed red. You naughty boy, can't you think of anything else? Your head is always filled with these kinds of thoughts. You're really bad through and through. Carlos walked over, grabbed Adriana possessively, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her lips hard. Sister, in front of such a beautiful woman as you, if I don't think about these things, what else should I think about? Wouldn't it be disrespectful to you? Annoying, don't misbehave. Adriana glared at Carlos. It's broad daylight. What if someone comes? Release me now. No more naughty behavior. How could Carlos not be naughty? If he stopped, would that still be his personality? So he scooped up Adriana and carried her to the living room. Adriana's cheeks were bright red. Put me down. Don't do bad things, or I'll be mad. Adriana, submit to me. Carlos hugged Pearl tightly and said, next, I will definitely make you comfortable. I guarantee you will chanja me just like last time. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 150. Xingyang City, the temple, true. truly thriving incense. Stop it, no. Alejandra glared at Carlos with a shy look on her face and said, you just know how to be naughty. I won't let you succeed. Not letting Carlos succeed? This was impossible as he was a vigorous man. The matters that needed doing? He would definitely do them. So a thorough battle began. It quickly unfolded from downstairs to upstairs until both were exhausted, bringing this battle to an end. Meanwhile, in the Western Liang women's country, they distributed the 200,000 pieces of clothing sent over by Carlos one by one to the citizens of Xinjiang City. Everyone was delighted because these clothes weren't only beautiful, but also very comfortable to wear. In particular, the t-shirts printed with I love China made them even more excited. Even the clothes with maps of China made them extremely excited, as they had never worn such good clothes before. They hadn't even seen clothes like these before. Even if there was one piece of clothing, it would have been passed down from the elderly to their parents, and then from their parents to their children. A single piece of clothing was at least passed through 3 generations, and each item was filled with patches. But ever since the deity came, they not only could wear such beautiful new clothes, but they could also eat white rice porridge every meal. This was white rice porridge. They had never dared to dream about it before, even when there was no famine. It was impossible for them to have white rice porridge every day. They even had a packet of salty pickled vegetables. Their lives were simply better than that of deities. They heard that if they joined the army, their meals would be even better, with 4 dishes per meal, including large chunks of braised pork. The emperor ensured they ate enough, and there were even rumors of having flour. Life was really too good now. Any strong young men in town basically wanted to join the military, eating 4 dishes a day and having meat with every meal. Of course, it didn't stop there. They could even ride those cool motorcycles, and some smart youngsters could even operate drones. What people envied most was, they heard that anyone who joined the military could receive a set of brand new armor, 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of meat, and plenty of vegetables and fruits. Therefore, many people in Xinjiang City have registered for military service in recent days because when one person joins the military, the whole family doesn't go hungry and can even eat 2 ounces of meat daily. Who wouldn't want such a good life? Even if they couldn't join the military, they could sell their labor and help with things around the city. As long as they worked, they could receive food rations daily, ensuring their families were fed. Such a good life. Indeed, they had more hope in their lives, and many people started gaining weight because life was so much better, especially thinking back to the days when they were eating soil and tree bark. Now, as long as they weren't too lazy, they could drink white rice porridge every day, and they could taste meat with every meal. Even landlords in the past might not have lived so well. Of course, the people of Xinjiang knew that all these good lives were bestowed upon them by their great deity. Therefore, every day many people worshipped at the temple. Wilfred Reaver, statues appeared in the temple. With a big black jar in his hands, a statue with a kind face sat in the temple for all the citizens of Xinjiang to worship. Katie would patrol the city on a motorcycle with the Fengling guards daily, visiting nearly all the temples in Xinjiang. No matter how many temples they encountered, they would pay homage. Even though the city was under quarantine due to the plague, the incense offerings at the temple remained abundant, because soldiers patrolling the area would also light a few incenses, bowing and worshipping the statue of Carlos in the temple. At this moment, Katie held 3 sticks of sandalwood incense in her hand, standing respectfully before the statue of Carlos, kneeling down and paying her respects before placing the incense in the incense burner. Your Majesty, good news, good news? Norris ran over and knelt on the ground, saluting and reported, General D has just reported that after last night's efforts, he has spread the source of the plague throughout the camps of Ruran, Khitan, Northern Liang, and the barbarian tribes. Even just now, I received reports from some scouts. In the camps of Ruran, Khitan, Northern Liang, and the barbarians, infections have already appeared and are rapidly increasing. Your Majesty, this is indeed good news. Jim, upon hearing Norris's words, became exceptionally agitated, saying, Ruran, Khitan, Northern Liang, and the barbarians will surely reap what they sowed. Let's see how they will deal with it. Katie, however, had a solemn expression on her face as she knelt before the statue of Carlos, her face full of devotion without saying a word. After performing the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the statue of Carlos, she slowly stood up, completely ignoring Jim and the others' discussions, and left the temple. It was only then that Jim and the others realized that they had been discussing matters in secret while in the presence of the deity. How could they discuss such matters in the temple of the deity? Therefore, each of them closed their mouths and followed Katie out of the temple. Your Majesty, this subordinate knows his fault. Jim immediately bowed in apology as he walked out of the temple with Katie. This subordinate should not have discussed such matters in the temple. Please punish me. Since you know your fault, Katie responded with a hum, then said with a serious look on her face, go and receive 30 military sticks. This subordinate obeys. Jim naturally dared not disobey, as he was wrong. However, Katie soon waved her hand. Forget it, exempted. No, I will go. Jim bowed and responded, then went. Even Norris went. Katie looked at all the ministers and said, all my beloved ministers must remember never to discuss any state affairs in the temple, because when we worship the deity, I must do so sincerely, for all the good days we have now are bestowed upon us by the deity. We cannot commit any act of blasphemy against the deity. Violators will be executed. Yes. Upon hearing Katie's words, they almost all knelt down in fear, for what Katie said was true. They could never blaspheme against their deity, as the deity was their best deity. Not only did it grant them food, but also gave them hope to live in anticipation for future life. Thus, everyone revered the deity immensely, tolerating no disrespect. Lord Bart, back to the palace. Katie looked at Lord Bart and spoke. Lord Bart, of course, announced it aloud. Then Katie rode the motorcycle, leading the grand procession of Western Liang women's country ministers toward the direction of the imperial palace. As for Carlos, after an exhilarating battle, he rested for a few hours and was suddenly awakened by a phone call. Oh, who is it? Carlos opened his eyes groggily, showing a tired expression. Calling at this hour? You'll know once you answer. Thea G curled up in Carlos's arms like a charming kitten and said softly, Carlos hummed and picked up the phone. Looking at the caller ID, it was Alicia. He made a gesture for silence to Thea G, then answered the call. Alicia, what's going on? Carlos asked, calling me suddenly? Of course, I woke up. Alicia replied lazily. And can you come over here, as there's a party tonight? I want you to accompany me. Party. Carlos hesitated. Accompany you? Isn't that unnecessary? I've never liked parties. You must come, as I need a dance partner tonight. Alicia said, and this gathering is important for you, because I want to announce our relationship to everyone. What? Sister? Carlos couldn't help but twitch his lips. You're not serious, are you? Do you think I'm joking? This is serious business, Alicia firmly stated. I want everyone to know that you belong to me, Alicia, and no one else should ever think about you, especially not those beautiful women. Carlos felt dizzy, as he didn't want to accept this, preferring to enjoy the entire forest. But Alicia asked again, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy? I'm happy. What could Carlos say? Alicia seemed pleased. Then come over quickly? I'm waiting for you at home. Sure. Carlos had no choice but to agree. I'll come over shortly. Wait for me at home. Alicia replied affirmatively and hung up. Carlos, however, wore an utterly resigned expression, as he truly didn't want to make this announcement, preferring the entire forest. Thea G pouted and her eyes flashed with resentment. Why are you going to that little Alicia girl again? Alas, I don't want to go either. Carlos, however, sighed deeply and then showed a reluctant expression. In contrast, Thea G spat and said, enough. Stop nagging here and get dressed to go. It's a good thing for you to go because by appearing tonight and making your relationship with Alicia public, those who have ulterior motives towards you, they will no longer dare to have any improper thoughts about you because the Amiri family is still very powerful. Chapter 151, Deity, the plague can be saved. We need medicine. Lindsay, don't you feel jealous at all? Carlos pouted and asked. Lindsay responded with disdain. Jealous? Of what? Even if I were to give you 100 years to grow old with Alicia, so what? Now, I'm a cultivator at the Soul Sprout realm. 100 years mean nothing to me. Lindsay, you're actually an ancient monster at the Soul Sprout realm. Carlos looked shocked as he said, so aren't you already a few thousand years old? You're like an ancient ox eating fresh grass. Hearing this, Lindsay felt somewhat embarrassed because there was no fault in what Carlos said. Carlos clicked his tongue in disbelief, which infuriated Lindsay enough for her to strike him hard, saying, what are you trying to call me great granny now? You damned guy. Get up immediately, go shower, and then enter the city to be with your Alicia. Lindsay hit Carlos out of frustration at his mannerism and then shooed him away. Knife grandma, can you not be so aggressive? Carlos grinned at Lindsay with a mischievous look. You're so old, yet your temper is still this bad? Get lost. Lindsay grabbed a pillow nearby and threw it hard at Carlos, who didn't dodge but instead held the pillow in his arms and said, Knife grandma, wanna wash together? Lindsay cursed loudly, ignoring Carlos after that, while Carlos entered the bathroom and started showering under the showerhead, preparing to find Alicia after washing. Lindsay remained in bed, pouting angrily, clearly irked by being called Knife grandma. Despite her irritation, Carlos finished his shower quickly, revealing a perfectly proportioned muscular body as he stepped out of the bathroom. He opened the wardrobe and took out a white shirt, putting it on directly before turning around to look at the fuming Lindsay. Knife grandma, what's wrong? Carlos pouted slightly, looking into her eyes. Why are you still upset? You little scoundrel. Lindsay, still angry, grabbed another pillow and threw it at Carlos again. Don't call me Knife grandma, or I'll beat you to death. Carlos dodged sideways, then smiled slyly at Lindsay. Should I call you wife? When Carlos mentioned calling her wife, Lindsay's exquisite face turned red instantly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Wife, why are you blushing? You look really cute when you blush. Seeing Lindsay blushing coyly, Carlos leaned in closer and murmured, come here, let me kiss you. Get lost. Lindsay hugged the blanket and turned her body away, pretending to be furious. Carlos wouldn't let her off easily, pressing close and whispering softly into her ear. Lindsay's face reddened even more, and she pinched Carlos's waist hard. Humph, you know only how to be naughty. Wife, where am I naughty? Carlos whispered gently into Lindsay's fair earlobe. Tell me yourself. Enough, stop fooling around. Lindsay pushed Carlos away and turned over. Quickly put your clothes on and get out of here to the city. Not yet, I want to do it one more time. Carlos pressed down on top of Lindsay, because last time wasn't satisfying enough. No more. Disgusting. Lindsay blushed deeply. You made a mess on me just now, and now you want more? I'm done already. Besides, my bones are almost scattered. You should hurry into the city and save some energy to feed that little girl Alicia. Carlos kissed Lindsay lightly on the lips, though he still wanted more, eventually put on his clothes and took the golden watch from the bedside table, slipping it onto his wrist. He picked up a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, pocketing them, giving Lindsay a firm kiss before leaving the room, heading downstairs. Lindsay's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Meanwhile, Carlos quickly went downstairs and drove the BMW parked in the courtyard toward Jinghai City. But right at that moment, Katie's consciousness communicated to Carlos, Deity, I have good news. The plague has been contained on our side. Among these is a medicine called Lianhua Qingwen, paired with a pack of 999 cold remedy, 2 amoxicillin anti-inflammatory pills, and a bottle of virus clear. These can actually cure the plague we contracted. Ah, that's wonderful. Upon receiving Katie's message, Carlos exclaimed joyfully, do you have enough medicine on your side? Do you need me to provide some more? Deity, if you could provide some. Katie responded with a hint of excitement in her voice. It would be best, as we do indeed need a large amount of these medicines. Sure, no problem. Carlos replied without hesitation. I will immediately order the medicines for you, and try to send them all over tonight. Deity, I deeply thank you. Katie then sent another message. We have also prepared a large amount of gold and silver artifacts to offer to you. Is it convenient for you? Chingsheng, I'm not quite available for now. Carlos hesitated a bit before replying. As for the gold and silver artifacts, please store them for now. My warehouse is full, so once it's built up, you can send them to me. Okay, deity. Katie softly replied. Then she heard Carlos say, Ching-chung, let's leave it at that for now. I'll call the pharmaceutical supplier and arrange for them to provide the medicines. Katie said okay, and then lost contact with him. Carlos put on his Bluetooth earphones and called Herbert. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, Herbert's voice came through, Young Master Chen, you, this great benefactor, have called me. What medicine do you need? I will deliver it right away. President Zhang, I need a large quantity of Lianhua Qingwen capsules. While driving, Carlos told Herbert, also, 9.99 cold remedy, amoxicillin, and virus clear. How much stock do you have? Young Master Chun, don't ask about the stock, Herbert replied. Just tell me how much you need and when. I'll take care of it for you. Alright, give me 200,000 boxes of Lianhua Qingwen. Carlos answered without delay. 200,000 boxes of 999 cold remedy, 200,000 boxes of amoxicillin, and 200,000 bottles of virus clear. There's no need to ship this batch to the port. Just transport it directly to Perfume Bay. I will send instructions later. Your goods will be received there tonight, and payment will be made promptly. Sure, no problem. Herbert confidently replied. I will arrange everything immediately and guarantee delivery tonight. President Zhang, thanks for your hard work. Carlos thanked him. Of course, Herbert wouldn't complain, as this deal would net him a few million, and he had always found doing business with Carlos profitable and risk-free. He felt extremely satisfied because every transaction was paid in cash up front, making it incredibly easy and lucrative. He was increasingly enjoying doing business with Carlos. Carlos didn't dwell on this, hung up on Herbert, and then called Lacey. He drove straight to Alicia's building. He parked his car, unbuckled his seatbelt, closed the car door, and took the elevator upstairs. Reaching Alicia's door, he gently knocked. After a couple of minutes, Alicia opened the door and jumped into his arms, wrapping her white hands around his neck and kissing him. You bad guy, you're pretty fast. Less than an hour to get here. I didn't want to delay your plans, so I drove really fast. Carlos tightly held Alicia's legs and spoke gently. Alicia pouted her red lips. So, should I reward you? Of course. Carlos replied lovingly, but it's not just a kiss. We should have a passionate and loving session. Ew, no way. Alicia kissed him again but said, I'm very hungry. I want to go eat, not be eaten by you. Well, there's no rush. I have lots of nutritious milk. Carlos smiled mischievously. A little of this might make you forget about food. Ew, stop being so naughty. Alicia blushed upon hearing his implication. That's too naughty. Humph. Little fool, that's not being naughty. Carlos, however, tightly hugged Alicia and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He then pinned her against the door, grinning mischievously. This is called making love. Disgusting, don't you dare? Alicia lowered her head in embarrassment. Because you are all stinky. Besides, it's my first time. I don't want to give it to you like this. Let's wait until we are married. But Carlos lifted Alicia's face. How could he possibly wait for next time? He kissed her forcefully. Disgusting, no, no? Faced with Carlos's domineering kiss, Alicia's face turned completely red with shyness. You are such a bad guy, always bullying me. I won't let you have your way. Sis, just let me. Carlos looked at Alicia domineeringly. I will definitely make you feel the joy of being a woman. Chapter 152. Alicia, this has to continue, can't stop. Stop it, no? Facing the domineering Carlos, Alicia blushed and said, Put me down now, no more misbehaving. Sis, this means you're being naughty. Carlos smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. He held Alicia tightly and carried her into the room while saying, Just now, it was you who ran into my arms. Now that you've started this fire, why can't it continue? No means no. Alicia pouted, lowering her head in shyness. Why so many questions? Carlos looked at the shy beauty in his arms. How could he resist? He strode into his room and placed her on the large soft bed. Holding her slender, jade-like legs, he wanted to make love with her. Alicia, however, was so embarrassed that her entire face turned crimson, too shy to look at Carlos. But just then, Alicia's phone rang suddenly. Upon hearing the ringtone, Alicia immediately snapped back to reality. She looked at Carlos shyly and said, Bad little brother, let's continue this later tonight, okay? I don't want to wait. Ignoring Alicia's ringing phone, Carlos pressed forward, covering her lips with a passionate kiss. He gently parted her lips. Despite Alicia's initial attempts to resist, she couldn't. Instead, she wrapped her hands around Carlos's waist, indulging in their passionate kiss. Just as they were about to proceed further, there came a doorbell. Though Alicia also didn't want to give up this tender moment, and even desired to spend intimate time with Carlos, she heard the knock outside. She knew her cousin Kathleen had come. Therefore, she dared not continue because her cousin was a notorious gossip reporter. Who knows what she would think if she caught them in such a situation. So, she showed her neat, small teeth. She lightly bit Carlos's lip. Bad little brother, stop making trouble. If it's as expected, it's probably my cousin Kathleen outside. It won't be good if she finds out we're doing inappropriate things inside. Upon hearing it was Kathleen, Carlos couldn't help but shudder because he knew the young girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she also loved spreading gossips. A small incident would immediately become known by everyone when it reached her ears. Thus, Carlos dared not continue either because he did not want to become the target of Kathleen's gossip. They tacitly abandoned their amorous embrace, tidied up their clothes, and cautious Alicia even smoothed out the bed as if to ensure Kathleen wouldn't suspect anything. Alright, go sit in the living room first. After doing these things, Alicia pulled Carlos aside and said, I'll open the door for Kathleen. What else could Carlos say? He quickly followed Alicia out of the room and sat on the sofa outside. Alicia deliberately called out, Who is it? Keep ringing the doorbell without saying a word. Having finished speaking, Alicia approached the door, peeked through the peephole, and confirmed it was indeed her cousin Kathleen outside. Kathleen pouted and held some fruits in her hands. Sis, it's me, your cousin Kathleen. Alicia replied with an "oh" and opened the door. Kathleen frowned, wearing a puzzled expression. Sis, why did you take so long to open the door? You delayed this long. Is there a man hiding in your room, or something? Sure enough, there's a man hidden here. Kathleen curiously entered, chatting while looking around. Who is this? So bold to date my sis? Kathleen, hello? Carlos awkwardly lifted his hand. We haven't seen each other for almost a year. Didn't expect to meet you here today. Wow. Kathleen stared at Carlos and exclaimed with great interest. I thought it would be someone else, but I didn't expect it to be you. When did you start dating my sis? My dear Miss Amiri reporter. Carlos pursed his lips and smacked his forehead. What do you mean by dating? We're properly in a relationship. Why does it sound so unpleasant when you say it? Wow. Kathleen confronted Carlos, frowning. You, playboy. Are you really serious about my sis? Why wouldn't I be serious? Carlos pursed his lips. Kathleen responded assertively. Piffed. Everyone knows how many women you have around you. You're used to passing through all kinds of beauties without any attachment. How can I believe you turn over a new leaf and be genuinely sincere to my sis? Kathleen, that's enough. Alicia rolled her eyes at Kathleen and said, Who acts like you? Are you thinking of breaking us up, or what? Big sis, I didn't mean that. Kathleen opened her mouth aggressively and said, But there is one thing I need to remind you. If you really want to spend your whole life with this guy, you should keep an eye on him well, for this guy is quite promiscuous, and too many women around him. There are more than a dozen as far as I know. Carlos couldn't help but cover his face, because after he broke up with Destiny, he did indeed sink for some time. During that period, the number of women around him was much greater than now, at least 20 or so. However, after being scolded by his brother, the number of women around him decreased significantly, and most of his tabloid news were reported by Kathleen and others at that time. He was rated as the #1 playboy in Haisha City at that time, which directly angered his brother. He was not only severely reprimanded, but also driven out from Haisha City to Mingyue Town, staying there for half a year, until he found that his big black jar could connect with ancient times. Only then did he devote himself entirely to feeding those gold-swallowing beasts, and his craziness towards women wasn't as intense as before, although there were still several, at least 4 or 5. Kathleen, it's enough? Alicia looked at Carlos with a hint of resentment and defended him. Why do you always focus on his past? He has improved a lot compared to before. Haven't you seen he hasn't been causing any scandalous news anymore? Big sis, you just don't pay enough attention. If you had entrusted him to me, Kathleen rolled her eyes at Carlos, revealing a look of disdain. I don't believe he wouldn't stray. It's absolute nonsense. Hearing this, Alicia naturally felt uncomfortable, feeling uneasy inside. Carlos knew he must say something. Otherwise, things would definitely go wrong, since Kathleen understood his character very well. Kathleen? Carlos thought of explaining. Please leave me alone. I am trying to change myself, after all. My sister-in-law and brother are not here now. I can't afford to be as reckless as before, and the current me dare not claim I have completely changed. But my focus will never be solely on women. Instead, I wish to concentrate on my own business. Fine, I'll trust you once. Kathleen said, however, from today onward, I will keep an eye on you. If you dare to do anything that betrays my big sis, I'll make sure you won't get away easily. Carlos twitched his forehead, even wishing to die because how come he encountered this woman again? In the future, it seemed he needed to behave better and not fall into her hands, because this woman was a gossip reporter. He couldn't afford to provoke her now, as he wanted to stay hidden and not draw everyone's attention like before. Kathleen, stop it. Alicia didn't want to talk about this issue anymore, so she spoke with a trace of resentment. Let's clean up quickly. We're going out to eat. Kathleen glared fiercely at Carlos and then held Alicia's hand, muttering something unknown to her. Carlos felt a headache because he knew this woman would definitely not say anything good about him. However, at this moment, Ava's consciousness transmitted to Carlos, saying, God, are you busy? Chinchung, I'm not busy. Carlos replied without holding back. Is there anything with you? Actually, there is nothing much. Ava's voice carried a touch of coquettishness. Just want to chat with you, God. Oh, what do you want to chat about, Chinchung? Carlos responded, while Ava said, I want to ask God, after defeating the enemy, how do we continue to develop and make the Western Liang Kingdom stronger? This is a systemic issue. I currently don't know how to answer you. Carlos paused slightly and said, how about waiting until after you defeat the enemy? I'll find some books to send you. Perhaps then you can find some methods to strengthen the Western Liang Kingdom. That's great, God. Ava was quite happy, then asked a few more questions and finally inquired softly, God, last time you told me about your arranged marriage. Has it worked out? Chapter 153. Carlos, can you think of something else? Upon hearing this, Carlos fell silent for a moment because he didn't know how to reply to Ava. Ava, somewhat anxious, said, Divine being, it's fine if you don't want to answer. I won't ask any more in the future. Carlos merely hummed in response and did not dwell on the question further as Alicia and others were already approaching. Therefore, he could only send a message back to Ava, saying, Chinchung, I have some matters to attend to here and can't chat for now. But regarding the medicine you need, I've started arranging it for you. I've managed to get you 20,000 boxes of each type, and they should be sent over by tonight. Prepare a large warehouse to receive these supplies when they arrive. Okay, Divine being. Receiving this message from Carlos, Ava's melancholic mood suddenly improved, and she even reproached herself a bit. How could she be preoccupied with personal emotions when the Divine being was working so hard for her? Would that be fair to the Divine being? Thinking about it, what good would it do anyway, since she couldn't meet her Divine being? Wilfred Reaver, wasn't it common for men to have multiple wives? Especially for a great man like the Divine being? How could she keep indulging in such thoughts? While Ava was thinking about these things, on Carlos's side, Alicia had changed into a new outfit, slung a crossbody bag over her shoulder, and walked up to Carlos, asking, Carlos, does this outfit look good on me? Wani-san, it looks great, really great. Hearing Alicia call him, Carlos snapped back to reality and instinctively replied, Not only is the outfit beautiful, but you look stunning as well. Wani-san, just remember. Before anyone could speak, Kathleen blurted out first. This man talks to you all smooth and sweet. Everything he says is just to please you. He must not have any good intentions toward you. Be careful. Carlos felt somewhat annoyed upon hearing this. Was Kathleen PMSing, or something? Why was every word laced with thorns, as if always against him? And what she was insinuating made him feel very uncomfortable. But considering Alicia's presence, and that she was a woman, Carlos restrained himself and did not engage in an argument. Kathleen, enough? Seeing that Carlos was unhappy, Alicia pulled Kathleen aside and said, don't be so harsh with your words. Carlos is actually quite a good person. Sure, he might be a little flirtatious, but overall, he's pretty decent. Wani-san, are you serious? In a confrontational tone, Kathleen retorted. Does falling in love really make someone so naive? Just remember, this man doesn't deserve your love. If you say that again, I'll be mad. Feeling increasingly unhappy, Alicia interrupted. Besides, in this matter, it was me who pursued Carlos first. Don't keep nagging at him. What? Wani-san? Unaware that Alicia was already angry, Kathleen looked taken aback and asked, are you kidding? How could you even like him? Does he even deserve your affection? Hearing this, Alicia really got upset because from the moment she walked in, Kathleen had been targeting Carlos. First, she criticized him for being flirtatious, which already made Alicia very uncomfortable. She didn't expect Kathleen to lack tact, continuously pressing the issue. What a gossip queen, truly annoying. Wilfredra importantly, Kathleen wouldn't let it go and kept picking on Carlos, which Alicia found unbearable. No matter what Carlos was like, he was the man she loved. Also, in this era, who hasn't had multiple boyfriends or girlfriends? If not, one might as well not have lived. Many people start dating in high school and end up having 4 or 5 relationships by college. Who knows what happens after entering society? Thinking about this, Alicia's lingering resentment towards Carlos faded significantly. However, Kathleen still didn't realize her mistake and continued to pester Carlos, persistently pressing her point. Despite feeling irritated and wanting to argue back, Carlos kept his temper, deeming it unnecessary. Seeing that Carlos remained quiet and sensing Alicia's dissatisfaction, Kathleen finally stopped badgering him about the matter. Alicia looked at Kathleen and finally decided, Kathleen, I'm going to accompany Carlos to take care of some business. We're going somewhere far and complicated, so you won't be joining us. You can stay here or go home if you prefer. Alright, then you two go ahead. Perhaps sensing that she was being resented, Kathleen could not help but say, I'll go down with you too and then head home. Alicia did not say anything more. Carlos beside her certainly would not comment either. Of course, he felt that this arrangement by Alicia was for the best because he did not want to spend even a second more with Kathleen. This woman was truly annoying. The silence among the 3 people made the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Then, Alicia opened the door, and they left the room one after another. Soon, they arrived downstairs and each got into their cars, leaving Alicia's residence. Carlos, while driving, couldn't help but scratch his head and ask, Sis, where should we go now? Alicia propped her cheek with her hand, looking at Carlos with a touch of grievances in her eyes. How about we go to emptied? I want to have Korean barbecue buffet there. Sure, no problem, Carlos replied. However, Alicia bit her lip, watching Carlos intently but hesitating to speak up. Sis, I know what you're thinking. After we get married, I can promise you. Carlos looked at Alicia's piteous eyes and sighed. I will only love you and will not mess around outside. This is your promise. Upon hearing Carlos's words, the aggrieved expression on Alicia's face eased somewhat. I'm not forcing you. If you dare to mess around outside and if I find out, I'll cut it off. Sis, I mean what I say. Carlos firmly stated, what I promise, I can achieve, because that's my principle. I've had my share of recklessness and have loved many women before, but after getting hurt by them, I became like this. But I can assure you that I won't fall again, and I won't fool around outside. What I promise, I will definitely do. Alicia, hearing Carlos's words, raised her lips slightly to look at him and then said leisurely, okay, I believe you. Don't lie to me, or I'll really cut it off. Carlos nodded without saying more. After all, Alicia was a good girl. If they were to marry, wouldn't spending his life with her be nice? He had already had his wild times in life. Having a wife of his own, having 1 or 2 children, wouldn't that be a life he also desired? Besides, he was now a cultivator, with a very long lifespan. Spending 100 years loving Alicia passionately would not be a loss to him, as he had countless hundreds of years ahead, each filled with the potential for lifelong love. Thinking of this, Carlos found it quite agreeable. On the other hand, Alicia, after receiving this promise from Carlos, felt her mood lift immediately, knowing well that Carlos was a man of his word. He generally didn't make promises lightly, but once he did, he would never change his mind easily. Carlos, don't keep driving straight. We're already at emptied. Just as Alicia thought this, she saw Carlos continue driving straight. Directly drive to the underground parking lot, and we can go up to eat. Okay, I'll switch lanes. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos quickly switched lanes and followed the traffic flow directly to the underground parking lot of emptied. After parking the car, they took the elevator upstairs, all the way to the 8th floor of emptied. Here, various restaurants lined up, and soon they found the Korean barbecue buffet restaurant. Carlos paid, and entered the restaurant with Alicia. Indeed, there were numerous foods, various seafood, meats, vegetables, fruits, soda, beer, cocktails, and sweet pastries, all laid out neatly on tables for picking. Carlos selected some beef, mutton, venison, and a few cold dishes onto his plate, and walked to the booth the waiter had reserved for them. Once seated, Carlos carefully observed. This Korean barbecue restaurant used smokeless charcoal, unlike the electric grills used last time. Seeing this, Carlos picked up an oil brush and spread some oil on the wire mesh, then placed a piece of marinated beef on it. Next, he put the lamb and venison into the adjacent pot to boil. After finishing these tasks, he picked up chopsticks, took a few bites of the cold dishes he brought over, eating daintily. You're pretty quick, Alicia commented. Alicia, however, took more than 10 kinds of seafood and pushed the small cart made of aluminum alloy toward Carlos, saying, I just brought the food over. You've already started eating. You come over and eat with me. Carlos, seeing Alicia pushing the food over, hurriedly helped her place the dishes on the table. I have already cooked the mutton and venison for you in the pot next to us. These cold dishes are also among your favorites. You can come and have some. All right, I'll try a bit. Alicia smiled. We were busy all night, and I haven't eaten anything yet. Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little hungry. If you're hungry, just eat. While holding the dishes, Carlos said, this marbled beef is almost done. Just add a little pepper powder, brush a bit more oil, and sprinkle some green onion and cilantro. Then you can start enjoying it. Carlos, you're really good to me. Alicia rested her cheek on her hand. Her eyes filled with tender affection as she looked at Carlos lovingly. Carlos curled his lips into a smile. Sis, there's something even better waiting for you when we get home tonight. Stop it, you naughty guy. Alicia blushed and said, why do you always think about that? Can't you think of something else? Chapter 154, Carlos, wanting to buy a house and marry. I don't want to talk about that. Carlos smiled mischievously, picking up a sausage from the cold plate with his chopsticks. Sis, do you want to eat this sausage I just grilled? Annoying, no, I don't want to eat it. Alicia kicked Carlos playfully, pouting her tender red lips, looking quite displeased. But Carlos grinned mischievously, picked up the sausage from the plate, and directly stuffed it into Alicia's mouth. Alicia didn't want to eat it at first, but she subconsciously bit down, then closed her eyes as she found the sausage quite delicious. So, she began eating bite by bite. Sis, how is it? Carlos blinked his eyes, smiling slyly. Isn't the flavor of the sausage pretty good? The chef did a nice job grilling it. See how the sausage has slightly burst open after being grilled. They even added their special sauce. This flavor must be good. It sure tastes great. How about another one? It does taste good. Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos, slightly pouting her pink lips. Then she couldn't help saying, but your sly smile makes me feel so uneasy. Are you thinking something naughty again, you bad guy? What could I possibly be thinking? Carlos smirked, casually taking a tissue and gently wiping away the dirt at the corner of Alicia's mouth. I just like watching you eat sausages. Look at your mouth covered in oil. Let me clean you up. Alicia wasn't shy, but rather had a faint smile on her face as she let Carlos serve her. She even felt warm and caring from Carlos, which explained why he was always so popular. It was simply too considerate. Not only was there delicious sausage to eat, but also such warmth and care. This good man must be kept close, not letting him run off with any other women. While Alicia was thinking this, she suddenly felt her lips grow warm and smacked Carlos a few times. Annoying. Someone is watching us? Somebody is watching? Carlos smiled slightly, then said, so what if someone is watching? Kissing my wife, what's the problem with that? Enough, don't mess around. Alicia blushed and said, by the way, yesterday Dad told me to tell you to get ready. They want to finalize our wedding during National Day. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos's expression froze for a moment, then he slightly curled his lips. Okay, no problem. After thinking for a moment, he continued, do you have time today? Why don't we go look at houses? If we really get married, we should buy a love nest of our own. Why don't we buy one on Ben High Road? I did some research there recently. I think the houses there are quite nice. Alicia looked at Carlos, then said in an unusually gentle tone, there's a 5-story seaside villa. I think it's pretty good. Why don't we go see it today? No problem. After dinner, let's go see it. Hearing Carlos's words, Alicia frowned. But talking about Ben High Road, Zhangchuan isn't far from there. I have a courtyard house of nearly 600 square meters on one of the upper floors of Zhangchuan. Do you want to see it? I know that courtyard. I've seen it, and I actually like it very much. Alicia pouted. But you know, this building will be used as an office building later, with your company's employees coming and going. As a government official, it would not be appropriate for me to live upstairs. Why don't we buy that villa instead? Then you'll be closer to work, and it's convenient for me to get to City Hall too. All right, no problem. Carlos casually said, my principle is whatever you like is fine. But are those houses new or pre-sale? Fully furnished or unfinished? Yes, they are move-in ready. Alicia said, the interiors are minimally decorated. I checked it out the other day. Personally, I like it, depending on what you think. If you like it, I like it. Carlos laughed, while Alicia pouted her lips. Honestly, she was quite happy because she could tell Carlos was serious about this. With that, her marriage to Carlos would be settled. Having harbored a crush on him for years, it seemed she finally achieved her goal. Thinking about this, a happy smile spread across Alicia's face immediately. In contrast, Carlos picked up the tongs, flipped a piece of beef on the grill, brushed some oil over it, and sprinkled chili powder on top. The sizzling aroma of meat wafted from the grill. Carlos couldn't help but swallow, as he did enjoy eating grilled beef. However, grilling it well required skill. Otherwise, the beef wouldn't taste good. For marinating this kind of beef, usually some flour and egg batter could be used before putting it on the fire to grill. This would not only keep the beef tender and juicy but also lock in the flavors. Wilfred's importantly, it prevented the beef from becoming tough when grilled. Of course, grilled beef is typically only medium rare, which gives the best texture. Also, different origins of beef can produce varying flavors when grilled. However, Carlos wasn't pondering these details at the moment. He grilled for a while, then flipped the beef and sprinkled some chili powder over it. He dripped a bit of cooking oil on the iron grid, rolling it around until he felt it was just right. Then he took a lettuce leaf and wrapped the beef inside it. He looked at Alicia gently and said, sis, I've grilled the meat for you. Why don't you try how it tastes? Upon hearing Carlos's words, Alicia's expression paused for a moment. Then she slightly opened her mouth, revealing her small, neat teeth, and took a bite of the beef Carlos handed her. Her tender tongue tasted it, and she chewed the piece carefully. She then closed her eyes slightly and said, it's quite good, really delicious. I'm glad you like it. Carlos smiled slightly and said, if you enjoy it, have another bite. And in the future, if I have time, I can grill for you every day. We could even get such a grill for our home. No, no. Alicia hurriedly waved her hand and said, I just had a sausage and now some beef. My calories will go off the charts. That's enough for me. I daren't eat more. Chapter 155. Liao Dynasty. The envoy enters the city, shocked. Big sis, are you joking? Carlos pouted and couldn't help but say, we came here for a meal costing 1,988 yuan per person. You only took a few bites of meat. Aren't we losing out badly? That's enough? Billionaire. Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos and said, you still care about this small amount of money? Just wave your hand, and it's not just this much. But isn't this also waving my hand? Carlos looked at Alicia, slightly pouting and said, why don't you take another bite? This is the beef I roasted myself? No, no more, no more. Alicia shook her head vigorously and said, if I keep eating like this, you'll fatten me up. I don't want to become chubby in the future. Carlos looked helpless, as people in this world weren't lacking food, especially women who were afraid of eating too much and getting fat. But she thought of Ava on the other side. If they could come here for an all-you-can-eat buffet, they would surely be overjoyed. The boss might even go bankrupt overnight from their feast. Unfortunately, Dahe-kun couldn't bring them over, which was quite a pity. At this moment, Ava had a troubled look on her face. Her worries weren't about anything else, but rather what she had told Carlos earlier and the feeling that the godlike figure had already deeply embedded in her heart. Whenever she was alone, she couldn't help but wonder what her god was doing. She frowned tightly, pulling out the photo she cherished from her bosom. She bit her lip gently and looked at Carlos's picture again and again. Honestly, her greatest wish wasn't to become Empress anymore. Instead, it was to be with her god forever. She wanted to be his woman. Unfortunately, she couldn't get through, so she could only endure the pain of longing. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The abbé walked in, saw Ava holding Carlos's photo, and couldn't help but frown slightly and ask, why do you look so worried? Nothing, nothing. Ava quickly put away the photo upon hearing the words of the abbé and asked, National teacher, why did you come here? Yes, there are a few matters I need to report to your Majesty. The abbé replied seriously, while Ava stood up and asked, what is it? Speak. Your Majesty, the envoys from the Liao and Northern Liang dynasties are requesting an audience outside the city gate. The abbé bowed and said, they hope to enter the city to meet you. Humph, these bandits. Ava sneered coldly and said with authority, what do they want, to surrender or to seek death? I think they may want peace talks. After all, they can't break into Xinjiang City. The abbé explained, there's now a widespread plague in their camp, and they're extremely short of food, so they're likely seeking peace. Humph, wanting war whenever they please, or peace when they choose. It's not that easy. Ava sneered again and spoke with a menacing tone. Unless they kill all the nomadic tribes and the Ruran army, I won't agree to peace talks. Your Majesty, you have this idea? The abbé responded, old minister finds it comforting, but this matter shouldn't be handled this way. It would be best if you met them on the city tower, or perhaps arrange a grand welcoming ceremony, allowing them into Xinjiang City to see our situation, then entice them by offering some grain, and give them medicine that can cure the plague. Unobtrusively employ the strategy of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars. National teacher's words are wise. Wilfred Han E also advised, this is the perfect time to use the strategy of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars. We can negotiate with them while preparing food and medicine to cure the plague for them. At the same time, spread rumors outside that Northern Liang and Liao will ally with our Western Liang kingdom to fight against the Ruran and nomadic tribes' armies. This way, once our food and medicine leave the city with the Liao and Northern Liang envoys, I believe the Ruran and nomadic tribes will definitely act, trying to seize the supplies. When that happens, they'll start fighting each other for those grains, especially the medicine that can combat the plague. They will surely fight fiercely over it. Your Majesty, this is exactly what old minister means. However, the abbé spoke to Ava, who then gripped the Alf knife at her waist and frowned deeply, saying, all right, I'll leave this matter to you. Have the officials of the Ministry of Rights prepare to receive the envoys from the Khitan and Northern Liang with the highest standards. Agreed. Norris and others cupped their hands in acknowledgement and left the palace, riding motorcycles to the Ministry of Rights to instruct the officials to set up an official procession to welcome the envoys from the Khitan and Northern Liang into the city. The officials of the Ministry of Rights, naturally, did not dare to delay. They formed a grand procession following Norris and made their way to the northern gate. As soon as the north gate was opened, they saw the Northern Liang envoy Ansel and the Khitan envoy Shan leading 300 cavalrymen entering Xinjiang City in a grand parade. The citizens of Xinjiang were overjoyed, welcoming them with enthusiasm. Shan and his group were stunned, never having expected such high honors. However, this was just the beginning. As they fully entered Xinjiang City and the city gates closed behind them, the real reception began. First, they saw 500 patrolling troops in elite armor on 4-wheeled off-road vehicles, followed by 300 city defense troops on motorcycles. On either side were the Phoenix Feather Guards, clad in golden armor like the legendary women warriors of the Yang family. As they moved slowly through the city, they soon saw something astonishing on the roadside. Soup kitchens? They watched in amazement as officials from the 6 ministries distributed porridge to the citizens. Each bowl was not just plain rice but included dates, longan, various beans, and peanuts. The inviting aroma reached them even on horseback. Minister Xiao, are they feeding the citizens porridge? Shan swallowed hard, remarking, look at how white the porridge is. What's in those little packets they hold? Everyone seems to be enjoying it so much. I don't know. Ansel also struggled to suppress his salivation, saying, it looks incredibly delicious. Otherwise, how could they enjoy it so much? Chapter 156, Sir, what kind of water is Waha? Sir Xiao, you speak the truth. Shan interrupted, but they are eating too well. There's more than just porridge. Look, they also have large meat buns. I clearly saw a big chunk of meat in one of those buns. Heavens, there's actually meat inside those buns. Ansel felt his blood boil, growing incredibly agitated as he said, These people eat better than us officials do. They're hiding in the city eating meat while we can't even get it. They don't only have meat buns. Sean seemed to lose his mind slightly as he continued. Look at those baskets, filled with boiled eggs. And that fragrant long item. What is it? How well they eat. Sir Gongsun, those are sausages bestowed upon us by the deity. Wilfred Hawley, seeing this scene, sat astride his horse with an air of arrogance and remarked, these sausages are made entirely of meat, dripping with oil when eaten, and exceptionally fragrant. Would you like to taste one? Can we really? Hearing Sean's words, Wilfred Hawley slightly raised his hand and said, of course, if you want to eat them. I can provide each of you with one sausage because we have plenty here, daily gifts from our deity. Upon hearing this, Sean and the others almost drooled, having not tasted meat for a long time. With a gesture from Wilfred Hawley, a soldier immediately brought 2 sausages and handed one each to Sean and Ansel. The 2 envoys gripped their sausages tightly, their eyes glowing green with anticipation. Sean couldn't wait and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes squinted in disbelief and delight as he said, wow, these sausages are delicious. This taste truly is divine. As a minister of Baelyong, even in years without famine, I've never had anything so tasty. Ansel, savoring the sausage, showed obvious enjoyment, for the sausages were indeed irresistibly flavorful, each bite brimming with rich, succulent meat, causing oil to drip down his chin and leaving an aftertaste that lingered delightfully. After a moment of indulgence, Ansel said, if you 2 gentlemen find this delicious, all you need to do is ally with Shiliang. The female national master of Shiliang then spoke, together, we will fight against Rurin and the barbarian tribes. Our emperor will ensure you have enough food. National master, rest assured. Ansel hurriedly responded, as long as you provide 10,000 pounds of grain as Finn suggested, we will fight alongside you against Rurin and the barbarian tribes until death. Sir Shao, you know? The female national master continued, we can show our sincerity by still providing the agreed upon 10,000 pounds of grain, but you must also demonstrate your sincerity. Deploy your armies against the Rurin and barbarian forces. Otherwise, we cannot provide you with this grain. I believe Taibwa should have made this clear to you. What matters most is your commitment. National master, you're right. Ansel admitted, we must show our sincerity, but we also need to see your grain supply. If we truly go to war against Rurin and the barbarians and you fail to provide enough grain, we won't gain anything. Sir Shao, there's no need to worry about that. The female national master assured. In Qingyang City, we have ample grain, water, and medicine to fight the plague. As long as you attack Rurin and the barbarians, we swear by our deity not to withhold a single drop of water or grain. We will fulfill all our promises. Before Ansel could say more, Sean shook his head. He already realized that Qingyang City truly wasn't short of grain. How could they possibly feed their citizens so well if they lack supplies? With divine assistance, where would they get these provisions and such delectable sausages? They definitely wouldn't be lacking in grain now. Their primary focus should be on how to negotiate this alliance with the Empress of Shiliang properly, not just defeating Rurin and the barbarians, but also securing future cooperation for food and water. As Sean thought about this, Ansel's eyes roamed around, increasingly alarmed by how prosperous Qingyang City appeared. Riding on a tall horse, he walked along and saw that the porridge tents were not just 1 or 2, but lined up all along the street. An entire street? He made a rough estimate and found that there were more than 3,000 porridge tents set up along the street, and they weren't all serving just porridge. In some places, fragrant white rice was available, and in those dishes, there were basins of meat. Heaven, basins of meat? Ansel felt completely dazed because this was simply too incredible. Even their emperor didn't eat as well as this. This shock was too much for him. Still in awe, he immediately noticed the shimmering waters of the Sun Wilfredin Lake. Now he couldn't remain calm again because it was the water of the 2 lakes. The shimmering water. What made him feel like his eyes would pop out was that people were actually bathing in the shimmering lake water. Goodness gracious. Who are these people? Ansel finally couldn't hold back. He was visibly agitated. This is outrageous, daring to bathe in such clear lake water. This is an absolute waste. Don't they know everyone is short of water? These people are actually bathing directly in the water. This is sheer luxury and extravagance. If this happened in our place, they would be torn into pieces. Lord Shao, you don't have to get so worked up. The female national master of Shiliang said proudly. Now our city is specifically not short of drinking water. The water we use for bathing is provided by the deity. The water we drink is cleaner and tastier than this, and it comes in bottles labeled Waha Pure Water. Waha, pure water. Sean looked at the female national master of Shiliang with unease, unable to help but ask excitedly. What kind of water is this? Chapter 157. General Wilfred, I love China. What nonsense. Easy to absorb. Norris looked quite proud as he casually took out a bottle of Waha mineral water and said, this is the water we deities drink every day. Water that deities drink. When Sean heard this, he became excited all over, his voice trembling as he said, then isn't it holy water? You can understand it this way? Norris proudly replied, all waters bestowed by deities are holy. All foods given by deities are divine meals. Sean didn't find anything wrong with this statement because weren't the foods given by deities naturally divine? The water blessed by deities naturally should be holy water too. But wasn't their deity too kind? Not only did they bestow so many exquisite foods, there were also these bottles of crystal clear water, and even better, it's easy to absorb. This deity was just too kind. Why didn't they have such a good deity? All of them, including Sean, showed envy and jealousy on their faces. After all, they wanted such a wonderful deity too. Ansel and Sean exchanged glances and both saw in each other's eyes the look of desiring the protection of a deity. They even developed an idea of snatching one back. For a deity this good, shouldn't be exclusively owned by the Western Liang Kingdom. They wanted it too. However, Norris ignored them and continued escorting them forward. Soon they came upon a temple bustling with incense offerings. General Wilfred, is this your deity's temple? Sean, looking at the magnificent temple in the city, immediately reined in his horse, showing an expression of admiration and reverence. As for Norris, he looked devoutly solemn, saying, "Yes, this is the temple where we venerate our deity. General Wilfred, can we go inside and pay homage?" Sean asked, "We also admire your kingdom's deity very much, and would like to offer a stick of incense." "There is no problem with that." Norris was quite generous and didn't stop Sean from worshipping their deity. They were all elated since this was indeed excellent. They had long wanted to see what the deity of the Western Liang Kingdom looked like. To everyone's surprise, Norris actually gave them this opportunity. So they all got off their horses, entering the temple with expressions of awe and reverence, almost trembling with excitement. However, they entered on their knees, for who dared enter standing before a deity? Each taking 3 steps before prostrating themselves, they held incense in their hands and knelt into Carlos's temple. When they saw the golden statue of Carlos holding a large black jar, they bowed down and began to worship immediately. This was the deity of the Western Liang Kingdom. This deity looks incredibly handsome, except for a slightly larger nose. Everything else was almost human-like, not like the fierce-looking statues often found in temples. This deity truly looked handsome. This should be how a deity should appear. No wonder he is so good. Sean and Ansel soon exchanged glances and saw in each other's eyes the same desire. To take back a deity like this, they would enshrine it, burn incense daily, and believe that the great deity would bless them with water and food. If they couldn't snatch one, they decided stealing one wouldn't be bad either. After all, as long as they could get a deity statue, they would feel happy. After all, they also desired the protection of a deity. "Lords, let's go." Carnell, the minister of rituals of the Western Liang Kingdom, said, "Let us depart early and meet our emperor." Only when they heard these words did Sean and the others reluctantly stand up, still gazing at the deity, carefully engraving its image in their hearts, for they still had a wish. If they couldn't steal or snatch one, they would create one once they returned. They would find the best craftsman to carve a golden statue of the deity. They would also enshrine it in a temple and burn incense daily. Such a good deity shouldn't belong only to the Western Liang Kingdom. They must possess one, for this was a deity. With this thought, Sean and company looked even more intently at Carlos, afraid they might miss any detail and fail to perfectly replicate the deity of the Western Liang Kingdom. Of course, Norris had no idea about their thoughts and simply watched as they got into the carriages, continuing towards the capital of the Western Liang Kingdom. However, not having taken a few steps, Sean and the others stopped again in shock, for they saw a wide, cement-paved road stretching out. This road is so flat, there's not a single piece of bluestone brick on it. It's entirely made of one large slab of stone, paved from end to end. What kind of miraculous material could this be, allowing for such perfection? This truly left them in awe. But that wasn't all. As they continued walking forward, they soon saw numerous recruitment stands along the way. Each sign advertised that new recruits would receive a batch of grain and 4 dishes every day. This deeply astonished them because, even with their own army, they could barely afford a single dish, let alone 4. After all, their army was already out of food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked Xinjiang City. Damn, 10 pounds of meat a month? Looking at the sign which said that joining the military would grant 10 pounds of meat per month, Ansel couldn't help but exclaim, "There are also vegetables and fruits, sweet watermelons to eat. What a godlike life is this? This makes me not want to go back. I almost wish to enlist here, because the conditions are just too good." The soldiers following Ansel were also tempted, considering how much better the benefits were in Western Liang. Sean also wore an incredulous expression. After all, even in non-famine years, let alone during famines when everyone had to survive on grassroots and clay, the benefits of being a soldier were never this good. The welfare was indeed too good. Thus, amidst their shock, Ansel and company quickly arrived at the palace entrance. However, they saw a group of soldiers wearing t-shirts and holding long spears, all standing neatly in front of the palace gate. They soon noticed the words on the soldiers' shirts, "I love China." What on earth was "I love China"? They had never heard of it before. General Wilfred, these soldiers? Facing this scene, Sean finally burst into laughter, asking Norris, why aren't they wearing armor but instead wearing these white shirts that say, "I love China"? Chapter 158, Sean, seeking a divine statue. This clothing is a gift from the divine. However, Norris lifted his head and said with pride, "China is the land of deities. Therefore, this is our highest honor. Only the warriors guarding the palace are qualified to wear these clothes." Behind them, there's a map indicating where the deities reside. It's shaped like a rooster. That is the place where the deities live. Upon hearing this, Ansel and the others were amazed, their faces showing surprise. This is the land of the deities? So, the land of the deities is called China. What excellent news this was. They had gained a significant piece of information and became overjoyed. Finally, they knew where the deities worshipped in the Western Liang Kingdom originated. In the future, if they were to worship deities, they could tell their people that the deities they worship came from the mysterious land of China. Just as Sean and the others were thinking about this, Norris suddenly said, "Your Excellencies, shall we enter the palace?" Sean and the others naturally agreed, and the grand procession then entered the palace. Of course, the cavalry escort they brought was stopped outside the palace. Only Sean, Ansel, and Norris's group were allowed into the inner court. Passing through the Golden Water Bridge and Long Water Corridor, they finally arrived at the Taiji Hall of the Western Liang Kingdom. Inside the Taiji Hall, Eldon sat on the throne, wearing an imperial robe. Below stood the officials of the Western Liang Kingdom, all wearing full armor and glowing with robust health, compared to before when they had sunken eyes and appeared as mere skeletons, standing weakly in the hall. Now, not only did they glow with vigor, but also looked strong and healthy, having put on weight. They had been eating very well recently, constantly fed by the deity, so they no longer felt weak from hunger. "Your Majesty, envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang have arrived outside the hall." Eunuch Bart, with his duck-like voice, stood beside Eldon and asked word by word, "Shall we announce their entry?" "Announce their entry?" Eldon signaled her approval. Eunuch Bart dared not hesitate and immediately shouted in his duck-like voice, announced the envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang to enter. As eunuch Bart's voice carried outwards, after about 10 minutes, Sean and Ansel entered. They looked at the robust, ruddy-faced ministers of the Western Liang Kingdom and felt an intense pressure sweeping over them. Thus, they did not dare to delay and knelt down to greet Eldon with great respect. Only after Eldon granted them exemption did they stand up and presented their credentials. They hoped to ally with the Western Liang Kingdom and jointly fight against Rurin and the barbarians. However, they needed the Western Liang Kingdom to provide grain, or they would be powerless in warring against Rurin and the barbarians. Facing this request, Eldon did not refuse but promised them 100,000 caddies of grain and some water. She also gave them some medicine for epidemic control, but the amount was carefully measured, enough only for a few days' consumption in Khitan and Northern Liang. After all, giving them grain meant they had to work. Otherwise, it would not do. So, while she provided grain, it would not be enough to make them fully satiated, just enough to keep them going. They were expected to lead troops against Rurin and the barbarians. Ansel and the others of course agreed, as they had no other choice. However, they also proposed a condition. They wished to receive 2 divine statues to take back and enshrine in Khitan and Northern Liang. Eldon did not dare to agree easily since it involved 2 divine statues. This was a big decision, so she had to consult Carlos and said slightly frowning, "My lords, I must report this to the deity. Only if the deity agrees can I grant you 2 divine statues." Ansel and the others were naturally elated, as being able to report to the deity meant they had a chance to obtain the divine statues. To them, this was incredibly good news because it was about divine statues. If they could bring these back and worship them properly, they would surely receive the deity's protection. Therefore, they all looked at Eldon expectantly. Without hesitation, Eldon focused her thoughts and transmitted them to Carlos. "Divine One, I need to discuss something with you. Are you available now?" "I'm available, Chi-Ching." Carlos frowned slightly, glancing at Eldon who was earnestly looking at a house with a female salesperson, and tilted his head, saying, "Tell me what's on your mind directly." "Divine One, the matter is as follows." Eldon paused for a moment and then replied to Carlos. "The envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang wish to form an alliance with us to fight against Rurin and the barbarians. However, they have put forward an excessive condition. They hope we can grant them 2 of your divine statues so they can take them back to their countries and worship daily. Chi-Ching, I would like to inquire about this." With an anxious expression, Eldon asked Carlos's opinion. "Can I agree to this?" It's just this matter?" Carlos thought for a moment and said, "You can agree, but if they dare to insult the deity, I will punish them severely." Eldon responded and cut off the connection. As for Carlos, he chuckled cunningly, never expecting that Khitan and Northern Liang would propose such a condition. He, of course, had to agree because this was a good thing for him. By having Northern Liang and Khitan enshrine his divine statue, he would definitely gain faith power and incense offerings, which would help him break through his realm faster. This was a tremendous opportunity, so how could he refuse? After all, faith power and incense offering power were something that the more powerful, the better for him. Alicia, of course, had no idea what Carlos was thinking. Instead, she saw him grinning foolishly and frowned slightly, calling out to Carlos, "Carlos, what are you thinking? Come and take a look at this bedroom." Alicia glared at Carlos and then asked, "Do you think it's good?" "Big sister, if you think it's good, then it's good." Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos quickly regained his senses and said, "As long as the bed is big and soft enough and there's no strange noise, it'll be fine." Alicia looked at Carlos and said, "Then come and check yourself to see if it meets your requirements." Chapter 159. Alicia, a simple thank you won't do. There has to be something else. If you think these things are not good enough, they can take them away and we can buy new ones ourselves. "All right, I'll take a look." Carlos scratched his head and then walked over. In the bedroom stood a large, soft bed made of genuine leather. Carlos approached it and sized it up thoroughly. He quickly sat on the bed and rocked it slightly. He found that the bed felt quite sturdy. He alone wouldn't cause any noise when rocking it. But then he casually pulled Alicia over and had her sit with him on the bed, swaying together. Alicia furrowed her brows, looking at Carlos in confusion. "Carlos, why did you pull me over here to sway with you? Just tell me if you like it or not. If you like it, we keep it. If not, we don't. Why did you have to pull me over to rock the bed together?" "Big sis, I just wanted to test whether this bed is solid enough." Carlos explained. "As long as it doesn't wobble, this bed can stay. Other details aren't so important since I've checked, and this is indeed a brand name product." "All right, if you say keep it, we'll keep it." Alicia glanced at the female salesperson who was holding back laughter but dared not laugh. She gave Carlos a strange look. "If you like it, then fine. Also, regarding the house's decoration style, is there anything you think needs changing? If there's anything you want to change, you can bring it up today. They can make all adjustments here, we just need to pay extra for the changes. I've taken a general look at the house. Overall, there's no problem. I really like it. After all, Country Garden's quality can be relied upon." "Sir, you're right." The female salesperson shot a covert glance at Carlos before putting on a serious expression. "Our Country Garden houses, be it the decoration or the quality of the buildings, are among the best in the country. All our homes come with unified premium finishing. These are absolutely top-tier real estate companies. You don't need to worry about the quality, as we provide lifetime warranty." "Big sis, do you see any other issues?" "If there are no more issues," Carlos interjected, "let's buy this house today. Have you brought your ID? I'd like to buy this house and gift it to you." "This won't do." Alicia shook her head hurriedly. "This house must be registered under your name, not mine. Because if such a significant property appears under my name, it will immediately attract attention from the disciplinary committee. They'll start investigating me soon after." Carlos thought for a moment and said, "Then we can write your name in the contract, and we can jointly own this house." "That won't work either." Alicia still shook her head. "This will also complicate matters in the future. After all, this is premarital property. If anything happens to me later on, it could become a tool others use against me." "Oh, big sis." Carlos pouted. "You guys really make things complicated. What if you quit your job and just work with me? How can I feel satisfied with this arrangement? Look at you, silly. Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos, raising her slender hand to gently tap his forehead with a playful smile. That definitely won't work. Since you have an official wife, it won't be convenient for you in the future. Besides being an official, I don't know how to do anything else. And owning this stuff in my name isn't useful either. Hanging it under your name means I can still enjoy it just the same. Carlos pouted again, but didn't dwell on the issue. After all, Alicia had a point. Having a powerful wife was good, because it provided him a reliable backing. He didn't fear troublemakers coming after him, as they would often do in Minuet Town. They would find excuses to investigate his port business. But once he officially engaged Alicia, even with all the courage in the world, they wouldn't dare to investigate him anymore. If you both are satisfied with this house, the female salesperson beamed sweetly, then let's sign the contract. This villa costs 12.78 million yuan. It comes with a 5-story villa building and a yard larger than 1 mu. Sure, no problem. Without hesitation, Carlos extended his hand to the salesperson. Give us the contract. We're buying this villa. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson was naturally overjoyed. After all, this was a 12.78 million yuan deal. With this villa sold, her commission would be at least 200,000 yuan. For many people, this was their annual salary. This deal was a breeze for her, easier than taking money from a baby. How could she not be happy? Wilfred Reaver, such clients were rare, and achieving sales like this was not easy. Still, it often required some sacrifices, even the risk of being exploited by clients, given the current real estate market conditions. Real estate was not as easy to sell as before. However, Carlos did not hesitate. He took the contract directly and signed his name on it with swift strokes. He then paid the female salesperson 12.78 million yuan, leaving the rest of the matters for her to handle. The female salesperson, quick-witted, glanced at the signed contract and confirmed the receipt of 12.78 million yuan. With a beaming smile, she took Carlos's ID and the documents to process the remaining procedures for him. Big sis, how about it? Carlos watched the female salesperson leave and then hugged Alicia into his arms, saying, I've bought the house for you. Are you happy? What do you think? Of course, I'm happy. Alicia, held in Carlos's embrace from behind, couldn't help but stretch out her hands, looking at the sea outside the bedroom window. She smiled slightly, saying, After all, we now have a place of our own. We can live here in the future, seeing the sea every day. We can enjoy the sea breeze morning and evening. How could anyone not be happy about that? Big sis, so? Carlos hugged Alicia tightly and pouted, saying, Don't you have to reward me? After all, I just spent 12.78 million yuan on a whim. Bad guy, what kind of reward do you want? Alicia stretched out her hands, gazing at the sea outside the window, and said with a blissful expression, Tell me what you want, and let's see if I can satisfy you. Carlos quickly leaned close to Alicia's ear and whispered softly. Instantly, Alicia's cheeks turned bright red as she replied, Disgusting, always thinking about these things. Can't you come up with something else? Chapter 160, Carlos, envious of neither mandarin ducks nor immortals. Sis, I'm a normal man. But Carlos tightly held Alicia, opening his warm lips and gently biting her earlobe, saying, I don't want those. Would I be sick if I think of something else? Stop it. Alicia hummed softly, her flawless face flushed with embarrassment. Don't do that anymore. I still have to take you to a banquet tonight? I didn't let you bully me here for nothing. Come on. Carlos firmly embraced Alicia, whispering softly by her ear, It's still early, right? It doesn't matter if we play for a while. Stop it. No more. Alicia pouted her lips, then turned around, looking at Carlos with her lovely eyes, her face full of tenderness. This is my first time. If you do this, I might not walk steadily later. So let's not. Hurry up and get ready so we can go. How could Carlos just let Alicia off, considering she was the woman he was going to marry? He certainly wouldn't let her off that easily. If he did, he wouldn't be Carlos anymore. Without waiting for Alicia's reaction, he bent down and kissed her. Alicia froze, her eyes wide open, completely stunned. Carlos kissed passionately, gently parting Alicia's lips, and they soon became intertwined in a deep kiss. The battle began, and when everything was over, Carlos tightly held Alicia, closing his eyes and lying down to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Alicia coyly curled up in his arms, gently holding his waist, sleeping in his embrace. Carlos looked at Alicia affectionately, brushing a lock of hair from her beautiful face. At that moment, Alicia opened her eyes slightly. When she saw Carlos in front of her, she smiled and bit down hard on his shoulder, as if using all her strength. Sis, why are you biting me? Faced with Alicia's bite, Carlos let out a cry of pain. That really hurts. Who told you to misbehave? Alicia huffed and pinched Carlos fiercely. I said no. Yet you still try to bully me. Sis, it's not my fault either. Carlos smirked. After all, you're so beautiful. Any man would find it hard to resist. Always talking nonsense. Alicia cooed. Shouldn't you get up now? It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If you don't get up, we'll miss tonight's gathering. Sis, can we skip it? I just want to hold you like this. Carlos held Alicia tightly, then pouted. Let's sleep comfortably. That's not possible. Alicia pursed her lips, looking at Carlos. Tonight's party is specially arranged for you, because I want to announce to everyone, you are Alicia's man. Whoever dares to touch you in Jinghai City will have to consider whether they have the qualifications. Sis, isn't this backwards? Shouldn't you be my woman? Carlos frowned, looking at Alicia. Besides, I never planned to move into your family. You rascal. Hearing this, Alicia couldn't help but give Carlos an eye roll. Are you trying to turn things upside down? Carlos chuckled, saying this was called setting things right. Then he pressed Alicia under him to show her how I set things right. Alicia blushed and said, All right, stop fooling around. Quickly get dressed and accompany me to the banquet. What could Carlos say? He kissed Alicia lightly and got up after lifting the blanket. Seeing the conspicuous red marks on the sheet, a smile appeared on his face. But when Alicia saw it, her face turned even redder, even avoiding Carlos's eyes. Seeing such a bashful beauty, Carlos gently cupped her face and asked tenderly, "Sis, would you like to take a bath together?" "Annoying, I won't bathe with you. I still want to rest a bit." Alicia blushed and bit her lip, raising her eyes to look at Carlos. "You go ahead." Carlos nodded, then got up and went to the bathroom, turning on the shower. As he wiped the water from his head, he suddenly saw a figure outside the bathroom, supporting her chest, walking in. When Carlos saw Alicia approaching shyly, he embraced her tightly and then kissed her, saying, "Didn't you say you wouldn't bathe together? Why are you here?" "Humph, it's all because of you." Alicia pouted and said, "You got me all sticky all over. I told you not to do that, but you insisted on covering me with yourself. You're truly terrible." "Yeah, it's fine." Carlos smiled slightly, holding Alicia tightly in his arms and letting her stand under the shower to rinse off. "I'll wash you clean, ensuring every inch of your skin is washed thoroughly, making sure you're spotless." Upon hearing such a flirtatious statement, Alicia's entire face flushed red instantly, even her body shuddered slightly, and her breathing became heavy. Carlos was also acting improperly, rubbing Alicia while holding her. This made Alicia quite uncomfortable, feeling the desire burning wildly within her. "Carlos, don't." Alicia blushed and said, "I just gave myself to you, and I'm still sore. Please don't harm me again." "Sis, it's fine." Carlos squeezed some shower gel, applying it to Alicia as he spoke. "I'm just helping you bathe. There won't be any problem. Just trust me. I am a good boy, always behaving properly." Naughty little brother, no?" Alicia cooed softly, trying to push Carlos away. "Sis, please." "Sis, don't be nervous." Carlos persisted. "I'll bathe you every day from now on. You can experience it now. Look, how well I write." "Annoying, no more?" Alicia grumbled, grabbing Carlos's mischievous hand. "You bad guy. Whenever you get a chance, you misbehave. I don't want to be harmed by you again. Please let me go." Chapter 161. "God, are you there? I have some good news. I can wash myself." Alicia, her face flushed with embarrassment, tightly held Carlos's mischievous hand and said, "No need for your help." How could Carlos give up so easily? After all, taking a bath was quite enjoyable. Of course, he wanted to play to his heart's content. Alicia, pouting slightly, said, "Naughty boy, no more mischief or else I'll be mad." Carlos wanted to continue tonight, but saw Alicia biting her lip, looking quite imposing. He finally stopped, gazing at Alicia with eyes slightly puckered lips, saying, "Sis, you don't know how enchanting you are. I've been restraining myself until now. Why not let me go one more round?" "Stop it. No more." Charity, pouting slightly, gave Carlos a glance and said, "If you do it again, I won't have the strength to attend that party." Carlos still wanted another round, but thinking that this was Alicia's first time, he couldn't help feeling a bit tenderhearted. So he didn't continue tormenting Alicia. He simply rinsed himself off, wrapped in a towel, and went out. "Oh no, what do we do?" Carlos, wrapped in a towel, came out of the bathroom, seeing all the clothes on the floor and exclaimed, "Our clothes are all dirty on the ground. What should we do next?" "Sis, why don't we just stay here and fight another battle?" "Stop it, you always think about that." Alicia pouted, "You'd better dry yourself quickly. I've already had someone deliver our clothes. They're hanging downstairs in the living room. Wait for me to finish bathing, and then we can go down together." "No need, no need." Carlos shook his head lightly, eyes on Alicia amidst the steamy bathroom. "Sis, I'll go get them myself. You take your time washing here. I'll go downstairs and bring your clothes up." "Okay, you go get them then." Alicia rinsed herself under the shower head. "I'll wait for you here." Carlos glanced around a few times, feeling guilty, but then left the room. Upon reaching the downstairs, he indeed saw two sets of clothes, one man's suit and a woman's evening gown, both hung in the living room. Carlos dried his hair with a towel and picked up the men's suit. It was a wine red suit with a white shirt inside, along with matching accessories like a belt. Carlos removed the bath towel, put on the white shirt, followed by shorts, pants, fastened the belt, and then wore the wine red suit over it. Indeed, this outfit fit him perfectly, making him look sophisticated and elegant instantly. Carlos then remembered this suit must have been custom made at Armando's Bardiang Palace. The craftsmanship was indeed top-notch and very luxurious. Putting on the clothes, Carlos felt an additional aura of power, yet he didn't linger downstairs too long. Instead, he took Alicia's evening gown and went upstairs. When he reached the room, Alicia had already finished washing, wrapping herself in a pink towel and drying her hair with a white towel, her charming eyes watching Carlos walk in. She raised her eyebrows and smiled softly. "My naughty little brother looks really handsome in this suit. Big sister, you're also beautiful." Carlos smiled, looking lovingly at Alicia. "Wearing this evening gown, you would definitely be like a princess from a fairy tale." "Talking nonsense, but I like hearing it." Alicia replied with a pout, then extended her hand. "Give me my clothes now? My hair is already dry." "Sis, no." Carlos pouted and hid the clothes behind him. "Because I want to dress you myself?" "Don't be naughty." Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos. "Just give me the clothes. You wouldn't know how to put this kind of dress on me, considering you couldn't even undress it properly earlier. Just give it to me. I'll dress myself. Time is running out, and the party might be delayed because of you." Despite wanting to dress Alicia, Carlos reluctantly handed the clothes over due to her insistence. "All right, you dress yourself." Carlos watched Alicia lovingly, then grinned wickedly. "I'll just admire from here." "Stop it." Alicia blushed. "Go out and wait downstairs for me. I'll come find you when I'm dressed." "Yeah, don't." Carlos, however, slightly curled the corners of his mouth and said while looking at Alicia, "I just want to sit here and watch because I feel it's quite beautiful, isn't it?" "Stop it, no." Alicia pouted and pushed Carlos out of the room, saying, "Hurry up and go downstairs. Why would watching me change be interesting? You're such an annoying guy." Carlos looked at the closed door. Honestly, he felt a little disappointed inside. After all, Alicia's figure was really quite nice. Carlos thought that staying there to watch would also be great, But unfortunately, Alicia didn't give him this chance. Instead, she pushed him out of the room. Feeling helpless, Carlos stuck his hand into his pocket. But very soon, he showed a look of helplessness on his face as there were no cigarettes in his pockets. His cigarettes were inside the clothes, along with his phone and watch. Alicia, open the door. Facing this situation, Carlos scratched his head, then spoke to Alicia. My phone, watch, cigarettes, and lighter are all inside. Can you let me in to get them? No, no way. Alicia replied gently. Go wait in the living room first. I'll give you everything after I finish changing. What could Carlos say? He could only scratch his head and quickly walked down to the living room, flopping down onto the leather sofa. To tell the truth, this sofa was really soft. Carlos wiggled on the sofa and found it quite sturdy. He thought about bringing Alicia here next time for some fun since this sofa was comfortable and should feel great when rocking back and forth. Thinking about this, Carlos couldn't help but chuckle, then put his hand back into his pocket, but his hand had barely gone halfway in. He immediately gave a bitter smile, realizing there were really no cigarettes on him. Yet the habitual gesture stubbornly remained unchanged. Oh, a cigarette after sitting down? Carlos sighed. Isn't that blissful? God, are you there? As soon as these words left Carlos's mouth, Katie's thoughts immediately transmitted over. I have some good news to tell you. Chapter 162 My little princess, I will be your knight. Ching ching, I'm here. When Carlos received this thought from Katie, he immediately showed a look of joy and said, What good news do you have? Just tell me directly. I'm listening here. Divine One. Our plan to incite conflict among the three forces like in the ancient tale of 2 plums killing 3 warriors has succeeded. Katie was somewhat excited as she continued. We just gave 10,000 pounds of grain and 10 tons of drinking water to the Khitan in northern Liang. But they had barely transported it out of the city for 100 meters when they were ambushed by the Rurin and the barbarians. All the food and water were seized. They are already fighting each other over this. Divine One, should we launch an attack now, wipe out the Rurin and barbarians first, then eliminate the Khitan in northern Liang? We need to wait on this matter. Carlos paused slightly after receiving Katie's message before speaking up. You don't need to rush into the fight. Let them keep attacking each other and wear down their strength. After pondering further, Carlos added, once they've sufficiently weakened each other, then launch your attack to annihilate them one by one. Understood, Divine One. Katie clutched the Alf knife at her waist tightly as her eyes focused on the battle outside the eastern city walls. This battle was too spectacular for them, as the Rurin, Khitan, northern Liang, and barbarians were now all fighting over the 10,000 pounds of grain they had provided. The 4 nations clashed fiercely with each other, like 4 ferocious dogs going mad, sinking into chaotic combat. Your Majesty, what did the Divine One say? Seeing the battle below the city walls, Burke couldn't help but wave his square heavenly spear and asked, should we take this opportunity to join forces with the Khitan and northern Liang to eliminate the Rurin and barbarians? Your Majesty, I am willing to engage in battle. Ajani immediately stepped forward and offered, I will lead my troops to slay Rurin's General Gerald. Your Majesty, I also wish to participate. Abdullah, dressed in a black mythical Sun Wukong outfit, hurriedly stood up and spoke, followed by Wilfred Han E and others who also volunteered, eager to go out and cut down the Rurin cavalry. But Katie held the Alf knife at her waist firmly and observed the battle outside the city walls. Generals, please calm down. Let's watch them fight for now, considering that whether it's the Rurin or the barbarians, Khitan, and northern Liang, they are all our great enemies. Their infighting is a tremendous advantage for us and will significantly deplete their forces. So watching here is fine for now. Indeed, your Majesty speaks wisely. Thorn stepped forward and said, these Rurin, Khitan, northern Liang, and barbarians are all targeting our Ingyang city. Although the Khitan and northern Liang are willing to ally with us against the Rurin and barbarians, once we enter the fray, if they gain the upper hand, they might turn around and attack us again. So the best approach is letting them weaken each other as much as possible. This benefits us most. Thorn looked at the battlefield below and continued, after all, they are all wolves under the city wall while we are little lambs. Only then did Ajani and the others nod, finding Thorn's logic sound. The best strategy for them was to watch from the sidelines and let the dogs bite each other until they were worn down. Katie still held her Alf knife, concentrating and sending a thought to Carlos, Divine One. I have acted according to your instructions. We observed their fight from the city walls. If you have spare time, take some photos? Carlos's lips curled upward after receiving this message from Katie. Send them over later so I can appreciate the scene of them fighting each other. Katie agreed and ended the mental connection. However, his gaze shifted towards the staircase where Alicia descended elegantly in her evening gown, like a beautiful princess. Sis, you're really pretty. Carlos watched Alicia, who looked like a princess from a fairy tale, saying, it makes my blood boil. When you come back, no matter what, you have to wear this dress again. Let's do it one more time. How annoying, always talking about this. Alicia pouted and shot a glare at Carlos. You're such a scoundrel. Sis, don't be angry. Carlos grinned mischievously. Because you're just too beautiful, especially in this outfit. You really take my breath away, so I just want to do what every man wants to do. Cut it out? Always thinking about that. Alicia walked over and looked at Carlos with her beautiful eyes. Go start the car outside? We should leave. Look, the sun is setting, and we might be late soon. Sure, my princess. Carlos bowed slightly and said, I'll go start the car for you right away. Good, my little knight. Alicia pinched Carlos's face and smiled. Now that's more like it. I like this little knight thing. Carlos grinned mischievously. Because I love being a knight most. Getting to ride a horse every day? Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos with an expression of surrender. Carlos chuckled twice, then turned to walk towards the door. Alicia seemed to recall something and shouted to Carlos, Carlos, wait. I'll give you your phone because someone called you earlier. Check who it was and call them back to see if they need anything. Hearing this, Carlos paused and took the phone from Alicia. He glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number from Zaying. It's from Zaying. Carlos stared at the unfamiliar number on his phone for a moment before reacting. Could it be my sister-in-law calling me? It must be her because they are all in Zaying now. Chapter 163. Mateo, what are you doing here? Holy shit. Then you should call her back? Alicia glanced at Carlos and then blinked her eyes, saying, see if it's your sister-in-law calling. Okay, let me call back. Carlos responded, then he called using his phone. But no one picked up this time. Unwilling to give up, Carlos even dialed a few more times, yet still, no one answered on the other end. Helplessly, Carlos just waved his hand and said, no one is answering from the other side? It's okay, let's head out then? Alicia suggested, if it was your sister-in-law calling, when she sees there are several missed calls, she will surely call back. Carlos found it very reasonable, so he quickly left the newly purchased villa with Alicia, driving towards the Dihao Hotel where they were to meet up. The Dihao Hotel is an iconic landmark in Jinghai City, a popular spot for internet celebrities and the upper class who love hosting various banquets here. Government officials are no exception. They often choose this grand hotel for their large gatherings because of its luxury. Alicia had invited Carlos to tonight's party. This event was held by leaders of both political and business circles, and it was rumored that quite a few stars were invited too. Of course, there would be no red carpet walk as this was a gathering for those two circles. People attending were young masters and heiresses from prominent families in Jinghai, as well as tycoons from the city's business world and some influential figures from the political sphere, all present here. The reception was open, everyone dressed neatly, entering in suits. Of course, without an invitation, there was usually no chance to enter. Accompanied by Alicia, Carlos naturally went through smoothly, arriving directly at the third-floor main hall of the Dihao Hotel. Upon reaching the main hall, all around were social elites engaged in activities. They held wine glasses, gathering in small groups, chatting in low voices. Some also embraced famous actresses, smoking cigars and crossing their legs like big shots, waiting for people to come see them. Although Carlos wasn't attending such parties for the first time, frankly speaking, he didn't like these events. He was not fond of such an atmosphere or the pretentious airs. Sir, hello? As Carlos walked into the main hall with Alicia, a waiter immediately came up, asking, would you like some wine? Carlos pursed his lips, looking at the waiter and replied, no thanks. The waiter quickly moved away with the wine tray. However, Carlos and Alicia's entry soon attracted much attention. After all, Alicia was the daughter of the secretary of the Jinghai Municipal Committee and the director of the comprehensive office of the CPC Jinghai Municipal Committee, a proper department-level cadre, thus making her entry the center of all eyes. On the other hand, Carlos seemed unfamiliar to most attendees, as it was his first appearance in such occasions in Jinghai. Yet some found him a bit familiar since he resembled his brother somewhat. But standing beside Alicia, his demeanor and strong presence did not seem any less than the others. Instead, he exuded an aura of unique charm that overshadowed everyone else. Even remaining silent, he drew countless gazes instantly. Wilfreds of the attendees who noticed him were women. After all, he was as good-looking and built as top male models. Shit, who is this guy? I have never seen him before. How dare he stand beside my goddess? What the hell? Mateo saw this scene. His gaze darkened, and his face soon showed annoyance, saying, how did this bastard come here? Dare to come with Alicia. Isn't he trying to make me unhappy? Master Orson, do you know this guy? Who is this? Mateo's words had just fallen when Bart Yong immediately interjected, daring to stand beside our sister-in-law? You might not know. Mateo shot a glance at Carlos, full of venom in his eyes, and said, but you must know his brother? His brother? Who? Bart Yong couldn't help but ask. Mateo then replied, his brother is the fish seller from Mingyue town who later set up a Tianchi group in Haixia City and has now fled to Zhang, referring to the United States. Oh, him? Hearing this from Mateo, Bart Yong immediately looked disdainful. Such a little nobody. What right does he have to stand beside our sister-in-law? Before Mateo could say anything, a bunch of second-generation officials and rich kids started chattering among themselves, filled with disdain for Carlos. There was even a hint of provocation, but Carlos did not bother with these people. After all, they were nothing more than trash and not worth his attention. Alicia, however, shot a stern look in their direction, scaring Bart Yong and the others into silence. After all, Alicia worked within the system. Her gaze naturally carried an air of authority that neither Bart Yong nor Mateo dared to challenge, especially Mateo, who felt a tremendous pressure. Seeing this scene, Alicia didn't look at them again. Instead, she took Carlos's hand and walked straight toward a middle-aged man. Uncle Wilfred, you're here so early? Alicia greeted as she approached him. It's really early. Alicia, you're here too? Wilfred Hanshan couldn't help but brighten up when he saw Alicia. Is this your boyfriend? Yes, he is my boyfriend. Alicia hurriedly introduced Carlos to Wilfred Hanshan. His name is Carlos. Carlos, I know you. Wilfred Hanshan laughed as he replied, your file was sent to me a few days ago. You're a hidden tycoon in Jinghai City, aren't you? Carlos exchanged a few polite words, not daring to be overly casual in front of Wilfred Hanshan. This was because Wilfred Hanshan had a reputation as the iron-faced Yama in the city. Why was he called iron-faced Yama? Because he was the secretary of the Jinghai City Discipline Inspection Commission, overseeing the commission. During his tenure, numerous corrupt officials fell victim to his actions, earning him this nickname as a pillar of integrity in Jinghai City. Uncle Wilfred, we need to talk about this. Alicia spoke directly. Our Carlos is a legitimate businessman. He hasn't broken any laws. That Director Ho from your commission has made me very angry. Alicia, about this matter. Wilfred Hanshan chuckled. Let's not discuss it today. After all, tonight's gathering isn't for official business. Alicia didn't press further on the matter, merely mentioning it casually. She then took Carlos's hand and headed in another direction. Uncle Wilfred, let's chat another day. I'll go see Landon now. Chapter 164 Alicia is mine. Whoever tries to take her from me will pay with their life. Aha, you're going? Wilfred Hanshan quickly laughed and said, I'll wait here for your father. He should come today too. Alicia replied affirmatively, then she took Carlos's hand and moved toward Infineon. Carlos frowned as he noticed something was wrong with the old man. There was a cloud of deathly aura circling his head, and dark chi condensed between his brows. However, he did not open his heavenly eye because their profession had its own rules. They would not speak unless asked, let alone he wasn't close with this Landon. Even if he detected impending disaster for him, he would keep silent. Adriana once mentioned such predictions often bring complex causes and effects, so they avoid telling people unless necessary. Thus, Carlos soon accompanied Alicia up to Landon, who also saw Alicia approaching. Girl, you're here? Landon, looking at Alicia, leaned on his dragon-headed cane and asked, will your grandmother be coming today? Grandpa Joe, my grandma won't come today. Alicia respectfully explained. You know about her health? She is still recuperating in a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. It might take some time before she can walk around. What a tough life she leads. Landon sighed lightly, then added, I heard she nearly didn't make it last time. They even issued a death notice in the hospital, and later I heard a young doctor saved her life. Grandpa Joe, that's right. Alicia pulled on Carlos's hand and looked at Landon, saying, it's all thanks to my boyfriend Carlos giving her acupuncture, or else my grandma wouldn't have made it through. Oh, so the young doctor who saved your grandma is this young man. Landon sized Carlos up, then commented, impressive, able to save lives by giving acupuncture at your age. That's rare in the world of traditional Chinese medicine. Great praise from Landon. Carlos humbly replied, it's just a coincidence. Actually, any traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could have done it. Young man, impressive indeed. Landon remarked, not only are you skilled, but also very modest. I like that trait a lot. Another day, invite you to our home for a visit. My body isn't feeling too well lately, perhaps you can check me over. Carlos hesitated, not wanting to be labeled as a wonder doctor, nor did he want to casually treat others because he didn't wish to rely on this for a living. Alicia, noticing Carlos's reluctance, eagerly tugged at him and told Landon, we'll see. Just give us a call when you're free, and we'll come over. Carlos, okay, right? Alicia squeezed Carlos's hand, giving him signals despite his reluctance. But he reluctantly agreed, sure. Landon, if you need anything, just give us a call. Landon glanced at Carlos, then Alicia, exchanged pleasantries briefly before Alicia led Carlos away. Alicia sensed Carlos's displeasure and whispered into his ear, Carlos, I know this may upset you, but owing a favor from Landon could benefit your future greatly because his son, Dag, is our province's deputy party secretary. Carlos couldn't help glancing at Alicia, then Landon. If everything went smoothly, Dag could likely replace his big boss. Owing a favor to such a person could indeed be beneficial, given his future ambitions. Having several people like Dag in his corner would surely smooth his path. So he resolved to assist Landon, hoping this favor could help bring back his brother. Still, he waited for someone to seek his help instead of initiating it, as being sought out differed greatly. Thus, he spent some time touring the venue with Alicia, meeting many influential figures in both politics and business circles. Alicia introduced them all tirelessly, ensuring everyone knew Carlos was now her boyfriend, and they intended to become engaged during National Day. Carlos understood Alicia's intentions. This was all to boost his image, letting everyone in Jinghai City know that he, Carlos, was now part of the Amiri family. Any mischief directed towards him would be ill-advised. First, he had to weigh his own standing and whether he was qualified enough. However, this scene made Mateo's face very unpleasant. At the same time, Gustav also didn't look good because he had been eyeing Carlos as a fat sheep these days. He had already been trying every possible means to make his move. But unexpectedly at this critical moment, Alicia actually brought Carlos here to make an official announcement. This certainly left him extremely uncomfortable. After all, as long as he could manage to take down this fat sheep, Carlos, he had roughly estimated it. He could gain at least 50 billion. This is 50 billion. Now that Carlos was without the backing of his brother and sister-in-law, he practically just needed to make some moves. Carlos's 50 billion would be his. But Alicia's actions undoubtedly caused his almost cooked duck to fly away. After all, he was merely the standing deputy mayor of Jinghai City, which couldn't compare to the Amiri family. Yet, he still did not want to give up. After all, such a big fat sheep was laid bare right in front of him. He had to at least tear off a piece of meat for those 50 billion. With just one bite, he could be worry-free for the rest of his life. As for Mateo, resentment filled his face because he had liked Alicia for so many years. He had always been pursuing Alicia, but Alicia never even glanced at him. What he found hardest to accept was, his goddess Alicia actually announced here that she would get engaged with Carlos during National Day. This really struck him hard. I will never allow it. Thinking of this, Mateo clenched his hands tightly, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Alicia is mine. No one can snatch her from me. Anyone who dares to compete with me will pay with their life. Chapter 165. Mateo comes to cause trouble, enraged. Alicia, haven't you noticed? Mateo, that little good-for-nothing. Carlos seemed to sense Mateo's hostility and then said to Alicia, he has been staring at me with sheer hostility. You don't need to mind him. Alicia said with evident disgust, he is now just a good-for-nothing. If it weren't for advanced medical technology today, he wouldn't have kept even one of his 3 broken legs. Although he now retains 2 legs, his 3rd leg is completely ruined. That must be why this guy looks at everyone with hostility. Hearing Alicia's words, Carlos turned coldly towards Mateo, retorting fiercely. After all, he originally intended to cripple him but was simply beaten to it by someone else. Mateo grew even more enraged, as if triggered, becoming entirely sullen. Yet sitting in a wheelchair, he couldn't approach Carlos directly to confront him. He could only look on full of resentment. Of course, Carlos wouldn't bother with him, since he was a Golden Core realm expert. If Mateo dared to provoke him again without realizing the consequences, Carlos didn't mind taking action to ensure Mateo would never stand again, spending the rest of his life crippled and in pain. After all, this was better than killing him instantly. Yet Carlos did not wish to engage with Mateo. However, Mateo had other ideas. Hardly had Carlos and Alicia sat down when the enraged Mateo looked sideways at Bart Yong, saying, "Push me over there. I need to warn that little bastard," reminding him of his true worth. How dare he consider himself qualified to date Alicia? I will make him know his place. Master Orson, maybe we shouldn't go? Bart Young hesitated. He still feared Alicia, so he hurriedly explained, Alicia is right there. If we go over, it might only embarrass us and make Alicia unhappy. You fool. Mateo, hearing Bart Young's words, glared angrily and said, with your cowardice, how can you help me in business in the future? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Bart Young wasn't sure whether to push Mateo or not. Just then, Cyrus stepped forward. Master Orson, shall I push you over? But before we do that, let's think of a way to distract Director Amiri. Then we can go deal with that scoundrel. Good idea. Mateo nodded approvingly. Come up with a plan to distract Alicia, then together we'll deal with that brat. Bart Young, what are you still doing here? Cyrus gave Bart Young a sharp look. Are you waiting for Master Orson to order you around? Have some common sense. Bart Young felt like yelling what the hell, but held back. Cyrus's move made him extremely uncomfortable. Ignoring Bart Young's predicament, Mateo frowned and demanded, Bart Young, why are you still standing here? Didn't you hear what Cyrus just said? Aren't you going to solve the problem? Bart Young deeply resented Cyrus for assigning the tough task to him, while Cyrus did nothing more than talk. Although Bart Young thought so, he couldn't ignore Mateo's stare, who he relied on for sustenance. So, frowning deeply, he walked away reluctantly. But as he walked, he saw someone approaching Alicia, causing her to leave Carlos behind. Damn, this is heaven-sent help. Bart Young couldn't help but think to himself, and quickly turned to Mateo. But before Mateo could speak, Cyrus, seeing Bart Young dawdling, snapped, What are you standing there for? Wilfred aside, so I can take Master Orson to confront that guy. Again, Bart Young almost blurted out, what the hell? Neither Cyrus nor Mateo acknowledged him and moved past him. Seeing this, Bart Young flushed with anger. Cyrus ignored him, pushing Mateo right up to Carlos. Naturally, Carlos saw Mateo but couldn't help frowning and scrutinizing him. Mateo, I heard you slept with another man's wife and got your 3 legs broken. Is that true? Mateo opened his mouth to lash out angrily, but seeing Carlos's hand stretching towards him, he immediately snapped, Carlos, what do you want to do? I just want to check if it's true. Carlos, however, looked at Mateo with a mocking expression and said with a slight curl of his lips, Your 3rd leg is gone. Carlos, you dare? Mateo glared wide-eyed in rage at Carlos's hand reaching for him. In contrast, Carlos mocked, Oh, holy crap, it's really gone. Carlos, I'll kill you. Mateo erupted in fury. Carlos, however, casually wiped his hand on Mateo and said, Wait, don't shout about killing or fighting all the time. This is an upscale club. Everyone here is civilized. And I have a question for you. Now that you're missing it, do you stand a pee or squat? And as the last eunuch of our huaxia, how does it feel? Go to hell. Mateo cursed vehemently, while Carlos responded disdainfully, Mateo, you shouldn't even think about that because you're just a dead eunuch. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Just be a proper eunuch at home from now on. I. Mateo was driven mad with anger, while Carlos remarked, Mateo, enough with the stammering. You should say, this humble eunuch, which suits you better. Carlos, you're courting death? Mateo bellowed in complete fury, while Carlos slapped his face mockingly and replied, With you, Mateo? I'm not belittling you. I'm just telling the truth about your sorry state. You don't even qualify to talk to me like this because you can't even decide whether to stand or squat to pee. What right do you have to speak to me? You. Hearing these words from Carlos, Mateo felt a buzzing in his head, then couldn't help but fall back, hitting heavily against the armrest of his wheelchair. He was utterly infuriated. After all, who was he, Mateo? He was the son of Gustav. In Jinghai City, he could walk around without anyone daring to stop him. But this little bastard, Carlos, not only dared to humiliate him this way, but also called him a dead eunuch. It was truly unprecedented humiliation for him. He had never faced such disrespect before. Chapter 166, Mateo, you're not even worth it. Carlos, you damn thing. As Mateo thought of this, his eyes were filled with rage as he said, Damn you, I will make you pay. Just you? Don't make me laugh. Carlos glanced at Mateo and spoke disdainfully, You don't even have the guts anymore. So there's no need to say such things because I don't want to talk to someone who's spineless. Hearing these words, Mateo really couldn't hold back his anger. It made him feel too humiliated. Carlos was truly hitting his sore spots, making him feel nothing but humiliation. However, Carlos didn't even bother acknowledging Mateo anymore. He simply turned away because he didn't want to waste his time talking to a fool, fearing it would lower his IQ. Mateo remained furious and harbored intense hatred toward Carlos. If only he could lash out at him, he probably would have acted already. Just then, Alicia walked over to Carlos with a stern look on her face. Upon seeing Mateo, she immediately frowned and said, Mateo, why are you here? We don't like seeing you. Please disappear from our sight immediately. Just looking at you gives me bad luck. You'd best never show up in front of me again. Mateo felt as if his brain buzzed. He was about to explode because this was too infuriating. He had liked Alicia for years, yet the woman he admired called him unlucky? How could he possibly tolerate this, especially considering he always regarded himself as superior to others? To suffer such humiliation now, this really set him off. But he didn't dare vent his anger on Alicia, and thus transferred it all onto Carlos. However, when faced with Carlos's fierce gaze, Mateo involuntarily shuddered and began dodging eye contact because Carlos appeared too terrifying. It seemed that if he dared to speak another word, Carlos might just kill him with a glance. So, he kept his biting retort inside. Alicia looked at Mateo as though he were an annoying fly and harshly spat, Garbage like you, still here? Do you intend to stay and disgust me further? Hearing this from Alicia, Mateo was utterly enraged, yet he lacked the courage to argue with her, ending up being pushed away by Bart Young and others, thoroughly embarrassed. Alicia watched Mateo walk away with disdain before turning to Carlos and pouting, What did he say to you? Big sister, nothing much? Carlos shrugged lightly and explained matter-of-factly. He just ran over like a little fool to provoke me. After I retorted a bit, he got angry. You can be pretty harsh. Now he's miserable. Alicia couldn't help but remark, calling him a eunuch. He must hate you so much now. Carlos pouted. I can't be blamed for that. If he hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have done anything. Well, alright. Then let me introduce you to some people. Alicia lifted her lips slightly and suggested, then grabbed Carlos's hand. Introducing you to them will be beneficial for your future. Sure, but can I just sit here quietly for a while? Carlos responded softly. I just want to sit here quietly for a moment. Don't you want to go? They are all big shots from the city government. Alicia noted, getting to know them won't harm you, given that you'll be doing business and need to deal with them. No thanks. Carlos shook his head unwillingly. Having you around is enough for me. If you can't protect me, then meeting them won't make any difference, since I understand the rules inside out. Alright, then just sit here obediently. Alicia laughed. I'll stroll around and come back later to drink with you. Sure, no problem. Carlos waved and started fishing cigarettes out of his pocket. Go to your stuff. There's no need to worry about me. I just want to sit quietly here. Hearing Carlos's words, Alicia pursed her lips before leaving. Carlos sat there silently, took a cigarette out of the pack, gently tapped it twice against the box, and smoked it. However, just then, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him, accompanied by Margot and Armando C. Manager Alf, what brings you here? Carlos had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Watching Alf Fuji approach, he couldn't help but frown slightly, raising his hand in greeting. Alf Fuji, however, had a beaming smile on his face as he said, Young Master Chun, I was invited by an old friend. I also ran into Uncle C and Miss Xiong here, so I thought I'd come over to say hello. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Carlos patted the sofa beside him, looking at Alf Fuji with eyes full of interest. President Alf, then please have a seat. I was just about to discuss some matters concerning your side. Sure, alright. Alf Fuji hurriedly sat beside Carlos, smiling as he spoke. I also wanted to talk to you about when you're planning to begin the fundraising process since our audits are almost complete. Really, that fast? Carlos responded with surprise. Sister Alicia, you guys really have the capability. For such a large company, you've completed the audit so quickly. This isn't because we're quick, Margot explained, but rather, President Alf's accounts are relatively clear, which made our review go smoothly. Ah, I see. Carlos nodded, adding, that's great. I also want to finalize the fundraising project as soon as possible. After all, it will help revitalize Same City Express delivery sooner for President Alf. Chapter 167. Gods, our plan has succeeded. Mr. Chun, I feel relieved after hearing your words. Thatcher seemed to become more relaxed after hearing what Carlos said. Otherwise, I would not even have the appetite to eat properly and would feel uneasy all the time. Mr. Alf, it's fine. Carlos looked at Thatcher and extended his right hand. As long as your accounts are clear. After my sister Meller reviews them and finds no issues, the 30 billion will be transferred to your account soon, and at that time for your City Express company, I can definitely help you get it back on track, and from then on, we can make money together. Mr. Chun, with your words. Thatcher smiled broadly, gripping Carlos's hand firmly. Brother, I really feel so comfortable now, and in the future, I'll surely follow you faithfully. If you ask me to go east, I'll go east. If you ask me to go west, I'll go west, without deviating a single step. Carlos laughed heartily for a few moments, continued chatting with Thatcher for a while, then turned his gaze toward Margot for a moment. He glanced sideways at Armando C., who just smiled at him without saying a word. However, Thatcher's mobile phone rang at this point. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, Thatcher said hastily upon hearing the ringtone. I need to step away and take this call. Carlos nodded, and Thatcher walked away with his phone. Meanwhile, Carlos's eyes were fixed on Margot. Then Armando C. remarked, Carlos, Thatcher is trustworthy. I know him quite well. He is a man of integrity in business. After all, one cannot reach such heights without credibility. If you're willing to invest in him, once Meller finishes auditing the accounts, you should do so quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't hold up. Of course, if you're unwilling to invest, you can transfer his contract to me, and I'll invest the 30 billion myself. Armando, I understand. Carlos nodded, rest assured. I won't refrain from investing. I only need to check his accounts thoroughly. Business is business, after all. That's good. Armando C. responded, I was just slightly concerned. Since you've decided to invest, there shouldn't be any problems. Doing business with him won't put you at a disadvantage. I also hope you can give him a hand, given that our country's economy is currently sluggish. If enterprises like his fold, it will only make life harder for the working class. Carlos couldn't help but nod after hearing Armando C.'s words. The current economic situation was indeed tough, especially with the trade war with America. The domestic economy had been hit hard, particularly the export trade sector, making things even worse. Therefore, helping out as many businesses as possible was important since everyone needed jobs. Carlos pressed his lips tightly, contemplating this, when suddenly Margot spoke. Mr. Chun, if you have substantial capital available, you could consider investing some money into gold futures. Considering how the market trends are, I can guarantee you a big profit. The momentum in gold futures recently is strong. With the current international situation and the economic state of various countries, based on my observations of the gold futures market, it should continue rising sharply. At least from today's closing price of $1,407 per ounce to $3,000 per ounce. Sister Meller, I don't understand much about this. Carlos puckered his lips. And I don't have the energy to delve into this. If you want to play around with it, I can give you 2 billion to play with, treating it as an investment. Mr. Chun, if you want me to handle it for you. Margot looked at Carlos. I would need at least 10 billion because I plan to bring all the funds to America to make a killing. With merely 2 billion, it wouldn't be very meaningful. Alright, 10 billion then. I trust Sister Meller. Carlos puffed on his cigarette. But first, you must help me acquire the City Express company. Fine, no problem. Margot puckered her lips. You'll just need to give me the money later. Profits will be split. But losses are yours, and my commission mustn't be reduced. No issue. Carlos smiled. Just go ahead boldly. I believe you'll make money for me. After all, you're my sister Meller. Margot also smiled, and after chatting with Carlos for a bit, they got up and left. Carlos took another firm drag on his cigarette. However, just at this moment, Ava's thoughts were transmitted to Carlos. God, are you busy now? Chinchung, I'm not busy anymore. Carlos, upon receiving Ava's thoughts, couldn't help but deeply inhale his cigarette and said, I'm here leisurely smoking. Is there something on your side? Chinchung wants to tell God. Ava sent a message saying, the battle outside the city involving 4 nations has ended. We didn't participate at all, but they suffered heavy losses. The 4 countries lost at least several 100,000 troops. Oh, this is actually good news? A smile spread across Carlos's lips as he said, if they keep fighting among themselves and wipe each other out, that would be the most delightful outcome. Ava couldn't help but chuckle at this, as she had wished for the same thing, but such a scenario was unrealistic. After all, the 4 countries outside the city weren't foolish. They definitely wouldn't fight to the point of mutual destruction, but their enmity had deepened. They had been attacking each other before, and now with this provocation, their conflicts have escalated, and even if Ava and her allies stayed within the city, these enemies might very well retreat or continue to wage war. What worried her the most was that the Khitan and Northern Liang from outside the city had come asking for food again. She was torn between giving them food or not, unable to make up her mind, so she sent a thought to Carlos. Thinking about it, Ava gritted her teeth and directly told Carlos what she wanted to say. After pondering for a while, Carlos ultimately said resolutely, give them another 100,000 caddies of grain. We can't let them starve. Since the Rurin and the barbarians are stronger than them, feed them well and let them fight the Rurin and the barbarians. God, Chinchung understands. Ava replied, Chinchung will arrange for another 100,000 caddies of grain to be given to them, enough to keep them half-fed and strong enough to continue fighting against the Rurin and the barbarians. Yes, let them eat until they're half full. Carlos paused for a moment and then spoke. Just give them enough strength so they don't starve to death. Keeping them alive, but weak will ensure they can continue battling the Rurin and the barbarians. When their forces are sufficiently weakened, you can launch a full-scale attack and completely defeat them, possibly wiping out all 4 nations. Unify the entire western region, and the grasslands will belong to you. Hearing Carlos's words, Ava felt immense joy, as this was precisely the outcome she desired. As a ruler, who wouldn't want to expand territory, especially when it comes to an expansive area like the grasslands? No one could resist obtaining such vast land. With a settled heart, Ava spoke to Carlos. God, we will follow your instructions and carry out this plan thoroughly. Chapter 168, Banquet, Encountering a Group of Old Classmates. Keep up the good work. Carlos responded with an affirmation and then messaged Ava. I have faith in you all. Get the warehouse ready on your side. It should take about an hour before I can send over a large batch of medicines to you. Divine being, okay. Ava, upon receiving Carlos's message, felt elated since they were quite short on medicine, and obtaining a batch that could treat the epidemic would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Thus, she hurriedly thanked Carlos a few times, and then cut off contact with him. Because Alicia was leading a few people walking toward Carlos, he had to temporarily interrupt their communication. Carlos, why are you sitting here by yourself? Is it because we aren't giving you enough face? Before Alicia could speak, Amara, who followed behind her, pouted and said unhappily, you don't even cherish meeting us old classmates. Amara, what do you mean by that? Carlos retorted, that doesn't sound very nice. Why wouldn't I cherish you old classmates? I just like quietness, especially in bustling environments. Finding a quiet corner to sit quietly and smoke feels good. Fine, pass me a cigarette too. I want to experience it. Amara boldly sat down with a tomboyish demeanor, resting both hands on the sofa and looking at Carlos. The feeling of sitting in a quiet corner smoking. What could Carlos say? He simply reached into the cigarette box, pulled one out, and handed it to Amara. Upon receiving it, Amara couldn't help but glance at Carlos, then opened her moist red lips and placed the cigarette between them. Seeing this, Carlos took a lighter and lit the cigarette in her mouth. Amara took a deep puff and exhaled a stream of blue-gray smoke. Not bad, Carlos. You're quite something. When did you hook up with our senior Alicia? I heard you're getting engaged during National Day. That's really surprising. Carlos opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond, feeling slightly embarrassed. But knowing Amara as a straightforward woman, he stayed silent for a moment. Then, Alicia came over and leaned next to Carlos. Hongying, you don't know this, right? I told you, it wasn't Carlos chasing after me. It was me chasing after him. I've harbored feelings for him for many years. I want to be his wife, have children with him, and live happily together. Amara, with the cigarette still in her mouth, turned to look at Alicia with raised eyebrows. Alicia, I didn't expect this from you. You've been hiding this deeply. I thought Carlos was the one playing around with you. I was going to give him a talking to, but turns out you're the one eating the young grass. This remark made the other old classmates accompanying Amara burst into laughter. Alicia's face flushed red, as Amara's comment was not far from the truth. She was indeed older than Carlos. What you say isn't wrong, Carlos, holding his cigarette, pulled Alicia into his arms. But it's not as you say, Hongying. Alicia and I truly love each other. We are genuinely together, committed to spending the rest of our lives together until sunset. Tisk, you're fooling only Alicia. I, Amara, don't believe you. Amara curled her lip, looking at Carlos with disdain. Because you're a notorious playboy. Who doesn't know that you have many women outside, switching girlfriends like changing clothes, maybe even every week? Alright, let everyone witness today. I hereby promise. Carlos looked firmly at Amara. I will change and won't be the same person who switches girlfriends weekly. I will spend my life with this student. As long as she stays with me, I'll never leave her. Are you serious, Carlos? Amara, seeing Alicia moved, hurriedly cheered. We aren't forcing you. But if you fail to keep your word, don't blame us for helping Alicia seek justice and causing trouble for you. My word is my bond. Carlos said with a very serious expression. After Alicia and I get married, I will treat her wholeheartedly and will never mess around outside. If I can't do this, you can deal with me as you see fit. Carlos, just for that statement of yours. Hearing Carlos's words, Amara waved to a waiter holding a tray of drinks in the distance. I must have a toast with you tonight. That's a manly statement. All right, let's drink. Carlos said heartily. I haven't had a drink with you for a long time. And where have you been these days? I haven't seen you for almost half a year. Sis, I went to Korea. Amara held something in her hand and spoke like a big sister. Aren't I always involved in the beauty industry? With the booming trend of the domestic beauty industry in recent years, I went to Korea to find a group of professional beauticians to expand my business. Is the beauty industry really that easy to succeed in? Looking at Amara, Carlos asked, how about leading me along? I'll invest a little and make some money with you. Forget it. Don't make fun of me. Amara pouted. Mine is just a small business. You're in the hundreds of billions of dollars in your ventures. Just leave my small operation alone. Chapter 169. Amara wants to collaborate and do business. Big sister Hongying, you're right. The moment Amara spoke, several women sitting beside her immediately chimed in. Carlos, you've really made it now. How about bringing us along to play with you? How do you want to play? Carlos's lips curled up as he instinctively replied, I can't handle all of you. You'd squeeze the life out of me. TSK, who doesn't know that you're a playboy? Once you managed 7 women in one night? Amara and the others sneered. It was such a big news item throughout Hygia City. Pish posh, don't make things up. Seeing Alicia's face change, Carlos immediately waved his hands and said, that absolutely didn't happen. It's all entertainment news making stuff up. I never did anything like that. You've got to be kidding? Amara looked at Carlos with disdain and said, for a while, there were constant reports about your scandals. Everyone knows you have a complicated private life. With different women coming and going, everyone tagged you as a playboy. There's no point in denying it since the whole world already knows. That was in the past. Seeing Alicia's expression growing worse, Carlos could only reach out and hold her hand. Looking affectionately into her eyes, I've completely broken ties with my old self. I won't be like before because I plan to settle down properly with Alicia. Although Amara and the others didn't believe him, when Carlos said this and held Alicia's hand, Alicia's expression improved significantly. She even felt warmth in her heart because she believed what Carlos said. She trusted him, as she had some understanding of Carlos. When he spoke, he meant what he said. After all, his reputation was quite good. He had the same kind of chivalry as his brother, and when he spoke, he kept his word. However, Carlos was somewhat troubled inside. But regarding women, he had no regrets. After all, he had been young and impulsive back then. His heart had also been hurt in relationships. So, he became a little more indulgent in his feelings. He didn't think he had done anything wrong because those women were just after his money, so they played together. It was give and take. After all, who wouldn't become bad with money? And if a woman wasn't bad, how would she get rich? This was an unchangeable rule, so he didn't feel bad about it. But now, he was ready to be serious. After all, he had passed that impulsive stage of youth. He was now 27. If Alicia was willing to live a stable life with him, from his heart, he was willing to dedicate himself entirely to her, hoping to have their own children. They could grow old together. Amara and the others didn't keep pressing Carlos on this matter. They weren't fools. They could tell. Alicia really loved Carlos, and the current Carlos seemed to have calmed down. So, it wasn't right to keep harping on his past. Therefore, after a few jabs, they stopped nagging about it. Besides, Amara actually had business with Carlos because she heard he was setting up a live streaming company. She wanted to leverage Carlos to do some business, helping her sell some skincare products. After all, she had been in the beauty industry for years, importing goods from South Korea to sell in mainland China. With the rise of the proxy purchasing trend over the past 2 years, she had always wanted to enter this industry but lacked the capital to truly establish herself. That's why she came with Alicia. She wanted to ride on Carlos's success, to find a place for herself, working as a broadcaster at Carlos's live streaming company, promoting the beauty products she brought from South Korea and other expensive skincare items. After all, why let money go to waste? After pondering this, Amara lightly coughed and then looked at Carlos, saying, Carlos, I heard you're planning to start a live streaming company. Is that true? This is definitely true. Carlos clamped a cigarette between his fingers, taking a deep drag and said, I've already invested $40 billion and secured the Perfume Bay project. I plan to build a live stream incubation base there. Lacey and others are primarily handling this. Yesterday, I assigned some executives from my brother's company to join, and once we complete the renovation, I'll kickstart operations there. Carlos, I want to collaborate with you. Amara bit her lip and finally looked at Carlos. I have a group of contracted broadcasters who have been selling goods on various platforms, but their performances haven't been great. As you know, traffic costs money. My funding is definitely not as substantial as yours, so the streamers I have and the platforms for selling goods have always been lukewarm. Just barely enough to make ends meet. I was thinking of taking advantage of this opportunity with you, bringing my streamers to collaborate with you. Of course, there's no problem with that. Carlos replied, when the time comes, bring your people to Perfume Bay and talk to Lacey. You can discuss the specific collaboration plans with her. I'll let her know about this from my end, but concerning the detailed cooperation agreement, I won't be involved in it. You need to work that out yourselves because I'm not directly managing this business area now. You know I don't have the talent for this. I'm just a fool with lots of money. Whatever Lacey wants me to invest, I just throw money at it. All right, your words are all I need. Amara patted her chest and said, then I'll go and talk to Lacey. Give her a call to inform her too. Rest assured, I will never let you down in business. Amara, no problem, it's just a phone call away. Carlos initially wanted to reach out and pat Amara's chest as well, but withdrew his hand halfway, inhaling hard on the cigarette in his mouth, saying, leave it to me. Feel free to negotiate with her boldly. Carlos, we also want to collaborate with you. As soon as Carlos finished speaking, a group of women around him started chiming in. We have quite a few streamers under us, and some of them are already quite famous. The main point is that we have a lot of products in our hands. Why don't you take us in as well? There's no issue with that? Seeing this scene, Carlos naturally put on an official tone. You'll all go with Amara when the time comes. I'll tell Lacey about this, and you should have good discussions then. Just achieve a mutually beneficial cooperation, as long as everyone benefits. Chapter 170. Auction. How do bigwigs launder Wilfernay? Carlos, what you said? Amara and her group of lively ladies all said happily, we enjoy listening. Carlos could only smile. He felt a bit helpless but knew that this group wasn't simple. Wilfred's of them were children from official families, or at least had some influential backing. If he wanted to establish himself firmly in Jinghai City and build his business successfully, he couldn't refuse when these people sought him out. He still needed to accommodate them like a host. Of course, he would remind Lacey to handle matters appropriately, rejecting them if possible, as he didn't want any overt conflicts. However, Lacey could handle the situation. After all, Carlos clearly stated that he only invested in the company. How it was managed was beyond his concern. Of course, the quality resources provided by Amara and others could be useful. Given that his business was just a shell with money but no substance, acquiring such resources would undoubtedly help him kickstart his live streaming business quickly. Wilfred Reaver. He urgently needed to get this business off the ground. After all, his logistics volume was huge every day, and failing to do so could lead to problems. Last time, Yuri had already started giving him headaches on this issue, and the Orson family also seemed to be making moves against him. Therefore, launching the live streaming business was crucial. Additionally, Thatcher's local courier service needed to be acquired as soon as possible. Only then could he feed the gold-gobbling beasts without leaving any traces. He wasn't afraid of any risks. Simultaneously, his newfound wealth would become legitimate. Otherwise, the charge of illicitly obtained assets might haunt him in the future. As for whether the live streaming business was profitable, it wasn't really important to him since even if it lost money, it wouldn't matter. Carlos, tonight's main event is about to start. It will involve auctioning antiques. Unaware of Carlos's thoughts, Amara took a deep drag on her cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, to raise funds for underprivileged children in mountainous areas. Now that you're such a big boss, you won't miss out on this opportunity, will you? Upon hearing Amara's words, Carlos frowned tightly. He understood this was a trick played by the wealthy. It was uncertain if the money would ever reach the intended recipients. To put it bluntly, who knows? So he wasn't very interested and didn't intend to give much. If genuine poverty alleviation was the goal, it would be better to personally visit those poor regions, hand over the money directly to students in need. Wilfernay collected at events like this often ends up in some individual's pockets. He wasn't foolish enough to give money at banquets like this. Giving it to those gold-gobbling beasts to eat more steamed buns would be more meaningful. After all, even the poorest of these beasts lived better than actual poor households. Still, Carlos did give large donations each year, usually through his company or anonymously. Carlos, how much are you donating? As Amara spoke, those around her looked expectantly at Carlos, who took a slow drag on his cigarette and replied casually, I'll see. Not specifying an amount, Carlos merely gave a non-committal response. Then, the lights in the hall dimmed before brightening again, revealing a slightly plump MC holding a gold microphone on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. Tonight, we have a crucial segment, raising funds for underprivileged children in mountainous areas. We have several antique pieces collected by philanthropists, which will be auctioned tonight. 10% of the proceeds will go to these children. Hearing this, Carlos nearly laughed. It was absurd that only 10% would be donated. These so-called philanthropists were too loving, especially when one didn't know if the antiques were genuine and would be sold for millions. Carlos couldn't help but shake his head thinking about the scheme behind this, finding it outdated. It really left him speechless, and he even thought that in the future, this event should be renamed as a tribute to the big shots, which would be more appropriate after half a year of operation. All these big shots have worked so hard. It's time for those below to pay tribute to those above. They could make up such a highbrow reason and have journalists report on it, not only earning face but also making these big shots happy. While Carlos was thinking this way, the host with the gold microphone waved his hand and announced, the first antique we will auction tonight is donated by our city's deputy mayor Orson. This snuff bottle has been authenticated by our experts as a fine item once used by Emperor Kangxi. It even bears his inscription. The opening bid is set at 1 million, and bidding begins now. As soon as the host spoke, someone started bidding. Carlos, holding a cigarette in his mouth, glanced sideways and saw the first bidder. It was Bart Young, who had just been with Mateo, who opened with 3 million, followed quickly by Cyrus, who raised it to 7 million in one breath. Subsequently, several people joined in the bidding, playing their parts convincingly, raising their paddles vigorously. This created a lively scene, and the journalists were frantically capturing every moment, the camera shutters clicking away. Carlos knew very well that these people were all planted. Their bids were just to hype up the atmosphere. As for this broken snuff bottle, it was absolutely not worth 1 million. Even $50 might be too much. Yet, this snuff bottle was bid up round by round until it reached 10 million. Bart Young and Cyrus acted as if they were fiercely competing, ultimately ending at 13.67 million, won by Cyrus. But was this guy not bothered at all about paying such an exorbitant price? On the contrary, he looked extremely pleased, even proudly standing up to wave to everyone. He looked like a victorious general returning from battle, his face beaming with triumph. Bart Young, however, wore a look of disappointment, as if his own mother had died, his expression unbearable to see. Alas, what a tragedy. Seeing this scene, Carlos couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is truly tragic. Gustav, by this snuff bottle, received more than 10 million while dodging taxes. This guy is truly a mastermind. Chapter 171. Amara, this woman, is not very likable. Carlos, what are you mumbling? Amara saw the look on Carlos's face and couldn't help but frown, saying, why didn't you shout along just now? After all, it was a good opportunity to show goodwill towards Orson Lidong. Now you've missed that chance completely. Elder sister, you didn't shout either. Why didn't you? Carlos pouted and rolled his eyes at Amara. She chuckled and replied, I have no money? TSK, like I have any more than you? Carlos's lips curled as he retorted, I have as little money as you do, and I don't even have 1 cent for this kind of money. What would happen if I shouted? If they decide not to announce it then, should I really give Orson Lidong 10 million? Amara smiled knowingly upon hearing Carlos's words, but didn't continue the topic. Alicia, however, frowned deeply, her expression clearly displeased. Carlos, let's go back? Alicia squeezed Carlos's hand tightly, saying, I'm not interested in the rest of this event. After all, I brought you here just to get acquainted with everyone. Okay, let's go. Carlos agreed without objections. I have no interest in such events. They're too boring. Carlos, wait a bit more. Amara interjected. I heard there's something quite nice tonight. A donation from Bardyang Palace. They say it's genuine. How about staying to see it? You might like it, and buying it could be a good choice since everything from Bardyang Palace is authentic. His sister, forget it. Carlos shrugged and took a drag from his cigarette. I'm just a rough person who isn't interested in antiques. I don't usually care much for them, so I won't join you all in these activities. Also, I have things to handle tonight and need to return, so I'll leave with Alicia. What else could Amara say? She could only watch Carlos and Alicia leave before glancing around the auction venue, finally shaking her head. She also didn't want to attend such gatherings. Unlike Carlos, she needed to buy an item for her father's advancement, or he wouldn't progress further. However, Carlos had no such concerns because he didn't have those ambitions. For him, he only wanted to manage the financial demands he faced. As for the messy affairs of Amara and others, what did they have to do with him? Alicia's expression remained serious, almost grave, partly because she was deeply involved unlike Carlos. Her face was full of worry, considering her father was the party secretary of Jinghai City. Witnessing the city's prevailing trend made her mood anything but cheerful. Carlos, take me home. Thinking about these matters, Alicia glanced at Carlos, her eyes filled with fatigue. I feel tired. I want to rest well. Carlos nodded without a word and drove her home. Soon, he returned Alicia to her residence. Alicia, I won't go up with you. I need to visit Jiangwan No. 1 because they're renovating, Carlos explained after dropping her off. I want to check on the renovation and also inform Lacey about what happened tonight with Amara. Go ahead. Alicia gently said to Carlos, use my car, drive carefully, and once things are resolved, I'll wait for you at home. Carlos hummed in response, then turned and left, driving Alicia's car toward Jiangwan No. 1. Ching, are you asleep? While driving, Carlos concentrated his thoughts and sent a message to Katie. He intended to transfer all the medicine Herbert brought over to her and felt compelled to notify her first. Katie quickly responded to Carlos's message. God, I haven't slept yet. I've been waiting here for you to send the medicine. Good. Carlos hummed in acknowledgement, then sent a gentle thought. Prepare yourself. I'll send the medicine in about half an hour. God, understood. Katie softly replied, biting her lips slightly. I'll be waiting here. God, please send the medicine. Carlos couldn't help but smile after receiving this message. He then chatted with Katie for a few more sentences before ending their conversation. Katie smiled brightly, her eyes gazing at the full moon in the sky, feeling inexplicably sweet. But, at this moment, outside the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse, Eunuch Bart hurriedly ran over. Seeing Katie, he immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, the Ruran army camp outside the city is on fire. General Burke has reported. Kneeling on the ground, Eunuch Bart looked at Katie and said, Should our troops go out of the city to take advantage of this good opportunity to attack? Katie frowned. Before she could speak, Thorne stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, absolutely not. This fire in the Ruran army camp is suspicious. It might be a ploy to lure us out of the city. Your Majesty, Tudor Chin's words make sense. The female national master of Shiliang also advised, Wilfred Reaver, even if we don't take this opportunity to attack, the Khitan and Baelyang wouldn't miss such a chance when the Ruran army camp is on fire. Why don't we observe from within the city as they fight each other? Let them waste their manpower once again. Your Majesty, I also agree with Tudor Chin's opinion. Ajani stepped forward and said, It's not wise to engage in battle now, given the complicated situation outside the city. Let them fight among themselves. Chapter 172D, Night Attack, Joy. Your Majesty, what do you think? Norris stepped forward with a bow, his eyes looking at Ava for instructions. Ava, however, gripped the Alf knife at his waist tightly and looked up at the sky with deep gaze, saying, For now, we shall not engage in battle. We only need to defend the city. Your Majesty, wise indeed. Thorne and others stepped forward in agreement, fully supporting Ava's decision. The royal physicians and senior ministers also nodded frequently, as things outside were chaotic. Ruran, Khitan, Baelyang, and the barbarian tribes. They are like wolves. If they could fight among themselves, it would be the best outcome. Staying in the city was the safest choice. After all, venturing out meant unpredictable variables. However, the situation outside the city was different, especially within the Ruran army camp where fires raged. Temporarily, the barbarians, Baelyang, and Khitan forces began to stir, for the flames provided them opportunities. After all, the Ruran possessed many horses, and their soldiers could serve as food in this time of famine. They were famished, their eyes glowing with hunger. If they could strike the Ruran hard, killing their soldiers for food or capturing their horses, it would ensure their survival. So both Baelyang and Khitan decided to attack, hoping to eliminate the Ruran completely. Leading their troops, they launched the most intense attacks under the cover of darkness against the Ruran. However, the barbarian tribe remained inactive, merely watching the intense battles between Ruran, Khitan, and Baelyang from the sidelines. But D led his 10,000 soldiers straight to the rear camp of the barbarians. First, they deployed reconnaissance drones to scout the barbarian camp. Soon, they located the granaries and confirmed the storage situation through the zoomed-in lens. They also surveyed the stables. Once everything was clear, 3,000 drones took off, each carrying barrels of gasoline, kerosene, diesel, peanut oil, cooking oil, and other flammable liquids. They dropped these into the barbarian granaries and stables. The barbarians panicked immediately. As bottles of oil were dropped, D's archers readied flaming arrows which shot towards the granaries and stables like meteors in the night sky. Instantly, massive flames engulfed the barbarian camp. Barbarian King, something's wrong? Edge rushed into Barbarian King Wilfried Ianchen's tent and reported. The granaries and stables are on fire. The Western Liang forces have ambushed us. So, they came? Excellent. Upon hearing Edge's report, Barbarian King Wilfried Ianchen jumped out of bed. Quick, bring my horse and armor. I will fight these Western Liang invaders for 500 rounds. Barbarian King, please don't. Edge hastily interjected. We don't know how many Western Liang cavalry are here. Engaging them recklessly is not wise. Our priority now should be gathering our forces for defense, not attacking and falling into their trap. Edge, stop spouting nonsense. Furious, Barbarian King Wilfried Ianchen lashed out with his whip. When did our iron cavalry become cowards who can only defend? Edge wanted to say more, but he felt a burning sensation on his face and heard a sharp crack. He had been struck by the Barbarian King. Ignoring him, Barbarian King Wilfried Ianchen put on his armor, mounted his warhorse, and prepared to counterattack the Western Liang forces. Suddenly, the sky above buzzed with sounds. Barbarian King, be careful. Bo reacted instantly, drawing an arrow and shooting upwards. Western Liang drones are bombing us from the sky. His reaction alerted countless barbarian soldiers, who drew their own bows and shot arrows towards the sky in panic. Alas, their range was insufficient. Their arrows fell harmlessly back to the ground, causing chaos among the barbarian soldiers. Yet, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that after a shower of arrows, the drones in the sky suddenly started dropping objects. They could only see small packages falling from the sky. When they realized what was happening, their faces turned pale with terror, for what was raining down were explosives. Damn, it's not good. Bo was the first to react and roared, they're explosives. Get down, get down. The barbarian soldiers, including King Wilfried Ianchen, all scrambled to the ground, but it was too late. 3,000 explosives rained from the sky. With an ear-splitting boom, the ground was blasted into a massive crater, smoke and dust rising to obscure the sky. Barbarian soldiers were sent flying by the blast wave, scattering everywhere. Bo and Wilfried Ianchen lay on the ground, narrowly escaping harm but still reeling from the shock. As the smoke gradually cleared, they saw the devastating scene before them, filled with fear and despair. What was once a formidable force now lay in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. But this was not over yet. The drones in the sky adjusted their positions, preparing for another round of attacks. Seeing this, Bo knew he had to organize the troops to prevent D's forces from continuing their assault while protecting King Wilfried Ianchen and withdrawing from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Having made his decision, Bo did not hesitate and immediately issued orders to Edge. Edge, lead your troops to escort the barbarian king away. Bo almost shouted, National Master, I beg you to join me in charging at the Western Liang forces so they cannot attack us anymore. Chapter 173D, Countering at the Edge. Bo panics. Generalissimo, this soldier follows your orders. Edge responded first, followed by the Floyd who also obeyed Bo's command, and led the charge against D. D saw that the barbarians had reacted quickly and knew they couldn't afford to prolong the fight. After all, they only had 10,000 troops and their main objective was a surprise attack, to burn down the barbarian granary. Thus, without hesitation, they recalled their drones and retreated on their motorcycles. The brave warriors of the tribes, don't let them escape. Bo, seated on his warhorse, roared with all his might, everyone, follow me and kill these detestable Xiliang soldiers. Following Bo's roar, he immediately led 7,000 or 8,000 hastily assembled tribal soldiers charging towards D like lightning. But how could their horses possibly outrun four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles? So, they quickly fell behind. Meanwhile, the Xiliang soldiers riding in the back seats turned around and unleashed a volley of arrows from their crossbows at Bo's forces, allowing D and his men to swiftly shake off the pursuit. The battle outside Yang City did not end there. It continued, with the burning flames raging wildly, nearly setting the sky ablaze. Seeing this spectacle, the soldiers atop Yang City wall erupted into cheers, but Burke, who guarded the city, couldn't help but clench his fists in anticipation. He really wanted to join the battle. Unfortunately, his request was denied. Still restless, he paced back and forth, rubbing his palms and said, Abdullah, why don't we personally seek the Emperor's permission to sort you out of the city for this prime opportunity? Brother, forget it, Abdullah, holding the golden hoop bar in his hands, replied while looking at Burke. Your Majesty is probably right. The situation outside is like two tigers fighting each other. If we sortie now, it would be disadvantageous for us because it will prevent the Ruren, Khitan, the tribes, and Northern Liang from depleting their forces to the greatest extent. Alas, you're being foolish, Burke retorted. They are already in a chaotic battle, especially the tribes with their camps engulfed in flames. If we lead our army out now, we can catch them off guard and expand our gains tonight. After saying this, Abdullah fell silent, uncertain what to do. Just then, a bright light approached in Yang City. Realizing it must be D returning, Burke instantly became excited. Without any more hesitation, he shouted to Abdullah, Abdullah, look ahead. It must be D coming back. Quickly, open the city gates and let's welcome him. Seeing this scene, Abdullah understood and gave immediate orders to open the gates and welcome D back into the city. Burke mounted his brown warhorse, waving his square-tipped spear, and led his 100,000-strong army out of Yang City. Burke decided not to hold back anymore. Using the excuse of welcoming D, he aimed to launch a decisive counterattack against the tribal camp with his elite troops. Despite some hesitation, Abdullah remained in the city to guard it while watching Burke lead the troops out. General Chun has led the 100,000-strong army out of the city. Abdullah's deputy officer reported. Should we inform His Majesty? Send someone to notify him. Abdullah nodded and instructed. All soldiers in the city should ready themselves and stand by to support General D and General Burke. Yes, sir. The officers guarding Yang City all responded. However, Burke didn't care much about this. He wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and quickly rushed towards D's direction with his 100,000 elite soldiers. Seeing Burke leading the overwhelming force, D and his men were stunned. Why are so many troops here to welcome us into the city? They were baffled, and even more incredulous when, instead of welcoming them into the city, Burke charged past them with his troops, heading straight for Bo and his men who were pursuing from behind. Bo was flabbergasted. They had been chasing D's men, which was already exhausting enough, but they never expected this. Burke from Yongyang City was now leading a large force to charge at them. Realizing the danger, Bo immediately turned his horse around and ordered his barbarian cavalry to retreat. Burke was clearly not going to let them go. He spurred his warhorse and fiercely pursued Bo, who was turning and fleeing. D and his men quickly regained their composure. Burke wasn't welcoming them into the city. He was rallying his troops to launch a powerful counterattack. They promptly reversed their motorcycles. Rushing forward at an incredible speed, they launched a brutal onslaught against Bo and his forces. This time, Bo was truly terrified. He hadn't anticipated that Burke would suddenly attack from the city, so he frantically spurred his warhorse into a mad dash for survival. However, Burke wasn't about to let him escape. With 10,000 troops under his command, Burke surged forward furiously. D and his men swiftly caught up, utilizing the speed advantage of their four-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles. In mere moments, thousands of the barbarian iron cavalry fell under the swift slashes of their blades. Faced with this battle situation, Bo was utterly frightened. D's men were too fast, especially in the darkness of night. They moved like death itself, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, reaping lives. Even as the barbarians fought back desperately, they felt an overwhelming despair. They couldn't escape because D and his men were simply too fast. Heads were rolling before they could even react. General-in-Chief, you go ahead. One of Bo's deputies, witnessing the scene, suddenly roared, "The warriors of the 16 tribes, follow me. We must stop the enemy, or none of us will survive." Chapter 174 Bo, Desperate Strike, Survive. Yes, yes. Upon hearing the order, almost all the soldiers of the 16 tribes of the nomadic people pulled back their horses. They then gripped their weapons tightly, and with resolute expressions, they began a counterattack. They almost adopted a method of death charge, completely disregarding life and death as they charged at Burke and his men. They crashed their warhorses into each other, or used their horses to collide with D's motorcycles. Every one of their faces was filled with a determination to die, fearlessly rushing in. In an instant, they stopped Burke's offensive. Bo watched heartbreakingly. He bit his teeth fiercely and, wielding the leather whip in his hand, lashed it at his warhorse, swiftly disengaging from the battlefield. Despite Burke's desire to chase them down, he was ultimately blocked by the over 20,000 soldiers of the 16 tribes of the nomads. Meanwhile, after Ava received the medicine delivered by Carlos, she immediately got news from Abdullah about the battle report. Ava's expression darkened at the moment. She had already given orders, yet did not expect that Burke would lead troops out of the city to attack. This truly displeased her somewhat because military orders were unyielding and could not be challenged. So after handing over the medicine to the imperial physicians, she immediately rode her motorcycle and led Ajani and others toward the scene. When she arrived at the city wall, she immediately saw a sea of fire outside the city. The camps of the nomadic tribes and the Ruran army were all burning. There was also the earth-shattering cry of slaughter from outside the city walls, as well as Burke and D returning from outside the city. Seeing this, Ava finally let out a sigh of relief, but confusion soon spread across her face. Burke had already led the troops out to fight, so why had he returned now? Shouldn't he still be battling the nomadic tribes? As she harbored this doubt, Abdullah hurriedly came to greet her, saying, "Your Majesty, just now, General Burke led the troops out of the city. This was mainly to help these troops enter the city, so leading the troops out of the city was not meant to violate your orders." General Burke did the right thing? Ava, upon hearing Abdullah's words, took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment before speaking. Even if I were there, I would have done the same. Hearing Ava's words, Abdullah couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, Burke's actions had violated military orders, which would have been serious if pursued by Ava. Burke would have been in great trouble, as disobeying military orders on the battlefield is a severe offense. Ava didn't speak again but instead gripped the Alfdao tightly in her hand, her eyes scanning the situation in Yongyang City, and her eyebrows knitted together tightly. "Qinsheng, how is it?" Just as Ava was frowning deeply, she received a message from Carlos. "Has General Burke attacked? How is the battle outside the city walls?" "Divine beings, General Burke and his troops have returned." Receiving the message from Carlos, Ava replied promptly. It seems that during their advance, they encountered strong resistance and have lost the opportunity for an offensive, so they led the troops back. Carlos felt slightly disappointed upon receiving Ava's reply. After all, seizing this opportunity would have expanded their victory greatly. However, since General Burke has already returned to the city, it means they missed the opportunity. Thinking up to this point, Carlos felt a little regret, but knowing his Tunjin So, note, literal translation of gold-swallowing beast, should be replaced with appropriate term in English context, returned safely, he felt happy. At this time, Lacey was unaware of Carlos's situation and only frowned. Looking at Carlos, "What's wrong? You look worried." "Oh, nothing." Carlos realized and asked, "Where were we talking about just now?" "You said Amara wants to lead their streamers to join us." Lacey furrowed her brow and pouted slightly while looking at Carlos. "And you asked me to pick carefully and then discuss cooperation." "Yes, cooperation." Carlos quickly added, "My idea is simple. We accept all good resources, but for anything bad, we don't take it, no matter what." "You guy." Lacey frowned, showing a troubled expression. "Isn't this throwing a huge problem at me? How am I supposed to handle this?" "Is that hard?" Carlos replied seriously. "You can create high-standard partnership rules. Using these rules, you can appropriately select those who want to cooperate with us. This way, they won't be able to find any fault. Even if they call me, I can fob them off with this. After all, every company has its own standards, right?" This is like how some large enterprises only recruit 985 university graduates or postgraduates, creating a threshold here to select the high-quality resources from their hands for our use. Of course, I know this. I will definitely set up a set of standards. Lacey pouted and said, but I think people like Amara are hard to deal with. Bringing this group here will surely cause me trouble no matter what. There's no way around it? Carlos also looked troubled and said, I don't want to get involved with them either, but they have influential fathers behind them. If we don't accept people like this, our company will hardly be able to move forward in the future and will invite a lot of trouble. Okay, then, I'll handle it as I see fit. Lacey revealed an expression of helplessness and said, don't push such matters to me in the future, or else I'll resign. Florence, okay. Carlos quickly put on a smile and nodded at Lacey, saying, I promise not to do this kind of thing again in the future. Lacey pouted her lips and said, if I help you solve this problem, what kind of reward will you give me? Reward? A big stick? Carlos curled the corner of his mouth, showing a mischievous grin. Do you think that works? Stop it, always taking advantage of me. Lacey blushed and gave Carlos a glance. I don't want that. Just let me get a foot massage from you. I'm working so hard for you every day, slaving away. You even bring me so much trouble. Is my request too much? Not too much, not too much. Carlos chuckled, reached out, and held Lacey's feet in his arms, then began to caress them boldly. I'll give you one now. Chapter 175. Lacey, a bit worried. What to do? Well, that's more like it. Lacey pouted, while Carlos had a blissful smile on his face. After all, Lacey's legs were really white. Not just white, they were also very long and soft to the touch, especially her crystal-clear toes, which were like little fairies wearing red hats, incredibly adorable. Sometimes, Carlos couldn't help but want to take a bite or two. Lick these cute little fairies. Lacey seemed to sense something and blushed, giving Carlos an alluring glare. Honey, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Carlos smiled slightly and held both of Lacey's legs in his arms, his hands slowly moving upward as he said, Am I not giving you a serious massage? Look at your lecherous expression. You dare say you're not thinking of anything else? Lacey huffed coyly, while Carlos grinned mischievously. Of course I am. After all, I am a normal man. Besides, whose fault is it for having such beautiful feet? Stop being naughty. Seeing Carlos's hand already under her short skirt, Lacey blushed deeply and said, And take your hand out. Carlos wasn't going to pull his hand out, since he was already this far, as a fiery man. How could he stop now? He continued reaching further, until Lacey let out a slight huff. Then, a scene that can be summarized with 500 omitted words began. A passionate battle unfolded. It went on for who knows how long, who knows how many plum blossoms bloomed and faded. When it was over, the entangled duo had fallen asleep. The next morning, when the sun rose, Carlos, still half asleep in bed, rubbed his eyes and saw Lacey's face, exuding a mature charm, resting in his arm. Gently pushing a lock of hair from her ear, Carlos lovingly observed Lacey. To be honest, she was truly beautiful. Beautiful and exuding a mature charm, especially her arched eyelashes, flawless oval face. Her sensual lips and snow-white skin were breathtaking. Staring dazedly, Carlos suddenly touched her nose, his finger gently sliding down to her warm, sensual lips. Lacey's eyebrows fluttered twice, then her big, beautiful eyes opened. She looked up at Carlos adoringly and said teasingly, Naughty boy, what do you want? Already planning to bully me this early in the morning? Carlos gazed at her tenderly. I want another taste of you, sister. No you don't. Facing Carlos's words, Lacey lightly scolded and licked his finger with her tongue. She even parted her lips slightly and took his finger into her mouth. Carlos couldn't bear the stimulation. He felt a buzz throughout his body as a raging flame ignited in his abdomen. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced onto his compliant lamb. The battle between the wolf and the sheep commenced under the morning light. When it ended, Lacey opened her lips and showed a row of neatly aligned teeth, biting down hard on Carlos's shoulder. Ah, sister. Unable to hold back, Carlos exclaimed in pain. Why do you always like to bite me? It's because you're bad. Lacey scolded softly. You bullied me so many times last night. Now again this morning. How much does this little wolf cub need? Sister, have you heard this saying? For men in their 20s, there's never enough. Carlos smirked slightly. By 30, we can still fight. But by 40, it might not be possible. So, while we're young now, we should play as much as we want. Otherwise, we won't be able to play when we're old, or even want to. Don't be silly, okay? Lacey pouted. I won't talk about this with you anymore. I have to get up and work. There's a lot to do today. And, I need to tell you something. The construction project in Minuet Town will start today. Do you want to attend the groundbreaking ceremony? It's a large-scale industrial park opening. I won't go. Carlos thought for a moment and replied, because in the future, I prefer to stay behind the scenes. I just want to be a shadowy boss. All right, I understand. Lacey frowned slightly at Carlos's words. Can you take me there then? Of course, no problem. Carlos, however, gave a mischievous smile and tightly embraced Lacey's waist, saying, But you have to kiss me. Lacey was rather proactive. She leaned down and lightly kissed Carlos. After that, they got up and went into the bathroom for a shower. Once dressed, they headed downstairs. When Carlos reached the ground floor, he immediately saw several vehicles from the decoration company driving into Fragrant Bay No. 1. People were also moving construction materials down. Seeing this scene, Carlos pursed his lips slightly as he looked at Lacey and asked, Florence sister, how much longer will it take before we can officially start here? I asked about this. Lacey replied, it will probably take around half a month because there's still a lot of decoration work not finished inside. Plus, for online live streaming, we also need to build a large network system here, so it will take at least half a month for all the renovations to be completed. Okay, try to do it as quickly as possible. Carlos nodded and said, don't hesitate to spend money, just aim for speed. You don't need to worry about money. If you need more, just ask me. You don't need to worry about money? Lacey replied, I still have several billion here. But there's something important I must tell you, regarding short dramas. We've already acquired several internet companies and some novel websites. Now we're thinking about whether we should collect submissions online and then shoot short dramas or directly open a studio and have those who write short dramas come in for shifts. Both models can work? Carlos responded without hesitation. Since we're not very familiar with this, we can hire a batch of professionals and offer them 20% higher salaries compared to others in the same industry, and give them appropriate shares so they can join us in running the business. Alright, now I know how to handle this. Lacey agreed, but the initial investment might be quite large because we need a significant amount of funds to buy traffic. Chapter 176, Carlos, send grain to the other side again. You don't need to worry too much about this, Carlos said with a slightly upturned mouth. Just keep investing. If you run out of money, just tell me. As long as we can build up this industry, it will be fine. Lacey was at a loss for words due to Carlos's generous and domineering attitude. She really didn't know how to react. It seemed that in his eyes, money could solve everything, but he couldn't handle other matters. Well, such a boss is not bad either. Thinking this, Lacey smiled and said, at least he doesn't meddle in things he doesn't understand. He just provides the money. After finishing her thought, Lacey reached out and held Carlos's arm, then leaned her head on his chest because she felt incredibly happy like this. As long as she worked hard, she would surely have a good life with this man in the future. Of course, Carlos had no idea what Lacey was thinking. He gently embraced her, and they got into her Lamborghini sports car together. Honestly, Carlos didn't particularly like driving such a sports car because the space inside was too cramped. Plus, the car was too low to the ground, making the view quite limited. Therefore, he still preferred off-road vehicles, especially the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warrior model by Great Wall Wilfredders. He found driving it extremely enjoyable. Lacey didn't think about these things and sped off in her sports car. However, when she reached the poor road leading to Bright Wilfred in town, the speed significantly dropped. The car even became somewhat impractical because the road was in terrible condition. Bouncing around uncomfortably, Carlos began to regret his decision. He wished he had chosen to drive the Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warrior back because of its higher clearance. But now there was no other choice. He could only sit in the low car and bump along until they arrived at the dock in Bright Wilfred in town. On the dock, Kermit and his team had just finished their morning exercise. Seeing Carlos and Lacey arrive, they immediately stood at attention and saluted Carlos. Florence G, just leave me here. You can go take care of your own business. Seeing Kermit and the others, Carlos returned a military salute and said to Lacey, I'll come home after resolving the issues here. Alright, then get out of the car. Lacey nodded after hearing Carlos's words, saying, I'm heading to the construction site. Without further ado, Carlos took a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and got out of Lacey's car. Immediately after, Lacey turned the car around and left. Seeing this, Carlos handed out a few cigarettes to Kermit and the others, then puffed on the one in his mouth, asking, You Kai, has everything been okay recently? Kermit, holding a cigarette between his fingers, replied, Things have been relatively calm. No one has been running around our dock anymore, but last night, the fat guy named Tobias kept looking for you. Why was he looking for me? Carlos furrowed his brow slightly, saying, I've decided not to purchase any more weapons or equipment. I'm not sure about that. Kermit lit the cigarette in his mouth and continued, You can ask him when you see him. I'm sure he wants to discuss some business with you. Okay, I understand. Carlos replied, If there's nothing major, let's wait until he comes. What cargo has arrived here? The 3000 Tank 500 High 4 T Black Warriors I ordered. Have they all arrived in the warehouse? The cars did arrive, Kermit responded, but 5 of them were driven away. I wanted to call you, but I thought it was better to talk to you in person since it's not something easily discussed over the phone. Carlos frowned, eyeing Kermit and asking, Tell me specifically what happened. How did 5 cars end up being driven away? Weren't those town officials investigating here yesterday? They didn't find anything significant, but right at that moment, your cars arrived. They said the cars were good, so they drove off with 5 of them. They claimed Bright Wilfred in town lacked vehicles and needed to borrow 5 from us, so they just took 5 cars. Hearing Kermit's words, Carlos couldn't help but laugh angrily. Always borrowing? This group might as well be bandits. They were shameless beyond belief. Even though Carlos had seen shameless people before, he had never encountered someone this audacious. Fine, if they took 5 cars, let it be, Carlos said with an angry look. Talk to my uncle about this. Borrowing cars can happen only once. If it happens again, don't blame me for losing my temper. And tell your uncle one more thing. In the future, no matter what happens in Bright Wilfred in town, don't come to me for help, especially not to buy land. I won't want even a square inch of land anymore. Kermit had a blank look on his face. He couldn't do anything because he knew very well that Carlos must have an issue with his uncle over this matter. But his uncle was quite wrong too. His uncle went to study at the party school, and now all matters in Bright Wilfred in town were handled by the new party secretary of the town. Honestly, he was also furious. Who were these people anyway? What great contributions had Carlos made to Bright Wilfred in town? These people came here and did all sorts of things once they arrived. Carlos puffed hard on the cigarette in his mouth, a sullen expression on his face. He ignored Kermit and directly walked toward the warehouse. Although he had seen many such incidents, it didn't mean he wasn't annoyed. After all, nobody would do things like this. He knew very well that this was their way of testing him. There would definitely be further moves, as these dogs were brought by Mateo, who could literally make him sick. But for now, Carlos didn't plan to act yet. Instead, he let them take whatever they wanted. The more they took, the better. When he finally retaliated, these bastards would suffer even more. With this thought in mind, Carlos quickly arrived at the warehouse. He first went to the grain warehouse, looked at the stockpile inside, and then focused his intention, sending a message to Ava. Chinchung, I'm going to send you some grain. Are you prepared? Divine being, we are ready. Ava replied, You can send it now. We've been waiting here. Without another word, Carlos summoned the large black pot from his soul sea and began sending grain to Ava. Golden grains were frantically being devoured by the large black pot, pouring into the Ministry of Revenue's granary through the bronze tripod. Divine being, he has bestowed us with grain again. Seeing this, Thorn couldn't help but wipe away tears of excitement. So much grain, golden and shimmering. We no longer need to worry about food shortages. Divine being is truly so kind to us. Ajani also said with excitement, this golden grain pours down generously every day. We no longer need to fear starvation. Chapter 177. Angus, the Black Knight tank 500 high 4T, is given to you. The best deity. The female royal advisor of Shiliang knelt on the ground, worshipping with utmost piety. The deity always loves us. We love our deity. Norris and the others were also worshipping because their deity had been exceptionally kind to them. Not only did they bestow upon them a great quantity of food, but also provided various daily necessities, and not just those. There were also weapons, armor, drones, clothes, shoes, motorcycles, diesel, gasoline, shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrushes, all kinds of things delivered to them every day. This allowed them to live with hope for the future. Thus each person sincerely thanked and revered their deity. After Carlos finished transmitting all the daily necessities, he quickly arrived at the automobile warehouse full of Black Knight tank 500 high 4T. Without hesitation, he placed the large black can in his palm and sent over the Black Knight tank 500 high 4T one by one. Ava and the others watched as the Black Knight tank 500 high 4Ts shimmered under the sunlight. They could hardly contain their excitement, jumping up and down. The vehicles were exquisitely crafted from metal and towered impressively. Their excitement knew no bounds, especially imagining driving these formidable vehicles and fitting them with weapons. Rushing into battle with such an arsenal would undoubtedly make the four nations' soldiers unassailable. Your Majesty, are these automobiles? Abdullah, eyes filled with excitement, approached the Black Knight tank 500 high 4T, touching it in awe. These are truly splendid. These cars are so magnificent. Your humble servant desires one. Might your Majesty grant me this wish? Burke and the rest could not resist, gathering around to marvel at the powerful and imposing Black Knight tank 500 high 4T. They could not help but admire them closely. No man could resist the allure of a Black Knight tank 500 high 4T, even if he were from ancient times. Seeing this scene, Ava said softly, the deity promised that every military commander would receive one, and has instructed you to learn how to operate these Black Knight tank 500 high 4Ts according to the videos on this phone. Hearing Ava's words, Burke and the others knelt in gratitude, thanking their deity with deep reverence. Ava was delighted by this scene. She even chose a Black Knight tank 500 high 4T for herself, for she loved the vehicle dearly. It was too beautiful, surpassing even her red Ferrari, and suited her perfectly. Just then, however, the bronze cauldron in the military camp suddenly emitted a digging machine, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They stared at its massive bucket, steel wheels, tracks, yellow body, and attractive cabin, completely mesmerized. Your Majesty, what is this? Curtis, seeing this spectacle, was the first to ask. It has a large bucket and a small house. What is this thing? This thing looks very peculiar, Simeon remarked in amazement. Though not as handsome as the Black Knight tank 500 high 4T, it is very powerful. What exactly is it, Your Majesty? This is called an excavator, Ava explained. The deity said it can cut through mountains and assist us in breaking the nomadic cavalry. It can also help us build cities. Oh, this is indeed a divine tool. How could the deities create such a miraculous device? Simeon and the others were amazed, their faces filled with disbelief. How does one operate this miraculous tool? My dear ministers, please watch the video. Ava handed them the phone Carlos transmitted, instructing them to watch the video inside. Everyone gathered around, watching the tiny figures climb onto the excavator, making it move forward and backward. They observed how to operate the bucket, allowing the excavator to dig soil and place it on a truck, and how to make the excavator turn. Each one watched with great attention, as the excavator was far more incredible than the Black Knight tank 500 high 4T. They felt that this excavator was even more essential for them because, with this divine tool, nothing would stand in their way. No matter how well built the walls were, they would collapse if operated by this excavator. Your Majesty, this is truly a divine creation. Simeon, watching the tiny figures operate the excavator on the phone, said excitedly. This machine lives up to its name as it can dig through anything. Yes, yes. Curtis also said excitedly, what a wonderful excavator. With this divine tool, what could possibly stop us? Alas, it's a pity that the deity only granted us one of these. The female royal advisor of Shiliang sighed. If only we could receive more. Just as the female royal advisor of Shiliang finished speaking, the bronze cauldron started spitting out excavators one after another. Witnessing this scene, everyone from Shiliang was stunned into silence. So many excavators? Simeon was speechless. The deity is too kind to us, granting us so many excavators at once. The deity loves us so much. I love my deity. Curtis and the others all knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves in utmost excitement. My deity is the most adorable being in the world. Yes, yes. Ajani and the rest also knelt down, worshipping with deep reverence. The deity is the most adorable being in the world. I love my deity. Chapter 178. Dumper trucks and bulldozers for you too. Inclination. Kneeling to thank the divine. Thorn knelt down as well, his eyes full of excitement because he was truly moved. The divine was indeed too kind to them. Such a divine creation as the excavator could be bestowed upon them. This was simply incredible, and it didn't stop there. Bronze tripods continued to spew out bulldozers, all made from fine steel, with massive dippers appearing directly before Thorn and others. Their eyes all lit up when they saw this. Your Majesty, what is this? Upon seeing the bulldozer, Ajani was almost jumping in excitement and exclaimed, it actually has such a large bucket? The divine called it a bulldozer. Katie explained, it can load soil dug by excavators onto trucks. Wilfredreaver, such large bulldozers can also charge at barbarian soldiers. This is truly wonderful. Burke's eyes sparkled as he said, with such divine weapons, why should we fear the barbarians? General Burke is right. Jim also stood up. With these divine weapons, why should we fear those outside enemies? Just taking these out would be enough to annihilate them all. Yes, yes indeed. Abdullah jumped up and declared, we have such divine weapons, what barbarians should we fear? Your Majesty, let's leave the city and destroy the barbarian and Ruran armies. Dee spoke excitedly, while Katie shook her head. All my ministers, calm down, because we are not yet skilled at driving excavators, bulldozers, or cars. At present, if we take these out, we won't be able to form powerful combat power. Therefore, we must spend some time getting familiar with them. Only when we truly master these divine weapons can we take them out to attack the enemies outside the city. Upon hearing this, Burke and the others nodded uncontrollably, realizing how anxious they had been. They indeed needed to master these divine weapons to fight more effectively. Katie also arranged accordingly, assigning the excavators and bulldozers to the city defense army so that they could gain control of them before striking again. The tank 500 High 4T Black Warrior was distributed to all troops, 500 units each, allowing them to quickly get accustomed and reorganize an auto cavalry camp. Following orders, Burke and others selected their respective vehicles, excavators, and bulldozers, leaving the training ground. But at this moment, Katie received news from Carlos saying, Ching-chung, today's supplies have been delivered. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. I am always ready to provide support. Thank you, Divine. With devoutness on her face, Katie replied, you bestowed upon us cars, excavators, and bulldozers. Divine, you are truly our best deity. I will always believe in you. Carlos chuckled, said a few more words, then disconnected from Katie. Immediately after, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply. He then drove the tank 500 High 4T Black Warrior towards the warehouse exit. As he drove near the port outpost, he saw Kermit and others practicing formations. They were divided into two teams, training military-style drills with each other. Carlos watched enviously, and if he wasn't busy, he might have joined them. Young Master Chun, done working? Kermit saw Carlos's car approaching and straightened up immediately, looking at Carlos expectantly. Carlos tossed him a cigarette. Yeah, done working? You continue practicing, maybe another day we can practice together. But today, I'll go home because I didn't sleep well last night. Kermit acknowledged him and watched as Carlos drove away from the port toward home. With the window open, cigarette in hand, Carlos sped back home. Passing by the Thousand Mu Industrial Park, he saw it decorated festively. Giant lions and Chinese dragons danced around. Red carpets covered the ground, and pieces of exploded firecrackers lay scattered everywhere, painting the entire area red. Carlos looked at this lively scene but did not stop. He even closed the car window and sped past without hesitation. He didn't want to appear in such an occasion. For the more people there were, the more people he would need to entertain. So, he quickly drove away from the Thousand Mu Industrial Park. Half an hour later, he finally drove back home, only to find that there seemed to be guests at his house. Upon seeing this scene, Carlos slightly frowned and stopped his car, unbuckling his seatbelt, pushing open the car door. He got out of the car, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, and walked into his villa. Inside, he saw a graceful and charming woman with skin as white as jade. There was also a very mature-looking woman with a curvaceous figure and black-rimmed glasses sitting together with Adriana. Augustaji, there are guests at home? Seeing this scene, Carlos quickly stubbed out the cigarette and said with surprise, who are these two? They are your seniors. Adriana, upon seeing Carlos come in and hearing his question, immediately introduced them. This is your eldest senior, Sky. This is your second senior, Randy. Hello, eldest senior. Hello, second senior. Carlos greeted obediently. However, the eldest senior, Sky, frowned and looked Carlos up and down, saying, you're our junior brother? Not bad looking indeed, especially with that big nose. Eldest senior, this guy looks good but he's quite a playboy. Randy glanced at Carlos and pouted slightly, saying, he indulges in romantic pursuits outside, not like one who practices Taoism on Dragon Tiger Wilfredunton, more like a rogue cultivator of the Hundred Joy sect. This boy is indeed quite the playboy. Sometimes I really want to give him a knife and cut off a piece of his flesh. Adriana added fiercely, make him a little eunuch directly. Third junior sister, forget it. Randy retorted, even if you had the chance, you wouldn't dare to do it because you've already become close with him. Don't think I don't know. Second senior, don't say nonsense. Adriana blushed and vehemently argued. That's absolutely impossible. No matter what, I'm an old monster in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, much older than him. Randy rolled her eyes at Adriana and smiled mockingly. Your maidenhood has been taken by him. What are you pretending here for? Upon hearing this, Adriana's face turned even redder, and she glared angrily at Carlos. However, Carlos acted as if he didn't notice, scratching his head and looking at the seniors. Senior sisters, chat slowly. I'll go take a shower first. Junior brother, wait. Sky blocked Carlos's path, looking him up and down. Don't worry about taking a shower. We have something important to discuss with you. Chapter 179. Two senior sisters have arrived, feeling rather comfortable. Senior sister 1. What's the matter? Carlos asked out of instinct, while Sky said, we've come to tell you that in 2 months, we need to take you back to Dragon Tiger Wilfredunton for a visit. Grandmaster, she? Sky looked at Carlos and continued, specifically requested to see you. To see me? Carlos looked bewildered and couldn't help but ask Sky, why? Sky replied, there's no reason. She just wants to see you. Also, there's still the grudge between you and the coffin-bearing sect from last time. They've already alarmed their inner sect, so they might send someone to cause trouble for you soon. That's why we will stay here to protect you for a while. The coffin-bearing sect, those who use paper figurines. Carlos swallowed hard after hearing Sky and felt rather uneasy. The sect that attacked me. Yes, that's the one. Sky added, they have a deep background. Their strongest elder is an expert at the Great Ascension realm, so you've really caused some big trouble this time. But don't worry too much, because our dragon tiger Wilfred Dunton isn't weaker than their coffin-bearing sect. With us protecting you, your safety should be mostly secured. But during this period, you mustn't wander around or leave our sight. You never know when the people from the coffin-bearing sect will come looking for you. Carlos grimaced as if he had a toothache, because he certainly didn't want to face the coffin-bearing sect, whose members carried coffins on their backs and scattered paper money everywhere, especially since they preferred to appear at night, which gave anyone goosebumps just thinking about it. But the enmity was already established. He doubted the coffin-bearing sect would let him off easily. Just thinking about it gave Carlos a headache, because he already had enough problems without this additional trouble from the coffin-bearing sect. Carlos sighed inwardly, realizing that whatever was coming would eventually arrive, and there was no point in trying to avoid it. He looked at Sky and said, "Senior sister one, I understand. I'll go take a shower and sleep because I'm really tired." "All right, go ahead." Sky responded. Carlos then went upstairs, stripped off his clothes, revealing a well-proportioned, muscular body. He stepped into the bathroom and turned on the showerhead, standing under the water while his mind started tallying up his recent gains. In the past few days, he had indeed achieved quite a lot. Firstly, he no longer needed to fear the threat of plagues posed by those gold devourers across the street. Additionally, with all the cars, excavators, and bulldozers he had given them today, once they became proficient, they could stage a major counterattack, driving the nomadic tribes of the Manchu, Ruran, Khitan, and Bailiang out of Xinjiang City, and perhaps even wipe them out entirely, occupying the entire northwestern grasslands. Thinking about this, Carlos felt it necessary to pass some books to them. After resolving the war crisis, the next step would be teaching them to cultivate land, support the people, and gradually unite central China. And then, eliminate Korea, Vietnam, and India, unifying Asia centuries earlier than planned, bringing everyone back into the motherland's embrace. Thinking of this, Carlos chuckled, but soon felt troubled again, especially about the matter mentioned by his senior sister. The strength of the coffin-bearing sect wasn't something to underestimate, and their sinister nature made Carlos uncomfortable. Plus, there were other issues he'd faced over the past couple of days, along with the possibility that the Orson family might also attack him. Carlos thought about these matters, and felt like having one headache split into two. All he wanted was a peaceful life, yet these people wouldn't let him live in peace. Ah, truly troublesome. Carlos sighed inwardly, quickly rinsed himself, and then wrapped a bath towel around himself before leaving the bathroom. He glanced around. Fortunately, no one was in the room, so he drew the curtains shut and lay down on the bed. All he wanted was to sleep comfortably because last night had been exhausting. In a daze, he soon fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already dark outside. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Carlos frowned and called out, "The door isn't locked. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Jacqueline pushed open the door and walked in, turning on the lights. She looked at him and said, "Kid, did you go thieving last night? You've been sleeping all day. Do you want to get up and eat something now?" "I don't want to eat." Carlos looked at Jacqueline in front of him, then stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Right now. I just want to eat you." Don't be naughty." Jacqueline glanced at Carlos coyly and tried to get up, saying, "Your two senior sisters are downstairs. If they find out, it will be embarrassing." What's there to fear?" Carlos held Jacqueline tightly and whispered by her earlobe, "They're downstairs. We're upstairs. They definitely won't come up, so we can do something? They definitely won't know." No." Jacqueline blushed deeply and said, "Your senior sisters are cultivators. No matter what happens within 10 miles of this place, nothing can escape their notice." "Ah, so powerful," Carlos exclaimed. Then Jacqueline continued, "Did you think otherwise? They've been in the sect much longer than you. Their cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think anything could escape their perception?" Chapter 180, Bryant, you're not an old eunuch, are you? All right, can't escape their eyes. Carlos pouted slightly and, holding Augusta, kissed her warm red lips, saying, "Can't escape their eyes anyway. They can't forbid me from being happy, right?" Don't. Augusta murmured in coquettish tones, but there was no way Carlos would stop. It just wasn't his style. So he firmly held Augusta's lips. His hands started to explore upwards, but Augusta wouldn't let him succeed, pressing down on his palms before pouting and saying, "No more fooling around. Wait until tonight when your senior sisters are asleep. Then I'll accompany you, okay?" "Okay, of course okay." But Carlos still clung to Augusta, continuing to move his mischievous hands as he said, "But I want it now." Annoying. Augusta looked at Carlos with flushed cheeks and scolded, "If you keep this up, I'll bite you." "Bite? Let's bite each other." Carlos pouted slightly, persistently unyielding. However, Augusta soon gave in. Just as things were about to heat up, a shout came from downstairs. "What are you two doing up there? Hurry down for dinner. We're all starving." "Rascal, let me go now." Hearing the call from downstairs, Augusta immediately pushed Carlos away. "Your senior sisters are calling us from downstairs. If they come up here later, it will be truly embarrassing." Carlos stopped making trouble and pinched Augusta's firm bottom before getting up from the bed. "You rascal, always so naughty." Augusta rolled her eyes at Carlos, then got up to help Carlos get ready. Carlos freshened up and put on his clothes before leaving the room with Augusta. Downstairs, Randy frowned, glancing at Carlos and then at Augusta. "What were you two doing upstairs? Couldn't wait a moment?" After looking at Carlos and Augusta, Randy pouted and said, "You two really make life hard for us single dogs." Augusta's face turned scarlet with shyness, glaring at Carlos angrily. But Carlos just chuckled and didn't take what Randy said to heart. All right." Sky smiled and said, "Wushuang, leave them alone. They're in the honeymoon phase. This kind of passion is normal. After dinner, you can continue. The two of us senior sisters will go out for a walk, giving you some time alone." Augusta's face turned even redder, while Carlos remained unperturbed, pulling out a chair downstairs, taking a bowl of prepared rice, and waiting for everyone to sit and start eating. "Wushuang, come here." Sky gently tugged Carlos's hand and said softly, let's sit down and eat first. After dinner, you can accompany me for a walk. I haven't had a chance to properly tour Bright Wilford in town yet. Senior sister, I'll accompany you? Augusta interjected. I went up Bright Wilford Peak a few days ago and found a rather unique stone coffin on the mountain. How about I show you? A stone coffin? What kind of stone coffin? Upon hearing Augusta's words, Sky immediately became interested, and Randy also leaned in with keen interest. Augusta furrowed her brows in thought before saying, it's a stone coffin made of sandstone, placed on the peak of Bright Wilford Peak, with incense offerings nearby. Sandstone, huh? Sky looked serious, her gaze on Augusta, asking, how many layers does the stone coffin have? I didn't check that closely at the time, just found it strange to see a stone coffin on such a high mountain. Augusta explained, so I only took note of it without paying much attention. Alright, let's check it out later with your senior sister. Sky responded, this might be an ancient relic since stone coffins aren't common. I'll go with you both. Augusta looked at Sky and, after a brief pause, said, because I want to see it too. Why don't you stay home to keep little junior brother company? We'll just go for a walk? Sky suggested, we should be back in about an hour. Just as Augusta was about to speak, a Bentley car drove up outside the villa, and she immediately swallowed whatever she was about to say. Bryant has arrived. Seeing the Bentley, Carlos quickly stood up and walked outside, saying, I'll go greet him. Randy and the others merely glanced over without any intention of standing up. On the contrary, Augusta followed Carlos out. When they walked out of the villa, Bryant's car was already parked outside the villa, and the door quickly opened. Then Bryant, leaning on his dragonhead cane, came out of the car directly. Bryant, how did you come here? Carlos approached Bryant and said with a smile, we are just having dinner. Why don't you join us? I won't eat. Bryant smiled and said, I have already eaten at home, and I came here because I have something to talk about with you. Bryant, let's talk inside. Carlos hurriedly reached out to support Bryant, but Bryant waved his hand. Youngster, you don't need to help me. I am old, but I can still walk. Carlos chuckled a couple of times, but still held Bryant's hand, then walked into the villa together. When Bryant entered Carlos's villa, his gaze fell on Sky's face. Then he seemed to be stunned for a moment and thud, knelt down on the ground. Two grandnieces, why are you here? Bryant knelt on the ground and bowed to Sky, who waved her hand and said, Shout Detsy, get up. In this day and age, no one kneels anymore. Shout Detsy, damn. Carlos's mind buzzed for a moment, then an abrupt thought flashed across his mind. This old man in our family isn't a eunuch, is he? After all, he has no descendants and no children. If he were a eunuch, it really could be possible. It seemed Bryant knew what Carlos was thinking, so he glared fiercely at Carlos. What are you thinking? Let me tell you, I'm not a eunuch. You're not a eunuch? Carlos subconsciously responded after hearing Bryant's words. Then why do you have no children? When I was young, I stole bird eggs. Bryant blushed deeply and glared fiercely at Carlos. Something got hurt, so I couldn't have children. You're sure it was stealing bird eggs? Carlos chuckled and looked oddly at Bryant. Not being castrated when entering the palace? Young man, you're still saying? Bryant became flustered and angrily said, do you believe that I will hit your head with my cane and give you a big bump? Carlos retracted his neck, avoiding Jochan on this issue with Bryant. As for Randy and the others, their faces turned scarlet, and they even glared at Carlos to vent their dissatisfaction. Bryant, you came today? Augusta looked at Carlos and finally helped him out by asking, is there something specific? Oh, there is indeed something. Bryant naturally didn't want to dwell on the previous topic either, so he glanced at Carlos. I need to talk to this boy. Bryant, you can talk here, Augusta said. Me and senior sisters will go out for a bit, since we have some matters to handle. Chapter 181. Carlos got the wrong idea and received a shock. Isn't this inappropriate? Gaylord said, haven't you finished eating yet? If you finish your meal first, I can wait here for a while. It's not a problem at all. That's acceptable. Adriana pulled Carlos aside and said, you will have to watch TV here for a bit. Once we finish eating, then we can talk. There was no issue for Gaylord. After all, except for Carlos, everyone else in the restaurant was a big shot whom he couldn't afford to offend. Carlos also exchanged some pleasantries before returning to his meal because he was indeed a little hungry. Gaylord didn't watch TV. Instead, he took out a box of cigars from his coat. He casually picked one, put it in his mouth, lit it up, and started smoking. Carlos buried himself in eating, noting how delicious the dishes prepared by Randy and others were. He even carefully counted that there were 9 dishes on the table. Among them were braised fish, mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with chili, spare rib stewed with corn, stir-fried baby bok choy, preserved vegetable with pork, braised pig's trotters, and eggplant with green beans. There was also a bowl of old duck soup, and the meal for 4 people was indeed quite sumptuous. Carlos even thought if they couldn't finish all the food, they could pass it to those Tunjin So. Note. Unclear context, left untranslated, opposite. Surely, they would enjoy it very much. Just as Carlos was thinking this, he suddenly felt someone deliberately nudged him under the table. Carlos immediately lifted his head, his gaze quickly falling on Adriana. He chuckled inwardly. Adriana, what does this mean? Is she trying to send me some kind of signal? Carlos chuckled again in his mind. While shoveling rice into his mouth, he extended his foot toward the direction of the nudge. However, the other person quickly retreated, seemingly a little upset. Carlos, feeling stimulated, used more force, even lifting his foot straight up. But just then, Carlos felt an intense stabbing pain in the sole of his foot, which instantly spread through his body. It was followed by an unusual tingling sensation. Before he could react, he felt a powerful electric current surge from his sole, spreading rapidly throughout his body. His hair stood on end, and sparks appeared in his eyes, almost instantaneously. He collapsed in his chair like a malfunctioning robot, trembling, saying, Adriana, what are you doing? Why did you shock me? I didn't shock you. Adriana blinked her eyes, keeping her head down while eating, wearing an innocent look. Ali shocked you. Why did you shock me, Ali? Carlos stared at Randy, directly voicing the question on his mind. In response, Randy glared fiercely at Carlos, saying, "Because you're not behaving. You had the nerve to rub against my thigh. It's already nice of me not to cripple you." Carlos almost spit blood. He hadn't intended to rub against Randy's thigh. His target was Adriana, but he mistook the person. But it seemed like Randy initiated the first touch. Why did she shock him after she touched him first? Carlos frowned, completely baffled. Randy's eyes carried a hint of murderous intent, looking like this incident really angered her, making Carlos feel extremely annoyed. He didn't understand what his second senior sister was thinking. Clearly, she initiated some sort of hint, and he merely responded, yet she got angry? Women are so unpredictable. Looks like he needed to find a good opportunity to subdue her once and for all, to let her know who she shouldn't provoke. As Carlos fumed inwardly, he suddenly felt his foot being nudged again. Instantly, Carlos's heart exploded. Damn, you're still at it? What do you mean by this? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt another light nudge on his calf. His expression turned sour as he looked toward Randy, completely oblivious to Adriana's expression. Seeing Carlos's gaze, Randy retorted sharply, seemingly holding in her anger and ready to burst. But just then, Adriana kicked Carlos hard, glaring fiercely at him. "Idiot, don't forget to apologize to your second senior sister." Despite his inner frustration and unwillingness to apologize, Carlos soon realized his mistake. He must have rubbed against the wrong person. So, he took a deep breath, then looked at Randy apologetically. Randy did not pursue the matter further. She merely gave him a stern look and then said with a displeased expression, "You follow me tonight. I need to teach you a lesson properly. Teach me, teach me." Carlos couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he heard Randy's words. "Second senior sister, what exactly are you going to teach me? Why do I feel nervous hearing this?" "Humph, you'll find out soon enough." Randy adjusted her black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose and then said, "I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Guarantee I'll enjoy it." Carlos inwardly made a couple of sounds, his eyes almost gleaming with envy as he stared at Randy. Is second senior sister really offering such benefits? Just playing with her legs would keep me entertained for 3 years straight. Chapter 182 Gaylord's advice must be heard. "Boy, you have that look in your eyes." Randy, seeing Carlos's lecherous gaze, but with a dignified and stern expression, said, "What do you mean by looking at me like this?" "I don't mean anything." Carlos chuckled and replied, "I just think senior sister looks beautiful. I enjoy looking at you." "Humph, look at you." Randy shot a glare at Carlos, her eyes burning with anger. "You're asking for trouble, aren't you? You need some discipline." Just as Carlos was about to speak, he felt a sharp kick under the table from Elder Adriana. He swallowed his words hard. Randy glared at him once more before ignoring him. Carlos was bewildered, not understanding why his senior sister acted so irritable, as if she was on her period or something. Why was she so moody? And why did she always wear such an icy face as if someone owed her 5 million? Elder Adriana subtly gestured to Carlos to leave Randy alone. Understanding this, Carlos didn't provoke Randy further. Instead, he bowed his head and focused on eating, especially savoring the braised pig trotters. Randy, after glaring at him a few times, also started eating. Occasionally, their chopsticks clashed, creating a silent tension between them as if they were airing their frustrations through these interactions. Sky and Elder Adriana observed this scene but said nothing, quietly finishing their meals. Half an hour later, they finally finished eating. The dishes, which Carlos had no chance to touch, were taken away by Elder Adriana and the others. Then, the three of them left together. Carlos watched them leave, feeling a sense of loss. Gaylord looked at Carlos and said, "Carlos, come over here and sit with me. I have something to discuss with you." Carlos quickly moved over and sat down next to Gaylord. "Gaylord, what can I do for you?" "All right, let me get straight to it." Gaylord leaned on his dragon-headed cane and continued, "First, remember that batch of antiques you gave me last time? The ones I took to Yinjing?" "Gaylord, I remember." Carlos furrowed his brows and lit a cigar. "Is there any problem with them?" "Well, not really a problem." Gaylord looked at Carlos. "But old Bart and his group want to buy those antiques. Do you want to sell them?" "Yes, of course, I want to sell." Carlos looked at Gaylord, then asked, "How much can we get for these antiques?" "They're willing to pay 10 billion to buy out all the antiques." Gaylord raised his hand. "Old man, I know you need money now, so I increased the offer to 17 billion. If you have no objections, I'll sell the antiques to them." "Gaylord, no objections?" Carlos puffed on his cigar. "If you think it's suitable, that's fine. I'm not familiar with this field. I have many antiques but lack money right now, as long as they can be sold for cash. Of course, I'd rather sell them all, as keeping them isn't useful anyway. Don't you agree?" Gaylord didn't reply directly but thought for a moment. "All right, I'll handle the sale and tax filing, then transfer the money to your account." "Okay, Gaylord." Carlos sincerely responded. "I have no objections." About this matter," Gaylord continued, "let's settle it this way. Gaylord also wants to ask you one more thing. Do you have any other valuable antiques? I want to take some because I'll be attending an auction in Yinjing soon. I can help you sell them and show off in front of those old guys." "Of course I do." Carlos smiled. "Wait here. I'll go fetch them for you." "Boy, no rush." Gaylord pulled Carlos back. "I have 2 more things to ask you." "Gaylord, what else do you need?" Carlos responded and Gaylord went on. "Boy, I heard you plan to acquire the refinery in South City?" "Yes, that's true." "You plan to acquire that refinery in South City?" "As far as I know, that refinery has been losing money all along. They can barely afford to pay the employees now. Why would you want to acquire such a rundown refinery? Is it because you have too much money and don't know what to do with it?" "Gaylord, here's the thing." Carlos began explaining to Gaylord. "Didn't I just acquire the port of Mingyue town and have been doing export trade? The things I send to the Middle East? Their side doesn't want to settle with RMB but prefers bartering, shipping crude oil over to me instead. So, I have no choice. I had to acquire that refinery. With so much crude oil, if I don't buy this refinery, what else can I do with it?" Oh, is that how it is? Gaylord frowned slightly, saying, now I understand. But why didn't you choose to sell the crude oil to the state? Gaylord, you know that? Carlos replied with a bitter expression. Refining oil isn't profitable for the state. And with the push for new energy development, who wants petroleum anymore? Hearing Carlos's words, Gaylord couldn't help but frown deeply. Then why did you still go ahead with it? Didn't I just say I had no choice? Things are already like this. Carlos started talking nonsense. Either stop trading with the Middle East or barter with them using goods for crude oil. Alright then, about this matter. Gaylord looked at Carlos and said, I won't ask further. But I heard today that 5 vehicles from your port were borrowed by someone. Yeah, that's true. Carlos sighed, then said angrily, mentioning this makes me furious. A few days ago, those people came to my port, checking everything left and right, but found nothing wrong after all their fuss. And when I got back today, Carlos grew increasingly angry as he spoke. Kermit told me that the people from the Minuet town government just drove away 5 cars from my port. They said they were borrowing, but it's probably a one-way trip. They won't return them. Chapter 183. Owen has come over, and I don't want to bother with him. These guys are really annoying. They're probably all Gustav's people. But Malachi said, it seems that Gustav is acting recklessly and wants to make one last grab before he leaves. Malachi, is this guy going to escape? Crane frowned deeply when he heard Malachi's words. Then Malachi said, what can this guy do if he doesn't run? Next, after your brother's big boss steps down, he will likely face unavoidable trouble too, as he has been in the same boat with that big boss. Besides, he has done a lot for them over these years. Malachi, can we keep him here? Crane looked at Malachi and couldn't help but ask. Malachi replied, little brat, it's best for us not to get involved in such matters because the waters are too deep. If we dive into it, it might be hard for us to get out. So let them go. Crane fell silent after hearing this, but after a while, he looked at Malachi and asked, Malachi, do you know where that despicable old man plans to run off to? I'm not sure yet, but this old fellow has already started his departure preparations. It will likely happen within 10 to 15 days. Malachi, keep an eye on him. I want to know exactly where he'll go. Hearing Crane's request, Malachi couldn't help but question, what do you plan to do? I want their miserable lives because this old dog has bitten me more than once. Crane lowered his eyebrows coldly and continued, this time, I can leave him alone domestically, but after he goes abroad, I hope to claim his life and all his money. His life will surely not be spared. But Malachi said, as for the money he holds, we definitely won't get it, as many people are watching him. Once he leaves the country, both his life and money will be sought after by someone else. After all, he hasn't done anything good over the years, and there are many who want him dead besides you, Crane. All right, that old dog gets away easily, Crane couldn't help but say, while Malachi patted him on the shoulder and said, little brat, it's not like you're letting him off lightly. Whether you handle him yourself or others do it, as long as anyone takes action, they won't be able to mix well afterward. Since you still have to live in mainland China, it would be better to leave this matter to others. After hearing Malachi's words, Crane nodded, realizing he was right. It was best not to deal with such troublesome matters personally, as there were too many underlying issues, especially concerning corrupt officials within the system. Just as Crane was thinking this, he saw a Santana car swaying towards the courtyard. Malachi, it should be Owen coming. Crane watched the swaying Santana stop outside the courtyard and took a puff of his cigar. In contrast, Malachi furrowed his brows and said, little brat, listen to Malachi. People like Owen, you should avoid associating with him as much as possible in the future because he's not worth your time. Malachi, I know. Crane, with a cigarette in his mouth, rubbed his temples and said, but one shouldn't reject friendliness. Owen is the mayor of Minuet Town. At least some courtesy is due since he's come, given that it's inevitable. Malachi merely grunted and glanced at the villa entrance, where Owen approached with various local specialties. Little brat, he's here. Seeing this scene, Malachi couldn't help but look at Crane and ask, do you want to greet him? I'll go greet him. Crane, holding the cigar between his lips, said, I've got quite a few things to settle with him. Go ahead. Malachi nodded without saying much more. Soon, Crane went to meet him at the door. Of course, Owen also saw Crane approaching and, carrying his gifts, looked flatteringly at Crane, saying, Mr. Chun, I feel so guilty making you come out to welcome me. Mayor Jia, as a guest, you're welcome anytime, especially when you bring so many gifts. Crane smiled at Owen and replied, it's my duty to welcome you. Mr. Chun, you're too kind. I came over mainly to apologize to you, Owen said indignantly as he walked toward Carlos, carrying his gifts. I didn't expect that after just a few days of study at the party school, they would have done so many bad things. Carlos showed a bitter smile, but did not even reach for the gifts in Jiarangui's hands. Owen was not angry either, but rather carried the gifts into Carlos's villa with a chuckle and placed them in the corner. Owen, come and sit down. Malachi greeted Owen at this scene, causing Owen to freeze for a moment before forcing a sunflower-like smile. Malachi, you are here too? Am I not? Malachi replied directly. After all, our young one has been wronged. They drove away 5 cars from our young one's port without saying a word. I'm still fuming about it. It's rare to see anyone dare to do such things in Minuet Town. Malachi, calm down. Owen interjected. Regarding that incident, the party secretary of Minuet Town has been dismissed by the Discipline Inspection Commission. And at today's standing committee meeting, Secretary Amiri of Jinghai City's municipal committee gave a serious lecture. Our city's standing vice mayor Orson was reportedly reprimanded like a grandson. At this, Malachi inwardly snorted twice coldly, then looked at Owen with piercing eyes. So your town's mayor who went to the party school couldn't wait to return, and brought all these gifts to apologize? Malachi, I am ashamed. Owen replied with a polite smile, I have no choice. My position is insignificant, and although I want to do something, I am powerless. Chapter 184, Barth, a sly old eel. Humph, you talk big. Gaylord, however, gave him a cold look and sneered, but what have you done? You know best in your heart. I won't say more about this here, but you've disappointed me greatly because my young one was devoted to you. You slipped away like an eel, completely unwilling to stand up for our young one. In the future, don't come to us when you need anything. Upon hearing Gaylord's words, Barth's face contorted, realizing that Gaylord was genuinely upset. But what could he do? After all, he was merely a small-town mayor. How could he dare to compete with Gustav, the executive deputy mayor of Jinghai City? So when the crisis came, he barely thought twice before finding an excuse to flee from Minuet town. He had made up his mind. Let Gustav handle it, and whoever gained power would receive his support. Wilfredra, importantly, Carlos's brother and sister-in-law had fled. Carlos seemed to be losing any influence. Thus, he didn't want to get involved. But to his surprise, the Amiri family firmly supported Carlos. Seeing the scales tipping in Carlos's favor, he hurried back with gifts to beg for forgiveness at Carlos's place. Barth knew very well that enduring some disdain from people like Gaylord was inevitable, but no matter. Tonight, even if he had to swallow his pride, he needed to ingratiate himself with the Chun family. This concerned his future career prospects. So he smiled at everyone, even when Gaylord spoke disrespectfully to him. However, Carlos frowned and said, Mayor Jia, I'll accept your gift, but not your apology. As for your problems, don't come to me anymore. I don't wish to get involved. Master Chun, please. Hearing Carlos's words, Barth became desperate. Minuet town's development depends on you. Without you, how can we progress? Mayor Jia, stop. Carlos waved his hand. I didn't want to say this, but since Gaylord has already mentioned it, I won't pretend anymore. This is what I mean. Don't come to me anymore. I've lost all trust in you, especially after this incident. I'm really angry. Why did your people search my dock and drive away 5 vehicles without a word? If you needed the cars, I could have donated them freely. After all, it's just over $1 million. But this isn't the right way to do things. Your actions have hurt me deeply. Whatever happens, don't come to me again because my principle is, once betrayed, never trusted again. This time Barth truly panicked, looking at Carlos. Despite many thoughts rushing through his mind, he couldn't utter a word. After all, Carlos now held significant sway. Alicia had publicly announced Carlos as her boyfriend, planning to become engaged during the National Day holiday. In the future, Carlos would be Amiri family's son-in-law. With Amiri family backing him, he, Amir town mayor, dared not offend Carlos, whose father-in-law-to-be was the party secretary of Jinghai City. Realizing this disparity, Barth left Carlos's villa after some polite conversation. Watching Barth drive away, Gaylord looked at Carlos and said, Young one, focus on your business and keep away from people like Barth. They aren't reliable. Gaylord, I understand. Carlos replied seriously, rest assured, I'll distance myself from him. Gaylord nodded, exchanged a few more words with Carlos, and then left. After seeing off Gaylord, Carlos tidied up his house, feeling a bit bored in the empty home. Usually, Thea accompanied him, but now she was with her seniors visiting the stone coffin on Minuet Peak. Left alone, he felt a sense of loneliness. Having a woman around definitely made a difference. Feeling bored, Carlos soon went upstairs. He stripped off his clothes, took a shower, dried his hair with a towel, propped up his pillow, and lay down. At this moment, the first person he thought of was Katie. Without hesitation, he condensed a thread of intent and transmitted it to Katie. Ching Chung, what are you busy with? Katie's intent quickly came back. Divine one. I am distributing food to the citizens of the city. Carlos responded with an oh, and then quickly asked Katie, is your food supply sufficient now? Divine one, it is enough. As Katie watched the citizens lining up to receive their rations, she continued, the people in the city are all grateful to you. If not for the food you provided, they would still be eating clay and gnawing on tree bark. Hearing Katie's words, Carlos couldn't help but show a smile, because there wasn't much that could make him happy at this time. But knowing that his Tungjin beasts were well fed and wouldn't suffer from hunger in the cold wind made him feel content. Thus, he summoned the large black cauldron from his soul sea and said to Katie, Ching Chung, can you take some photos of the citizens for me? I want to see if they are starting to gain weight after getting enough food every day. Upon hearing Carlos's request, Katie didn't dare to delay for a moment. She immediately took hundreds of photos of the citizens lining up for their rations and transmitted them to Carlos through the bronze cauldron. Carlos naturally received Katie's phone soon and opened each photo one by one. He saw emaciated citizens holding bowls, their eyes glowing with intense light as they approached the food stalls. Carlos scrutinized every photo carefully, but each one tugged at his heartstrings because these people had endured so much hardship. Such scenes reminded him of the suffering civilians he had seen in war-torn regions like Palestine and Israel. AI, what misfortune. Looking at the photos, Carlos finally couldn't help sighing. They are wearing such rough clothes, without even a pair of shoes on their feet, walking barefoot on the ground. I wonder if they feel cold? Chapter 185, Chitin, coming again for food. Not possible. I have to give them. Carlos thought about this but couldn't help continuing. Buy a pair of shoes for each person. And we need to buy more clothes because these people are too poor, especially the children. Still, so small. Holding his phone and looking at a child wearing oversized rough cloth clothing without even a pair of shoes, Carlos felt heartache immediately. They don't even have shoes to wear. The clothes they wear are hand-me-downs from adults, barely covering their bodies. Wouldn't they be cold at night? Thinking of this, Carlos decided not only to provide them with shoes but also additional clothes. He believed he should also buy them some quilts, as these gold-swallowing beasts he was raising were truly suffering too much. This wasn't a life fit for humans. Even the poorest African refugees might not be this destitute. Muttering a few words, Carlos then handed his phone to Katie, immediately placing large orders for quilts, beds, clothes, shoes, and socks. With just a few swipes, millions of orders went through, costing him several hundred million yuan. But he didn't feel any pain in his heart, as anyone seeing those children would instinctively offer help, hoping to make their lives a bit better. Chingcheng, just now I bought over 1 million pairs of shoes, socks, clothes, pants, quilts. Carlos held his phone and messaged Katie. In a few days, they will arrive. Let the people all have clothes to wear and quilts to cover themselves at night. Divine being, you are truly too kind to us. All of us thank you. Katie replied with a deeply moved expression. Without you, we wouldn't be living such blissful lives. That's too much. Carlos said, and your current life isn't exactly heavenly. After you drive away the nomads, Rurin, Khitan, and Northern Liang, I'll teach you how to farm. Only then will you truly live well. Katie's eyes lit up upon hearing this, filled with hope for the future while gazing at the distressed civilians. Her heart brimmed with optimism. She believed her divine being could accomplish what he said, making sure that everyone could eventually live in prosperity. They wouldn't worry about lacking clothes or food anymore. Just then, Eunuch Bart hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Eunuch Bart quickly ran over and knelt before Katie. Katie slightly frowned, looking at him. What's the matter? Your Majesty, the envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang are requesting an audience outside the city gates. Kneeling on the ground, Eunuch Bart spoke. They hope your Majesty can provide them with more food and water. Upon hearing this, Katie's brows furrowed and displeasure showed on her face. She had just given tens of thousands of pounds of food and water to the Rurin and Northern Liang. How could they be so greedy, daring to ask for more, thinking they were fools? Katie waved her hand instantly. Tell them I won't see them. Your Majesty, you cannot. Thorn stepped forward, bowing deeply. We must meet them and provide food and water, but this time we need conditions. Grand Tutor, what do you mean? Katie asked, knitting her eyebrows. Then she heard Thorn continue, Your Majesty, currently we still need to support Northern Liang and Khitan because they still possess considerable combat strength. The most important thing is we need a large amount of gold and silver for sacrifices to the divine being. Therefore, we can provide them with food to keep them alive, but they must pay a hefty amount of gold and silver in return, which we will then use for divine offerings. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor's words. Ajani immediately stepped out, bowing in agreement. Make perfect sense. I also agree. General Burke stepped forward, saying, we can provide them with food, but they must exchange it for horses, gold, and treasure. After all, the divine being has granted us this food, and we shouldn't give it away for free. Before Katie could respond, the surrounding ministers nodded in agreement, believing it was indeed a good strategy. To exploit the Rurin and Khitan, they couldn't let them starve. Instead, they needed to keep them combat-ready and capable of fighting the barbarians and Rurin outside the city. But giving them food for nothing was unsustainable. So, collecting some silver in exchange was necessary to avoid constant giveaways. Yet Qingsheng, holding her Alf knife tightly, looked at Ajani and the others, saying, all right, as Tutor Thorn said, let them trade gold, silver, and treasures for food. After all, we can't keep giving it to them for free. Your Majesty, leave this matter to this old minister. Thorn cupped his hands in response. This old minister guarantees to handle it properly, making sure Northern Liang and Khitan bleed significantly, contributing countless tributes to the deity. Tutor, all right? Yet Qingsheng waved her sleeve and said, I will leave this matter to you. I won't interfere any further. Thorn quickly knelt down to receive the order, then left the western camp with General Burke. They rode to the north city and ascended the city wall. Outside the city gates, they saw the envoys from Northern Liang and Khitan. Minister Gongsun, why are you here again? We have just bestowed 10,000 pounds of grain on you, along with water and medicine. Standing atop the city wall, Thorn looked down at Shan below. Why are you here again, begging for food and water? Tutor, our situation is truly dire. Shan stood below, raising his head forcefully and shouted. Your kingdom had just granted us some food, only for it to be plundered by the Rurin bandits. As our army now has no more provisions, we can only come to your kingdom once again for help, hoping you could bestow more food and water upon us. Thorn couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Their grain being plundered wasn't a mere coincidence but was due to their leaking information at precisely the right time, which allowed the Rurin people to directly seize their supplies, leading to a significant battle. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this. After all, this was part of their strategy to kill 3 men with 2 peaches. Therefore, he cleared his throat and then looked at Shan. Minister Gongsun, you want more food and water? Chapter 186 Randy, can you not be so fierce? We can naturally provide you with food and water, but all these have been obtained by sacrificing treasures to the deity. Thorn continued, the deity, in its compassion for us, has bestowed these upon me. Therefore, if you wish to receive food and water, you must also offer treasures to the deity. Shan's eyes widened at Thorn's words, even glancing sideways at Ilium. Ilium also looked towards Shan, but he soon nodded. After all, as adults, they understood that nothing comes for free. Their request for some gold and silver treasures was certainly not a problem, especially since these treasures would be used for divine offerings. They were willing to do so, hoping for the deity's approval and an endless supply of food. Wilfred Reaver, these treasures were useless to them. They couldn't eat them. On the other hand, fragrant grains could fill their stomachs. Thus, without much hesitation, they agreed to offer their wealth in exchange for food from the deity. Seeing their agreement, Thorn cleared his throat and said, then you should return to your camp and gather the offerings. Tomorrow morning, we will await your arrival to offer sacrifices to the deity and obtain food. Ilium and Shan exchanged a glance and quickly took their leave. In particular, Shan led his 300 cavalry back to their Khitan camp at high speed. At the Khitan camp, Khan Alexan saw that Shan had returned without a single grain and immediately frowned. General Gongsun, did I not send you to the Western Liang Women's Kingdom to procure food? Why have you returned empty-handed? Your Majesty. Shan knelt on the ground and reported, I went to the city gate and met Grand Tutor Thorn of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. They are not unwilling to give us food, but they require us to offer treasures to the deity first before granting us food. That is why I have come to seek your Majesty's instructions on how to proceed. General Gongsun, does the Western Liang Empire truly have a deity? Alexan, with his distinctive braided hairstyle and broad face covered in a beard, stared at Shan and remarked, no wonder they are creating such mystique. Your Majesty, there's no doubt about it, Shan said firmly. In Qingyang City, I saw many temples. The people there burn incense and offer prayers. Wilfredst importantly, the Western Liang Women's Kingdom not only has an inexhaustible supply of food and water, but also possesses motorcycles, divine machines. If there were no true deities, who could create such marvels? General Gongsun, what should we do then? After some thought, Alexan ordered, we shall immediately collect large amounts of treasures. Tomorrow, we will enter the city together for the offering. I want to see this deity of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Your Majesty, you mustn't go. Shan shook his head. Chengyang City is filled with hidden dangers. Once you enter, none of us can guarantee your safety. Wilfred Reaver, if the Western Liang people decide to hold you hostage, we won't be able to resist. No worries. Alexan replied, I can dress as a common soldier and hide among the crowd. As long as I don't attract Katie's attention, there will be no danger. Hearing this, Shan fell into silence, seriously pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Katie had already received Thorn's report. Shan had agreed to offer treasures tomorrow, which greatly pleased Katie. After all, her deity loved precious metals the most. Tomorrow, when the Kitans and Baelyang offered substantial treasures, she would pass them on to her deity. Surely, the deity would be delighted. Therefore, Katie sent a message to Carlos, Deity, are you asleep? Qingsheng, I'm not asleep yet, Carlos responded while scrolling through short videos on his phone. Why are you sending me a message? Deity, the Kitans and Baelyang are asking for more food again, Katie relayed. We've agreed to their request, but this time they need to exchange food for treasures, which will then be offered to you. Very good, Carlos replied happily. Make sure they offer plenty of treasures. We can't just give our food away for free. I think the same. Katie said, even if we give them food, we need to keep them barely alive. Our food cannot be given for free. They must offer treasures in return. However, tomorrow the deity needs to cooperate by granting them some food on the spot, showing a miracle so they will respect and revere you from now on. Carlos happily agreed, and then they discussed the details before Carlos ended the communication with Katie. But just at this moment, the door to Carlos's room was pushed open, not by Jacqueline but by the very mature-looking Randy. Second senior sister, you're back? When Carlos saw Randy, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but speak up. Randy glanced at Carlos and said, we're back. Get up. I'm going to train with you tonight. Second senior sister, train what? Looking at the mature Randy, Carlos gulped and said, I was about to go to sleep. Himph, sleep what? Randy glared at Carlos. Get up immediately. I want to take you out to train. Second senior sister, what are you going to train me in? Carlos shrank his neck and said, I have these small arms and legs. I don't dare follow you into the woods, because I'm afraid you'll eat me whole. What are you thinking? Randy's face turned cold as she said angrily, would I ever do that with you? Why are your thoughts so dirty? I'm taking you out to practice lightning control, not those messy things you're imagining. That's something I don't want to do even more, since it's not fun at all. Carlos pouted. How about letting me off? I just want to stay here and scroll through my phone. Wait for Jacqueline to come and practice with me later. Himph, get up right now. Randy had a fierce look on her face, or I'll lift your blanket and make you go out naked for practice. Chapter 187. Second senior sister, have you seen enough? Senior sister, you don't have to be so fierce, right? Carlos's lips twitched as he looked at Randy, who seemed both gentle and fierce at the same time. He couldn't help but speak up, but Randy didn't indulge him. She pulled off his blanket. Senior sister, you're being an outlaw. Facing this move from Randy, Carlos could not help but exclaim in shock. I'm completely naked under the covers. Why did you pull them off? Pfft, what haven't I seen before? What's so special about your little dingaling? Randy watched Carlos wrap himself tightly in a bath towel, and she rolled her eyes at him. Hurry up and get up. Carlos wondered if he had been humiliated. Randy glared coldly at him. Get up immediately, or I'll shock you again. Hearing Randy's words, Carlos knew he had to surrender, as his second senior sister did seem somewhat temperamental. Recalling how she had shocked him during dinner, Carlos dared not delay any longer and quickly got up, looking at Randy. Second senior sister, can you please go out for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Why should I go out? So you can run away? Randy pouted and shot Carlos a fierce glance. You change your clothes. Just do it. I'm not going to look. Carlos was speechless, but felt less restrained with such a beautiful woman standing there. If she's not bothered, why should I be scared? Changing, definitely changing. Carlos pursed his lips, looking at Randy with a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Let her see my strong muscles. Randy rolled her eyes at Carlos, ignoring him, while Carlos gave a charming smirk. Suddenly, he made a bold move. With a plop, the towel fell to the ground, and Randy's eyes widened instantly. Her gaze locked on Carlos, her luscious lips parted wide in shock. Damn, you. Randy's eyes widened even further as she thought to herself, no wonder your nose is so big. This is like some foreign goods. After her inner thoughts, Randy just stared at Carlos intently, while Carlos smiled slyly. Second senior sister, nice view? Nice. Randy responded absent-mindedly, but quickly realized what she said, blushing furiously. Bah, it's not nice at all. Put on your clothes and come with me. Carlos turned around and quickly opened the wardrobe, taking out some clothes. Randy licked her lips lightly, staring at Carlos's back, thinking, this little brat has quite a white butt. After mumbling that to herself, she quickly turned her head away, forcing herself not to look at Carlos anymore. But after just a couple of seconds, her gaze involuntarily returned to him, watching him intensely, almost lost in a strange, emotional trance. She had never seen a man's physique like this before. Wilfredst importantly, it had foreign goods. No wonder third junior sister is so infatuated with Carlos. With his body and those foreign goods, any woman would be captivated. Second senior sister, seen enough? Carlos grinned slyly, eyes slightly raised as he asked Randy. I'll get dressed if you've seen enough. Pfft, who's looking at you? Randy glanced at Carlos and then said seriously, just put your clothes on and come with me. What could Carlos say? He slipped into a loose outfit and followed Randy. Randy led him to a secluded valley with a single step and proceeded to give him an intense training session with countless bolts of lightning striking Carlos. Carlos felt like he was going insane because he never expected it to end like this. If he had known, he wouldn't have come at all. However, Randy had no intention of letting him off easy, continually using lightning strikes to train him and guiding him on controlling the art of commanding thunder. Carlos wanted to swear, as no one trained like this, especially when everything was over. Carlos felt like someone who had just been pulled out of water after drowning. Every inch of his skin hurt. Carlos, soak in this hot spring here. Adriana pointed at the green liquid in the bathtub, speaking compassionately to the listless Carlos who had just returned. This is a medicinal solution prepared by your senior sister and me last night. Soaking in it will help you recover quickly. Adriana, you're so good to me. Carlos looked at the green liquid in the bathtub and mumbled. This Randy is no human. She's a demoness, utterly ruthless. Adriana, don't say that. Adriana interjected. Second senior sister did this for your own good. With your lazy character, if not for such methods, I doubt you'd ever master the art of commanding thunder before your death. Second senior sister pushed you hard, so you wouldn't be lazy in your cultivation. Hearing Adriana's words, Carlos opened his mouth but closed it again, not knowing what to say. He stripped off his scorched clothes and lay back in the bathtub. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable. Carlos could feel a rich essence flowing rapidly into his body, swiftly repairing his damaged tissues. Adriana didn't leave either. She stood behind Carlos, stretching her slender hands to massage him, alleviating his exhaustion and helping him refine his body faster. Adriana, you're really good to me. Carlos raised his head, letting Adriana massage him. Adriana pouted and said, stop with the sweet talk, will you? Wilfred's importantly, you need to put more effort into your cultivation. Such opportunities don't come every day. Adriana, I understand. Carlos pouted and couldn't help complaining, but second senior sister is just a big devil. She's too harsh on me. To put it simply, she didn't treat me like a human at all, pushing me to my limits. Well, stop that. Adriana pressed down on Carlos's shoulders and then said, this time she really did help you a lot. In the future, you'll see how much she helped you. Chapter 188. Tobias comes to talk business. Oh, I understand. Carlos couldn't help but exclaim when faced with Jacqueline's massage. Can you press a bit lighter, Jacqueline? I felt like you almost cracked my shoulder bone just now. Okay. Jacqueline responded briefly and then softened her touch, saying, I'll press more gently now. Carlos looked utterly pleased, half closing his eyes as he gazed at Jacqueline who was massaging him. Jacqueline pouted her red lips and asked, why are you looking at me? I want to kiss you. Carlos puckered his lips and muttered, while Jacqueline gave him an alluring glare. Don't be naughty. We're just here for a massage. Don't think about those mischievous things. Come on. Carlos intentionally acted coy as he watched Jacqueline, causing her cheeks to flush red. She finally leaned down and kissed Carlos's lips. However, Carlos wrapped his arms around Jacqueline's pale neck, gently prying open her lips, his eyes filled with hazy desire. Jacqueline didn't struggle but embraced and kissed him back, until they were both breathless. She reluctantly pulled away, scolding, naughty. You always get up to mischief. Are you letting me massage you properly? Carlos's hand rested on Jacqueline's slender, pale legs as he said, of course we should have a massage, but I can also give you one. Don't be naughty again. Jacqueline lightly slapped Carlos's hand and blushed, saying, because it's that time of the month for me. Carlos let out a small sigh and stopped teasing her, allowing Jacqueline to continue the massage. He even fell asleep in comfort. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. Checking his watch, it was already 8 o'clock. The green liquid in the bathtub had turned black-brown, washing away all his dirt. He felt completely refreshed, and the lingering soreness had vanished. Feeling incredibly relaxed, Carlos quickly got out of the tub, drained the water, and rinsed himself under the shower. Clean as new, he wrapped himself in a white towel, walked out of the bathroom, and picked out a white shirt. Putting on a burgundy suit and stylish leather shoes, he placed his cigarettes and phone in his bag and went downstairs. Calling out in the villa several times without any response from Jacqueline, Carlos soon drove off in the vehicle from the courtyard. He was heading to the port to deliver supplies to Katie and the others, including much-needed daily necessities. Arriving at the port quickly, what caught his eye first was the 1,000-acre industrial park he purchased was bustling with construction teams everywhere. Bulldozers, trucks, cranes, concrete mixers, and tower cranes were hard at work on the site. The scene was extremely lively. Seeing this, Carlos felt happy. His 1,000-acre industrial park was finally under construction, ready to provide endless supplies to the gold-guzzling beast and the others across the way. However, driving his tank 500 High 4T Black Warrior, Carlos didn't linger but sped into the port. The port was equally busy, with various delivery vehicles freely entering and exiting the docks. Besides seeing Kermit and his team finishing their morning exercises and sitting together for breakfast, Carlos also spotted a familiar figure, Tobias, who immediately stood up upon seeing Carlos's arrival. Mr. Chun, hello. Tobias hurried over to Carlos after standing up, saying, it's good to see you again. Mr. Sun, why are you here? Carlos frowned slightly, looking at the smiling Tobias, and raised an eyebrow. Tobias, with a face full of wrinkles like chrysanthemums, replied, Mr. Chun, I came mainly to discuss business with you. Why don't we sit down and chat over breakfast? All right then, Yukai. Carlos parked the car and jumped out of the tank 500 High 4T Black Warrior, asking, do you still have noodles left? Get me a bowl too. I haven't eaten anything this morning. I can chat with Mr. Sun while eating. Mr. Chun, yes we do. Kermit heard this and immediately called out, Judy, make a bowl of noodles for Mr. Chun. Yes, brother Yukai. Judy, who was still busy in the kitchen, hurriedly responded. Carlos glanced at Kermit, who chuckled and smiled at him. Carlos didn't say much more. After all, Kermit was a man too, just that he remained unmarried despite his age, and seemed oddly fond of the widows in the village. He couldn't quite figure out this guy's preferences. Meanwhile, Tobias quickly grabbed some paper and wiped the nearby stool and table clean, awaiting Carlos's arrival with an air of welcome. Mr. Sun, please sit down. Carlos watched the respectful Tobias standing beside him, then sat down on the stool and casually picked up the teapot to pour himself a cup of water, drinking it all in one gulp, saying, "No need for such formality. It makes me uncomfortable." Tobias chuckled twice and then sat down opposite, his gaze never leaving Carlos. "Mr. Sun, what do you want to talk about? Just go ahead and say it." Carlos slightly frowned, holding the teacup as he asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" "Master Chun, I see your industrial park has been set up." Tobias looked at Carlos with a grin. "Can I join in here? To establish an ancient weapon factory and sell products through live streaming under your company." "Of course there's no problem with that." Carlos placed the cup back on the table and poured another cup of water from the teapot. "But this matter isn't under my jurisdiction. If you want to set up a factory here, you should find Lacey. She's mainly in charge of this area." Upon hearing this, Tobias quickly offered a cigarette. "Got it, Master Chun, but I would appreciate it if you could put in a good word for me so I can connect with Manager Chun." Chapter 189. Ava, preparing for a grand sacrificial ceremony. "This is not a problem." Carlos then said, "I'll call Sister Lacey at that time. After all, I still need a large quantity of weapons in the future. If you can produce them, we can sign an exclusive supply agreement in the future. After all, your family's weapons are indeed well forged." Tobias's eyes lit up when he heard Carlos's words, because this was also his intention. In recent years, he had encountered many generous buyers. But someone like Carlos? He was encountering such a person for the first time, as no one had been as generous as Carlos before. Therefore, he naturally hoped to do long-term business with Carlos. After all, inflation was everywhere nowadays. Everyone had good things, but what was lacking was a buyer like Carlos. So, he very much wanted to cling to Carlos and become rich together. Carlos naturally saw through Tobias's thoughts and didn't say much more. After all, he needed weapons here on a long-term basis. He also wanted to let the Tunjin So, translated as gold-swallowing beasts, unify the various countries. To let the Florence C. Wilfrankis, Little Japanses, Korean bastards, and Indian thirds experience the warmth of mother's embrace 1,000 years ahead of time and become citizens of Huaxia. To make them one big family. So, he would definitely need weapons on a long-term basis. As for Tobias, he remained excitedly talking non-stop in Carlos's ear, seemingly expressing his joy in this way. About 7 or 8 minutes passed like this. Bridget came over to Carlos holding a bowl of plain noodles. When Carlos looked at Bridget, he couldn't help but think she was quite a pretty widow. "Bridget, this is young Master Chun." Kermit, seeing Carlos sizing up Bridget, hurriedly introduced her. "You'll be working for him from now on." "Hello, young Master Chun." Bridget averted her gaze and dared not look directly at Carlos as she introduced herself. "I'm Bridget from Shangjiang Village." Hearing Bridget's words, Carlos nodded slightly and casually took the bowl of noodles from her hand. He ate a bite and said, "Bridget, your cooking isn't bad? The noodles taste great, better than what Elder Adriana makes at our place. I'll come for breakfast here more often." Bridget hummed softly, still avoiding eye contact with Carlos. She felt a bit inferior because Carlos was just too handsome. Carlos didn't say much else, but kept his head down, eating the noodles bite by bite. Kermit chatted a few words with Bridget, then this pretty widow left. Seeing this scene, Carlos couldn't resist kicking Kermit under the table and asked, "Where did you hook up with this little widow?" Kermit chuckled, leaned close to Carlos's ear, and whispered a few words, which made Carlos glare at him. Then, Carlos whispered back, "Don't do such things in the future. And don't bring just anyone here because the secrets here must absolutely not be leaked." "Understood, young Master Chun," Kermit replied in a low voice next to Carlos's ear. "I only brought Bridget here today to play around. I won't bring her here anymore. Rest assured. I will never let anything here get out." "Alright, I just wanted to make sure." Carlos warned Kermit, "Just remember one thing. The affairs of the port must never be revealed to outsiders." "Understood, young Master Chun," Kermit reassured Carlos while tapping his chest. "Rest assured. Our duty here is to guard the secret of the port, and we will never let it out." Carlos nodded and stopped talking, focusing on finishing his noodles with his chopsticks. At this moment, Ava sent a message to Carlos telepathically. "Deity, what are you doing now?" "Qingsheng, I've just finished breakfast." Carlos responded quickly after receiving Ava's message. "I will transmit the goods to you shortly. Have you prepared a large warehouse on your side?" "Deity, there's no rush." Ava said, "The envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang have already prepared a large amount of gold and silver items, all waiting outside the city. We've dispatched Carnell, the Minister of Rights of Western Liang, and General Burke to welcome them personally. I'm going to arrange a grand sacrificial ceremony for them, so please don't send the items immediately. Wait until everything is arranged on our end. Deity, please transmit the items to us later." Ava grew increasingly excited as she spoke. "Let those barbarians from Khitan and Northern Liang witness true divine miracles. Alright, I'll follow your arrangements. Just let me know once everything is arranged. I will definitely transmit the items to you." "After all, there are millions of people waiting for this food," Carlos replied. Hearing Carlos's words, Ava felt an unusual warmth in her heart, but soon continued chatting with Carlos for a few more sentences. Then, she turned her gaze towards Eunuch Bart and even bit her red lips lightly, asking, "Eunuch Bart, have all the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony been made?" "Your Majesty." Eunuch Bart knelt on the ground and said, "I had it all arranged last night. The statue of the deity on a Mirianwu square, which stands over a dozen zhang tall. I've personally inspected it. It's fully completed and gilded." "Good, very good." Ava waved her imperial robe and displayed an incomparably strong demeanor, saying, "Today, we will show those barbarians from Bailiang and Khitan the miracles of our deity, making them completely submit to our god." "Your Majesty, this sentiment." Eunuch Bart strained his duck-like voice, flatteringly looking at Ava. "The deity will certainly be pleased." Ava turned her head toward Eunuch Bart, a flash of killing intent in her eyes as she asked, Do you think the great Khans of Baelyong and Khitan will come to witness the ceremony? Eunuch Bart slightly lowered his head and said, in my humble opinion, only envoys will come from Baelyong and Khitan. Their great Khans should not attend, as we are still enemies. They must consider that once they enter, they might never leave and become hostages of your majesty. Eunuch Bart, your words make sense. Ava suddenly gripped the Alf saber at her waist tightly and said, but I will have someone keep a close watch. If their great Khans step into the city, we won't let them leave. We need to keep them to fight against Rurin and the barbarian tribes together. Chapter 190 Amin. They were all shocked. So incredible. Eunuch, as you wish. Eunuch Bart hurriedly responded. Meanwhile, Ava tightly gripped the Alf knife at his waist and looked toward outside the palace. North City, General Burke. The Liang Kingdom's Minister of Rights from Western Liang, Carnell, drove 12 black tank 500 high 4 TS. There were also 8 large excavators, standing like 8 guards at the gate of North City. Then came 300 motorcycle cavalry lined up in front of the 12 black tank 500 high 4 TS. There were armored Feng Ling guards riding on tall horses leading as vanguard, and throngs of people gathered to witness the event. At this moment, the city gates slowly opened. Then, one could see the envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang slowly riding their war horses into the city. What caught their eyes first were the 12 black tank 500 high 4 TS, followed by the colossal 8 excavators. Seeing this scene, Amin and everyone else opened their mouths wide, eyes popping out. They were so astonished that they could drop an egg, especially the 8 yellow excavators resembling sentinels. They were truly shocked. And the lineup of 12 black tank 500 high 4 TS. Their eyes nearly went straight out, not knowing what these marvels were, especially for Anatoly, who stared with wide eyes. Several times he opened his mouth to say something, but was left speechless by the sheer impressiveness. It was too overwhelming. It took Amin a while before he couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, Minister Zhou, what are these things? Your Excellency, these are called excavators? Carnell said proudly. They possess the power to break through mountains and flatten the earth, turning everything in their path into rubble. Amin swallowed and stared straight ahead at the 12-aligned tank 500 high 4 TS and asked, Minister Zhou, what are these then? These are divine gifts called cars. Carnell explained, specifically named tank 500 high 4 T Black Knights. Minister Zhou, what are they used for? Carnell answered again. These can carry people over mountains and plains, moving as swiftly as the wind and as stable as Wilfred Ontai. This is truly a remarkable device. I have never seen anything like it. Amin eagerly asked, may I try one? Of course. Carnell replied, these tank 500 high 4 T Black Knights are here for all the ministers to ride to observe the ceremony at Amirianwa Square. Amin and company were delighted, dismounting their horses and approaching the tank 500 high 4 TS. Immediately, a soldier clad in armor respectfully opened the door for him. Minister Gong's son, please get in. Carnell shouted upon seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Gung Apsalrui looked at the brown seats and admired the car's interior decorations. He was thoroughly amazed because he had never seen any vehicle as beautifully crafted. Indeed, these must be divine gifts, but how could such enormous gifts move without being pulled by horses? Though puzzled, Amin still climbed into the tank 500 high 4 T, followed by Anatoly. Anatoly's face was etched with shock, unsure where to place his hands, feeling awkward everywhere. His eyes darted around, because the craftsmanship of this vehicle was exquisite. Even as the great Khan of Khitan, he did not own such an elegant vehicle. Wilfredra importantly, there was a round steering wheel and a huge glass panel in front that was crystal clear, revealing everything outside as if there were nothing obstructing the view. Just as Anatoly's eyes roamed around, suddenly he saw a soldier in black armor sit directly in the driver's seat. After fastening the safety belt and starting the car, adjusting the steering wheel, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator, the car emitted a roar like a beast. Under Anatoly's incredibly stunned gaze, the soldier in black armor driving the car started the tank 500 high 4 T, slowly advancing several hundred meters forward. Anatoly was completely stunned, for he had never seen such a marvel that didn't require horses. Such a heavy carriage could actually move on its own. This utterly astonished him. Amin's eyes were wide open, his face full of shock because for them, it was truly astonishing. The vehicle didn't need to be pulled by horses? How could it move then? With a shocked expression, Amin saw beside him, Anatoly swallowing hard and looking at him with wide eyes. Minister Gong's son, this thing is really incredible? Incredible, truly incredible? Amin replied in amazement. This vehicle can move on the road without being pulled by horses or fed horse feed. Isn't that incredible? Minister Gong's son, such a divine object. Anatoly couldn't hide his admiration. I wonder if we could ask the Empress of Xiliang to bestow one of these vehicles upon our Khitan Khan. I think the great Khan would like it very much. This matter? We can ask? Amin responded, while Anatoly couldn't help but add, Minister Gong's son, you must ask, no matter what we exchange for it. I believe the great Khan will agree. Amin quickly agreed and then looked out the window. He saw the 12 cars lined up, moving along the main road of North City towards Amirianwu Square. However, along the way, what they saw was all astonishing. Porridge tents set up on the road, wide cement roads, people repairing houses, children enjoying snacks, the savory aroma of meat from restaurants, leaving them overwhelmed. They also saw the shimmering surface of Ryu Lake, squads of patrol guards riding four-wheeled off-road motorcycles, and citizens with rosy faces showing no signs of hunger. There were also the new recruits of Qingyang City equipped with excellent gear training under their commanders. Faced with such a scene, whether it was Anatoly or the envoy Amin, both stared in disbelief, because what they saw in Qingyang City was vibrant and full of life. Compared to their desolate military camps, it was a completely different world. They felt as if they had walked into an earthly paradise. Minister Gong's son, this Qingyang City. At this scene, Anatoly's voice trembled. Is this still a famine year? Chapter 191. Katie, the deity worship ceremony, and the miracle. This is the city of Ingyang. Sean said, there's no famine here because they've never lacked food. After all, they have divine protection which constantly grants them food and water. Divine beings. There really are divine beings in this world. Alec was expressionless even before this. He did not believe in deities. But today, he believed. It turned out that divine beings truly existed, but this deity belonged to the Western Liang Kingdom and not to their Khitan people. If they could bring this deity back, the Khitan people could worship it for generations. Wouldn't that be great? This deity was simply too powerful. Not only did it grant the Western Liang female kingdom with food and water, but also bestowed upon them vehicles and excavators like divine instruments. This deity was just too good. This made Alec want such a deity to become his believer as well. While Alec was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly saw the vehicle they were riding and drive directly into the Emirian Square. In the Emirian Square, the first thing they saw was the statue of Carlos towering dozens of feet tall, followed by the massive bronze tripod under the statue. Also present were officials from the Western Liang Kingdom, along with soldiers clad in armor holding long spears, standing upright. Please, may the envoys from Northern Liang Khitan disembark. Eunuch Bart looked at Alec. The car stopped in the Emirian Square. Instantly he waved his handkerchief and shouted in his duck-like voice, "Pay homage to our emperor." Daring not to delay, Alec and his companions exited the vehicle one by one, bowing to Empress Katie. Envoys, you may rise. Sitting on her dragon throne, Empress Katie gazed down at Alec and the others. Waving her sleeve she ordered, "Eunuch Bart, give them seats." Giving seats. With that shout from Eunuch Bart, little eunuchs quickly brought over 2 benches, offering seats to Sean and others. As for Alec, who concealed his identity, he could only stand behind Sean. Eunuch Bart, the ceremony. Seeing that Sean and Eliam had taken their seats, Empress Katie immediately instructed Eunuch Bart, "We can begin." The ceremony begins? Eunuch Bart shouted again in his distinctive voice. Then the Minister of Rites led a group of officials to start the ceremony. Once everything was set up, Empress Katie personally held 3 incense sticks, proceeding to worship the statue of Carlos at the Emirian Square. Afterward, officials, nobles, and local gentry also took turns holding incense sticks in worship, eyes filled with reverence. They knelt devoutly on the ground, worshipping the deity in their hearts, and piled boxes of treasures, jewelry, antiques, and paintings in front of the giant bronze tripod. Several boxes of gold and silver, transported from Northern Liang and Khitan, were also placed before the bronze tripod. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Alec and the others stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, watching the contents in front of the bronze tripod being swallowed entirely. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Such a small tripod could swallow so many valuables. This tripod truly had an immense appetite. Yet even before they could regain their composure, the grain inside the bronze tripod began spilling out wildly. Golden grains flowed out like sand from the bronze tripod, instantly filling half of the Emirian Square. Heavens! My heavens! Alec's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, "This is truly a miracle. How can such a small tripod spit out so much grain? This is simply incredible." Sean and Eliam stood up, eyes glued to the miraculous scene before them, utterly stunned by what they witnessed. How could this small bronze tripod not only swallow so much, but also release such quantities of grain? If they could bring this magical tripod back to their grasslands, would they ever fear famine again? Yes, indeed. Realizing this, Alec murmured, "Regardless of the deity, the most important thing is this tripod. Whoever possesses this tripod controls the greatest wealth in the world. Need water? Have water. Need grain? Have grain. Any desire can be fulfilled by the deity. Indeed, this is a wonderful tripod. Whatever it takes, we must get our hands on it, because possessing this tripod means no more famine and perhaps even unification of the world." Alec's mind fixed on this idea. His gaze remained transfixed on the bronze tripod that continued spewing grain, unable to look away. He was already beginning to imagine that if he, Alec, could obtain this tripod, how powerful the Khitan would become. "Lord Gongsun, this vessel is truly extraordinary." Eliam quickly caught on as well. He looked at Sean with his eyes and whispered into his ear, "The people of Western Liang no longer worry about food, and they have endless water, which must be granted by the deity through this tripod. If we can get our hands on this tripod, wouldn't we also be free from hunger?" Upon hearing Eliam's words, Sean's eyes immediately lit up, then he instinctively glanced at Alec. Alec nodded at Sean, as if agreeing with Eliam's view. "Seize it? Absolutely. How could such a divine bronze tripod belong to the insignificant Western Liang female kingdom? It should belong to the Khitan. Therefore, they must seize it back." Of course, Carlos had no idea what was going on in front of him. After transmitting hundreds of tons of grain, he immediately said to Katie, "Chingchung, according to our agreement, I've sent you 10 tons of grain. You take care of your end. I'll rest here for a while until you're done. Let me know when you're ready." Carlos put away the large black jar in his soul sea and continued, "I will continue to transmit more grain for you." Chapter 192. He, Gaston, is a meticulous man of the nomadic tribes. "God, very well." Ava replied, then turned her gaze to Sean. Eliam, still in excitement, said, "Your Excellencies, regarding the offerings you presented, God has received all your tributes and has bestowed 10 tons of grain to you. You may now organize your troops to take it all away." All of it." Hearing Ava's words, Sean finally regained his senses and asked, "This grain?" "Yes, precisely this grain," Ava explained. "You can take it all now. This is the grain directly bestowed upon you after God accepted your offerings." "So much." Faced with this moment, Sean became exhilarated and exclaimed, "We only offered a small amount of gold and treasures, yet we received so much grain. This is wonderful indeed." Eliam also wore a beaming smile, for there were 10,000 tons of grain here. If they divided it between the 2 countries, each would receive 5,000 tons. With this grain, they wouldn't have to worry about starvation for 1 or 2 months. Thinking of this, Eliam immediately knelt down to thank her, while Sean and the others also knelt. They had never received so much grain, especially during a famine year. With this much grain, many lives would be saved from starvation. Wilfredrever, they could eat their fill and then annihilate the Khitan and the Rurin, capture Xinjiang City, overthrow the Western Liang Kingdom, seize their god, and snatch their bronze cauldron. As they thought about this, Ilium and Sean exchanged glances instinctively. However, how could these subtle glances escape Eunuch Bart? He had already locked onto Gaston. He felt that this little soldier was extraordinary, especially the way Sean looked at him, which always made Bart feel. Sean was a servant, while Gaston was his master. Hence, an idea quickly formed in his mind. He took quick steps towards Sean, pointed at Gaston and said, "Lord Gongsun, this soldier of yours is quite remarkable. I like him very much. Can he stay behind and serve as a little eunuch for me?" Upon hearing this, Sean's pupils constricted, and he was momentarily stunned. As for Gaston, he almost blurted out, "What the hell? I, the Khan of the Khitans, will not become your dog eunuch. What are you thinking, you damned eunuch?" Bart kept staring at Gaston, his beady eyes scanning him up and down, making Gaston so furious that he wanted to kill this damned eunuch. It was truly humiliating for him, especially with Bart's lecherous looks. No matter how he saw them, they weren't proper. He could even sense that this damned eunuch seemed to have designs on him in some way. Meanwhile, Bart waved his hand and said, "Lord Gongsun, what do you think?" "Eunuch Bart, about this?" Finally snapping back to reality, Sean replied, "I cannot agree to this. This soldier is my personal guard. He has saved my life multiple times, so I cannot agree to this. Lord Gongsun, you have no choice in this matter." Bart sneered inwardly, clearly seeing through the situation. After all, he had spent years in the palace and wasn't without insight. However, he didn't expose it. Instead, he raised his hand and shouted, "Guards, seize this Khitan soldier. He is a spy of the barbarian tribes." As soon as Bart spoke, a group of Fongling guards quickly surrounded Gaston, trapping him tightly. They held sharp crossbows and long spears, all aimed at Gaston. Sean hadn't even reacted in time, as everything changed too swiftly. Before he could respond, the soldiers of the Western Liang Kingdom had surrounded their king. His face turned pale instantly. "Eunuch Bart, what is the meaning of this? How dare you accuse someone falsely?" Completely flustered, Sean stomped his feet and said, "My little soldier, he is absolutely not a spy. You must be mistaken." "I am not mistaken." With his duck-like voice, Bart said seriously, "Others may not recognize this soldier near you, but I do. He is a barbarian spy. He attempted to assassinate our emperor last time, so I won't be wrong. We must seize him now, otherwise, Lord Sun might also be in danger." Sean was nearly driven mad by the situation. This was sheer chaos, and he was fully aware of it. Eunuch Bart deliberately said this, yet Sean didn't dare to claim that Gaston was their Khan, because if he did, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave. After all, the two countries were at war. Their great Khan had come to the enemy's territory. If the host kept him as a guest in Xinjiang City, they would have no means to resist. The city housed hundreds of thousands of troops. They only had a mere 100 men. Therefore, they had no choice but to agree. Thinking about this, Sean couldn't help but feel like slapping himself for knowing this beforehand. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Gaston come. Now, with the situation so clear, how could he solve it? "Lord Gongsun, since this little soldier is a barbarian spy," Ilium stepped forward and said, "Now Eunuch Bart has helped you identify him. Why don't you hand him over to Eunuch Bart? Let Eunuch Bart handle him. Leaving such a barbarian spy by your side could threaten your safety. Keeping him around is nothing but a hazard." Sean was almost driven crazy with anxiety. On the contrary, Gaston remained calm and composed, without showing any signs of panic. He even gave Sean a meaningful glance, indicating his willingness to stay behind. This left Sean at a loss on what to do. Gaston intended to use this opportunity to stay behind, and see if there was any chance to get close to Ava, then snatch the bronze cauldron from her. A close-quarters assassination. He felt it was worth the risk as long as he could obtain the bronze cauldron. "Lord Gongsun, do you agree to leave him with us?" Eunuch Bart looked at Sean, who exchanged glances with Gaston and replied, "Since Eunuch Bart has determined that this person is a barbarian spy, I will leave him to your disposal, Eunuch Bart." Chapter 193, Destiny Calls and Threatens. "Take him away from me." Eunuch Bart did not waste any words. With a wave of his hand, several Phoenix Feather Guards escorted Gaston away. Although Sean felt some unease in his heart, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anxiety when he saw Gaston's gaze. He let the Phoenix Feather Guards take Gaston away without objection. Just as Eunuch Bart was leaving, he quickly found Ava and whispered something in her ear. In response, Ava's brows furrowed tightly, and she immediately gave an order to Norris. All this did not cause too much agitation from Sean and the others. Instead, they were overjoyed, busily packing grains, as the golden-colored grain was simply too tempting for them. Carlos had no idea what was happening on the other side. Looking at the chests full of gold, silver, and treasures in front of him, a smile crept up on his face. This time, they were truly making a huge profit. These chests of gold, silver, treasures, antiques, and paintings could sell for at least tens of billions if taken outside. This was indeed getting rich. 10,000 tons of grain exchanged for so much treasure. Carlos thought about it and couldn't help but lie down in the pile of gold and silver, especially grinning widely as he saw large gold ingots. But just then, Carlos's phone rang. Hearing the sound, Carlos frowned slightly and pulled out his phone from his pocket. It turned out to be an unknown number. However, Carlos still lay amidst the pile of gold and silver, answering the call directly. Soon, a soft and sweet voice came from the phone. "Is this Carlos?" "Yes, who is this?" Upon hearing this voice, Carlos knew it was his ex-girlfriend Destiny, though he asked deliberately. On the other end, Destiny said, "Carlos, I want to see you." Hearing this, Carlos almost laughed out loud. She still thought she could summon him anywhere with a single call like before? With a disdainful expression, Carlos replied, "Sorry, Destiny, I don't want to see you." "What do you mean?" Destiny said, sounding grieved. "Didn't you say before that whenever I wanted to see you, you'd show up if I called?" That was before, Carlos said angrily. Now, you're you, and I'm me. No way will I show up just because you call. And please don't call me anymore, because even hearing your voice makes me sick. Carlos, you bastard. Destiny spoke with a sobbing voice and then shouted loudly, I will never let you go. Destiny, I advise you not to provoke me. Carlos, knowing that this woman had likely learned of his wealth and wanted to cling to him, retorted angrily, or else you'll regret it. Why are you treating me like this, Carlos? I'm carrying your child. Sobbing bitterly, Destiny continued, while Carlos's mouth twitched in disbelief and nearly laughed in anger. Destiny, don't play these games with me. When we broke up, you were on your period. Now you claim you're pregnant with my child? Do you think, Carlos couldn't help but sneer, that this is funny? Whether you believe me or not, Destiny insisted, I am carrying your child. Even if you deny it, it's yours. I'll tell everyone online that you're a scumbag and abandoned me when I carry your child. Destiny, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Carlos immediately started recording the conversation. Destiny then said, I'm dead serious. I really am carrying your child, conceived on our last day together. Do you find this amusing? Carlos's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of menace in his eyes. On our last day together, nothing happened. You packed up your things and left with that bald uncle. Does this seem right to you now? Carlos, I didn't expect you to be like this. While crying, Destiny shouted, How dare you slander me? I would never do such a thing. You scumbag. Upon hearing Destiny's words, Carlos immediately realized something was off. His expression turned icy cold as he warned her, Destiny, I advise you to drop whatever petty schemes you have. What schemes do I have? Destiny became even more agitated and said, You abandoned me, and now I'm pregnant with your child. Can I say that? The moment he heard this, Carlos hung up the phone instantly and called Gaylord. After 2 rings, Gaylord answered. His voice came through almost immediately. Brat, why are you calling me? Gaylord, I might have been tricked by a little bitch. Carlos went straight to the point. Can you think of a way to find her for me? I want to drag her out to the open sea and feed her to the fish. Who is she? Tell me. Gaylord asked. Carlos replied, She's a woman from my past. Her name is Destiny. She just called me and claimed she was pregnant with my child, trying to get me to argue about something that doesn't exist. If I'm not mistaken. Carlos hurriedly added, She probably wants to use this opportunity to spread some rumors online, tarnish my reputation, and then come to me for money. Such a thing exists. Gaylord responded, I understand. I'll arrange it right away and get someone to handle this. Gaylord, thank you for the trouble. Carlos said, somewhat angrily. Make sure this issue is nipped in the bud. We absolutely can't let this spread everywhere. Carlos, don't worry too much about it. My suggestion is that you call her back. Gaylord suddenly advised. Invite her to meet you in person, and then lay down the conditions clearly. See what her bottom line is or how much money she really wants. Try to keep her calm for now, and I'll have a way to deal with it. Chapter 194. Destiny demands 3 million. Bryant, I understand. Carlos immediately reacted upon hearing Bryant's words and said, I'll call her right away. I will keep her calm to see what she's really up to. Bryant hummed in agreement before hanging up on Carlos. Carlos then quickly dialed Destiny. Destiny rejected the call outright. Seeing this, Carlos immediately called back. Only then did he hear Destiny speaking with a sobbing voice. Why are you calling me? Didn't you abandon us? Destiny, that's enough. Carlos replied, Stop making things up to frame me because I can be absolutely sure that I have no child with you. As for your real intentions, let's talk directly. Whether you want money, cars, or houses, I can give them to you, and even agree to meet you. As Carlos finished speaking, she immediately stopped crying and coldly said, Give me 3 million to raise the child, and I won't bother you anymore. Alright, 3 million is fine. Carlos sneered inwardly, seeing that it was all about money, and almost without hesitation said, But we must meet. If you agree, I can transfer 3 million to you in person. Destiny fell silent again, and after a moment continued, Meeting is out of the question. If you're sincere, just transfer 3 million for the child. Destiny, if you insist on this, Carlos firmly stated, then there's nothing left to discuss. If you want money, we must meet. Otherwise, you won't get a cent from me. Destiny was silent once more while Carlos clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, frustrated by her behavior. After a brief silence, Destiny suddenly spoke. I only accept transfers, not meetings. I'm afraid you might kill me since your brother is involved in the underworld. I'm worried about my safety. Destiny, there's nothing else to talk about then? Faced with Destiny's response, Carlos became furious and retorted, Do whatever you want. If you meet me, I can give you 3 million. If not, you do as you please. I don't care anyway. I'm not afraid. Even if you claim the child is mine, we can always take a paternity test. Destiny fell silent again while Carlos, in anger, threw his phone against the wall with a loud crack, completely shattered, because he was truly enraged. This woman was clearly trying to extort him, twisting a non-existent fact into reality, asking for 3 million at first mention. This woman was simply disgusting. While Carlos was fuming, he received a message from Ava. Divine Master, I have good news. We captured the Chitin Khan, Alekji. Carlos merely grunted, showing little interest. Ava frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, concerned, Divine Master, what's wrong? No, nothing. Hearing Ava's question, Carlos calmed down somewhat and explained, just got disgusted by a cheap woman. Divine Master, who is she? Upon hearing Carlos's thoughts, Ava didn't hide her murderous intent. I will help you eliminate her. Forget it. Carlos replied, Qinsheng, I don't want to mention this woman because it makes me sick every time. Divine Master, I apologize. Ava apologized sincerely. I can't come over to kill her for you. Otherwise, I would definitely cross over and make her suffer. Carlos smiled faintly, trusting Ava implicitly. As an empress, she would undoubtedly help him deal with that despicable woman, which made him feel much warmer inside. So he took a deep breath and said, Qinsheng, it's fine. You don't need to worry. I will handle my affairs here. Now let me send you the supplies. After I finish handling your matter, I'll address this annoying issue. Divine Master, all right? Ava responded. Subsequently, Carlos summoned a large black jar from his soul sea and sent grains, armor, weapons, drones, clothes, and various living supplies to Ava. He also sent back the gold and silver treasures they had sacrificed, which he could not store in his current warehouse, so Ava temporarily kept them safe. Once the safe deposit box in Xiangwan No. 1 was ready, he would retrieve these treasures. Ava naturally had no objections. After all, Carlos was their god. They held boundless reverence for their god. Whatever Carlos said was a divine command, and they would all follow it without question. After dealing with Ava's matters, Carlos picked up his broken phone from the ground and tossed it into the car before driving the tank 500 High 4T Black Knight out of the harbor. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the harbor and saw Kermit organizing people to patrol there. Seeing this, Carlos immediately stopped the car. Yukai, give me your phone. Carlos got out of the car and immediately said to Kermit, my phone was just broken, and now I don't have one to use. Give me yours. Mr. Chun, sure. Although Kermit felt a bit heartbroken, he had just bought a Huawei foldable screen phone. He still took it out unhesitatingly and handed it over to Carlos. Wow, not bad. Seeing the phone, Carlos couldn't help but say, you even got the triple fold Huawei? I haven't gotten my hands on one yet. Alright, I'll take this phone. Carlos then handed his broken phone to Kermit as well, saying, take out your SIM card, and I'll transfer you a few thousand more later. Mr. Chun, you're embarrassing me. I can't accept that money. Kermit received the phone and smiled, saying, I can afford a triple fold Huawei if it makes Mr. Chun happy. Alright, Yukai. Carlos raised an eyebrow and said, pick one of the brothers who has good driving skills and is quick-witted to drive for me. I'm going somewhere next, so it might be a bit inconvenient if I drive myself. Mr. Chun, sure. Hearing this, Kermit shouted toward a slim security guard who was only about 5 feet 7 inches tall. Wilfrenke, come here. Starting today, you will drive for Mr. Chen. Chapter 195. Destiny, Extortion, Addiction. Sure thing, Brother Wong. Wilfrenke hurried over and immediately saluted Kermit. Kermit then looked at Carlos and said, young Master Chun. His name is Azariah. You can call him Wilfrenke. Wilfrenke? Carlos looked at Azariah and said, you can call me Brother Chun or young Master Chun. Alright, Brother Chun. Azariah hurriedly called out. Carlos wore a satisfied expression and then got out of the car. After a few words with Kermit, he held the Huawei 3-fold screen phone in hand and climbed into the passenger seat. Wilfrenke, drive. Carlos fastened his seatbelt in the passenger seat and instructed Azariah, we are going to Gaylord's house now. Alright, Brother Chun. Azariah responded and started the car, driving towards the port exit. But just as the car had driven a dozen meters, Carlos's phone rang. Carlos knew it was Destiny's number but did not answer it right away. He let the phone ring 5 or 6 times before picking up. Destiny, what do you want? Carlos coldly said, I've already explained everything clearly just now. If you want those 3 million, meet me directly. I guarantee the money will be given to you. Otherwise, don't call me. I can meet you, Destiny replied, but the location must be chosen by me. Fine, no problem. Carlos coldly responded, just inform me when you decide on the place. I have no objections as long as we can meet, and I'll give you the 3 million. Destiny remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, then let's meet at Jinghai City People's Square. Fine, no problem. Upon hearing this from Destiny, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Carlos's lips. Jinghai City People's Square it is. I'm on my way. Destiny wanted to say more, but Carlos hung up without hesitation. Wilfred minutes later, he took a cigarette from his pocket. He drew one from the pack and extended his hand to Azariah, asking, Wilfrenke, have you ever killed anyone? Killed? But only in South Africa? Wilfrenke took the cigarette from Carlos and placed it in his mouth. As for in China, I've only executed a few death row prisoners. If I ask you to kill someone, Carlos withdrew a cigarette and tapped it twice on the box, fixing his gaze on Azariah's face. Can you do it for me? Azariah shook his head without a word. Carlos understood his meaning but didn't press further. Instead, he lit the cigarette between his fingers. If you said yes, I actually really need you to kill someone today. But it's just a thought, since if such a deed were truly necessary, I wouldn't trust you. Azariah nodded upon hearing this, but remained quiet. Carlos did not dwell on the matter either, drawing deep on the cigarette and narrowing his eyes. But just then, Gaylord called, and Carlos quickly answered, how's it going, Gaylord? I've stabilized her. Carlos spoke into the phone. She agreed to meet me at People's Square and asked for 3 million. Good, noted. Gaylord replied, I'll make the arrangements on my end. You just go to People's Square and transfer the 3 million to her too. Alright, Gaylord. Carlos clenched his phone tightly. Thanks for the help. Gaylord spoke a couple more words before hanging up. Carlos remained silent, smoking continuously, while Azariah drove. They soon left Mingyue town and rapidly entered Jinghai City, reaching People's Square shortly after. Wilfrenke, wait here in the car. Carlos instructed as Azariah parked the car. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Got it, Brother Chun. Azariah replied as he saw Carlos get out of the car. Carlos then called Destiny on his phone. Destiny, where are you? Holding his phone, Carlos heard her answer and immediately asked, I've arrived at Jinghai City People's Square. I'm at the KFC inside People's Square. Destiny responded nervously, you'll see me once you come over. Alright, I'm coming over immediately. However, Carlos glanced at the prominent KFC store in the distance and started walking toward it. Destiny responded with a confirmation and then turned to Huang Mao, who was in front of her, and asked, Ming, will this really work? 1-1, don't worry. Huang Mao held Destiny's hand and said, I know these rich people best. What they value most is their reputation. Now that things have escalated like this, he has no choice but to give us the money. He has no other options left. If he dares to play tricks, you can report him for rape. 1-1, Brother Kuan is right. The Zachary next to Huang Mao also spoke up. Once that guy arrives, you just focus on demanding the money from him. Leave the rest to us. If he refuses, we'll break both his legs. But what if he brings people along? After all, his brother is involved in the underworld. Destiny still looked anxious. We won't even know how we might end up dead. 1-1, don't worry. Huang Mao reassured her. If he tries anything funny, we can call the police. Besides, we chose this KFC because there are so many people inside, which will prevent him from forcing us. Brother Kuan is right. The Zachary agreed. With so many people around, we definitely won't be afraid of him trying anything. If he dares to use force, we'll call the police and insist at the station that he raped you. By then, he'll have no choice but to submit to us. But, Destiny was still scared. However, Huang Mao said, 1-1, there's nothing to be worried about. Think about this deal. If we pull this off, we'll live a good life afterward. That kid promised us 3 million. With 3 million, we can live like wealthy people. Right? The Zachary chimed in excitedly. In the future, I want to eat 3 bowls of instant noodles every meal, each with a chicken leg. Chapter 196. Destiny, you think you can extort me with this? Get lost, you're so useless. The Thornton gave the Zachary a kick and then said with a dissatisfied expression, you'll never get to eat more than 3 dishes. Despite getting kicked, the Zachary opened his eyes wide, completely daring not to speak again. The Thornton sensed something unusual and immediately looked toward the door. Carlos, who was almost 6 feet tall and very handsome, holding a Huawei triple-screen phone, walked straight in from outside. Damn, this kid is here. Seeing Carlos enter, the Thornton hurriedly said to Destiny, 1-1, it's all up to your performance now. When Destiny heard what the Thornton said, she gritted her teeth hard and was ready to start the act. After all, who was Carlos? She was still very clear about that in her heart, so she planned to deceive this honest man again. Anyway, she had done it before, so she gritted her teeth hard and then stood up. Carlos, you're here? Destiny stood up, looking at Carlos but avoided his gaze as she said, settle our bill for today first? We spent a total of 142 yuan. Destiny, are you joking? Why should I pay for you? Carlos was utterly amused when he heard what Destiny said. Before she could respond, the Thornton jumped up from his seat, raised his fist, and lunged at Carlos, intending to intimidate him. What's your meaning, kid? Our 1-1 is giving you a chance to settle this small bill, and you refuse. Do you want to cause trouble? Go F***CK yourself, causing trouble? Facing the punch coming from the Thornton, Carlos grabbed his hair without giving him any chance to react and smashed his head into the table, causing blood to spurt out. Do you know who I am, little punk? Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in front of me? Destiny, were you both in on this? Caught off guard by Carlos's actions, the Thornton was utterly stunned because he never expected Carlos to attack like this without hesitation. As for the Zachary nearby, he picked up a chair. Intent on smashing it onto Carlos's head, he froze when Carlos's icy gaze swept over him. He then swung the chair into his own head and lay down like a dead dog on the ground. Carlos, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Destiny quickly reacted. Why are you hitting people? Which I saw me hit anyone. They were clearly trying to hit me. Carlos pinned the Thornton to the table, bashed his head twice, then glanced at the Zachary lying on the floor. Especially this little sleaze. He hit himself in the head with the chair. Did I hit him? Are you trying to extort me? Daring not to speak, Destiny was terrified. The Carlos she knew wasn't like this. Back then, Carlos was not only honest but also timid, too scared to retaliate when others beat him. How did he become so fierce? Destiny stared with wide eyes at Carlos, who was still beating the Thornton, her face full of disbelief. Carlos, stop it, stop it. Though Destiny was scared by Carlos's actions, she still thought he was cowardly, so she couldn't help shouting, I'll call the police if you keep hitting people. Call the police. Carlos, far from being afraid, coldly sneered, then go ahead and call. See who the police come to deal with first. Now Destiny really had no clue what to do. As for the Zachary on the ground, seeing Carlos's aggression, he lay there pretending to be dead. The Thornton roared, Carlos, you little bastard. Don't forget we have dirt on you. If you keep hitting me, you'll regret it. Carlos looked at the Thornton as if he were an idiot, then slammed his head on the table, flipped him onto the ground, and stepped on his head. Are you threatening me, kid? Upon hearing Carlos's words, the Thornton was utterly frightened. Finally reacting, Destiny said, Carlos, if you keep this up, I'll call the police. You raped me. After hearing this from Destiny, everyone around gathered closer, even taking out their phones. But they were all scared back by Carlos's cold gaze. Because Carlos's look was so chilling that everyone shivered in fear. Destiny, I know you want to extort money from me. Don't you want to extort 3 million from me? Carlos, with a cold glance around, his gaze finally landing on Destiny's face, said, Sure, I can give it to you, but you're trying to pin this mess on me. This matter isn't that simple. I didn't. Destiny glanced at the crowd and hurriedly interrupted, while Carlos looked at her coldly and continued. We broke up a year ago, yet now you say you have my child in your belly. Is the child Neza? Do you need 3 years to carry him before he is born? When did I ever force you? If my memory serves right, we didn't even kiss when we were dating. How could there be rape then? And how could there be a child? If you want to frame me, you're doing it all wrong. You just want money, don't you? I can afford 3 million, but do you dare to take it? Carlos immediately branded Destiny with these accusations. The crowd, upon hearing Carlos's words, and seeing that the Thornton had initiated the attack earlier, started whispering among themselves. Everyone began pointing fingers at Destiny and her accomplices. Destiny's face turned deathly pale. Yes, she was pregnant, but not by Carlos. The child was actually the Thornton's. After Carlos spent 10 billion yuan on 3,000 black tank, 500 high 4, T black warriors, she couldn't help but feel bitter about it and mentioned this to the Thornton. Hearing this, he immediately came up with the idea of extorting money from Carlos, hence the phone call to him today. This woman has no shame at all. While Destiny was lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone near her mutter. She's clinging onto someone else and demanding 3 million straight off. Isn't this blatant extortion? Chapter 197. A shameless person is invincible in the world. Young lady, what you're doing is a crime. In the crowd of onlookers, someone immediately spoke up. If this gets blown out of proportion, you'll be going to jail. Do you know that? Destiny was utterly terrified by these words, her face turning ashen, and she even went limp and sat down on the chair, her expression at its worst. One, don't be afraid. The Thornton shouted. If this guy doesn't admit it, he has raped you too. We can report him to the police. Right, report him, report him. The Hagen also stood up and started yelling. Unless he gives us 3 million. Otherwise we will sue him until he's dead. Destiny gradually regained her senses, realizing that what mattered now was getting 3 million from Carlos rather than her reputation. So she gritted her teeth tightly. She pretended to be angry and pointed at Carlos while crying loudly. Carlos, you shameless person. Not only did you rape me, but you also dare to accuse me like this. You've gone too far. After Destiny finished shouting, she sobbed louder and louder, drawing more attention from passers-by. Some who were blaming Destiny just now soon changed their tune, looking at Carlos with suspicion. Young man, did you really rape her? And Finian couldn't help but speak up to Carlos. This is not right. Rape is illegal. Sir, I have 3 million that I can give her. Carlos said. Do you think someone like her is worth raping? Any girl here would be available for tens of thousands. Isn't that true, sir? Carlos looked at the old man after saying that. The old man scratched his head and replied, Indeed. The girls here are pretty and well-spoken, costing much more than what she'd be worth. She's just 1,000 yuan per night. You are truly my elder, sir. Carlos laughed. Looks like you're a kindred spirit. Let's go together next time. I'll treat you. But I never expected to encounter such disgusting people. I didn't fancy her anyway. Carlos added. This punk extorted me for 3 million. What should I do, sir? Holy crap, which club does this chick belong to? I won't go there anymore. The old man exclaimed. What a ripoff. His words drew laughter from everyone, while the Hagen swallowed hard, glancing at Destiny. 1, don't worry. I won't tell them where you work at Royal One Club. Holy crap, you fat bastard. The Thornton nearly exploded when he heard the Hagen speak. You had to say it, didn't you? Carlos was astonished. He hadn't expected Destiny to actually work at a club. Destiny turned ghostly pale and could hardly stand. Carlos's expression turned extremely cold. He didn't want to waste more time arguing with these people. He took out a 30 billion yuan note, funny money, from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Here's your money, Destiny, take it. Holy crap. As Carlos cursed, he kicked the Thornton in the head and walked away without looking back. Destiny saw this, wanting to shout but couldn't due to Carlos's swift departure. The Thornton quickly realized and chased after Carlos. Just as he ran out of the KFC door, a black van stopped in front of him. Before he could react, the door slid open. 6 or 7 burly men in suits, wearing earpieces and sunglasses, grabbed him by the hair and dragged him into the van. Destiny and the Hagen also met the same fate. All 3 were shoved into the black van before they could scream. No one around had time to react. They were taken away in the van, leaving Carlos indifferent. He left the rest to Bryant. He didn't care about their fate, fearing that dealing with them himself would dirty his hands. Whether Destiny and the others were thrown into the sea to feed fish or shrimp was none of his concern. Brother Chun, everything's settled. When Azariah saw Carlos return, he couldn't help but ask. However, Carlos opened the passenger door and got into the car directly. Yeah, a few annoying things tried to extort 3 million from me, ended up getting beaten by me, and I gave them that 3 billion yuan Mingbi, funny money. Hearing this, Azariah didn't press further but looked at Carlos with his eyes and asked, Brother Chun, where are we going now? Yeah, let's go to Perfume Bay. Carlos then took out a cigarette from his pocket and said, I drove Alicia's car last night. It's still parked there. Now we can head over and return it to her. Without further ado, Azariah started driving towards Perfume Bay, while Carlos pinched the cigarette pack in his hand, casually pulled out a cigarette, tapped it gently on the box twice, and put it between his lips. He lit it up and took a strong puff, then rolled down the window to slowly exhale a ring of smoke. Honestly, his mood was quite bad. After all, encountering Destiny had been disgusting. It really upset him, and even now thinking about it made him furious because that disgusting thing was just too revolting. Didn't she know who he was? Who was he, Carlos? Was he an easy target to bully, someone who could be blackmailed with a made-up pregnancy? Or dare to accuse him of rape and demand 3 million? This was simply ridiculous, and Carlos was fuming. And did this woman not use her brain at all? Given his current status, how could she possibly outsmart him? Unbeknownst to Carlos, Destiny and her gang had escaped as Bryant's people had met with a car accident. They managed to escape and would later cause him a series of troubles. But that was another story. At the moment, Carlos was smoking, staring out of the window, and then he asked Azariah, Wilfrenke, have you ever been in love? Chapter 198. Driving to meet Lacey and check the renovation. Brother Chun, I'm just a poor man. Benny couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing Carlos's words. Which girl would be willing to date someone like me? Ah, okay then. Carlos sighed but didn't continue this topic. After all, it was indeed a difficult issue that shouldn't be discussed at the moment. He had concerns for Benny. Of course, being poor didn't mean one couldn't find a girlfriend. It wasn't certain that one couldn't find a girlfriend if poor. It depended on the person. Poverty isn't significantly related. For a high-quality match, capability is required. But what about Carlos now? He couldn't help but reflect on how blind he must have been to end up with someone like Destiny, even admiring his own foolishness. Perhaps when you're not serious, you meet good women. When truly serious, you might encounter someone like Destiny. Carlos thought as he puffed on his cigarette. Meanwhile, Benny drove attentively, reaching Jinghai City's Perfume Bay soon. Wilfrenke, it's done. Seeing they'd arrived at Perfume Bay, Carlos said, cigarette in hand. You can go have fun. No need to accompany me. If I need anything, I'll call you beforehand. Brother Chin, all right? Benny responded, watching Carlos leave swiftly. However, instead of driving around, he leaned back the seat, opened the window, and laid down, prepared to await Carlos's summons at any time. Carlos entered Perfume Bay quickly, heading into the luxurious foyer where he saw an attractive receptionist approach him, asking, "Sir, may I assist you?" "I'm here for no particular reason." Carlos smiled, looking at the receptionist. "I'm just here to meet General Manager Sean." "To meet GM Sean?" The receptionist hesitated but asked, "Did you schedule an appointment with her?" "Appointment? Not necessary." Carlos shrugged and took another puff of his cigarette. "Just tell me where she is. I can see her directly." Clearly troubled, the receptionist still responded professionally. "Sorry, sir. Without an appointment, I cannot disclose GM Sean's whereabouts." Carlos chuckled and dialed Lacey's number on his 3-screen phone. After 2 rings, Lacey answered, "Carlos, what's wrong? Why are you calling?" "I'm downstairs." Carlos explained, "The receptionist wouldn't tell me where you are, so I called." "Oh, wait for me." Lacey replied, "I'll come pick you up immediately. Also, let me show you how our building renovation is progressing." Carlos nodded and hung up. The receptionist standing before him changed her expression instantly, realizing Carlos's unusual status. She nervously stood by him, trembling. At this moment, Lacey emerged from the elevator, wearing a white safety helmet. "Ellen, remember?" Lacey instructed the receptionist. "This is our major boss. If he needs to see me next time, bring him directly." "My God." Ellen blushed, thinking silently, "So he's our company's big boss? He's really handsome. What if I could be his girlfriend?" "Ellen, what are you thinking?" A nearby pretty receptionist hurriedly pulled Ellen back to reality. "Haven't you replied to GM Shun yet?" Realizing her mistake, Ellen hastily responded to Lacey, who ignored her and walked off with Carlos. Without further words, Carlos followed Lacey into the elevator. Meanwhile, Ellen beside her colleague feared she had offended the boss. Ellen was utterly terrified, losing all traces of her infatuation. Of course, Carlos was unaware of these exchanges, following Lacey upstairs. They soon toured the renovation site, including live streaming rooms, meeting rooms, data rooms, control rooms, dispatch rooms, inspecting all hardware and software used for live streaming. Lacey showed Carlos everything he requested, including the vault under urgent construction. Carlos also went over each area carefully with Lacey. To be honest, Carlos was quite satisfied, because it indeed turned out well. Every corner of the building, from top to bottom, was decorated and set up by professional companies. Overall, it was really great. After inspecting everything thoroughly, Carlos was extremely satisfied. As for Lacey, she held Carlos's hand and gazed at him with her soft eyes, asking, "How about it? What do you think?" "Florence Gia, to be honest," Carlos replied, "I truly think it's great, especially the interior decoration of this building. I am particularly satisfied, but regarding that vault, you need to put more effort into it because it is crucial for us. In the future, whether it's company assets or important confidential documents, they will all be stored in this vault. So this part must be done right." Noted. Lacey responded, "Rest assured about this part. I will ensure the highest quality, making sure it meets your satisfaction." "Meet my satisfaction? I like this." Carlos grinned mischievously. "Why don't we go upstairs? Let's see if I'm satisfied after a proper try." "How annoying, you're so naughty." Hearing Carlos's words, Lacey couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then pouted. "Can't you think of something else? Whenever you mention this kind of thing, where does your mind go? Isn't it because you're too beautiful, sister?" Carlos hugged Lacey's waist and whispered next to her earlobe, "Seeing you makes me think about that. There's nothing I can do about it." "Himph, it's all my fault." Lacey let out a light hum, blushing shyly as she responded. Meanwhile, Carlos said, "It's not your fault. Rather, I believe a graceful lady arouses a gentleman's admiration." "Nice shot, you devil." Hearing Carlos's words, Lacey teased in a playful voice. "You, with your mind full of naughty thoughts. I don't even want to talk to you anymore." "Sister, that won't do." Carlos bit Lacey's earlobe gently and whispered, "Let me give you a nice shot, shall I?" "How annoying, take your hands off." Lacey rolled her eyes at Carlos and pushed him away, saying, "It's not spring now. Why are you so restless?" Chapter 199. Halfway through the meal, Dimitri arrived. "This can't be blamed on me, right?" Carlos was nibbling Lacey's earlobe and whispered, "Really? It's because you're too beautiful, sis." "Himph, always sweet-talking." Lacey grabbed Carlos's mischievous hand and said, "But I'm not giving it to you today." "No, if you don't give it to me, I'll take it forcefully." Carlos moved his hands up and down, looking like he wasn't going to let Lacey off easily. On the other hand, Lacey blushed and said, "All right, naughty boy, stop messing around. It's time for dinner. Why don't I take you to have a meal?" "Fine, let's eat first." Carlos released Lacey but still cupped her face and kissed her hard, saying, "After we finish eating, I'll eat you." "Annoying. Why do you only think about this?" Lacey tapped Carlos's forehead and took a step forward with her long and fair legs, pouting, "There are so many things in our company that need handling. Why aren't you concerned about them?" "But you're here, aren't you?" Carlos pouted and pinched Lacey's pert buttocks. "I don't want to bother myself with those things. After all, I really don't know much about business management." "Himph, you naughty guy." Lacey huffed coyly, "You just treat me as a workhorse. You don't care about the huge workload you left me with." "Lacey sis, you're the capable one who shoulders more responsibilities. If it doesn't work out," Carlos continued, "actually, we can start public recruitment. The company needs people to build its structure, and given the current renovation progress, it will be put into use soon. Bradley has been taking care of the recruitment, and there are quite a lot of applicants currently." Lacey remarked, "Once the renovation is finished, these applicants will join the company and start their duties." "Okay, fine." Carlos replied, "I can hardly wait for our company's official opening." Lacey smiled and held Carlos's hand. "Opening the company isn't an issue. I'm just wondering if we can truly make it work. After all, the live streaming industry is pretty deep." "Lacey, don't worry." Carlos looked at Lacey and said, "Nothing will go wrong. We have money. Throwing it in will definitely stir up some waves. You've always been as bold as ever." Lacey pouted. Carlos laughed and responded, "I can't help it. I'm poor except for my money. Anyway, I don't believe that after spending billions, our live streaming business won't take off. Hearing this, Lacey couldn't help but laugh, looking at Carlos and saying, "You really are a nouveau riche. Sis, there's no way out for me." Carlos shrugged. "I don't know anything but have money. So, I decided not to think too much and throw in the money first. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Lacey gazed at Carlos and held his hand. "Let's go for dinner? What would you like to eat?" "I want dumplings." Carlos hugged Lacey's waist and grinned. "Will you give me some?" "Annoying. Let's go for barbecue instead." Lacey linked arms with Carlos, leaning her head slightly into his chest. "I haven't eaten it for a long time. It happens that I've been craving it these days." "Okay, let's go then." Of course, Carlos had no objections and immediately agreed with Lacey. Lacey was very happy, holding Carlos's hand tightly, and they quickly left Perfume Bay. Originally, she wanted to drive the Lamborghini. However, Carlos disagreed as he found it uncomfortable to sit in that car. Thus, they chose the Tank 500 High 4T Black Knight. Azariah kept his eyes on the road and drove diligently. Lacey leaned against Carlos's shoulder, constantly looking at his profile. Carlos picked up a pack of cigarettes nearby and casually took one out. He lit it and took a puff. "Carlos, please give me one." Lacey leaned against Carlos's shoulder, lifted her slender hand towards Carlos and asked. Carlos took the lit cigarette from his mouth and passed it to Lacey with his fingers. Lacey gently opened her moist red lips, took the cigarette from Carlos's hand, and took a deep puff before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Carlos took back the cigarette and continued smoking. Azariah, noticing the situation, remained silent and continued driving. Their car flowed through the traffic and quickly arrived at Liberation Road in Jinghai City. Carlos glanced at Lacey, asking where they should go for dinner. Lacey pouted and, holding the cigarette between her chopsticks, took a puff from the one in Carlos's mouth. "Let's go to the Korean barbecue place right ahead." "Wilfrenke, head for the Korean barbecue place up ahead?" Carlos repeated. Azariah responded with a yes, and soon the car was heading towards the Korean barbecue place. When they arrived, there were no parking spots left in front of the barbecue place. Azariah could only let Carlos and Lacey get off and went to find a parking spot himself. Carlos and Lacey quickly entered the Korean barbecue place. When they walked into the Korean barbecue place, there weren't many people inside, so they found a random seat and sat down. Soon, Azariah parked the car and came over. However, he didn't join them at their table. Since it was a Korean barbecue buffet restaurant where you could grill your own food, Carlos didn't say much, but quickly got some food and started grilling with Lacey. But before they had a few bites, 4 or 5 police cars pulled up outside the Korean barbecue place. They quickly stopped outside, and Carlos saw Dimitri leading a group of policemen walking toward him. What the heck, this annoying thing again. Watching Dimitri approach, Carlos couldn't help but frown deeply. Why is he coming here? Is he looking for trouble again? He shouldn't be after you, right? You two don't have any interaction now? Lacey frowned deeply as well. Besides, he's not the deputy director of Jinghai City Public Security Bureau anymore. He doesn't have the authority to bring a bunch of police officers to bother you. Who knows? Carlos furrowed his brows tightly, sensing that Dimitri was coming for him. Anyway, this guy always picks on me. It can't be good news if he's here. Chapter 200. Carlos was taken away, and things became complicated. Let's see first. Lacey frowned and said, "If it doesn't work out, I'll give a call to the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. I want to ask what exactly is going on." Just as Carlos was about to respond, Dimitri walked over. He led more than 10 armed police officers who surrounded Carlos. "Carlos, come with us for a while." Before Dimitri finished speaking, an imposing policeman who was holding his gun spoke up. "We received an alarm from someone. You not only assaulted someone illegally but also raped a woman and attempted to have them kidnapped. Fellow officer, are you mistaken?" Carlos frowned and responded, while Dimitri agitatedly said, "We haven't made a mistake. We received a report from a woman named Destiny. She said you raped her and also beat her 2 friends at the KFC in People Square today. After that, you had them kidnapped. But the car of those who kidnapped them crashed. Therefore, we're officially summoning you to go with us now. If I'm not mistaken, Dimitri." Hearing this, Carlos got furious inside. "You're no longer the deputy director of Jinghai City, right? What identity do you have to talk to me like this?" "Humph. You care what my identity is." Dimitri glared fiercely at Carlos, revealing a menacing look in his eyes. "In any case, do you know you've committed a crime? What crime did I commit? Am I your judge? Have you investigated clearly? You claim I committed a crime. With what identity are you talking to me like this? Do you still think you're the deputy director of Jinghai City? The sight of you makes me sick." "Carlos, watch your words." Carnell looked angrily at Carlos. "Although our director Encore is no longer the deputy director of Jinghai City, you indeed committed crimes. Now please come with us, or else the consequences will be serious." "What if I don't go?" Carnell put his hand on the gun on his waist and said, "This isn't up to you to decide. If you dare not to come with us, we have the authority to take compulsory measures against you. If you try to escape, we can shoot you dead." "Mr. Officer." Lacey held her phone and stared at Carnell. "Please take this call." "Madam, please put your phone away. We are executing official duties." Carnell said firmly, "You can refuse any calls." Facing this, Lacey raised her hand to turn on the speaker, but Carnell said even more forcefully, "Madam, please hang up your phone. We are carrying out official duties now. You're obstructing justice by doing so. We have the right to take you away too." Seeing Carnell's words, Lacey's face turned unpleasant, but she still turned on the speaker. Soon, the voice of the secretary of Jinghai City's Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Edmund, sounded from the phone. "Carnell, you've become quite capable. You even dare not to pick up my call? Secretary Zhou, this matter has alerted the Municipal Party Committee. The situation is very severe." Carnell said fearlessly, "I'm refusing your call for your own good. Also, Secretary Zhou, it's best if you don't get involved because this arrest order came directly from Deputy Mayor Orson." "What do you mean, Carnell?" Upon hearing this, Edmund pounded the table. Are you using Deputy Mayor Orson to pressure me? Secretary Zhou, I didn't mean to imply that. Carnell added. I'm just reminding you that this case is personally supervised by Deputy Mayor Orson. We are simply enforcing the law. All right, I understand. Edmund said, then wait there. I'll come and handle this matter myself. No need, Secretary Zhou. Carnell refused. We should handle this matter now. With your status, it's better not to get involved. After all, if Deputy Mayor Orson bears responsibility later, it might be difficult for you as well. Carnell, you're really going too far. Edmund roared. Are you getting too cocky? I said I would handle it. Just wait. If you dare to mess around, I'll deal with you. Without replying, Carnell hung up the phone and then glared at Carlos. Carlos, come with us for a while? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used as evidence against you in court. Take him away. Carnell's attitude was very firm, almost not giving Carlos any chance to resist. He waved his hand, and two people immediately surrounded Carlos. Some policemen even drew their guns as if they would shoot if Carlos dared to resist. The onlookers were all frightened and screamed. After all, they had never seen such a scene. Azariah and Lacey stood in front of Carlos protectively, ready to fight them off. Carlos knew this was impossible because they were just ordinary citizens while the others were policemen. Resisting law enforcement with violence was definitely not going to work. So, he bit his lip and put his hand on Lacey's shoulder, saying, call Alicia, and also call Bryant. I don't mind accompanying them for a while. They won't do anything to me. Don't worry. Although Lacey and the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Carlos and go with Carnell. Carnell directly handcuffed Carlos and then flanked him with two policemen, leading Carlos out of the Korean barbecue restaurant. They all got into the police car. Azariah drove his car and followed behind Carnell's vehicle. Meanwhile, Lacey called Alicia. The phone beeped twice before Alicia answered. Hello, who is this? Alicia, this is Lacey. Lacey didn't hesitate and said straight away. I'm Carlos's business partner. He's having some trouble now. He was taken away by Carnell and Dimitri from Jinghai City Police Department. Lacey, what exactly happened? Alicia, despite sounding anxious, still asked Lacey. Tell me everything. Alicia, I'm not entirely clear. Lacey explained. I only heard Carnell say a few things. Someone named Destiny reported it. Chapter 201. Destiny, this woman is really disgusting. Accusing Carlos of raping her and illegally detaining her. And they even beat their people. Isn't Destiny Carlos's ex-girlfriend? Alicia said something, while Lacey added, Sister Alicia, I'm not quite sure about this. Could you look into the exact reasons? Right now, I'm driving and following Carnell's car. All right, I know. Alicia replied, I'll handle this matter. You don't need to get involved. I will definitely resolve it properly. Lacey said okay, and then Alicia hung up. Immediately after, Lacey called Bryant, who answered promptly. Lacey, what's up? Bryant asked, why are you calling me? Bryant, something has happened to Carlos. Lacey explained. A woman named Destiny reported him to the police, accusing him of rape, kidnapping, and assault. Now, Carnell from the Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau has taken him away. What? How shameless can this woman be? Bryant was furious. They're trying to ruin my boy. I have to deal with this. Where are you now? Tell me so I can come over immediately. We've arrived at the Chungwan Police Station in Jinghai City. Lacey continued. They've already taken Carlos inside. Our car was stopped and couldn't enter. All right, I understand. Bryant growled. You stay there. I'll be right over. I must resolve this issue. Lacey confirmed, and the call ended. However, they didn't realize that the Chungwan Police Station had a back entrance. At this moment, Carlos wasn't in the Chungwan Police Station anymore. He had been taken out by Carnell, passed through the station, and put into a black SUV parked behind the station. Carnell, where are you taking me? Carlos lost his composure, eyes flashing with anger, while Carnell sneered, it's because you're too powerful in Jinghai City. We have to take you somewhere safe for interrogation. Your interrogation. Carlos yelled, I haven't broken any laws. That bitch is framing me. Is this legal? This isn't your concern. Dimitri glared at him. Think about how you're going to confess. Your situation is serious, involving kidnapping, rape, and assault. If these charges are confirmed, you might never get out again. So think carefully about how you will explain yourself. Confess, my ass. Carlos stared fiercely at Dimitri. I never did those things. Carlos sneered inwardly. Even if he were a fool, he would know what to do. What could he possibly say at this moment? Anything he said would be wrong. The best approach was to say nothing. Carlos, speak. Carnell was thoroughly enraged, slamming the table hard and standing up as he shouted, Are you mute or something? Why aren't you speaking? Carlos stared fiercely at Carnell, suppressing his anger with great effort. What should he say? Should he say he was being framed? He had been tricked, and the other party demanded 3 million yuan from him. Instead of giving any money, he gave them Mingbi. Mingbi refers to paper money for the dead in Chinese culture. Would these people believe him if he said it? Of course not. They were targeting him, Carlos, regardless of whether he was guilty or not. Their goal today was to make sure he was guilty. So Carlos chose not to speak because he believed in Bryant and Alicia's capabilities. They would definitely come looking for him soon, and the truth would be uncovered quickly. Therefore, as long as he remained silent now, Carnell and the others couldn't do anything to him. Seeing Carlos's attitude, Carnell knew Carlos's intentions and warned him fiercely, Carlos, don't have any Jiaoxing lucky thoughts. You should know that with rape charges, once the woman says you raped her, it's almost always confirmed. You won't escape this. Carlos, did you hear me? Dimitri also said fiercely, you'd better confess honestly because Destiny accused you of rape and kidnapping, and we have eyewitnesses. You'd better confess honestly and abandon all hopes of getting away with it because you cannot argue your way out of this. Chapter 202. Go K yourself. Am I even lying? Carlos, facing Dimitri's words, responded with a furious rebuke. As for Dimitri, he was thoroughly enraged and almost slammed the table as he stood up, shouting, Carlos, What are you being arrogant about? Where am I being arrogant? Carlos's face was filled with annoyance. He glared fiercely at Dmitri and said, I'm just stating a fact. Is telling the truth also considered arrogance? And you? The more Carlos spoke, the angrier he became. Exactly what authority do you have to interrogate me? Do I have any obligation to cooperate with you? Please make sure you know your position before speaking to me. Otherwise, this is illegal detention. I have the right to refuse answering any of your questions. Upon hearing these words, Dmitri completely flew into a rage because if it weren't for encountering Carlos, he would still be the deputy director of the Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. But due to Carlos, not only did he lose his position, but he was now ridiculed by him. How could his mood remain calm? So, grabbing Carlos's collar, with a gaze filled with intense anger, he demanded, Carlos, confess your problems properly. Otherwise, you won't leave this interrogation room. Confess my ass. Why should I confess? With his collar gripped by Dmitri, Carlos fiercely pulled away, then lifted his head and smashed Dmitri's nose, saying, You're not a cop anymore. Why should I confess to you? Dmitri let out a pig-like scream as he clutched his nose tightly, crimson blood spurted out. Carlos, how dare you assault an officer? Completely enraged, Dmitri grabbed the baton in his hand and struck Carlos's shoulder. Despite Carlos's efforts, he was tied to the interrogation chair and couldn't dodge, resulting in a severe blow on his shoulder, causing searing pain. Carlos, will you confess or not? Raising the baton again, Dmitri aimed at Carlos's head, threatening, If you don't confess, I'll beat you to death today. Carlos dodged by turning his head aside, but another strike landed on his back, engulfing him in fiery pain. Dmitri, that's enough? Carlos was utterly enraged, his eyes bloodshot. A force within him was almost beyond control. Don't think you can bully me. Try hitting me one more time. Damn, you son of a bitch. Dmitri roared and swung the baton again, feeling thoroughly humiliated. What time is it now? And you dare to act arrogantly in front of me. You really don't know when you're going to die. Facing Dmitri's attack, Carlos was seething inside, his eyes completely bloodshot. The power in his dantian surged toward his hands. Just as things were reaching a critical moment, the interrogation room door was forcefully kicked open, and armed SWAT teams stormed in with guns drawn. What the hell are you doing? Dmitri, looking at the SWAT team rushing into the interrogation room, hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation. Still wielding the baton, he struck Carlos again. Carlos screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Who told you to come here? I told them to come. Edmund, dressed in military attire with a pistol strapped to his waist, approached menacingly. If you have objections, you can tell me. Both Dmitri and Carnell stared wide-eyed and agape, as they didn't expect Edmund to arrive so quickly. Why are you still waiting? Arrest them immediately, Edmund roared. They dared to detain people without approval from the Ministry of Public Security and tortured innocent citizens here. Arrest them all. Are you crazy, Edmund? Carnell jumped up, agitated. This was ordered by Vice Mayor Orson. Why are you arresting us? I forgot to tell you, Edmund said calmly. Not long ago, Vice Mayor Orson was taken away by the Provincial Commission of Discipline Inspection due to serious embezzlement. Hearing this, Carnell's face turned pale. Dmitri's face had already turned ashen, as this news was too shocking. Carlos took a deep breath, his eyes cold. Dmitri, you're finished this time. Facing Carlos's words, Dmitri had no courage left to refute them. He sat down on the ground in one go, his expression turning extremely ugly. Take them away? All of them? Without any nonsense, Edmund waved his hand, and police inspectors came in from outside the interrogation room, taking Dmitri and his people away. Carlos, I'm sorry. Edmund lowered his attitude, looking at Carlos. This is all my fault. Due to my inadequate management, you've been wronged like this. I will reflect deeply on this, hoping you can forgive me for this mistake. Secretary Zhou, this isn't your fault. Carlos said to Edmund. If anyone's to blame, it's Gustav and also Destiny for framing me. Carlos, rest assured, Edmund said, I will handle this matter strictly. Destiny and the others will certainly face legal punishment. Extortion carries a minimum sentence of 3 years. If tied with Gustav's case, it's at least 20 years or more. All right, Secretary Zhou. Naturally, Carlos was overjoyed. He never thought about letting Destiny off. If she were sentenced to 20 years, he felt it would be worth any cost. Thank you for upholding justice for the people. I will definitely donate 20 vehicles to your police department, so you can better protect the citizens. Mr. Chun, I appreciate that. Edmund promptly put on an official tone. You are indeed a conscientious entrepreneur, greatly supporting our police work. We will surely uphold justice even more diligently to protect the people of Jinghai City. Secretary Zhou, that's wonderful. Carlos took a deep breath, then looked at Edmund. Our Jinghai City needs upright officials like you. We need someone like you to keep us safe. Mr. Chun, that's enough? Edmund didn't continue with the formalities but smiled. Wait a moment. Chapter 203. Alicia, heartbroken. The problem is severe. Director Amiri, they are here. Let's take you outside first to check your injuries, shall we? Carlos exaggeratedly hissed and then showed a pained expression, even touching the bump on his head. Of course, he was doing this deliberately to implicate Dmitri more seriously. The worse he was hurt, the greater Dmitri's crime would be. However, relying on Orson Lighting's power, this guy must have done plenty of illegal things over the years. So he probably won't get out now that he lost his identity as the deputy chief of Jinghai Public Security Bureau. Once inside prison, it's uncertain if he can survive. After all, he has offended many people, and there will surely be numerous people in prison who want him dead. But Carlos wasn't worried about these matters anymore. These guys wouldn't be able to cause any trouble now, and they would likely spend the rest of their lives behind bars. If they ever got out, Carlos definitely wouldn't let them off easily. He would crush them mercilessly because without their official positions, Carlos wouldn't let them go. Edmund didn't think about these things. Now he only wanted to curry favor with Carlos. After all, Carlos was Amiri Jia's son-in-law, and the Amiri family held immense influence in Jinghai City. Especially now that Orson Lighting had fallen, Everyone knew that from now on, the city of Jinghai would be controlled by the Amiri family. For Edmund to climb higher, he needed to win over Carlos, because just a few good words from him could help him ascend, but if he displeased him, it might mean his downfall. So Edmund was bound to try his best to please Carlos. Otherwise, why would he send in the SWAT team to rescue Carlos? The leaders around Edmund were also astute people, so they too joined in flattering Carlos. Mr. Chun, we have called an ambulance for you outside. Shall we ask the doctors to come in? A section chief under Edmund promptly stepped forward. Let's get you onto the ambulance. Yes, yes, yes. Before Edmund could speak, the surrounding officials started shouting, hurry up and call the doctors inside. What is wrong with these people? How do they lack such basic awareness? Our boss is so badly injured, and they aren't coming in to carry him. Why are they still standing outside observing? The doctors and nurses outside the interrogation room were all stunned. Carlos wasn't seriously injured. He had only been hit lightly, requiring simple treatment. Was it really necessary to use a stretcher? But since the leadership ordered it, they had no choice but to comply. They quickly surrounded Carlos, lifted him onto the stretcher, and carried him out of the interrogation room. Carlos didn't refuse either. After all, he couldn't let those blows go to waste. He had to appear severely hurt to further incriminate Dimitri. Thus, Carlos was quickly carried out of the interrogation room. Just then, Alicia came running over with Lacey and others. Seeing Carlos lying on the stretcher with a large bump on his forehead, they immediately teared up. Alicia sternly asked Secretary Mel, what happened here? Wasn't this just a routine interrogation? Why did it turn into this? How does the police handle cases like this? Director Amiri, please don't be angry. Edmund hastily smiled apologetically. We have taken control of everyone involved, and Dimitri and his accomplices have been arrested. We will certainly handle this case strictly. Alicia coldly snorted and turned her gaze to Carlos's face. She pouted her red lips, looking at him with concern. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts a lot. Carlos deliberately feigned distress. Dimitri, that maniac, hit me several times with a stick. Look, he even left a bump on my head. Alicia felt heartbroken. After all, this was the man she loved. Even she couldn't bear to hit him like this, yet Dimitri had treated him so brutally. Her heart ached, and seeing the bump on Carlos's head, she couldn't help but blow on it gently, tears streaming down her face. Lacey also wanted to step forward, but Alicia was there, and she naturally understood her place. Having followed her father for so many years, she knew very well that being obedient would better capture Carlos's heart. They soon boarded the ambulance together. They left the police station and went straight to the city hospital in Jinghai City, where they accompanied Carlos through various examinations. Fortunately, there were no serious issues. The doctor also applied medicine for Carlos. They left the hospital after that, but this incident caused a huge uproar in the political circles of Jinghai City. It was because of this matter that the executive vice mayor of Jinghai City, Gustav, was directly taken away by the Provincial Commission for Investigation. Subsequently, the entire leadership team of Jinghai City was severely affected. Many people were arrested. Wilfreds of them belonged to Gustav's faction. As for Destiny and others, they were utterly bewildered because they merely wanted to extort some money, but they never expected they would be embroiled in Gustav's case. Huang Mao and Destiny were both detained in the detention center, and a group of police officers interrogated them severely. At the same time, they thoroughly investigated the process by which they had blackmailed and falsely accused Carlos. In the end, they were each sentenced to 20 years in prison. Destiny's heart was completely shattered, as she only intended to get some money from Carlos, but never thought it would end like this. Huang Mao and the pervert were also stunned. After all, it was 20 years. By the time they got out of jail, they would be almost 50 years old. The best years of their lives would be gone. Of course, Carlos wouldn't care about these things. If not for Orson Wunwin's actions, he wouldn't have acted this way. But since they went so far, he certainly wasn't going to be lenient. After all, they deserved their punishment. However, at this moment, Alicia was at home, feeling deeply heartbroken. She held a cotton swab and gently applied medicine to the bump on Carlos's head, asking, "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt." Carlos smiled slightly, reached out, and put his arm around Alicia's waist, saying, "With you applying medicine for me, I feel quite comfortable." "Look at you, silly." Alicia pouted and said, "If you encounter such things in the future, you must call me right away, do you understand?" After saying this, Alicia took the cotton swab in her hand and gently rubbed Carlos's head again, even blowing on it softly, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Chapter 204. Alicia, tender as water, feeling incredibly blissful. "Doesn't hurt anymore? You blow on it." Carlos watched with his eyes, while Alicia couldn't help but raise her head and kissed his cheek, saying, "Now it doesn't hurt at all." "Humph, you're slick." Alicia harumphed delicately and then slightly parted her warm, sensual lips to blow air on the bump on Carlos's head, saying, "You big rascal." Carlos hugged Alicia around the waist in one swift motion, while Alicia pouted, "Stop it, don't mess around. I'm still applying medicine for you." "Apply what medicine? We should be close instead." "I don't want to apply any medicine at all." Carlos hugged Alicia tightly, lifted his head, and kissed her lips, but Alicia didn't let him have his way. Her spring bamboo-like fingers directly pressed against Carlos's lips, and she looked at him with tender eyes, saying, "That's enough. No more mischief." Not allowing mischief was definitely impossible because that wasn't in Carlos's nature. So he held Alicia's waist tightly and soon captured her rosy lips with a kiss. They were intertwined in kisses, and after a passionate session of kissing, he picked up Alicia in a princess carry and took step by step into the room. Alicia wrapped her arms around Carlos's neck, too shy to look at him. Soon, Carlos carried Alicia into the room and gently placed her on the big soft bed. Carlos leaned down and kissed Alicia's lips softly, and thus began an intense moment. When both of them were utterly exhausted, they embraced each other closely and fell into a deep sleep with fatigue. When night fell and the city became noisy, Carlos slowly opened his eyes from his deep slumber. He glanced at the beauty in his arms and swallowed hard. Just then, Katie sent a message to Carlos. Divine being, what are you busy with now? I'm not really busy with anything. Hearing Katie's message, Carlos squeezed the beauty in his arms and couldn't resist replying, Classmate Katie, is there something you need? I don't really need anything. Katie's voice was somewhat delicate as she said, I just wanted to chat with you. Ching Chung, what do you want to talk about? Carlos pouted slightly and then asked Katie. In response, Katie said, Divine being, can you tell me about your world? I suddenly have so much interest in the world where you live. Carlos paused for a moment before sharing many interesting things about Earth with Katie. He also told her about many curious objects found on Earth. When Carlos mentioned that the tallest building on Earth currently is the Burj Khalifa, which stands at 828 meters, and that Earth can launch various satellites and even operate new chains in space. People can also board space shuttles to explore the moon. Katie was even more shocked, becoming increasingly fascinated with Carlos's world. She wished she could come and see it because this world was indeed too beautiful. Compared to their current dire poverty, where they relied on the divine being for food or else they would starve, the world of the divine being seemed to offer freedom to eat meat. One could travel anywhere, even land on the moon for exploration. There were all sorts of fun things to do. This made Katie feel as if she was listening to a fairy tale novel, sparking her curiosity and longing for Carlos's world. Divine being, my greatest regret? After a heartfelt conversation with Carlos, Katie couldn't help but sigh. Is not being able to come to your world and watch the sunrise and sunset with you. Classmate Katie, although we can't be together like this, Carlos said with a gentle expression, we can use our phones to record each other's worlds and watch sunrises and sunsets together. Hearing Carlos's words, Katie gazed at the full moon in the sky and couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, You're right, divine being. I'll take a picture of our full moon for you now. After speaking, Katie took out her phone from her pocket and snapped a photo of the bright moon in the sky. Carlos, lying on the cozy bed, pointed his camera at the moon hanging in the sky outside the window. He took a photo and then sent it to Katie. Meanwhile, Katie also sent her photo over. Almost simultaneously, they picked up their phones and looked at the full moon from each other's world, both smiling faintly. Carlos, what are you smiling at? Just as Carlos was lost in admiration, he felt Alicia's soft body move in his arms. Her beautiful eyes gradually opened, looking at him with adoration as she spoke. Carlos kissed Alicia's forehead and smiled, saying, I'm admiring you. Annoying. Have you had enough yet? Alicia pouted and complained softly, her fair hand slowly climbing up the circle on Carlos's chest as she asked. Carlos kissed Alicia's forehead, his strong arms holding her tightly as he said, How could I ever have enough? Even a lifetime wouldn't be enough. Hearing these words, Alicia blushed and buried her head in Carlos's embrace. Meanwhile, Carlos held her close, with his hands beginning to wander over her body. Stop it. Feeling Carlos's mischievous hands, Alicia let out a soft whimper. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded, You bad boy. What are you thinking? You just bullied me once. Do you want to do it again? Carlos naturally wasn't going to let Alicia off so easily. He lowered his head to kiss her lips and whispered, Shall we do it one more time? This time I want you to have my baby. Stop it, no. Where are you going? Carlos clung to Alicia, kissing her forehead affectionately. Isn't it better if I support you for the rest of your life? Not possible. I must work hard because the higher I climb. Alicia puckered her lips. The safer you will be in Jinghai City. Otherwise, you would have been trapped by Gustav. He has set his eyes on you and plans to exploit you thoroughly. I heard that the minimum is 10 billion. If you don't pay up, he plans to make sure you spend your entire life in jail. What a despicable old bat. Carlos was furious. Damn, I wish I could beat him to death. He's too damn vicious, using all these tricks against you. Alas, that's their simplest tactic. They have even more powerful means. Alicia sighed heavily, her expression turning grave. If they use everything on you, you wouldn't stand a chance. That's why you need my protection. Chapter 205. Sister, I won't try so hard anymore. Sister, then I won't try so hard anymore. Faced with Alicia's words, Carlos suddenly shrank his body and directly pressed himself against her chest, saying, You must cover me well. Annoying, all right. Alicia, feeling an itch in her chest upon hearing Carlos's words, couldn't help but pouted her lips and said, Why are you pushing into my chest? I want to see big brother and second brother. Carlos smiled mischievously as the corners of his mouth twitched. Can they cover me? Annoying. Can you be any worse? You're really too bad. Alicia's face flushed with embarrassment that she almost couldn't look at Carlos as she demanded, Quickly let go. Stop misbehaving. How could he let go? Since he had already grabbed her, there was no way he would release her. So a battle quickly broke out once again. With prior experience, Alicia now fought back fiercely against Carlos. When they were both exhausted again, Alicia lay panting in Carlos's arm while Carlos kissed her forehead, his eyes gazing at the moon outside the window. At this moment, Katie was also standing on the city wall. Holding the phone Carlos gave her, her eyes looked up at the bright moon. A trace of sorrow flashed across her lips because she really wanted to visit the divine world, but unfortunately, she couldn't pass through. Suddenly, in the city of Yingyang, shadows like ghosts stepped on the tiles of the palace, dashing towards Katie at Phoenix Yang Palace with incredible speed. However, Katie hadn't noticed yet, but soon she heard some noises and sensed the approaching shadows. Thus, she put away her phone, gripped the Althea at her waist tightly, and her eyes became extremely cold. Your Majesty, there are assassins. Norris immediately noticed this abnormality, gripping the spring embroidery Thea tightly before rushing toward Katie. Katie didn't speak, her eyes focusing on the rapidly approaching black-clothed assassins. There are assassins. Protect the Emperor. Not daring to take it lightly, Norris swiftly drew the spring embroidery Thea and shouted, instantly causing the Phoenix feather guards to grip their long spears tightly. Equipped with heavy iron shields and crossbows, everyone showed intense vigilance. Yet they did not act rashly. They stood ready, awaiting the approach of the assassins. As the assassins finally reached Phoenix Yang Palace, Norris waved the spring embroidery Thea and shouted, Archers, prepare, fire. Upon hearing Norris's shout, the soldiers holding crossbows reacted promptly, drawing their bows and unleashing a flurry of arrows towards the charging assassins. Almost instantly, cries of agony resounded as many assassins fell from the rooftops, pierced by arrows. Archers, fire again! Facing such a scene, Norris showed no hesitation, ordering another volley from the archers. But such attacks only repelled ordinary assassins. Powerful ones continued to rush towards Katie at high speed, with clear intentions to assassinate her. Katie noticed this. Gripping the Althea tightly, she also touched the gun at her waist. She was eager to see who dared invade the palace. The black-clothed figures moved fast, most being martial arts experts who swiftly closed in on Katie. Norris, witnessing this, tightened her grip on the spring embroidery Thea, her gaze turning cold. Shield bearers, form an array for protection, Norris commanded with a wave of her hand, and instantly the shield bearers lifted their iron shields, encircling Katie. Clang! The black-clothed assassins arrived, wielding their knives and hacking at the shield-bearing phoenix feather guards protecting Katie. Their knives clashed harshly against the iron shields, creating deafening metallic sounds and sparks flying. Some shield bearers couldn't withstand the assault and were thrown back, though they were in the minority. Wilfreds resisted the attack successfully. Meanwhile, the long spear soldiers behind them tightly gripped their spears and stabbed fiercely at the black-clothed assassins through the gaps between the shields. Despite their high martial arts skills, the black-clothed assassins were facing well-trained phoenix feather guards. Many let out a cry of agony as they were skewered by the long spears. Not only that, but the crossbowmen of the phoenix feather guards also unleashed a flurry of arrows at them. At such close range, many assassins were directly shot to death, turning into pincushions. Who are you? Facing this battle situation, Norris's face darkened as she shouted fiercely, to dare assassinate our emperor. The black-clothed assassins naturally wouldn't speak. After all, they were here to assassinate. If they revealed their identities now, what kind of assassins would they be? However, Norris was thoroughly enraged. Clutching the spring embroidery Thea tightly in both hands like a leopard, she suddenly charged out from the guards. You cowards, hiding your identities. As soon as Norris finished her sentence, she had already slashed down a black-clothed man with the spring embroidery Thea, saying, then I will kill all of you today. The black-clothed man responded to Norris's slash by brandishing his longsword, directly clashing with her. From this one strike, Norris felt a powerful force surge towards her, numbing her arms slightly, but she wouldn't retreat. Her feet pivoted, and her figure darted around the man, delivering another swift slash. The black-clothed man was no ordinary fighter either. He leaped backward, evading the attack while simultaneously aiming his sword at Norris's exposed back, shooting out a beam of sword energy. Norris dodged sideways, the sword energy narrowly missing her and slicing through a wall. Taking advantage of this moment, the other black-clothed assassins launched their attacks. For a moment, weapons and projectiles flew everywhere. Norris shouted loudly, wielding the spring embroidery Thea so swiftly it formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting every incoming weapon. Chapter 206, Chiton, Assassins Advance, Fengyang Palace. Although Norris blocked most of the attacks, a few projectiles still grazed Wilfred's palms, cutting into the skin. Yet, Wilfred seemed oblivious to the pain, her eyes turning colder. However, the black-clothed assassins did not give him much time and charged at him altogether. The Phoenix Guards also launched a full-scale counterattack, immediately engaging in fierce battles with the group of black-clothed assassins, their cries filling the air. It could be described as deafening. Katie slowly drew the Alf knife from her waist. As an emperor who esteemed martial prowess, she faced the attack by these black-clothed assassins without hesitation, tightly gripping the Alf knife and charging towards them. Wherever her knife went, there were cries of agony as many of the assassins were killed on the spot. Upon seeing this, the black-clothed assassins exchanged glances. They disregarded their individual skirmishes and focused on Katie. Their goal tonight was Katie, and if they managed to kill her, their mission would be considered accomplished. Therefore, they all gripped their knives and charged at her with everything they had. Katie showed no fear and engaged in a bloody battle with them, gripping her knife tightly. Your Majesty, fall back? Seeing this scene, Norris was alarmed and held the Shochuan Thea, roaring while guarding in front of Katie. We will protect you. General Wilfred, don't worry. Katie showed no fear, firmly holding the Alf knife and fighting the advancing black-clothed assassins. These insignificant people cannot harm me. Instead, they will all be killed by me. Humph, Katie. Just as these words fell, a black-clothed giant wearing a ghost mask snarled angrily at her. You won't live any longer. If you want to live, hand over the bronze tripod in your hands. Otherwise, we will definitely kill you tonight. Is that so? I don't believe it. Seeing the masked man, Katie suddenly pulled out a pistol from her waist almost without hesitation and fired a shot directly at his head. The masked assassin, wielding a long knife, instinctively raised his weapon to block. But how could he withstand it? The bullet from the pistol pierced through his head and even killed another nearby black-clothed man who couldn't evade in time. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, staring at Katie. They were all stunned because everything happened too quickly. Before they could react, what happened here? Their deputy leader, the fastest knife wielder of Chiton, was just killed with one shot. This left all of them shocked into silence, but they quickly reacted. Katie, you violate martial ethics? One of the black-clothed assassins shouted, using hidden weapons to injure people. You come to assassinate a weak woman like me in the dead of night, and you expect me to adhere to martial ethics? Facing such accusations, Katie nearly laughed in anger. Are you foolish or do you take me for a fool? The assassins felt greatly insulted, almost roaring in fury, and gripped their weapons to charge at Katie. However, unexpectedly, before reaching her, Katie lifted her arm and fired a shot directly at his head. Everyone heard a gunshot followed by the sight of the assassin flying backward. He didn't even have time to scream before hitting the ground hard. A bullet hole left in his head. Katie killed him with one shot. Seeing this, everyone present lost their composure due to the lethal weapon in Katie's hand. Damn, it was too powerful. No matter how strong they were, none of them could resist its power. What is that thing in your hand, Katie? Finally, someone among the assassins couldn't help but ask, bewildered. How can it possess such immense power, killing invisibly? The gods say this is called a pistol. Katie, holding the dark pistol, looked at all the black-clothed assassins and said, within 500 meters, it can kill enemies silently, taking heads as easily as picking up objects from a bag. Hearing this, the assassins all sucked in a breath, for it was truly terrifying. They never expected the gods to have such divine items, and what was more important was that such divine items were given to Katie. However, what frightened them the most was not these immediate consequences, but the fear that if the gods were to bestow such weapons in large quantities to the Shiliang army, how could they possibly defend against such a force? On the battlefield, once such divine items appeared, it would be almost impossible for anyone to withstand them. Within 500 meters, they wouldn't even reach the enemy before being shot dead. The thought of this made almost everyone shudder with dread and filled them with fear towards Katie. Retreat, retreat. The leader of the black-clothed assassins finally realized the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay any further, issuing an order to retreat without hesitation. But at this moment, how could Katie let them retreat from the palace now? Without hesitation, she gripped the gun tightly and aimed directly at the leader who had shouted the retreat order, firing a shot instantly. The black-clothed assassin only heard a gunshot, then turned back, only to see a burst of blood spraying from his forehead. His head was shot through, and his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. His face was full of disbelief, as the bullet was so fast that he didn't even feel the pain before Katie killed him with one shot. I will give you one last chance. Kneel down and surrender. Facing this scene, Katie held the gun firmly, her icy eyes staring at all the assassins. Tell me who is behind this. I will give you a chance to live. Otherwise, you must all die tonight. Katie, don't dream. The black-clothed assassins angrily roared in response. We are Ruyan's elite warriors. Even in death, we won't bow to you. Brothers kill? Many of the black-clothed assassins shouted. We can't survive tonight anyway. Since we're going to die, let's take a few Shiliang people with us. Chapter 207. This assassin is quite strong. I, Burke, will engage in battle. Kill, kill. The black-clothed assassins all shouted loudly, each tightly gripping their weapons as they once again charged at Ava, for they had no way to escape. Since there was no escape, they could only fight to the death. After all, Ava only had one hand on a gun, and they were many. A mere Ava, how could she withstand their onslaught? Facing the charging black-clothed assassins, Ava's gaze was cold, firmly holding the gun in her hand without any sign of fear. Even as she faced an assassin who rushed nearest to her, she lifted her hand and fired a shot. With a bang, a hole appeared on his head, and he fell heavily to the ground, dead. Yet, more black-clothed assassins still charged towards her, while Ava tightened her grip on the Alf knife. She slashed with a swift motion and decapitated a black-clothed assassin. However, despite this, it did not stop the black-clothed men from attacking her. Rather, these people seemed like madmen. They all crazily charged towards Ava, and she tightly held the Alf knife in her hand, engaging them in battle. Norris and others closely surrounded Ava, sitting nearby to assist. They also fought off the charging black-clothed assassins, but these were all martial arts experts. Despite Norris's tight defense, many black-clothed assassins still directly rushed at Ava. Dog Emperor, prepare to die. A black-clothed assassin wielding dual knives, with an exceptionally vicious gaze, tightly gripped his two knives and lunged at Ava. Ava raised her hand to block, then kicked out with her snow-white smooth leg, aiming straight at the assassin's chest. The opponent sidestepped with his knife to block and quickly retreated a step. Seeing this, Ava lifted her hand and fired at him. But this man moved very fast. When he saw Ava raise her gun, he almost instantly darted behind another black-clothed assassin. Thus, Ava's shot did not kill that assassin but instead killed the one blocking the path. Just at this critical moment, the dodging black-clothed assassin, holding his knife, swiftly attacked. His blade aimed straight at Ava's chest, intent on cutting her down. But it did not go as he wished because Ava's Alf knife blocked his blade in an instant. However, her body recoiled several steps back, and her fingers trembled slightly due to the high martial prowess of the black-clothed assassin. Faced with this situation, Ava naturally did not dare to engage him in prolonged combat. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and fired several shots at him. This man's martial skills were truly exceptional, allowing him to dodge Ava's attacks through agile movement and quick reflexes. Just as he swung his knife towards Ava, intending to cut her down with one stroke, suddenly, a soft voice yelled, "You rebellious traitor, don't you dare hurt my emperor." Lena, holding an iron umbrella, quickly entered the battlefield, opening her iron fan to block the black-clothed assassin's strike. At the same time, Enoch and Shepard arrived upon hearing the news, and Burke, shouldering his heaven-piercing halberd, brought his warriors and rushed to the front of Fengyang Palace. "Warriors, protect the emperor, protect the emperor!" Burke, carrying his halberd, shouted as he rushed into the battlefield. Soon, his guards roared angrily and attacked the black-clothed assassins surrounding Ava. Seeing this situation, the black-clothed assassins knew they had no hope left. With the addition of Enoch and Lena, they had no chance of reaching Ava again. Therefore, they tried once more to flee from Fengyang Palace. Seeing this, Ava narrowed her eyes and roared, "Warriors, do not let any of them escape. Kill them all." Upon hearing Ava's command, all the warriors roared in anger, firmly grasping their weapons and fiercely attacking the black-clothed assassins. Soon, cries of agony filled the air, and most of the black-clothed assassins were slain by Burke and his troops. Only the one with the dual knives continued to barely hold on. However, his defeat was inevitable because too many surrounded him, each a formidable fighter. Though he was exceptionally strong, facing the assault of Shiliang's female imperial strategist and experts like Burke, he struggled to cope. Soon he was hit repeatedly, with over 10 wounds covering his body. Yet he still resisted bitterly. Burke faced such a powerful fighter, but he swung his heaven-piercing halberd with the force of a mountain, bellowing, "Sir, no matter who you are, you have no way out now. You might as well surrender." "Surrender? That's impossible." The black-clothed assassin sneered coldly. "In my world, there is only success or death in battle. There's no surrender." "Fine, then I'll give you a chance to die in battle." Hearing this, Burke let out an angry roar, gripping his heaven-piercing halberd tightly and smashing it down at the black-clothed assassin. The black-clothed assassin wove his twin knives together to block, resulting in a loud clanging sound of weapons colliding, forcing him to step back 2 or 3 steps. However, he stomped his heels on the ground fiercely, roared in anger, and lunged forward, drawing his knife to attack Burke. Seeing this situation, Burke showed no fear. Instead, he shouted, "Good move." With this shout, he twirled his heaven-piercing halberd with great force, creating flashes of cold light. The black-clothed assassin moved swiftly like a black shadow, but Burke had rich combat experience, always accurately blocking his attacks. In the midst of fierce battle, the black-clothed assassin suddenly noticed a slight slack in Burke's lower defense. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He abruptly spun his body, sweeping his twin knives low toward Burke's legs. Startled, Burke tried to jump away, but it was too late. Just before the knives struck, he plunged his heaven-piercing halberd into the ground, using it as leverage to leap into the air. The black-clothed assassin missed, not having time to adjust. In midair, Burke twisted his body, and the heaven-piercing halberd whistled through the wind, stabbing down fiercely at the black-clothed assassin's head. The black-clothed assassin didn't respond but held his twin knives tightly, fighting Burke to the death. Instantly, they clashed intensely once more. Their blades and halberd met, sparks flying. The intense fight continued, disrupting the surrounding air. Burke inwardly marveled at the black-clothed assassin's resilience, acknowledging his status as a Ruran warrior. The black-clothed assassin gritted his teeth, though at a disadvantage. Every move carried the resolve to die. Just as the battle reached its peak, Eunuch Bart rushed over urgently. "Your Majesty, bad news. The Rurans and barbarians are attacking the city." They dare to attack? Ava heard Bart's words and couldn't help but roar angrily. "It seems they haven't been completely crushed yet. If so, today, I will crush them thoroughly and teach them that opposing Western Liang means certain death." "General Burke, no need to waste more time on this scoundrel. Cut off his head immediately." As Ava finished speaking, she sternly ordered, "Drag him out to sacrifice the flag." "Understood, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Ava's words, Burke no longer hesitated. He gripped his heaven-piercing halberd tightly and began a full-scale counterattack with overwhelming force against the black-clothed assassin who was still fighting him. Faced with Burke's torrential assault, the black-clothed assassin could finally no longer hold on. After all, he had already been injured, and now he faced Burke's relentless attacks. How could he possibly endure it? At first, Burke had harbored some admiration for the assassin's talent, which was why he did not press the attack to kill him. But now, with Ava's order in place, he naturally attacked with full strength. Soon, the black-clothed assassin let out a miserable groan and was sent flying backward. But before his body hit the ground, Burke, gripping his heaven-piercing halberd firmly, charged at him like a rampaging dragon and thrust the halberd through the assassin's chest. "Brother, may you rest in peace?" Burke lifted the black-clothed assassin's body on the halberd, then slammed it forcefully into the ground, saying, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I can only send you on your way." Chapter 208. Gerald comes to challenge. War is inevitable. Chew. The black-clad assassin did not get a chance to speak, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. "General Burke, cut off his head?" Seeing this, Ava flicked her hand holding the Alf Dynasty saber that dripped with blood and said, "Hang it on the city wall. Let those Roran dog thieves see that they dare send assassins to kill me, and I have already decimated all of them." "Yes." Without delay, Burke swung his spear casually, severing the head of the black-clad assassin. He held the head of the black-clad assassin, not even bothering to remove the mask from its face, allowing the blood to drip as he followed Ava and their army out of Fengyang Palace. They arrived at the eastern city wall. Outside the city wall were dense ranks of Roran and barbarian troops. They lined up in formation outside the city gates. "Ava, you bitch." Gerald saw Ava appear on the city wall and, standing under the wall, waved his curved blade while shouting hoarsely, "Dare you fight me outside the city? Why shouldn't I?" Looking down at Gerald, Ava signaled to Burke, and soon the heads of the black-clad assassins were thrown down the road leading to the city gate. "If you dare come out, your fate will be like these Roran assassins. Your head severed for me." Facing this moment, Gerald's eyes bulged wide. He had never expected this. His elite soldiers, whose combat prowess was terrifying, had been completely annihilated by Ava. Even Gerald couldn't withstand their attacks. These men had helped him eliminate many powerful generals on the battlefield. But today, none survived. All were killed by Ava, which made his heart bleed. "Attack the city! Attack the city!" Enraged, Gerald issued the order without a word, waving his curved blade and commanding the assault on Inyang City. Clark, unusually, didn't interfere, allowing Gerald to lead the army's fierce attack on Inyang City, because this was their last chance. If they couldn't capture Inyang City now, they would have no choice but to leave, as they could no longer stay. But they knew that returning might not guarantee their survival either, for they had run out of supplies and would starve to death. So capturing Inyang City was essential. The tribal chief Wilfred Lianshan did not hesitate either. The past days filled him with humiliation, having brought a massive army here only to lose countless soldiers without capturing Inyang City. He had lost face. No matter what, he had to take Inyang City. Otherwise, going home meant starving to death. A final stand seemed better. Kill, kill, kill. With this thought, Wilfred Lianshan commanded his army to launch a frenzied attack on Inyang City. The tribesmen and Roran soldiers rushed forward with great ferocity, pushing siege towers and shields, sprinting toward Inyang City. Burke gripped his spear tightly, pointing at the charging enemy, and ordered all the archers to prepare for a volley of arrows. However, before they could loose their arrows, the gas canister catapults from the engineering department had already launched their attacks. Canisters streaked through the air with dazzling sparks, exploding among the enemy soldiers. Countless attackers were blasted away. Yet the attackers pressed on relentlessly like fearless ants, waving their sabers and screaming piercingly. They surged toward Ingyang City like a horde of mad beasts. Burke would not indulge them. Swinging his spear, he roared an order. The soldiers on the wall aimed their crossbows and unleashed a torrent of arrows. A storm of arrows whistled through the air, striking the frenzied attackers dead one by one. But they still pushed the siege towers without hesitation, even charging towards Xingyang City at high speed. For they were very clear about their situation. They had no other choice. Only by capturing Xingyang City could they survive, as there was not a single grain left in their army. If they did not take Xingyang City, they would starve to death. Therefore, they charged forward without any hesitation, disregarding life and death. The defender of Xingyang City stood on the city wall, watching the enemy troops surge like a tide, his brows tightly knitted. He knew that if the enemy breached the city walls, the civilians inside would suffer immensely. Your Majesty, their attack is too fierce. With just arrows, we may not be able to hold them back. Burke immediately cupped his hands toward Ava, who bit her lip and ordered, send out the drones for battle. Pour boiling oil and hurl stones downward. We must not let them breach the walls. Below the city, the tribal and Roran soldiers braved the arrow rain and approached the city wall, almost reaching their siege ladders. Buckets of boiling oil rained down, followed by rolling boulders, instantly causing Tanjiao Sung Yi pan. Yet their offensive pace was not stopped. Using the siege ladders, one after another began to climb up, seemingly oblivious to life and death, determined to storm Xingyang City. Axes and swords, follow me. Seeing this, Abdullah waved the golden hoop staff in his hand and shouted loudly. Immediately, axe and sword bearers followed Abdullah. Abdullah led them to block the tops of the siege ladders, pushing the ladders away with hooks. Meanwhile, they picked up buckets of cooking oils, Jinlongju cooking oil, Luhua peanut oil, and Shiwang cooking oil, and threw them fiercely onto the siege vehicles. The Roran and tribal soldiers, besides climbing quickly, also drew their bows to shoot at the Western Liang soldiers, pouring cooking oil on them. A bloody battle unfolded as both sides fought fiercely for survival, filled with screams and falling bodies from the city walls or siege vehicles. Everywhere was a scene of slaughter, cries, and bloodshed, with deaths occurring every moment, for this was the battlefield. Despite the ongoing deaths, the fighting and shouting continued. The attacks from the Roran and tribes grew even more intense, charging towards Xingyang City as if forgetting everything. Drones, drones? On the city wall, Ava and her troops held Alf Dynasty sabers, cutting down the charging Roran soldiers while roaring, deploy now. Finally, they heard the buzzing sound, and soon drones carrying explosives provided by Carlos took off into the sky. Those drones dove like hawks toward the Roran army, causing immediate chaos among the Roran and tribal soldiers. Though experienced, their generals quickly commanded archers to shoot at the drones. However, the drones were extremely fast and agile, many breaking through the defenses. With loud explosions, explosives detonated among the Roran troops. Amidst the blazing fire, body parts flew everywhere, halting the Roran army's advance. Ava shouted, soldiers, it's time to counterattack, kill. The morale of the Western Liang soldiers soared as they brandished their weapons, slashing down the charging enemy. Like tigers descending from the mountains, the Western Liang soldiers swiftly regained control of the city wall. Although the Roran and tribal soldiers resisted fiercely, after the drone bombing, their morale was shattered, leading to a steady retreat. Gerald, of course, could not accept another failure. Thus, he soon led the troops with overwhelming force, yelling, Roran warriors, whether we live depends on this battle. We have no way out. Everyone follow me and charge forward. If I fall, step over my body and continue to fight forward, no matter the cost. Today, we must capture Xingyang City or die trying. Roran soldiers charge. Gerald waved his curved blade and roared, follow me, since we have no hope of surviving otherwise. Only by capturing this Xingyang City do we stand a chance of living. We have no retreat, only forward until we break through. Chapter 209. Gerald was shot dead. Soldiers, follow me and fight. Gerald's roar rang out as he swung the saber in his hand, quickly leaping onto the siege vehicle, leading his Roran warriors like ants charging toward the city of Ingyang. Despite the Shiliang soldiers on the city walls hurling rocks and logs to strike the swarming Roran and barbarian soldiers, they couldn't hold them back at all. 的疯狂攻城的趋势根本就阻挡不住，因为他们的人实在是太多了，密密麻麻就犹如丧尸攻城一般，疯狂地冲击着荥阳城的城墙。Drones were wildly dropping bombs, exploding one Roran and barbarian soldier after another, but they trampled over their fallen comrades and kept rushing forward without a second thought. Seeing this scene, Gerald's eyes had long turned bloodshot. He was roaring uncontrollably like a wild beast, leading his Roran soldiers in a mad scramble up the walls of Ingyang City. Closer and closer. With a firm grip on his knife, he had already grabbed the edge of the city wall with one hand. But just as he looked up, he saw a face of perfect beauty, and a black pistol directly aimed at his head. Before he could even react, there was a loud bang. He felt an intense pain between his eyebrows, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated. Then his strong body fell directly from the siege vehicle, crashing heavily onto the pile of corpses below. He died unpeacefully. After all, he was the crown prince of the Roran tribe, always fighting wars, never tasting such a defeat. And now he was killed by a single shot from Carlos. He died somewhat unwillingly, but what could be done now that he was dead, taken down with one shot by Katie? The great general of Roran is dead? Seeing Katie kill Gerald with a single shot, Burke swept his halberd horizontally, instantly severing 6 or 7 heads as he roared, will you still not retreat? Are you looking for death? The Roran soldiers were momentarily stunned, but they didn't stop attacking. Instead, they continued assaulting Katie and the others. Light the fire, Light the fire. Seeing this, Simeon bellowed without hesitation. Instantly, the gas canisters were ignited one by one, each launching with a sharp whistle. Swish, 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 they flew out. The drones were still frantically dropping explosives, endless explosions accompanied by raging flames devouring the Ruran and barbarian soldiers repeatedly. But they seemed crazed. They all fearlessly rushed towards Ingyang City, one falling while another quickly came forward, continuously assaulting the city. Their only goal now was to storm into Ingyang City at all costs to seize food and water because without these, they would all die. To survive, they all advanced without turning back. Yet, Katie and his companions fought to the death, continuously slashing the charging barbarian soldiers with their swords, staining the city walls red with blood, and the piled-up bodies made it difficult to walk. But they held their blades tightly, relentlessly slaying Ruran and barbarian soldiers, protecting their supplies of grain and the loved ones behind them. They knew very well that if Ingyang City fell, it wouldn't just be their deaths. Their children and wives would not survive either, becoming nothing more than meat for the Ruran and barbarians. They would devour their women and leave no one behind. Therefore, even with their flesh and blood bodies, they fought to the death, absolutely not allowing Ruran and barbarian soldiers to breach the city. The citizens of Ingyang also showed remarkable bravery, continuously supplying provisions to the soldiers in the city. They too wielded weapons, fighting against the Ruran and barbarian soldiers. When the young men fell, the elders came forward. When the elders fell, the women came forward. When the women died, the children took up arms. Everyone participated in the battle, each fighting for their survival. The battle was interwoven with blood and death, and everyone knew they could not afford to lose, making it exceptionally brutal. Fire, set fire. Simeon roared again, commanding his gas canister launchers. The Shilyang soldiers also gripped their bows and crossbows, continuously shooting at the Ruran and barbarian soldiers. The drones were still dropping explosives. Both inside and outside the city walls, cries of battle echoed, flames and explosions sweeping across the battlefield, covering the ground with bodies, and the city walls dyed crimson with blood. Yet, nobody retreated. They were all fiercely battling, wielding their weapons, killing any visible enemy. A turning point finally appeared on the battlefield as the armies of Khitan and Baelyang emerged outside the city. They charged into the Ruran and barbarian forces like fierce dragons crossing a river. Seeing this, Katie's eyes sparked with endless flames, for this was truly unexpected. Given the current situation, if the Ruran chose to sit back and watch the fight, they would likely be defeated by the Ruran and barbarians. But if the Ruran and the barbarians attacked, they would surely suffer heavy losses. Had they chosen to strike now, they would have been the ultimate victors. But no one had expected them to do so. Instead, they launched an attack at this moment and directly cut the Ruran and barbarian army in half, making it impossible for them to coordinate. Your Majesty, what a great opportunity. Seeing this scene, Burke, covered in blood, shouted aloud, "Let's launch a full-scale attack. We will surely wipe out all these Ruran and barbarian soldiers." Shilyang warriors, full-scale attack? Hearing Burke's words, Katie did not hesitate. Knowing that the best defense is offense, she ordered, "Open the city gates and charge out." As her words echoed, the gates of Ingyang City thunderously opened, and bulldozers roared as they rushed out, immediately smashing through the barbarian siege equipment. Behind them were excavators, wielding massive buckets to fling Ruran soldiers into the air. Then came 3,000 modified tanks, 500 high 4T black warriors, equipped with huge, diamond-shaped blades, crushing any Ruran and barbarian soldiers in their path without mercy. This was an extraordinarily brutal scene. Next came motorcycle cavalry and four-wheel mountain ATVs, charging out with Iter and D leading the way. They reaped those Ruran and barbarian soldiers who had survived the excavators and bulldozers, including the modified tanks 500 high 4T black warriors. The barbarian king Wilfredia Tion was terrified, as he had never seen such war machines before. This was absolutely terrifying, leaving behind a sea of corpses wherever they went, completely unstoppable. Barbarian king, let's retreat? Facing this, Bo finally spoke hesitantly. If we continue this battle, my vast army of 1,000,000 will surely perish here. The barbarian king Wilfredia Tion wanted to hold on, agreeing to capture Ingyang City and divide its food supplies with the Ruran. But seeing the countless war machines from Ingyang City, he was thoroughly frightened. Who could guarantee that there weren't even more deadly weapons inside the city? After all, they had gods on their side? Retreat, retreat. Realizing this, the barbarian king Wilfredia Tion did not dare to delay, waving his small whip and mounting his warhorse to flee first. Seeing his move, Bo and others immediately ordered their troops to retreat as well. Clark, watching the barbarians withdraw, roared in anger but had no choice but to lead the Ruran soldiers in retreat, because staying meant certain death for everyone. No one needed to think hard to realize that if they didn't retreat now, none of them would escape alive. The battle had made it clear. The Ruran and barbarians were already defeated. But how could the Shilyang army let them go? Neither the Khitan nor the Baelyang armies wanted to allow Clark and his men to escape, so they furiously pursued and killed Ruran and barbarian soldiers. Clark was beside himself with fury, not expecting the battle to turn this way. Not only Gerald had died, but their chances of escaping were now uncertain. Burke and his men cared nothing about this. They were madly cutting down Ruran and barbarian soldiers. If they didn't kill them all, they would come back to attack Ingyang City again. So the best solution was to eliminate them once and for all. Warriors charge! Abdullah, wielding his golden hoop staff, screamed while slaying Ruran soldiers, "Don't let a single enemy escape." The Shilyang soldiers, long blinded by rage, needed no further encouragement. They killed relentlessly, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. This battle would be recorded in history, as they resembled demons from hell, invincible wherever they went. They left death and blood wherever their long knives struck. Clark was utterly terrified, realizing that anyone who dared oppose the Shilyang army must be insane. These people showed no humanity, their gods granting them superior equipment, excavators, bulldozers, cars, drones, explosives. They had so many great things, while they were just a bunch of country bumpkins who dared to fight against them. Wasn't this a sign of mental illness? Clark will never be the enemy of Xilyang again, for such enemies are truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Clark could not help but burst out with this thought and roared in anger. Anyone who opposes them is as good as dead. Who would say otherwise? Bo also shouted. These people are simply hellish demons, beyond human capacity to match. General, run quickly, Yelchi shouted loudly. If we don't run now, it might be too late, because Abdullah and Burke have already charged towards us. Chapter 210. The Dalfeng, wherever it goes, leaves only withered bones. Damn, they really came to kill. Bodo glanced back upon hearing Edge's words and then shouted loudly, run fast, run fast. Upon hearing this, how could Edge and his men dare to hesitate? They all spurred their horses into a wild gallop, almost ignoring everything. Now, there was only one thought, to escape and talk later. Burke and his men, however, tightly gripped their weapons, chasing them down the road without mercy, cutting down any stray nomadic soldiers they encountered. The battle raged from dusk until dawn. Hundreds of thousands of Rurin and nomadic soldiers were killed. Bo and Clark led their troops in a wild retreat for more than 30 miles. Only then did they dare to set up camp and rest, because they were truly terrified. They now dared not think back on last night's battle, as they had lost to Tanjong. Ava, looking at the rising sun in the east, tightly held the Alf knife at his waist and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory. Burke bowed respectfully and said, we have killed 1,000 enemy officers, including the Rurin General Gregory. According to battlefield statistics, nearly 4,600,000 nomadic and Rurin soldiers were killed. Good, very good, Ava said excitedly. If I report this to the deity, I believe he would be very pleased, as this is indeed a rare great victory. Upon hearing Ava's words, Burke and the others also showed delighted expressions. After all, this was a great victory for them, having eliminated 400,000 enemy troops in one stroke. After this battle, the Rurin and nomadic tribes should no longer dare to fight them head-on. Given such heavy losses, no one would dare risk another battle, or they would be wiped out. As for the Minister of Rights Carnell, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, the envoys from the Khitan and Baelyang are still waiting in the embassy to see you? Noted, Ava replied, let them wait where they are. Once I'm done here, I will meet them. Yes. What else could Carnell say? He answered and soon stood aside. Then Thorne stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, we must report this great victory to the deity so that he knows we have won. Ava hummed in agreement and focused his mind to send a message to Carlos. On the other hand, Carlos was tightly hugging Alicia, whose skin was smooth like jade. He hadn't fully awakened when he received Ava's message. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but soon he slowly opened his eyes and saw the beauty in his arms still asleep. He rubbed his temples and received another message from Ava saying, Deity, we fought a major battle against the Rurin and nomads last night. We killed over 1,000 enemy officers. We also killed the Rurin General Gregory and eliminated 460,000 Rurin and nomadic troops. How many did you kill, Ava? Carlos immediately replied and then heard Ava say, Deity, we killed 460,000 Rurin and nomadic troops. Wow, Ava, that's incredible. Upon receiving this message, Carlos smiled broadly and said, You're truly a god of war come to life? Killing 460,000 enemies in one night. This is unprecedented. This deserves a celebration. What do you want to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Deity, what you've given us is already more than enough. We don't dare to ask for more. Ava responded, as long as this news makes the deity happy. Happy, extremely happy. Carlos said, because this news is truly shocking. Celebrate tonight. I'll prepare 10,000 whole roasted sheep, 10,000 roasted pigs, and 10,000 roasted cows for you. I'll also provide some beer, cola, Sprite, red wine, white wine, and allow everyone to enjoy a citywide feast, with each person getting delicious meat. Ava didn't refuse and gratefully accepted, saying, then Qingqing thanks the deity here. No need to thank me. Carlos said, you should celebrate such a huge victory. But don't drink too much white wine and guard the city well, leaving no room for the enemy to exploit. Ava acknowledged with a yes. Soon after, Carlos saw Alicia slowly opening her beautiful eyes and looking at him pitifully. Honey, what's wrong? Carlos saw Alicia looking at him with a slightly pouting mouth and said, you're looking at me like this as soon as I get up. Were you not satisfied last night? Annoying. I'm almost dead tired. Alicia rolled her eyes at Carlos and said, what else could be unsatisfactory? Let me tell you, you are not allowed to do anything more this morning because my body really can't take it. Oh, is that so? Carlos whispered softly in Alicia's ear. Would you like me to give you a massage? Annoying, no way. Alicia pushed Carlos away and said, I feel all sticky right now, covered with your stuff. I must go wash up. Perfect, let's wash together then. Carlos cupped Alicia's face and said, this way I can help you rub your back. Annoying, no way. Alicia scolded with coquettishness. Because I'm afraid you'll misbehave again and take advantage of me. How could that happen? Carlos hugged Alicia tightly and said, I am an honest man and won't do that. Let me help you wash, okay? There are some places you can't reach. Enough. No means no. Alicia got out of bed naked and said, and you should wash outside. There's a bathroom outside, and you absolutely cannot wash with me. Okay, but one kiss first. Carlos grabbed Alicia by the waist and puckered his lips, while Alicia kissed him once and said, go take a shower. After you finish, I'll make breakfast for you. Carlos responded with an and did not continue pestering Alicia. He got out of bed and opened the door. However, the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Wilfredum, why are you here? Alicia's mother was holding vegetables and fruits. When she opened the door and saw Carlos stark naked, she froze for a moment. I came to see Alicia. Alicia's mother stammered, to add some vegetables and fruits to her fridge. Are you going to the toilet? Go ahead. Auntie, I have myopia. I swear I didn't see anything. Carlos nearly burst into laughter, for this was clearly a scene of social death. But instead of going out, He quickly retreated back into the room and dashed into the bathroom. Annoying. Didn't I tell you to wash outside? Alicia looked at Carlos entering the bathroom and couldn't help frowning. Why did you come back in? Your mom's here. Carlos blushed deeply and said, I just opened the door and she opened hers too, so I had to come back in. After all, I wasn't wearing anything, and bouncing around outside was embarrassing beyond words. Alicia exclaimed, ah, her gaze turning peculiar, but she didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she pulled Carlos into the shower. Soon they left the bathroom, dressed neatly, and exited the room. Alicia's mother had already cut up 2 plates of fruit and started cooking noodles. Seeing this, Alicia hurried over and said, Wilfredum, why did you come at this time? I was walking outside and thought you might not have much food here, so I bought some vegetables for you. Oh, then why didn't you ring the doorbell? Alicia asked. Why would I ask that? Alicia's mother asked her, did you take precautions? Otherwise, you could get pregnant. Wilfredum, don't worry. Alicia whispered to her mom, we're not kids anymore. Besides, I'm 30, and even if I were to get pregnant, it wouldn't matter since you've always wanted to hold a grandchild. Holding a grandchild? Yes, I want to, Alicia's mother said. But shouldn't that wait until after you're married? If you get pregnant before marriage, given your father's old-fashioned temperament, you know how he'd react. He'd definitely be furious and scold you. Wilfredum, I understand, Alicia said coyly. I've already talked to Carlos. We'll get engaged on National Day, and we'll get married by the end of the year. Even if I were to get pregnant, the baby wouldn't be born by the time we marry. Don't worry about Dad. Once I really am pregnant, he will secretly be delighted. After all, he also wants a grandchild, doesn't he? Alicia's mother chuckled, her gaze involuntarily falling on Carlos. Then she whispered a few words into Alicia's ear. In response, Alicia blushed and said, Wilfredum, I know. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. All right, then I won't mention it anymore. Alicia's mother added, but you should tell your grandmother about the engagement during National Day. And you need to talk to your father as well. Wilfredum, I understand. Alicia replied, rest assured, I will talk to them. After all, this is a big event in my life. Chapter 211. Margot. Audit completed. Initiate investment plan. All right, just make sure you remember that. Alicia's mother still gave a reminder. Before the pre-marriage checkup, it would be wise to take precautions. It's for everyone's good. Wilfredum, I know. Alicia blushed and said, we used 7 last night. Does this make you feel better? 7? Alicia's mother pouted her lips and said, young people like you have it so much better. Your father? Let alone 7. He hasn't touched me in half a year. Dad is getting old and has a lot of work stress. Alicia whispered, it can't be helped. If these medications don't work, maybe try some traditional Chinese medicine. It might still have some effect. Traditional Chinese medicine? We've tried Western medicine, but it just didn't work. Alicia's mother sighed with a look of regret. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Mentioning it makes me upset. Naturally, Alicia wouldn't continue this topic and chatted casually with her mother for a bit before bringing out steaming hot noodles. Seeing Carlos still scrolling through his phone, Alicia's mother smiled and called out to him cheerfully, Carlos, come over and have breakfast. I made beef noodles for you. Try them and see if they taste good. Carlos certainly wouldn't say they were bad, as it was his mother-in-law's cooking. How could he possibly say they were bad? So, he sat down immediately and praised the noodles profusely. They were really chewy. The large chunks of beef were especially delicious, and he enjoyed every bite immensely. This meal was naturally filled with laughter and warmth. However, after breakfast, Carlos began to worry. After all, he had promised Yi Qingchen and others to deliver 10,000 whole roasted sheep, 10,000 whole roasted pigs, and 10,000 whole roasted cows. But such a huge order was quite a headache for him because he didn't know who could handle it. The order was simply too large. Carlos started browsing on his phone, placing orders at all the barbecue shops in Jinhai City and offering a price 10% higher than usual. All the roast lamb shops scrambled to take on his order. But very soon, the orders reached saturation because the quantity was just too big. After all, it was 30,000 animals. Such a massive amount of roasting couldn't be handled all at once. Then he scrolled through Douyin, TikTok again, bought ad space, and posted his order. So many people contacted him, and some even called. Several citywide roaming barbecuing teams took on the order, asking where he wanted to eat, promising to roast wherever he desired. Carlos didn't hesitate and almost directly assigned the orders to them. Soon all 30,000 orders were taken care of, and after paying their delivery fees, he instructed them to deliver everything to Fragrant Bay by 5 p.m. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a difficult task due to the sheer size of the order. However, he didn't waste any time and bought beers, Coca-Cola, Sprite, red wine, white wine, as well as celebratory snacks for Katie and others, like peanuts, sunflower seeds, and other appetizers for drinking. Carlos made sure nothing was missed because they had just won a significant victory. Carlos definitely needed to celebrate with them properly. Carlos, are you going out to work today? If not, Alicia, already wearing her shoes, suddenly looked at Carlos and said, stay at home then. I'm heading to work. Yes, I need to go out today. There's ongoing renovation at Fragrant Bay. Carlos explained. I need to check on it. Also, I want to look at the hired streamers since my live streaming company will open in 2 weeks. Okay, then go ahead. Alicia replied and then looked at Carlos expectantly. Are you coming over tonight? Tonight? Let me see. Carlos scratched his head. I'm not sure yet because, as you know, I have a lot going on right now, and things are quite busy. Carlos, how about this? Alicia's mother interjected. Come over for dinner tonight? My husband probably has something to discuss with you. Wilfredum, okay? Carlos couldn't refuse and quickly agreed. Alicia shyly glanced at her mother, knowing that her mom was helping her. After chatting for a while, the three of them went their separate ways. Azariah waited downstairs in the car. Seeing Carlos come out, he hurriedly opened the door for him and respectfully watched as Carlos got into the car. Brother Chen, where are we going today? Let's head to Fragrant Bay first. There's still a pile of things waiting to be handled over there. Carlos, however, looked at Azariah and said, "Let's go there first." Azariah responded affirmatively and then got into the car. After starting it, he headed straight for Fragrant Bay. When they arrived, numerous engineering teams were busy working at Fragrant Bay. The landscaping outside was also underway, while inside, teams were moving in and out for interior decoration. They were urgently renovating. As for the receptionist at Fragrant Bay, upon seeing Carlos come over, she welcomed him very politely this time and offered, "Boss, you're here? Florence is still on the top floor. Shall I inform her?" No need." Carlos waved his hand and replied, "I can go up myself. You continue with your own tasks. You don't need to entertain me." The receptionist didn't say anything more and naturally stopped in her tracks. Azariah did not follow either. After all, he was just Carlos's driver, primarily responsible for driving Carlos. Therefore, he stayed put. Carlos quickly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, riding it up. The moment the elevator opened, he only saw Lacey kneeling on a massage mat, lifting her round peach-shaped buttocks as she was practicing yoga. Honestly, it was quite a beautiful sight. Lacey's yoga moves under the morning light were truly delightful to watch. Of course, Lacey noticed Carlos had arrived. However, she didn't stop her exercise but continued doing yoga, saying, "Why are you here so early today? Can I miss you?" Carlos put down what he was holding, sat on the sofa nearby, and poured some water into the teapot on the coffee table, explaining, "So I rushed here early this morning." "Lying? With someone as beautiful as Alicia in your arms." Lacey pouted, her body beautifully curved as she continued, "You would still think of me? Why wouldn't I think of you? Aren't you also my big beauty?" Carlos started brewing tea and added, "Besides, isn't it true that radishes and green vegetables each have their own flavor?" So am I the radish or the green vegetable?" Carlos looked at Lacey and said, "You are my candy skewer. I want to lick you every day because you're naturally sweet." You're the candy skewer." Lacey pouted and glared at Carlos. "No, you're a stuffy gourd. Looking at you makes people dislike you." Carlos smiled but did not get entangled in this topic. Instead, he watched the water slowly heat up and reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He nonchalantly took one out, held it between his fingers, tapped it gently against the cigarette box a couple of times, and after a while, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep puff. But, right at that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. Hearing the sound, Carlos slightly frowned and quickly took out his phone. He glanced at it and saw it was Margot calling. Without hesitation, he answered immediately. On the other end, Margot's voice came through, "Carlos, where are you now?" "I'm at Fragrant Bay," Carlos asked, unable to resist. "Cheer, what's going on?" "Yes, the financial statements of Same City Express have been audited." Yasmin continued, "They mostly match the financial reports they submitted. Therefore, we will send our audit results to your email shortly. Please find time to carefully review them. If there are no issues, you can proceed with the $30 billion investment in Same City Express anytime." "Cheer, got it," Carlos responded. "I trust you to handle it well. Once I sign the contract with Same City Express and complete the investment, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal to thank you for helping me with this matter." "Don't mention thanks," Yasmin interjected. "Just pay us the service fee this time." "All right, cheer." Carlos did not hesitate further but asked, "How much is the service fee this time?" "We've worked for half a month, charging 100,000 yuan per day." Yasmin explained, "I won't give you any discounts. Transfer 1.5 million yuan to me." Carlos couldn't help but twitch his lips. This price wasn't cheap, 100,000 yuan per day. Were auditors really that expensive? Although Carlos had this thought in his mind, he was very generous and transferred 1.5 million yuan to Yasmin without delay, then hung up the phone. "Yasmin, the matters there are settled." Seeing Carlos hang up the phone, Lacey stood up and wiped the sweat off her forehead with the towel in her hand, saying, "They are quite fast, auditing such a large account in just half a month." "Ah, 1.5 million yuan?" Carlos shook his head and said, "They charge 100,000 yuan per day. If they weren't so quick, to be honest, very few companies could bear it because it's really too expensive." "Yeah, but it's worth more than its price." Lacey wiped the sweat off her forehead again and then sat down right in front of Carlos. After all, they are very professional in this field. The accounts they audited basically have no problems. Hearing this, Carlos picked up the kettle that was boiling and poured a cup of tea for Lacey. "That's indeed true. Their audited accounts are definitely not a concern, but you still need to organize some accountants to review their accounts. Aim to get the investment contract for Same City Express done within a week and completely acquire the company." "Okay." Lacey hummed in response and then said, "I'll arrange it later. By the way, I've hired a batch of accountants. I haven't tested their capabilities yet. Let's give them this task and see how capable they are." Carlos nodded, agreeing that this arrangement was reasonable. After all, the company can't afford to keep idle people around. They need to have some skills. Lacey took a sip of tea and looked at Carlos, asking, "Do you have any other plans here?" Chapter 212. Carlos goes to the job market for recruitment. "I don't really have any specific plans." Carlos poured himself a cup of tea and said, "I just want to come here and take a look. Also, I want to see if there's anything I can help with. After all, this company is so big and it's about to open. I haven't done anything from start to finish, so I came over to see if there's anything I can do." "You still remember?" Lacey pouted her lips and said, "Then would you accompany me to the job market for recruitment today? I happen to be going there today to hire more people because there are still many positions that need filling." "Sure, I'll follow your lead." Carlos replied, "Today you're my boss. Whatever you say, I'll do." Lacey smiled, picked up the tea on the coffee table, and took a small sip as she lowered her head. "Then wait for me here for a while. I'll go in and take a shower first." Of course, Carlos had no objections. He held the teacup on the coffee table and sipped it slowly, waiting for about 10 minutes. Lacey finished her shower, then changed into a black business suit, wearing frameless glasses on her stunning face. She wore black high heels on her feet, and inside was a white shirt, appearing before Carlos as a picture-perfect successful career woman. "Florence, you look great in that outfit." Seeing Lacey dressed like this, Carlos couldn't help but feel distracted, saying, "It accentuates your figure so beautifully. I really love it. Especially those black stockings. They're very sexy. When we get back, I'll have to try playing around with them since I've never done it before." "Oh, you naughty boy." Lacey rolled her eyes at Carlos. "Can't you think of something else? All day long, all you think about is that. Aren't you worried your body will give out and you won't be able to walk later? In front of such a beautiful woman like you, what else could I think about?" Carlos smirked. "If I didn't think about that, wouldn't that be abnormal?" "All right, enough of that." Lacey pouted and looked at Carlos. "Tidy up here. We're heading to the job market." Naturally, Carlos had no objections. He stood up after taking another sip of tea, tidied up briefly, and then both of them left, getting into the elevator and descending downstairs. They did not drive Lacey's Lamborghini again, but instead departed from Perfume Bay in a black armored tank, 500 high 4T. They drove all the way to Jinghai City's job market. Nowadays, although many people can submit resumes online and directly interview at companies, the job market was still bustling, with many intermediary agencies present. Also, many recent graduates were looking for jobs here, given the large comprehensive job fairs held here and the numerous companies that participated. Compared to online applications, this place was more direct. When Carlos and their team arrived, they saw some students and some seasoned professionals applying, though not many compared to other popular positions or established large companies. When their booth was set up, they had also bought an advertisement spot at the job market, complete with rolling ads. "Manager Shun, why are you here?" When Carlos and the others arrived at the booth, they immediately saw the HR manager, dressed in a business suit, standing up and saying, "You came personally today? I'm here to check on the situation, specifically how many people we've hired." Lacey explained, also, to get detailed information about the applicants, as well as the responses from our online job postings. "There should be some applicants coming here due to the online announcements, so I wanted to check things out." Overall, our recruitment efforts aren't going particularly well right now," the HR manager admitted. "We're a newly established company, and we don't compare to established firms. A lot of capable talents basically don't consider us." "Why is that?" Carlos furrowed his brow and asked. The HR manager glanced at Carlos, then looked at Lacey again and saw her nodding. He took a deep breath and said, "The main reason is that some people are concerned we might not last long, and they're afraid we might skip town, leaving them without pay." Upon hearing this, Carlos scratched his head. Such cases did exist in the market where companies went bankrupt, and the bosses fled with funds, leaving employees unpaid. Carlos gritted his teeth and said, "Change the strategy. Starting today, all recruitment should be handled through local courier services. There's also the open recruitment by the refinery branch company in the southern part of Jinghai City. Regarding salary, it's generally 20% higher than the market average, and we only want the best talents. Will this work?" The HR manager looked at Lacey with a somewhat difficult expression and asked, "President Shin, what do you think? Follow him? Do as he says?" Lacey said, "Just follow his instructions. Don't worry about other things because of the local courier service and the refinery in the south. Our company will soon be acquired, becoming our property." President Sean, understood? The HR manager replied, "I'll take care of it and make sure everything is handled properly." "Okay, go ahead." Lacey pouted, "I'll walk around and see how others are doing. Maybe I can find a talent or two along the way." What else could the HR manager say? He nodded repeatedly and went to attend to his business. Meanwhile, Carlos also took a look around, wanting to see if he could find a talent like Lacey. "Carlos, let's go for a walk," Lacey suggested. "See if we can find one or two talented people. After all, we're short on that right now." "Sure, we can split up and see who gets more." Carlos couldn't help but smile at Lacey's words. Recruits today. Lacey didn't object since Carlos showed interest. She was curious to see who would do better. So they started walking around the job fair. Carlos had a cigarette in his mouth. After taking a few steps, he suddenly saw a fat guy rushing over. "Carlos, is that you? You're here looking for a job too?" Ignoring Carlos's reaction, the fat guy became unusually enthusiastic. "Did you find one yet?" Looking at him, Carlos felt familiar but couldn't recall his name. "Fat guy, what's your name again?" "Damn, you don't remember? It's me, Florence Min, your elementary school desk mate." Florence Min stared at him with wide eyes, slightly displeased. "How could you forget me?" "Florence Min, my elementary school classmate." Carlos realized and smacked his forehead. "But weren't you pretty slim back then? How did you get so fat? And weren't you in another province these years? Why are you back?" "My grandfather isn't in good health. These past few years, he always wanted to return home, so my dad had me come back to accompany him." Florence Min explained, "He wants me to find a job here to take care of him." Hearing this, Carlos couldn't help but respect Florence Min more, as not many young people could do this. Clearly, Florence Min was very filial, prompting Carlos to give him a second look. "How have you been these years? Are you married?" Carlos asked Florence Min, who scratched his head. "Sigh, it's hard to explain. I had a girlfriend a few years ago, but she broke up with me because I was too poor. So I've been single ever since, never got married." "Are you married?" Florence Min asked consecutively. "And are you still selling fish with your brother?" "We stopped selling fish long ago," Carlos replied. "And no, I'm not married yet, but I might get engaged during National Day. Probably get married by the end of the year." "Huh, you're doing well. What do you do now?" Florence Min asked. "Maybe we can apply to the same company, so we can look out for each other? Tell me what kind of work you do specifically." Carlos offered. "I can try to introduce you to a better job since I know Jinghai City better than you. I mainly handle cybersecurity. If there's a good opportunity." Florence Min responded, "You can introduce me. As you said, I'm not as familiar with Jinghai City as you." "Sure, no problem." Carlos pulled Florence Min by the hand. "Come with me. I'll take you to apply." Chapter 213. Cleo, looking for trouble? Asking for an embarrassment. "Carlos, are you sure you're not fooling me?" Florence Min frowned slightly, her eyes on the smiling Carlos, sensing something amiss. Carlos patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I won't mislead you. It's definitely a good job, and you'll thank me later." "Really?" Florence Min's frown deepened, given how hard it was to find a good job these days. One wrong move and she might end up in a bad situation. Carlos took her hand and smiled reassuringly. Don't overthink it. Just sit there when you're told. Fill out whatever forms they ask you to. I promise you won't regret it. Oh, really? Florence Min was cautious, but still followed obediently as Carlos led her to their company's booth. Initially skeptical, her eyes widened upon seeing Lacey and other beautiful women, as well as the youthful HR manager. Seeing the freshly hung recruitment board made her eyes shine even brighter. After all, delivery services within the city and the Jinghai City South refinery were highly sought-after companies that most people couldn't easily get into. Many in Jinghai had heard rumors that the refinery was being acquired and restructured, so everyone wanted to work there. It wasn't exactly a golden rice bowl, but at least no one would starve in this era. Sister Florence, please reserve a spot for my friend. He specializes in cybersecurity. Carlos, still smiling, asked, do we have any openings? Just give him one. Cybersecurity? We need 5 more positions, the HR manager replied. Could this gentleman tell us about his educational background? And your computer proficiency certification? Also, what awards have you received in the field of computers? Upon hearing this, Florence Min immediately pulled out her resume and several certificates from her bag, much to Carlos's surprise. He hadn't expected this chubby guy to be such a scholar, having graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious 985 university. Seeing all those credentials, Carlos couldn't help but admire the fat man. Clearly, he had worked hard over the years. Poor Carlos himself had only attended an ordinary university and couldn't compare. The fat man quickly got the job, landing a position as security manager with a monthly salary of 38,000 yuan, plus a year-end bonus. He was quite satisfied since such salaries for management roles weren't common in Jinghai compared to coastal cities. Brother, how about you? After finishing the interview, Florence Min looked at Carlos and asked, what do you do here? What's your role? I'm just a security guard here because my education isn't as impressive as yours. Carlos didn't reveal his true identity, saying lightly, I only went to an ordinary university, nothing like you, a top-notch graduate from a 985 school. Florence Min was slightly taken aback, but didn't press further. In today's world, college graduates weren't particularly valuable, and even with his master's degree, finding a job was tough. If programmers couldn't reach management by 35, they often faced unemployment, as many places wouldn't hire programmers over 35 after they lost their jobs. Brother, thanks. Florence Min thought for a moment and then grabbed Carlos's hand. Thanks for introducing me to this job. How about I treat you to a meal? No need. Carlos declined. I have another engagement tonight. Okay, let's catch up when I'm settled in. Definitely owe you one. Without your help, I wouldn't have found such a great job so quickly. Carlos insisted it wasn't necessary, exchanged a few words with the fat man, and watched him leave. Lacey then approached. Wasn't that your classmate? Why didn't you tell him the company is yours? Not really necessary. Carlos replied. In fact, it's better not to tell him, lest it affect his performance. All right, do you have more classmates like him? Lacey pouted. Can you introduce me to a few more? That's all. Carlos shrugged. None of my other classmates are as successful. Only he managed to make it, the rest would be liabilities in the company. All right, got it. Lacey then said, we can get something to eat after we finish up here? Sure. What do you feel like eating? Carlos glanced at Lacey and casually asked. Lacey replied, can we have steak? Of course, no problem. Hearing this, Carlos found a place to sit down and said, let's go in a bit. You decide where. All right, no problem. Lacey thought for a moment and said, let's go to the French restaurant in Huaxi, Jinghai City. What could Carlos say? Of course, there was no problem. They busied themselves for a while longer, distributing flyers with the HR department before finally leaving. When they arrived at the French restaurant in Huaxi, Jinghai City, it was already 11 a.m. The restaurant wasn't very crowded, with just a few diners enjoying the elegant music. Inside the restaurant, enjoying their meal, Carlos and Lacey chose a window seat, sat down, and ordered 2 French steaks. They chatted lazily while sitting there, when suddenly Cleo sauntered over, twisting her slim waist as she walked straight towards them. Oh my, isn't this Sister Lacey? Cleo cooed, you've been dating young Master Chen lately? No wonder we haven't seen much of you. So you've turned over a new leaf? Cleo, weren't you arrested? How did you get out so quickly? Lacey glanced at Cleo, her face showing clear displeasure. The state has educated you. Sister Lacey, what are you saying? Going to the detention center is like playing around for us? Cleo shot back sarcastically. You used to go in every couple of days too. Upon hearing this, Lacey's expression darkened significantly because she had always disliked Cleo, especially after the latter tricked her father. She felt particularly hostile towards Cleo and was surprised that she had been released so soon. She wished the police would take her back in for a longer stay because she found this woman unbearable. Cleo wouldn't back down and soon plopped herself next to Carlos, her hands reaching out to touch him. Cleo, what are you doing? Faced with Cleo's advances, Carlos's expression turned serious, clearly displeased. Watch your actions and words. And keep your hands to yourself. I don't like your games. Young Master Chun, why are you acting like this? You weren't like this before. Cleo didn't let go but instead deliberately leaned into Carlos. You used to call me sister all the time. Now you have a new girl, and you've forgotten about me? Cleo, that's enough. Carlos glanced at her, visibly annoyed. Our past interactions were just for fun. But now with what happened with Dimitri, do you think you still have the right to sit so close to me? What about Dimitri? What happened? Cleo simpered. I don't know him at all. Young Master Chun, are you misunderstanding me? I'm not misunderstanding you. You manipulated me. Carlos stared at Cleo. I didn't retaliate against you, and I gave you some face. If you come here looking for trouble, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Young Master Chun, I know I was wrong, okay? Don't be so harsh on me. I liked how you treated me before. Cleo repeated. Call me sister and let's return to how things were. Cleo, that's enough. Seeing this scene, Lacey frowned deeply and exploded with anger. Do you think I'm not here? Sister Lacey, what are you upset about? We're just playing around. Cleo retorted defiantly. Why are you getting so worked up? Can't handle the competition? Cleo, that's enough. Carlos glanced at her again. Stop ruining our mood here. We're having steak. Find somewhere else to cool off. You're not welcome here. Cleo felt deeply aggrieved. As a stunning beauty, wherever she went before, she was always surrounded by admirers. Lately, however, people seemed to avoid her wherever she went, treating her coldly. Her usual circle of admirers had vanished since the Jinghai Police Department shut them down completely. If he didn't have solid connections and be willing to spend money, she would still be locked up, not knowing when she could get out. Seeing Carlos now, how could she not come forward to ingratiate herself? After all, everyone knows that Carlos is wealthy. But she didn't expect that the matter with Dimitri last time would be seen through by Carlos. This made her very uncomfortable because if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have cooperated with Dimitri. After all, this guy has been caught now. She previously thought she could rely on him as a powerful backer to make a name for herself in Jinghai City. Who would have thought the backer would fall apart? She was truly down on her luck. On the other hand, Carlos didn't want to acknowledge her and instead picked up the knife and fork on the table. He cut a piece of steak that the waiter had just served and said to Lacey, Florence, Gia, come and eat the beef. Chapter 2:14. Three Kingdoms United. Ready to annihilate Rurin. Is it feasible? Annoying. I can eat by myself? Lacey scolded softly. Despite saying she didn't need to be fed, she still bit the beef offered by Carlos and said, I don't need you to feed me. Cleo watched this scene with a mix of feelings, for this sudden serving of dog food was unexpected, making her expression even more unpleasant because it literally made her furious. Florence G, do you want some more? Carlos ignored Cleo's reaction and cut. Divine One, are you busy? Carlos received Katie's message while holding the cigarette in his mouth and replied, Student Katie, I'm not busy on this side. What is it you need? Divine One, we've discussed today and plan to unite with the Khitan and Northern Liang to launch a full counteroffensive. Katie transmitted the message to Carlos, to thoroughly wipe out Rurin and the barbarian tribes. This can work? Carlos responded with an affirmative hum, then asked Katie, when do you plan to launch the major counteroffense? We're planning tomorrow, Katie replied, to start the counteroffense and eliminate Rurin and the barbarian tribes entirely. The envoys from Northern Liang and Khitan will arrive shortly to discuss alliance matters. No problem, Carlos agreed. My side fully supports your counteroffense. After all, the best defense is offense. Once you push forward, Rurin and the barbarian tribes won't have the strength to attack us. Eliminating their forces will be advantageous for unifying the steppe. Hearing Carlos's thoughts, Katie naturally yearned for it, as unifying the entire steppe would greatly expand Western Liang's territory. On the other hand, Thorn and others looked at Katie eagerly, wanting to know if the Divine One agreed with their plan for a large-scale counteroffense. Your Majesty, what did the Divine One say? Abdullah impatiently asked, does he agree? Should we ally with Northern Liang and Khitan to launch a counteroffense against Rurin and the barbarians? The Divine One highly supports our counteroffense, Katie said, so let's prepare accordingly? Hearing this, Abdullah and others were delighted because they had waited for this day for a long time. They all hoped for a big counteroffense to finally relieve the pressure they had been under. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Thorn stepped forward and bowed. We should welcome the envoys from Khitan and Northern Liang into the city. Go ahead. Katie replied, I will wait for you in the palace. Once you welcome the envoys, we will collectively strategize how to defeat the enemy. Tonight we shall drink together and begin attacking Rurin and the barbarian tribes tomorrow. Yes. Thorn bowed in acknowledgement and led Carnell from the Ministry of Rights and General Jim out of the palace. They proceeded in a grand procession to the North Gate to welcome the envoys from Baelyang and Khitan. The citizens of the Western Liang Kingdom lined the streets to welcome them, for these past days had truly been days of great pride and uplifted spirits, especially after uniting with the Khitan and Baelyang. They had continuously pushed back the Rurin and the barbarian tribes. Now, hearing that they were to ally with the Khitan and Baelyang to launch a large counteroffensive against the Rurin and the barbarians, how could the people of Yongyang City not line up to welcome them? After all, they had been trapped inside the city for nearly a month. If they could drive away or annihilate the Rurin and the barbarians, they would be able to go out to work the fields, cultivate land, plant crops, and by the end of the year, they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. Thus, they had long been eagerly awaiting this counteroffensive. Thorn and his entourage rode their horses to the northern part of the city and saw the envoys from Baelyang and Khitan all respectfully waiting outside the gate. This time, the envoys included not only Shan and Ilium, but also several princes and generals from Baelyang and Khitan. They all came to show their commitment to this alliance and to demonstrate their sincerity, as it was a joint operation to eliminate the Rurin and the barbarians. This was a war involving 5 nations, so no one dared to slack off, because if this battle went well, it would completely change the dynamics on the steppe, possibly turning it into the domain of Baelyang and Khitan. Therefore, they all placed immense importance on this battle. Additionally, they hoped to form an ironclad alliance with Western Liang, which was blessed by a deity. They wished to share in Western Liang's good fortune and gain divine protection as well. Thus, a grand envoy delegation appeared outside the northern city gate. Although they were somewhat surprised by the number of high-ranking officers and princes who had come, they quickly followed diplomatic protocol and welcomed Shan and company into the city. Upon entering the city, the high-ranking officers from Baelyang and Khitan, along with the princes, stared wide-eyed at the idyllic life of the Western Liang people. They envied them greatly because they themselves had barely eaten a full meal each day and never expected the people of Western Liang to drink kanji daily. It was beyond belief that Yongyang City had inexhaustible water supplies, with Ryu Lake filled to the brim and people bathing in it. It left them speechless, for although they had heard about it before, actually seeing it was a different experience. The sight was simply astonishing. The shimmering waters of the 2 lakes were beautiful, and having so much water showed that Yongyang City was not lacking in water. Wilfred Reaver, they even saw carts transporting grain, with bags spilling onto the ground. Instead of scrambling to grab the scattered grain, the surrounding citizens helped pick it up. This left them in awe, because if this happened in their place, not only would a cart full of grain be snatched up, But even an entire warehouse of grain would be emptied, as they hadn't eaten grain for a long time. Wilfredly, they survived on corpses. Otherwise, they couldn't get enough to eat. The Western Liang Kingdom really does have a deity. A prince from Khitan couldn't help but take a deep breath at the scene before him and mutter to himself, the Western Liang Kingdom is truly fortunate. Why can't we receive the blessings of a deity like they do? The prince thought this, and indeed, the generals from Bailiang felt the same way. Who wouldn't want to live without hunger every day? Gongsun Darun, you truly did not deceive me. The deity of the Western Liang people is incredibly powerful, granting them so many wonderful things. Not only vehicles that can travel on land, Khitan's General Alex said in a low voice to Gongsun Rui, but most importantly grain. It seems endless. Of course. Gongsun Rui puffed out his chest and said, Emperor Katie of the Western Liang Kingdom possesses a bronze ding that can absorb and release all things, displaying immense power. We even witnessed a miracle where Katie's ding spat out endless grain, ensuring the Western Liang people never had to worry about food. So incredible. The Prince of Khitan subconsciously exclaimed, can we seize this ding? Such an item would be very useful to us. Wangya, this is absolutely not possible. Shan spoke up, because I have already found out. In this world, apart from Katie, no one else can communicate with the deity on the other side to ask for food.